Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Open fairy tale world, romance, atmosphere, travel and exploration. The best virtual fantasy game that will allow you to discover another reality. Welcome to Chrono Life, VR game. Chuck in knight armor sends a noob far away from here. The girl apologized and told him that they do not accept amateurs into their team. A small guy, picking his nose, noted the horror of the outfit, who had not reached level 11. Chuck found himself standing alone in the crowd. He clenched his teeth behind his lips and moaned. Chuck could not stand it and said out loud his dissatisfaction with the situation. It was clear and calm on the street of the town. The guy shouted his dissatisfaction with the game. He stood with some kind of sword in his hands and complained about the bad loot he had just received. A group of players stood nearby, watching his failures. One of the participants suggested that Chuck was angry because he was not taken into the team. The guy kept screaming, barely holding back tears and claiming that he spent a lot of money on this weapon. He claimed that he spent a lot of gold on it while some girl was looking at him. She tried to talk to him but hesitated. The girl apologized for bothering her and looked at the guy. She was holding a small staff with a heart on the end. Chuck became embarrassed, stopped whining and asked what the stranger wanted from him. The girl happily offered him to join her team. Chuck's face broke out in sweat because he did not expect such an offer from a stranger. He began to praise the game, thanks to which he met her. In the forest, the light fell at an angle, breaking through the branches of the trees. Chuck and the girl were walking along the path and talking. The guy remembered that yesterday his parents gave him some money, most of which he invested in gold. The girl admired the guy's persistence and asked how long he had been leveling up here. The boy answered sheepishly that the stranger would be very surprised to hear the number. He began to tell how at first he bought all the beginner's sets for 55,001, which was enough for him. He pulled out his sword and bragged about the loot he had gotten. The girl was happy for him and said that he looked like a knight. The boy was defeated by his own embarrassment and shame. He imagined them walking along the path to the castle, how he kissed her against the backdrop of rose flowers, how he gave her a bouquet and proposed to her, how two paintings of him and his beloved were hanging on the wall. Chuck imagined how they had children. He accidentally turned to the girl and asked what they would name their daughter. The stranger ignored the question and stopped in place. The girl noticed that they had arrived at the place. The guys were standing on a small clearing in the middle of the forest against the backdrop of a hill. The boy did not understand where they had come and asked what was special about this place. The girl does not let him finish speaking and pierces his body with her staff. The guy's blood began to pour out of his mouth and his lives decreased slightly. The guy falls to the ground with a crash. He looks at the stranger in surprise with an uncomprehending expression and asks what she is doing. A pool of blood flows out from under him. Chuck does not understand why he was thrown like that and deprived of part of his lives. He assumed that the girl needed his new sword. The stranger became embarrassed and said that she did not need his junk and allowed him to keep it. Chuck looked at her warily, expecting something bad. The girl continued to tell that she took him into the thicket of the forest to kill him from prying eyes. The guy, confused, asked what about her offer to go to the team with her. The stranger laughed and said that she lied because she did not need a newbie like him. She called him a poor loser, to which Chuck had no strength left to say anything against her words. The girl continued to mock the guy and call him a bum in real life if he even scrapes the bottom in the game. She offered him to buy an advanced beginner's set with the next handout from his parents so that he would be at least a little taller and more decent than in real life. The guy thought about it. He continued to sit and regret because according to the stranger, his parents are poor if he can only afford beginner's sets. He clenched his teeth behind his lips. Chuck rose to one knee and stood up, pressing his hand to his heart. He demanded that the stranger stop. The guy said that this arrogant girl had crossed all boundaries. After his words, the girl cut his body into two halves, leaving his feet on the ground. She clearly did not like the words spoken to her, and she went into a rage. The guy fell to the ground, splashing blood from his mouth. He landed next to the second part of the body. By killing the guy, the girl completed the task and began the process of moving to the hidden class. She stood facing away from the scene of the murder. Her hair began to flutter in the wind. The stranger turned out to be the center of a gathering of many blue pixels. The texture absorbed her while she stood still. When the pixels disappeared, her clothes changed. The girl gained wings and flew up. Her clothes became aristocratic, and a large ruby hung on her neck. The voice announced that the girl had moved to the hidden class goddess of life. She was pleased with herself. The girl said that she had long been waiting for her 1,000 victims to come. She raised the staff with wings on the end up. The stranger stretched. She stepped on the defeated Chuck and walked away. The girl said that she only had the main quest left, leaving the guy behind. He was bleeding and could not do anything. That day, he learned something. The terrible secret of this game was revealed to him. He closed his eyes and accepted his death. The law of the jungle is in effect in this game. With these words, Chuck's character died. In the clear city where Chuck had once been, players were standing in the square. In one of the corners there were boxes and barrels with provisions. A notification on a red sign let the guy know that he had lost most of his experience and would be reborn in a safe place this time. The guy spawned in a passage not far from the square. There were no signs of life on his face while he was being notified of the full revival of his character. He remembered the words of a stranger who called him a pauper and said that in real life he would be afraid to even approach her. The guy was not at all happy with this arrangement. He remembered the boy in armor who sent him away from their company. He remembered a smaller boy who did not recognize his outfit as normal. The guy stood in the underpass all alone with his thoughts. He screamed at the whole street. He took a hammer from his belt. Chuck picked up the craftsman's hammer, which could improve his equipment by 1 unit. He remembered his level 3 sword. The guy swung the hammer. He hit the sword with fury, creating a shockwave at the place of its use. The guy clenched his teeth and pressed the sword even harder. He saw this as the fastest way to become stronger and more honorable. A red plate notified the guy that he had failed to improve his equipment, and it was subject to breakage. He remembered the instructions for the hammer, which should improve equipment, not break it. Chuck was at a loss. He saw a level 5 iron glove. Having hit it, the guy again formed a shockwave after use. The glove lay in several bent and broken parts while the announcer notified about the equipment's breakage. The guy screamed into the sky in anger. When he broke one part of the set, all the items were broken and lying on the ground. Chuck came to terms with his loss. He had lost the entire set after losing a part of it. The player bent down to the ground and cried, saying that the game was terrible. A wooden club fell to the ground next to him, making a noise. It was a beginner's stick, which by all accounts was almost useless. The guy was confused when he saw the club. A small boy came up to him and said hello. The guy did not understand what kind of character this was. Another player jumped up and down and joyfully pointed at the club, prompting Chuck to think that it was he who gave it to him. Really, someone noticed him and helped him. He continued to look at the boy and more found confirmation of his words. Apparently, the boy saw Chuck on the street in his underwear and felt sorry for him. The guy continued to sit on the road with a craftsman's hammer in his hand, examining the club. He still decided to accept the gift. With a blow of the hammer on the club, mana of improvement was formed. A voice informed the player that his wooden club had been upgraded by 1 level. Chuck hit the weapon again. The club had been upgraded by 2 levels. The guy was disappointed with his luck in such useless moments. He continued to hit the club with the hammer. After numerous hits and notifications, Chuck stopped. The guy looked at the level and damage of the club and was quite surprised. He continued to hit the weapon, expecting it to break soon due to the increasing chance of this. Chuck continued to hit his purchase many more times. The roar of the hammer was heard throughout the area. It was getting dark in the town, sunset was approaching. Tired, Chuck picked up the hammer. You could tell from the guy's face that he had been hitting the club for the rest of the day. His teeth were clenched from fatigue and pain. The guy reluctantly hit the craftsman's hammer again. A notification sounded about upgrading the item. Chuck was very tired as the announcer congratulated him on his success. He was informed that he had upgraded the beginner's club to the maximum level 99. The guy took the club and stood up. He was amazed at his luck, talking about upgrading by 99 levels. Chuck could not believe his eyes, because after each hit the probability of breakage only increases. He wanted to throw the weapon on the ground, when suddenly, the club began to spin at high speed. Chuck barely managed to catch it. The end of the weapon touched the ground. The guy felt an earthquake comparable to the apocalypse, accompanied by fire. A huge destructive wave passed through the entire city and went beyond its borders, moving further and further away from the guy. The wave engulfed the entire planet. The earth began to crack and break under its own gravity, sending streams of energy into space. Chuck sat on the road, holding a baton in his hands. His face was horrified and shocked by what he saw. People around him began to run away and report wounded. Players did not understand what was happening and how to protect themselves from the next wave. Players running past Chuck wondered if some kind of event had happened and if there were any warnings at all. Chuck continued to be in complete shock from what he had done and looked at the passers-by. The guy looked into the distance and thought about the continent split in two. That day at sunset, Chuck became a new record holder in VR games. The guy kept receiving notifications about killing players and increasing his reputation on the server. The Guinness record was for the largest number of players killed with one blow. Chuck was surrounded by notifications about killing players. The final number of killed was 850,617 with one blow. Chuck was tired of constant notifications about increasing reputation in front of his nose. The guy stood up proudly from the ground. He remembered the stranger who insulted his parents and himself. Chuck had a perfect plan in his head. He remembered the moment of his death and described it as the price for knowledge. He had learned the essence of this game. Only the law of the jungle works in it. Memories of rejection when joining teams kept flashing before his eyes. He sat on the ground with a smile on his face. Chuck looked at his level 99 club. The guy decided that it was his turn to teach a lesson to those who did not respect him. Chuck thinks that in real life he is a loser. The guy is disappointed in himself and his appearance. He describes his level in game terminology as Bronze 4. The sun rose over the gaming town again. The guy is walking along a stone road in a cloak. Chuck is holding a level 99 rookie club in his hand. He is planning something. The guy glanced at a passing thug with a high level and drew his attention to himself. The bully was furious at Chuck's impudence. He grabbed the guy by the cloak and pulled him towards him. The man continued to threaten the guy while his wife asked him not to touch the wretched. The bully showed Chuck to his lover and said that he was already scared. Here the guy was completely different. He insulted the bully and called his face like a pig, which caused shock from the opponent's impudence. The bully approached the guy with threats and asked for his words as he lightly hit him on the head with a stick. The bully looked at the courage. He was ready to tear Chuck apart because of his impudence and break his worthless stick when suddenly, the next blow with the stick was so strong that the bully could not withstand its energy on himself. The man's head was covered in yellow mana. The glow spread for many kilometers ahead. The bully's beloved was shocked by what she saw and did not understand what to do. The guy stood in front of her with a club in his hand and looked menacingly. He lowered his hand with the weapon along his body. Here he was invincible. Chuck smiled. He felt like the main hero of this world. He proudly looked forward, feeling his power over everyone. The irritating notification about the decreasing durability of the club infuriated him. It turned out that the starting weapon, despite its level, had only 5 units of durability. The guy miraculously did not break the club, which was incredibly surprising. Chuck felt invincible. The sun's rays occasionally broke through the thick clouds, blinding the area. The guy was sitting on a narrow street and looking at the club lying on the ground. He was very scared. The announcer warned about the extremely low durability of the starting weapon and offered to fix it. Chuck sat in confusion and continued to think. Suddenly, the guy accidentally lost his balance and fell backwards. Chuck was upset that the stick was almost broken after 2 blows. He continued to lie there and not get up from the ground, thinking. His face was unhappy with the sudden turn. The guy decided that he was in a hopeless situation. Chuck decided to beat up those who laughed at him when he was weak, and he wanted to take revenge on the lying girl who killed him for her own benefit. Chuck looked at the clouds. He clenched his teeth and got down to business. The guy got up from the ground and picked up the stick, looking around where he was. He muttered something under his breath. Chuck realized that he only had 3 blows for everything. The Valley of the Dead was full of skulls and bones. He stepped on a skull with his foot, which crunched loudly under his weight. The guy had been walking on skulls for a long time. His face was full of fatigue. The guy stopped to catch his breath and rest. Suddenly, the skulls began to shake and roll over each other, releasing something large from under them. At first, the guy did not understand what it was. Chuck realized that he was in the right place. A giant cloud of smoke rose up behind the large stone peaks. From inside, something was looking at the guy with purple eyes. It turned out to be a dragon, which immediately headed towards Chuck, breaking bones in its path. 2 heads roared at each other. The guy continued to look at them without emotion. It was the main boss of the game, the 2-headed dragon Eurus. The creature was approaching him, claiming that he had crossed the line of the dead. The dragon continued to approach the hero, talking about the line between life and death. The creature said that Chuck was a fool because he would experience eternal torment. When suddenly the dragon's head was covered in yellow mana from the guy's club. The first head was torn from its base. The second head looked in shock at the remainder of the neck. Chuck swung his club. He thought that if he had 3 hits left. He pointed the club at the second head. There were 2 units of durability left. Chuck swung the stick, waiting for the outcome. He wanted to kill the strongest boss in the game, using all the durability of the club. The dragon looked at the column of energy coming from ahead. The surviving head asked Chuck to stop his decision. The guy asked what he wanted. The dragon continued to assure the guy that he needed to tell him something. The creature said that it was forced to pronounce offensive phrases according to the script to seem more serious. The head asked to stop and not to make such a choice because of an error. Dracoy asked the guy who he was. Chuck swung the club and said that it did not matter, to which he asked to wait. The guy did not listen to the head and struck. A large crack of energy began to move towards the dragon. Mana seriously injured the dragon and pushed it far back. The creature fell dead behind the ridges of bones. It continued to spit blood and bleed. Suddenly, the head turned into a human one. Chuck said that it had 1 hit on it. The guy said that he could not do anything about the durability of the weapon, so he would have to use it. The dragon interrupted the guy's thoughts. The creature offered to help with the weapon's durability. Chuck was about to swing, but he was interested in the offer. The guy asked the dragon what was needed for this. A notification panel appeared in front of Chuck's face. The sign said that the 2-headed dragon wanted to make a pact and give the guy his soul. Chuck wondered whether to accept the task. The dragon asked him if he had ever heard of a great sword. The guy did not know what an ego sword was and asked the boss. The dragon said that it would take a long time to explain how this sword works, to which he asked for a simpler explanation. The creature offered to inhabit his weapon and live inside as a spirit. A weapon evolves into an ego sword when it gains a soul. The guy was shocked when he heard about the infinite durability of such a weapon. The monster began to assure Chuck that the ego sword is the most powerful weapon in the game, to which the guy smirked. He shouted into the sky, causing confusion in his opponent. The dragon asked if everything was okay with the guy. He asked if his opponent agreed to the deal, to which Chuck laughed. The guy said that he had already changed his mind about revenge, but the game seemed to force him to do it. The dragon did not know what to expect from a maddened opponent. The guy agreed to the quest and accepted it. A large energy circle appeared around Chuck. The dragon approached the sphere and froze. Its wings began to evaporate into particles. A notification informed the guy that the boss's physical body had disappeared. The news followed about the dragon settling in the guy's weapon as a soul. Chuck's wooden club was covered in a purple aura and turned into an ego class. The weapon's durability was infinite. Something high in the sky caught the guy's attention. Something was moving towards Chuck. These were souls. The creatures said that their master was thirsty for revenge. Eurus was thirsty for revenge. The guy stood and looked at the approaching souls, shouting the word revenge in one voice. The creatures rose like a mountain above the ground and began to move towards the guy. This was the army of Eurus. Chuck said that he agreed to take revenge. He imagined the very girl who killed him in front of his head and raised his weapon up. An energy barrier flashed across the entire earth. The sun was still shining brightly. In the town, players began to gather near the wall with Chuck's photo on it. The players' attention was drawn to a man standing near the wall. The knight said that this scoundrel killed 800,000 people in a day, and a reward was placed on his head. The man continued to claim that this was the biggest murder in the history of the game. Bounty notices were posted all over the city. They were distributed in all 12 kingdoms of the game. The knight shouted a price of 1 trillion gold for the guy's head. The players were amazed at such a ransom reward. An entire army of people in golden armor walked down the street. The residents parted to the sides, letting them go ahead. The players were shocked. They saw the royal guard right on the streets of the kingdom. They paid attention to their coats of arms. Voices were heard from the crowd pointing to a person walking in front of the entire army. It was the leader of the guild, Clara. Suddenly, from the other side, the players saw knights in red cloaks with white crosses. The residents began to comment on the elite unit led by Jake. The attention of the public was drawn to the girl standing in front of the army of magicians. The crowd said that her name was Sophie, and she was the strongest mage in the royal family and also the head of the mage guild. The players saw the thieves guild led by their leader Nate. A knight in the line knocked his hand on his helmet. He was holding a large flag in his hand. The man raised the flag with the shield emblem. The rest of the warriors of this unit did the same. They were led by the king of the palace of Arden Lucas. The players were amazed by such a sight on the ordinary streets of the kingdom. After all, the 5 most powerful guilds in the world had gathered here with one goal. Their flags towered over the ranks of fighters. This was the first ever alliance of the strongest guilds in the game. Lucas attracted everyone's attention with his speech. The guy declared total war. All the soldiers in the line stood motionless and listened to the order. Lucas declared war on Chuck, a mass murderer of players. A baton of level 99, ego class and infinite durability. The guy walked along the road and examined his weapon. He was pleased with this state of affairs. The guy was struck by hysterical laughter and a thirst for revenge. A small creature crawled out of the club and loudly greeted the owner, which caused fear and confusion in him. Chuck did not know what it was that was sticking out of the club in the shape of a head. The creature said that it was a 2-headed dragon Eurus. The guy was surprised by what he saw. He remembered how he fought a giant dragon that day, to which the head confirmed the guy's guess. The creature broke away from the club and flew higher, telling about how its soul had entered the weapon. The dragon continued to say that this was a normal phenomenon for an ego-class weapon, while the guy poked his finger at it and was touched. Chuck asked where the creature's other head had gone, because it was 2-headed. The soul shuddered from such a question. The creature remembered that it really did have another head at one time. The dragon was disappointed and upset that its second head was missing. A yellowed piece of paper fell to the ground between the heroes. Chuck picked it up, anticipating what it said. He saw his face and 1,000,000,000,000 for his head. The guy was surprised when he saw it. More leaflets rained down from the sky, shocking the heroes. Chuck stood with the club on his shoulder and looked at the street. On every corner and in every alleyway, leaflets with his face and the ransom amount were pasted up. They were everywhere. The dragon screamed in surprise at what he saw. The soul began to praise the guy and shower him with compliments about such a major murder. The dragon continued to tell him that the reward would be real, because it was royal. Chuck took a bite of meat and asked if the game characters should even know about the existence of the player's world. The dragon nervously stated that now he was in the afterlife and could be headstrong. The soul wondered what the guy would do next, since all the players would be hunting him for days. The dragon suggested dealing with all of humanity right now. Chuck remembered the lethal force of his weapon when he hit the ground and cut through the continent. The guy looked at the road strewn with reward flyers again. He thought for a moment and stopped chewing. Chuck looked at his face on the flyer again. The guy felt like a celebrity and admitted that it was cool. He took another bite of chicken and said that in this case he would act according to the LPS principle. The dragon was confused by the new words and asked what it meant. Chuck explained that it was a principle when someone dangerous and powerful pretends to be a harmless loser. The dragon asked disappointedly why the guy needed such an attitude from those around him, who would not notice him. Chuck admitted that his plan was funny. He once again talked about the coolness of the fact that no one would suspect a loser of superpowers. Chuck decided to say something else, but an arrow flew into his back. The dragon was shocked by what he saw. The arrow pierced the guy through and through, causing him to fall. Blood gushed from his mouth. Chuck fell to the ground dead, leaving the dragon alone with his thoughts. The soul tried to reach the guy. The quiver of arrows sparkled in the distance. The bow from which the arrow was fired was no less attractive. Lucas watched his archer hit the target. Hundreds of people in armor went towards the guy. They were advancing from all sides. Chuck lay on the ground and tried to cope with the arrow that had hit him. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the square, giving him no chance to escape. Lucas introduced himself to Chuck with a shout. He ordered his men to capture and imprison the guy who killed 800,000 people. The soldiers unanimously declared that they accepted the order. Eurus asked his master if he was alive. He said that these people, although weak individually, pose a great danger together. Chuck knelt down, spitting blood from his mouth. The arrow continued to suck all the strength out of the boy. He stood up on 2 legs with difficulty. The archers shouted that Chuck was up. Lucas ordered not to spare the boy. The warriors ran to attack. Eurus called out to his master. Chuck said that he had changed his mind. The boy forcibly pulled the arrow out of his body. He threw it on the road in front of the approaching soldiers. Chuck took a firm grip on the club. He said that the principle of peaceful LPS was definitely not created for his situation. The boy's eyes lit up, and he screamed with rage. Chuck struck the club, and a yellow light spread across the entire area. The archers were confused by what they saw. A huge explosion occurred on the entire planet. The soldiers were defeated and lay in pieces on the road. Lucas survived the explosion and tried to come to his senses. The guy was surprised by such a crushing force from one blow. His entire legion fell on the site where the city used to be. The guy was shocked by what he saw. The capital of his kingdom was destroyed by a large explosion. Chuck proudly walked up to the shooter. Lucas did not know how to act in front of such a powerful weapon. In front of him stood a guy in a cloak and a club at the ready. Lucas put his hand in his bosom and began to look for something. He took out a summoning crystal from his pocket, allowing him to call any number of players for help at a time. The guy broke the crystal, achieving radiation. A blue sphere surrounded Lucas. Many of the same spheres began to appear in the area. The guy shouted an order to all members of the United Forces Guild to come to his aid. Mass teleportation. Many elite warriors began to teleport to the place of the spheres. Jake and his army stood behind the warriors. Chuck stood surrounded by a large number of reinforcements. Many warriors were looking at the boy with fury, waiting for the command. The forces surrounded Chuck, leaving him no hope of escape. The Guild of United Forces is a legion of players, ready to do any order given by their commander. That's 3 million real people playing right now and wanting to kill him. They were all teleported to one place. Lucas stood up and pointed at the boy. He shouted to get the legion's attention. The boy ordered to attack Chuck at any cost. Millions of soldiers ran towards the boy. Chuck stood still, wondering what to do. He grabbed a club and slammed it on the ground. A huge crack appeared from the impact and spread throughout the legion, killing thousands of soldiers. The leaders of all the groups were shocked by such power. Eurus was also surprised by the power of an ordinary stick. Chuck swung his weapon again. He hit an approaching warrior. Another line of energy spread throughout the legion. The dragon looked at what was happening, confused. He remembered his words about the strength of warriors together. Eurus said offendedly that this was natural. After all, even the boss dragon could not defeat the entire guild at once. No one could defeat such elite warriors of the world without calling on their own army. The dragon decided that it was better to get out of here. Eurus realized that he had misunderstood the guy at the time. Millions of warriors continued to advance. Jake ordered to act to kill and took part in the battle himself. He jumped high into the air with a couple of his elite soldiers and swung at the guy. 4 of the strongest warriors flew towards Chuck. The guy swung his club, smiling. With one blow, he scattered the elite unit in different directions. A huge wave of energy swept through the legion. Sophie was nearby and decided to support her colleagues. She called on her strongest mages to confront Chuck. The guy noticed them on the horizon. A large blue magic circle began to descend on his head. Sophie cast an ancient spell of destruction magic. The circle of energy began to spin and emit light. Chuck was amazed at what he saw. A powerful column of energy began to emerge from the sphere. The guy noted that this spell sounded very cool. He decided that he needed to come up with some spells for his attacks too. Chuck swung his club to meet the magic. A huge column of energy burst out, breaking through the Earth's atmosphere. A large hole formed in Sophie's magic circle. The sphere began to crack. In the end, it simply broke and its fragments fell to the ground. The girl was furious when she realized that Chuck interrupted her greatest spell. Sophie ordered the royal magicians to listen to her command. The girl hesitated when she saw that the guy raised the stick up. Chuck furiously shouted the spell strike. A large wave of energy dispersed towards the magicians. Sophie and her subordinates flew apart. Chuck thought that this battle was not as spectacular as he would have liked. A million-strong guild was routed without a chance. Lucas was kneeling in despair. He was covered in sweat and did not understand what had happened. The guy did not believe his eyes and denied what was happening. His legs were lying next to him when Chuck approached him with a club at the ready. The guy said that he did not want to kill his opponent because he just lost his temper because of him. Lucas plaintively asked the reason for his refusal. Chuck asked happily what could be unclear. He said that Lucas shot him with a bow. The guy was sitting on the ground and was waiting for something. Chuck swung his club and hit Lucas in the face with it. As expected, this battle was on everyone's lips that day. Millions of swords were stuck in the ground at the sight of the battle. This news was spread not only among players of this game, but also among people who are not interested in VR games at all. Chuck stood with a club in his hand at the battle site. He pulled the weapon forward and thought. Eurus got out of the weapon while the guy was wondering where it had gone. A woman's shoe stepped on the ground. Chuck turned to look at the one who dared to approach him. The girl was walking towards him. The guy looked back and asked if anyone was still alive. He expressed his condolences, but saw a familiar face. In front of him stood the image of the stranger who had deceived him. They were standing opposite each other among the dead bodies. But it was the same girl. Chuck was in a stupor. He was still angry at her and waiting for revenge. Who would have known? The girl was standing opposite. She greeted the guy, saying that she had not seen him for a long time. Chuck could not even imagine that they would meet here. The sun was setting over the endless expanse of the battlefield, strewn with the bodies of 3 million players. There were countless swords, spears, and staffs scattered around this land. The stranger stood in front of Chuck and looked into his eyes. After all, the guy met that mysterious girl who killed him. He was furious that he met her at such a moment. Chuck thought that this meeting could be fateful for him. The guy stood motionless and looked at the stranger. He remembered the girl's words before he had yet to gain superpowers. Chuck clenched the club in his hand. He gritted his teeth and could not understand. The guy looked at his opponent again with a grin. He was overcome with laughter for some unknown reason. The girl stood in front of Chuck, clenching her hands in a lock. The young people stood and looked at each other, holding weapons in their hands. The stranger asked the guy how he was doing. She said that their meeting was the will of fate, that they met under such circumstances. Chuck said that it was not fate, but a deliberate search for a player with the intention of killing him. The stranger chuckled. The girl asked why he thought so of her. The guy looked at her menacingly. Chuck said that he would split her skull right now, but he needed to find out something through conversation. He asked the girl why her hair color had changed, which caused confusion in his opponent. The stranger laughed and was glad that he noticed it. She said that she had sacrificed him back then in order to enter a new hidden class, the goddess of life. The guy remembered how the girl had rejoiced at the thousands of players killed back then. She stretched, not paying attention to the guy who had died then. The stranger said that when she switched to another class, she had changed her hair color. Chuck continued to look menacingly at the girl. He was ready to strike. The guy extended his club forward. Chuck asked her why, after 1,000 murders, she had become the goddess of life and not the goddess of death. The girl continued to stand still and look at her opponent. She noticed the funny turn of events and the inconsistency. Chuck angrily declared that it was not funny. The guy hit the ground with his club, creating a large yellow crack, but the girl jumped and dodged the attack. Chuck declared that he did not need anything more from the girl, and he wanted her to be the victim this time. The stranger was surprised by how quickly the guy's mood changed. A huge yellow explosion thundered across the battlefield. Chuck stood in front of a large crater. He looked up and got angry. The girl again avoided the attack and expressed her opinion about the guy's helplessness. She stated that she wanted to talk to him more. Chuck turned around and swung his club again. After another blow, the guy can't take it anymore. A huge crack hit the battlefield. Eurus rejoices at a direct hit on the target. The dragon began to praise the guy and instill confidence in him after what he saw. Chuck declared that he knew how good he was. The silhouette of the stranger appeared from the smoke again, which shocked the guy. Chuck was perplexed by what he saw. The girl was standing at the bottom of the funnel as if nothing had happened. She noted that Chuck had become much stronger since their last meeting. The stranger said that he could not defeat her with such a weapon. Eurus grabbed Chuck's face and began to nervously repeat that she had survived. The guy was perplexed at this point. The girl approached him again. Eurus was very scared by the approach of such a strong opponent. He realized that the girl could see him. The dragon was perplexed because no one except his master could see him in this game. Chuck unhooked Eurus and said that this was a very strange situation. The guy said that he saw how he hit the girl, but there was not a scratch on her. The stranger said that she was the goddess of life and she could not be defeated so easily. The girl said that a mere mortal would not have the chance. The guy happily noticed something. He said he was angry. Chuck rushed towards the girl. The guy was running at a very high speed towards the standing stranger. For some reason, her face was full of confidence. She didn't even consider it necessary to open her eyes with her hair. Chuck hit the stranger with his club. The blow was extremely powerful. A huge column of yellow energy rose up. Chuck struck a few more blows in the hope of changing something. The entire planet shook from such an amount of released energy. Eurus flew in the air and watched the guy. The dragon was afraid that at this rate his master would simply destroy the world. The girl stood there unharmed and without a scratch and asked Chuck not to bother. The stranger rose up on her wings and flew point blank to the guy. She continued to hold her height and looked at him from above. Eurus was surprised by the girl's strength. Chuck was exhausted and upset. His face was full of thirst for revenge. The girl flapped her golden wings. She put away her wings and started to float in the air without them. The girl landed on the ground. The stranger called the guy a loser like the first time and asked if he dreamed of revenge every minute of his life. The girl started walking towards Chuck, telling him to finally give in because he would never defeat her in his life. She came up to him point blank. She told Chuck this again right in his face. The guy thought desperately. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He sighed with hope and turned away from her. The guy moved his legs and turned around. Chuck decided to leave this place and just go away. The girl asked if the guy was giving up this time. The main character began to imagine how he would strike. He turned around and said that he needed to break something. Chuck rolled his cloak up to his shoulders under the girl's words that he could not kill her. He desperately declared that he was not going to kill her. He wanted to destroy the entire planet. The stranger stood in a stupor for a few seconds. She asked the guy again with bewilderment in her voice. Chuck happily declared that he might not defeat her with his own hands, but he would get rid of the entire planet. The girl stood with a menacing face and listened to him about the inevitable death when the planet was destroyed. The stranger praised Chuck for his interesting approach to solving the problem. She asked the guy if a mere mortal like him could do it. Chuck grabbed his shoulder and declared that this is why he measured his punching strength. The guy began to remember today's blows that did not completely break the planet, because they were not at full strength. The girl continued to look at Chuck as if he were an idiot. She asked if he thought about his life, which he would undoubtedly lose when the planet was destroyed. The guy stood in thought, while the stranger asked him if he was ready to die just for the sake of revenge. Chuck remembered his death from killing a girl and realized that he had gained knowledge in his life. The guy turned around and grinned in the stranger's face. He began to remember the moments when he was not accepted into the team. Chuck understood the essence of this game and laughed nervously, recalling the events that led him to this moment. He remembered that the law of the jungle was in effect in this game. Chuck asked him to listen. He was determined to teach all the players a lesson. The girl looked at the guy and listened to his complaints about other players and disrespect, claiming that this was alien to her. Chuck raised his club up and said 2 words, revenge, suicide. He looked hysterically at the girl and said that she should not have messed with someone who had nothing to lose in life. The girl stood there worried and bit her lip. She asked Chuck to stop and listen to her. The guy hit the ground with all his might with the club. Its end touched the soil and created an energy circle. A large yellow sphere rose above the people. The girl looked at the guy with horror. Eurus was also shocked by such actions of his master. Chuck was full of the idea of revenge. 6 energy waves spread across the earth, destroying it. The planet was completely covered with cracks. There was too much energy, and it began to tear apart from the inside. The planet completely heated up and began to radiate energy. At that moment, an explosion occurred. It was visible from all nearby space. The huge flash was very bright and did not inspire hope for the inhabitants of the former Earth. The green matrix code was bunched into a wave and rushed from top to bottom. The building of game capsules. The hall of VR capsules for playing VR. The man at the checkout sat and yearned for the boredom of his job. Suddenly, the guy heard swear words from the players. He looked at 2 players who were taking off their VR helmets and saying that they were thrown out of the game. The guys began to take off their helmets and reasoned that they did not even have time to reach the boss. The angry faces of the players began to blame the administrator for the problems. The guy stood up from the counter and asked to remain calm because he had nothing to do with the breakdown. One of the players asked if there could be a problem with the game servers, to which other people refused. One of the gamers attracted everyone's attention by saying that a notification had appeared on the game page. The message contained information about the temporary closure of the game servers due to a malfunction. The girls left the booths and opened their phones in confusion about the breakdown of the servers. One booth was online. Inside stood a guy, and on the door there was a sign prohibiting entry. Chuck still saw green error symbols. The in-game notification said that the synchronization process with the client identification system version 1.7 was in progress. The system began to count the number of players on the server. After a pause, the number 1 appeared. Chuck stood alone in a blue space. He was surprised by what he saw. The guy did not know where he ended up. Chuck was perplexed because he had just been in another world. His number came from somewhere outside. There was a man standing behind the guy, claiming that he had destroyed one of the most beautiful planets in the universe. Chuck walked closer to the guy and asked how bad it was. The man kept saying that it was his mother's favorite planet. Chuck looked at the guy with disbelief. He asked who he was. The interlocutor was surprised. He clenched his teeth. The guy smiled widely. His eyes were hysterically big, and his mouth was open in anticipation of retribution. The last thing the guy said was that he was a great creator. Chuck stood there with a serious look. He grinned at this. Looking at the creator, the protagonist asked if the creator had seen a girl with black hair. Taken aback, the guy asked again which girl Chuck was talking about, noting that they were alone there. A projection appeared in front of the protagonist. He read a message that there was one player on the server. Smiling, the creator asked if Chuck was a fool or pretending, adding that he had killed everyone. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The creator imagined the planet splitting and asked if anyone could survive such a large-scale explosion. He stated that there was nothing alive left. A smirk appeared on Chuck's face. The guy looked at the main character with bewilderment. Chuck started laughing loudly. He raised the stick above his head. The creator looked at the main character with surprise, who was shouting that he was happy and that was why he played online games. Looking at the stick, Chuck asked Eurus to come out, adding that he had finally gotten his revenge. He held the stick in his hand. The main character started hitting the club with his hand and calling Eurus. Grinning, the creator said that there were only 2 of them. Chuck looked at him. Looking at the main character, the guy said that this stupid beast was not there. Chuck asked with a displeased look what this meant and who the guy was, noting that there was only one player on the server. Looking at the guy, the main character asked if he was an NPC or a developer. The guy answered with a satisfied look that neither one nor the other, and he suddenly heard a crack. The guy sighed. Clutching his head, he said that interference had already started. A bright light was heard in the space. Chuck was taken aback. The guy smirked and said that it was a shame, but it was okay and it was nice to meet him. The guy held out his hands and said goodbye and asked to say hi to the furries. The surprised protagonist asked him to wait. A bright light began to spread. It illuminated the space. White light enveloped the entire space. Chuck saw a green set of numbers. He saw a message that he was kicked out of the game. We are being transferred to the gaming club. The booths were empty. Chuck's booth began to open. He was sitting on a chair. The protagonist took off his helmet. He was unhappy. Enraged, Chuck asked why that guy even showed up. Looking at the people, the protagonist asked what kind of nonsense about furries this was. The man was smoking a cigar. He got up from his chair. The stranger was walking towards Chuck. Walking towards the protagonist, the man said that he was 21 years old and had been playing Chrono Life for 3 months. Looking at the guards, the man noticed that Chuck's favorite weapon was a wooden club. Approaching the protagonist, he clarified if everything was correct. Chuck asked about furry and his thoughts. The dumbfounded protagonist answered that everything was correct and asked who he was. The man took off his glasses. He said with a serious look that he was the one who came for his club. Chuck introduced himself and noted that he was 21 years old. He remembered how people looked at him and added that he was a college student and a fan of the game Chrono Life. The dumbfounded protagonist held a sword in his hands and noted that, in fact, during the entire time of the game, he never rose above the amateur level. He raised the blade above his head. He looked at the stick and emphasized the fact that he was lucky and was able to pump an ordinary club to the maximum level and defeat all those who did not like him. He imagined many corpses. The protagonist remembered the girl and added that he defeated her too. He remembered how he hit the ground. An image of the planet splitting appeared in his head. Chuck stood in front of the guy who called himself the creator. The guy stretched out his arms and immediately disappeared. The night sky enveloped the building. A crowd of security guards stood in front of the restaurant. The sign was brightly lit. Chuck looked at the food on the table. The protagonist sat opposite the man. Looking at Chuck, the man told him to eat, noting that his old friend was a cook in this place and she cooked mind-blowingly. The protagonist was scared. He mentally asked what was going on. Sitting opposite, the man told him that when he was poor, he often came there to eat gukpub. He closed his eyes and said that it was 15 years ago and that he founded his company when Chrono Life was still in development. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Chuck asked in his mind about the game's development and the company. The dumbfounded protagonist said that this couldn't be. The man smirked and asked if he didn't understand, adding that he was the president of Chrono Life, Steve. Looking at the guards, Chuck asked if he was a mafia member and when those people in suits came into being. Steve replied that they were employees. He pointed at all the people and said that there was a character modeler, a sound engineer, and the head of marketing. Frowning, Chuck remarked that he thought they were mafia and asked why the game's president had found him then. Holding a spoon in his mouth, Steve replied that he had already told him at the computer club. Sitting across from the protagonist, he said that he had come for his nightstick. Dumbfounded, Chuck asked again. Steve closed his eyes and asked what was unclear, noting that it was normal practice for the company leader to take an item with a bug. Standing up from the table, the protagonist asked what kind of bug it was if he had upgraded the weapon himself. Steve said 3% with a serious expression. Looking at Chuck, he noted that this was the probability of a successful upgrade after the 10th time, and after the 10th time, as he understood it, this probability decreased. Steve asked seriously if the protagonist understood this. Chuck was taken aback by this. Steve imagined a lot of green zeros and assumed that this was not a bug and asked if Chuck could tell him, according to their formula, what the probability was of what he had done with the club. The protagonist placed his hands on the table. Steve closed his eyes. He declared that he would confiscate his max-level club. The night sky enveloped the building. Daylight surrounded the city. Stone columns stood in the forest. We are transferred to the front city district. The monster opened its mouth. Its eyes glowed red. Gortys rushed at the crowd of people. The staff burst into flames. The girl swung the staff. She released a fiery projectile. Fiery energy enveloped Gortys. The monster began to scream loudly. Grinning, the guy said that it was cool and asked for more. Yellow mana emanated from the girl. She swung her fist. The stranger rushed at the monster. The dumbfounded guy asked where she was going alone. The girl pounced on the Gortys' muzzle. The monster threw her off himself. The second girl watched her. She looked at her with a surprised look. The girl fell to the ground. The protagonist watched them from a height. He sat on a hill and listened to the screams of the guys. His face was serious. He sighed. Looking at the sky, Chuck asked what he should do now. You're S1-2 meat. Sitting behind the protagonist, he asked what he would do now. Chuck's face was sad. He lowered his head. The protagonist looked at his club. He stared at it. He remembered the restaurant sign glowing. Steve was sitting across from him and saying he was confiscating his club. Chuck frowned at that. He noted that he had been instructed to say that at the company. The protagonist was taken aback by that. Steve smiled and noted that he thought it was unfair to do that. Surprised, Chuck asked if that was true. Putting down his spoon, Steve said that he had done his research and that his club was not a bug at all. Sitting at the table, Steve said that he had decided he would not interfere and would leave the protagonist alone. Steve imagined a huge dragon, human corpses, and a planet splitting. He noted that even though Chuck had killed the strongest monster, 3 million users, and destroyed the planet, he was a user and had the right to free action. Steve began mixing the two dishes. Surprised, Chuck watched him. Steve smirked and said that the protagonist could add K-Kadug to his kugpub and that it was his choice. Chuck looked at the food in surprise. He took the plate. The protagonist was holding the plate in his hands. Grandma hit Steve on the back of the head and screamed that he was shameless. Grandma walked away from them and screamed that Steve was rude and that she had cooked beef bone broth all night, and that he was trying to ruin it and had specially added a separate soup with K-Kadug to the menu for him. Chuck put the plate on the table. He looked at his club. The protagonist was thinking about the soup with K-Kadug with a serious expression. He was taken aback by the sudden scream. The guy pointed and asked Kate what kind of priest she was. The enraged guy asked if she knew how to behave during a team fight and why it was necessary to tank on a priest. Chuck watched them. Steve looked at his empty plate and said that he would ask Chuck for only one thing. Closing his eyes, he said that he did not know if he could say such things as a president, but Chrono Life, a good game. Folding his arms, he began to talk about freedom, romance, an open world, adding that this fantasy world has no equal. Smiling, Steve asked not to destroy it and just enjoy their stay. The protagonist was sitting on a slope. The guy spat at Kate. The saliva flew into her. He showed his finger and said that he would not go on a raid with her anymore. Leaving Kate, he said that he could not believe that Kate had the same weapon. Kate saw a message that she was kicked out of the team. Chuck looked at her. He sighed. The enraged protagonist said that the open world and romance are nonsense and survival of the fittest is the main rule. He remembered Chuck, who asked to just enjoy their stay. Swinging his stick, the protagonist declared that he would simply take everything from life as best he could, and when he wanted a heartier K-Kadug soup, he would throw some more K-Kadug in there. He delivered a powerful blow. He looked at the boys. He watched them intently. Chuck suddenly tripped. He turned around. He saw Kate screaming that this game was bad. Furious, Kate screamed that they didn't understand weapons. Looking at her hands, Kate asked if they didn't understand what a cool weapon she had. She screamed with tears in her eyes that she had spent so much gold on these brass knuckles. Chuck watched her. He remembered looking at his sword. The protagonist was surprised. An image of people looking at him appeared in his head. Chuck stared at Kate. A tearful Chuck held the sword above his head. The plot takes us some time later. Kate was upset and cried out that she didn't need any team and she would go on raids alone. She started to leave. The protagonist was watching her. He noted that he didn't know what to think. Kate heard the monsters roar and got scared. She saw the monster in front of her. A crowd of monsters surrounded her. Kate was dumbfounded. She looked at the monster's mouth. The monster's eyes were glowing red. She looked at the huge crowd. The monsters rushed at her. She stood still. Kate covered her face with her hands. The protagonist landed in front of her. He wondered why he did that. Chuck swung his stick. He used a blow from below on the crowd of monsters. There was a powerful explosion. The protagonist held the club above his head. Kate held her head with her hands. She opened her eyes. She was surprised. Chuck was standing next to her. His face was serious. Kate was dumbfounded. He looked at the grass. He held the stick on his shoulder. Chuck grinned and thought that he did it for fun. Kate was delighted. The protagonist turned to her. He stood in front of her and thought that this was a bit of epic action and that was it. The prologue was over. They looked at each other. Chuck had a smile on his face. He greeted her with a satisfied look. Kate looked at him with an embarrassed look. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked her if she wanted to join his team. Chuck thought that now his story had truly begun. Chuck thought that now his story was beginning. Kate showed her middle finger and said that she didn't hang out with noobs. She started to walk away from the protagonist. Chuck was surprised. He noticed that this wasn't a very rosy beginning. The starry sky enveloped the city. People were riding a bus. Waiters were looking at their phones. The guy was holding onto the handrail. The girl was lying on the bed. Chuck said that the incident was an event that caught the attention of the world community. Many corpses were lying on the ground. The main character told us that this event was called the Judgment Day and the End of the World. The guy was typing something. Chuck noted that gamers all over the world discussed this incident day and night. They looked at the poster with the main character and discussed who he was. They saw a bright light and the inscription that he was the strongest in Chrono Life. The enraged man screamed that it was a lie. Frowning, he asked how he could be the strongest if he had a bugged character or a cheat. Smiling, the girl said that if 3 million players could not defeat him, then this is some kind of unreal and bad. Holding the phone, the stranger noted that it was impossible to defeat such a superior number on an ordinary, even pumped-up character. Looking at the phone, the girl screamed for the cheater to be removed. People were looking at the screen and screaming that they wanted justice. They were asking Chrono Life to work. The plot tells us that everyone was waiting for the Chrono Life administration to respond. The administration sent an announcement that they were addressing all players. They wrote that they wanted to make an official statement about the incident. A satisfied man announced that someone would be banned for life. The administration wrote that there were no violations on the part of the offender. The man was taken aback by this. The administration said that the investigation established that the offender was not a cheater and his character did not contain bugs and his actions did not violate the rules of the Chrono Life world. People were taken aback by this. The sunny sky enveloped the city. The plot tells us that this is how the issue was settled. The guy turned around and asked if his friend had heard the news. The girls were discussing how the Chrono Life server was disabled that time due to the actions of that user. People on the street were discussing how the guy killed millions of players with one blow. They looked at the posters and said that it was impossible to make out the poster because of the hood. They were closely examining his face. Chuck walked with a satisfied face. He followed Kate. She was embarrassed. The protagonist closed his eyes. Turning around, Kate asked why he was following her. Chuck smiled and replied that they should be on the raid together. Furious, Kate asked when she agreed, noting that she would never go on a raid with some homeless exhibitionist. The protagonist pointed at himself and asked if she was talking about him. Chuck began to cover himself, and Kate screamed that he was wearing only his underwear under his cloak and was still fighting with the stick. She began to leave and said that she did not play with newbies. He looked after her and said that he saved her from monsters. Stunned, Eurus said that he saw what happened and when Chuck killed monsters, she closed her eyes in fear and saw nothing. The protagonist held the stick above her head. Kate held her head in her hands. Putting his hand to her chin, Chuck noted that she did not even realize how strong he was. The protagonist looked at Kate. Grinning, Chuck remembered that he had to hide his strength. The protagonist ran after her and tried to call out to her. He enthusiastically asked to teach him. Surprised, Kate asked again. Holding the back of his head, Chuck said that he had only recently started playing and asked to teach him. Kate was inspired by this. She remembered how the guy spat at her and showed her the finger. Confused, Kate asked if she was the sensei. Surprised, Eurus asked what his master was doing. The protagonist replied that he was pretending to be a noob and needed to pretend to be weak. Stunned, Eurus said that this was the loser strategy he was talking about. Chuck flew away from Kate's scream. With a smile on her face, she said that she was embarrassed and the sensei really does teach noobs how to play, so she doesn't mind. Chuck saw a message that Kate was inviting him to her team. Pleased, Kate noted that she could be his teacher maybe just once. The protagonist saw her characteristics. They came to the cave. Kate rushed into battle. She swung her fist. She hit a huge hare. The hare started spitting blood. He fell to the ground. The monster rushed at her from behind. Kate dodged it. She exhaled. Kate did a somersault in the air. The hare was dumbfounded. She swung her leg. She used a diving dragon kick and hit the monster. The beasts were scared. They started to come at her in a crowd. Kate got into a fighting stance. Smiling, Kate declared that she was a sensei. Chuck watched the fight from the side. He noted with satisfaction that she fought well. Sitting by the rock, the protagonist emphasized that even when the enemy is low level, it is better not to allow yourself to be surrounded. Surprised, Eurus asked her not to worry, noting that this person had decent equipment. Eurus looked at her brass knuckles and said that they were worth 10 million gold. A dumbfounded Chuck screamed that it was 10 million in real life. Watching the fight, Eurus said that all the other gear was also expensive and in total it would cost about 100 million won. The protagonist asked where she got such gear. Closing her eyes, Eurus replied that it was pay to win. Chuck was taken aback by this. He remembered Kate screaming that they didn't understand weapons at all. She looked at the brass knuckles and asked if they realized how cool her weapon was. She said with tears in her eyes that she spent so much gold on these brass knuckles. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that it was really a lot of gold, but he understood everything but to squander 100 million won on gold. Kate approached him and called out. Frowning, she said that she was dragging and asked if he would also sit and cool off and ordered him to work with his club. Chuck showed his stick and asked if he should work with this. Kate crossed her arms and replied that it was, adding that he needed to level up too, so he had to fight. She asked if he was going to scrape the bottom. The hare appeared behind her. The protagonist lightly hit the monster on the head. There was a powerful explosion. Kate turned around. She asked in surprise where the wind in the cave was coming from. Chuck thought that the concept of a loser with superpowers was starting to get on his nerves. Kate saw a red projection in front of her. She saw that something was starting in 10 minutes and she had to log out. Kate stared at the message. She sighed. She looked at the protagonist and said that she had to go out for a while. Kate disappeared and said that she would be there in half an hour, and Chuck had to practice on groups of opponents for now. Dumbfounded, the protagonist said that she had gone and disappeared. Looking at the blue sky, Chuck asked who she was in real life, noting that she had the opportunity to spend 100 million on gold. Eurus assumed that she was one of those who were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. The night sky enveloped the building. The corridor was illuminated. The girl was lying on the bed. She had VR glasses on her head. She received a message that she had logged out of Chrono Life. She got up from the bed. Her face was serious. She looked at the glasses. She was sad. She remembered the moments with Chuck. A smile appeared on her face. The woman burst into her room. Frowning, she asked if Kate still had her glasses and did she want to lose her job. Furious, Kate replied that she had already taken them off. Pointing her finger, the woman said that they had less than 10 minutes and told Kate to sit down. The woman screamed and asked if Kate had put the VR helmet on over her glasses again, and she said not to do that anymore and it left dents on her nose. Adjusting her glasses, Kate said that she might have a panic attack if she took them off and there would be marks on her nose anyway because she was going to do her makeup anyway. The woman looked at her. Sighing, she said that Kate was a lot of trouble and told her to sit down already. The woman had an ominous aura. She noted that if it weren't for the size of her salary, she would have killed her long ago and then herself. She looked at the abundance of cosmetics. The woman took off Kate's glasses. Her glasses were on the table. The woman began to put on Kate's makeup. She put on lipstick. Kate took off the elastic band from her hair. There were many lights on the ceiling of the building. Bright flashes were visible. The guy thanked the people for waiting and noted that today's festival was being closed by the winner of the #1 spot in the charts for 13 weeks. There were many flashes coming from the stage. Kate was holding a guitar in her hands. The guy said that she was a popular solo idol and the best voice in the world. The people were delighted. Kate showed them a heart with her hands. She greeted everyone with a smile. She was embarrassed. Chuck remained in the cave. The plot tells us that no one knows about her hobby of online games. The monster ran towards the protagonist. Chuck looked at the hares. Taking hold of his shoulder, the protagonist said that he would practice a little while his sensei walked away. Surprised, Eurus asked what his master was up to. Chuck grinned and noted that he needed practice to hide his superpower. The monsters pounced on him. The protagonist said that in other words, he needed to learn how to strike without killing. There was an explosion on the planet. There was a smile on the guy's face. He watched Chuck and said that it was an interesting practice. Looking at the planet, the guy said that he would try. The sun was behind him. Daylight enveloped the school. The plot tells us that Kate is 17 years old and is in her second year of high school. People were looking at her from behind the stands. We were told that she came into the music industry as a baby and it was difficult at first and popularity passed her by. But now she is called the best idol and a singer-songwriter. Her face was on the first line of the internet. The guy was sitting next to her and said that he could not believe that she was in first place for 14 weeks. He held the microphone to his mouth and noted that he liked the sad lyrics of his hit The Story of the Little Mermaid. He asked how she manages to write such touching lines. Smiling, Kate replied that she likes being home alone and she reads poetry books and sometimes even fairy tales. The guy noted that this is where the name The Story of the Little Mermaid comes from. Kate covered her mouth with her hand and said that her manager asked her not to mention them. She, looking embarrassed, said that she was embarrassed and asked if this was a childish hobby. The guy blushed. Everyone was embarrassed. The woman was watching her on TV. The guy replied that it was not so and that it was a very interesting hobby. The woman sipped coffee. She said with a disgruntled look that Kate was deceiving the entire country and that she was cunning. Looking at the TV, she said that this was complete nonsense. She looked at the helmet and said that her hobby, which the public does not know about, is gaming. Sitting on a chair, the guy emphasized that Kate, in addition to songs, is also a successful actress and, as he heard, she had an interesting role in a drama. He asked if she was a foul-mouthed high school student. Kate had a smirk on her face. She looked at the guy and answered that it was a difficult role. Smiling, she noted that she had never sworn in her life. She remembered showing the middle finger and asking if Chuck was asking for a beating. She kicked him and asked if he was greeting his boss. Taken aback, the main character asked what boss meant and since when. Furious, Kate answered that now. She kicked Chuck and asked what the objection was and if he wanted to be coached. The plot tells us that Kate is the kind of person who relieves stress through games. Closing his eyes, Eurus told the protagonist to throw this rude woman out. Chuck tried to protect himself from the blows and replied that he was hiding his strength and had to pretend to be weak. Kate stood next to him and ordered Boss Love to repeat after him. Kate screamed that she did not hear him and asked again. Chuck screamed that she was the boss. Eurus' face was stony. He noticed that the protagonist's idea worked. They walked through the cave. Kate followed Chuck. Holding her head, Kate asked how long it took him to learn how to hunt mobs. Looking away, the protagonist said that it requires incredible patience and his journey is far from over. Displeased, Eurus asked what kind of bad tactic is fighting without killing. Chuck asked him to shut up. Kate started laughing and said that she was waiting for it. Smiling, she said that she still didn't know his name and asked what his nickname was. Chuck looked at her and asked if he had told her. Holding her head, Kate interrupted him and said that she would call him Panties. People were watching them. The man's eyes were glowing red. He said with a serious look that he had found her. The protagonist was dissatisfied. The guy approached the man and asked what they should do. The man with a serious look ordered to gather all the guild members in this dungeon. Looking at the cave, he said that today they would carry out justice. Chuck came across an angry hare. Kate looked at him. Kate pointed her finger at him and ordered to attack. The protagonist ran towards the monster. He began to scream loudly. The hare was furious. Chuck's face was dissatisfied. He began to tremble. He brought the stick to its head. He began to slowly bring the stick closer to the monster. The monster was hit. There was a dent on his head. The hare fell to the ground. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The protagonist looked at the monster and said that it was still alive. Smiling, Chuck mentally noted that fighting without killing was done. Kate cried out with a satisfied face that the protagonist had put him down with one blow and he had become strong. The dagger was flying at her. Kate was taken aback by this. She grabbed Chuck by the cloak. She dodged the dagger. There was a smirk on the man's face. There was a scratch on his face. Putting the blade back in its sheath, he declared that Kate was amazing and asked if it was thanks to her equipment. Furious, Kate asked who they were. The man crossed his arms. Smiling, he asked if she had forgotten his voice. The plot introduces us to the head of the Halison Volcano Guild, Mr. Dave. Their names appeared above the guys. A dumbfounded Kate screamed that it was the Halison Guild. Dave smiled and asked how long they hadn't seen each other. He pointed and asked what they were up to. The guys rushed at them. Kate turned around and told Chuck to hide behind her. She took a stance. The guys were holding their blades in their hands. Kate's face was serious. She swung her leg. She hit the warrior in the face. He spat out his tooth. She stepped on his head. She jumped up. Kate started screaming loudly. A dragon appeared behind her, after which she delivered a powerful blow. The protagonist watched the fight. He asked with a surprised look what was going on. Eurus replied that he had no idea. The protagonist looked at the carnage and said that he could only guess. He looked at Kate and said that the guys from the Halison Guild decided to get even with love and avenge their previous losses. He looked at Dave and noted that, however, this old man does not know when to stop. Sitting to the side, Chuck stated that he was most likely right. He looked at the people on the ground and emphasized the fact that they were very weak. Eurus replied with a smile that this was true and that they had a useless fight. Dave watched the fight. He said with a satisfied look that everything was going according to plan and she was distracted. The girl rushed into battle. She found herself behind Kate. She stretched out her hand. Looking at it, Kate mentally asked if her hands were bare and if this was a fighter class. The girl used steel with a smile. A bright light illuminated the cave. Kate closed her eyes from the light. She was suddenly taken aback. She saw that the brass knuckles on her hands were gone. Holding the brass knuckles in her hands, the girl asked if this weapon was not amazing. Holding the brass knuckles, the girl asked if Kate was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Taken aback, Chuck asked what the skill was. Eurus replied that it was stealing, a thief class. He, looking surprised, said that it shouldn't be like that. Putting his hands behind his head, the protagonist asked who cared, adding that he had nothing and only had underwear and a cloak. He remembered his club. He looked at the stick. A smile was forced onto his face. He grabbed his stick. Chuck started to run away. Dave watched him and said that the guy was hanging around and could go, noting that such a newbie had nothing to steal. The girl looked at him. Chuck ran out of the cave. A smile appeared on the girl's face. She threw the brass knuckles to Dave. Turning around, she said that he didn't understand. She, with a satisfied look, said that stealing from a beggar was even more fun. She approached Chuck. She stood in front of him and asked where he was going. He stretched out his hand. She was walking towards the protagonist. Holding the stick, Chuck declared that it was not the time to hide his strength. He grabbed the club. He swung the club. He was enveloped in gusts of wind. Kate was taken aback by this. Dave watched him. Eurus was surprised. Chuck's image was visible in the clouds of dust. His hand was empty. His cloak was fluttering in the wind. The girl stood in front of him. She said with a smile that now. She hugged the club and said that now this wooden club is hers. The protagonist was dumbfounded. The brunette smiled, raising her fist, and said that later she would steal his cloak and he would only have his underwear. The girl smiled. She looked at him confused and asked what was going on. A huge dragon appeared in front of her holding a stick. He opened his eye and called her mortal, asking how she dared to touch him without even knowing who he was. The girl looked at him in fear. She fell to the ground and dropped her club. The stick rolled to Chuck's feet. The guy looked at the weapon. He picked up the stick. Taking it, a notification appeared in front of him that Eurus' soul refused to surrender to the enemy. Now he was the owner of this weapon. A dragon appeared from the stick and said that this was simply ridiculous. Eurus looked at him indignantly and asked what she was allowing herself to do. His master was only Chuck. He flew furiously next to the guy and said that she had overestimated herself. The guy stroked his head and the beast was surprised. He turned around embarrassedly at the main character. The brunette was crying with annoyance. She was lying on the ground, raising her hand. The girl clenched her teeth and thought that this had just happened. She covered her face with her hand from the fog and wondered if it was a ghost, although it was too realistic. The man behind her shouted furiously at her, asking what was wrong with her. Had she forgotten about her job? The brunette stood up and smilingly replied that no, she was a professional mercenary working for money. She looked in surprise and there was a scream. Kate kicked her in the head. The girl bared her teeth and shouted at her to give her weapon back. The rival smiled and said that she scared her, attacking her so suddenly and furiously. She stood in front of the swinging Kate and said that she was afraid. She attacked the wrong one. Her weapon was over there. The man grinned and held brass knuckles in his hands. Kate got angry and realized that they really stole them. The girl looked at her in fear and fell, saying that she would kill them. The main character hit her on the head with a baton. Chuck and the brunette stood over the girl lying on the ground. The guy raised his club and activated the skill to fight without killing. The opponent put her hands on his waist and smiled and asked what he was doing. Weren't they both on the same team? The guy looked calmly and answered that he was hiding his strength. The girl laughed and asked what he was talking about. A flame appeared behind her, lifting people into the air. She stood and smiled, and behind her lay corpses. The girl turned around in confusion. She looked at the many people on the ground. The brunette looked at him with a smile and asked if he did it. Chuck hit her with a club on the head with all his might. He looked at her angrily and said that it was him. She coughed up blood and her health bar decreased. The guy stood over the lying girl and a notification about the skill to fight without killing appeared. He watched as the girl raised her head and said that he had been through so much bad that he was stronger than her psychologically. He swung the stick. Chuck raised the stick angrily and said that now because of it he almost had a heart attack. She grinned, and the club came closer. A powerful explosion occurred in the forest. Kate was lying on the grass. She turned her head and opened her eyes. The girl screamed and sat down on her knee. She turned to the guy behind the tree, who asked if she was awake. The girl looked at him in surprise. Chuck was sitting behind the tree and eating meat. She looked at the field and the forest and asked where they were, what happened to them, and he answered that they were in the field near the dungeon. They had already left. Kate looked anxiously and asked if they had left, what he was talking about. She watched the protagonist happily eat and asked why she had fainted. Kate looked in surprise at the brass knuckles in her hands. She examined the weapon. The girl happily thought that these were her brass knuckles. The guy came up and asked if it was the Hallison Guild. He looked down and asked what they were doing, who they were, and what they were doing. Kate looked at him embarrassedly. The girl bared her teeth and grabbed his cheek and asked why he decided to try on the mask of a tough guy. whether he wanted to die. She blushed and smiled. The girl went forward, saying that she would tell him since he got involved in all this because of her. She turned around, putting on her brass knuckles, and asked if he had ever heard of P2W. Chuck looked at the girl and asked what it was. He turned around confusedly to look at Eurus, who told him that P2W stood for pay to win, used in online games. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked how he even knew about it. He was just an NPC. Dragon closed his eyes and said that he read about it on NamiWiki. Eurus told the aggressive guy that people from 30 to 50 years old play this game. P2W users bring the main income to the game and are the richest among the players. The main buyers of in-game items, top P2W players pay about 30 million won a month, and the elite have 10 billion in capital. Such solvent players exist in other games as well, but P2W players think that their actions help them improve their competitiveness, somehow in addition to their gaming skills. Kate turned around and said that these are the people who spend billions on games. That's who the P2W players are. The guy was standing behind the girl and realized that the Hallison Guild were P2W players. Kate corrected the knuckle dusters and said that a few months ago, she accidentally bought these knuckle dusters at an auction, and then the Hallison Guild started chasing her to take them back. She introduced the guild leader and the rest of the people, saying that they were just old scammers with bad skills, so she comes out the winner in every skirmish. She looked at the guy confusedly and asked how he got them back. Did he manage to steal them? The guy looked at the sky and the mountains, saying that they left them and ran away. Maybe they forgot about the knuckle dusters. That's what happened. Kate closed her eyes and sighed and said that she had no idea what happened, but she was sure they would come back. That old scammer, his obsession had gone beyond all bounds. She turned to the thoughtful guy who asked if it was strange, but what was so attractive about her weapon. She looked and asked if it was obvious, because these brass knuckles cost 10 million. Chuck put his hand to his chin and said that it was strange. Old men who spent billions on the game were obsessed with a weapon that cost 10 million won. The girl looked at him in surprise. They were standing in a clearing and the main character said that this was not the reason. Night fell in the forest. The plot moves us to the house in the shelter of the Hallison Guild. Blood spattered. The man screamed and his stomach was ripped open. The king stood in front of the fallen man. The subject cried and screamed for another chance. The king looked at him silently. He frowned and told him to shut up. They were all useless. The man lay and looked at the king, who said that they had no more time. He would hand over this mission to the 4 divine kings. The man looked away in fear. 2 people entered the room and asked him why he kept the little overlord. It was cruel. He had already dealt with 3 cases. The guy stood with his arms folded with 2 people. Ron smiled and asked how this guy could be in the same league as them, the divine kings, a guy with 100 million gold. Andrew covered his mouth with his hand and smiled and said that this is why they wanted to kick out the little overlord. He only brought trouble. The elder overlord was too kind. Mike stood silently with his arms crossed. Ron sat down next to the lying man. Smiling, he said that this was a pathetic strategy. He hired a mercenary, that's why it failed. The man was angry and remembered the girl. Everyone turned to Mike, hearing that he would do it. The guy put his hand on his head, scratching his hair. He said that the brass knuckles of silence or whatever it was, he could get them in half a day. Carl laughed with his arms crossed. He laughed loudly, smiling evilly. He agreed. His net worth was 12 billion. He stood in front of Mike and told him to go and show them the true horror of the Hallison Guild. The king laughed. Mike stood calmly. Andrew licked his lips. Ron frowned and announced the start of the bloody festival. The protagonist smiled, picking his nose. Everyone turned to look at Chuck with a club. The guy with Eurus stood and looked at everyone in the room. The protagonist held his finger in his nose and laughed, saying that they were just like children, a bloody festival and the 4 divine kings. Carl turned around in surprise at the laughing guy. He looked menacingly and asked who he was and where he was from. The guy closed his eyes, picked his nose and told him to figure it out himself. He shook the booger from his nose. Chuck wiped his finger on Eurus and said that it would be hard to hide his strength if they continued to bother the boss. This time it was hard for him to pretend. He laughed again and asked if they were the 4 divine kings. The guy smirked, suggesting not to drag it out and get it over with. Carl sighed and looked at him. He got angry and called him a crazy fool. The 3 kings jumped on the guy and Carl gave the order to kill him. Ron and Andrew were flying at him, smiling. The protagonist looked at them from below. He smiled. He swung his stick. The guy hit the club and the enemies were engulfed in flames. The guys flew back in flames. The light was on in the shelter. There were blue flowers in the garden. The girl came to the garden. She walked and hummed a melody. Mike frowned and swung his claws. The girl walked and sang. The protagonist hit the guy in the stomach. He coughed up blood. The lady smiled and hummed. Chuck looked at his rival with a smile. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind. A powerful explosion occurred in the shelter. The girl looked in surprise at the house in front of her. She opened her mouth. The lady smiled calmly. She smiled shyly and looked into the distance. The girl looked forward happily. Carl shouted furiously, giving the order to all members of the Hallison Guild to attack. Many warriors surrounded the protagonist. Chuck turned around smiling. He took the club. He imagined many warriors in front of him and said that if they wanted to kill him, they should bring at least 3 million people. 5 warriors were flying at him. The guy swung the stick smiling. He struck. The club flew into the man's face. He flew back and there was a flash. The protagonist swung the club smiling. He hit the stick again, creating a flame. People flew apart from the explosion. Warriors flew in the flames. Carl stood and people coughed around him. He looked forward in fear. The king turned to the man behind him. He looked anxiously, saying that he should run away now or he would be killed. Carl looked and grinned. He looked at the corpses around him and thought that, apart from Mr. Kim and his subordinates, all the guild members were donators. He looked at the corpses of the guys and thought that the weakest newbies spend at least 10 million, even the top 5 guilds can't look down on them. Carl was angry and clenched his teeth. He watched Chuck throw people around and thought about who he was and how he could do this. The king looked ahead in fear. He stood in shock and realized that it was about him that the rumors were going around. Carl remembered Chuck's wanted poster. The main character stood holding a club. The man looked at him in fear. He thought about underwear and a wooden club. Carl remembered the computer and told us that he started playing in the 2nd grade. He imagined a pixel game and said that games were easier than now, but leveling up was harder without quests and raids. He remembered how happily he played the computer and said that even so it was a lot of fun. The man imagined himself holding a computer mouse and saying that his parents scolded him when he spent all night playing games. He fondly remembered those days when he spent all weekends pumping up his skills with his online friends. Carl imagined a building and trees, saying that the years had passed. He imagined a hallway with offices, saying that he had grown up and had many responsibilities. There was no time to even remember. Carl remembered the sign in the president's office and said that he came to his senses. He was already in his 40s. He imagined sitting in the office at the desk. The man was sitting with his hands folded. A man with a computer ran into the office and called him. He smiled happily, holding the monitor and saying that he had found it. Carl told us that for his incredibly hard work, he wanted to give himself something special. Carl imagined the computer and said that these were memories. He remembered how, sitting at the computers, the man asked if he really wanted to use this antique, he could play this online game on a more modern computer. The man imagined holding the mouse and said that his heart began to beat as if he had returned to that time. He imagined himself as a child and as an adult at the computer, saying that it was as if he had met his first love. Carl remembered smiling. The smile was fading from his face. He was becoming sad. The man pressed his lips together. Carl sat angrily at the computer. He decided that he was not the only one who had changed under the weight of time. The baton flew into the guy's face. The protagonist stood smiling over his opponent. In the midst of the rubble and flames, he was kicking the guy. Carl stood and watched. He was scared and clenched his teeth. The man stood on the battlefield and looked at Chuck. The protagonist turned around and smiling said that he was almost done. He looked at Carl and the lying man, saying that there were only the 2 of them left. The king watched tensely. The guy turned around, holding the baton on his shoulder. Chuck came up smiling and said that the end for P2W players was so pitiful and asked why they were stealing other people's equipment, rich fools. He frowned and said that it was time to beat up the old man. Carl looked at him fearfully. He was holding the computer mouse. The man was sitting at the computer enthusiastically. There was a notification on the screen about a successful payment in the game. He sadly lowered his head and said that he was not the only one who had changed under the weight of time. Looking at the mouse, he said that there was no need for effort anymore. 2 clicks were enough to become the strongest with the help of money, while people who had not invested a penny were oppressed. He said that the slogan "pay to win" means pay to win. To win, you need to invest money. This is the status quo in online games. He got up from his chair. The man walked around the office and told us that all the games he had studied were the same. He touched the headphones and said that the final one was the critically acclaimed Chrono Life. Carl smiled and picked up the headphones. He imagined the house at night and said that no matter how, he wanted to find something long forgotten. Imagining 3 kings looking at him and a smiling man, he said something left in the past. Carl imagined himself sitting at the table in front of his subjects. He sat with his hands clasped. The stick was flying at him. Chuck clenched his fist and hit Carl on the head. He doubled over and used the skill of fighting without killing. The man was coughing up blood. The guy kicked him with his foot and he fell. The man was lying on the ground and calling out for the fallen king. Chuck threw the stick behind his head and said that the Hallison Guild was now finished. It was annoying, so they shouldn't bother the boss. He walked away from them and said that he hoped to never see the old people again. Carl was lying face down and clenching his fists. The guy turned around to see the man standing up, who asked if it was him. Carl looked at him furiously and said that he was the one who destroyed the 5 best guilds and killed 3 million players of the World Guild Alliance. The protagonist calmly looked at him. The man left. He looked after the guy and asked how much he spent. Carl smiled evilly and said that a lot of money was needed for such power. However, it would soon come to him too. The guy holding a club behind him looked away. The man imagined himself as a child and said that he spent his efforts searching for something that did not exist. The lying man looked at them. He looked pitifully and thought about the king. Chuck closed his eyes and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about, but he also spent a lot of money. The man looked at him in madness and asked how much he spent, thinking about tens of billions. He looked at the guy and thought about hundreds of billions. Chuck turned around and said that 55,001 was for the basic warrior equipment. The man looked at him in shock. He was surprised and stood there silently. Chuck walked away from them from the battlefield. Carl stood there silently. The man looked after him and talked about 55,001 and the basic warrior equipment. He remembered his childhood computer. Carl remembered a light pixel game. Laughing, he imagined how he played it enthusiastically as a child. He looked after the guy and laughed. The man raised his head and laughed out loud. The man on the floor looked at him in surprise. Carl stood in front of the man counting on his fingers and asked how many games they had played since Lineage, and he answered that it was about 8. The king was smiling. He looked forward happily and said that this game was quite fun. The girl smiled and agreed. He turned around angrily and she said that chrono life was divine. The girl closed her eyes and waved sweetly and greeted everyone from the Hallison Guild, saying that the night was beautiful. She passed by the men and said that she hadn't been here for a long time. Was the guild's lair really in such a bad condition? She stepped on the ground. Turning around, she smiled sweetly and asked what about this, were they well prepared? The girl turned to Carl, who said that the preparations were going well. He frowned and said that he was leaving. He was also breaking the cooperation agreement with her. The girl looked at him in surprise. Her mouth opened slightly. She smiled and asked if that was true. She swung her staff and struck the king. The man lying on the floor watched. He looked anxiously at the blood splashes. Carl's body split into two. The man screamed and called him. He looked at his corpse and called the king. The girl looked embarrassed, putting her hand to her mouth. She closed her eyes and smiled and said that she should ask the reason, but she was in a bad mood right now. The girl thrust her staff into the lying man. Blood flew onto her cheek. The man cried and coughed up blood. He raised his hand. The man lowered the urka and died. She stood holding the staff in his body. The girl smiled. She remembered how the main character said that the Hallison Guild was now finished and it was annoying, so they should not bother Lena. Her hair became dark. The girl returned to the form of Lena. She smiled and hummed a melody. The guy asked if it was her. The game showed 998 units of game experience. A notification appeared about the destruction of the Hallison Guild. The calculation of combat experience began. The experience counter began to spin. It became 999 units. Chuck looked up in surprise, hearing congratulations. He was walking along the path and a notification appeared about reaching the maximum level. The guy looked ahead in surprise, and Eurus asked what it was about. The protagonist opened the screen in front of him and asked if he heard. The system just said that he had reached the maximum level and something like that. He would open his status. On the screen was his newbie account. He was looking at level 999. The guy and the dragon looked at the screen in shock. Chuck looked at the starry sky and was surprised. The Chrono Life ad showed the landscape in the game. Showing the train, we were told that this is the #1 game in terms of total number of users, active users, sales, and also reviews. The advert said that this was the best virtual reality game in the world. A journalist and Tom were sitting at the table during the interview. The guy, smiling, asked if he would reach the maximum level soon and replied that it was simply impossible. The journalist, smiling, said that although players all over the world spend days and nights in this game, no one has managed to get to the highest level. Tom imagined the 999th master level. He put his hand to his chin and said that even if all the best players in the world, including him, played for days, it could take decades. The protagonist looked at his level. He pointed at the screen in shock. Eurus joyfully shouted and said that he could not believe that he was the first to reach the master level. He flew around the surprised guy and said that, as expected, he was amazing and proud of him. Chuck, shocked, thought that he had also reached the 7th at the same time. He remembered how awkwardly he held the sword. The boy stood with the flying Eurus and decided that there was an obvious conclusion. He remembered sitting in front of the destroyed city and thinking that on the first day of receiving the club, 800,000 players were killed, plus an infinite number of monsters and dungeons were hit. Chuck remembered the dragon and how he stood in front of it, thinking that in addition, the experience from the strongest boss in Chrono Life, Eurus, and from the army of Eurus, which belonged to the highest dungeon. He remembered the many corpses on the ground and thought about the experience of killing 3 million players of the World Guild Alliance. Imagining a destroyed planet and a flash in space, he thought about the destruction of the planet. The guy stood in front of the screen in surprise and realized that the first player in the world with a master level appeared. Light appeared from the ground under him. Chuck looked down in surprise. A yellow stream formed around him. He stood in shock and a notification appeared that the player who received the master level would be sent to a transcendental space. A flash occurred in the middle of the forest. It was night in the forest. Kate was lying on a hill. She looked at the sky in a bad mood. The girl looked at the moon and said that she was bored. The girl huddled up in frustration. She sat up in anger and screamed, asking where Chuck was. Kate remembered how he left, saying that he would not be long and said that he said to wait a little, but the sun had already set. The girl frowned and looked down. She remembered holding the knuckle dusters and asking if it was the Hallison Guild. Kate remembered the guy looking at her in surprise and asking who they were and what they did. Let him tell her everything about them. The girl sighed anxiously. She fell back behind the grass and decided that it didn't matter. Kate closed her eyes and yawned and said that the good lady would wait another hour. There was an island floating in space. There was a building on it. Chuck and Eurus were standing on the island. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked where he was. They were standing among the rubble. He closed his eyes and asked why he was always being dragged somewhere without his consent lately, whether it was a meeting with a god or with the president of Chrono Life. He was surprised to hear how he was greeted. He turned around, and the voice said that he didn't think he would meet him so quickly. He really was outstanding. The protagonist looked into the distance. The island was flying in space. God looked and said that he was the guide of the best. Chuck stood in front of Tim, who said that he was pleased to meet him. God closed his eyes and said that he highly appreciated that he took part in this difficult journey. He held weapons with many hands and said that the fact that he had gone all the way to the master level with the newbie was worthy of respect. Eurus looked at the guy in surprise and asked what he was talking about. What newbie, whether he had even changed his profession. The protagonist was surprised to hear that the necessary conditions were met. The transition to the hidden class had begun. Chuck was surrounded by a stream of energy again. He stood in shock, and particles of energy were flying around. A stone with a sword drawn on it was spinning quickly. It flew into the guy's stomach. The protagonist hovered in surprise and a notification appeared that the soul of the sword had penetrated his body. Stones with a shield, bow and staff were flying around. They flew into the guy's body and notifications appeared that the souls of the shield, bow and staff had penetrated his body. Chuck stood holding a club and the souls of the knuckles, spears, clubs penetrated his body. The souls of all weapons penetrated him. The guy smiled and the profession change was completed. He stepped on the grass. Chuck smiled, holding a club, and he was assigned a hidden class, Novice Master. A notification appeared that profession privileges would be granted. On the account screen, all stats would be reset and unallocated points would be tripled. The guy looked at the 5,000 points. They turned into 15,000 unallocated points. Eurus looked in shock and screamed. He looked at the number of points and was surprised that there were 15,000 of them. The dragon was surprised next to the guy and asked how it happened so suddenly. Because of a bug when switching to a hidden class, his points tripled. The guy looked away and asked if this surprised him more than the hidden class. The island was floating in the air and Eurus said that when leveling up he only gets 5 points, but he got 15 for each. The dragon screamed in shock that even if another user with the maximum level showed up, Chuck would have 3 times more points than him. The protagonist put his hand to his lips and asked in surprise if that was true. He was surprised to hear that this would go down in the history of the gaming community as the greatest achievement. The guy looked at the number of points. He closed his lips. Chuck smiled widely. The protagonist pressed the plus and the game reported that his selected characteristics had increased. He smiled evilly, raising his characteristics. Eurus raised his paw and asked what he was doing. Chuck smiled and said that he was distributing his points. If he held his finger, then things would go faster. The dragon sadly flew around the guy and asked why he was distributing points so unwisely. If he wasted even 1 point, then he would be treated like a loser. Eurus screamed in shock. The dragon looked at the happy guy in surprise and asked how he put all the points in one characteristic, why and why in this one. A notification appeared about the distribution of all points. Chuck smiled madly and said that he did not need other characteristics. He was satisfied with just one. Eurus was upset and realized that he had screwed up, a confirmed fool. The light was on in the building at night. A man was walking down the corridor. He went into the president's office and said that they had problems. Carl was eating soup and asking what happened. The guy looked at him anxiously and said that he should see it. It was about that user. The president looked at him in surprise. There were many images on the monitor. The guy was typing on the keyboard. Carl and the worker approached him and he asked what was going on. The man was standing next to the guy at the computer, who was asking if he could see it. Carl, with a cigar in his teeth, was surprised. He looked through the screen at Chuck and asked if the boy with the wooden club had reached the maximum level. The guy sat in front of the man and said that the problem was not in the level, let him see what he was doing. They looked at the screen and the guy said that he had sent all the points to one attribute, but why this one? The president crossed his arms and asked what the fuss was about, which attribute he had chosen. The guy pointed at the screen and said this one. Carl looked at him in surprise. He looked up, laughed, and said that this guy really enjoyed the game and lived it to the fullest in his own way. The guy turned around anxiously and said that now was not the time for laughter. This made his character a third-rate piece of junk with no room for growth. He nervously shouted to the man in front of him that when he realized that he had created junk, what would he do in a fit of rage? Carl smiled and took a cigar and said that he had said this many times, the company cannot interfere with the player's choice. The guy watched the man leave and said that they should take action. He watched as the president walked out and called him. The man grabbed the door handle and thought that he really had put all the points into this characteristic, and even a novice master. He bowed his head and smiled, thinking that he was trash and had no future. Carl smiled, saying that the worst strong character had appeared in the history of virtual reality games. Chuck smiled and raised his finger. Tim approached the island and asked to hear him. He looked ahead and said that this was the last step in the leadership. The protagonist listened in surprise that he was given one chance. Tim hovered in front of the guy and said that the right to one of his superior weapons would be transferred to him. Chuck smiled happily and said that he was lucky, it was free, so he had no reason to refuse. He examined the weapons in the hands of the god and thought about which one to choose. He looked at the axe and staff, saying that to be honest, they all looked cool. The guy crossed his arms and lowered his head, thinking. He smiled and said that he had decided. The protagonist extended his hand. Chuck smiled and asked to give it all. Tim stood silently. He looked at the guy and said that he could not grant his request. God looked and said that excessive greed leads to great anger, let him choose wisely. The protagonist smiled and objected. He looked at him and asked if he would give them as soon as he beat him or just like that. God was silent. Eurus looked at him in shock. The guy in the office opened his mouth in surprise. The president was standing behind him at the door. Carl opened his mouth in shock with a cigar. In surprise, he dropped the cigar and turned around, deciding that he was crazy. Tim looked at him silently. A notification appeared that the god of superiority was angry. God looked at him furiously. The game reported that Chuck's relationship with the god of superiority had worsened to hostile. Tim menacingly pointed his weapon at the guy. Chuck swung his club and said that he understood. He smiled and extended his hand and asked if he was asking for a fight. Tim rushed at the guy in rage. A magical blow flew towards the main character. The guy squeezed the stick tightly in his hand. A huge blue beam hit the ground. The blade of the weapon was stuck in the ground. Eurus looked away in surprise, said the name of the hero, and a thought arose in his head about why he stopped the attack. Tim, frowning with anger, said that he would never have thought that he would kill the superior with his own hands. What a pity. A huge red beam hit him. Half of God's face was melted. He screamed in pain. The guy raised his hand up and said that it was painful, apparently because he was God. The hero smiled. A notification sound from his health was heard. The guy's level indicators increased. It was written that endurance is health, physical condition. This characteristic increases the main health and affects the speed of their recovery, gives resistance to the effects imposed on the statues. Chuck smiled, and the beast behind him looked with surprised eyes. Eurus opened his mouth wide in shock and thought that he was crazy. He put all his points into one characteristic, and why exactly into this one? The beast turned to the guy and said that he had made a fatal mistake. His character had become just trash. The hero turned around in surprise and asked why. The boy was putting armor on his leg, and it was written that all equipment in Chronic Life has weight. Regardless of the profession, a minimum level of strength is required. The pet spread his arms to the sides and said that he would no longer be able to have any other equipment except this wooden stick, to which the guy smiled and said that it was enough for him. Both looked at the notification that had arrived in surprise. A message had arrived that the conditions of the hidden skill had been met. The first was the master level, the second was that the endurance characteristic exceeded 14,000, and the third was that the damage inflicted did not exceed. To which the pet asked in surprise what it was. It was written that the hidden skill is a healing factor with improved recovery. After any damage, slow healing is guaranteed. Full immunity to status effects such as poison, disease, paralysis, and others. The level of development of the hero was shown. The main health of the character increased. The hero, pressing his cheek to the pet, laughed and asked if he was talking about the fact that this is a trash character. God grabbed his face with both hands and winced in pain, and then, gritting his teeth, said that this one. He screamed that this insignificant mortal dared, and blue lightning appeared from his eyes. Lightning flew at the hero and he bounced back from the impact. Chuck fell to the ground, and blood flowed from his body. Eurus opened his eyes wide in surprise and said the name of the main character. The hero, lying on the ground, made a sound and then laughed loudly. The hero's skin began to heal with a characteristic sound, and he laughed and said that, as expected, chrono life is divine. God, raising his weapon above his head, called the hero a dirty parasite and said that he should die. A red lightning bolt flew at the hero. The character's main health indicators decreased. Then, with a characteristic sound, health was restored. God clenched his teeth tightly and screamed, striking. A blue lightning bolt flew at the main character. He stood straight and laughed. The hero's main health indicators were restored, making a sound. The hero raised his head up and exhaled, saying that this is excellent. God, waving his weapon with a menacing look, asked if maybe he should end this. Chuck, smiling, thanked him and said that he had benefited greatly from their meeting, told him to hand over the weapon and get lost. God looked at the guy in surprise. Then, clenching his teeth, he said that his endless greed would one day consume him. The hero put his foot in front of him and heard that when that time came, he would. The hero turned to God and smiled and asked what would happen. Chuck made a sharp swing with his stick. A devastating charge of lightning struck the planet. The god of transcendence ceased to exist. A sphere of lightning appeared in space. A bright explosion occurred, fragments scattered across space. Blue rays appeared around the hero. A notification came that the transcendental space was about to collapse. He would be returned to the main time. The space around the Earth suddenly began to disappear. Only a small blue crack was visible. Then everything turned white. A view of the night step opened up. A bright explosion thundered in the distance. The protagonist stood in the middle of the fog, his head down. Near his foot lay 2 weapons. The hero stood, and on the ground around him lay many valuable items. A notification came that he had become the owner of all superior weapons, and Chuck grinned. The weapons on the ground glowed a bright blue. A message appeared that the superior weapons would be transported to subspace. The hero watched as they evaporated. Then a notification came that they would always come to his call. Chuck smiled widely. The hero's eyes shone with joy and he said that this was excellent. Kate clenched her teeth tightly in anger. Slightly crouching down, she said that how dare he make her wait. She will never forgive him for this and no excuses are important. A rustling sound was heard in the foliage behind the girl. The protagonist raised 2 fingers up. Then he put them to his head and, smiling, greeted, said that he was back. The girl sharply hit the hero in the face with her fist. The guy fell to the ground, and Kate, furiously kicking him, said that he wanted to die quickly. He told her to wait a little, but night had already fallen. The guy covered his head and said through tears that he thought he would be back soon, that he was delayed by some things, but here he was. The girl clenched her teeth in anger, and then she turned around abruptly and said that she was leaving. Chuck turned around and asked her where she was going, to which she replied that she was logging out. Kate slightly lowered her head and heard the guy say goodbye to her. The girl slightly opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. Then, lowering her gaze, she remained silent. The guy, sitting with his pet on the grass, heard that tomorrow evening, at 7:30, she would finish work, so let him log into the game and asked if he understood her. Kate turned around to the hero and said that if he was late, she would finish him. Chuck watched as the girl disappeared with a blue effect. The main character, with a displeased look, said that she always does what comes to her mind, and Eurus asked what the development of events was. The guy lowered his head and asked if it was time for him to go too, to which the pet asked if he wanted to leave already. The hero replied that yes, in reality it was already past midnight. A notification popped up saying that he wanted to exit the game. The protagonist pressed the yes button, and Eurus said goodbye to him. A message appeared saying that he had exited the game. A view of the night city opened up to the virtual reality game room. The hero took a step forward to the exit and heard gratitude that he should come again. Chuck raised his hand to his face and yawned. Walking down the street, the protagonist thought that today was a great day. Chrono life is damn fun. The hero raised his hand to his face and smiled and thought that it was interesting how much you can sell excellent weapons for. These are first-class items and he will get a lot of money from them. Then he slightly closed his eyes and thought that maybe they cannot be sold, then it will be a shame. Chuck looked at the open store in surprise. Looking at the sign, the hero thought that he wanted to eat. Maybe he should buy a bowl of food. Opening his wallet, the protagonist thought that it was probably not meant to be. Then he lowered his head and walked straight, thinking about how sad he was, about how tired he was of being poor. The protagonist sighed and thought sadly about the fact that the fee for the game continues to rise. Maybe he should take another shift at his part-time job. The hero took small steps forward. The protagonist walked against the backdrop of the night city. Chuck stopped in thought. An image of a girl appeared in the hero's head, and he remembered the dialogue where Eurus said that the weapon itself costs 10 million gold, to which the guy replied that it was 10 million won. They watched Kate fight the monster and the pet added that her other equipment was also excellent. In total it costs about 100 million gold, and that was 100 million won. The main character smiled broadly and added that if he sold the in-game items, he could exchange them for real money. Chuck turned around abruptly. The hero quickly ran in the opposite direction. It was written that the game Chrono Life #1 in the world, the first players called one location in Chronic Life a forbidden place. A view of the valley, strewn with skulls, opened up and it was said that on the border of life and death, the grave of all mortals. This is a top-level hunting ground that no one has been able to clear yet. A demon with glowing eyes appeared and it was written that for unknown reasons, it remained hidden, a location of Chronic Life in which the strongest boss Eurus lives. The protagonist walked straight through the Valley of the Dead. Eurus waved his hand to the side. The pet, smiling, said that he welcomed him to his home. Chuck walked straight, and the beast followed him. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he would be under the care of the pet for a while. Eurus lowered his head down and responded approvingly, saying that he would enjoy the content with all his heart, to which the hero laughed. Chuck, smiling widely, said that he was blinded by revenge, not thinking at all about collecting items. He just left them here. He needs to work hard today. Eurus put his hands to his face and in his head asked the guys for forgiveness. A purple sky with black particles flying by was visible. The hero watched the purple dots appear from afar. Monsters with purple eyes burst out of the ground. Then there were even more of them. Chuck smiled and said, "Let them attack." The horde of monsters looked at the guy angrily, and he said that this day would be the beginning of the end of his worthless poor life. The hero's eyes shone with joy, and he said that he would collect some money now. And then he added that he would get rich in the blink of an eye. Eurus made a sound with a grin. A horde of scary monsters looked straight ahead. Dragons flew in the air, and it was written that this was a top-level hunting ground in Chronic Life. Everything was filled with fire, and it was written that it was total destruction. 3 of the strongest monsters from the army were shown. They were Turbid of Despair, Lapis of the Abyss, and Trizian of the Dawn. Yellow lightning struck a deadly blow at the monsters. The hero stood and waved his stick and said that he had finished in just 2 blows. The protagonist raised his stick behind his back, and it was written that all the monsters in the Valley of the Dead had been killed. A sword with a purple handle lay under the protagonist's foot. The protagonist stood and valuable items fell from the sky like rain. The pet behind the guy said that the hero had finished in the blink of an eye, that he was a good boy. The protagonist asked him if he had finished. Then he laughed loudly and added that what was he talking about, he had just started. Eurus asked again in surprise. Chuck stood on the battlefield, strewn with valuable items. The guy opened his mouth wide and told him to look back. The creatures were reviving. A huge horde of monsters appeared again. It was written that this is the revival of monsters at the place of death after a certain time, but special creatures, like the 2-headed dragon Urasa, do not resurrect. Eurus burst into tears and thought about how they should just run. The monsters attacked the guy, and he raised his stick up and said that he was selling things for the first time. The protagonist smiled broadly and asked if he should get 100 times in reserve. A huge devastating explosion occurred on the planet. One day, an interesting lecture was given at Harvard University. A view of a large university opened up. A bald man pointed to the board and asked if they knew Bill, the richest man in the world and the founder of the company. The man ran and saw money on the floor, and he added that even on the way to work he found $100. He did not take them. The man walked past the money. The teacher looked at the group and asked if they knew why. The man held the money in his hand and said that if Bill picked it up from the ground, he would only suffer losses. It was clear that 1 second of the man's time was more than $100, and he added that it would take 2 or 3 seconds to squat down and pick up the bill, but in a second he would earn at least $150. The teacher smiled and said that he would at least lose $200, to which the people in the group laughed. An excellent lecture, spiced with a funny joke. A view opened up of a valley strewn with skulls. A pile of valuable items was shown. Chuck looked at a huge pile of things obtained from monsters. The hero opened his mouth wide, laughed, and said that, however, taking into account the respawn delay, killing monsters 100 times took about an hour. The protagonist continued to look at the valuable items he had obtained and said that in the end, the value of all the items dropped was, and paused. A huge pile of money was shown, and he added that it was about 15 billion gold, which was 15 billion won. A portrait of a man was visible, and the hero said that based on the previously mentioned lecture, it could be calculated that Bill earned about 500 million won per hour. The hero laughed, raised his hands up, and said that a simple South Korean part-time worker in a store earned more in an hour than the richest man. Many green numbers appeared. A view of the city opened up. A clothing store was visible, and someone thanked him for his purchase, telling him to come again. The hero in new clothes took a step forward. The prices of the protagonist's new clothes were shown. The protagonist was driving his yellow car. People turned around to look at him with surprised faces. Looking at the car, people said how cool he was, that they were seeing this car for the first time, about goosebumps. Chuck took off his expensive glasses. The guy was rapidly accelerating in his car. The hero, holding the steering wheel, said that it was time to have fun. Sparks appeared under the car's wheel. The guy's car skidded, and he crashed into a pole. The protagonist looked at the smoking hood in surprise. Chuck's mouth opened wide in amazement. The guy grabbed his head with both hands and shouted about his car for 400 million. The protagonist was driving a new blue car with a satisfied look. On the way, he said that he could buy a new one. A huge high-rise building was shown. The man with a mustache lit a cigarette. Then he grabbed his head and sighed with displeasure. The man told the guy opposite to continue his report. The guy in glasses said with fear that the cost of new items is 15 billion, they are all of the highest quality, the content is consumed for 2 years in advance, and the valuation of assets, due to rapid changes, has become difficult. The public relations department receives an endless number of calls with complaints. They need to check the channels for working with this. Due to recent events, people begin to doubt their reliability, and the shares are rapidly falling in price, and he thought that the company is in a bad position and it is worth leaving. The boss angrily turned to the guy and said that he can hear his thoughts. Chuck stood there looking happy, and the man asked if there was any way to block his transactions. His stupid face was driving him crazy, to which the guy in glasses replied that it was impossible for now, in-game transactions had been added not long ago. The man sighed and put his hand to his head, and a call came to his phone. The boss brought the phone to his ear. The hero, sitting in the car, greeted the president and asked how he was doing. Chuck leaned back in his chair and said that he was going to spend money now, asked if he could buy him something, and laughed. The president's face frowned with anger. The guy put the phone aside in fear, hearing insults. Then he asked what happened and ended the call. Chuck put his hands behind his head and thought about what else to buy, because the car, branded items, watches, shoes, the latest flagship, everything had been bought. The main character, closing his eyes, added that something was still missing, some key moment. Then he opened his mouth wide. The protagonist was driving a car with a happy look. Chuck smiled widely and thought that he could not believe that he had forgotten the most important thing. A huge high-rise building was visible. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, laughed. A luxurious room was shown, and the guy said that it was the best quality, super prestigious. Then another part of the house was shown, and the guy added "Welcome home." Chuck, raising his hands, shouted that this was the most important key moment. The protagonist looked away and said that when moving, he needed to do this first. The protagonist pressed the doorbell. Standing with a cake in his hands, Chuck continued to call. A question was heard from the microphone on the door, who it was. The protagonist, smiling, said that he was their new neighbor, just moved in today, wanted to treat them to rice cake, in response to which the man asked again, and then added that he should wait a minute. The door of the apartment opened slightly. The guy closed his eyes and greeted the girl, saying that he hoped they would become friends. The hero looked ahead in surprise. Seeing the girl, the guy said that this was not the key moment. Kate looked out from behind the door. Chuck and the girl looked at each other with surprised eyes. A memory of how they stood the same way, only in the game, appeared in the hero's head. The guy looked at her in amazement and added that right now this is him. Kate was shocked by the meeting. Green numbers were visible flying by. A valley strewn with skulls was visible. A foot with claws stepped on the skulls. The character stood in the middle of the valley, and it was written that all the best players know, one location in Chronic Life is a forbidden place. A huge horde of scary monsters appeared in front of him. A hand emitting purple particles stretched forward. An attack with a red effect flew towards the monsters. It was complete destruction. Nolan, lowering his head, clenched his fingers on his hand. 3 of the strongest monsters of the army appeared, and one of them asked how he dared to come here. An explosion thundered behind the character. The man said with displeasure that these are stupid creatures who do not even recognize their master. Several tentacles crawled out of the character's back. The creature from the tentacles bit the monster. The monsters screamed, writhed in pain. Then they slowly began to fall to the ground. The character confidently stood and watched what was happening. The tentacles began to return back. It was a method of death. The 3 strongest monsters of the army lost the ability to resurrect. White smoke was flying in the air, and the character was still standing straight. A notification came that he had absorbed the target's level. The man's hair was shown, and it was written that he had absorbed all the characteristics of the target. Nolan slightly lowered his head down, and the information about the 3 strongest monsters of the army was completely deleted. The monster's eyes flashed. A huge tentacle appeared. Smoke was coming out of it. Nolan clenched his teeth tightly. A memory of how Eurus lost his second head appeared. The pet turned to the hero and asked where his second head was, to which he replied that he did not know. Blue lightning began to fly around the man, and he said that he was the lost head of the beast. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and yawned. The character's eyes glowed purple, and he said that he was born to exterminate all people. An image of Kate was shown, and it was said that she had been in first place for 14 weeks in a row. The girl slightly opened the door. She was the #1 icon in the music industry. The protagonist and Kate stood and looked at each other. The character from the game turned around, and it was written that her nickname in the game was Kate. The hero, looking at the girl with surprise, handed her a cake. The protagonist was confused and said that this is how he first met Kate's boss. The girl with glasses looked at the guy in shock, and he added that in real life, scenes were shown of the girl behaving rudely in the game. Kate happily took the cake and thanked the hero, saying that she would eat it with pleasure. Chuck continued to stand, watching the girl. Then the hero smiled widely and thought that this was an icon of Kate. In reality, it was impossible to recognize her. but then he did not recognize her. The door slammed shut and Kate stood with a cake in front of her mother. The woman asked what she had in her hands, and the girl replied that it was a rice cake. A new neighbor gave it to her, to which her sister asked again. Kate slightly looked away. An image of the hero appeared in her head, and raising her eyes, she thought she had seen him before. The girl gave the cake to her mother and told her to eat, to which she thanked her. Kate and Chuck were two who did not recognize each other because the game model was different from her real appearance. The girl was scared and heard that she should quickly change her school uniform. Turning to her sister, Kate asked who she took her for, a robot or something. Not even half an hour had passed since she came home from school, to which she replied that if she wanted, they could reschedule, but she was going to finish filming at 7:30 and go play. The girl clenched her teeth and remembered how she said this to the guy in the game. Kate turned around and said as she left, okay, she just needed to change, told her to hurry too. The woman bit off the rice cake, putting her hand on her side. The sister thought with a satisfied look that Kate had definitely met someone special in the game, then asked who this lucky guy was, the attractive man who had stolen the girl's heart. The main character's cringing face appeared. The guy, standing on the turtles, asked where all the monsters were. Chuck looked at the pet with a displeased look and asked that his subordinates had escaped, to which he replied that it was impossible. Eurus, with his mouth wide open, said that their movement zone was limited by software. They could not escape unless, of course, some kind of problem had occurred. Looking at the valley covered in fog, he added that it looked like they had disappeared without a trace. The main character looked away disapprovingly. Then, scratching the back of his head, he said that who cares, this is not the only hunting ground. Uses other locations to earn money, to which Eurus thought about it. A view of huge rocks opened up and the beast asked if he wasn't supposed to meet the girl today, to which the hero said yes, it was almost 7:30. The guy turned around and said as he left that today's hunt had ended in failure and called his pet to come with him. Eurus, putting his hand to his face, thought and heard that the guy was irritated by how much longer he still had to go. Looking at the location, the beast thought that it was strange. He felt a familiar and at the same time menacing aura. The crescent moon was shining brightly in the sky. A view of snow-covered rocks opened up. From there, a huge level 190th snow serpent suddenly appeared. Purple tentacles flew towards the monster. A purple creature was shown. A message came that it had absorbed the target's level and its characteristics. Saliva began to flow from the man's mouth. Looking straight ahead, Nolan said that this was not enough. The character's eyes glowed purple and he added that it was still not enough. An image of the main character appeared and Nolan said that he had to go a long way to destroy that human creature. The character looked at the white wings. Lena, in the air, asked why he had already come this far. Then, smiling, she said that this was what one would expect from her beloved child. The purple creature nuzzled the girl and she said that he had eaten well. Lena looked down in surprise. Nolan, looking at the girl, repeated that it was not enough. The character looked up and added that, however, she looked delicious. The purple creature bit the girl. The girl, amazed, told him to wait. The beast sucked all the blood out of the girl. Lena began to slowly fall to the ground. Nolan watched the girl lying there. A notification came that the absorption had failed. The character was surprised. Lena appeared behind him, sighing, and said that, really? And then she added that she couldn't believe it. Sister didn't like such surprises, asked if he was going through puberty. Nolan, turning to her, asked that it was hallucination magic. He was sure that he had absorbed it, to which the girl replied that it didn't matter now. The character, his eyes wide open, said that he thought she was inedible, asked what her nature was. Lena, smiling, heard that she smelled like him. The girl pointed to the side. A view of a huge residential city opened up. Looking in that direction, Lena told him to look there. There was plenty of food. Then she smiled sarcastically and added that he could eat as much as he wanted. Nolan, frowning, looked down. A transparent liquid was dripping onto the ground. Lena looked at it in surprise. The girl grinned happily. Nolan, with a satisfied look, opened his mouth wide. The character began to fly up. His paws left the ground and he said that he was Nolan. The scary creature with purple eyes added that he was born to exterminate all people. Nolan quickly flew away, leaving a pink trail behind him. He rushed towards the city. Then he looked at the tall city building. A strong purple explosion thundered in the settlement. The people there were frightened, asking what it was, what was happening. The evil creature bit the guy on the neck. In an instant, he was exhausted. The girl stood with tears in her eyes. The purple monster flew towards the girl. The creature attacked the townspeople. People flew away from the impact. Nolan watched what was happening against the background of red smoke. Many notifications came that he had absorbed the level and characteristics of the target, and Nolan smiled widely. All the players became food for him. People with weapons began to attack. More players appeared, in a place where both beginners and professionals worked side by side in the frontline village. Tentacles from the character's back attacked the townspeople. There lived many newcomers, high level and best players. The stone in the character's chest began to glow brightly. Saliva began to flow from his mouth. It was written that the character was deleted. A view of a high-rise building opened up. The guy opened the doors, turned to the director and said that they had problems. The boss, lighting a cigarette, heard that the flow of complaints from users does not stop. In the customer center, in all communities, broadcasts on YouTube and so on. The girl was sitting at the computer and said that they were very sorry, and the guy added that the support service was also paralyzed. A lot of people were sitting at their computers and saying that they were currently investigating the problem, asking to wait a minute. The man was typing comments on the keyboard about how the character was deleted if he was killed by a monster, that this was beyond all bounds, that Chrono Life had gone crazy. The killer of 3 million players was just a hacker. About typical behavior of a gaming company. If they don't find him, they will say that there was no hacker, as well as a lot of angry messages. The director leaned back in his chair and sighed heavily. Then, smiling, he asked if Nolan had already left and said that it was funny. The guy in glasses asked again in fear. Putting his hand to his chin, the boss said that from now on they should watch 2 characters, one of them Nolan, and the other, and then paused. The city was completely covered in fire. The character stood against the background of burning houses and looked down. Lena, who was standing behind him, said that he was amazing. She couldn't believe that he could swallow up an entire village. The frontline village became a ghost village overnight. The liquid dripped onto the ground and Nolan said that he still didn't have enough. The character looked at the girl with wide eyes and asked where he could find more food. Lena, thinking, said that she didn't know. Then she slightly opened her mouth. The girl grinned a little. Nolan stood in front of her and heard that there was one. She smiled widely and said that it was a very tasty delicacy. A view of the mountainous area opened up. The current time was 19 hours 34 minutes. Kate walked and looked at the time. A memory appeared in her head, how she said that tomorrow evening at 7:30 she would finish work, so let him go into the game. Then another one popped up, where she said that if he was late, she would finish him off. Kate said in a rage that the main character was a puppy. She also told him that she would finish him off if he was late. The girl sharply turned her gaze to the side. Then she angrily shouted that he was a brat and why he was late. Nolan appeared in front of the girl. Kate's eyes widened in surprise. Her fighter's name was Kate. She was level 24. The character looked at her, drooling. His level was 999. A view of the city opened up. Many players, standing on the street, swore. The gray-haired man exhaled heavily. It was the supreme commander of the union of the 5 largest guilds, Lucas. A portrait of the hero appeared on a blue background. Lucas looked straight ahead with a tired look. The character stood in the middle of the city and screamed. He was the best player in Chrono Life and the supreme commander of the World Union of Guilds. His appearances on solo broadcasts, YouTube, live broadcasts, and so on were always accompanied by a unique and stunning charisma. A sword and shield were shown. He had no equal in Chrono Life. Many corpses lay on the ground. However, after the end of the World Union of Guilds was disbanded. The hero, with his head down, walked straight. He fell to the very bottom after taking all the blame and responsibility on himself. The character slightly opened his mouth and said that he was Lucas, the supreme commander of the World Union of Guilds Lucas. The tired guy looked straight and said that all the guilds in the world were at his feet, and then repeated. Then, before he could finish, an explosion thundered. The player looked at the frightened people and heard what they say. A monster appeared in the central square. The question of whether the village is not a safe zone. The guy looked up in fear. Nolan stood in the middle of a burnt village. That day Lucas witnessed the scene after which most of the players were deleted. Lucas stood around the corner and watched what was happening. The guy looked away in fear and clicked on the bulletin board. After reading the messages, he said that, crazy, deleting a character, this really goes beyond all bounds. Lena turned her attention to the guy standing around the corner. Then the girl smirked slightly. Lena, standing behind him, said that he was amazing. She could not believe that he could absorb an entire village. The frontline village became a ghost village overnight. Liquid dripped onto the ground and Nolan said that he still did not have enough. The character looked at the girl with wide eyes and asked where he could find more food. Lena, thoughtfully, said that she did not know. Then she slightly opened her mouth. The girl smirked slightly. She smiled widely and said that there was one very tasty delicacy. Nolan and Lena flew up. Then they accelerated, leaving purple and yellow trails behind them. Lucas continued to stand behind the wall. The guy slightly peeked out from around the corner. He turned his attention to the notice board. The guy's face looked upset. Then he grinned a little. Lucas opened his mouth wide and began to laugh loudly. A view of the mountainous area opened up. Kate, Lena, and Nolan stood and looked at each other. The girl looked away in surprise and thought about this guy. The character looked down, drooling, and the girl added that she did not think he was a player. Was there a monster on this hill? Lena, smiling, said that she was glad to meet her, asked if she was the boss. Kate looked straight ahead. puzzled, and said that she knew the main character, only he called her that. Raising her fist, the girl said that she almost hit him. Why did his character have such a scary design? Lena smiled wickedly, looking at Kate. She said that she seemed close to a guy named Chuck, to which the girl asked again. Covering one eye, Kate said that in fact, they recently started playing together. She does not like this clingy guy, but he was so persistent. The girl stood looking straight at her. Then she smirked slightly and thought. A memory of a laughing girl appeared and she thought that she should ask the reason, but she is in a bad mood now. The girl holds a gun over a person. The woman's hair fluttered. Lena stood, leaning on her side, and asked about Kate's boss. Then she smiled widely and said that she was undoubtedly annoying. Kate asked again in surprise. The girl flew up. A purple creature attacked her. Blood poured out of the character's mouth. Nolan and Lena watched as the creature pierced the girl. Then, covering her eyes, she said that she was overrated and wished her death. Red particles scattered through the air. Lena looked at the tie that fell to the ground. Nolan stood in the middle of the purple flame. Smiling, he said that it was delicious what he ate. Slightly lowering his gaze, the girl said that of course it was delicious, she was a piece of God. The character, turning his head, asked again. Through a grin, Lena said that it did not matter, let him not bother his head. The girl stepped on the tie with her foot. Lena asked with a joyful look if they needed to walk further so that he could taste even more delicacies. The main character menacingly asked where they were going. Nolan and the girl turned to the hero in surprise. Chuck looked at them, frowning with anger. Lena, smiling, looked at the guy. The girl closed her eyes and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, called the guy Mr. Loser, and asked how he was doing, in response to which the main character said to shut up. Chuck opened his eyes wide and said that she'd better quickly remove her dirty pig hooves unless she wanted to die. Lena looked away, puzzled. Her foot was still stepping on the tie. Removing her foot, she said that she was sorry she didn't step on purpose. The crumpled tie lay on the grass. The main character looked at her aggressively. The hero addressed the character, calling him a dude with tentacles. Raising the stick above himself, he said that he would start by beating him up. A blow of yellow lightning was delivered. Nolan was surprised by the blow. A sparkling lightning struck to the side. It was visible right from space. Chuck was waving a stick in the white fog. Frowning, he said that he was giving him one last chance to crawl away. Flashing his paws, he told the crazy cockroach to get lost. Lena, folding her hands behind her back, looked at the hero. Then, smiling broadly, she said that there was no cockroach as beautiful as her and added that he should stop pretending that he was strong. The hero looked angrily to the side and heard that he could not kill her. Putting her hand to her face, the girl told him to finish the job first. The enemy was right in front of him. The main character looked at the girl, and Nolan was flying rapidly in the distance. The character flying behind the brunette was approaching. Lena said that this was her son. Nolan swung his hand with claws. The character hit, and white smoke appeared. Lena watched the fight unfold. Looking at the white dust, Eurus said the hero's name in surprise, said that he was even surprised. Chuck, who had appeared from the fog, repeated this phrase. Throwing the stick behind his back, the protagonist asked who he was, how he managed to survive his blow. Examining the wounded guy, the pet asked if he was okay, to which he heard that yes, of course. The cuts on the protagonist's stomach began to heal, and his health was restored. Floating in the air, Nolan asked what was surprising about that. He simply dodged. Then, smiling, he said that his attack did not reach him. The protagonist looked up with a puzzled look. Scratching the back of his head, Chuck asked, so he dodged, which means he needs to swing harder. The character looked forward angrily. Closing his eyes, Nolan said that this was a disgusting bluff, asked what he was saying, as if he did not hit with full force. The hero asked again in amazement. A huge number of sparkling explosions were visible, and the hero said that all his blows so far were normal. A huge discharge flashed behind the protagonist. Nolan watched what was happening in fear. Frowning, Chuck summoned a glowing sphere. A sword lit up against the stone. A special skill at the novice master level was activated. The swordsman's spirit was activated. The sphere hovered in front of the protagonist. The number of possible uses of this skill was 1. Raising his head, Chuck addressed the creature, calling it a junior cockroach. He said that now he was using the skill for the first time. The hero looked forward aggressively and said that if he hit, he would be seriously injured, said that he should try to dodge. The protagonist tightly squeezed the stick in his hand. Chuck, slightly clenching his teeth, crouched down. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that this was the activation of the skill. A crushing blow flew rapidly through space. It was a continuous cut. A memory of how Chuck and Kate looked at each other appeared. The skill was rapidly approaching the planet. An image appeared of the hero throwing his head back in displeasure. Kate threw her hand behind her head and smiled. The girl was beating the hero, who was lying on the ground. The skill was very close to the planet. Kate smiled widely. Chuck looked forward aggressively. The girl turned her head back in confusion. The monster's face suddenly began to disappear. Barely noticeable traces of his face remained. Then he completely disappeared. A powerful attack flew across the planet from both sides. Yellow particles flew around it. The effects suddenly began to fade. Many white rays appeared from the planet. It began to rapidly collapse. A powerful explosion thundered. A bright flash from the explosion appeared. Only a few red particles remained. This was the skill Continuous Slash, a basic swordsman skill. It continuously cuts the enemy. A message appeared that the broadcast would begin soon. A sound was emitted, indicating the start of the live broadcast. Lucas stood with his head down. Then he greeted everyone and confidently said that he was Lucas, the Supreme Commander of the World Guild Union. Messages from various users with insults appeared. The viewer counter grew. The guy looked straight ahead. People continued to write comments. The broadcast mode was turned on. This is a built-in function for in-game broadcasts in which the character walks straight. It can be used by any user in Chrono Life. There were many people lying on the ground. However, during the Judgment Day, the World Alliance of Guilds did not use it to successfully complete the raid operation. A wanted poster appeared for a man in a cloak, and it was said that to this day, the identity of the wanted person has not yet been determined. Smiling widely, Lucas said that he would get straight to the point. Squeezing his fingers on his hand, he said that 1 person against 3 million, if you think logically, then they think it is possible. Walking straight, the guy added that of course he saw the bulletin board. The company says that this is not a bug and not a hacker, but how can they believe it? With his eyes wide open, Lucas shouted that the game company sees players only as dogs and pigs. Pointing to the bulletin board, the guy said in amazement that they should look at this. At the commotion on the bulletin board about the monster that deletes characters, asked what the hell is this? The guy quickly ran forward and said that those whose characters were deleted joined his broadcast. He is tracking this monster right now. A preview of the guy's live broadcast was shown about the monster deleting characters, and he said that today he will make a full disclosure, reveal the truth hidden by this rotten game company. He quickly ran forward, but then stopped and said the word stop. Smiling, he raised 2 fingers up and said that people should not forget to subscribe, like and turn on notifications. A view of the cliffs opened up. White fog flew in the air. The main character, standing on the ground, waved a stick. Then he raised his head up and sighed. Looking at the monster hovering in the sky, he said that it was amazing. Then he said that he couldn't believe that he had dodged all the blows and asked where he had come from. Nolan looked at the guy with an exhausted expression. Slightly opening his mouth, he said that his name was Nolan and his only goal was to destroy humanity. The protagonist and Eurus looked at him in surprise and heard that he was the strongest boss, the lost head of Eurus. Turning to look at his pet, the hero heard that he knew it, that familiar feeling. It wasn't his imagination. A memory appeared of Eurus looking into the distance and thinking about how strange it was that he felt a familiar and at the same time sinister aura. Slightly lowering his head, he said that Chuck should be careful. This monster could be behind the disappearance of the monsters in the Valley of the Dead. And then, sighing, he added that he was also behind the death of Captain Kate. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Nolan watched their dialogue. Then he frowned and said angrily that he would kill him. With a furious look, the monster flew towards them. Chuck and Eurus stood still and continued to talk. The protagonist looked in the direction where the beast was. Chuck clenched his teeth slightly and asked if he was serious. Then, with a sad look, he said that Kate's character had been deleted. The white stripe rose sharply upward. An explosion thundered. The hero repelled the attack by raising a stick. Chuck said with a serious look that it was not a fatal blow. The wooden stick hit the monster's face. Lucas looked at the sparkling explosion in surprise. Then, running up, he said that over there, don't miss it, it's already approaching. The wooden stick flew quickly. The protagonist struck the monster, emitting a red glow. White smoke rose around. It was not a fatal blow. Blood flowed from the monster's mouth. He writhed in pain. Nolan screamed loudly and attacked the hero. The villain's claws flew towards the guy. Chuck raised his head and screamed, non-lethal blow, continuous slash version. Red marks from the attacks appeared in the air. The protagonist delivered another blow, accompanied by bright effects. A huge wave of smoke rose behind them. Nolan screamed loudly in pain. Lucas, standing behind a tree, watched the battle. The guy continued to look at the rising smoke. People wrote that the battle was brutal. Lucas looked straight ahead with an amazed look. A wanted poster for the protagonist appeared. The hero's frowning face appeared. People wrote many questioning comments. Because of him, the end of the world happened. The guy, clenching his teeth, said that this one. An image appeared of the hero, standing with a stick behind his back, looking at the frightened guy, and then exhaled and hit him in the face with a stick. Lucas lowered his head down with a tired look. He clenched his teeth in anger and thought that he was a scoundrel. Reaching forward, a blue effect appeared. The guy thought that he could not believe that he faced the worst enemy at the worst time in the worst place. Lucas angrily pulled the arrow on the bow, and the thought appeared in his head that this was all because of him. The arrow quickly flew towards the battle. The horn of the villain began to quickly crumble. The guy, holding the bow in his hand, looked away in amazement. A message from a person appeared that his character was resurrected. The guy widened his eyes in surprise, and a question arose in his head. Users wrote that their character was resurrected. Lucas looked straight ahead with a puzzled look and thought that no, this can't be. The guy watched a pile of smoke rise up. The stolen souls were returned to their owners. Nolan wheezed in pain, his level and skill points were reduced. The villain lowered his head and grabbed his hand. Chuck, throwing the stick behind his head, asked what was wrong with him. He was good at dodging his attacks, why was he slowing down? Eurus said angrily that the energy he absorbed had returned to its former owners. A view of a huge high-rise building opened up and someone said that he understood. The guy in glasses happily reported that the player's data had not been deleted, but moved to his horn, to which the boss replied that, of course, he was the head of the development team and did not know this. The director looked questioningly at the guy and he said that he was the head of the design team. Chuck smiled broadly and asked if it was true. Throwing the stick over his shoulder, he said that if he finally destroyed him, then Captain Kate would also return. Nolan looked straight ahead with a saddened look. Gritting his teeth tightly, he made a sound. Then he quickly flew towards the hero and said that he was worthless food. The main character smiled and stretched out his hand forward, saying about a continuous cut, a non-lethal version. Having hit the villain, a devastating explosion thundered. The monster's face began to disappear sharply, and the stolen soul was returned to its owner. His level and skill points were reduced. The villain's level was rapidly decreasing. Lucas looked straight ahead, and there were already 35,000 viewers on his broadcast. Messages appeared on the bulletin board that this was the man because of whom the end of the world occurred. Run to the Hawkeye broadcast, as expected. After all, they are ready to pay 10 billion gold for his head, and many other messages. The guy slightly opened his mouth. Sweat was running down the guy's cheek. He grabbed his bow tightly. Lucas stood near the tree and looked straight ahead. A view of a huge multi-story building opened up. An explosion was visible on the phone with characteristic sounds. The girl in pink clothes was enthusiastically looking at the gadget. Chuck was hitting the villain multiple times with bright flashes in the background. The protagonist smiled widely and the audience supported him. The girl watched what was happening with an amazed look. A picture of the hero running after her and shouting her name appeared in her head. Chuck, smiling widely, asked to teach him. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. A huge pile of smoke rose from the mountains. Nolan, helpless, fell to his knees. He lowered his head down, drooling from his mouth. The villain wheezed, and his level dropped to 180. Chuck and Eurus stood and watched the fallen villain. The pet angrily said that all the energy had left the monster's body, now it had returned to its original state, and the protagonist, smiling, replied that his appearance spoke for itself. The protagonist stood in front of the villain who had fallen to his knees and asked that maybe it was time for them to wrap up. Nolan looked tired and lowered his head. Then, slightly opening his mouth, he said that he was Nolan. The purple tentacle bit the hero on the shoulder. The guy looked down at the magical creature. The director and the guy in glasses watched in amazement. Lucas opened his mouth in surprise. The girl was puzzled by what she saw. Eurus looked straight ahead, stunned. Nolan opened his mouth wide. His eyes lit up, and he said that he was a creature that would destroy humanity. The purple creature bit the protagonist, and he leaned forward in pain. The saddened pet screamed the protagonist's name. The hero's body evaporated in smoke, and Nolan watched it. The villain opened his mouth wide with joy. It was written that he had absorbed the target's level. The hero's wooden stick fell to the ground. The monster's horn began to grow, and then completely recovered. Nolan spread his arms to the sides and began to laugh loudly. Raising his head up, he said that it was so delicious, it was the first time he had eaten something so delicious. The villain's level rose again to 999th. Then the villain added that it was still not enough. Drooling on the ground, he said that he would never be able to satisfy his hunger. His eyes glowed a bright purple color and he said that he was a glutton Nolan. Eurus put his paws in front of a wooden stick. The pet bowed before the protagonist's weapon. Lowering his head, the beast began to cry. Looking at the weapon, he said the hero's name. The hidden skill healing factor was activated. The damaged parts of the body were restored. The villain's stomach swelled to incredible sizes. Nolan slightly opened his mouth in surprise, looking at him. The villain began to scream in pain. The skin began to crack. A head emerged from the skin, making sounds. It began to rise up. Nolan watched this in surprise. The head that appeared looked back. Then it turned sharply to the side. The face that appeared laughed loudly. Nolan opened his mouth wide in pain. It was written that the healing factor was a hidden skill. After any damage, immediate healing was guaranteed. It gave complete immunity to status effects such as poison, disease, paralysis, and so on. They stood in the middle of the field. The monster from the belly looked at the other. The monster from which the other crawled out was in shock and screamed. The other one was smiling from ear to ear. Ash fell from the cigarette. Two people were looking at the screen where the monsters were. Eurus asked what it was. Lucas asked the same question. Lena was flying next to the monsters. She opened her mouth slightly, looking at them, covering her mouth a little. One of the monsters was laughing very hard. He said it was funny. Eurus asked if it was Chuck. It turned out that it really was him. Nolan was very unhappy. His hand lit up purple, while saying that he was a creature that existed for the sake of killing all people. Then, with his mouth open and maliciously, he said that he was insatiable. Chuck asked with a laugh, "So what?" The monster's stomach gradually began to change. It was seething inside. Eurus was shocked. The monster mumbled something. Chuck stood with his feet on the grass. He was standing in his underwear. In front of him was a skinny monster. It turns out that when the healing factor is activated, the absorbed cells return to their original owner. But most of them merged with Nolan's cells. The monster had an open mouth. It had purple eyes and a mouth. It was slowly sucked into Chuck. It was completely sucked into him. The guy with dark hair said something. He had acquired a new skill, namely gluttony. Lena asked if Chuck was finished. She smiled and said it was fun. The guy said that she looked happy even though he killed her son. She sighed and asked if he really thought she had given birth. It turned out that she was his age. She was also 21. He looked at her with disdain. The guy with dark hair asked her how she knew. A yellow staff began to appear in her hands. She levitated. In her hands was a staff with wings and a red stone. Lena smiled. A portal began to appear. Claws began to appear from it. A hand crawled out completely. Chuck watched it. He was shocked. Lena landed on the monster's hand. She told Chuck that they would see each other again, calling him Mr. Loser. The cigarette fell to the floor. Steve, leaving, told them to wrap things up and publish the notes. Also, for them to continue to follow. He sat in his office and wondered if Nolan had come out. He smiled. He ordered that from now on, 2 characters be followed, including Lena. The sun was shining brightly in the broken city. People raised their hands. Everyone was happy. They were meeting their hero, namely Chuck. People with feathers on their heads trumpeted. Everyone was meeting their hero. He scratched his head. He wondered if his secret was revealed. A table appeared to hide his power. Hawkeye was broadcasting, and clips from the broadcast took over social networks. A man came out and called Chuck an idiot and that he was not a hero. He asked the people to remember how a guy with dark hair almost killed 3.8 million people. Lucas called out to them. He told the guy not to talk nonsense. Lucas began to say how glad he was to meet Chuck. He asked if he wanted to join his guild. When people heard that he was not in the guild, they began to invite him to join them. One of the people said that if he joined his guild, they would be able to eat until they burst. Chuck was confused. He started running away from the crowd, and they followed him. Eurus started laughing at him. Chuck did not like it. He accidentally hit his head while running. It turns out that a wall had grown in the middle of the city. It turns out that they made a statue of Chuck. It was full length and big. Chuck and Eurus were confused. The guy with dark hair asked if it was him. The man asked if he liked the statue. It turns out they were wearing the same signature clothes as Chuck. They were very happy. People spent a lot of money on it. Carl liked his performance. In Chuck's mind, this was the same man who destroyed 5 guilds, and also killed 3 million players. Carl was very impressed with Chuck, so he made the statue. The guy with dark hair was confused why they were wearing only underwear. It turns out they sold everything to build this statue. Chuck's fans found him. He decided to run. There were glowing houses. It was night. Kate was sitting alone. She had a sad look. You could see in her eyes that something had happened. She began to remember what happened in the game, how Chuck killed the bear hare. Her brass knuckles were stolen, and Chuck found them and gave them to her. Her eyes were very sad. She began to ask herself questions. Kate did not understand why he had deceived her. There was a torn teddy bear lying on the floor. Little Kate was sitting next to it and her father was standing there. She was crying. Her eyes widened, she thought. She picked up her glasses from the floor. Then she put them on. Kate was sitting alone in the room. There was a destroyed city. Chuck's face changed from fatigue. He walked in the middle of the street and told Eurus that people had finally calmed down. The guy with dark hair said that he felt like he had forgotten something. He looked ahead. Kate was standing in front of him. He said that he felt empty without her. People were whispering who this girl was. They said that her face was familiar. Chuck began to pull something out of his pocket for Kate. He pulled out a scarf, which he tied around the girl's neck. It turns out that the main character received it after Nolan's death and he picked it up. Kate's face changed. Her hands were clenched into fists. She asked him why he lied to her. Chuck answered mockingly that he did not know how to lie. Kate became agitated. She began to get angry. Kate asked if it was him. He gave her a rice cake on the doorstep. He asked again what rice growth. What was she even talking about? He remembered how he presented the girl with a cake. She was standing next to him, and he was holding the cake in his hands. He was unsure. She was in the same state. Chuck was surprised how he realized everything. The protagonist asked, "Boss Love, is it you?" People nearby were confused. Kate confirmed that it was her. It was her and he met her in real life. Kate's friend yelled at her. She revealed her identity in front of people. The girl with pink hair became the most popular on the internet. Many journalists want to interview her. In the game, Kate customized the character to match her appearance. Customization is a way to change the skin of the game character. A friend said that it was necessary to at least change the hairstyle, and in general it is a miracle that she was not recognized earlier. Kate said that she did not plan to hide her passion, and her mother, hearing this, was confused. The girl with pink hair played games for fun. She did not understand why she should think about other people. The friend sighed and asked if she had forgotten that she was hiding from the public. The girl got angry. It was clear that she did not like to deceive fans and lie to them. Kate slammed the door to her room very loudly. The friend did not understand why she was so stubborn. The girl took the virtual reality glasses. She put them on her eyes and lay down. The glasses scanned the retina of the eye so that the device was activated. She kept one hand on the glasses. She began to lower it, touch the ear cushions. User authorization was complete. She connected to the game. We are transferred to a kindergarten. Little Kate sang a song into the microphone. She stood among other children and joyfully sang about a hare. The children listened very attentively. Her eyes were shining with happiness. At that time, she was 5 years old. Kate discovered her talent in childhood. Her first debut occurred at the age of 5. She was called a genius, a talent, also a singer from heaven, reborn, and in other words, the debut was the most brilliant. She had many fans who stood with pink sticks. However, it was sunny, house number 107. She had a tragedy. There were tears on her face. She was in her room with toys. She was trying to wipe her eyes from tears. Her parents were standing in front of her. A bud from a beautiful flower was trampled by adults. Her parents were standing with a very serious look, trampled by those who were supposed to protect her, namely her parents. Money was to blame for all this. Many can say, after all, such things happen in the entertainment industry. For a little girl, this was a big tragedy. She seemed to turn into a hero of a drama. Tears flowed because she was loaded with work. She was on talk shows, music programs, many commercials, and other things. The girl with pink hair coped with a schedule that was unbearable even for some adults. Her parents came up to her and asked what had happened. Then they said that she could do better. With a big smile and sparkling eyes, they said that they loved her. Kate sat with a dissatisfied face. Tears were running down her face. And then suddenly, she smiled. She was smiling from ear to ear. However, her small body quickly reached its limit. She was standing on a large stage. She was trying to sing a song, but she couldn't. She was panicking about the broadcast at the end of the year, the highest rating ever. Under enormous pressure, she couldn't do it anymore. She squeezed her cheeks. Kate fell to her knees on the stage. The directors looked at this with bewildered faces. Her parents saw it too. Kate started coughing. She was crying very hard and calling for her parents. It was clear from her eyes that she couldn't stand it anymore. But her parents didn't care at all. They stood there angry. Her father covered his face with his hand. Kate wanted something, but she didn't say it. She continued to cry. Because of these incidents, she got a deep scar in her heart. Kate sat alone on the top of the mountain. She was sad, remembering all this. Her face described that it brought her great pain. She remembered how Chuck gave her a scarf. The girl with pink hair touched it. Behind her, they said that they finally found her. It turns out that it was the protagonist. She turned around. He said with an excited face that he guessed where she would be and asked why she ran away from him. She answered rudely so that he would leave her. Chuck did not understand. She put her head on her knees. The protagonist asked Eurus what was wrong with her, and he answered that she was probably angry with him. Eurus said that Chuck does not understand women, and perhaps she is angry because he hid his power from her. The guy with dark hair asked what he should do, and Eurus answered that he needed to apologize to her. The protagonist coughed anxiously. He simply told her to forgive him. She said nothing. Chuck continued that he did not want to deceive her, and he wanted to tell her one day, but he could not find the right moment. At first, she said nothing. Then she stood on one leg and asked what he thought, that one apology would fix everything. He asked again. She answered that he simply asked for forgiveness. He asked her what she meant with a smile on his face. He looked at the sky, worried. A large bird was flying in the sky. The bird grabbed Kate with its paws. Chuck screamed her name. The bird began to fly away from Kate. Eurus and the protagonist looked at this. Habik asked Kate if he had grabbed her too abruptly. Then he said with a satisfied face that she should not have lost consciousness. Eurus was in complete shock. His eyes were wide open, as was his mouth. Chuck asked who this freak was, asked him to come down. Habik apologized and said that they wanted to meet Kate and that he would borrow her for a while. The protagonist took the weapon in anger and prepared to attack. Eurus began to shout that there was no need to attack so thoughtlessly. Chuck used a vertical strike. The strike began to rush towards Habik. He turned around and looked at it. Habik smiled and said the word God. He raised his hand and activated the skill 8 panorama's 8 mirrors. The reaction of the 5th panorama reflection went. Chuck looked at it. His face was surprised. This blow went further up. A strong blow went into space. Large holes were left in the rock. Eurus asked if Chuck was okay. It turns out that he received a critical wound. His hidden skill healing factor activated. Waves of curls went on his hand. He was more than serious. Eurus asked if the protagonist understood that this person was not ordinary. Eurus explained the name of this young man with white hair. He continued to speak with big eyes. It turns out that he is the same creature as Eurus himself. Chuck asked why he was not a weakling then. Eurus did not like it. Habik's medallion began to crack. He saw this and was surprised. He opened his mouth slightly. The guy with white hair thought Chuck was amazing because he was the only one who could break it. It would take a long time to fix it. Habik said with a satisfied face that a person like Chuck did not deserve to have a piece of God. Kate was unconscious. It was very sunny. There was a mountain in the western forest. It was a hidden tower. Kate woke up and quickly moved her legs away. She did not understand who was next to her. With a dissatisfied face, she asked where she was and why Habik brought her here. He told her to calm down. He did not want to hurt her. Someone wanted to meet her. She opened her eyes and thought about who wanted to meet her. People appeared behind Habik and Kate. She became more anxious. She realized who was standing in front of her. It was her father and mother. They were smiling. She asked, "Dad and Mom, are they you?" All her memories of them were shattered. Memories came flooding back when she was on stage. She fell on her knees in front of the directors and parents. They were very angry with her at that moment. She was crying in that situation. No one supported her while she was on her knees crying hard. After that day, on a sunny day, she decided to end her singing career. She had many awards, both medals and certificates. However, some people could not come to terms with it. When she was a child, Kate was hit by her mother. The girl with pink hair at that time fell to the floor. Her parents did all this. The mother sat down next to her fallen daughter. They did not let her leave the stage. The mother asked if she still understood why they were doing this. Kate's nose was bleeding. Her cheek was red. They told her because they loved her. It was an evening for many years. Kate could not finish her career. The room was signed for the pink-haired girl, and when her income dried up, her parents tore her teddy bear. Kate sat on the floor and looked at it. She cried and did not know what to do. There were people standing behind her parents. They had money in their hands. The father was very happy. Just like the mother, they did not deserve to be called parents. They had one child, whom they sold. Kate cried very hard and clenched her teeth. She ran out of the room, catching the money, which flew down. She ran away from these people. Her bare feet were covered in blood, but this did not stop her. She went to the police to get help. She cried when she got there. In front of her stood 3 police officers who freed her from the hell that had tormented her for many years. The guardianship authorities had deprived them of their parents' rights. They were angry because they had not been able to appeal the verdict. Thanks to the law, she had protected herself. People were happy. Corporations were taking pictures of them. However, her broken psyche was not cured. She sat with a very sad face because she had suffered a trauma. She remembered how they stood in front of her because it was a serious trauma. How they told her that they loved her, hugging her. After that incident, she no longer left the room. She escaped from the real world into online games. With her hair tied in a bun, she sat in a dark room for days on end. Her eyesight had deteriorated greatly. Because of the memories of those days, she was afraid to take it off. The day when she would go out into the world again will be told later. Her parents and Habik stood in front of her. Her hands began to throb. She said worriedly, "Parents, because they have a restraining order." They answered with a smile on their face that they are in the game. It turns out they saw the article that she is playing. She asked how they found her. They answered that a person turned up in time. Habik said that he would go out for a while. He disappeared. Mom said that their daughter has grown up so much, they found out about her on TV. Then she said that the world is very cruel because for now she has separated parents and a child. Kate mumbled. She clenched her teeth. With a serious face, she asked for what purpose they came here, and if she is not there, she will log out. Mother said that they are asking her for forgiveness. The daughter looked at them with a serious face. It turns out that they wanted to apologize to her for a long time. At that moment they acted very cruelly. They regret it. With a satisfied face, they asked if she would forgive them. The parents wanted to return to those happy times. Kate looked at them. It was a bright sun. Habik stood and scratched his hair. The bird stood. When suddenly the bird made a sound. Habik sighed and closed one eye. He asked, "Is he already here?" Chuck and Eurus were standing next to him. The guy with white hair said that people do not know about this, but apparently Eurus showed the way. Habik wanted to say, but Chuck rudely said to close his mouth. With a very scary face, he offered him to fight. He will calm down only if he takes revenge. Habik with a smile on his face snapped his fingers. He said that there was nothing to be done. The bird began to scream at the top of its voice. It took off, its feathers began to fly away. Chuck asked, "Is the bird going to fight first?" His eyes became bigger. 2 birds appeared from one. Chuck did not understand this. He rubbed his eyes. Opening them, he did not understand even more. There were many more birds in front of him. Mentally, he asked himself, "Copypasta." Habik bent one finger and read the spell "fourth panorama," and it was called photocopy. At that moment, he was smiling. The birds began to scream, get angry. They all began to attack the main character. He did not understand what was happening. With a serious face, he struck the first blow. This blow was very powerful and bright. Some of the birds turned to ashes, but after a few seconds, they were reborn again. Chuck did not understand what was going on with this Habik. Eurus replied that this was one of his photocopy skills. He also warned that it would be better to be careful, because this was the 8 panorama skill. The main character heard about such a skill for the first time. As Eurus explained, each panorama has different effects. Chuck realized that the reflection skill reflects all physical and magical attacks. He did not understand where the balance was in this game. Eurus looked at him like a stupid person. The guy with dark hair asked what was happening. He replied that it was strange to hear such things from him. Eurus explained to him that the company did not initially intend to comply with it, because he is not a player, but a boss monster, which must be defeated. Habik smiled. The protagonist, with a more than serious face, said that the game is very funny and asked that the boss just walks around and pretends to be a person. The bird grabbed Chuck by the cloak. Blood came out of his mouth. He did not understand what was happening. The other birds began to make magic balls. The balls flew straight at Chuck. The birds turned into ashes. After a while, they were reborn again. The protagonist began to act. Huge red lines appeared. He cast the spell Continuous Cut. The guy with dark hair cast a second time, waving his hand. He cast a third time. The 4th time, he opened his mouth. The 5th time, everything went wild. He also cast 5 more times until a powerful attack went beyond the world, or rather into space. Habik's medallion cracked again. With a surprised face, he held it in his hands. He had a lot of questions. He was in thought, thinking about Chuck. The protagonist began to poke his neck with a stick. With a smile on his face, he asked if the medallion was broken. With a grin, he asked again that he was as weak as Eurus. Habik answered that he was most likely abnormal. He did not expect this from him. The protagonist explained to him that his stupid smile did not suit him. Because of it, he looked like a cockroach. Poking the guy with gray hair with a stick, he waited for an answer why he kidnapped Kate and what kind of particle of God. He was not sure if he even needed to answer this. With a dissatisfied face, the guy with dark hair asked, "Does Habik want to die?" Looking at the medallion, he smiled and assumed that it could be used for the last time. The bird said a step, which the protagonist really did not like. His bird head was very annoying. He looked at Habik. His eyes became bigger. He screamed. Habik changed his appearance to the same as Chuck. He held a stick behind his back. The stick had a leaf. There was the same underwear. The protagonist was shocked, his mouth slightly open. His eyes turned white because he saw himself from the side. Chuck's double was blue with black eyes. Photocopy skill, the target will be completely copied, but the appearance will be reflected. Habik said the word raised. Read the spell, opening his mouth slightly. The magic began. A blow was moving towards the protagonist while he was just standing. He was puzzled. A few centimeters away was a blow. His face completely changed, saying shit. His eyes became bulging, his mouth was open, his tongue hung to the right side. Chuck's HP began to rapidly decrease, until it completely dropped to 0. The blow was very powerful. Habik watched from the side. He saw a lot of smoke. He said with a smile on his face that it was amazing, and if he knew about this, he would have copied the hero from the very beginning. Eurus was flying behind him. He called him and asked why he was doing this. The guy with white hair apologized for not saying hello earlier because he was busy. With a cute smile on his face, he also said that he had become nicer, while Eurus, with a displeased look, told him to shut up. He asked not to deviate from the topic of conversation and asked why he was hanging around Chuck. Then he did not say that he should not speak if this was the order of that person, but Habik smiled in response. He said his name. With the cutest face, he asked to squeeze Eurus's cheeks, and he called him a bad word. Someone was sleeping in front of them. They were stunned. Having a closer look, it was like slime. This slime began to grow upward. With an incomprehensible face, Habik asked what it was. Eurus, with an angry look, remained silent. The healing factor was activated. Chuck's leg began to grow from this slime. His HP increased noticeably. A second leg appeared and his HP was completely restored. He looked like some kind of monster. With this slime flowing from him, he was writhing. Habik, with a puzzled look, could not say anything. A face appeared on the hand of this monster and greeted Habik. He was in complete shock and screamed. He ran away a little. Behind him stood a man. The monster's hand became more like Chuck's face. He grinned and said that here he is. Behind him stood a copy of Chuck. The monster said that these were fake panties. The double of the main character held a stick behind him. His eyes were black. Eurus made a fact that Chuck looked more like a fake than his double. The main character told him to slam shut. Chuck's double was ready to attack. He cast a spell and began to aim with shining eyes. A blow occurred, which almost reached the main character. Chuck sighed very heavily, looking at this. There was very little left for the blow to reach him, when suddenly he was reborn back into his previous form. A stick appeared in his hands. He cast a spell of vertical strike. He raised the stick up and his blow went to the other. Eurus was in complete shock. Habik also stood with his mouth open. There was a big explosion of these two. The smaller part of the planet was caught by surprise by this blow. There was a very strong wind. There was smoke everywhere. In this smoke, the double and the main character himself were approaching each other. They both bared their teeth. Both of them were angry and screamed at the top of their voices. They pounced on each other. The main character held one hand in a fist. The double tried to hit with a stick. The two sticks met face to face. There was a powerful explosion around them. The eyes of the main character turned white, but he did not give up. The double's eyes were black. He also tried with all his might to win against his opponent. Both of them said the same skill, namely the Kaivan skill. Both of them also said the following words, namely continuous cut. They fought with all their might. These blows were visible even from a very long distance. Their blows were red and blue. They hit with all their might. The hero's eye lit up with a red light. Both of their blows crossed. The double's eye lit up blue. His teeth were bared. He was more than serious. Their blows touched again. Chuck screamed at the top of his voice. Both people hit very hard. The main character's cloak began to burn. He was all sweaty. The double was no different. He was absolutely the same. The blow became even bigger. A large ball appeared, which swept across half the earth. Habik covered his face with his hand because the wind was very strong and Eurus was coughing. The guy with white hair was surprised and said that they would not last long like this. Eurus was shouting the main character's name. It was all over. A very strong wind passed. The double and Chuck turned into slimes. The healing factor was activated. Both became longer and looked like a ghost. They were healing. Habik asked with a puzzled face, why if they are the same, they are restored only like this. Opposite from each other, they healed. On one side, the main character began to prepare. On the other side, the double began to prepare. They ran to each other and began to fight with sticks. Habik said that he should not fuss so much. It is better to dispel a couple of misunderstandings. He has no interest in Chuck. He had one goal, namely, a piece of God. Eurus was surprised and asked if he was talking about the boss of love. The guy with white hair laughed and asked what he was talking about, or about the captain of the piece of God. Looking to the left, he asked how some person can be something so worthy, because Kate is just the owner of a piece of God. In front of the girl with pink hair stood her parents. They asked her for forgiveness with a smile on their face. Kate was confused. Her mother noticed and her expression changed. The girl's hands were on her chest. The mother said to tell her something. She grabbed the girl's hand. She was confused. The mother said that she was her sweet daughter. Her expression changed and she asked where the brass knuckles of silence were. Kate was shocked. Eurus asked that the girl's brass knuckles were pieces of God. They cost 10 million. Habik said that it was not about the price, because for normal players the price may be a deterrent, but something else was more important. Namely, the items in the game were divided into different classes. For example, the very first class was called Ordinary. It was considered more than shameful. It included underwear, like chucks, and a stick. The second class was called Rare. It had a sword with a red stone and also hand protection with a blue stone. The third class was called Unique. It had shoes, clothes, and a scarf, the same as Kate's. The last class was called Divine. It contained brass knuckles. Also above all is the superior class, but Habik had never met them. Eurus remembered that he had seen this class when Chuck was standing near the weapon. The guy with white hair said that if you do not pay attention to strength and rarity, especially the God particle, then the superior class is a completely different story. The sun was shining brightly. Lena was sitting on the grass and watching the blow that happened during Chuck's battle with the double. She ate sandwiches and talked that Habik had spoiled everything for her. Men with long tongues are terrible. She asked her friend if he agreed with her. They both ate sandwiches and watched the battle. He said that this was nothing new. Many people guessed about it. After all, Lena also collected God particles. They remembered how the girl with pink hair waved her hand, greeting everyone from the Hallison Guild. She had red shoes. She asked with a smile on her face, how about it? Were they well prepared? Carl said that he was leaving and he was breaking the cooperation agreement. After reflecting on the memories, Lena said that the guy with yellow hair already knew everything. He asked what she did not expect, that Nolan would absorb the God particles, Kate's memories of how she was absorbed. Nolan then said that it was delicious what he ate. Lena answered him that it was delicious because she was a piece of God. Remembering, she said that it was. She remained calm, but the result was different from what was expected. There was a big explosion. It turns out that the double and Chuck were still fighting. It was difficult for the main character. He was all sweaty, baring his teeth. The double was absolutely calm. He struck the first blow with a stick. He also struck a strong blow to the main character. He flew off a very large distance. Eurus was in complete shock and screamed, shouted for Chuck. Habik said that their characteristics and control are the same, but there is a very important difference. And this is the difference between a user and a bot. Unlike Chuck, the double does not make mistakes due to fatigue. This changes the situation dramatically. Eurus was confused. He yelled the name of the main character. Habik just stood there and put his hand on his hip. It was very smoky because of the battle. Black blood was pouring out. Chuck was sitting with a large wound on his chest, which was bleeding very heavily. Eurus flew towards him at full speed, shouting his name. The healing factor was activated. The skin began to heal on the main character. Dark red blood was pouring out of his mouth. He clenched his teeth. With a smile on his face and a blush on his cheeks, he opened his mouth and shouted that this was damn funny. Eurus's face suddenly changed. He did not understand. Habik stood there in the same confusion. The protagonist said in a cheerful mood that all the enemies always died from one blow from him, but not the double. He does not want to kill him, but wants to continue playing with him. Eurus with a puzzled face asked what he was talking about. Isn't he in a terrible situation now? The double was approaching him at a very high speed. He was almost near the protagonist. He jumped and tried to attack Chuck. With very good confidence, the guy with dark hair said that there are 2 ways to kill this brat right now. Eurus did not understand very well. Habik did not understand either. The guy with yellow hair and a good mood was eating a sandwich. Lena stopped eating and looked into the distance. The protagonist swung his club. He attacked his copy. A huge explosion occurred on the entire planet. Eurus covered his face with his hand from such an explosion. Lena watched this with a smile. She grabbed her hair and then said that her bangs. Habik calmly looked ahead. Then he smiled and said that there were 2 ways. That's what he said. Turning around, he added that it was curious and he wondered how he would defeat him. Lena took a bite of her sandwich. Her cheeks turned red and then she added that he was bluffing. A blue medallion appeared in her head and she continued to say that compared to other bosses, Habik was simply on another level. His 8 panoramas were just a hell of a skill. Then, still smiling, she looked ahead and added that this boss could not be beaten solo. He could not defeat him by any method. Chuck looked ahead with a smile and then added that the first method would destroy the planet. Hearing this, Lena turned pale. The creator silently looked ahead. Chuck, fighting against his double, said that if he crashed the game like last time, the boss would return to the village and the fake would disappear. He frowned and added that it was so boring, maybe he should try something new. Lena exhaled after eating her sandwich. The creator did the same. A bearded man appears in front of us, biting his nails. He turns pale and then whispers that he begs the protagonist to choose the second option. He is the most worried about this. We are transported to a huge rock. The girl grabs someone by the hand and then menacingly says that they're sweet fool, where are the tapes of silence? Let her tell the truth. Kate looks ahead in fear, and the girl adds that she will not be angry with her. Then, menacingly looking ahead, she says that Habik paid them generously for them. They are not asking for real money, it is just a change for her. Looking ahead frighteningly, she adds that they saw her off, let him do at least that. Kate tries to pull her hand away in fear, and then says that she does not know where they are, she lost them recently. Suddenly, a man in a long coat approaches them. He looks at the girl menacingly, and then asks her why she hid them. Tears appear on Kate's cheeks, and she replies that no, she really doesn't know. A second later, the man hits her on the cheek. He raises his hand again to hit, and then shouts that she is ungrateful. They tried to accept her escape and live on. Continuing to beat the girl, he shouted even louder that she was so sorry to let her parents earn money. Without them she would have nothing, who, in her opinion, changed her diapers, fed her, put her to bed, and she repaid her like this. Having hit with all his strength, he added that where is his money? We are transported back to the mountains. The protagonist stands on a magic seal opposite his double. Eurus closes his eyes in fear, then wonders what kind of light this is this a beginner's skill? Habik looks ahead, puzzled. Eurus continued to think in fear that they should not tell him that it was a purple aura. A huge dragon appeared in a purple glow. Chuck looked ahead with a smile and then said that he was using a skill. A huge intestine appeared. The protagonist began to absorb it, and he shouted that it was gluttony. Eurus, frowning, looked ahead and then wondered what it was from the mouth. The intestine dug into the protagonist's illusion and began to absorb him. A huge amount of juices came out of it. Habik exhaled, then said that this was the whole plan. He did not think that a photocopy could also copy gluttony. A second later, the protagonist's illusion opened its mouth and an intestine came out. It went straight to Chuck at great speed, and then they began to absorb each other. Habik looked ahead smiling and said that the opponent of his reflection, He also has the gluttony skill as well as a high-performance battery, a healing factor. Lowering his head, he continued to say that the first method would be more effective. Looking at the protagonist, he added that his strategy had failed. Suddenly, Chuck, continuing to suck energy from his illusion, said that he was using a spare battery. Habik looked ahead confused and asked what. Suddenly, a tentacle clung to his body and began to absorb energy. Blood and looked ahead fearfully. Chuck, absorbing, said that this was his second attack. He looked ahead frighteningly and added that this was the destruction of the main body. He continued to absorb resources from Habik. He clenched his teeth and, looking ahead menacingly, thought that he had released a second tentacle. This could not be, the first attack was just a feint. A second later, his body was exhausted and only a skeleton remained. The protagonist's illusion began to crack and distort, and literally a second later, it disappeared completely. Chuck, looking ahead, said that he knew that the photocopy would disappear if his creator was dying. He looked menacingly ahead and added that it was very funny. Habik, in skeletal form, took a few breaths. Then he clenched his teeth, and then his intestines, which were pumping energy out of him. Chuck turned around in fear. Then Habik grabbed the blue talisman. He, frowning, tried to catch his breath, and then, smiling, said that he was problematic. He did not expect that he would be driven into a corner. Looking ahead, he added that he was unpleasant, but he had no choice but to give up trying to get the tapes of silence. The creator, eating a sandwich, watched this. Sitting on the floor, he added that wasn't the god particle absorbed by Hiraken. Habik didn't know that. Lena smiled widely and replied that she hadn't told him that. The creator turned to her and asked if she was serious. Habik began to float in the air. He put his hand on his chest and then said, "See you later." The protagonist returned his intestines, and then, frowning, he squeezed the club in his hand, saying that how dare he leave. He, a loser, was not given the right to escape. Habik, smiling, replied that for sure, in order to escape, a lizard throws off its tail. A second later, he threw a blue seal forward. It hit Chuck. Grabbing it, he looked at it, and a system message appeared in front of him that this was Habik's mirror, an item hand mirror of the King of Mirrors. One of the skills of the 8 panoramas was sealed in it. The protagonist looked at him puzzled, and then asked what it was. Eurus appeared next to him, who screamed in fear that he gave it to him. Habik smiled, surrounded by a blue aura, and then told him to consider it a reward for clearing the raid, although it is an informal reward, but he hopes that he will let him go. Smiling, the protagonist looked up and replied that he will spare him, for this more useful items will fall from his corpse. Habik replied that this is a reasonable remark, even the devil can cry. Then his body began to distort, and he added that if he dies, it will stop working. It will be more profitable to let him leave alive. A second later, he disappeared. A system message appeared in front of the protagonist that the owner of this mirror has changed. Congratulations to him, now he is the new owner of the mirror. The protagonist of the task did not look in front of himself, sighing with displeasure. Frowning, he added that as he says. Looking at the mountain in front of him, he continued to say that his target was still the boss, not the man with the mirror. He looked at the huge mountain for a few seconds, then we were transported to the dungeon. Several strong blows were heard from side to side. Kate's father continued to beat her, shouting that she was to blame for their suffering. An image of a torn teddy bear appeared in her head. The man swung his arm again to hit her, shouting for her to obediently obey her parents. She understood this and did not try to rebel. An image appeared in Kate's head, how she was sitting on the floor in front of a man and a woman. Her father hit her on the cheek again, shouting that she had forgotten who gave her life. A second later, the girl fell to the floor. She tried to raise her head. Her father, frowning, tried to catch his breath. Then he smiled and said that he was right. Looking at the girl on the floor, he continued to say that they didn't need the silence tapes. He looked straight ahead and added that from now on they could just get money from her, right? The girl stood up. With a battered face, she looked ahead and thought that she was tired of all this. Her mother, looking at her, said that this was just a game, restrictions did not work here. She remembered her childhood, and then her mother said that now even she would not be able to escape from them. The girl, gritting her teeth, stood up, her body shaking. The woman smiled, and then said that their family would be together forever. Kate, looking ahead, thought about someone helping her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then an image of glasses appeared in her head, and she asked someone to rescue her from this hell. We are transferred to the protagonist. He picks his nose, asks that they are stupid. Looking ahead with displeasure, he adds that she can just stop playing. The man and woman turn around. The woman, looking ahead with displeasure, asks who he is and how dare he. At the protagonist, and then thinks that it is Chuck. The man, frowning, says that isn't that the guy from the video, from whom you can't expect anything good, only clings to their daughter. A second later, Chuck hit him with a baton on the head with all his might. He flew to the floor. The protagonist used the hidden skill non-lethal blow. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, he added that even if he is usually rude, he at least respects his elders. Looking ahead with a crazy look, he added that selfish old men like them are an exception. Eurus looked at him with displeasure, then thought that he informally communicates with all the elders in the guild. The man, lying on the floor, shouted in displeasure that this group is an idiot, they are the girl's parents. Chuck, clenching his teeth, frowned and replied that it was a lie. In what world do parents beat children and help? They have money. The woman, looking ahead, screamed for him to ask her himself and not really her parents. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure and replied that now he can't. When the game imitates reality, then what is the point of the game? The woman, looking ahead, answered with a trembling voice, that's why children become like that when they play games. After which the protagonist turned to Kate and asked why she was just sitting when she was hit. The girl turned around. Chuck, looking at her, smiled, then told her not to hold back, her level here is higher. The girl looked ahead, puzzled. She looked around silently for a few seconds, and then, lowering her head, she replied that they really are her parents. The protagonist, picking his nose, replied that it was disgusting, why behave in the game like in life? Tears appeared on Kate's cheek, and then Chuck added, looking ahead, that he understood the atmosphere in the family. But why play if you act like a loser? Why continue to run away? Kate clenched her teeth, and then, getting to her feet, she answered that he even knew. They fell to the floor. Frowning, she added that she had lived with this all the time. After which the woman slapped her on the cheek. Looking ahead with displeasure, she screamed, what does she mean? They are the victims here. Looking at the girl, she continued to scream that it does not matter whether it is reality or a game, they are still her only parents. Kate looked menacingly ahead. Chuck, standing behind, laughed and replied that they just hit her. Even the stone has more emotions. Smiling, he added that Kate has a high herd of strength. A system message with the girl's characteristics appeared. After which she swung, and the protagonist added that even without a weapon, with her bare hands. The girl with tears in her eyes continued to swing with all her might, and Chuck added that her blows will sting unpleasantly. Kate's mother looked ahead with fear. Then she opened her mouth wide. Beads of sweat appeared on her face, and she clenched her teeth. An image of her parents appeared in the girl's head. How she constantly cried, how they beat her. She remembered sitting on the floor in a blue dress, covering her eyes. Then Kate, swinging her fist, went to her mother, and then a second later she hit her with all her might in the face. She flew back at great speed. We are transported to the next day to a flat building. She looks ahead with a smile, holding a microphone in her hand, then says that it was her. She enjoyed it all this time. On TV they say that this is a solo interview, the topic, user Kate impersonator, the famous Sarang, or is it really her? The man, holding the microphone, smiles and says that this is unexpected, this game is quite realistic, and he thought that she could not hurt a fly. The girl smiled widely and, raising her fist, replied that beating monsters to death helps relieve stress. Kate finally overcame her trauma and now lives peacefully on. The anxiety that bothered me also disappeared. An image of glasses appeared in her head, which shone brightly, and now she no longer needs them. The host, looking at her, smiled and said that beating and killing her is so different from herself in the game. Lowering her head, the girl smiled and answered that she is very different. Then with a sparkling smile, she turned to him and answered that she thinks that it is in the game that her real self is revealed. Hearing this, the host blushed. Everyone who was watching this interview was stunned. And then Kate, taking the microphone, added that who cares about all this, does it matter what she is in reality? Continuing to smile, she added that the game loses its meaning if it imitates reality. The protagonist, sitting on the couch, watched this interview. Then he exhaled with a smile and thought that perhaps the reason was in the calm and honest answer. Taking the virtual reality glasses in his hands, he continued to think that now she has many more fans. Everyone supported her. Putting them on his eyes, he thought that now he would also support her as a fan. She was able to overcome her trauma. Smiling, he thought that she was real, got out of the game world. Her real life also became happy. A system message appeared that the user authorization was complete, connecting to the game. A huge number of zeros and ones flashed across the screen. Kate appeared in front of us. She, opening her mouth wide, screamed that Chuck was late again. She kicked him with all her might and screamed that he was an idiot. Being late had become a habit for him. He really wanted to die. The protagonist defends himself from the blows. With a trembling voice answered that he was watching a music show. Isn't she live now? She clenched her teeth and shouted discontentedly that the interview was recorded in advance. While defending himself from the blows, the protagonist thought that yes, that was true. The girl hadn't given up on the game after she'd gotten over her injury. She'd even started playing more often. From what he'd heard, her schedule had been cut by a third before or something like that. Suddenly, Kate turned away from him and said that since they didn't have time, they needed to go. Chuck asked where. The girl turned around, clenched her teeth and said that he was annoying her. How was he even going to pick on everything? She hadn't accepted his apology yet. Chuck scratched his head and said that he was coming. She smiled, and then, looking ahead, she said okay, she was forgiving him only now. Then, still looking ahead, she added that so let him teach her this time. Sam looked ahead and asked what this time and teach meant. He looked ahead silently for a few seconds. Then he ran after her and shouted for her to teach him. He looked ahead with a wide smile, and the girl, frowning, replied that he wanted to. Scratching the back of his head, he replied that he had only recently started playing, let her teach him. Stepping aside, Kate replied that she was actually a beginner herself, so she didn't know anything. Then she turned around and approached the protagonist with a smile. Approaching him, she added that he should teach her. She smiled broadly and added "Sensei." The logo of the best VR game in the world appears in front of us. Then we are transported to the city, informing us that due to the huge number of players in it, there are many guilds. After which the coats of arms of the guild appear in front of us. The best of the best are in the top 5. Someone waved his cape, and we are told that their reputation is quite consistent with them. They have sufficient resources and excellent qualities. But one of these guilds took a completely different path. A man from the Robin Hood Guild appears in front of us. He looks at the burnt building. We are told that they collect data more valuable than the World Guild. The guy looks menacingly ahead. Their all-unifying information network shows all the content. A long dagger flaunts on his belt. All members of the guild belong to the Gate class. After which the guild crest appears in front of us. Many members of the Robin Hood Guild are lying on the floor unconscious. Fire is burning everywhere. Their head is on a hill under a huge moon and looks at the burnt building with many corpses, but it was destroyed in one night. The guy from the Robin Hood Guild looks ahead. He watches silently for a few seconds, and then he turns around and walks down the slope. Suddenly, something flies from above at a huge speed. Splinters fly to the sides, and literally a moment later, a member of the Robin Hood Guild is already falling down. He pushes off the cliff and flies down rapidly. Cutting through the air at a huge speed, he approaches his target. Suddenly, a guy appears next to him. He smiles and says that there is still one living rat here. The guild member looks ahead in fear. Then he waves his hand and delivers a strong blow, cutting the guy's body in half. He looks ahead silently for a few seconds. Then he smiles and says that he is different from those guys. A bright flash of energy occurs in the air. The guild member raises his head in fear, and the task is not looking in front of him. He wonders what this is, some kind of strange decisive blow. A moment later, he notices something. The guy appears behind him and with one deft movement pierces his body with his sword through and through. He lowers his head, smiles and says that he hasn't leveled up much. The guild member coughs up blood, raising his head, and then desperately screams who he is, why he is doing this. The guy, smiling widely, replied that it is obvious. His face begins to distort and a mask appears on his face. He looks ahead, and then, opening his mouth, adds that it is all because it is fun. We are transported to a dense forest. The carriage slowly moves along the road. It is pulled by a huge purple cat. He smiles widely. The coachman turns around and says that they are almost there. They will soon arrive at the Stone Mountain dungeon. The protagonist bites off a piece of meat. Then he looks at his stats, saying that he is closer than he thought. Kate holds a map in her hand and then replies that it is not far from the map, too, if you look at it. She smiles and adds that they will be there in about 5 minutes, after which a system window appears with her stats. Chuck, sitting in the cart, thinks that they are traveling with Kate. Looking at the cart, he adds in his thoughts that on a rather popular cart service in this game, the Meow Cart. Looking at their strange horse, he thinks that this is a level 130 demon code. It was moved from the demon world and tamed, and then trained to pull the cart. Imagine the guy in his head. He continued to think that surprisingly, the founder of this service is an ordinary monster tamer. The Meow Cart has become popular, which is why it brings in more ordinary small businesses. Suddenly, Kate turned around with a smile and then said that here it is, and it is incredibly huge. Chuck, looking ahead, thought that they are heading to Stone Mountain. A huge structure made of stone up to the sky appeared in front of them. Imagining various monsters in his head, he thought that this dungeon is a giant-sized stone, the highest. It is located at 1,205 meters above sea level. The average monster level there is 30. Because of their large number, many beginners come here to increase their level. Having bitten off another piece of meat, he closed his eyes and continued to think that this is what he heard. But he himself was not there. The 7th level was then an insurmountable barrier for him. Menacingly looking in front of him, he thought, okay, the introduction turned out to be long. The reason why they are here is training. He looked at Kate, who said with a smile that this is incredibly cool. Then he remembered how she came to him, telling him to train her. Chuck thought that she was more serious than he thought. Then she in front of him. Looking at the girl, he continued to think that somehow they ended up here. Having bitten off a piece of meat, he again thought about what level he should pump her up to. Maybe he should go straight to the Urus nest and finish her off to the maximum. The girl adjusted her hair. Chuck noticed this, then said that he was right. He turned to her, adding that he had a gift for her. Kate asked in surprise why this was so sudden. The protagonist took out a large glowing sphere. A system message appeared that excellent brass knuckles were being summoned. A second later, 2 beautiful iron gloves appeared in front of the girl. These were excellent cassettes, class excellent. The protagonist smiled widely, and then added that he completely forgot to return the brass knuckles to her when he gave her the scarf. He has his own, so he thinks this is a suitable gift for her. Kate blushed and took the brass knuckles in her hand in surprise. Tears came to her eyes. Hugging her gift, she thanked him with a trembling voice and added that this was her first time receiving a gift. Continuing to ride on the carriage, Chuck made a displeased face and asked her if she was serious. She was a popular idol and should be inundated with gifts from fans. The girl replied that her dear fans were the same as him. The protagonist smiled and put his hands behind his head and then laughed and replied that they were definitely not the same. The girl hugged her knuckle dusters. She wiped the tears from her eyes and, smiling, thought that he was definitely different. Then, lowering her head, she thanked him and said that she would use them carefully. And then, raising her head, she added that what was the name of his character. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully and replied that he hadn't told her. Kate replied that yes, she had seen him briefly when they were forming a party, but she had completely forgotten about it. He wanted to calmly answer that it was his character's name when suddenly the carriage stopped abruptly. The demonic cat reared up loudly. Meat and knuckle dusters flew all over the carriage. The coachman, looking around in fear, shouted that they were okay. The cat suddenly went berserk. Kate was lying on the protagonist. He blushed, narrowed his eyes, and clenching his teeth, asked if she was okay. The girl, looking ahead in fear, answered that everything was fine, after which Chuck opened his eyes. The girl did the same, looking ahead in surprise. Kate accidentally touched her hand below the waist. The Urus was watching all this better. He turned pale, looking ahead. The coachman pulled the cart, and the demonic cat, opening its mouth, growled loudly. Suddenly, the man saw a human silhouette in the distance and then shouted that it was him. In front of them was a guy holding his stomach, from which blood was flowing. He was from the Robin Hood Guild. In a trembling voice, he apologized and asked if they could help him. Everyone who was in the cart looked back at the guy in surprise. They looked in his direction for a few seconds in silence. We are transported to some time later. The man from the Robin Hood clan was put in a cart and bandaged the wound. He said that he did not know anything about this man. Sitting in the cart, he added that he did not know his level, and even his class was a mystery to him. He only knew the name of his character. Lowering his head, he added, and also that he was an unusual user. He remembered how that guy changed his appearance and then said that it seemed that he could copy objects. An exact copy of the mask appeared right before his eyes. He remembered how he pierced him through with his sword. After the man from the Robin Hood Guild, looking in front of himself, answered that the name of his character was Trophy Boy. Kate looked puzzled in front of herself and then thought that Trophy Boy, she had never heard this name. Urus looked in front of himself in fear, imagining an incomprehensible creature in his head. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead, said that he could ask something. The mask answered him that of course, whatever he wanted. Suddenly Chuck, picking his nose, answered who he was. Kate approached him and, frowning, answered, shouting that he was serious. It was Molly from the Robin Hood Guild. Turning around, the protagonist asked that she knew him. The girl discontentedly shouted that of course, even kindergartners know him. Urus, discontentedly lowering his eyes, answered that what did he forget? He was there that day when Chuck killed 3 million. The protagonist, exhaling, narrowed his eyes and answered that what does this have to do with him? Some random asshole destroyed his guild. Why would he help him? Molly grabbed his mask with his hand and then answered that he was asking for forgiveness. The girl, taking off her mask, added that they didn't even know her name and she was already asking for help. The protagonist, turning around with displeasure, answered that where did she get so much impudence from? He said that he had no reason to help him. The girl's cheeks turned red and she, looking ahead, added that she was Molly, the master of the Robin Hood Guild. Chuck smiled broadly and, raising his finger up, answered that who cares about reasons, helping is his calling and strong point. Hearing this, Kate made a face, then thought that she only had to look at this idiot. Molly covered her face with a mask and then thanked them for agreeing. They definitely wouldn't regret it. After which she, looking ahead, added that because it has to do with him. The protagonist of the task did not look at his hand. We are transferred to a huge building, to the headquarters of the online game. It's already 7, someone says it's time to leave work. We're transferred to a room. It's the server support team. The boss gets up and says for everyone to wrap things up. It's time for them to go home. The guy looks ahead with a smile and then says that he's jealous because he can already go home. The girl sitting next to him raised her hand and added that they both need to work overtime. The man asks with displeasure what overtime, who gave him permission. He smiles, then says that they should both go home and he'll work instead of them. The girl smiles widely and then says that he already worked overtime yesterday. The guy throws his hands behind his head and, laughing, replies that he hasn't made up with his wife yet. The boss, frowning, says that he's staying. A second later, all the workers said goodbye to the boss and soon left. The man was left alone in the room, looking at the computer, after which he sighed contentedly. He looked madly ahead. then said that they were fucking idiots. Taking a VR helmet from the shelf, he added that this generation of idiots, all they want is to fool around. He knows how to balance between work and life. Looking at the VR glasses, he added that their life is ruined by the attempt to take everything from it. Let them continue to live at the bottom. Putting them on his head, he smiled, and then said that now that these annoying idiots are gone, it's time to earn some money. Crossing his arms, several system messages appeared in front of him. That VR device activation, retina scanning, user authorization complete, connecting to the game. Satisfied, looking ahead, he saw another system message, which said that manager rights were detected. He was greeted by the system, mentioning his nickname Trophy Boy. He looked ahead with a smile. After a while, he towered over the city, examining his possessions. Gritting his teeth, he added that now. A moment later, a shining sphere appeared in his hand, and then a blue greatsword formed. After that, it acquired the outline of an expensive red sword. And then a system message appeared that this is an executioner's sword, level 99, class unique. The sword of the god of war exists in a single copy and has an incredibly destructive power. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that it was time for him to work overtime. A system message appeared with his characteristics. Everything was at maximum pumping. Another system message appeared that level 999 is the master level. We are transferred to a TV show. Even pro gamers cannot reach the highest level in this game. Many legendary weapons appeared. At the master level, you can get weapons of the best superior class. Divine brass knuckles appeared on the screen. Due to the leak of information, this topic became popular among users, but no one has ever seen it anywhere. This is true. Kate held the dream weapon in her hand. A system message appeared that these were superior brass knuckles. Her face lit up, looking at them. She continued to smile, and then whispered, sitting on a rock, that she had taken a closer look at the brass knuckles when she was about to put them on. The girl turned pale, then asked if this was really a superior class weapon. He answered yes. Looking at the huge mountain, he added that she should do as she wanted. He had a lot of them. A drop of sweat appeared on the girl's cheek, and then a system message appeared that equipping a superior class weapon. Her brass knuckles glowed, and then another system message appeared that they were now linked to her. Everything around them glowed. A strong explosion illuminated half the world. Looking at the crystal, she saw another system message that she was being congratulated because she became the owner of superior brass knuckles. Kate smiled widely, and then, looking at the golden brass knuckles, she said something. Suddenly, they turned into ordinary brass knuckles with a black glove. Looking at them, she asked in surprise what was wrong with them. Why did they look so worn now? Looking at them, she saw a system message that they were now sealed superior brass knuckles. Due to the insufficient level, most of the weapon's capabilities were sealed. The higher the level, the stronger the weapon. The girl looked at them with displeasure, and then added that this similar low-level superior weapon is not very effective, and a unique item would be better. After which she hit the stone lightly. A second later, blast waves flew away from her in different directions. A huge column of dust rose into the clouds. The girl looked ahead in fear, horrified. She opened her eyes wide, then asked what happened. She barely touched it. She looked at her hand, which entered the stone, and then she saw Chuck, whom she threw back. She thought that this was called a sealed weapon. Eurus, looking ahead, said that it was so weak. Lowering his head, he added that it seemed that there was nothing special about the superior class. He saw it. Chuck replied that he completely agreed. Eurus, biting off a piece of meat, added that, by the way, what would Chuck do? The protagonist stared ahead silently for a few seconds, and Horror added that he was going to help Kate. Chuck sat down on a stone, and then replied that he would think about it, since Molly had already said that it had to do with him. We are transferred to the cart. The protagonist points his finger at himself, and then asks what has to do with him. He looks at Molly with displeasure and replies that it is a deception. What connects him with this trophy guy? He does not know him by sight. The girl, lowering her head, replied that, as he thinks, he is his goal. She remembered being stabbed and him smiling, then added that he claimed he was doing it for fun, which was a complete lie. Looking ahead, she added that his goal was money. He copied items and sold them. Turning to the protagonist, she added that according to their information, Chuck was also a merchant. Many magical items appeared in her head. Then she added that the protagonist had recently sold many items from the Eurus nest. The lottos were depreciating, their numbers fluctuated, but it was legal, while the trophy guy was illegally abusing his powers. Chuck looked ahead at the task, then asked what depreciated. How? Molly replied that it didn't matter now. Lowering her head, she added that Chuck was connected to him. If everything was left as is, the economy would collapse, and the games along with it. The protagonist scratched his nose and replied that it was true, or something. He sighed with a smile and then added that what's the problem? You can just report him to customer support. Staring ahead, he added that then his account will be blocked by a happy ending. Isn't he a genius? Molly laughed and replied that he was more stupid than she thought. Chuck looked at the tasks in front of him, and the girl added that he thought the customer support would solve this, he would only get an automatically templated answer from it. Then Molly stood up. Looking ahead, she added that only Chuck could deal with him since he single-handedly crushed the World Union of Guilds. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, and then Molly jumped out of the cart. Chuck continued to look in her direction. About the sea thought that she was counting on him. Before he ruined the game even more, you need to find and destroy the trophy guy. We are transferred to some time later. The protagonist calmly walks, chewing meat. After which, he goes head down and sighs heavily. Turning around, he says that it is annoying, but he has no choice. It will be harder to sell if he is left alone. Kate adjusted her knuckles and replied that he has some ideas. They cannot blindly wander in search of him. Chuck smiled and replied that if it is impossible to report to support, there can only be one reason. Smiling, looking ahead, he added that it is a conspiracy of the higher-ups. Eurus, biting meat separately, looked ahead. Kate did the same. We are transferred to a huge glowing building. The protagonist takes a mobile phone in his hands, and then with a frightening face says that the president is going to the Gukpub houses, otherwise he will blush again server. The president, looking at the mobile phone in fear, asked that he is an idiot. What does this mean? Suddenly, his phone beeped. Chuck, looking ahead, laughed, then said that he would drop the call. He pointed at the power button and then pressed it. The president threw his cell phone on the table with all his might. Hearing that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable, leave a message. After the beeps, an additional fee would be debited from him. Chuck ran to the door, said that support wouldn't work. Well, okay, then he would just meet with the president. Opening the door, he added that he would try a double portion. Suddenly, he stood in a stupor. He stared ahead silently for a few seconds, and then said, looking ahead in surprise, that it was Kate. The girl stared silently, standing in front of him in a short skirt. Then she took a step forward and said that she wanted to go too. The protagonist replied that she would be fine if someone noticed her. The girl replied that she didn't care and it was already night. Then she slightly opened her mouth and was about to say something. Kate looked menacingly ahead. Her cheeks turned red, and then she said that in real life you should call her Kate too. The protagonist turned red, looking ahead. Someone looks at a mobile phone. Kate writes that she will take a short walk with Chuck. The girl, wrapped in a towel, wipes her head and laughs, looking ahead. We are transferred to a small restaurant. The president comes inside, throwing open the door. Frowning, he turns red, and then loudly shouts that where is this bastard? How an ill-mannered idiot has the right to call him. After which, in the distance, he notices a table where Kate is sitting with Chuck. And not puzzled, they turn around to the president. He runs up to the protagonist and, grabbing him by the throat, shouts that he is an impolite idiot. How dare he give orders to an elder? At some point, the president stops and turns around in surprise. Looking at the girl, he asks who is this, his girlfriend. Kate looks ahead in surprise. Then she blushes and fixes her hair, saying that from the outside it looks like that, then okay, she must admit. The protagonist intervenes in the conversation. He says in a trembling voice that the president is crazy. She is a popular idol. If he will carry such nonsense, and her fans will curse them. The girl lowered her head with a smile, and the president added that he is also rude. Then suddenly Kate slammed her fist on the table, and the president and the protagonist turned towards her. She smiled widely, and then added that maybe they will get down to business. Chuck smiled, and then said that he agreed. A very pleasant-smelling dish appeared on the table. The president, opening his mouth wide, asked what copies objects. Putting down the spoon, he said that he thought it was something important, what they were taking their VR technology for. The government approved internal game monetary transactions for a reason, a genius hacker who broke into the national security system. Turning around, Chuck said that he was damn disappointing. Someone saw it with their own eyes. The president replied that Molly or whatever his name was most likely wrong. The probability was less than 1/100%. Then they began to argue loudly, saying that it must be, apparently, he used a bug in them, interrupting Kate, apologizing. She said, looking ahead, that if hacking from the outside is impossible, what about internal? The president turned around, puzzled. Then he lowered his head down and thought. And then after a while he replied that this was also impossible even with manager rights. It was useless to add the skill to copy objects. Then he put the spoon on the table. He raised his hand and said that he had things to do and he would go. It was on him. Let them enjoy the date. She blushed and then said goodbye with a smile, and the protagonist with a spoon in his mouth thought that this old man of death wants a date with him. We are transferred to the street. The president lights a cigarette. Security stands around him. He brings the lighter to the cigar, and then takes a deep breath, after which he turns to one of the guards, turns around and tells them to prepare 5 people who can keep secrets. We are transferred to a huge mountain. The protagonist bites off a piece of meat and then says that here they are back to the beginning. Frowning with displeasure, he adds that this irritates him incredibly. No matter if it is a trophy guy or a prize man, he will see and smash his skull. Hearing this, Kate blushed and, laughing, replied that this is very manly. Afterwards, looking ahead, she added that, by the way, what is the real goal of the trophy guy? Chuck replied that why is she suddenly asking this? The girl, looking ahead, replied that no matter what versions she thought about, it was still strange. If it was money, then why attack the Robin Hood Guild? The protagonist shrugged his shoulders, and then replied that he had no idea. The guild members had a lot of colored items. Kate pointed her finger at him and replied that that was why it was strange if he could copy anything and sell it. Lowering her head, she added that why did he attack ordinary users, especially the Robin Hood Information Guild? Chuck looked at her in surprise for a few seconds, and then, biting off a piece of meat, he replied that he did not know. Kate, sighing in disappointment, replied that for some reason she was not surprised by Chuck's stupidity. He, laughing, replied that he was not a particularly smart character. Suddenly, far away in the mountains, there was a strong explosion that even threw the girl back. She, putting her hand on her head, asked what it was, after which they saw a huge column of dust. Looking at this, Kat asked that this reminded her of Chuck's attacks. The protagonist frowned, looked ahead with displeasure, and then he jumped up and ran forward. Seeing this, the girl screamed in fear, "Chuck, we are transferred to the site of a huge explosion." Habik is kneeling. He is breathing heavily, and blood is flowing from his mouth. He grabs his severed hand. Blood. The trophy guy is standing in front of him. He laughs, then shouts that the rumors seriously exaggerated his strength. Then he smiles and adds that he is the one and only. Habik, smiling, raised his head, then asked why he is doing this. He does not think that the manager will turn a blind eye to such behavior. The trophy guy looked ahead in fear, and Habik added that he could handle it. If the management caught him, it would be hard for him. After which the guy grabbed him by the neck. He began to strangle him, shouting that he was smug and how dare a bunch of code like him. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that unique bosses cannot be restored. If he does not want him to destroy him, let him answer. Habik began to choke on drool, his body shook, and the trophy guy shouted where his master was. After Habik smiled, trying to remove his opponent's hands, he added in a trembling voice that he thinks what he will say. The trophy looked menacingly ahead. He swung his sword, saying that let him die then. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing someone shout stop. Smiling, he asked that this is really the one he has been looking for so long. He saw a small shadow in the dust, and then added that he was thinking of visiting him later. He showed up himself. A girl with long black hair appeared. This is the goddess of life, Lena. She looked menacingly in front of her. The trophy guy turned away from her, and then told her to wait until he finished off Habik, and then deal with her. The goddess smiled and exhaled, and then she said that it was pointless logging in from the manager's account. He was acting like those horny idiots. Hearing this, You're Not a Guy took his teeth and asked discontentedly what. Lena, looking at him, smiled and replied that he was a trash bastard. The trophy guy stood in place for a few seconds, holding a sword above himself. After that, he smiled widely inside, and then he pushed Habik with his hand and knocked him to the ground. Lowering his head down, he said that okay, he didn't need to waste time, she was next anyway. Then he turned to the girl and took a few steps towards the goddess. Coming closer, he loomed over her menacingly and asked where the master was. Looking at her madly, he added that she could not answer him right now, they were not in a hurry. Continuing to press the girl, he added that he would cut off all her limbs and hang them on a tree. He opened his mouth wide, and then added that he would cauterize the wounds with fire and heal her so that she would not die. Coming closer, he added that they could talk all night long. Today he was working overtime. Lena looked at him for a few seconds. An image from the past appeared in her mind, and then she simply closed her eyes. Lowering her head down, she said that they were similar, but apparently he was his complete opposite. The trophy guy looked ahead, puzzled, and then asked what she was even talking about. A second later, he was crushed by a huge foot. The goddess looked at him haughtily, blood splashed on her. A huge paw of a monster appeared from the void, and then Lena asked if he was still alive. Looking at the pool of blood, she added that he was disgusting, and then she headed in the other direction. Continuing to walk, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, the trophy guy behind her said that he forgot about it. He stuck out his hand, and then, standing up to his full height, he said that she was the owner of this thing. Smiling, he added that where did such self-confidence come from? It would be troublesome. The goddess, turning around, exhaled and asked that he was still alive. Looking at the huge monster in the sky, she added that this time she would really kill him. Then, widening her eyes, she looked towards the enemy and said that because trash like him is not worthy of living. The trophy guy smiled widely and replied that it was a lie. A strong flame appeared around him. The goddess looked around, puzzled. She watched as numbers appeared in the air, and then the area around them was completely covered in red space. And then 2 system messages appeared that this was the GM area, a space that can be created for privileged users, used for game maintenance, such as testing. The guy asked in front of him that he was not worthy of living. This is cringe. Smiling widely, he lowered his head and then added that they should stop making the game a reality. The goddess turned around in displeasure. Then we are transported to the forest. The protagonist moves between the trees at great speed. He and Kate quickly run forward. The girl, looking at him in fear, screams that this explosion was because of the trophy guy. Turning around, Chuck says that maybe he also thinks that it is one of his own. Then he remembers Kate's words that if hacking from the outside is impossible, what about from the inside? He remembers that the president fell silent for a second and looked ahead in surprise. Then the protagonist, making a dash forward, shouted that the president then said that it was impossible, but his face said otherwise. She also heard it, that the trophy guy destroyed the Robin Hood Guild single-handedly. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that he is sure that this bastard created a super account and is now at work. Kate looked at him in surprise, and then, lowering her head, asked that it is so and so, but he can run faster. The protagonist, apologizing, answered that they invested in agility. 2 system messages appeared with their characteristics. After a while, he and his companion reached the red zone. The girl, looking ahead in surprise, asked what it was. Chuck replied that he didn't know. Suddenly they saw Habik, who was sitting under a tree. He said that it was a trace of the trophy guy's teleportation. Grabbing his hand, he added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist, looking at him in surprise, shouted what he was doing here and what was wrong with his hand. Kate, who was standing next to him, wondered if he hadn't kidnapped her. Habik, smiling, replied that the trophy guy had attacked him. He had moved Lena to the GM zone to fight at full strength. The protagonist, looking at him, asked who Lena was and whether this bastard was really the manager. Looking at him, Habik replied, laughing, that he didn't know, but she often talks about him. Chuck looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and Habik added that she was talking about how hopelessly he was in love with her. Kate, who was standing next to him, looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Then Chuck frowned in thought, and Habik added that she had long straight black hair and bangs. Suddenly the protagonist remembered and said that it was a cockroach, but can they even be called familiar? Kate, exhaling, looked at him and said that it means that this is his taste. Who would have thought? The protagonist replied that she was the only one talking about it. Then, looking ahead with displeasure, he added that one must be crazy to fall in love with someone who insulted his parents. He has zero interest in her. Hearing this, Kate blushed and looked ahead in surprise, and then slightly opened her mouth. She raised her hand and added that it does not matter. Eurus raised his hand with a smile and then said that it looks simply incomparable. Suddenly, Habik coughed up blood. Looking at him, Chuck worriedly asked that he was okay. He looked like he was about to fall apart. His friend, catching his breath, answered that he was in a lousy state. Is there an option to heal him? Hearing this, the protagonist laughed and answered that why would he do that? After his death he would receive excellent items. Kate also smiled and then added that since they found him together, they need to share them. Habik raised his head and replied that he forgot. The mirror will disappear if he dies. Hearing this, Chuck stood in a stupor, and a second later he put his hand on Habik. Raising his finger up, he added that he should not worry, and he will heal him no matter what. Habik smiled and replied that he is just trash. Kate approached the protagonist and asked how they could heal him. She did not take any potions that restore health. He replied that it did not matter. A second later, a yellow aura appeared around him. He smiled. A bright sphere shone on his chest, and a system message appeared that he was a novice master and a unique skill was being activated. A cross appeared in the sphere and a system message that this was the spirit of a cleric, a revival spell. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward and then said that he was using the healing skill. The system message said that this skill restores health, the basic skill of a cleric. A second later, the entire forest was illuminated by a flash of brightness. He watched as he gained 1 HP every second. Lowering his head in displeasure, he said that this was indeed a cure. It barely restored his physical strength. Chuck, smiling, laughed and said that maybe he should invest in intelligence. Then, looking ahead in surprise, he added what would happen to his hand if his health was restored. The same would disappear, but the body part could only be restored if he went to the inn and logged out. Habik, lowering his head, replied that at least this was the case with players. He could only restore body parts after respawning. Hearing this, the protagonist turned pale and then said that only after respawning then. He swung at his beloved, then added that it would be useless to kill him with one blow. Habik suddenly told him to wait. Narrowing his eyes, he added that he was a unique boss and he would not respawn after death. Hearing this, Chuck froze in place, frowning. Looking at the sky, he asked discontentedly what he was talking about. Bosses do not respawn after death. Habik, laughing, replied that he did not know. Exhaling, he added that, firstly, there are few unique bosses. This does not affect the game at all. The Eurus is also a unique boss. Turning around, the protagonist asked if this was true. The Eurus answered yes, that is why he desperately begged to spare him. Chuck remembered his battle with the Urus. Then Habik, looking ahead, told him to understand that their unique boss is Lena. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead silently for a few seconds. He narrowed his eyes. Cockroach, remembering her image, he thought that this is the boss. We are transferred to the red zone. A strong explosion occurs. The trophy boy swings his sword and charges forward. He opens his mouth wide and screams for her to die. Lena stands there silently for a few seconds and looks at him. Then she smiles widely and tells him to try. The boy slams his sword into the ground and causes a huge blast wave. Then he raises the sword behind his back again and charges forward. He causes a huge blast wave that destroys everything in its path. The goddess calmly looks ahead and says that it is useless. She fans the fire with her wings. Then, frowning, she looks ahead with displeasure. Looking at her opponent, she adds that she is the goddess of life. He really thinks that a pathetic person like him. The trophy boy interrupts the girl and says that he is capable of killing most. Opening his mouth wide, he says that this is what she was going to say. Lena, frowning, looks ahead. The guy clutches his face, then laughs and says that she looks like a child. Such phrases will not make her cool. Smiling, he adds that he has been working in this company for years, and she thinks that he does not know about her skill. Two black silhouettes appear in his head, and he says that he saw the fight between her and that stickman. The recording was shown to all employees of the rank of team leader and above. The stickman also fell for it, that his attacks do not work against the goddess. Squinting, he added that the special hidden skill of the goddess of life is the creation of existence. Taking a step forward, he added that attacks on her work, she just recreates herself when she dies. Then he dashed forward, and then swung his sword, looking with a crazy look. He hit the goddess with all his might. A system message appeared, activation of creation of existence. The goddess was completely incinerated, and a second later, she was reborn again. Lowering her head, she looked in front of her. The trophy boy swung his sword again, then laughed and shouted that as expected, the skill was just cheating, which was the one that caused the most controversy during the design stage. Remembering the monster, he shouted that she created the Urakan with this skill from the fragments of its left head that was found in the Urus nest. Swinging his sword with all his might, he summoned the flames again, shouting that that was why she called the Urakan her son. The goddess opened her mouth, then said that he was talking too much. A second later, she cut his body in half with her staff. Pavel, what does it matter if he can't kill her anyway? The trophy boy's body flew to the side. He looked in front of him madly, then asked that she was finally attacking him. Suddenly, her staff began to change. It turned into a heart. The girl looked at it in surprise. The guy started to distort and then asked what she thought, why he moved her to this space. A distortion appeared around the girl, and then her clothes changed. She looked at her body in fear, and then she looked at her hand for a few seconds in silence. The trophy guy approached her and then said that there was a cutie in her, and he thought she was just annoying. Then he pierced her stomach with his sword as well. Smiling, he added that if he killed her, the master would definitely come out of the shadows. The goddess spat out blood, and then the trophy guy said goodbye to her. We are transported to a large room. There are many alcoholic drinks on the table. The trophy guy drinks one glass, and then swills it across the table surrounded by his comrades and says that there is nothing better than a drink after working overtime. His friend, raising the glass to his mouth, replies that he did a good job, only the last stage remains. The trophy boy furrowed his brows and replied that no, that bastard refused to call his master, that rude piece of AI. His friend smiled and replied that at least he had killed Lena, wouldn't that have provoked the master to appear? The trophy boy lowered his head and thought, then said that he couldn't kill her because he had appeared. His friend looked ahead, puzzled, then asked what. The man let go of his head and narrowed his eyes. Then, after drinking his glass, he replied that it didn't matter, there were other ways to meet the master. His friend, looking ahead, disappointed, said that there was something that was bothering them, who the master was and why they would meet him. The trophy boy furrowed his brows and replied that he was serious, he had worked with him without knowing it. His friend smiled and then hugged the girl and said that he decided to follow him without asking questions from the university until now. The trophy guy exhaled and said that he was very proud. Then he put the empty glass on the table. Lighting a cigarette, he said that in simple words one of the bosses related to the main plot of the game. Imagining in his mind a creature behind which there are mountains of gold, he added that this is the best merchant. Hearing this, the guy turned and asked that the best merchant is this mob. The trophy guy answered that why not, if the boss wants to be a merchant, he will be one, such as freedom, a common thing in the game. His friend looked ahead puzzled and then said that he seemed to have heard of him somewhere. If he thought about it, the hurricane that had caused the stir before was known as gluttony. The trophy guy, frowning, replied that he was an idiot and he didn't know. These are the 7 deadly sins from Catholicism. They are often used in movies and even. An image of a lion appeared in his head and he said pride. Then he imagined a raven monster and said greed. After that, an image of a snake appeared in front of him. He added envy. After which a fire monster appeared and he answered ref. Then a goat called lust. a huge bear named Gluttony, and then a huge fly named Sloth. Lowering his head, he said that those sins that started all the others are called the 7 deadly sins. It was his comrade who frowned and replied, that isn't this plagiarism? Idiots work in the game. After drinking a glass, the trophy guy replied that he thinks he's the only idiot here. Sighing, he added that he now understood the concept of the bosses of the main plot of the game: pride, Eurus, gluttony, hurricane, laziness, riot. Then an image of Lena appeared in his head and he added that she is lust. Hearing this, the guy lowered himself and said that, as expected, she is also a boss. Such a cheating ability in an ordinary user would destroy the balance. The trophy guy narrowed his eyes, then replied that he didn't get it, she was the boss, but he didn't say she was an NPC. His comrade, looking ahead in surprise, asked what he meant. A normal user became a boss. The trophy guy put his glass on the table, and then, looking ahead, replied that the freedom in the game is much wider than he can imagine. Just as a boss can become a merchant, so a normal user can become a boss. We are transported to the forest. The protagonist, picking his nose, says that it is incredibly difficult. Looking at his friends, then crossing his arms, says that this is how he will fool them. This cockroach is something between a user and an NPC. Habik lowered his head, and then, smiling, replied that he is not sure, he does not know, probably the trophy guy knows, since he is the manager. Hearing this, Chuck gritted his teeth in displeasure, and then cursed and said that now he had another reason to beat up this guy. Kate, looking ahead in surprise, said that she still did not understand. Raising her head, she added that why would a trophy guy want to meet laziness if his goal was to make money by selling items? He could just load them into the freight house, and regarding the attack on the Robin Hood Guild, his actions were inconsistent. Hearing this, Habik looked ahead in displeasure, and then, dropping his head, he replied that he had a suggestion. Opening his mouth, he added that a god particle no, it was because of a divine class item. Hearing this, the protagonist looked away in confusion and replied that a god particle, he had heard this somewhere before. Eurus flew up to him, and then replied that this is what Habik was talking about when he kidnapped Kate. A god particle is called a divine class item. Suddenly, someone approached them. It was Molly. Looking at her comrades, she said that they, guys, also talk about divine items. After which she took off her mask and added that she apologized for the sudden disappearance. She was busy with personal investigations. Coming closer, she added that they need to walk together for a while. Holding the mask on her hand, she said that she found the trophy guy's shelter. We are transported to huge rocks, and then they come to a small house. Kate, looking at it, says that this place is definitely his shelter. It is quite ordinary. Molly brings her hand to the house and then says that for sure she checked the owner of the house with the help of judgment. A system message appeared that this is a wooden shelter. The owner is the trophy guy. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked what she said, that he is not here now. Molly answered yes, adding that something does not indicate his presence. Suddenly there was a loud explosion, and she added that she can't see what's inside. No one can get in unless he does. Suddenly the protagonist slashed half the house with a club. Looking inside, Molly asked while he did it. Chuck replied that it just broke when he hit it. The girl looked inside and then asked what to start with. Why don't they go in? Entering inside, Kate blushed, her mouth wide open. In front of them was a huge pile of gold coins and various expensive weapons. Covering her mouth, she added that all these items, are they really copies? Molly replied that they are not. Lowering her head, she continued to say that none of these items are copied. Moreover, they are all divine class items. Looking at the huge amount of precious items, she added that there are roughly 5 billion here. Let's get closer. She put her hand, saying that there were many items from their guild. She thinks he left them here because of the limited space in the inventory. Then she said that as she expected, his goal was the divine items. Chuck, looking ahead, asked in surprise that why they were so expensive. He should have just gone to the nest of horror like he did. Looking ahead, Molly answered that he would have earned crumbs and the company would have noticed. Then she turned around and added that the divine items are different. Some people are constantly buying them up. The protagonist frowned and then answered, is this really a buyer? Looking at Habik, he added that this is the master, the best merchant of Riot. Habik narrowed his eyes and then answered that he agreed, and he was thinking the same thing. Molly, standing up from her knees, said that the trophy guy was much worse than she thought, but the plan was worthy. Looking ahead, she continued to say that since the best merchant is an unusual user, there is no risk of information leakage, and in order not to hurt the economy too much, he would sell them separately. As a result, there is almost no risk of being caught. Looking at the huge number of items, she continued to say that if they screenshot this and send it to customer service, the case, accurately, will move from dead center. Since the manager hid all these items at his place, these are all important evidence for them. After that, she took off her mask and smiled. Turning around, she said that this is a good job, they can close this case, and then thanked everyone present. Hearing this, the protagonist, discontentedly picking his nose, asked why this permission. Looking straight ahead, he continued to say that she was filming a detective drama she tried all day, and at the most interesting part, it all ends with a report to the support service. Molly, turning around, replied that yes, but then what should they do? Chuck threw his booger aside, and then, smiling, said that they should teach the trophy guy a good lesson. We are transferred to the city. The protagonist is walking with a mask on his face. The trophy guy appears in front of him, clenching his teeth, looking displeasedly ahead. They meet eyes and look at each other for a few seconds in silence. Kate lowers her head, then thinks that this man is a trophy guy. Looking at his displeased face, she continues to think that he really appeared, as the protagonist said. Looking at the busy street, she thought about how he appeared in the middle of the street. The trophy guy, clenching his teeth, asked why he needed a mask. He is trying to hide his identity. He took off his mask and then laughed. Throwing his weapon behind his back, he said that he borrowed it. He was too famous. A huge number of people from the Robin Hood Guild were on the roof. One of them approached Mala and said that isn't this a trophy guy? She replied that yes, he showed up as Chuck planned. Her follower added that he planned what he was going to do since he called him to the center of the village. We are transferred back to the treasures. The protagonist, looking at them, says that first they need to collect all these items. Molly, looking at them, asks what everything is for, to which Chuck replies that it is tiring, so let him not specify the details. He thought of everything. Smiling, looking ahead, he adds that she should also lend him a mask and, if possible, the one on her. A second later, Kate ran up to him and kicked him in the back with all her might. We are transferred outside. The trophy guy kicks the ground. Beads of sweat are running down his face and he looks ahead menacingly, and then shouts that how can a wall? He looks at the damage in his house, and then he takes off and shouts that this is not a personal shelter protected by the system. With his mouth wide open, he shouts that his divine items are his money. Entering the room, he finds that it is completely empty. He looks around in fear, and then he notices something. On the floor in the center of the room is a small note. He picks it up with trembling hands and reads that if he wants his items back, he should come to the center of the frontline village tomorrow at 7 p.m. real time. Gritting his teeth, the trophy guy says discontentedly that it is a stick insect. Then we are transported to real time. He also looks ahead discontentedly, then says that he is a bastard. Then he takes a few steps forward, saying that how dare he steal his money. The protagonist puts his hand in front of him and then tells him not to come any closer. Then he puts his hand out and asks Kate to give him one thing. Chuck grabs the fire dragon dagger. It's a long red feather. His class is divine. He then holds it out to the little girl, saying that if he takes one step, he will sell it to an NPC. The trophy guy stretches out his hand in fear, and then yells at him to stop because the item is worth 200 million, but if he sells it to an NPC, he will not get even 300 gold. He continues to grind his teeth in displeasure. Lowering his head, he says in a trembling voice what he needs, what he is achieving. The protagonist licks the divine item, and then, laughing, says that it is nothing, but since he is waiting for an answer, maybe he should pester him. Kate looks at her ally in fear, then thinks that he really does look like a villain. After which Chuck shows the middle finger and then says that there are problems, but what will he do if he does not? Continuing to extend his middle finger, he adds that watching him shake with anger is incredibly funny. A moment later, the trophy guy disappeared in front of him. Then he appeared behind him. He used the GM zone. A blue beam appeared from the sky and hit the center of the village. Kate covered her head with her hands and then screamed, "What was that? She can't see anything." Looking ahead in fear, she called out to Chuck. Turning around, she saw no one. We are transported to a large red field. There are strong explosions everywhere. The trophy guy tries to hold back the protagonist's attack. He opens his mouth wide and then screams that how dare he. Some pig like him interferes with the manager. He will cut his body into small pieces, make noodles out of him. Then he swings his sword, hitting Chuck's body, from which blood begins to flow. A strong explosion pushes the protagonist back. He sticks his stick into the ground. Then he stops. His mask is cut into 2 parts. A moment and it falls to the ground. Chuck menacingly looks ahead on his knees. Then he adds, frowning, that he is even more trash than he thought, calling the user of his company's product a pig. His wounds begin to heal, and a system message appears that the healing factor has been activated. Trophy Boy, looking wild, starts running forward, screaming that pigs like him are delusional and forget about reality, right? He dashes forward, adding that he is too involved, going crazy over a year, a reason to treat such trash like a human. Their weapons collide, and a huge explosion occurs, blinding and destroying everything in its path. Chuck laughs, then says that he is right. Looking ahead with satisfaction, he adds that there is no reason to blame the user for a midlife crisis. Trophy Boy grits his teeth and screams that he is a bastard. He jumps to the side at great speed. The protagonist raises his head, wondering about the one above him. A moment later, his body is pierced through. Gritting his teeth, Chuck coughs up blood and then thinks that he didn't expect this from behind. The protagonist is hit multiple times. The trophy guy runs forward with blazing eyes and then screams at him not to mess with him. Gritting his teeth, he adds that they are all the same. No matter how hard a developer tries, all he gets is humiliation and criticism. We are transported to a huge building. The trophy guy thinks about the fact that at the same time he also about 7 years ago to apartment games. He types code on the keyboard. Smiling at the monitor, he is a developer who has not yet lost his naivety. Suddenly, the protagonist hits him on the head with a stick, telling him to stop. Menacingly looking ahead, he adds that how dare he use the villain card with history, it does not change his criminal intentions, so enough flashbacks. The trophy guy looks ahead menacingly, his face twisted from the blow. A huge column of fire appeared, destroying everything in its path. A second later, dust flew around. A system message appeared that the hidden skill healing factor was activated. The trophy guy gritted his teeth, flies forward at great speed, his skin is decomposing. He swings his sword and makes a strong swing. The protagonist does not have time to dodge, and it cuts his skin. Chuck thinks about the fact that this idiot has a healing factor, no wonder since he uses the manager's account. The guy, menacingly looking ahead, says that the hidden skill of strength is activated. Looking frighteningly ahead, he adds the spirit of the Titan. A second later, they are covered in a blue aura. Chuck looks ahead in horror, thinking that this hidden skill of strength is like a healing factor, only not from vitality, but from strength. A blue aura appears around the trophy guy, and then a system message that the hidden skill Titan spirit the user gets the power of a Titan. Conditions of acquisition. The first condition is the master level, the second condition is 100,000 strength 14,000 or more, the third condition is defeating the bear with one blow after fulfilling the other conditions. His whole body is filled with enormous energy, and then incredible power comes out of him. He clenches his teeth, and then he raises his head and screams loudly. The Titan does the same, after which, at great speed, it completely flows into the trophy guy. Chuck covers his face with his hand and jumps to the side, and then screams, "What kind of special effects are these? Even the healing factor is not so dramatic." A system message appears that the Titan spirit is activated. The protagonist looks in front of him for a few seconds at the guy from whom incredible energy comes, after which a system message appears that the damage and attack range are increased by 1000% for the duration of the skill. The guy turns around. He grabs his sword, and then makes a slight swing in front of himself. Chuck watches as an incredibly powerful wave of fire comes at him. It destroys everything in its path, leaving no chance. While in the smoke, a system message appears that the healing factor has been activated. Chuck begins to restore his body. Frowning, he looks ahead. The ground beneath him is scorched to the ground. Smiling, the protagonist says that this skill is just cheating, let him give it to him. The trophy guy looks ahead in surprise, then says that. A second later, a black tentacle gets into his body. Smiling, he uses the hidden gluttony skill. A system message appears that this skill absorbs all the characteristics and level of the target when overeating. Chuck smiles, and then adds that he can steal his stats and also get this skill. After a while, the trophy guy's body begins to distort. He literally appears behind the protagonist in an instant. Swinging his sword, he says that the hidden skill of agility is activated. Menacingly looking ahead, he adds the speed of light. In a split second, he deals a huge number of blows to the protagonist. Chuck, spitting blood, shouts that another skill. A system message appears in front of him that the hidden skill is the speed of light, moving at speed. Acquisition conditions. The first condition is the master level, strength stats above 14,000, running for more than a minute after fulfilling the other conditions. Then the trophy guy hits Chuck in the stomach with his hand at great speed. He opens his mouth and says that the outcome of the battle is ultimately decided by stats and strategy. Pressing through the press, he adds that he also has all the stats for 5 nines. The protagonist spit blood, after which a strong explosion occurred. The trophy guy took a few steps forward, and then, smiling broadly and throwing his sword behind his back, he asked if he didn't know that with such a difference, no matter how good the control was, you can't win. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that for sure, his control was still shitty. He was an over-equipped idiot who had reached the maximum level. Chuck was on one knee, his entire body was covered in abrasions and burns, after which he clenched his teeth. Standing up and stretching his weapon out in front of him, he said that hearing such things from him was incredibly annoying. He was just a terrible person abusing his rights as a manager. Hearing this, the trophy guy smiled and replied that if he didn't like it, let him become a manager himself, and, apparently, he was jealous. Why play games so diligently to become a first-class character? It was enough to change the value of a couple of bits. A moment later, the protagonist flew headlong into the guy's face at great speed. They flew off at great speed to the side. The manager fell to the ground, raising a column of dust. He grabbed his red nose, from which blood was pouring, looking ahead in fear and asked what was this? Where did such speed with low agility come from? He looked ahead with displeasure and saw the protagonist lying on the ground. Chuck, continuing to look at the ground, asked where. Raising his head, he smiled widely and then added that it was control. Hearing this, the trophy guy clenched his teeth and cursed discontentedly. He again used the hidden skill speed of light and began to move through space with lightning speed. Flying at high speed, he shouted that why didn't he try it again. He didn't know what skill the protagonist used, but he couldn't match his speed. Chuck stood up. Raising his club, he replied with a smile that it wasn't a skill, he was just using the game system. Taking a stance, he prepared to attack. And then suddenly, at high speed, he turned around. Seeing this, the trophy guy looked ahead in fear, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist smiled, and then the recoil control. He swung his club and struck in front of him. A huge column of energy mixed with fire was approaching him at high speed. Gritting his teeth, Chuck happily dodged the attack. The trophy guy looked ahead in fear, and literally a second later, the protagonist hit his opponent on the head with all his might with the club. He made a displeased face, thinking that he was fast. Chuck smiled and then said that he hit him. That was incredible luck. His opponent flew back at great speed, hitting the floor. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked contentedly, "What do you think? That hit is cool." Then, continuing to smile, he added that he turned on the recoil control option in the game settings. Looking at the trophy guy, who was kneeling, he added what it felt like to feel the recoil from a destructive attack. The manager smiled widely and, laughing, said that his control was shit. Why was he so worked up? He would not have more luck. Chuck, calmly looking ahead, answered that it was true because it was much slower than the speed of light. Looking ahead, contentedly, he added that they should stop fooling around and end it. The trophy guy, smiling, looked ahead. Then, getting to his feet, he said that the idiot pig, because of a successful hit, he got too proud. Frowning, he continued to say that he thought there was a way for a pathetic user like him to defeat the manager. Chuck, frowning, replied that there was one. He stretched his hand out in front of him, after which it lit up and a purple aura appeared around it. The protagonist continued to say that they had a lot of fun, even if it was short-lived. The manager looked ahead, puzzled. Kate clasped her hands, her cheeks turned red, and then she said that it was terribly interesting. Sitting on the bench, she added what Chuck was planning to do. Even a strongman like him, would he be able to defeat the manager? Molly, looking at her, replied that he didn't tell her anything either. It seems that his girlfriend doesn't know either. Hearing this, Kate lit up and replied that yes, he only said that he would provoke her, drag her into the zone. Hearing this, Molly raised her hand and replied that something was bothering her. She remembered the note that the protagonist left, and then said that the reason why Chuck left the note and brought it for the day. Looking ahead, she added that she thought the reason was somehow related to the way to defeat the trophy guy. The protagonist continued to stretch his hand in front of him. A strong aura was coming from it. The flow of energy was spreading in all directions. The trophy guy looked ahead in fear, thinking that this was a confident face. Looking at his enemy, he thought that he should not be told that he really had a way to defeat him. Chuck opened his mouth and then said that he was using a skill. Frowning, a magic circle appeared under him, and he added a summon. A system message appeared that the summoning skill is a basic summoner skill. Hearing this, the manager stood in a stupor. Lowering his head, he shouted that the summoning skill, then he smiled and laughed. Clutching his face, he continued to laugh loudly. Looking ahead, he shouted that the summoning, he thought that the protagonist was using some super cool skill, but the summoning. Looking ahead at the purple aura, he added that he thought a novice master, something like an omnipotent, with a low charisma, intelligence, this skill is useless. Opening his mouth wide, he continued to laugh, saying that both of them are basic stats. With his levels, some kind of shitty mob will appear. A dark silhouette appeared in a purple glow. The trophy guy, arrogantly looking ahead, shouted that he was a stupid pig in the end. Suddenly, he became stupefied, looking ahead in fear. Someone stepped forward and then asked what in the end. The president appeared, holding a cigarette in his hands. He had dark glasses on his face. He looked ahead with a smile, holding his hands in his pocket. When the trophy guy saw him, his mouth opened wide and beads of sweat ran down his face. The protagonist laughed and said that his reaction was amazing, it was worth it. We are transported to the big building on the previous night. The guy, eating with the girl, says that no, something is wrong with him, he does not want to go to the second round. The trophy guy said that yes, he needs to log into the game for the final calculations. His partner gave him a thumbs up and then said that this is passion for work and he respects it. The manager said that he is an idiot, he should not fool around too much and go home since they will not be busy tomorrow. The guy and the girl were walking through the city. He asked if he should have another drink. Suddenly, two guys in tuxedos appeared in front of them, and then the president came forward. Frowning, he looked ahead. We are transported to one of the streets. The guy is on his knees with a smashed face. He raises his hands and then screams that yes, that's right, he heard that the trophy guy is going overseas once he gets enough money at once, he's just following orders, let them spare him. The president's guard turned around and asked what they should do, to which he replied that they should get rid of him. The guy continued to scream in fear, begging for help. The president walked up to the protagonist and then, smiling, thanked him and said that because of him, he caught the trophy guy before the matter became even more destructive. Standing around the corner, Chuck smiled and replied that yes, and then thought that he was scared. Are they a gaming company or the mafia? The president, coming closer, added that he was thinking of finishing him off if the matter was not worth it. Grabbing a cigarette, he lowered his head and then added that he was joking. This is a trophy guy. If he finds him, he will immediately deal with him. Looking at Chuck, he added that they planned to assemble a legal committee in order to sue him for everything possible, well, and fire him, of course. Coming out of the corner, he answered that he had plans for tomorrow at 7 p.m. The president replied that he had none. This protagonist smiled widely, then said that then he should also teach him a lesson. We are transferred to the red zone. The trophy guy looks ahead in fear. His whole body is shaking, and beads of sweat are rolling down his face. Then he raises his head up and shouts, "Exit." Gritting his teeth, a system message appears in front of him that he cannot exit during the battle. Then he laughs and shouts that he really does, after which he uses the zone cancel skill, HM, and the red field around them disappears. Chuck, looking around, shouts that this guy is running away. Suddenly, the president, taking a cigar in his teeth, says to open the presidential zone. A huge green field appears around them. The manager looks around in fear. He clenches his teeth and shouts that this is impossible. His hand is shaking. Grabbing his sword, he looks menacingly ahead and then in a trembling voice says that they will not throw him out of the company anyway. After which the manager takes off at great speed. Stretching his sword in front of him, he shouts that he does not care, the president or anyone else, let him die, bastard. Then he opens his mouth wide and shouts menacingly. He hits the president with all his might with his sword, but not a trace remains on him. The trophy guy looks ahead in fear, not understanding what is happening. Chuck looks around in surprise. The president takes out a cigarette and calmly sighs. And then, frowning and looking ahead, he says that even mad dogs hesitate before biting their master. The idiot doesn't even have rabies. A system message appeared with the president's characteristics. They are absolutely endless. After which he swung his fist. Looking menacingly ahead, he extended his hand and then added that he was fired. The trophy guy, clenching his teeth, could not move. He narrowed his eyes. The president's fist flew towards him at great speed, after which the trophy guy's teeth were knocked out and blood gushed from his nose. The blow was so powerful that the blast wave flew back many kilometers. It continued to spread, destroying in its path. One blow, he incapacitated the trophy guy with just one blow. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that he can't believe that he even bypassed the healing factor with a stat of 99,999. He's a very scary old man. We are transported to a large building. Chuck continues to think that in any case, on this note, the matter ended. Looking at the treasures, he continued to think that all the divine items were returned to their rightful owners. It turned out that other guilds besides Robin Hood suffered losses, after which the president punched the trophy guy in the face with all his might in real life. Chuck continued to think that he later found out that the trophy guy was fired and released from duty on the same day. The president continued to hit him with his fists, and the protagonist thought that even in reality, the old man beat him like a dog and kicked him out. Looking at the huge building, he thought that the idiot wanted to sue the president for compensation for the beating, but he only started his problems. Looking at the court emblem, Chuck thought that because of the counter-accusation, the president entered the second round irritated, and the legal team fought off all his empty accusations. A trophy guy with a battered face was carrying a small box of the protagonist's things from his workplace, that a lifetime would not be enough to pay for the damage caused to the company. They say that now his path to the industry is closed forever. Looking at the trophy guy, he thought that this was a happy ending. We are transferred to a small town. Chuck walks forward, thinking that after this day his trading life returned to normal. He met Kate and Molly. The girl took off her mask and looked ahead with a smile. She also lit up happily. The protagonist, looking at them, smiled and thought that everything was going on as usual again. Many zeros and ones appeared. The game was exiting. Chuck looked ahead with a smile. Getting up from the couch, he took off his virtual reality glasses. Looking ahead, he thought that something was depressing him. He could not ask. He remembered their conversation with Habik about Lena being something between a user and an NPC. Then Habik, lowering his head, replied that the trophy guy probably knows, since he is the manager. The protagonist, frowning menacingly, thought that now he has another reason to beat this guy, and yet this cockroach is an NPC or a person. Suddenly, Chuck saw a girl sitting in his room on the couch. He opened his mouth in fear, and then he silently looked ahead for a few seconds. Lena turned in his direction, and then said, "Really?" Smiling, she added that they have not seen each other for a long time. Instant noodles appear in front of us. Lena looks at them with a smile, and then says that they look great. She scoops them up on a stick, and then adds that she will eat well. The protagonist, looking at her, replies that of course. He silently watches her for a few seconds, frowning. And then, looking at her smile, he thinks about what is happening now. He continues to look ahead menacingly, and then thinks that at least he no longer has any doubts she is not an NPC. He carefully examines the girl, and then, looking at her smile, thinks that this is really a user. Suddenly, Lena blushes and looks ahead in surprise. The protagonist is also embarrassed, looking at her. The girl smiles, and then, looking ahead, asks why he is looking at her like that. Chuck looks away and, confused, tries to find words. Lena smiles, then asks why she is so beautiful. Hearing this, the protagonist, gritting his teeth, replies discontentedly that she is crazy, let her not be stupid and just eat her dinner. The girl replied that it is fine. They continued to dine in complete silence. The protagonist, eating noodles, blushed, staring at the plate. He continued to eat noodles, and then he remembered how she told him that she didn't need people like him in the team. His eyes widened, he remembered her words about him being a loser. How she, covering her mouth, smiled and added that he bragged to her about the newbie set. Looking ahead, she added that this meant that his parents were losers. Remembering these words, Chuck closed his eyes, and then, slamming his chopsticks on the table, he said that he almost melted like a loser. Frowning, he added that who the hell was she. Remembering what his house looked like, he added that how she found out where he lived and the password to the house. Lena put noodles in her mouth, and then, getting up from her chair, she turned away and stretched out her hands. Turning around, she replied that since he made her ramen, it meant that she should pay him in return. She smiled and added that she thought he would have a lot of questions, let him ask, she would answer them all. Chuck stared ahead for a few seconds in silence. Then he said, displeased, okay, then he would start with something simple. He crossed his arms and asked what her real hair color was. When they first met in the game, it was light pink. Lena blushed. Then, smiling, she replied that he had asked her about it in the past, she was glad he noticed. Then she remembered how the protagonist had asked her why her hair was different, had she dyed it. Then the girl laughed and replied that she was glad he noticed. Smiling, she grabbed a lock of hair and replied that yes, that was her real hair color. The protagonist, frowning, asked what in the past, what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The girl replied that she didn't know. Then, coming closer, she added that he liked light pink and should change his color. Chuck answered the next question with displeasure. Showing his hand on the table, he said that she was a unique boss and was killed by the trophy guy, her character was deleted. The girl closed her eyes and answered that she really died, but the character did not delete, in fact, her human form died. Hearing this, Chuck asked with displeasure what kind of human form. The girl answered that when the manager attacks in the GM zone, the divine power disappears. She did not know about it either. She remembered how the trophy guy pierced her with a sword, and then added that such a relief, otherwise she would have died as a unique boss and her character would no longer exist. The protagonist, looking at her, asked that then she was planning a massacre again, since she needs to kill 1,000 players to become the goddess of life. The girl looked ahead in surprise. She smiled and replied that it couldn't be. He really thought it was that simple. Adjusting her hair, she added that it was only one of the conditions, before that she had to fulfill more difficult conditions, after that she could change her occupation to the goddess of life. She imagined herself killing a player with a staff in her head, and then added that she could freely switch between human and divine forms. An image of how she looked in the game appeared in her head. And then, smiling widely, she asked if there was anything else he was interested in. Chuck sighed in displeasure, then said that he appreciated the patience with which she answered his questions, but she forgot to answer the first one. Leaning towards her, he added that he would ask again who she even was. Frowning, he continued to say that in the game she appeared everywhere he went, but in reality it was too much. Looking at the girl, he continued to tell her not to avoid him and to answer normally, otherwise he would report him to the police. Lena looked ahead for a few seconds in silence. Then she closed her eyes. Lowering her head, she replied that there were too many troublemakers and peace in this world. After which she put her hands on the table, straightening up, she continued to say that she wanted to propose to him. Slightly opening her mouth, she turned to Chuck. Putting her hand on her chest, she added that, please, he was hers. The protagonist looked ahead for a few seconds in surprise. In a stupor, he asked what was going on. A minute of silence hung in the room. Then suddenly the doorbell rang in the house. Smiling widely, Chuck turned to the side, beads of sweat slid down his cheek, and he said with a smile who was there at such a time, and then thought that it was to his advantage. Approaching the intercom, he pressed the button. Kate stood at the threshold, that he was inside. The protagonist, looking at the screen, wondered why she was here. The girl, poking her finger at the door, added that she needed to discuss something with him, let him open the door. Chuck turned around in fear and saw Lena behind him. Frowning, he thought that he should open the door. Looking at the girl behind him, he added that it needed to be done right now. After a while, the door opened. Kate put her hands on her hips in displeasure, and then said that why he hesitated, her hanging around outside. The protagonist apologized. The girl looked around, and then said that, so, this is where he lives. Looking at the room, she added that it was much cleaner than she thought, similar to her home. Suddenly, she looked to the side in surprise. She saw a ramen box and said that he had a late-night snack. Coming closer, she asked what he liked spicy and then laughed. The protagonist answered that he did. Then, approaching the girl, he asked why she decided to come so late. Laughing, she answered that it was because of the game, what time he was going to come tomorrow. Lena stood behind a column, lowering her eyes to ramen. Chuck answered that he does not know. Probably how to wake up and have breakfast. Tomorrow he has a day off and no plans. The girl answered that then great. She is also free, then tomorrow he will train her. The protagonist looked displeased and asked why all of a sudden, and she answered that he has already forgotten the goldfish. He must train her. Lena, lowering her head, listened to this conversation, and the protagonist added that for sure, because of the trophy guy, it flew out of his head. After a while, Kate came to the door and, clenching her fist, said that they will see each other tomorrow morning. If he oversleeps, she will kill him. Then she turned around and added that for sure. Stretching out her hand, she said that Chuck should give her his phone number. She will write her number in it. She cannot look for it every time. The protagonist raised his hand and then said that it was okay if the celebrity just gave him his number. The girl typed the numbers on the phone screen and then asked why he was like that all of a sudden. Throwing the phone to Chuck, she closed the door, saying that she had written down herself as Kate, and that he should call her so that she could save his number. Chuck watched as the door slammed shut. Suddenly, Kate appeared from it. She clenched her fist and added that if he didn't answer the message, she would kill him. The protagonist replied that it was okay. He understood. A moment later, the door slammed shut. Chuck, clutching his head, asked what just happened. Kate stood behind the door, her head down. She stared ahead silently for a few seconds and then sighed heavily. After that, her cheeks turned red and she thought about the fact that she now had his phone number. She was acting naturally. Was it right to ask for his number so abruptly? Apparently, her voice was shaking. Afterwards, she ran home with a smile, saying that she needed to hurry up and write to him. We were transported back to the room. He was lying on the table with his head down, and then said that all his energy had been sucked out of him. Why did he have to do this in the middle of the night? Lena looked at him with a smile, then asked why he had told her to hide. They weren't doing anything weird. Gritting his teeth, Chuck replied that her presence was already weird enough. He didn't need her answer anymore, just let her get lost. The girl laughed and asked that she spend the night at his place. Chuck thought that he was going crazy. Lena covered her mouth with her hand and then added that she was just joking. She would leave as soon as he responded to her offer. The protagonist looked in front of him with displeasure at his teeth, then shouted to be her. What kind of offer was this? He only asked who she was, and in response he said such nonsense. The girl laughed. Lowering her head, she added that it seemed that her request sounded too ambiguous, to put it simply. Looking ahead, she added that in the game, let him unite with her. We are transferred to a huge hall. Habik looks away, and then the Great Master speaks. He kneels down and, putting his hand on his chest, adds that his humble servant greets him. Looking at the throne, he added that Mr. Riot Sloth. A system message appeared near the throne that this is the great merchant Riot Sloth, the unique boss of the 7 deadly sins. Sloth looked menacingly ahead, and then, opening his mouth, asked what happened to his left hand. Habik grabbed his severed hand. Lowering his head, he apologized and replied that he was not capable enough to save the body given to him by the master. Silence reigned in the room for a few seconds, and then Sloth looked menacingly ahead. He stretches out his hand, from which a green aura comes down. Habik's whole body is covered with strong energy, and then after a moment, he watches as his hand is completely restored. Smiling, he says that his hand has been restored. He strains it, feels the strength in it, and then laziness, looking at his subordinate, asks who injured him. Menacingly looking ahead, he adds that the one he resembled earlier, everything happened because of the hero. Habik, lowering his head, smiled and answered that no, the master, on the contrary, he saved his life. Bowing his head, he added that if the master meets him, he will like him. Smiling looking ahead, he continued to say that for now he is the most suitable candidate for the place of one of the 7 deadly sins. We are transferred to the beach. Palm trees are everywhere. This is paradise on earth, a silver coast. Blue slimes are everywhere. This is a farming place for level 30 and above. Its liquid monster that lives here is very popular among newbies. Its body melts as soon as you touch it. Suddenly, a giant worm appeared from the sea. It was of incredible size. A system message appeared that it was a huge octopus kraken, level 85, a summon boss. Newbies can't handle this monster. Looking at its thick skin, the protagonist thought that he had strong skin that would only scratch the sharpest blade. The huge octopus began to wave its tentacles, destroying everything in its path, thought that the limbs on which it moves are free both in water and on land. Opening its mouth with a huge number of teeth, the octopus roared, and the protagonist thought that he was an imbalanced character with a ferocious character. The monster, looking menacingly ahead, attacked its victim. Chuck thought that this boss leaves irreparable injuries to beginners. The protagonist hit it with his club, and its eye fell off, and it flew to the side. Smiling, he said the skill strike. A second later, the huge octopus fell to the ground. It had 1 strip of HP left. It fell, unable to get up. Chuck, turning around, smiled and said for Kate to finish it off. She hit it with all her might in front of her, causing a strong wave. Then she flew up. She flew down with a smile straight to the monster's huge eye. Swinging her leg, she used the skill dragon kick. A blue illusion of a dragon appeared behind her. Then, shaking the earth, she destroyed the monster, trampling it into the sand. Landing on the ground, he looked at her and said that it was a clean final blow. Did she gain experience? The girl, turning around, disappointed, answered that no, not even by one. Eurus, looking ahead with fear, said that it was because of the difference in levels between the protagonist and Kate. No matter how he drags her, she will not gain experience. Looking at the monster, he added that, by the way, this skill has always been strong. It looks more powerful than last time. Kate looked at her excellent brass knuckles and answered that it was probably because of the weapon. Chuck, looking at her, smiled and answered that for sure she has it, but then she can farm without it. Kate, disappointed, looking ahead, thought that farming alone means that she will not be able to walk with Chuck. Turning away, she screamed, "What is he saying? What could be better than farming with him?" Lena appeared in the sky above them and watched the process. She looked ahead with displeasure, and then hung in the air for a few more seconds. We are transferred back. Lena, sitting opposite Chuck, tells him to team up with her in the game. With a smile, she adds that in exchange she will answer any questions, but suddenly the protagonist interrupted her and replied that he does not want to. Frowning, he folded his arms and replied that he was not crazy yet. Why would he play with her? He does not like when they poke something, a weapon, at him. Then he thought that especially now he is in the team with Kate, he will be beaten to death if he takes her too. The girl looked down disappointed. She watched as Kate, grabbing the protagonist by the collar, said that now they will go to the next farming place. Smiling, the goddess added that she is starting to envy and wants to destroy her. A second later, she turned away and said that she should let this situation go for now. Turning back, she continued to say that soon he would do this to her with all his might because he would become hers. Her cheeks turned red, and she added that this was all for the sake of the ending of the game. Eurus put his hands on his belt with displeasure and said that he could not help her. Flying closer, he continued to say that this would be the case everywhere. He had already told him that nothing would work out because of their level difference. Chuck asked if this was true. Kate heard this and looked ahead in surprise. Then the protagonist, lowering his head, asked what he should do then. There was no other way. The girl turned to him and said that he often started talking to himself. There was someone next to him. The protagonist pointed his finger at Eurus and said who else. She did not see this pseudo-dragon. The girl asked in fear, where was the dragon? Eurus, smiling broadly, answered that he forgot. The others did not see him. Chuck sighed and said that he was right, and Horror added that there was a way. If Kate shared his mana with him, he could gain a material form. The protagonist replied that his intelligence and wisdom stats were low. His mana was practically zero. Eurus replied that this would probably be enough. Chuck said that he wouldn't do it right now then. A purple pillar of mana appeared from the sky. A system message appeared that Eurus' soul was materializing. The protagonist stretched out his hand and looked at his shining minion. Kate, covering her face with her hand, thought about the light gathering in one place. The purple glow continued to illuminate everything around. Eurus, closing his eyes, flew in place. Then a system message appeared that Eurus' soul had been materialized. His cheeks turned red and he looked ahead with a smile. Kate coughed up blood, clutching her chest. Beaming with happiness, she screamed that he was so cute. Could she hug him? Eurus exhaled in displeasure. Frowning, he menacingly said that how dare a pathetic person like her hug him? Wasn't she afraid of death? The protagonist replied with a smile that she should do whatever she wanted, although he didn't think she could. The girl immediately jumped on the dragon and hugged him. Chuck looked ahead in surprise when suddenly someone said that he was here. Turning around, he saw the silhouette jets, then asked why he came. Habik appeared in front of him, and behind him was a griffin. Smiling, he replied that the situation had become complicated. He was flying in a hurry to find the hero. Chuck pointed his finger at himself, then asked how he knew he was here. Habik replied, pulling out a mirror in front of him, that it was one of his mirror skills. Looking into it, he saw the location of the hero, saying that the 7th exploration panorama, it shows the arrow to the enemy he had already met. Laughing, the protagonist replied that it was 3D navigation. Habik, closing his eyes, continued to say that in any case, now is not the time for talking, this is the place that the man is going to. Suddenly the protagonist interrupted him and came up, grabbing his hand. He said that his hand was restored. They attached it back to him. Habik replied that yes, the master did it, he restored it. Chuck congratulated him. Habik, thanking him, added that they now have a serious problem. Suddenly the ground shook under them. The protagonist looked down in fear and screamed that it was an earthquake. Kate turned around in fear. Habik, lowering his head, remained silent, and then, smiling, added that it means he is already here. Someone's white wings appeared, and then a huge throne, which was surrounded by many angels. Habik added that this is the master of the great throne, Len Riot. The throne and the angels were approaching down. Looking at them, Kate covered her face with her hand and asked that this is a soldier with angelic armor. Chuck frowned and wondered if it was a deer. He thought it would be a monster like Habik, since he was called a great merchant. The throne slowly landed on the ground. The protagonist wondered why it was so huge. Habik, riding a griffin, flew up to the throne. Lowering his head, he said that the master was here, apologizing. He added that he did not have time to explain the hero in detail. Sloth replied that everything was fine, he would go down and tell him himself. Hearing this, Habik looked ahead in fear. Beads of sweat flowed down his cheeks, after which he closed his eyes and answered well. The throne began to fly down at great speed, and then a moment later it fell to the ground. The protagonist and Kate covered their faces with their hands from the dust. Chuck looked ahead in surprise. He heard a voice that told him that it was nice to meet him. From the dark throne, Len's voice was heard. He said that he had heard about him from Habik, that he was a hero of the modern times. The protagonist silently looked ahead and then thought about this guy. Looking at the dark face, he thought that it was Len. We are transported to a small town. Lena takes a step forward and walks along a long road. She looks ahead carefully, and then, smiling, she says that she found him. Looking at the throne on which the skeleton sits, she says that he is here, the strongest person at the time of life. Looking at the skeleton, she added that this is the first hero, Master Yopi, who died 100 years ago. Exhaling, she added that this is what the game says, an outdated and familiar legendary hero. Suddenly, something begins to glow on the hero's skull. The symbol begins to burn brighter. The goddess, lowering her head, says that as she expected, she knew that this would happen. After which she raises her staff. Extending it forward, she adds that she does not know whose idea it was, but the story of this game is childish and cliché. Lena smiles and then adds that this is the highlight of the game. She extends her staff forward and it begins to glow brightly. A strong flame appears around her, after which we are transferred to the beach. A huge number of knights with wings appear in front of us. Sloth is one of the 7 deadly sins. His confidants are the strongest of the angelic tribe. Looking at the coins, the protagonist thought that he is also called the Great Merchant. He occupies a huge throne made of pure gold. Chuck looked at the huge golden throne for a few seconds. A small boy with small wings appeared in front of him. He thought that this was a great and magnificent presence. He looked in front of him silently for a few seconds. The protagonist, along with Kate and Eurus, looked at him in surprise. Suddenly Eurus said that he was a bastard and had been a stranger for a long time, but his charisma was still so strong. A yellow aura appeared around Lenya, and he flew above the throne. A moment later, he was next to the protagonist, and then, looking at him, he said that this was Lenya's body. He was the hero that Habik mentioned. Chuck answered in surprise that he probably was, and then thought about what it felt like a child was making fun of him. Lenya exhaled, and then, looking menacingly in front of him, he added that the level of people these days has dropped a lot. A guy like him is a hero. The protagonist, frowning, asked discontentedly what. A second later, Lenya kicked him in the head with all his might. Chuck made a face, spitting out blood. Kate looked at him in fear, and then Lenya swung his leg again to kick. He hit the protagonist in the cheek with all his might, and he was thrown back by a strong blast wave. Habik, looking ahead in fear, shouted what was going on. Looking at his master, he added that why was he attacking Mr. Hero? He was helping him. Len turned around menacingly and told him to shut up. Why would he show up in person just for the sake of a conversation? Frowning and putting his hands in his pockets, he added that Habik had forgotten and did not exist to confront them, people, and he had become close to him. He understood how stupid it was. Habik looked ahead in fear for a few seconds. Then the protagonist appeared, said that Len was right. Wiping his mouth from the blood, he continued to say that the little one, therefore, was a user and could not be friends. Looking ahead satisfied, he continued to tell him to stand there. Since he started at first, there would be no problems. Len, frowning, looked ahead in displeasure, and then he replied that he was wrong. Didn't Chuck make the first move? The protagonist replied what the hell he was talking about. When did he have time to do that? Sloth landed on the ground. As soon as he touched it, a powerful explosion occurred, destroying everything in its path. Grabbing the stone that flew into the air, he menacingly added that Eurus' pride was one of the 7 deadly sins, and he killed him and sped up everything. After that, the boy threw the stone forward at great speed. Chuck, swinging his club, frowned and replied that why was he complaining about it now. Having destroyed the stone, he looked menacingly in front of him. A huge blast wave passed to the side where the stone crumbs fell. A moment later, Sloth appeared on the protagonist's street and said that Eurus was officially the strongest boss in the game. Swinging his leg, he hit Chuck in the stomach. Looking straight ahead menacingly, he added that he had roles in the raid, endings of the story, but he killed Eurus and ruined everything. The protagonist spat blood. Sloth, continuing to strike him, added that gluttony Uraken should not have been absorbed so easily either, no 5 years, they should have been defeated in 10 years. Kate, looking ahead, shouted that Uraken attacked first and Chuck saved her then. Sloth, turning in her direction, menacingly told her to shut up. The girl immediately turned pale and stood in a stupor. The boy, looking at her with a frightening look, asked how she dared to interrupt him. He did not give her the right to speak. A second later, Kate fell to the ground. Her body trembled, and she wondered where such pressure came from. Looking ahead fearfully, she continued to think that this did not happen even when meeting Uraken. Eurus silently looked ahead. Then he looked away with displeasure. He and Len's eyes met. They looked at each other menacingly, and then Len's breath came out and said that Uraken appeared because of Eurus's death. He was the cause of everything. Lowering his head, he added that the problem growing like a tumor would soon finish everyone off. We are transferred to Lena. She waves her staff. The deer continues to say that the strongest person in the game is the first hero Yopi. He will soon be resurrected. The mark on the first hero's skull shone brighter and brighter. Then a light appeared in his eyes. A strong aura appeared around him. Lena smiled. And then, looking ahead, she said that she knew it was too early for him to wake up. Raising her staff, she added that she had come to share her power. A strong aura appeared around the skeleton. A second later, golden armor appeared on him. In just an instant, the bracers were completely restored. The first hero rose to his feet. We are transferred back. The protagonist, clutching his face, says that the Yopi or whatever his name is, that even if he rises. Wiping his nose from the blood, Chuck added that if he is a hero, then that means he is on the side of the people, so what's the problem? Len exhaled with displeasure, and then, frowning, he replied that he was stupider than he thought. He should have guessed by now. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that this guy will rise not as a man, but as one of the 7 deadly sins, and his main and only goal will be the destruction of the people who dirty betrayed him. A huge yellow magic circle appeared near the first hero. The earth began to shake, and after a few seconds, a skeleton's hand appeared. The skeleton in rags began to crawl out, and after a while, a huge 50 of the same appeared. Lena, looking at them, lowered her eyes and said that the strongest person is the first hero of the Yopi. A strong explosion occurred in the valley. The goddess added that he loved and trusted people more than anyone else, namely, he saw them so strongly. After a while, the dust cleared, and a huge yellow eye began to be seen in it. Lena, looking ahead, smiled, saying that his life was like a children's fairy tale. He will become one of the 7 deadly sins. A huge bone dragon appeared above the valley, and in front of the legion of skeletons stood the first hero. He, lowering his head, was silent and then said that he was the first hero of the Yopi. He looked menacingly ahead, adding that now he is the sin of wrath. A map appears before us. This is a continent that existed since ancient times. A huge city. It was a place where there was no hostility, war, a blessed world, full of peace, however. One day, devils appeared. Huge monsters destroyed everything in their path. They killed people. They robbed and destroyed cities. They burned settlements. The continent turned into hell in a matter of moments. But suddenly the first hero appeared. He stood with his comrades while a ray of light broke through the thickness of despair. The first hero looked menacingly ahead. Len, lowering his head, added that later the Yopi began to be called the first hero. The protagonist, looking ahead, repeated skip several times with displeasure. Len, looking at him, asked what he was doing, to which Chuck replied that he always pressed skip. He does not like to hear about the local lore. Putting his stick behind his shoulders, he replied that it was coming. The dark hero would be resurrected. Meanwhile, he talks as much as he wants, and he will still get an unfair punch in the face, although he listens attentively. How much will he chew over the same thing? Suddenly Chuck, frowning, turned to him and said that he defeated the Urus with one blow, whom he looked up to so much. Looking at the boy, he added that whether it was the first hero, the strongest man, or whoever else, so what? He should be afraid of him in this situation. Frowning, Len replied that he was dumber than he thought. Lowering his head, he continued to say that he does not know human fear, although he is a man. Frowning, he added that the hero himself will raid him, after which Len turned away and went back. Seeing this, Chuck asked where he was going. He came to fight him. Sloth, lowering his head, replied that it was no longer funny, and he wondered what the current hero was like, but it seemed that was all he could do. Turning around menacingly, he added that they once fought together with the first hero. He was the only person he acknowledged. Looking menacingly at the protagonist, he added that he would never defeat him. Chuck, smiling, sighed and replied that he was now looking forward to it. Swinging his stick, he added that how dare he run away when he hit him first. Suddenly, Habik grabbed his arm and shouted at him to wait. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure and asked that he wanted to die. Let him go. Habik replied with a smile to calm down. There was no need for a fight when the conversation ended on a good note. The protagonist remembered being kicked and replied that his hands were itching. His chin was still bent after that kid's blow. Habik replied that it was too early, the years had dragged on. He grabbed Chaka's hand and added that he should calm down and listen to him. He makes money by selling items, right? The protagonist replied that he found out. Habik pointed towards Lenya and replied that he heard from the master. Looking at him, he added that Lenya had bought all of his items for 15 billion. We are transported to a huge bone dragon. It towers over an army of skeletons. Lena approaches the first hero. He says that he understands. Menacingly looking ahead, he adds that many years have passed since his death. The goddess, holding a staff in her hand, smiles and replies that yes, that's true, he should have been resurrected much later, but now the story is going much faster than it should. Looking at the first hero, she added that she had already shared the necessary energy with him, so he should not worry. The first hero, stepping aside, thanked her and replied that he would repay her if the opportunity presented itself. Lena, looking at him, asked where he was going. Taking a few steps forward, the hero replied that this was a very stupid question. One of the 7 sins was lust. Suddenly, the bone skeleton spread its wings, and then, flapping them, it began to fly. It rose into the air, leaving behind a fog of dust. It examined the ground below it, and then it opened its mouth wide, in which flames were visible. The skeletons immediately rushed from their place. Opening their mouths wide, they ran forward. The first hero, turning around, said that he once protected this world, now he will destroy it. Then he used the teleportation skill, a blue light descended on him, and in a moment it disappeared. Lena exhaled in displeasure, and then, raising her head up, she smiled and said that now her work is done. Looking at the sky, she continued to say that it is not right to do this. Looking at the sun, she continued to think that why he regrets it. In the story with Hurakan, she did as she wanted. Exhaling, the girl added that this time everything is different. In the main story, this guy is just a cookie. The creator, looking ahead, answered that she should not worry about it, just let her enjoy. He looked at the huge planet from space. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that the way this world will be cleaned. Then we are transferred to the beach. Chuck looks ahead in fear. Looking at laziness, he says that this guy bought up his items for 15 billion. Sloth bites his lip. And then, turning around, he says with displeasure that to be precise, he bought all his items at once for 15,303,890,000 gold. After which Len, lowering his head, added that about a month later he sold it for 51.7 billion. He received about 37 billion in net income. Hearing this, Chuck stood in a stupor. Then he turned to the guy. Taking his hand, he bowed and said that he should be taught business, the great sage of trade. Lenya replied that he did not have a milligram of pride. Suddenly the earth shook. Lenya looked menacingly in front of him. Kate and Eurus looked forward in fear, after which Lenya said that he was here. Looking at the huge bone dragon, he added that this was the end of the world. The protagonist raised his head in fear. The girl did the same with Eurus. Chuck wondered what had happened so suddenly. The houses started to burn, and he continued to think that a war had begun. Skeletons, opening their mouths wide, attacked civilians. One of them, swinging his sword, cut the bodies of NPCs. They smashed and killed everyone and everything in their path. The players, looking ahead in fear, shouted what kind of monsters these were. A sudden attack, like with Hurakan, why was everyone capturing the village so easily? Suddenly, a system message appeared in front of them. All players saw this new message. It said that this was the main quest, to protect the world from the hero of the sin of wrath. The reward is unknown. The guy, looking ahead in fear, asked that the main quest in this game is the main quest. Suddenly his body was pierced. A skeleton pierced his heart through and through. The guy fell to the floor dead. The man, looking at his opponents, shouted that now was not the time to read the notification. They would die like this, monsters are everywhere. Their squad was surrounded by skeletons. They were menacingly advancing to the side. The heroes, looking ahead in fear, held their weapons at the ready. The guy was covered in sweat and then thought that the hero was angry. Shouldn't the hero fight on their side? A second later, a horde of skeletons ran at them, and they thought that why would he destroy everything in this game? There was a strong explosion. The girl with blue hair, stretching her staff in front of her, used a fire tornado. The skeletons were immediately sucked inside, and they began to gradually fall apart. The players turned towards the girl, and then someone shouted that it was her, the strongest royal mage Sophie. The girl hit the ground with her staff, and then, frowning, she shouted that the order was from the kingdom. From now on they, the Holy Land, will protect this place. This is the girl, the strongest royal mage and the guildmaster of the Holy Land, Sophie. All the other players looked towards her in fear. They saw a huge number of mages behind her, raising their hands. They began to rejoice that all the royal mages were mobilized. They were saved. Their response was fast and accurate. When Hurakan appeared last time, they learned their lesson and responded to the attack in time. Sophie looked menacingly in front of her. She saw a huge bone dragon in the sky, which opened its mouth, and it was a huge fire sphere. And a second later, he released a deadly flame on the city. The reason for their loss was one. The city was covered in ash in an instant. They were not ready for this yet. Many players and mages were lying on the floor unconscious. Originally, this main quest was supposed to start years later. They had no chance of winning with their current stats and items. We are transported to the hero's mountain. Wrath teleports, surrounded by a pig aura. He looks menacingly ahead, and then opens one eye. Looking at the graves of his friends, he says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Ahead on one of the graves lies a lute, and he remembers the girl with purple hair, thinking that she was grateful that he let her sing for the world. Then he looks at the next grave, where a small silver wing lies. An image of a girl appears in his head. He remembers how she told him with a smile that she will always pray for him and hope that God's protection will always be with him. Then he looks at the outermost grave, on which lies a hat. He remembers his fellow mage, how he told him that peace in the world, they are not here because of this ambitious goal, it is just fun with him. Bloody tears begin to flow from the eyes of the first hero. He remembers his friends, and then lowers his head. Suddenly, he imagines how they look menacingly in front of them. A second later, a strong aura appears around Raph. Stretching his hand forward, he says for the dead to rise. The graves begin to move, and from under the ground, 3 skeletons appear. Looking at them, Raph says that he will no longer allow them to walk the path of honor that they walked with him before. He looks at the mage. A system message appears in front of him that he is a mage, level 999. Then he looks at the girl in the middle. A system message appears that this is a priest, level 999. Then he looks at the outermost skeleton. This is a bard, level 999. Raph looks menacingly ahead, and a system message appears in front of him that he is a hero and his level is 999. Then he speaks forward. Standing among his comrades, he adds that they will finish this endless story. A system message appears that the main level has increased to 100. Then another system message appears, which says that the difficulty level is a disaster. We are transported to the protagonist. He picks his nose. Smiling widely, he says that soon the guy will fall after being hit by a stick. Swinging his weapon, he adds that that bone dragon will fly here. He has not used an intercontinental strike for a long time. Sloth, lowering his head, exhales, and then says that if everything will be okay, there may be casualties among innocent users. Chuck puts his hand on his shoulder, and then Sloth, turning to him, adds that there is still an army of the dead, and so without the use of holy powers it is doomed to failure. Narrowing his eyes, he adds that the great destruction of the planet is also useless. Even when the servers crash, after restoration the hero's army will not disappear. Looking ahead, he adds that no matter how strong Chuck is, one is not a warrior in the field. The protagonist smiles and answers that it sounds funny. He adds his head that for now he will try on his own. Smiling, he says this war, and then he raises his stick above his head. He waves the stick to strike, adding to turn off the recoil control. A second later, a pillar of fire hits the ground, and Chuck makes a quick dash forward. He flies forward at great speed, like a rocket. Looking at this, Cape screams what's going on, and Habik, smiling, adds that he's using the recoil from the attack to soar into the sky, to do something so crazy. Sloth watches him for a few seconds in silence, and then, looking at the sun, adds that he likes his indifference. We are transported to a burning city, to a frontline village. A statue of Chuck appears in front of us. This is the beginning of everyone's journey, a symbolic landmark of the game. Under it lie many dead players. The bone dragon opens its mouth and then looks at the settlement it destroyed. Skeletons walk from side to side of the still surviving ones. This once peaceful place became a city of death with a snap of the fingers. The bone dragon continued to destroy houses, burning them. We are transported to a large room. Someone is screaming that this is a shitty game. The guy takes off his VR helmet in displeasure and then screams that she has just gone crazy. What the hell? He can't play a game with all this crap? Is the village an unsafe zone? Why do monsters keep raiding them? The worker, looking at all the indignant players, thinks about the fact that they are talking about this game again. He raises his hands and tells everyone to calm down with a smile. Did the server really kick them out again? Just let them log in again. An angry man comes up to him and, frowning, screams that they are joking or something. A skeleton dragon appeared in the village, and again it dies if it is reborn in the village. Folding his hands in displeasure, he looks ahead and then says that this game is just trash. Maybe he should give it a try and play something else. Molly looks ahead and then says that isn't this more fun, better than meaningless and daily farming. The guy next to her blushes. The girl continues to say that she is also angry about this sudden attack. Probably it only improves immersion, and then, putting his hand behind his head, the guy replies that it is probably true. He looks out of the booth and then adds that it seems that she is also playing this game. Does she want to try with him? His level is quite high. Molly, looking at her phone, replied that everything is fine. Seeing this, the guy, upset, went back to the booth, and Molly, looking at her phone, asked that they really posted something. She looked ahead in fear. There was a notification on her phone. She wondered if it was an official notification. Players began to gather together and shout, "What is this?" They saw notifications on the page. Molly, looking ahead in fear, wondering if the notification says it, then it is true. We are transported to a huge building. She continued to think about what was going on. The game will soon cease to exist. The guy, looking ahead in fear, shouts that this is just nonsense. The president smokes a cigarette, and the guy continues to shout that the main quest cannot be completed with the current level of players and equipment. Users from all over the world will simply be finished off by the Yopi hero. Throwing up his hands, he adds that they need to intervene, let the president come in himself and sort it out, like last time. The president, putting food on his spoon, replied that he was crazy. Frowning, he replied that their company's policy is not to interfere with the gameplay. The trophy guy was an exception. The guy, looking ahead in fear, asks if this is true. He even posted this notification. The notification said that this was not part of their plans, but the main quest of the game began. The players looked at the phone in fear and read the text that maybe it was too sudden, but someday it would happen. From that moment, the fate of the game would be determined by the result of the quest. Looking at the map, they continued to read that after the quest failed, the world would be captured by the Yopi. He would destroy all life. Dark times would come. The guy, holding the phone in his hand in fear, read that the future of the game was in the hands of the users. Many fiery meteorites fell on the village. Someone said that it was crazy. Skeletons walked in different directions. They raised their heads, made unpleasant sounds. A huge meteorite fell from the sky. After a while, when the dust cleared, a dark silhouette appeared at the place of the fall. The protagonist came out of the dust and then said that it was so fast to move, but to land. Suddenly he noticed something. Looking around, he saw how skeletons surrounded him. He smiled and said that at least he was in the right place. The skeletons immediately grabbed their swords and attacked Chuck. He crushed the first one's skull with one blow, saying that he was noisy. Suddenly, one of the monsters stuck his bone sword into his back. The skeletons, having cooperated, pierced the protagonist through and through. They opened their jaws wide, and Chuck looked at them with displeasure. And then, looking at his HP cart, which did not move, he asked what they were doing. After which he hit everyone on the head with his club. All the skeletons fell to the floor, and he said discontentedly that they were typical mobs. Looking at his opponents, he asked that after all, because he put everything into stamina, he could not avoid even their slow attacks. One of the skeletons made a dash towards him. The protagonist answered that yes. He poked his finger at the system message, saying that he was opening the skill window. One of the skeletons cut his shoulder. A second later, he looked ahead in fear. He stood behind Chuck, stabbing his sword into the ground, and the protagonist looked at the system message. He looked carefully at the skill. A system message appeared that this is a hidden gluttony skill, absorbs all the characteristics and levels of the target when eating. Chuck smiled widely, then laughed. He started laughing frighteningly. The skeleton behind him started shaking. The skeletons whose heads the protagonist had smashed started to stand up gradually. Chuck smiled and said it was time to have fun, and a huge tentacle appeared from his mouth. The skeletons looked ahead in surprise. The tentacle flew out of his mouth at great speed. He used the gluttony skill. After that, it flew off somewhere to the side at great speed, and then it crashed into the chest of one skeleton. After a few seconds, it started to suck out all the magic and energy, and after a moment, the skeleton crumbled to dust. A system message appeared that he had absorbed the enemy. His level and stats had increased. Smiling contentedly, he said it was nutritious calcium. Another system message appeared that due to reaching the maximum level, the absorbed level and stats would be recalculated. His stats began to change. Another system message appeared that the received stats were doubled, and his stats changed. The protagonist smiled and said that it had increased by 220 points, and now he could wear armor. The skeleton stood in a stupor in fear, and Chuck continued to say that he couldn't leave this cheating skill gathering dust. He thought he was losing precisely because of it. He released his tentacle again, and then added that now he wouldn't be picky and would eat well. The skeleton stood and looked ahead for a few seconds. Looking at the monsters, he thought that they were undead, the deceased, who were neither alive nor dead. The monsters immediately began to slowly move away. Then they threw down their weapons and began to run away. They had lost everything. The monsters ran away from the protagonist in fear, and he thought that they had lost everything except their instincts. The skeletons ran headlong in different directions. Chuck thought that the strongest army is not afraid of death. Looking at their frightened faces, he wondered if instincts had forced her to flee the battlefield. The protagonist continued to release a huge tentacle from his mouth, saying that it was out of all-consuming fear. The huge tentacle increased in size and approached the enemy. A second later, it caught one of the skeletons. Chuck said to absorb and immediately began to pump out all the valuable resources from him. A second later, his opponent crumbled to dust. The protagonist did this because of his next opponent. Madly looking ahead, he continued to absorb everyone in his path. The monsters disappeared one by one. They looked ahead in fear. The huge tentacle Chuck, increasing in size, headed forward. The skeletons fled the battlefield in a huge crowd, and Chuck thought that the frontline village was under attack. Looking at the scattering monsters, he thought that about 2,000 skeletons. Even a country could not resist this. In an instant, this army turned to dust. A bright flash appeared in the distance. A huge bone dragon opened its mouth wide. It loomed over the protagonist menacingly, and he thought that even the strongest undead, the bone dragon, who led the dragon tribe after the disappearance of Eurus, looked menacingly in front of him for a few seconds and then was absorbed. Chuck pierced him with his tentacle and then began to pump out all the life force. A moment later, the bone dragon began to crumble into dust. A system message appeared that he had absorbed the enemy. His stats and level increased. After which a system message appeared that his characteristics were increased to the maximum. He raised his level to master. Eurus, looking at him, closed his eyes and screamed loudly. He started flying around saying that as expected from Chuck, he was something. The trophy guy wouldn't stand a chance now. Chuck, looking ahead, replied that of course, how could he compare to this piece of trash? Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. The protagonist with a tentacle in his mouth turned around and said that there was still food left. He saw a dark silhouette and then added that it was rude to leave crumbs. But Lena was in front of him. Looking at her, he asked what a cockroach it was. It seemed to have been appearing more often lately. The girl, looking ahead, said to cancel the god mode. A moment later, her dress changed and her hair was dyed pink. And Chuck, looking at her, frowned and asked why she did that. Lena replied that she didn't want anyone to watch them. The protagonist, frowning, asked what he was watching. What the hell was she talking about? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide. Lena jumped on him and kissed him on the lips. They continued kissing for a few seconds. Eurus was watching all this. He turned pale, not understanding what was happening. The city was on fire. The dead were lying on the ground. The guy thought that the hero Yopi, or whatever his name was, he just came to beat everything out of him. But a kiss. He opened his eyes wide, could not understand what was happening now. She pulled away. The guy stepped back, covered his mouth with his hand. He looked at her questioningly. The girl stood in front of him, her hands down. He shouted that this was happening to her. She was surprised. He shouted that it was his first kiss. She hid her smile, stepped back. She sat down to take the staff, answered that it was an accident. The girl looked back, said that she slipped. Chuck pointed his finger at her, shouted indignantly, "Don't make him laugh, slipped, accident, kiss." She even hugged him around the neck during it. She asked with a grin, really, even such a short moment did not hide from his eyes. He blushed even more. Lena closed her eyes, asked if his speed hadn't already reached 99.999. On the black screen, a highlighted line with the AGI value. She noticed with visible pleasure that he could dodge. She approached him. Chuck shouted, "No, he." She adjusted her hair. She looked at him, admitted that it was her first kiss too. The guy pursed his lips. He waved his hands, shouted, "So what?" Asked him to simply answer why she suddenly kissed him and not to come closer. She answered discontentedly that she had already said. She slipped. Smiling kindly, the girl said that she had to give him something. She reached her hand into the sleeve of her dress. The guy timidly asked, "Something?" Lena answered, "Yes, actually she came here for this." She handed him a golden ball. It shone. It was a god-class gem. The guy took it. She said that the fact that she had it with her and then gave it to him should remain between them. The girl looked at him. That's why she canceled her god mode. The hero frowned. He scratched the back of his head, said that he didn't know what it was, but she seemed serious, then he would accept it. The veins on his face bulged. He exploded. So why did she kiss him? Lena laughed. His obsession was just disgusting. She said. She slipped. They stood opposite each other. The girl said that in any case, it was an important item, so he should take care of it. He would need it. They looked around. Someone suddenly called the guy. Kate was running towards him. She exclaimed how he could leave alone. She shuddered, wanted to explain that she was running. She noticed the girl standing next to him. She braked abruptly. She stopped a few meters away from them. The guy looked at her in confusion. The girl noticed that they were standing not far from each other. Kate was deep in thought. Her female intuition was activated. Chuck grabbed his head, apologized. He flew away in a hurry because he was too excited. She walked towards him. She grabbed his cape. She asked sweetly who this aunt was, asked to introduce them. She stared at him with a pleading smile. The stranger stood with a cold expression on her face. He asked, and she didn't remember her. They had already met her. The girl grinned, and Lena sighed. They saw the light around her. She activated God mode. Her hair turned black. Kate was amazed. She stood before her in her true form. The girl asked confidently. Now she recognized her, called her overrated. Beads of sweat appeared on Kate's face. She remembered that battle and her satisfied smile. Lena turned to Chuck, calling him Mr. Loser, asked, "He will fight against Yopi, right?" She said in a completely calm tone, "It will not be easy. He reached the maximum level because of the energy she gave him." The girl's lips formed a smile, and by this time, he had probably already arrived at that place, at the very heart of the demonic world. Huge lightning flashed in the sky, the castle of the Demon King. The knight walked along the stone floor. He arrived with an entourage. The guy had one red eye and an ornament on his head. At the other end of the room stood a ghost. He said, "Look who's here." It was the assistant of the great demon king, Ethan. He asked if this was not the first hero Yopi, whom their king destroyed. The guy's face was serious. He asked if he was still alive. What an amazing longevity. The ghost smiled, answered that his body was immortal, asked what they owed their visit to their humble abode. Yopi went to him, said that he was asking the obvious. He stopped in front of the sword. He had come to take his weapon. A yellow stone sparkled on its hilt. It was the hero's two-handed sword, the strongest sword that only a hero can wield. Ethan smiled slyly, asked if he would be okay. The demon king's energy was sealed in this sword. The ghost was floating in the air. If he took it, he assumed that the guy knew what he was talking about. The hero stood with his head down. He answered, yes. He took hold of the blade, adding that he knew perfectly well, better than anyone else. He squeezed the handle. A green cloud rose up. The guy looked at the sword in surprise. A red window appeared, which said that the condition was met. The hidden class job change was about to begin. The color of the stone on the blade began to change. It turned green. The assistant raised his thumb. Yopi held the weapon in his hands. The job change was complete. The dialogue box said, "Hidden Class Demon King." Ethan looked at him with love. Yopi said sternly, "A new demon king was born." His eye glowed emerald. The notification said that he would be granted the privileges of this profession. All his stats were increased tenfold. A glow appeared around his mouth. The condition for acquiring the hidden skill was fulfilled. A picture window describing the skill Demon King authority. With it, he would rule the demon race without problems. Yopi turned to Ethan to give his first order as king. He looked ahead. The assistant must summon the entire demon army and destroy the human world. The ghost bowed. His mouth stretched into a grin. He replied, "Yes, my lord." Blue smoke rose up, slid through the lattice of the ceiling, the roof of the castle. It was enveloped in this thick smoke. Ethan made a satisfied face. The huge ghost rose up. Yopi sternly commanded, "All troops, attack." Ethan's mouth opened. A light flashed in it. He said for the spatial gate to open. The sunset-colored sky appeared. This sky was getting closer. In the distance, you can see the top of a mountain with smoke from a volcano, the human world, and the demon world. Burning buildings, two dimensions that are not connected to each other. Not everyone has access to interdimensional teleportation, like Yopi. The girl with her mouth slightly open looks at the hero. Suddenly, she was overcome with horror. Chuck frowned. He saw a huge monster with an open mouth in the sky, the Demon King's assistant. Ethan also had this skill. He narrowed his eyes slyly. He could open interdimensional gates with his mouth, which is why he became the Demon King's assistant. A dark screen with an image of a running man, the hidden skill interdimensional gate, opening the gate for interdimensional teleportation. A huge flock of monsters appeared in the sky, thus, they had sharp white fangs. The demon invasion began. They were descending to the earth. Riot said gloomily, "The hero Yopi, this is how strong his anger is at humanity." He stood on the sand and looked at the sky, club in hand. The hero pulled his hand back, declared, "So what?" He swung up, used an upward strike. Fire streamed from earth and space. The hero's clothes fluttered in the wind. Chuck gritted his teeth, holding the club on his shoulder, said, "Congratulations, you win." He suddenly frowned. The gate was still open. Lena, smiling, explained, "The demonic race has unique physical strength and abilities. Their horns contain an endless source of magic." Sharp horn. She stood half-turned. The already strong army of demons received immortal bodies thanks to the energy from Yopi. Creatures with horns and a long protruding tongue. If you combine the qualities of demons and undead, you will get a truly powerful tribe. Even gluttony will not be enough for such a number. Lena looked at the guy, asked what he was going to do now, how he was going to defeat the first hero. He silently and seriously looked at her, exhaled. A pillar of yellow light appeared under his feet. His hair rose up, a glowing ball appeared at his chest. A stone with a cross in the middle. The window says, "Beginner Master, Unique Skill Activation, Priest Soul Activated." He extended one hand with an open palm, holding a club in the other, exclaimed, "Blessing." His weapon glowed. A window with skill information appeared. He said that the holy item is perfect for the undead. The guy tilted his head to the side, said, "Holy Rising Strike," raised his hands up. The light hit the monsters. The flash was visible from space. There was a dark aura around Lynn. She smiled nervously. She wanted to gouge out her own eyes. A monster with horns. On his stomach is an open mouth. A demonic tribe. This tribe has strong bodies and endless magic from birth. A shining ornament on the guy's head. They received even more power from Yopi, and along with immortality and chrono life. The demons in the sky crumbled into pieces. It was the strongest tribe. Ethan's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the particles left by the monsters in horror. Chuck grinned. "Immortal, of course. They are just weak mobs that die from attacks with the priest attribute." The guy asked defiantly, "Maybe the hero Yopi will appear already. It has become boring again." Black ash in the sky started to turn into demons. Chuck frowned. The army of monsters appeared again. The guy opened his mouth, asked what was wrong with them. They resurrect even after a sacred blow. Are they bugs? Lena replied that this is the skill of the hero Yopi. She said seriously, as long as he has enough mana, the demonic army will not die. He closed his eye, grinned, then he has no choice. He will have to fight until all his mana runs out. He stood in a graceful pose and began to chant, Sacred Rising / Infinite Loop. The girl stopped him. She spread her arms. It was a waste of time to constantly try to kill them. As she had said, they would soon be resurrected. She begged him not to use that Sacred Rising / anymore, asked if it would be faster to destroy the Yopi hero himself. He asked why there was so much despair in her words. The guy raised an eyebrow. She had said that Yopi was in the demon world, and he didn't know how to get there. Kate pointed her finger up, exclaimed, what about that hole in the sky? She pointed at Ethan, suggested that if you go through it, you can most likely get to the demon world. The guy exclaimed, it seems true. Lena noticed that the hole was a one-way portal. They looked back at her. She said that if he tried to go through that side, he would be torn to pieces. Her hair fell on her forehead, casting a shadow over her eyes. She told Kate to stop talking nonsense. The girl flushed with anger. She clenched her fists, shouted, who was she to ridicule her? No player had ever entered the demon world. Slightly lowering the corners of her lips, Lena asked why. She put her palm to her chest. As a goddess, she can use interdimensional teleportation. She extended her hand to Chuck. With a smile, she told him to take her hand. She would lead him to Yopi. That's why she came here. The hero frowned, so that's why she was looking for him. He wanted to add that now. Lena looked at him meaningfully. The guy shuddered. He remembered the precious stone she gave him. Chuck remained silent. He thought she said it should remain between them. He took her hand. Kate was surprised. He asked to lead him. With a worried expression on her face, she exclaimed. He was serious. He believed this woman. Chuck turned his head, answered with slight annoyance. There was no other choice. He could not get to Yopi anymore. Lena looked down. Her hand was in his. The corners of her lips twitched into a smile. Kate froze in bewilderment. He was leaving with Lena. She screamed in panic for them to wait and take her too. A blue flash appeared around Chuck and Lena. Lena beamed. Unfortunately, this was her maximum. She could only transfer one person. She laid her head on the hero's shoulder. Their fingers intertwined. She raised her hand, said that they would have fun on a date and come back right away. Kate shielded herself from the light with her hand. Lena exclaimed, interdimensional teleportation. The heroes disappeared. A pentagram appeared in the place where they stood. Kate lowered her head. She smiled sadly. She gave her face a stern expression. Now this woman was her rival. The Demon King's castle. The heroes descend from the sky in a pillar of light. They found themselves in a building. The boy thoughtfully asked if they were inside the Demon King's castle. He looked at the wall where the columns were connected. He shifted his gaze. On the right, he saw a guy on a throne and servants at the bottom of the stairs, asked if he was the hero Yopi. The man looked at him sternly. He said gloomily that he was no more. A shadow on his face. Only anger remained in this body. As one of the 7 deadly sins, he would finish off these nasty, wretched people. Waves of flame. A powerful explosion in the castle. Chuck stood bent over, holding a club in his hand. He sighed, got angry, and skipped the dialogue again. The guy headed for the portal. He looked at Lynn, offered to return to the frontline village. The girl closed her eyes. No, the date had just begun. He frowned, asked what. Behind him, the guy exclaimed, amazing. Yopi looked at him menacingly, said that even the past Demon Kings did not have such powerful attacks. Chuck raised his finger to his head. He did not believe that he was able to avoid it. It cannot be. He is a master with maximum stats. Yopi swung his sword, frowned, explained, attacks and dodging do not depend only on stats. He put the weapon forward, used sickle strike. A green flash of light rose up. Waves of flame emanated from his eye. He said that the bend of the wrist, the look and breath of the opponent, all this allows you to predict attacks and dodge. Someone stood back to back with him. It was Chuck. He asked mockingly, however, said that he would remember for the future. Yopi gritted his teeth, thought, when he was behind. He struck a roundhouse kick. There was no one nearby. He did not have time to think about the fact that the guy had disappeared again, when suddenly he called out to him. Yopi looked down. Chuck was lying on the floor and smiling. The Demon King struck with his sword, but the hero managed to crawl back. He was behind, left. With triumphant triumph, he said, with high speed very fun, as well as playing with it. The guy turned his head. He was in a stupor. Meanwhile, in the frontline village, the monster roared loudly. Kate screamed in horror. She ran away from the demons, was outraged by Chuck's actions. How could he leave her here? Suddenly she stumbled. Fear on the girl's face. She fell to the ground, grimaced in pain. The monster sank down next to her, stretched his paw to her. Kate continued to lie. She remembered the moment when Chuck gave Lynn his hand. She clenched her teeth hard. She sat up, clenched her fist. She remembered how they held hands. A fist on a red background. With furious anger she screamed, how annoying. She hit the demon. He let out a hoarse roar. Kate attacks the monster. The demons are at least 100 levels. Her level has barely reached 1/4 of that. She would not be able to cause damage. A blow to the stomach, if not for her divine knuckles, they completely covered the difference in levels. The monster fell on its back. The girl's hand was glowing. Besides, they have a hidden ability. She stood with her back. Her hair was blowing in the wind. They automatically changed the weapon's attack attribute to the most suitable. Now the priest's attribute was activated. Notifications appeared in red windows. She received experience. Her level increased. Player information screen. Many warnings that the number of points has reached the threshold. The level increased to 39. The defeated demon lies in front of Kate. The level of the demonic army creatures is huge. Clenched teeth. From them and the bonuses of the main quest you can earn much more than even from bosses. The girl threatened with a fist, shouted for them to attack, helped her relieve stress. She looked up with fear. There were a huge number of monsters in the sky. However, the main problem is the size of the army. Kate bit her lip. She closed her eyes and sighed heavily, remembered about Chuck. The demon raised his leg over the girl, ready to trample her. She said that she would kill the hero when he returned. Chuck stands in front of the portal and Yopi. The knight sternly said that he was strong. He was faster and stronger than him. The guy raised his club to his shoulder. Yopi said that it was logical to assume that the other stats were also higher. He answered, yes, he told you, all his stats are maximum. Chuck tiredly added, if he understood everything, let him obey and die, and they will not waste time anymore. Yopi looked at him. As in the past, all his battles were like this, without a chance to win. Behind him, the servants sank to the ground. The guy said that they always won. Chuck and Eurus stared at them in complete bewilderment. The guy burst out laughing. Did he openly say that they would attack together? The dragon laughed. It looked like that. Chuck said discontentedly, looking at this company, heroes cannot behave like this. You need to do it once in a while. To be honest, Eurus was indignant, barely dodged and decided to show off. The guy confirmed he was talking about the same thing. Lena, who was standing nearby, told him to be careful. She smiled mysteriously. The squad's success rate in raids is 100%. They have never lost. The guy looked at her. She called him Mr. Loser. She put her hand to her chest, asked him to join the party. Kate looked at them and clenched her fists. She opened her mouth in surprise. Lena stood next to the protagonist, holding his hand and smiling. Kate bared her teeth furiously and said that, like in the past, all her battles were like this, and that they would help relieve her stress. The girl stood in a fighting stance and monsters were swarming behind her. Kate looked up and pressed her lips together. The girl exhaled and turned to the protagonist. Fire sparked around her, and a voice said that if he came back, she would kill him. Steve stood straight and smoked. Smoke appeared before his eyes. Kate closed her eyes and cried. A moment later, she opened one eye. A huge monster was looking at her. She looked up at him in surprise. Looking at his limb, she exclaimed that his leg was cut off. The monster's eyes began to water. A moment later, he ran forward furiously. Suddenly, Molly cast a lunar attack spell. Shock waves surrounded the monster. Blood poured out of his mouth. Limbs fell to the ground. Molly had her back to Kate and asked if she was okay. A beautiful girl turned around and called out to Miss Love. Kate opened her mouth and shouted her name. The furious monster advanced towards them with a scream. They looked up. Kate exclaimed that they were advancing again, and Molly replied that there was no end to them and that only rare species of demons seemed to have appeared on Earth before. Opening her mouth, she continued that it seemed like a great war had begun between humans and demons in a typical game. An image of a boy and a girl flashed before her eyes, and a thought flashed through her mind that Chrono Life was just trash and maybe it was time to give up and play something else. Molly thought that wouldn't it be more fun this way and that it would be better than pointless daily mining. The girl agreed and said that Chrono Life was a really fun game. Kate opened her eyes in surprise and grinned. Getting into a fighting stance, Molly shouted for the Robin Hood Guild members to get their weapons ready for battle. Frowning, she continued to turn off stealth mode, go into combat readiness, and protect the frontline village. The warriors looked at the girl, and she continued that Yopi had given the enemy immortality, and that they should sprinkle holy water on their weapons and join the battle. All the warriors listened to the girl. Holding a weapon in both hands, Molly said that the battle with the demonic spawn was beginning. Flying warriors filled the space in order to survive. The battle began and the warriors pounced on the monsters. They flew at them with weapons. Multicolored flashes appeared everywhere. Kate looked up in fascination and asked if this was the famous Robin Hood formation, and that she was seeing it with her own eyes for the first time. Molly replied that this was the second time she had used it since becoming the third guild master, and that the first time she had used it was against her boyfriend. She asked him if that was really true, that she had a lot of things to do back then, and that she had only heard rumors since all the broadcasts from the game had stopped, and the word boyfriend was in her mind. Looking at the flying monsters, Molly replied that this was not all, and the girl sighed questioningly. A glowing arrow appeared in the sky. A flock of monsters was flying right above the girls. Kate said with her mouth open that this was impossible. Looking at the man who appeared, the girl said that this was the leader of the Justice Guild, Hawkeye. Lucas said that he had received a response from the intelligence service and that they, the Justice Guild, would also join them. There was a huge army behind Hawkeye. Kate said in surprise that even the Justice Guild was here, and Molly replied that she had told her earlier and that everyone had not gathered yet. Smiling, she finished that it was an all-out war. The flag of the Holly Guild was visible in the sky, also the red flag of the White Cross Guild, then the flag of the Holy Land Guild. A huge number of monsters were floating in the sky. It was the demon army. It was fighting against the 5 best guilds. A huge monster was looking furiously ahead. The warriors were preparing to fight, their weapons drawn. The background was a pink sky and the war had begun. A multicolored beam pierced the space. The skeleton was playing an instrument. His bard skill and Seraphim's song were activated. Musical waves were emanating from the skeleton. The Seraphim's song skill increases the team's speed. A hidden effect is activated after the second act of the song begins. The protagonist asked in surprise what it was and that it was so damn cool, to which Lena replied that it was one of the singer's main skills, a song in the rhythm of time. Frowning, the girl said that the hero squad had begun their raid, and that before it was too late, they needed to unite with her. Chuck turned to the girl. The protagonist made an obscene gesture and sent the girl. A moment later, he continued that he had already said that no, thank you, he did not know her hidden motives. Smiling, Chuck finished that he could deal with them himself. The protagonist spread his legs wide. His cape rose into the air in the wind. A moment later, he disappeared. A spark appeared behind him and his eyes glowed red. His speed was 99.999. Flying up to the skeleton, he said hello. Then he swung his club and said that no one could keep up with the stunning speed. Looking furiously at the club, he continued that the first one in battle should be taken out by the support. The weapon flew sharply through the air. The club hit the sword. The man blocked the blow. The protagonist thought that, however, Yopi managed to react, and the man bared his teeth furiously. Yopi held his weapon tightly. Chuck swung the club and slammed it on the ground. An explosive wave went off from this place. Eurus said in shock that he turned the sword, reflecting the attack of the protagonist, and that his ability is something. Lena replied that this is a perfect reflection. Yopi's best skill, he learned it while he was a hero. The skill is a perfect reflection, completely changes the direction of the enemy's attack. The percentage of success depends on the level of control. Eurus asked if this was too cool, and that means Yopi is invincible, to which the girl replied that it is enough to stare for 1/10 of a second for the skill not to work. If she continuously attacks, she will easily defeat him. The effect of Seraphim's song is activated. Due to the vibrations of time, the speed of the team members increased sharply. Chuck and Yopi clashed weapons. Chuck, smiling, said that his movements became sharper after the effect and that it was still not enough. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. Eurus opened his mouth in shock. A bright star sparkled. Rays flew out of the man's head. The hidden skill hero's glory was activated. Strength is greatly reduced in exchange for doubling other characteristics. The man flew straight at the protagonist. He bared his teeth furiously. Green flashes appeared in the air and Yopi flew at the protagonist. The man bared his teeth angrily. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's cheek. He frowned and thought that he was a bad person. He thought that he was playing with a cat, and images appeared before his eyes as if Yopi was a cat. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The man standing behind them began to glow. He pointed his weapon forward. Chuck looked ahead in shock. The air whirlpool began to glow. Images began to appear from it. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared from the whirlpool. Looking at it, Chuck thought that this was that major spell meteor, it seems, and that he saw it in action for the first time. The protagonist gripped the club tighter and continued that he could dodge it with his eyes closed at his current speed. He raised the club up and asked what he was worried about. Chuck pointed the club at the meteor with a smile. A huge explosion thundered in space. A bright flash blinded everything around. The protagonist stood among the falling stones. He smiled and said something like that and asked if there were any other tricks. Looking at the opponents, he said that these were all aces in their hands and that they should stop playing around and finish it quickly. Yopi looked at the protagonist furiously. Opening his mouth, he said that it was a pity, but they had only just started to take out their cards. Chuck looked at them in surprise. He stood in front of them and wondered if the Seraphim Song Act 2 spell had been cast. Music waves were flying around the protagonist. The hidden effect was activated. All enemy stats would be halved. Eurus asked again in surprise. All of the protagonist's stats began to decrease. Yopi confidently said that this was their trump card. He frowned and continued that due to the hidden work of the Demon King, his stats had increased tenfold, and they were now equal to the effects of the bard. Looking at the protagonist, Yopi continued that he could only count on his gluttony, But he should not forget about the perfect rejection. This vile tentacle cannot reach them. Standing in front of the protagonist, Yopi asked him about what aces he had left up his sleeve. Chuck put his finger to his face and thought. The hero pursed his lips. After a moment, he smiled. Laughing, he said that it was wonderful and asked if he could try it. Yopi wondered what it was. Eurus enthusiastically said that he knew the hidden skills of the trophy guy, to which Lena replied that he could not activate them because he did not fulfill the third condition. Hidden skill Titan Spirit, the user receives the power of a Titan. Acquisition conditions, first condition, master level, second condition, strength characteristic 14,000 or more, third condition, defeating a bear with one blow after fulfilling the other conditions. Hidden skill Speed of Light, movement at the speed of light, acquisition conditions, first condition, master level, second condition, agility stat of 14,000 or more, third condition, running for more than a minute after meeting the other conditions. Putting his hand into the hem of his robe, the protagonist said let's take a look, and that he was sure he had put it somewhere here. Suddenly, he realized what he had found. Eurus opened his eyes in shock and asked again what it was. Chuck took out a mirror, the owner's item, the hand mirror of the King of Mirrors. One of the skills of the 8 panoramas was sealed in it. A huge flash appeared behind the protagonist and the hidden skill of the 8 panoramas was activated. The skill of the second panorama, Magnifying Glass, increases the size of the user depending on the level of mana. The hero's body began to vibrate. After a moment, he began to increase. He became larger and larger. Yopi looked ahead in surprise. The voice began to talk about one of the differences between the human world and the demon world. Lena and Eurus also looked at him in surprise, and Chuck continued that it was a black sky. Becoming a giant, the protagonist finished that it suddenly became white. The huge body of the protagonist towered over the clouds, and the skill of the second panorama was activated. A magnifying glass increases the size of the user depending on the level of mana. The sky gave off a red glow. The monsters bared their teeth furiously. The demonic army fought against the 5 best guilds. Thousands of demons flew at the guilds. The monster screamed angrily. Explosions flashed in the sky. The girl quickly flew into battle. A blow thundered on the ground. With a characteristic sound, Kate cut the air near the monster. A moment later, she flew closer and kicked him. Having defeated the monster, the girl descended to the ground. A level improvement sign appeared above her, and the girl widened her eyes. All her characteristics began to grow. She raised her head to the monsters and said that there was no end to them. She thoughtfully asked if they were really just regular demons, as if there were more of them, to which Molly replied that she didn't think so. She continued, frowning, that they would have dealt with regular demons long ago, and that they were using the king's mana to resurrect themselves again and again. Looking at the flying demons, the girl said that there was one catch, the mana of Yopi. The new demon king had now become infinite, and there was no end to the creatures from the huge gates. Standing next to Molly, the girl thought, wasn't this a mockery? No matter how difficult the task was, they couldn't warn them in advance what kind of test awaited them, and a crack was heard next to them. Kate's eyes widened in shock. The girls looked up at the monster flying towards them. Clenching her fist, Kate cursed and said that they weren't even allowed to talk normally. A staff shone in the sky. Sophie used a fire spear spell. A flash flew out of her staff. She headed straight for the demon's face. A moment later, the lifeless body of the monster fell in front of Molly and Kate. Sophie, her mouth slightly open, said that there was only one way to complete the task. Frowning, she continued that the sin of Yopi's wrath needed to be pacified. Standing in front of the girl, Kate asked how they would do it, and that maybe they could exit the game and wait until the protagonist dealt with it himself. Sophie said that this would turn everything into ashes, animals and plants would die, and the human world would become more like the demon world. Kate's eyes widened. Looking at Molly, the girl asked if the game company wouldn't fix it and that the game would then be ruined, but Molly shook her head and asked if she remembered that notification. An image of Molly appeared before her eyes, reading that from now on the fate of Chrono Life would be determined by the outcome of the quest, and that the future of Chrono Life was in the hands of the users. Looking at the chaos that was happening, the girl concluded that this must be the first time in the game that the fate of the world depended entirely on the users. An image of a skyscraper appeared before her eyes, and the girl continued that she did not understand what the company was thinking, and that apart from sending a notification, she had not done anything else. The face of the game's president appeared in her head, and Kate realized that if the world collapsed, no one would restore it. Steve was standing near the monitors. He frowned, and the girl continued that based on the data received, Chrono Life should be terminated. She twisted his hands and said that they were crazy. Turning to the girls, Kate asked if they could do anything. They were the #1 company in the world. Molly smiled and replied that she loved this game so much and asked if the girl did not find that there was some romance in it. The girl opened her mouth wide and said that now was not the time to chat and that other users should know about this too. Looking at the splashes, Kate said that she would tell them herself. Sophie appeared in front of her and told her not to worry and that she was sure that most people simply missed the notification. Sophie looked at the monster and said that many did not even know that they had to win this war on their own. The players shouted to attack together and that his head was his weak point. The girls exclaimed that they would hit his leg. Kate smiled and said that these were ordinary users, which meant that not only members of the 5 guilds had come to the forefront. Sophie stretched her lips into a smile and said that it was like before, they were fighting shoulder to shoulder again. Frowning, she offered to protect this world. The man grinned and shouted about a unique item. Around the monster, users took turns shouting for the Demon King to give them the artifacts, offering to kill him, saying that they needed to attack him all at once, hit him on the head, and that it was all over. The girls watched what was happening, and the voices continued, wondering how many experience points he dropped, that he needed to be killed, and continued laughing. Looking at the burning houses, Sophie said that they would definitely protect this world, and Kate replied that she was already doubting it. Yopi opened his mouth. Sweat appeared on his cheek. Looking at the giant protagonist, he thought that it was hundreds of meters, no, thousands. The skeleton began to play the instrument. The effect of the Seraphim's song activated, all the enemies' stats decreased 5-fold. Eurus shouted in shock that this was a fraudulent skill again, and that the healing factor should protect against this, but for some reason it did not work. Hidden skill healing factor, improved recovery, any damage is guaranteed to heal immediately, full immunity to status effects such as poison, disease, paralysis, and so on. Lena smiled and said that this skill does not inflict a status, but directly hits the target. Looking at the giant protagonist, the girl continued that now this song will not reach his ears. The man looked up in fear, and a voice was heard calling the Demon King Yopi. Right from the sky, the voice asked what skill he was using, if it was a perfect reflection. The outlines of eyes and a mouth appeared in the sky, and the voice continued that it sounded funny and asked if he was saying that he completely reflected the enemy's attack. Chuck looked at the opponents with a crazy look and said to try to do it again. Yopi bared his teeth in fear. The protagonist raised his club up and told them to get ready. Standing on the mountains, he made a downward strike. The weapon cut the air. The club flew down, surrounded by flames. With each passing second, it flew closer. The opponents looked up, preparing to parry the blow. Yopi's eyes widened. Sweat poured down his face. He closed his eyes, lost in thought. The club landed on the ground with a deafening bang. The entire planet burst into flames. It burned brighter with each passing second. A moment later, it exploded. Only fragments remained of the planet. The use time had been exceeded, the effect of the mirror had ended. Floating in space, Chuck looked down in surprise. He looked at the mirror in his hand and said that it was broken. The second mirror, the damaged mirror of the King of Mirrors, would have to pass time before it would work again. Floating in space, Chuck thought and said that he had destroyed the planet, but the servers did not break because they were in the demon world. Eurus happily flew up to the protagonist and exclaimed that he had returned to normal size, to which Chuck asked if he was alive, and the animal replied that he was also glad to see him. Looking at the protagonist, Eurus said that he had done something wrong again. Lena frowned and asked how he was going to clean up the mess. He hovered in front of the girl and asked if she was alive too, and she said of course. Putting his hand to his forehead, Chuck said that maybe Yopi was alive too. Eurus asked if that was true, and the protagonist replied that he thought there was a small chance. His gaze fell on the coughing Yopi. He was sitting on a rock, wounded, and Chuck and his pet began to laugh. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was not bad. Not only did he not die from the explosion, but he also survived in space, to which Eurus replied that Chuck himself felt fine in space. Looking at the man, Lena said that Yopi did not have long left. Life was slowly starting to leave his body. The man lowered his gaze, and the girl continued that the rest of his comrades had already disappeared into oblivion. Chuck smiled and asked if it was true, and that meant their mission was complete. The protagonist looked down at Yopi. He called him and asked if he was going to die that easily. He looked down and said yes. His eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Chuck raised his club and started laughing and saying that it served him right, that he was weak and that he pretended to be strong and ended up on the brink of death. Yopi's face was sweating and he asked if all heroes were that arrogant. After a moment he smiled and continued that he really had never met anyone stronger than the protagonist. Looking at his opponent, the man admitted that he had lost. The sky was filled with flying demons. The monster growled angrily. The warriors looked at him in fear. He looked back at them and started running. The players, captured by the monsters, screamed for help. The warrior turned to the archer guild master and said that they were cornered, to which he replied that he knew, but they should not give up. Opening his mouth, he said that they had to go until the end. Until that man defeated Yopi, they had to keep fighting. The hand began to pull the bowstring and the man continued that no matter how weak they were, they had to fight with all their might. Kate was breathing heavily. She was sitting on her knees, closing one eye. Molly called the girl by her last name and asked if she was okay. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine, the blow was too strong, she would rest for a while and continue. Molly turned around in fear. Frowning, she thought that Kate was really bad. Exhaustion was evident on her face. Looking at the players, she continued to think that not only Love was tired, but the ordinary players as well, and that at this rate they would not last long. A moment later, she was grabbed in the paw of a huge monster. Blood spurted out of his mouth and Molly wondered if this was how she would end up. Suddenly, the demon's paw began to disappear. The girl's eyes widened. All the monsters began to die. The demons fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Molly looked up at the sky and asked if they were saved. Kate chuckled and said that it was a wonderful job. She closed her eyes and continued that the protagonist saved them. The girl's mouth fell open in shock. Yopai was emitting a bright blue glow. Looking down, the man said that his time had come to an end and that the protagonist had smashed him to smithereens. Chuck looked at him thoughtfully. He called the man and said that while he was here, he wanted to ask him something. He was the hero who defeated the Demon King in the past and why he hated humans now. Yopai chuckled and said that it was a boring story, old and painfully ordinary. He smiled and said that mortals can't reach the sun. An image of people appeared before his eyes, and the man continued that they adored him and then hated him because of his power. The picture of smiling people changed to an angry and gloomy one. Drops fell to the ground. Chuck's eyes widened. Yopi began to cry and said that he simply loved people like no one else. Lena was floating in the air. She looked down sadly. Looking at the man, she thought that he was the one who loved humanity more than anyone else. The girl closed her eyes. Chuck looked at the empty place where Yopi used to sit. The main quest was complete. The protagonist looked up, and on the sign was written congratulations, and that he received a reward for destroying the main boss. A gilded chest appeared in front of him. Chuck took it in his hands, and on the sign was written that this is incredible. He defeated the hero Yopi. As the one who made the greatest contribution to the completion of the quest, he gets an additional bonus. A spark appeared in the sky. Golden curls fluttered in space. The protagonist looked up in shock. An image began to appear in front of him, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that he didn't expect to meet so soon, to which the protagonist began to stutter. A self-proclaimed god appeared in front of him, greeting the protagonist. God said that Chuck had surprised him while he was watching them. He didn't even think that he would win after all, and that the main thing was that he won. Smiling, he continued that he congratulated him, and that he would give an additional reward for his main contribution to the quest. Chuck looked at the waves appearing in front of him in surprise. After a moment, his eyes widened. The conditions for obtaining the abilities of one of the 7 deadly sins had been met. He had a choice to become one of the 7 deadly sins or remain human. God exclaimed that he had a choice, and that after defeating the Demon King, Yopai stood before the same one. A skull appeared before his eyes and the man continued that he chose to remain human and died tragically. Because of anger, he was reborn as mortal anger. God put his hands in his pockets and said that it seemed he was talking too much. He smiled and said to make a choice right now. Chuck narrowed his eyes. An image of Yopi appeared in his head. The protagonist pressed his lips together. After a moment, he smiled and said that he did not even need to think. He pointed his finger and the choice was made. Lena and Eurus were hovering behind him. Eurus excitedly asked what he chose and what he did not see. Lena opened her eyes in fear. God looked thoughtfully ahead. He looked at the protagonist and asked why he chose this, and so that he did not think anything unnecessary, he was just curious. Chuck gripped his club tighter and asked about the reason. The protagonist smiled proudly. The plot takes us to the next day, overlooking a multi-story building. Chuck is drooling. Chuck is lying down exhausted. A close-up of Chuck lying on the bed. Chuck looks at his vibrating phone. Chuck looks at his correspondence with Kate, who calls him Panties and asks him what he is doing. Chuck looks at the screen in bewilderment. Chuck answers Kate that he is on vacation, to which she asks if it is for the whole day and what about his work, to which Chuck replies that he does not even want to talk about it, because his work is nothing but trouble. Chuck frowns with displeasure and asks why the hero cannot have a day off and continues that he made the biggest contribution to the main quest and definitely deserves a day off. Kate continues that her lesson is about to end. Then she writes that if Chuck does not mind, then they can have dinner together. Chuck raised his eyebrows in surprise. Chuck lies tensely and asks what is she doing? She must have dialed the wrong number. Chuck reasons why Kate would have dinner with him, to which Lena in his bed replies that Kate is flirting with him. Lena looks at his phone and begins to argue that Kate is a student. Chuck jumps back in horror, swearing and asking where she came from and why she is here again. Chuck fell off the bed and swore again, while Lena, he should be more careful because falling off the bed must hurt. Chuck angrily climbs onto the bed and asks if she wants to kill him, because why is she scaring him so much, to which Lena laughed, and Chuck aggressively asks her to stop. Chuck screams, asking why she came here and even sneaked into his house again. She sits on her knees in bewilderment, to which Chuck continues that she should not pretend to be innocent and should stop ignoring his question because now he will call the police and she will be jailed for trespassing. She hands him a folded shirt and asks why he is screaming. Lena smiles and she only came to return the shirt she borrowed from him. Chuck looks at the shirt with confusion and asks what it is for and when he ever lent her a shirt. Zoom in on the girl's choker. Close up on Lena. Chuck makes an embarrassed face. Chuck embarrassedly notes that it turns out that the shirt was his, to which he receives a positive answer. Because she took his shirt, well, she was wearing her own pants. Lena gets up and walks away with a question about what he is going to do, to which Chuck asks her again with confusion. The girl's leg turns towards Chuck. Lena awkwardly adds that she asked about dinner. She smiles brightly and continues that she wants to go with him too. Chuck raises his eyebrows. With the establishment in the background, Chuck notices that he screwed up. Kate looks angrily and her eyes glow. Lena takes the spoon out of her mouth. Chuck feels extremely awkward at the table with Kate and the girl. Chuck smiles nervously and sweat runs down his face. Kate turns to him, which frightens him, and asks her again. Kate awkwardly asks him how he is going to explain the current situation. The approach to her face and they agreed to have dinner, only the two of them. Chuck's eyes went in different directions and he asks her to forgive him because they are playing the same game and why don't they all have dinner together. Chuck is perplexed, thinking that he should stop because for some reason he began to justify himself, but nevertheless did nothing wrong. Chuck raises his hands and asks Kate to just ignore the girl, to which she gets angry and asks if he really is, to which he gives a positive answer. Lena sits devastated. Both look at the girl and it means they met by chance. She puts her hand on her chest and continues that not long ago they were lying in the same bed. Chuck looked at her perplexedly. Kate turned to Chuck in horror and asks how he is going to explain this, to which he thinks that he screwed up. Lena exhales and does not understand anything at all of what is happening. She frowns and tells Kate that she and Chuck are not dating, so why then does Kate continue to pressure Chuck? Kate closes her eye in displeasure and they are on the same team and as a leader she should take care of the team members. Kate gets angry and asks what kind of relationship she has with Chuck because it looks like she is stalking him. Lena tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and asks what kind of relationship she has with Chuck, so in a very special way. Lena looks at Chuck and continues that they are together in the real world too. Zooming in on her lips and she continues that they are in the game too. Chuck looks at her, stunned. Chuck remembers how Kate kissed him. Chuck asks if she did. Chuck awkwardly looks at Kate and asks if it all makes sense, because it was in the game, not in reality. Lena smiles and Chuck is stupid because the sensations in the game are almost no different from real ones. She touches her lips and asks if he wants to check. Chuck looks at her with confusion. Kate angrily asks them to keep their distance because what are they even doing in broad daylight? Kate crosses her arms over her chest and continues that they should stop talking about such things because it pisses her off and parodies them with phrases about how the sensations in the game are almost no different from real ones and to check it means. Kate stands with her mouth open. Kate stands with a grimace of horror. Her eyes open wider and wider and she asks not to tell her because there are two of them. Lena clenches her fist and confirms Kate's guess and asks if it finally dawned on her. Lena looks at Kate playfully and continues that she thought she was innocent Lena and apologizes because Kate just looks terribly boring. Kate bares her teeth in resentment. She abruptly gets up from the table. She turns around and she's gone. The door slams shut. Lena giggles and is glad that Kate left, to which Chuck, they should also wrap up. Sunset against the backdrop of the sign. Lena is pleased, she is full. She stands in front of Chuck and thanks him for the dinner and asks if he thinks this place is not a bad place. She turns around and continues that next time they will go to her favorite restaurant and adds that she bets he will like it, to which he agrees and wishes her a safe journey. Lena looks at Chuck with enthusiasm. Against the backdrop of their silhouettes, now the sun shines as it did then. She remembers the frame where they stood exactly the same. Chuck raises his eyebrows and asks if she wants to go home and why she is even remembering the past, to which she replies, "What about the award for the greatest contribution?" Chuck frowns as he listens to the question, which sounds like why he chose that particular option. A pop-up window states that the conditions for gaining the powers of one of the 7 deadly sins have been met and the choice between remaining a normal human or becoming one of the 7 deadly sins. Chuck remembers the creator asking why he chose this. Chuck looks away and asks if she thought she was making the same choice as that guy and that's why she asked him, to which Lena replies that she thought about it, but she doesn't think it's the main reason. Her tail flutters in the wind and she gives love as an example. She says Kate's name at full hype. The wind blew and Lena, maybe this is one of the reasons. Chuck looks at her in confusion. He turns around and she doesn't understand what he's talking about and adds that it's time for him to go and says goodbye to her. Lena looks over her shoulder. Against the background of binary code, a pop-up window states that the user authorization has been completed and is connecting to Chrono Life. White doves fly over a clearing. Destroyed houses. Eurus runs to hug Chuck and shouts that he is back. Eurus happily flies next to him and he has been gone all day and asks if he is okay, to which he gives a positive answer. Eurus shakes his head and asks what he was doing. Eurus looks dejectedly and asks if this is a frontline village and why he is here, to which Chuck replies that he does not know and maybe it is because the demon world has fallen. Chuck exhales happily and how good it is when no one flickers before his eyes and he needs to rest a little to finally come to his senses. Eurus asks in surprise if he wants to rest in the game and why he did not do it in the real world, to which he replies that it is even worse there. A club falls to the ground. A pop-up window says that this is a wooden club. This is a weapon for a beginner and adds a description that the thing is almost useless. Chuck looks surprised. A bald guy waves at him. Chuck recognizes the bald guy. He looks at it, dumbfounded. A multi-story building against the night sky. A man holding a cigar in his mouth. Jamie holding a cigar. Jamie looks at Chuck through the screen. The man in glasses asks Jamie what they should do, to which Jamie asks what he is talking about because he must do exactly what he must. Jamie closed his eye and it was time for their meeting. Approaching Jamie's scar. The sun is at its zenith and Chuck asks if this is God's joke. Chuck smiles and says hello to the kid and they haven't seen each other for a long time and asks if everything was okay with him. He holds the boy's hands and waves to them. The boy's head is spinning and Chuck, okay, he can sit down, but he still can't believe that they met like this. The boy looks at him and he asks how much time has passed since their last meeting. The boy looks puzzled and Chuck asks if the boy recognizes him. The boy rubs his chin thoughtfully, and Chuck, his weapon was destroyed because he put all his strength into the attack and suddenly it appeared and gave him a new one again and asks if he doesn't remember it at all. The boy realized, to which Chuck asks if he finally remembered. The boy thinks about the golden statue of a man in shorts, and Chuck, there is still a golden statue in the center that looks just like him. Eurus, who is this child? The boy waves his hands in horror, to which Chuck asks if he sees Eurus. Eurus remembers how he was materialized and asks Chuck if he remembers it, because since then everyone can see him. Chuck remembers how Kate hugged him and confirms that he remembers everything. Chuck holds Eurus in his arms and this is Eurus, a two-headed dragon, and he was supposed to be the final boss, but something went wrong and offers the child to take him in his arms. Eurus opens his mouth in displeasure. The boy squeezes Eurus while he thinks that how dare this little man touch him, for he is Eurus, a two-headed dragon, to which Chuck calls him a good boy. Chuck looks at this picture with satisfaction. Chuck holds a club in his hands. He looks at it with enthusiasm and it is exactly the same, a wooden club. The child looks at him and he, the same one, has already changed his life once. Chuck smiles and asks the child if he wants to hear a story, because he will probably be surprised when he finds out what he managed to go through. The child stares at him in surprise. Chuck tells the story and it all started right after he improved the club and it was amazing. Chuck enthusiastically says that now this is the most important moment in his life and until now no one has had a chance to hear this story in full. The child looks interested and Chuck continues that he feels strange because he told him about everything he went through. Against the background of devastation, about everything that he hid in the depths of his heart. Chuck sits near one of these buildings and continues that later, after defeating the Yopai hero, he was given the choice to sacrifice one of the 7 deadly sins or remain an ordinary human. Chuck looks at him and asks what he thinks. What choice did Chuck make? The child sits in anticipation. Chuck exhales. He throws his hands behind his head and decided to remain an ordinary human. The child lowers his head and Chuck asks if he wants to know the reason and if he is so interested. Chuck gets up and he will tell you his reason a little later because he has something for him. Chuck points his hand at him and uses the summoning. There is a blue glow around Chuck. A pop-up window says that the master's request for the summoning of a high-level weapon has been completed. The child looks in horror as a set of excellent weapons appears in front of him, from a shield in hand to a spear and a whip. Chuck is everything to this child because he does not need them as long as he has his club. The child waves it off, to which Chuck asks if he needs it. The child looks at him awkwardly, and Chuck asks why he decided that, because the items are very expensive. The child writes something on a piece of paper. He hands it to Chuck. Chuck reads it in surprise. A multi-windowed building. In the background is Chuck's door. On the piece of paper that the child gave him, there was a strange address written. Chuck goes inside and continues that there he encountered something he did not expect at all. A close-up of him entering the room. Someone is lying on a ventilator. Chuck looks at this man and the only person to whom he told his story and the only person to whom he opened his heart. He looks at this man and in 2 weeks he will die of an incurable disease at a very young age. Chuck looks at him from the doorway. He is stunned. The man looks at him with empty eyes. Chuck watches as he knocks on the bed, beckoning him. Chuck agrees and asks if he wants Chuck to sit closer and sits down. The man writes something in a notebook. Chuck looks at the writing. The man wrote that he apologizes and most likely Chuck is surprised and the man knows that this is an unexpected request, but he really wanted Chuck to come there. Chuck looks at him in surprise. Chuck reads the continuation, where the man apologizes that he cannot speak properly because of his illness, to which Chuck replies that a person should not apologize. The man writes something again. She smiles and Chuck reads that she was happy to hear about Chuck's adventures and she would like to tell her story, although it is not as interesting as Chuck's story. She looks at him sadly and she just wants at least someone to remember her, and maybe her selfishness speaks in it. Chuck exhales. He embarrassedly replies that it is not selfishness and everything is fine and asks to tell hers, but only slowly. He likes to listen to stories. She writes that he is a liar because he always skipped dialogues in the game because he thought they were boring, to which Chuck justifies himself by saying that it is a game. She turns the page. She continues to write that in Chrono Life there are many roles to choose from. She shows her avatar with ponytails. In that world she is a merchant. A girl with ponytails is standing next to bags of apples. The girl hands a basket to a customer, and merchants constantly communicate with people, sell and buy items, which is a very interesting role. The girl looks at him enthusiastically and continues that in the real world she could not make friends because of her shyness, but in the game everything was different. She remembers people and everyone smiled when they met her, and thanks to their attitude she always had a great time. Jamie lights a cigarette and she is such a bright child. He talks to the people in the chairs, that she gives out healing potions to newbies in her free time, and even though she knew she would go into the red, she still sold things at low prices. The people in glasses look at Jamie, and he continues that she is a lousy trader, but is it the most important thing to arrive? The people around her smile and Jamie continues that everyone loves her, not just users, but also simple NPCs. The girl smiles and he continues that she literally shines, but like a star, her smile lights up the world. He lights up again, and it's a pity that one day she stopped logging into the game. People ask where she is. Maybe she is busy with her studies or went on vacation. Everyone looks at the girl's shop and Jamie continues that everyone had different thoughts on the matter, but one thing united them: everyone missed this little girl. Doves fly over the city and Jamie continues that time flew by and it was so long ago. People go about their business, and Dan continues that those who started playing at the same time as her have already leveled up and left the city long ago, going on a journey. Her shop stands empty and Jamie, new players came to the game and there were few left in the city who remembered her. Someone stood in front of the shop. A bald child stands and Jamie continues that one day this girl came into the game again. Jamie frowns but she has changed a lot. She smiles and he continues that her long hair is gone and her clothes have become very simple. She gives someone her purse and Jamie, she simply gave all the remaining things to the newbies. She sent a smiley and Jamie continues that smileys replaced words for her. The people in glasses listen to her give away gold and almost all the items, except maybe the club that players get at the beginning of the game. The man is holding the club in his hand. The girl smiles while he asks what it is, if it's a wooden club. He throws it on the ground and everyone gets free gold, and why does he need a useless item for beginners? The girl looks at the club. She takes it. She looks at it sadly. The girl turns around at something. Strange noises are heard from around the corner. The girl looks around the corner. There is a man in his underwear sitting there. Next to him is a broken outfit. The man is smiling with tears in his eyes. The girl looks at him in surprise. She is thinking. She is holding the club in her hands. The girl has an idea of what she will do. She smiles. She looks at Chuck and that's her whole story. It's probably too early for her to think about it, but perhaps her story will end here. Chuck dejectedly reads about how her story will give rise to his story about the level 99th club. Chuck looks at her sadly. The girl continues to write that she only pretended not to notice her condition, and when she first learned of her diagnosis, she cried a lot. No one notices her and she thought that she would never look the same again and that everyone would forget about her. There are drops of tears on the floor and she continues that if one day a miracle happens and she can overcome the disease, but this is not what she wants. The girl cries and she only needs the person who will remember her. The sun is shining over the city. Someone is running. Chuck runs across the street. He bares his teeth. Chuck flies through the doors. Chuck picks up the virtual reality glasses. A message about connecting to the game comes against the background of binary code. The moon is against the background of stone peaks. Chuck attacks someone with a club. There are a huge number of monsters in front of him. He cuts them with a club. A column of flame is visible. Chuck cuts the rest. There are clubs of flame around. Eurus looks on in surprise. He calls out to Chuck worriedly. He frowns and thinks that this is the first time he's seen him like this. Chuck lets out a huge amount of furious flame. Chuck screams and Eurus that Chuck has never been so angry. Eurus looks at this and continues that where does he get such cruelty to monsters from? Chuck bares his teeth. He frowns and goes on the attack. Chuck asks if there is another way out, approaching him, and he asks if even surgery will help. The girl looks at him sadly. She writes that she has a very rare disease and the operation costs too much. Chuck reads that her parents did everything possible to find money for the operation, while Chuck, he will pay, approaching his mouth when he is ready to pay tens of billions, even hundreds, because the price does not matter, and continues that she will definitely have this operation. Chuck stands in a pile of loot. Eurus calls out to him. Chuck breathes heavily. Chuck frowns ahead. He sits next to the girl's bed. She breathes through a mask. She covers her mouth. Chuck watches as she writes him a question about why he gives her hope. The girl frowns and continues that this hope is in vain. Chuck dejectedly reads that even if her operation is successful, the disease will not go away and her only chance of survival is 30%. Chuck frowns and replies that this is already enough, because at least it is better than just giving up, resigning herself to the fact that she only has 2 weeks left. The girl writes something. Chuck reads that he should not speak so easily, because she is not a game object and there is a difference between deciding to have an operation and deciding to upgrade a weapon. She trembles and continues that it is true, that while there is a chance even 30%, it is worth trying. Chuck reads the continuation with a question about what will happen if nothing works out. Chuck reads gloomily that he says that you can't give up, resigned to the thought of imminent death, and wants her to have the operation. The girl in tears hands him a notebook and continues that maybe she will die right on the operating table, and wouldn't it be better for her to just live these 2 weeks instead of such an outcome, because if she dies, everyone will forget about her anyway. Chuck replies that she shouldn't worry, because he is sure that the operation will be successful, and she will live happily ever after, and when she will never be forgotten. The girl cries. She writes. The girl starts screaming that he shouldn't talk about it as if it were so easy, because he doesn't know how painful it is. She screams that everything will disappear, her family, her friends. She looks ahead in horror and continues that this is all that has been in her life so far. Chuck looks dejectedly. A mountain of skulls. A foot in a shoe steps on a skull. Eurus turns around. Lena looks worriedly. Lena asks why Eurus has been coming to Chuck so often lately, to which Lena asks again who she is. Lena replies that she doesn't want to show up so often either, but she just feels when people lack something. She approaches Chuck. Lena smiles and he asked her to help him with this, didn't he? Chuck is silent. Chuck asks if she did what he asked, to which she gave a positive answer. Chuck looks at her sullenly. He calls her with him. A view of the evening hospital. The door to the girl's ward. The girl is sitting on the bed. She hugs her knees. She remembers how she wrote to Chuck that even if her operation was successful, her illness would still not go away because the chance of survival was only 30%. She remembers that Chuck answered that this was enough because it was at least better than simply giving up, resigning herself to the last 2 weeks of life. The girl is shaking. She remembers writing that she would most likely die on the operating table, and wouldn't it be better for her to just live for the next 2 weeks instead of that outcome. She thinks that if she dies, everyone will forget about her, and Chuck tells her not to worry because he is sure that her operation will be a success and that she will live happily ever after and no one will ever forget about her. The girl thinks that this is all a lie, everyone will forget about her anyway. She trembles and realizes that she is incredibly scared. The girl cries and thinks that she does not want to die. She does not want to be forgotten. A hand reaches out to her. Chuck touches her shoulder. The girl looks at him and realizes that it is Chuck, the guy with the nightstick. She looks at him, dumbfounded, and does not understand when he came. She sees a bunch of people in her room. He smiles and he was right, because no one will forget about her. The girl takes a breath. The girl with the bob asks how she is doing and reminds her that she is the one the girl gave the sweet potato to, which is how she was able to get the job. A shot where they look like avatars in the game. The girl is gritting her teeth. The second one, her team still goes hunting with the weapons she gave them. A shot from the game, and she continues that they wanted to thank her, but they did not find her in the city when they returned. Everyone smiles looking at the girl, and she continues that they did not forget about her for a moment. The girl is crying. She awkwardly wipes away her tears. She begins to sob bitterly. Chuck looks at her. The girl with pigtails is crying, while Chuck, they all love her. The plot moves a few days forward. Lena looks from the doorway and soon there will be an operation, and she promised to return after it just as radiant. Chuck, it was Lena who found everyone with special diligence so that meeting them would give her the strength to move forward. Against the backdrop of the operating room apparatus, Chuck has only a 30% chance and a human life is at stake. The girl is crying and Chuck, a fragile little girl, actually turned out to be stronger than everyone else. Against the backdrop of the destroyed city, he continues that although she is unhappy inside, she is always as radiant as a star in the game. Chuck stands near her shop and she softly illuminates the world with her smile, warming everyone's hearts. Chuck is depressed and continues that although she suffered huge losses because of her kindness and naivety. The girl stands behind Chuck. He turns around, dumbfounded. The girl is standing opposite. Chuck opens his mouth in surprise. He is glad to see her. Tears are streaming down Chuck's cheeks. Chuck looks at her and thinks that this girl is the only person to whom he has told his story. Chuck continues that the only person to whom he has opened his heart and her name is Luhua. Lightning rolled across the sky. Sharp rocks stretched into the sky. The demon world is a dimension cut off from the human world. After the battle with King Yopi, it evaporated, but after some time, it was completely restored. A huge monster opened its mouth. Flying demons attacked other monsters. The resurrected demons began a bloodbath, all because the Demon King disappeared again and there was nowhere to vent their anger due to the inability to conquer the human world. These shocks became the last straw for them. In the end, everything came to killing their relatives. The spirit chuckled. There was someone who was sincerely worried about the demon world. The assistant of the great Demon King, Ethan, looked at what was happening and asked what kind of mess this was. He looked at the monsters flying in the sky and asked what it was, and that there was only one way to pacify their anger. He clenched in his hand the essence of the Demon King, the jewel containing the power of the Demon King, the absorption that the hidden title of the Demon King can give. Ethan looked at the sphere and said that he had picked it up nearby. This moment came up in his memories. The spirit was very surprised and continued that it must have appeared after Yopai's death. Covering his eyes, the spirit continued that it would have caused problems if he had been sealed like before, but he couldn't give it to just anyone. He lowered the corners of his lips and asked whether he should wait for a suitable candidate again, or whether he should find one himself. An image of the smiling protagonist with his tongue hanging out appeared before his eyes. Then the image changed to a bare-chested protagonist showing off. Then it changed again, and before his eyes was a madly smiling Chuck. Then the spirit remembered Yopai sitting over the laughing protagonist. Ethan's eyes widened. A moment later, he smiled widely. Then he said that he seemed to have found it. The bright sun illuminated the sky. The hand held the club tightly. The protagonist smiled and said that he had struck. A moment later, he hit a huge monster from which fire burst forth. It was a level 4 rabbit bear. The monster opened its mouth and fell to the ground. The protagonist approached its muzzle and told it to give him its teeth. He collected the rabbit bear's teeth in a bag. Crushed, they help restore health well. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, Chuck turned to the animal and asked if it wanted to go back, to which Eurus replied that he already did. There was a huge pile of monsters behind them, and the protagonist said that this was enough and that he thought that he had enough of killing demons. Looking at the clear sky, the protagonist suggested going and said that if anything, they would come again later, to which Eurus replied in the affirmative. The frontline city was illuminated by a bright sun. Putting his hand to his forehead, Chuck asked where they were and said that they were supposed to meet at the exit. The people around looked at the protagonist and said, "Look, this is the same hero," that they see him up close for the first time, asked what kind of creature is next to him, and that he is cute. The protagonist's eyes widened. Then he waved to someone, called out, and said that he was here. The girl opened her mouth and gasped. Julie happily called him Big Brother. They approached each other, and the protagonist said that yes, today he decided to meet the star. The girl happily looked at the protagonist and all her indicators were visible. A moment arose in her memories about this kind and cheerful girl being struck by a rare disease. But thanks to her willpower, she overcame it, and now, having recovered, she can, as before, live a full life. Handing the bag to the girl, he said that he finally found her, and that here are the materials she asked for, to which she replied that there are a lot of them and thanked him. She opened her mouth and the skill of making a potion was activated. Many bottles appeared in the air. It was the resistance of the potion. It turned materials into the potion. The protagonist said enthusiastically that a lot came out and that she would get a lot of money from selling them. The girl laughed and said that she did not make them for sale. Chuck asked again, perplexed. Looking at her, he asked what for, and she ran towards the builders, called them, and said that she had something for them. The men turned to her and said that what kind of people, and that they had not seen each other for a long time. Chuck watched as Julie told them that they had so much work because of the destruction, and that here was a regeneration potion for them, and the workers thanked her and said that she was as kind as always. The workers surrounded the girl and happily drank the potion. The protagonist exhaled indulgently. He turned to the animal and said that they needed to kill more bear rabbits, to which Eurus replied that he understood. A huge skyscraper illuminated the street. The girl was sitting on the bed with her head down. Kate was looking at one point, upset. She was remembering the main character with another girl who said that they were very specially connected. Kate's upset face appeared before her eyes. Lena replied that they were together both in the real world and in the game. Kate sadly lowered his eyes. Chuck was in her thoughts. The girl was sitting opposite her, eating chips, and said that it irritated her so much. Frowning, she asked why she was so gloomy, and was it really that guy in his underwear again? Kate shouted that it was not so, to which the girl asked again and replied that it was clear at first glance. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek. She turned to her sister and said that she had one good friend. She sat on the bed with her head down and continued that she had recently started to like one guy. Her sister frowned and thought that it was immediately obvious who it was because she knew she had no friends. Kate opened her mouth and said that at first he was just an ordinary player for her. Pictures with the main character in her life began to appear before her eyes. How they spent time together, how long they played, went through many trials together. Sometimes she was angry with him, but she herself did not understand at what point she began to look forward to meeting him. Kate sat on the bed, lowered her head and hugged her knees. Pictures with the main character began to appear before her eyes again. He helped her together in sorrow and joy, and after a while, but she noticed how he occupied all her thoughts. She wanted to know even more about him. The girl opened her mouth and said that he. A moment later she raised her hand up, frighteningly told her not to think anything. She did not fall in love with him, she just wants to see him more often. Looking down sadly, she said that maybe it would pass. Then she continued fearfully that these were all her friend's words. The girl closed her eyes and laughed. She put another cookie in her mouth and asked what kind of relationship she wanted. Kate smiled and said that it was not her story, to which the girl replied that she should not lie. Opening one eye, her sister said that she was an artist under her wing. And did she really think that the girl had not made inquiries, and that the guy she was talking about was the one in the underwear from her team? Kate widened her eyes. Then she lowered them embarrassedly. The sister looked at the girl, and under her gaze, she answered affirmatively. The girl exhaled discontentedly. She began to crumple the bag of chips, and asked if she knew that most of the fans would turn away from the idol in a relationship. Throwing the bag aside, she continued that such are the laws of the market. The idol gets money from the love of fans, and that, roughly speaking, she will simply betray their feelings. Opening her eyes, the girl said that all her many years of work will collapse like a house of cards. Kate looked down thoughtfully. A moment later, the girl continued that she will not stop her. Looking at Kate, she continued that it is her life, it is up to her to decide. Who knows what anyone will say, and she said to remember that the girl will always be on her side, no matter what she does. Kate, with tears in her eyes, called her sister. The sister exhaled and said that if she goes broke, she will become someone else's manager, and continued so that she does not forget good calculations. Then she looked at Kate and said that she was joking, and asked what kind of relationship she wants. The girl thought about it. A moment later, she opened her mouth and said that she does not know. A memory flashed before her eyes, how she looks at the main character with another girl. Lena smiled and held the protagonist's hand. Kate pursed her lips. A smiling Lena appeared before her eyes again next to the protagonist. Kate bared her teeth furiously and looked at them. Lena smiled charmingly. The girl got angry. She frowned and said that she definitely wanted to make him hers. Her sister smiled evilly and said that great, and that she was her girl. Then she twisted her arms and told her to hold her horses, and that she needed to think. Looking at her 17-year-old sister, the girl asked if he was an adult, and said that prison was just a room. Kate looked up thoughtfully. Then she smiled and said that first let him fall in love with her, and then wait 3 years until he came of age, to which her sister replied that it was cruel. Kate looked at her sister pitifully and said that she would expect advice from her in the future, and that she knew that she had no experience in this yet. Her sister smiled and told her not to worry and to rely on her. The girl fell on the bed, thanked her sister, and said that then she would go into the game, and that she could see the main character. She also told her to write her hints and in-game messages. Her sister exhaled with a smile. She opened her mouth and said that it was good, and that's it. Then she started typing something on her phone. She was looking at something in the browser. In her recent requests, there was a stick 99 and a wooden club 99. In the search bar, she wrote how to seduce a man. The girl continued typing something on her phone and thought that when Kate began to cooperate with their company, she became her manager, this talented and famous artist. The girl smiled looking at the phone and continued the thought that she had built a successful career, but not a single relationship in all her 27 years. The bright sun illuminated the green field. Ethan was flying somewhere. He closed his eyes and said that it was difficult for him, that he rushed into this world without preparing, and that where should he look for that guy. Then he thought that demons were no help to him in his search and turned around abruptly. He looked questioningly into the distance. A huge flash of fire flared up over the horizon. Ethan's eyes widened. He smiled and said that he found it. Steam was coming from behind the trees. His gaze fell on the main character, surrounded by the bodies of monsters. The protagonist smiled and said that he was lucky, while there were many drops, and that 20-30,000 remained to save up. Eurus called his name. Chuck turned around in surprise. Sparks flashed in the sky. Kate was rushing somewhere rapidly. A huge monster was flying straight at her. A moment later, she jumped high into the air. Then she swung her arm angrily to strike. The girl kicked the monster in the face. Blood spurted out of the monster's mouth. Then he fell to the ground and Kate also went down. The protagonist and the little animal looked at the girl in surprise. Chuck looked at her and shouted her name. She looked down in embarrassment. Then she handed him something. The girl greeted the protagonist and asked if he needed the bear rabbit teeth, to which he thanked her. They stood opposite each other and behind them lay a huge mountain of monsters. Chuck put his finger to his temple. He looked away in embarrassment and apologized for the incident at the cabin and said that it was his fault and that he should not have taken her with him. A picture appeared in his memories where the three of them were sitting at the table and eating dinner, and he continued that he did not know that they had such a terrible relationship. Kate watched him say that he should have apologized earlier and suggested that they go to dinner sometime instead. The girl opened her mouth. After a moment, she closed it. Kate twisted her arms across her chest and replied that if that was what he wanted, she had a busy schedule in the near future, but she would try to find time. Then she came closer to him and called his nickname. Looking into his eyes, she asked what they did with her that day. Lena appeared before her eyes, who said that they had recently been lying in the same bed. Then the girl widened her eyes and said that the sensations in the game were almost no different from real ones. She put her finger to her lips and asked if she wanted to check. Kate opened her mouth and asked about those words and what she was talking about. Chuck was frightened and silent. Then he smiled and said that nothing had happened between them, to which Kate asked again and said that it sounded somehow unconvincing and that he should talk. The main character shook his head. Suddenly Kate flew at him, saying that he was avoiding the question and that he should just say it already. Ethan was flying in the air. A voice was heard from somewhere that he couldn't breathe. Then the spirit opened his mouth, asked where he was, and said that it seemed to him that he was somewhere nearby. In the background, someone shouted a request for help. Ethan turned his gaze to the guy and the girl. He looked at this in surprise. Kate asked if he would answer. In the spirit's mind flashed that he was sleeping. He looked at how the girl was strangling the main character and thought that the guy who defeated the Demon King Yopi was defeated. He opened his mouth wider and continued the thought that it was amazing. If someone defeated him, then he was stronger and that the human world is terrifying. Looking at the girl, he thought that this was a devilish look. Then he looked at her teeth and thought that this was a demonic grin. He must be right, and this man is destined to become the Demon King. Suddenly Kate looked up at the spirit. She looked at the sphere Ethan was handing her and asked what it was. The spirit told her to take it and said that she deserved it. Taking the green sphere from his hands, she asked again and asked what it was and who he was. Suddenly, there was a blinding explosion. She had received the essence of the Demon King. There was a job change to the Demon King. Her body absorbed the essence of the Demon King. The creator smiled and said that it finally happened. Floating in space, he said that the last point. Looking down, he continued that it should have been Yopi. An image of the former Demon King appeared before his eyes and he thought that he had once protected this world and he would destroy it. Lena looked at the huge explosion. It was an interdimensional teleporter. Smoke formed at the site of the teleporter. The girl smiled and said that she had already done what he asked. She looked up and asked if everything would be okay. The creator told her to enjoy the complete cleansing of the world. The image of the main character appeared before her eyes with the words "fool." Then the image changed to a girl who offered to join a team. The creator asked if this was the first time she was rejected and called the girl by name. Bright stars sparkled in the sky, and the man said that he did not know what she was planning, but it was too late. He stood illuminated by the sun and continued that this was the final chapter of the story. A bright flash appeared from the sphere. Chuck covered his eyes with his hand and asked what kind of light. Then his eyes widened. Kate's body was floating in the air. She flew even higher. The job change was completed. The hidden class is the Demon King. She will be granted the privileges of the Demon King profession. All her characteristics are increased by 10 times. Kate opened her mouth and wondered. She grinned angrily and asked why he decided that he could change her class, and said that she never said that she wanted to be the Demon King. And for him to quickly return everything to how it was, she received notifications about hidden skills, and she got even more angry. Chuck sat on the ground and turned to the animal with a question about what nonsense was going on here, to which Eurus replied that he had no idea. Kate looked at another notification that the hidden ability Demon King's advent was received, and exclaimed that he should stop, that she had no time for this now, and what kind of Demon King's advent was this? Her request was accepted. The training system for the hidden Demon King class started, the ability demonstration started, the girl's eyes widened. She glowed brightly with green fire and the Demon King's advent started. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Then they began to become lighter. A moment later they turned white. There was interference around her. Suddenly, her clothes disappeared. A moment later, new clothes appeared on her. The Demon King's arrival had occurred. Kate's mouth opened slightly. Then she started to say something. She exclaimed in fear that her hair had turned white. The protagonist and Eurus watched as Kate screamed about where her clothes had gone. Eurus said that Kate seemed to have become the Demon King, and Chuck replied that she had not even given her consent to this. Ethan flew up to the girl and said that the Demon King's arrival, and that this ability gives her the appearance of the Demon King, and she also receives a huge supply of mana. He smiled and continued that only in this form are the Demon King's exclusive skills available. The only exception is the passive skill Demon King's authority. Thanks to his authority, the Demon King rules the demon race without problems. Kate turned her head at him in shock and asked what the Demon King's exclusive skill is. She received a notification that her request had been accepted and that the training system for the hidden Demon King class was being launched, and the ability demonstration was launched, to which Kate opened her eyes in surprise. The stone on her headband began to glow. The stones on her t-shirt and neck also began to glow. The essence of the Demon King was launched. Kate grew large red wings. Synchronization began. The synchronization error was equal to the acceptable level 1.3%. Long horns began to grow on her head. Then her eyes lit up red. The essence of the Demon King was launched. The protagonist and the animal watched what was happening with interest. The girl snapped her fingers. Then she said the word destruction. A red flash sparkled in the sky. It became larger. The flash reached for the girl. Then it shot into the sky. A huge fiery explosion was formed. Hidden destruction skill, exclusive skill of the Demon King. A shot of concentrated mana is fired. The power of the charge increases proportionally to the time spent on preparation. Kate opened her mouth and pointed her finger at the sky. Sweat was running down her face. The demonstration was over. The girl looked at the dark sky and thought about whether she really did it. Her horns glowed red. Then they disappeared. Her wings also disappeared and she descended to the ground. Chuck held his hands behind his head and enthusiastically said that she was cool and became very strong. The girl turned to the protagonist and asked what she should do now, and that she suddenly became the Queen of Demons. Looking at the confused protagonist, she continued that she would now have to fight with people since she was the Queen of Demons, and with him, to which he asked if she really thought so. The girl asked upsetly that everything happened so suddenly, and why were her clothes changed without her permission, and her hair also turned white. She looked at the protagonist with tears in her eyes and asked if she looked scared now. The protagonist's eyes widened in embarrassment. He stuttered that it wasn't strange at all, and Kate asked if it was true. Ethan hovered behind them and said that he thought so and that his intuition was right. He smiled and said that she activated the Demon King's coming and even used destruction, only by changing the class, and besides, the error in synchronization was only 1.3%. He bared his teeth in a smile and said that he knew that true evil was dormant deep inside her. Kate viciously grabbed the spirit by the cheeks and asked who he even was, and for him to quickly return everything to how it was. He said with a stretched mouth that this was impossible, and that the essence of the Demon King will not leave the body until the death of the host. Then he continued that, in addition, since the Demon King is a unique boss, the character will be deleted after death, to which Kate sadly asked again. Chuck watched in awe and said that he looked so soft and that he wanted to cuddle him too. Eurus turned to him angrily, told him to open his eyes and that he was much softer and cuter, to which Chuck asked why he suddenly felt a spirit of competition. Kate asked in fear that she really had to walk like this all the time now and that there was no way to get rid of it. Floating next to her, and he said that he did not know that it was not mentioned anywhere, but he thought that it suited her very well. Kate looked at him in bewilderment. Then she grabbed him again, angrily called him a bastard and told him to talk quickly about how to turn everything back, but the spirit replied that he did not want to. Chuck closed his eyes and said that Kate was a complete fool and that all that was needed was to cancel the coming of the Demon King or the Demon King regime. Eurus replied that he was about to. Then the protagonist told him that, by the way, they still need to give him the bear's teeth. Julie was probably already tired of waiting, to which Eurus replied that she was like a sister to him, and the protagonist asked him who cares about his own sister so much. Arden Castle stood under an orange sky. It was one of the largest castles in Chrono Life. With huge, majestic walls, lately it has been called the most impregnable fortress in the game. The guard turned around questioningly. A monster was running right in front of him, and he said, "What the hell?" He asked another guard what kind of nonsense was going on, said that something was rapidly approaching the castle walls, to which the second guard replied what kind of psycho was there. An explosion occurred right in front of the castle wall. A huge monster appeared in front of them. The guard's eyes widened in surprise. A moment later, the monster jumped high. His eyes were glowing red. The guards looked up in bewilderment. One of them opened his mouth. Then they started running away and screaming that it was a monster. The creature knocked the guards to the ground. The man stood in front of the creature, scared, and asked what kind of monster it was and if it was a werewolf. The huge monster bared its teeth. It opened its mouth and asked where the monster was. The creature stood in front of the guard and said that their eyes were just for show. The guard stuttered and asked what the werewolf was talking about. There were two more monsters right behind him. They looked at the man angrily and said that they were not just monsters. The reptile stuck out its tongue and said that they were beastmen. The guard clenched his teeth in fear. The creature knocked the man down with one blow. He fell to the ground with a crash. The running of other guards was heard. They were rapidly approaching the creatures. The beastmen looked at them questioningly. A moment later, hundreds of guards surrounded them. Someone's voice said, "Wow." The footsteps of the guards were heard. Lucas looked down and said that someone dared to attack Arden Castle head on, and that it was just a stupid beast, but it was still hard to believe. Frowning, the master of the Justice Guild Lucas, the owner of Arden Castle, continued that he didn't care that they were beastmen, and that they should figure it out. The guards accepted the order. Lucas watched the battle. The screams of the soldiers were heard. A moment later, the man smiled and asked if the subscribers saw it, and that it was cool. Then he said to subscribe, like, and turn on the notification. They were writing comments under the live broadcast. The man thought about it and asked if anyone knew what kind of monsters these were, and that he had never met such. Screams were heard around him, and comments were written on the live broadcast. Lucas closed his eyes and said that he saw talking monsters for the first time. Only bosses and humanoid monsters are capable of this. The man laughed and asked why they called themselves beastmen, and if they had heard anything about them. He asked them to leave comments. Lucas' eyes widened in surprise. The comments asked what was going on. Then they wrote to him that it had suddenly become quiet. All of his guards had been killed. In the comments, everyone was writing in bewilderment, asking what kind of nonsense was this. The monster turned to the man. Its eyes glared angrily. Lucas frowned in fear. Then he raised his leg. The monsters rushed after him. At this point, 38,933 people were watching the man's live broadcast. And even though the viewers were hungry for content, they all wrote that he needed to run. Lucas completely agreed with them, so he immediately took off like a rocket. Beads of sweat were rolling down his face, and he thought, what kind of nonsense is this? Then he thought, he's never seen anything like this in Chrono life. He widened his eyes in fear and wondered what the hell was going on. Then he turned around. Sweat was pouring down his face. Right behind him, a monster was baring its teeth. Even the elf's nimble legs couldn't protect him from the beastmen. The monster grabbed the man. He kicked his legs in the air. Then he stopped. His legs dangled. And just like that, Arden Castle was empty in a matter of seconds. The monster had mauled the man. The creature growled furiously. That was how the three previously unknown beastmen introduced themselves to the world. The three creatures stood against the bright sun. The sky was burning yellow. Ethan smiled and told Kate that the time had come and that they needed to bring all the demons and destroy the human world. Kate frowned and said that she didn't want to. The spirit got angry and asked what she was saying about not wanting to. She needed to fill the entire continent with blood and cover the entire mountain of human corpses, to which Kate asked if he would continue to say these disgusting things and why she should do it. Flying next to the girl, Ethan continued that this is the path of the strongest and natural selection, to which Kate asked again and said that then she especially shouldn't, and that she is a complete weakling. The spirit asked again in surprise that she is a weakling, and that isn't the demon queen the strongest person. Kate closed her eyes and said that actually, no, and that she has a low level. Ethan turned to her and asked if he could find out her current level. She thought about what it was there, and that she had risen decently while doing the last quest. After a moment, she smiled and said that she was 92, and that initially she was 25th, but caught a couple of demons and rose. Ethan opened his eyes. He then apologized and asked what level the man in the panties was. Kate smiled, and the protagonist replied that he was the highest. The spirit's mind flashed back to Kate and the protagonist's fight, and he said that he lost to the demon queen and that he calls her boss love, to which the protagonist replied that it was related to their first meeting. There was a long story and that it somehow happened. Ethan thought it was horrible. Something cracked in the sky. The crack grew larger, and the protagonist and Kate looked up at it. The girl turned to the protagonist and asked if he could see it too, and said that the sky had split, to which the protagonist replied that it was. Frowning, he looked up and asked what the hell was going on, and that he didn't remember this happening before. Something started to crawl out of the crack. Then a paw appeared from there. Lena was standing on the paw. She looked at them in silence. Kate and Chuck looked at her blankly. Lena said without a smile that she had become quite tasty while they were gone. A moment later, she sank to the ground. Turning to the girl, she asked if she could have a bite. Kate looked at her blankly. Leaves torn from the trees flew through the air. Chuck stood next to the two girls. Lena looked ahead. The demon queen also watched silently. The dark-haired girl's eyes were framed by black eyelashes. Chloe's blue eyes confidently looked ahead. The red ball in the staff sparkled. The wings on either side of it began to move. Chuck stood between the girls and said that they should stop. He opened one eye and added that her staff reeked of blood, and then suggested that she was going to kill Boss Love. Lena silently looked ahead. Then she closed her eyes. The girl turned her leg and agreed, saying that it would be a shame to kill her now. She walked away from the protagonist and the demon queen when she said that she almost did something stupid, and that it was even funny, but for now everything was going as it should. Chloe threw an angry look. Sweat appeared on her face when she thought about how asking for a bite could mean that they wanted to kill her, and that while she was daydreaming, she almost lost her character. The girl smiled and turned to Chloe, clarifying that in this world, she seemed to be called Love. Lena turned around and exclaimed that she congratulated her on becoming the demon queen. Then she said that this was a cute mode. Chloe silently put her hand behind her back. The dark-haired girl looked back and added that he was so cute that he just wanted to kill her. Chuck looked at Lena and said that he could not understand her and that she helped during the STARS operation without further ado. The girl's mouth opened slightly when he asked about whether she was good or bad. Then she closed her lips. Lena defiantly touched her finger to her mouth and answered that he was cute, and then asked about whether he really liked good people. The girl with the staff turned towards the protagonist and added that if he wanted, she could pretend to be kind and innocent. Chuck closed his eyes and told her to forget, then said that if she had come for no reason, she should leave. Lena silently touched her chin. She opened her mouth and asked if the guy knew that the last chapter of Chrono Life had begun. They were standing surrounded by trees when the girl added that this game would soon come to its logical end. The protagonist looked ahead skeptically and asked about what kind of end an online game could have, and then explained that as long as the gaming audience releases updates and expansions, this is an endless story. Lena smiled and replied that she used to think so too. Green leaves flew in the air when she added that he himself would soon find out about all the rapid changes in Chrono Life. Eurus and Chuck looked at each other as Lena reminded them that the two-headed dragon that had been alive and kicking had become the ego sword, and its head falling off had become the sin of gluttony. She remembered the blonde boy with wings, and added that the laziness named Riot had shown his true colors. After that, the girl imagined a guy with different eyes and a red cloak, and added that to all this, the wrath named Yopi had been resurrected. Lena parted her lips and summed up that the main storyline had been made with years of playthrough in mind, making it difficult for an ordinary user to counter Yopi, much less defeat him. She then remembered the guys surrounded by rubble, and added that even such a quest that destroyed everything in its path had been completed in an instant. Lena imagined a green sphere. Then she remembered how the girl was glowing. Chloe's face began to sweat as Lena said that it had been a while since his death, and a new demon king had appeared on the scene. The girl pointed her staff towards the protagonist. The sphere began to glow. Chloe looked at the glowing staff in fear. Chuck covered the demon queen with his body and asked Lena if his words meant nothing to her. Then the guy exclaimed that he had asked her not to kill him. The dark-haired girl smiled sweetly and replied that he should not worry because she was not going to do it yet. A pillar of light appeared when the teleport skill was used. The protagonist looked at Chloe when he realized that it was spatial magic. The girl opened her mouth wide and addressed Chuck. A blinding flash appeared in front of the guy. His eyes widened. The protagonist grabbed Lena by the shoulder. He was standing in front of her when he asked about what she had done and where she had sent her. The dark-haired girl opened her eyes and said that she had sent her to the last chapter of the story. Dust rose. Chloe brought her hand to her mouth and started coughing. She was squatting with her mouth wide open. The girl opened one eye as she cursed and wondered who Lena thought she was and what kind of place this was. There were people lying on the ground. Chloe stood surrounded by fallen warriors. A palace building loomed in front of her. Chuck's mouth opened wide when he found out that she was in Arden Castle. The dark-haired girl parted her lips and said that this was the first test in the last chapter. Then she added that an ancient race of human men came from the northern continent. A shadow appeared behind Chloe. The girl turned her head. A huge monster loomed over her. Its eyes were red and drooled from its fangs. The girl's blue eyes flashed. Lena and Chuck were standing on the green grass. The boy smirked. The girl blushed as he laughed and exclaimed that he was worrying for nothing. The protagonist stood next to Lena and asked if it was true that human people were animals, and then he said that Boss Love was actually the demon queen now. Chuck's eyes widened and he wondered how she could lose to some beast. The girl with the staff put her hand on his shoulder and said that he had a point. Chloe froze in midair, hanging upside down. The blue snake rushed down as she used the diving dragon kick technique. The girl attacked the monster in the stomach. A powerful shockwave began to spread. The monster opened its mouth and spat out blood. Chloe clenched her fist, thinking that her body was so light, as if she was about to fly. She smiled, happy that for the first time she felt like she would never lose to anyone. The beast brought his paw to his fangs and said that she would be interesting. The monster rose and appeared next to the demon queen. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she realized that he was able to rise after such a blow, and that he knew human speech. The beast loomed over Chloe when he promised that he would devour her. Then she began to doubt that this monster was an ordinary werewolf. Lena stood in front of the protagonist when she said that they were unusual beasts. She introduced a girl with red wings and clarified that all characteristics increase tenfold if you switch to Demon King mode. Lena looked ahead when she added that ancient human beasts are 10 times stronger than humans from birth. Chuck was surprised and his mouth fell open. He stood in front of the girl when he exclaimed that this could not be and that she made it all up. Lena closed her eyes and replied that, as she said, they were not ordinary animals, but ancient beastmen, and that according to the scenario, they were supposed to appear in about 10 years. A paw with sharp claws rushed forward as she added that it would be very difficult for a newborn demon to deal with them. The monster swung and used the skill Beast Claw. The beast attacked. Chloe gritted her teeth. She dodged the blow with destructive force. This attack swept away trees and buildings. The girl looked away in fear when she realized that it had swept away all the trees in the forest. The beast appeared next to her and asked where she was looking, while Chloe thought that if it hit her, she would be torn apart and die. She opened her eyes wide. The monster pounced on her using the skill beast hunt. It bared its sharp fangs. Chloe looked ahead in fear, her mouth open. There was a huge explosion behind the castle. Chuck looked ahead in displeasure, cursed, and said that the same thing happened with the invasion of the Yopi demon army, and that the balance was disgusting. Sweat appeared on the dark-haired girl's face when she asked again about the balance. A guy was standing in front of her when Lena explained that she never thought that she would hear such a word from him. Then he asked her to shut up. The main character was standing with his back turned when she added that she was not joking, and that it was definitely not for him to talk about it. The girl opened her mouth and said that everything happened for one reason. She remembered a boy with wings and a creature with scales. Then she imagined demons and a beast. Then she remembered a blonde guy in shorts and said that Nolan, Riot, Yopi, and the invasion of the demon army, as well as the beastmen, the end of this game and the last chapter. The reason for all this is Chuck. The guy looked ahead in confusion. He made a stupid face and said that it was unfair. Lena closed her eyes and asked him not to pretend to be stupid, because he himself understood that he was too different from this world. She opened one eye and added that there was another point of view, for example, that his club was level 99. A wooden stick was sticking out from under the guy's clothes. He was standing in front of Lena when she said that she was the root cause of everything, but the girl didn't think so, because it was much more important who wielded the tool. Chuck closed his eyes and replied that he didn't care what anyone thought. He clenched his baton and added that it was time for him to go save Boss Love. They were standing on the green grass when the protagonist asked Lan to send him to Arden Castle. Then the girl replied that she didn't want to. He swung the stick and asked her to think for at least 1/10 of a second, then she laughed. The guy looked away and thought about turning off the recoil control. He remembered how the fire appeared in front of him. Then Chuck remembered how the explosion happened. The protagonist looked up and decided that in this case, he wouldn't be able to make it in time because Arden Castle was too far away. He looked at the grass and trees when he realized that he would have to run, and that despite the 5-digit speed indicator, it would take forever before he got there. Lena winked, smiled, and suggested that he just give up and have fun here with her. She crossed her legs and asked about what he really thought the Demon Queen would lose. A guy with a club stood in front of her when she added that nothing bad would happen if she lost once. Chuck looked away silently. Suddenly, he smiled widely. The protagonist put his hands on the ground. Lena looked ahead in surprise when the guy realized that he remembered a great way. He got down on all fours in front of the girl and voiced his thoughts. His underwear was reflected in her eyes when she thought that she had a great view in front of her. Two dark silhouettes were clearly visible when Lena wondered what he was going to do. Chuck bared his teeth and said the word start. His foot pressed against the ground. The protagonist rushed forward, smiling ominously. He quickly moved away from the girl with the staff. The guy began to run in circles. Lena's mouth dropped open in surprise, not understanding why he was doing this. The protagonist continued to run in circles in front of the girl, while she thought that he was simply spinning in one place. Lena closed one eye and brought her hand to her face. A tornado had formed. A hurricane was raging over the forest. The girl looked away and realized that he had created a tornado simply by running in circles. There was smoke everywhere. Chloe opened her mouth and breathed heavily. She took a fighting stance and clenched her fists. In front of her stood a beast, who exclaimed that she impressed him by surviving even after this. The monster looked forward furiously and added that this seemed to be her limit, and that he would chew through every bone in her, starting from her head. Chloe gritted her teeth and remained silent. A tornado was raging in front of the girl. She looked up, thinking that she thought he was going to fly there with the tornado, but it seemed she was wrong because he had been running in circles for about a minute. Suddenly, her eyes widened. A system notification appeared about a hidden skill called Light Speed, the conditions of which were met. The first condition is master level. The second condition is agility stat of 14 or more. The third condition is running for more than a minute after meeting the other conditions. The bare foot slowed down. Chuck stopped, clenching his fists. A system notification about a hidden skill of moving at the speed of light appeared. The protagonist smiled when he activated the skill Light Speed. A pillar of flame soared into the sky. A stream of fire rushed over the surface of the planet. Flames appeared behind Chloe. The beast and the girl looked at the cloud of dust. Chuck, with a baton in his hand, exclaimed that he came to save Boss Love. The girl turned around and, smiling, replied that he was late. The guy took a step. He was walking towards the beast when he called it impudent. The protagonist looked askance when he asked how he dared to raise his paw against Boss Love. The beast opened its mouth and asked who it was and whether it was another person, then it said that it would eat him with great pleasure. The monster's paw rested on the ground. Another beast approached. Huge monsters towered behind Chuck and Chloe. The bear looked down and asked who those two were, and then said that he thought that they had already killed everyone in this castle. The beast in front of the guy answered that they had crawled out from somewhere. Then he asked his comrade if he had figured everything out, to which he received an affirmative answer. The bear bared his teeth and added that there was no need to worry about it and that everything was going according to his plan. Then he started talking about what would happen if they continued to follow his orders. Suddenly, the beast was engulfed in flames. The fire was coming from the main character's club. A powerful explosion thundered. The lizard looked towards the fallen monster. The guy made a face and asked if they could only talk. He looked threateningly to the side and added that they would become corpses. Sweat appeared on the lizard's muzzle. The wolfhound's eyes widened in fear. They rushed towards the guy, asking where he came from. Chuck swung his club and replied that he would not tell. Chloe, who was standing behind him, asked the guy to stop. The main character turned around, despite the attacks of the monsters, and asked what happened. Sweat appeared on the girl's face. She remembered him shaking Lynn's hand. Then she remembered the dark-haired girl clinging to the guy. Chloe pursed her lips. She put her hand on her chest and exclaimed that she would finish them off herself, thinking that she had also become stronger and wanted to fight alongside Chuck. The beasts in front of the guy were trembling and breathing heavily. The protagonist smiled and agreed, adding that he would leave one monster for her. The lizard closed his eyes. The guy grabbed his tongue. He pulled the beast along and suggested that he step aside so as not to interfere with Boss Love's fight. Wolfhound and Chloe looked in the same direction when the lizard asked the protagonist to stop or his tongue would come off. Then Chuck asked him about why he was sweating while being cold-blooded, after which the monster asked if it really mattered now. The girl clenched her fist. She raised one leg and exclaimed that they were starting. Chloe opened her mouth wide and suggested that they watch how it would end. The wolfhound opened his mouth and called her impudent, and then asked if she hadn't already lost to him, while he was thinking about the guy in his underwear. The beast remembered how the protagonist's flame killed his comrade, and thought that it was immediately obvious that Chuck was crazy, and that he needed to quickly finish here and head to him. Chloe stood in front of the wolfhound and asked who said that she had lost, and then exclaimed that it was not over yet. Then the beast replied that this was wonderful, and that he would grant her wish since she was so eager to die. The girl hovered above the monster's head, who was thinking that in this case he would also die, and that he needed to seize the moment and escape in the middle of the battle. Chloe attacked the wolfhound with a kick to the head. He opened his mouth, wondering how this was possible and mentally cursing at the girl. The demon queen landed next to the beast. She confidently walked forward when the wolfhound realized that she had become faster. The girl dealt the beast a series of blows. The wolfhound closed its jaws and howled. The monster swung its paw and used the skill beast claw. Chloe dodged the blow, gracefully standing on her hands. Her fingers touched the ground. The girl gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. Her pupils narrowed. An angry wolfhound loomed over her. The beast gritted its sharp teeth and implemented the technique Beast Hunt. Chloe jumped and arched her back. She opened her mouth, thinking about how her body had become very light, and that everything was happening exactly as she imagined in her head. The beast looked forward with fury and cursed, calling her opponent a rat. His eyes were bloodshot. The girl made a hand gesture. She put her hand out to the side and used the skill Destruction. A system notification with a flame stream icon about a hidden skill called Destruction appeared. It said that this was an exclusive skill of the Demon Queen, as a result of which a shot of concentrated mana was fired, and the power of the charge increased proportionally to the time spent on preparation. The gold decoration on the girl's head sparkled. The stones sewn into the dress began to shine. A system notification appeared that the essence of the Demon Queen was activated. Red wings grew behind Chloe's back. A message appeared that synchronization had begun. A small sphere appeared near the girl's finger when a notification came that the synchronization error was equal to the permissible level, or more precisely 1.6%. Chloe narrowed her eyes and wished death on her opponent. A stream of red energy rushed down. It was heading towards the wolfhound. Sweat beaded on his face and he cursed. The beast opened its mouth wide. A red dome appeared in the middle of the forest. The girl landed. A system notification appeared saying that the essence of the Demon Queen had been deactivated. Chloe clenched her fist and turned her head to the side. She opened her mouth and let out a breath as the system notification appeared, saying that she had gained experience for killing a monster. The girl looked up in surprise at the numerous level-up notifications. The stats for Demon Queen Love appeared, stating that her level had increased from 92 to 139. The protagonist appeared behind Chloe, exclaiming that she was really cool, and that he was going to help her if something went wrong, but she had managed. The girl raised her hand and said that the problem was different and that she had gained 40 levels, then asked if it could be a system glitch. Chuck brought a piece of meat to his mouth and said that it was not a bug and that it was the Beastmen. The guy handed the food to the Demon Queen when he added that he didn't really know much, but they weren't supposed to appear for another 10 years, and that it was no surprise that they brought a lot of experience. Then the girl asked again about the ancient Beastmen, and the protagonist replied that they were monsters from the main quest of Chrono Life. Chloe took a bite of meat and said that she thought that she could clarify the details about the main quest herself. Then she asked about the lizard that the guy took. The girl spat out what she had eaten when Chuck replied that they were currently eating an ancient beastman steak. Chloe hit the protagonist on the head when she exclaimed that there were so many things in the world that could be cooked, so why eat a poor monster? And the guy replied that he thought it would be delicious. Clouds were floating in the sky when the girl ordered Chuck to quickly resurrect him. Call this goddess Lena and do something. Then he replied that it was not very ethical to resurrect someone who was fried and eaten. The sun was peeking out from behind the mountains in the forest near Arden Castle. Liquid was dripping onto the grass. An injured elf was sitting by a tree. The creature opened its mouth and said that, as expected, the inhabitants of the southern continent were fools. The ancient beastman Griffin looked ahead and asked if the boy really thought that he could escape from it. The monster positioned itself in front of Lucas and turned to the owner of Arden Castle and asked if he would not be resurrected in the castle even if he died. Then the Griffin said that it was pointless to resist. The boy opened his mouth, cursed, and asked if their goal was really not Arden Castle. A dark figure with sharp claws loomed over Lucas, who said that they could capture him right now, and then asked why they were chasing him. The beast opened its beak and asked what he hadn't figured out yet. Then the Griffin explained that they weren't after the castle, but Lucas. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Then Lucas grabbed his shoulders. He pressed himself against a tree and sheepishly said that beastmen weren't his type. Then the Griffin asked if he was tired of living and whether he should be buried right under the tree. The beast approached Lucas. Its eyes turned bloodshot as it called the boy a fool and asked if he could really transmit messages to a huge number of people using telepathy. Sweat appeared on Lucas's face as he began to answer that he didn't think he had such an ability. The boy's eyes widened when he realized he was asking about the streams. The Griffin opened its mouth and said that Lucas should relay his message to everyone on the southern continent. Lucas looked ahead, scared. A notification appeared on the screen telling him to wait and that they would start in a few minutes. A message appeared about the broadcast. The elf stood silently while users wrote comments. Lucas pursed his lips and looked down when they began to write about Hawkeye restarting the interrupted stream. He remembered his defeated brothers and the words about how he valued his reputation on the platform so much, and how it was his pride that did not allow him to show how Arden Castle was losing to an army of monsters. Then the boy remembered the open mouth of the beast and the comments about how he was forced to interrupt the stream because of this, dying at the clutches of a werewolf. Lucas clenched his teeth and cursed silently. The guy's body had deep wounds. When he said that it was possible to speak, then a voice was heard, which said that he had a very convenient skill. A griffin appeared on the screen. Then the users were very scared. The beast stood up straight and greeted the wild inhabitants of the southern continent. Then he introduced himself, saying that he was an ancient beastman who came from the northern continent, and that he had an important announcement to make. In the comments, users began to ask about his height, and discuss how the three of them captured Arden Castle. The Griffin opened his beak and said that not long ago he watched how they repelled the coming of demons. He remembered the monsters with wings and added that although defeat in this battle was inevitable, they miraculously won, and this amazed him. Then he imagined the bodies of those who died in the fire. People sat at the table, when the beast added that the feud between demons and beastmen has not died out since ancient times. The other users were also looking at their phones on the way home. The Griffin looked ahead menacingly and summed up that in exactly 30 days, they would invade their lands to repay them. There were pink clouds in the sky as he announced that their entire continent would be soaked in blood, and that they, the weaklings, would become slaves to the ancient beastmen, so they should take it as an honor to serve them forever. When the map of the main quest in Chrono Life was shown, it was explained that the invasion of the ancient beastmen from the northern continent would happen right after the demon invasion. Fingers settled on the keyboard as someone thought about how of course this quest was a higher difficulty level, and how if only a miracle saved them from the demons, then completing this quest was an utterly impossible task. The man looked at the screen as he said that Chrono Life would go down in history with its own plot twists. He bared his crooked teeth and asked if there were any who had not yet given up on them. The world map glowed blue as it was explained that the broadcast had increased Hawkeye's subscriber count several times over, and that the upcoming battle had become a hot topic not only in the gaming industry but around the world. The lights were on in the multi-story building as it was said that the company releasing Chrono Life had, of course, come under fire. The man stuck a cigar in his mouth. The bearded man looked ahead, thinking about the game's reputation being ruined. The setting sun illuminated the trees. The Griffin opened its beak and said that Lucas had done everything he was supposed to. The beast turned away from the boy and added that he no longer needed him, and that the monster could easily kill him right now. The Griffin's eyes turned bloodshot as it said that it would save the boy for dessert to enjoy in 30 days. The beast took off. Lucas stood there silently as users wrote about how scared they were. The screen next to the tall building said that it was a virtual reality center. A girl was sitting there holding a phone. Molly, the guild master, smiled while looking at the device. The guy looked at her and blushed, thinking about how she was the one next to him then. He remembered how they were sitting next to each other when he was talking about how Chrono Life was garbage and wondering if it was time to give up and play something else. Then the girl smiled widely and said that it was more fun and better than pointless daily farming, and that she was also angry about this sudden attack, and then she suggested that maybe it only improves immersion. The guy blushed and agreed with Molly. He looked at the girl and asked about how it looked like she was also playing Chrono Life and if she wanted to play with him since he was quite a high level, to which Molly said no. Then the guy's face darkened and he leaned against the wall. He looked away, thinking that she was definitely watching something about ancient beastmen. He walked up to Molly and cleared his throat. The guy's eyes widened and he asked her about watching the Chrono Life Beastman video, thinking about hitting on her by praising the game. His cheeks flushed as he exclaimed that 2 such big events had happened in a row, and that is expected from Chrono Life. It was awesome. Molly looked up and said that it was just awful, and that she was too angry right now, so he should move away. The guy sat back down in despair. The girl smiled and thought about the ancient beastmen. She continued to smile, thinking that they had crossed the line. She imagined angry people sitting around the table. The passengers looked at their phones in irritation as Molly thought about how the tension had reached its breaking point and had turned into anger. The Chrono Life screensaver flashed as she explained that the game allowed people to escape reality and relax. Lucas stood silently on the grass live as the girl added that the game now made them feel like useless losers. The elf gritted his teeth because his anger only made them want to fight back. The girls sat in front of their computers when Molly thought about calling the call centers again. But no one did because they knew that the company would do nothing again. The men with glasses looked at Steve when he laughed. He had a cigar in his mouth when he asked if they were the worst again, and then Steve exclaimed that this was not the first time for them. The man with the mustache smiled ominously and said that only this time his favorite users would not be able to complete this quest. Night fell on the city when Molly thought that the game ratings had reached an all-time low. The sun peeked out from behind the mountains as the girl added that, ironically, the number of concurrent players had hit an all-time high. Chloe's mouth dropped open and she asked the guy if he'd watched Hawkeye's stream, which said that the ancient beastmen would invade in 30 days. Chuck stood in front of her, silent, as she exclaimed that shocked users were rushing to level up and that there were rumors of crowds at the hunting grounds. The girl's face sweated as she asked if they would win even if they worked like crazy for a month. Since the ancient beastmen weren't supposed to appear for 10 years, then she added that it was hard to kill even one, let alone an army. Chuck gritted his teeth. He grabbed his head and screamed loudly that he couldn't take it anymore. Chloe smiled sheepishly and turned to the guy. She turned around to see the silhouette of the guy, who replied that it was really cool and that they really wanted him to wait another month. The main character stuck out his tongue and said that he would go to the northern continent right now. The girl opened her mouth and looked at him in confusion. A pillar of flame appeared in front of her when Chuck activated the light speed skill. The main character rushed forward with a crazy smile. Sweat appeared on Chloe's face when she thought about how the ancient beastmen should save themselves. The torpedo flew quickly in the sky. Chuck was heading to the point where he wanted. The hero's face was filled with happiness. The guy stopped abruptly, making the fire fly in different directions. Something was happening behind the hero. Chuck was turning back with a smile on his face. The hero was looking at the globe, answering that in one of the places there is the northern continent. Chuck laughed loudly, answering that there is the speed of light. The torpedo began to fly quickly into the sky again. The hero happily flew in the other direction. Chuck's head hit something. The guy was stuck to the shield with his face. Chuck quickly moved away from this and said that it was a magic dome. The system window began to show the guy that at the moment the northern contract is unavailable and he needs to come later. The hero looked at all this with displeasure. Steve laughed loudly, looking at all this. The man with a smile on his face answered that he knew that Chuck would go there, so he blocked everything. The guard told the man that he himself told them not to interfere. Chloe sat on a stone, surprised that access was blocked. The girl looked at the puffed-up guy, answering that she now understood why he was giving in. Chloe began to tell him that if the company founder had closed the access, then Chuck would definitely not be able to get in, so he would have to wait a month. Steve was watching everything carefully on the cameras. The girl tapped her heel. Lena, with a smile on her face, said that this was not worth doing. The girl smiled, saying that the servers would simply be rebooted and as a result, nothing would change. Chuck began to grumble, saying that a lot would change and he would feel much better. Lena, with a smile on her face, answered that she came to find out who won, the new Demon Queen or the Beastman. The girl looked away, answering that it would be great if they at least did something with their feet. The heroine looked away angrily. Chloe screamed and asked the girl if she knew her and if she wanted, they could go out once. Lena, with a smile on her face, said that they had never met properly. The heroines stood next to each other. Lena looked at the girl, saying that she was the goddess of life and that it was a pleasure to meet her. Chloe angrily said that she didn't care who she was. The heroine smiled and pointed to herself, saying that she was 21 years old. Lena, with a smile on her face, answered that they had seen each other not only in the game, but also in real life, where it was known that Chloe was only 17. The girl angrily answered that Lena puts down other people's parents, swears and kills whoever she wants. The heroine began to look at something in surprise. Ethan was flying towards Chloe, shouting that he had been looking for her for a very long time. The assistant angrily answered the girl that it would be better if she died and he would find a better demon king. Ethan asked Chloe in surprise why she was all alone. The girl looked around in surprise, trying to find Lena. Chloe began to notice how the girl was already walking next to Chuck, asking him where he was going and whether he was going to give the star the ingredients. The heroine ran after the guy, shouting that she would be with him too. The main character looked at the girls with displeasure, telling them that they could go, but they didn't have to destroy the village. West, screams were coming from the sand hole. People were looking at a huge snake. It was the desert boss, the king of sandworms. The guys were shouting for everyone to run and attack. The staffs were gaining firepower. Many people were shooting at the boss. The monster opened its mouth wide. All the people were shouting, saying that they were doing well and that they had to continue attacking. The three heroes looked down with displeasure. Nate looked away and spoke into the phone about how all the guild members were eager to fight like never before. The girl looked at the battle, answering that it was probably because now 3 beastmen made fun of them. Neith opened her mouth. The heroine looked at the people fighting the monster and said that they would hardly be able to defeat the event that was supposed to happen in 10 years. Sophie looked at the guys with displeasure, saying that it would not help and 1 beastman was equal in strength to a top-level boss. Lucas smiled, answering that there was nothing left to do but rely on the great warrior. The girl answered that they should have time to prepare. Sophie looked at the guy with displeasure and said that there was nothing more stupid than relying on one person in a war, since even during the demon invasion they fought on their own while he was in the demon world. The 3 guys stood on the cliff. The girl opened her mouth and said that they had a good idea. Nate looked away thoughtfully and said that if they succeeded they would be able to fight the beastmen on different. Luca asked in surprise what kind of idea this was. The girl looked at the ground, answering that they would hardly be able to eliminate the 10-year gap completely, but it was definitely worth trying. The girl thoughtfully told everyone that they had a snag and they needed to find a great warrior to help. Nate looked away thoughtfully. The girl smiled and said that no matter what, they still had to rely on him. Abandoned houses. The girl looked away with a smile on her face. The heroine ran to Chuck, asking where he had been if she had been looking for him for so long. The main character replied that he had been collecting bear hair fangs for her. The girl looked ahead in surprise. The heroine began to look at the 2 girls in surprise, asking Chuck who it was. Chloe ran up to the guy in surprise, asking who she was. Chuck smiled, telling how they met the girl in the hospital and what happened to them after. The girl's eyes became glassy. The heroine began to cry, saying that it was very sad. Chloe hugged the little star, asking if she was okay and if she was sick with anything now. The girl looked at the heroine with a smile on her face, asked if she could ask something. The heroine with a smile on her face asked which of them was the girlfriend of the club's brother. The girl looked at them with interest. Chuck gave the heroine a bag, answering that she should forget about everything. The little heroine smiled, looking away. Chloe looked away, thinking about who the guy was indifferent to. The girl looked at Lena, answering that she did not know the heroine's intentions and that she was also interested in him. The girl began to look at everyone with a smile. She confidently decided to hire an investigation. The heroine thought with maximum interest that this was a love triangle, which she had only read about before. The little girl with a smile on her face asked Chuck in secret from the girls who he liked and whether it was both of them. The main character excitedly told the girl that she had gone crazy. Star giggled and asked the guy about not being able to choose between 2 beauties or if he liked someone else. The guy answered with a calm face that he only loved Eurus. The heroine and the dragon looked at the guy in surprise, who answered that it was a joke. Chuck jumped on the spot, answering that this was not the problem and that he still had to wait a month. Star, with a smile on her face, suggested that the guy watch the game while he had time, since the guy was constantly running somewhere and it worried her. Chuck said with displeasure that the guy answered him something similar. The protagonist remembered how Steve said that this game was good. The man, with a smile on his face, asked Chuck not to destroy it and just enjoy his stay. The hero asked Star with displeasure how he could do this and did no one say that the game would never limit users in freedom of action. Nate jumped out of nowhere to the guys. The guy answered with a smile on his face that he finally found it. Chuck answered with a smile on his face that they hadn't seen each other since the incident with the trophy guy. The hero asked everyone in surprise why he was there. Nate answered that he was ashamed, but he wanted to ask for a favor again, which was connected with the upcoming battle with the ancient beastmen. Chuck looked ahead in surprise. The girls looked at all this with incomprehension. Mountains, a cave. The beast answered that all this was strange. The monster answered that they announced the attack in 30 days, as ordered. A huge polar dragon looked at the monster. He confidently looked ahead, answering that all this was wonderful. The monster looked at his assistant, answering that there was enough time to prepare. The polar dragon answered that the southern continent would soon be theirs. The monster confidently nodded his head. The bird quickly flew into the sky. The legs stood on the ground. The hair fluttered in the wind. The hero approached the monster. The dragon looked ahead, happy that they would finally be able to meet Eurus again. The assistant ate food. Nate answered with a smile on his face that in this plan they would have to completely rely on the great warrior. The heroine smiled and waited for the guy's answer. Chloe held food in her hands, answering that this was an excellent plan and defeating the ancient beastmen would not be easy, but such preparations would not be superfluous. Lena calmly answered that she was against it. The girl said that for the laser this was pure volunteerism and at the same time no benefit. The heroine said that if he continued to agree to all ideas, then they would sit on his neck, so this request was beyond all bounds. Lena closed her eyes, answering that if this plan worked, then there would be problems with the company. Chuck ate food. The girl watched him in surprise. The main character began to laugh loudly. The guy laughed, asking everyone what the difference was. Chuck recalled that they had already lost their chance to attack first. The main character laughed, answering Nate that he liked this plan. His face emitted loud laughter. The guy got up from his chair. Chuck confidently decided to go there. The guy decided to use the speed of light. Torpella flew high into the sky. The guys coughed from the dust. Star screamed in fear that her brother had to eat before going anywhere. Nate said with a smile on her face that he agreed to fulfill her request, but it was not necessary to fulfill it right away. The girl laughed, asking the girl what the request was, since the heroine almost did not listen because of the delicious meat. Nate offered to play for the star so that she could explain. The heroine calmly answered that in 30 days they would be attacked by strong enemies who called themselves beastmen, so they would need to become stronger to win. Nate asked the girl how this could be done. Star thoughtfully answered that they needed to gain as many levels as possible. Nate answered that this was true, that was why all users were working so hard on this now. However, there was something that would allow them to become stronger much faster. The girl answered that it was gear. Star fearfully said that Brother Bludgeon had really gone there. Nate began talking about the hunting grounds of the highest level in the game, Eurus Cave. Demons were swarming everywhere. Black magic. The girl answered that a great warrior would get gear there and sell it to all users. Chuck smiled slyly. The torpedo with the guy was flying towards the globe. Star fearfully screamed that this could not be done. The heroine waved her arms and said that because of this, the game's economy would simply collapse and the clothes of ordinary users would lose their value. Then Chuck would simply be punished. Nate smiled and said that she knew, but they had no other choice to win this war. The girl listened with displeasure as she was told that a great warrior was not the one who worried about such things. The heroine smiled and said that the only reason that made him do this was the blocking of the northern continent. Everyone remembered Chuck and said that you shouldn't touch a person who has nothing to lose. They shouted through a megaphone about a special offer. Chuck, with a smile on his face, offered people to take the weapon that they always wanted. The guy shouted at the people to buy excellent weapons on the cheap, throwing out all the old ones. A little boy came up to Chuck and said that he needed a sword. The protagonist asked the child his level. A huge sword of the dead man of a unique rank was prepared for the boy and his 19th level, for which Chuck asked for 10,000 gold. The little hero with a smile on his face shouted that he would go and raise his levels. All the guys, looking at the boy, began to approach Chuck, trying to buy everything in the world. Chloe looked at all this from the side. The girl with a smile on her face said that so many people had gathered, despite the fact that it was only the third day of sales. Star with a smile on her face did not have time to take and distribute weapons. Chloe looked away in surprise. The man's feet walked on the ground. The hero confidently walked forward. Nate noticed that he was at least 2 meters tall, and behind his back was a heavy sword. Chuck continued shouting for everyone to grab, choose and not be shy. The hero began to look at someone in surprise. The man was standing near Chuck. He confidently began to ask the guy for what that kid with the 19th level bought, the sword of the dead man. All the people angrily shouted at the guy to go to the other end of the city. A huge palm grabbed the hero's face. The man quickly pushed him aside with all his strength. The people watched as the guy flew off with a noise in the other direction. Everyone looked at it in surprise. The hero sat in the ruins with fear. The man was stretching his hand and asking everyone about who else was unhappy with something. The hero looked around. All the guys moved away from him a few meters, leaving Chuck next to him. The guy was smiling widely. The main character, with a smile on his face, asked the man for 10 million gold for the dead man's sword. The hero, with displeasure, asked why the kid had just been sold for 10,000. Chuck, with a smile on his face, answered that pricing depended on the level. The man, with displeasure, told Chuck that he was a swindler. The guy, with a smile on his face, asked about his complaints. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered that if there were any problems, they could be solved in a fair fight. The man and the guy stood opposite each other. Chloe asked in surprise who this man was. Nate calmly answered that he was ranked 38th and was very famous among the rankers. The hero smiled slyly, and everyone said that he could kill an enemy without thinking if he was in a bad mood. The man looked at Chuck in anger. He immediately broke into a smile and handed the guy a bag of money. The main character thanked him and said that next time he should not push in front of the queue. Nate looked at the frightened guy, answering that he had to listen to a lecture about his behavior. The heroine, with a smile on her face, asked Chloe how she was doing with leveling up, since she probably became stronger after becoming the Queen of Demons. The girl smiled, answering that she had not risen that much and now her level is about 210th. Nate looked away in surprise. The heroine was surprised that Chloe had turned 39th just a couple of days ago. The girl answered with a smile on her face that she had been hunting in the Urus cave with Chuck lately, but now they were very strong and she could only kill 2 or 3. Lena looked away without interest. Nate looked away with incomprehension. The heroine smiled sweetly, answering that Chloe had recently been a noob and did not know that an ordinary user would need at least 2 years to reach the 200th. Nate asked the girl if she was going to the cave with Chuck again. The heroine answered that as soon as Panties sold all the weapons. The girl smiled, talking about luck, and she thought that they had a chance to win this war. Chloe calmly looked away. The Valley of the Dead. The monster growled menacingly, looking away. Chloe looked at the monster, being in the sky. The heroine answered with a smile on her face that she would not fall for such a predictable attack. The girl smiled, asking to show him something new. The monster showed his tongue with different mouths. Chloe looked at all this with displeasure. The tongues rushed to the heroine. Chloe closed her eyes and screamed that it was very disgusting. A red stone lit up on her chest. The system window said that the essence of the Demon King was being activated. The heroine's eyes turned red. The monster quickly rushed towards her. The girl confidently flew towards them, including a frontal attack. The heroine pestered the monster with all her might. Chloe stood on one of his bodies. The girl poked him with her finger. The heroine calmly watched all this, asking him to die. A red laser passed through the monster's body, dividing it into 2 parts. The monster began to roar loudly. Chloe continued to hold her finger, asking him to die. A magical red ball appeared next to her hand. The heroine pressed it, creating a laser that destroyed everything around. The monster tried to do something, but his strength was waning. He tried to growl, but he couldn't do anything. The system window showed that he had received experience for killing the monster. The heroine was flying towards the dead body of the monster. The system window said that the Demon King's essence had been deactivated. Chloe sighed tiredly. The girl was telling the dead monster that he had scared her very much. Chuck was smiling, replying that the girl was speeding up. The heroine was smiling sweetly, replying that she was not that good. Chloe looked away in fear. The girl was watching the guy standing next to a huge amount of weapons. Chloe curled up into a ball, replying that she was starting to hate him. The girl calmly asked the guy to leave, as she wanted to be alone. Lena was calmly watching all of this. The heroine was only thinking about something attentively. Chuck was ruffling Chloe's hair. Star was sweetly selling weapons. The guy stood on the cliff. The guys looked at the huge monster. Nate covered her eyes. The guys used their magic and strength. The boy with the dead man's sword fought the monsters. Dawn was breaking outside. The decisive day was coming. The cave. The man's lips were calmly pressed together. The hero answered with a smile on his face that everyone should go forward since it was time to fight. The monster screamed loudly. The animals made different sounds. The hero stood on the mountain. These were ancient beastmen, of which there were 1 million individuals. The monster continued to say that today the southern continent would be erased from the annals of history. The silhouette began to disappear. All the animals looked around. One of the monsters began to grow wings. The rhinoceros smiled slyly. The polar dragon roared loudly. An ordinary morning was coming. The building. People looked around in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the distance, animals were visible that were heading for the building. The warriors clenched their teeth and shouted that this was a war. The monsters ran quickly. Their faces showed anger. Heavy sand and wind rose. Castle Arden was the most impregnable fortress on the southern continent. It was located in the very north of the continent, but it was impossible to pass through it if someone wanted to get deep. In other words, Castle Arden was the first and last line of defense. The monsters confidently looked around. The animals shouted loudly at the flames. The dinosaurs were surprised to see that they were attacking from the flank. The animals looked at the rock. On it, many magicians were pointing their staffs. The girl shouted loudly for the squad to prepare for the attack. The group began to read various spells. The weapons merged into one. The heroine furiously shouted for everyone to start shooting. The magic of the magicians and monsters was embodied in one. The animals were surprised that Masha was not afraid and began the battle outside the castle. The magic quickly flew down. The arrow hit the monster's neck. The beast didn't understand how they were attacking from the other side. The man started aiming the arrow, shouting that there was no need to be mistaken and that they weren't going to fight in the castle from the start. The man confidently said that they had won. The archers went on the attack. Many arrows were aimed at the monsters. Everyone tried to hide from the arrows. The building was closed. One of the doors slowly opened. Two guys came out of it. One of the heroes answered with a smile on his face that they were fighting together for the first time. The girl answered him that it sounded romantic. The two guys looked ahead. The guy answered with a smile on his face that again 5 guilds would be together. The girl said that it was true. The two started rushing forward quickly. The heroine ran together, shouting to the army. The guy with a smile on his face told everyone to go on the attack. The warriors quickly rushed forward. The battle was approaching. 5 million users joined it. In the future, this battle will be listed in the Guinness Book of Records as the largest event in the gaming world. However, this war, thanks to one person, will end in the blink of an eye. The hero's hand tightly clutched a wooden stick. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said how long he had waited. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that he could no longer restrain himself. The protagonist posed and said that he was ready to use his club. The girl with white hair angrily screamed that he should wait. Kate asked in surprise if he was going to attack now because their comrades would die. The guy smiled widely and replied that oh well. Then grinning, Chuck said that they would simply be reborn, but the monsters would die forever. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist said that victory would ultimately be theirs. Did she agree? To which the girl fearfully asked him to wait. Kate put her hand to her chin and thought about the fact that although there might be a point. Standing on the wall, the guy said that he went then. Swinging his stick, the hero said that they should die. A view of a castle with a high fence opened up. Kate's eyes widened in surprise. A question arose in her head. Turning her head, she thought that the hero had disappeared. A checkered field with numbers was shown. The protagonist found himself in a digital space. Confused, the hero frowned. Looking around, Chuck asked what it was, said that it seemed like he had been here before. The protagonist looked away and heard a greeting. Turning around, he saw a man. He said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asked how he was doing. Exhaling, Chuck said that he was bored with him, asked that it was him again. The creator, waving his hand, greeted him, and the protagonist called him God. Chuck turned his head towards the guy, asked what he wanted this time, said that he was busy, so let's get down to business. Scratching his head, he replied that what business? He just missed him and called him a friend. Chuck replied that he was not his friend. Slightly grinning, the creator said that he wanted to discuss everything calmly since he had a chance. Now even a hairy man could not interfere with them. The director clamped a cigar between his teeth. Then, frowning, he lit a cigarette. The boss looked at the battle action screen and the creator added that he was too focused on the war with the ancient beastmen. Opening his mouth wide, Chuck said that he did not want to. Then he stood in front of the guy and aggressively asked how this could be discussed calmly. He at least knew how much he was waiting for this damn war. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist said to quickly return him there if he did not want to collect his head later piece by piece. The creator grinned fearfully. Then, covering his mouth, he exhaled. Standing in front of the angry hero, he said that he could not bring him back. He would finish everything with one blow again. Slightly lowering his head, the creator said that this story should have a completely different ending. Chuck frowned seriously. Slightly opening his mouth, the hero said that now it dawned on him. Angrily grabbing the guy by the clothes, Chuck said that he had exposed him. He was a spy for the hairy one, to which he heard the answer that in fact, no. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy asked who he was then and why he had dragged him here. Through a smile, the creator heard that if he did not say, he would not even look, that he was some kind of god, but would simply hit, and he answered that okay, he would say. Stretching his hands in front of him, the fair-haired guy said that first of all he should know that he was in no way connected with the game Chrono Life. Smiling, he added that there was only one reason why he had called him here. The digital field expanded and the creator said that he was here to accumulate sins. The sunset behind the kingdom was visible. Amanda, screaming, stretched out her spear in front of her. She hit a huge lizard with a lightning effect. It was the Spear of Storm. The monster's eyes glowed, and he croaked, saying that she impressed him. Then, opening his mouth wide, he said that he would not spare him anymore. Jake appeared and summoned a holy shield, stopping the monster. The lizard crashed its face into the shield. A question arose in his head. The guy with a scar on his face looked through the protection. He raised his sword up and, smiling, said that this was a blow from a holy hammer. The girl and the guy watched the explosion from the holy hammer attack. A notification popped up saying that they received experience for killing the monster. The monster, sticking out its tongue, lay on the ground. They stood with their backs to each other. The guy turned to her and said that it was not worth thanking. Amanda said angrily that he would manage. She would have managed alone. A view of a huge castle opened up. 13 years of preparation for war brought the desperate users their fruits. The characters looked aggressively straight ahead and screamed. They attacked various scary monsters. A large number of archers fired arrows. The man tightly clutched the weapon in his hand. Sophie flew up with a staff in her hands. She slightly closed her eyes and said that leveling up, strategy, group training and weapons from the Urus cave, this is what made them significantly surpass their past selves. Bright lightning flew around the monsters. The girl swung her blades in different directions. Then she winked with one eye. People stood among the corpses of monsters. A huge dragon appeared in the sky. Blue lightning began to fly out of the monster's mouth. The forces were equal before he came. A devastating blue explosion thundered in the village. People tried to escape from the shock wave. All the characters flew up. The main character's wooden stick appeared and he asked to accumulate sins. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, Chuck said that it was profound. He was waiting for an explanation and sending him back. Smiling slightly, the creator thanked the hero for condescending to listen to him and added that he was afraid he would not be able to devote him to the details. Fire appeared in the blonde guy's hand. Stretching his hand forward, he said that instead he would give him a new ability. The creator passed the skill to the main character. Smiling widely, the creator said that it was called the Omnipresent Flame. With its help you can see whatever you want. Chuck looked at the burning fire in his hand in surprise. The Omnipresent Flame skill allows you to see any place or living creature. A picture of a blue explosion appeared in the fire. The hero opened his eyes wide in amazement. The air was suddenly filled with gray smoke. Jake spat blood. The guy bowed his head down, protecting the girl with a shield. Jake asked with a tired look, why the hell did the dragon's breath appear out of nowhere? The guy fell to the ground, dropping his shield and sword. Clara looked up with a frightened look and asked what it was. The girl's eyes opened wide in amazement. A huge blue monster bowed before the girl. Many characters were lying on the ground. The polar dragon smiled widely. Urus opened his mouth in shock. Pressing himself to the cheek of the main character, the pet asked that he was the king of the ancient beastmen, to which the guy clarified if he knew him. Urus answered approvingly and added that this cretin was the polar dragon Aventoter. He is one of the 3 greatest dragons. The protagonist slightly turned his head to the side and asked again about the 3 greatest dragons, to which the pet replied that the 2-headed dragon Urus, the polar dragon Aventoter, the giant dragon Geard, they are considered the strongest bosses in Chrono Life. Looking at the digital field, Chuck said that he was hearing about the last 2 for the first time, to which Urus replied that this was not surprising. According to the plot, they should appear much later. Holding fire in his hand, the protagonist smiled and asked that, it turns out, he is stronger than him, to which the pet, embarrassed, said that he smashed him one-on-one to smithereens. He is the strongest among them. Urus interrupted and said that something else is important. Aventoter is also known as one of the 7 deadly sins, such as greed. The hero looked away in surprise. The tip of the weapon hit the ground. Leaning both hands on the spear, Clara said that the boss of the ancient beastmen was a dragon. Slightly closing one eye, the girl added that their weapons were from the cave of the strongest dragon. They will not surrender. Raising the weapon in front of the monster, the girl said that no matter how many of them he killed, they will be reborn and fight again. They will avenge the guy. The polar dragon looked down in surprise. Many blue flashes appeared in the sky. Covering her face with her hand, Clara held onto the weapon. The girl looked forward with a puzzled look. A creature with blue eyes and horns appeared in front of her. Slightly opening its mouth, the creature said the name, and added that he did not think that he would hear his name from the lips of an insignificant human. Smiling widely, the monster said that his dear brother Urus really settled here. Chuck and the pet looked at the fire in surprise. Turning his head to the side, the main character asked if this was his brother, to which he heard the answer that he had no brothers. The girl clenched her teeth and grinned. Holding the spear in her hand, Clara said that he was pretending to be touched when he talked about his personal life, and he also changed into human form. Smiling widely, the girl added that thanks to this, her spear would be able to reach his throat. She took a step forward. Clara began to attack with a menacing look. Bringing the weapon to the monster's throat, she shouted that it was a spiral spear. A huge green whirlwind flew behind the monster. Smiling, Clara thought about what she had done. The villain clenched his teeth and said that it was too weak. The spear was placed at his throat and he added that he did not even dodge. The girl looked forward in fear. Standing against the sunset, the villain said that if she saw the sun's reflection in a puddle, it didn't mean she could reach it. Smiling wickedly, he added that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't hurt him. The girl timidly looked up. Purple tentacles appeared from the monster's back. A purple creature appeared. Clara screamed in pain as the tentacles bit her. Kate, standing on the tower, looked ahead in surprise. The girl's eyes widened in fear and she thought about this ability. 4 magicians stood on a cliff and looked ahead. Lucas looked away, stunned. The monster, drooling, clenched his teeth. With an angry face, he said that he was the polar dragon Aventoter, the sin of greed and gluttony. The monster lifted the girl up on his tentacles. Chuck looked ahead, stunned. The protagonist asked fearfully about greed and gluttony. Chuck and Eurus looked at the fire, and the protagonist said that he had killed gluttony. Why did he have 2 of the 7 deadly sins? To which the pet replied that he did not know, before he was only greed. The protagonist looked at the fair-haired man and, calling him an encyclopedia, asked him what was going on. Exhaling, the creator said that he did not want to tell this. Raising his hand up, he asked if the protagonist remembered what he had said a couple of minutes ago. He had called him here to accumulate sins. The man snapped his fingers with a smile on his face. A huge hourglass appeared behind him. Chuck and Eurus looked up in surprise. Looking at them, the creator said that the main quest in Chrono Life is to overcome the 7 deadly sins, asked if he knew why they exist. He grinned and said that their duty was to accumulate sins. Monsters with purple eyes appeared. A large number of skulls were visible. The warrior stood, and behind him were many skeletons in cloaks. The creator added that Eurus, pride, had long since completed this task, and Yopi, anger, had died as soon as he had succeeded. There were many people lying on the ground. Nolan stood against the backdrop of a burnt village, and the man said that Nolan, gluttony, had not been able to accumulate sins. The hero had killed him too quickly. He grinned a little and said that this was why the sin of gluttony had passed to the polar dragon. At that time he was the most suitable. Laughing, the creator added that the fact that he had become the owner of 2 was a surprise even for him, but maybe this is a feature of the sin of greed. The man tapped his hand on his watch. Then, raising his hand up, he said that this was a clock of sins. When the lower half was full, it meant that all the sins were collected. Slightly frowning, the hero asked about such a clock appearing every time you fight one of the sins, what it meant to accumulate sins, what this damn clock was for. Grinning, the creator said that the main character was asking the obvious. Putting his hands in his pockets, he added that each grain of sand was equal to a human life. Opening his mouth wide, Lucas shouted to all the troops to prepare for defense. Aventoder stood menacingly and smiled. Purple tentacles quickly flew towards the archers. They opened their eyes wide in fear. The purple creatures began to attack. Smiling, the villain said that this was an absorption. Gray smoke appeared in place of the archers. A notification appeared that he had absorbed the level and abilities of the target. Gritting his teeth tightly, Lucas asked what they were doing, told them not to gape, but to dodge. The guy opened his eyes wide in amazement. One of the tentacles attacked the archer. It bit the guy hard. Lucas looked at his side in fear, bleeding. The girl with the staff looked at this with wide eyes. Sophie screamed the guy's name in fear. Purple tentacles were approaching. They quickly attacked all the mages. All the players evaporated in gray smoke. The polar dragon stood and looked straight ahead. It had absorbed the level and abilities of the target. Smiling widely, it said that it was ridiculous, calling them pathetic offspring of the southern continent. The monsters with glowing eyes turned to him and called him their master. The creatures began to fly towards him rapidly. They screamed his name in fear. The monsters opened their mouths wide and cried loudly. Aventoder stood in the middle of the place where the explosion occurred. Sophie and Molly stood surrounded by monsters. Gritting her teeth tightly, the girl heard Molly address her. Black particles were flying in the air. The balance of power, achieved with immense effort, was destroyed in an instant. People were lying on the ground among their weapons. A purple creature was visible against the background of smoke. The advantage of the ability to revive was lost. Those who died from absorption could no longer be resurrected. The girl gritted her teeth in fear. The balance of power had changed. The girl confidently shouted that since the Commander-in-Chief Lucas had died, as his deputy, she would take all his responsibilities upon herself, and said that they should stop panicking and continue the battle. The wounded people were sitting on the ground in the smoke, and Molly added that the war had just begun and they still outnumbered them. 3 guys from the Order looked out from behind the rock and heard that the girl had asked them to be careful and avoid absorption. To kill their comrade if he was touched by a tentacle, let his abilities be absorbed, but he would be able to be reborn. 4 white flashes appeared. The girl, having shouted, rushed to attack. The remaining warriors quickly ran. They dealt powerful blows to the monster. The polar dragon called for absorption through a smile. The purple tentacle was rapidly accelerating. Molly, seeing this, opened her eyes wide. With a sharp swing of the blade, she cut the creature into 2 parts. Her foot slid along the ground. A part of the tentacle fell near her. The girl exhaled heavily. Aventoder, with his arms folded, laughed. Looking at him, the girl asked about what he thought, that he could get him with his stupid tentacle, said that he could try as much as he wanted. The polar dragon smiled widely and said that it was wonderful. A huge number of tentacles appeared from the villain's back. Molly's eyes widened in amazement. All the other fighters froze in surprise. Many tentacles rose up. They towered to a huge height. The maximum number of tentacles that Aventoder could release was 100,000. The purple creatures began to attack the people. All the fighters lay on the ground, and the girl stood in the middle of the fighting. His abilities were many times greater than the previous sin of gluttony. The girl looked up in fear. Saliva flowed through the villain's teeth. He absorbed many levels of the target. The sin of greed was activated. The maximum level cap has been lifted. The polar dragon stood there smiling widely as its level rapidly increased. The dagger fell to the floor. Molly dropped the blades and hung her head down. The polar dragon's sin of greed only strengthened the new sin of gluttony. Thus, they created a perfect synergy. Aventoder took a few steps forward. Molly and the villain stood and looked at each other. But for the users, this news did not mean anything good. The purple creature bit the girl on the neck. Desperately increasing the level as a result created the strongest enemy. Aventoder smiled menacingly, and his level was equal to 3,890. The man pointed his finger forward, creating a red sphere. Kate extended her hand forward and called for destruction. The red sphere flew towards where Aventoder and the warrior stood. Molly turned around abruptly and thought about Kate and this attack. A devastating explosion occurred. She sat on the ground in a pile of smoke. Leaning on her hand, the girl sighed heavily. Slightly looking to the side, she asked a question in her head about the ability to destroy the Demon Queen. There was a huge column of smoke and the girl added that it was so powerful. The warrior happily said the girl's name. Kate stood straight, slightly turning her head. Looking at Kate's back, the girl said that it was cool. This was the skill she was talking about. A little more and she would have died. Slightly turning her head, Kate said that nothing could be done then. Molly asked again in surprise. Leaving, she told her to stay away. Wide-eyed, she added that this attack did not cause any damage to the polar dragon. Kate and Aventoder stood and looked at each other. The villain stood with his arms folded and the girl added that it would be hard for her to fight him if she had to protect her too. Molly looked away in amazement and thought that she had never seen her like this. Kate looked away thoughtfully. Monsters began to appear. Then there were even more. The girl looked straight ahead. She was surrounded by a crowd of creatures and thought about the fact that now her chances of winning were zero. Kate sighed heavily. Standing straight, the girl addressed the pet, to which it responded. Kate confidently said that she orders him, as his queen, in the name of the demons. She declares war on the ancient beastmen, so let him break off the gate to the world of demons. Ethan smiled widely. His eyes lit up and he replied that he would do as his queen ordered. And then Ethan disappeared. Molly looked ahead, stunned. Then she slightly raised her gaze upward. A huge Ethan appeared in the sky. Opening his mouth wide, he ordered the interdimensional gate to open. Blue lightning shot out of his mouth. Ethan hung above the village. The characters stood looking at each other. A huge cloud of smoke rose from behind. Molly opened her mouth wide in surprise, looking straight ahead. Someone began to appear in the gray smoke. A man's leg appeared and he said that it was a mistake. Aventoder and Kate looked at the man and he said that it seemed like he was on their side. It seemed like they were calling his death. He accidentally stepped on him when landing. Kate looked ahead in surprise. The girl opened her eyes wide in amazement. The Demon King's essence was deactivated. Kate looked at the silhouette of the man who appeared from the smoke. Chuck stood with his stick over his shoulder and she said his name. Molly looked in that direction happily. People were happily looking at the phone. The guy and the girl were cheerfully watching what was happening. The thought arose in Molly's head that he had come. The main character stood frowning and someone thought that he was a great warrior. Steve lit a cigarette. Holding it in his teeth, he said that the enemy had finally come. The director looked at the huge screen and added that why did he appear only now? He thought he would be in the way from the very beginning. Clutching his cigar tightly, he asked if that was really so. The creator sat leaning against the hourglass and he added that it was his doing. The fair-haired guy smiled with his arms folded. Looking at the main character, he said that now, he thought, he could return, all his sins were collected. The creator pointed to the green portal and said that the exit was there, and the hero thought about how he drags people in whenever he wants and throws them out whenever he wants. Entering the portal, Chuck said that he was warning that this was the last time. Slightly lowering his gaze, the main character added that if he was forbidden like that again, he would really kill him. The hero completely entered the portal with a characteristic sound. The creator grinned and exhaled. Sitting on the floor, he said that he should not worry, he would no longer have a reason for this. Smiling widely, he said that this game had come to an end. Kate said in fear that he was an idiot. The girl began to beat the hero, saying that at least he knew how scared she was, to which he replied that it was not his fault, he was kidnapped. Molly watched this and heard Kate asking why he killed Death. She was going to call all the demons for help. Chuck apologized. The girl smiled and thought that she became herself again, perhaps she just imagined it. Ethan was lying on the ground, he was incapacitated. Chuck looked ahead in amazement, and Kate said that she would not be able to call demons now. What to do? They still have to fight these idiots? The guy asked again. Both looked at the huge crowd of monsters. Aventoder, with his arms folded, smiled. Chuck exhaled, grinned, then said that she should not worry and enjoy the spectacle, asked to leave it to him. The main character put his hand on the girl's head. The protagonist began to walk towards the villain. Coming closer, he looked at him. Chuck frowned. The statistics of the maximum level were shown. Aventoder smiled. Looking at him, his level was 3,890. Steve, tightly squeezing the cigar, grinned. Folding his arms, the director said that they finally met the strongest player and the highest level boss in Chrono Life. Chuck, raising his head, looked at the boss. Kate looked ahead in surprise. Wally was stunned. People tensed, looking at the phone. The guy and the girl frowned, watching what was happening. The eyes of the polar dragon lit up. Chuck tensed his muscles and squeezed the stick tightly in his hand. Smiling widely, Aventoder said that it was funny this pathetic little man dared to approach him. Standing on the ledge of the rock, he added that he was the polar dragon Aventoder and had lived for an eternity. Many monsters appeared and the boss said that under his command there were 1,000,000 beastmen. He was the sin of greed and gluttony. Raising his hand, the villain said that he would soon become the king of this world. Asked what kind of funny situation this was, a man in his underwear dared to block his path. Looking at the hero, he added that he would personally tear him apart and feed him to animals. The main character put a club to the villain's neck and said that he was annoying. Gritting his teeth, Aventoder thought about what was happening. He decided to attack him with just some club. A bright flash appeared, blood came out of the villain's mouth. A crushing blow was dealt to the villain. Red flames were visible from space. The monsters watched in surprise. The boss fell to his knees. The protagonist raised his stick up, looking at him. The villain screamed with his mouth wide open. Half of the boss's body was burned. Steve spat out his cigarette in surprise. Kate looked at him in bewilderment. Molly's eyes widened in amazement. People looked at their phones in fear. The guy and girl frowned in surprise. The creator smiled widely, folding his arms. Gritting his teeth, the hero said how tired he was of this dragon's spawn. The protagonist looked at the sign that said the northern continent was currently unavailable and said that he was both the creator of the game and a self-proclaimed god. Grabbing the guy by the clothes, he added that lately there had been too many of those who irritated him. Throwing the stick over his shoulder, Chuck said how good it was that he had it in his hands. He would kill him. Aventoder looked up in fear. The hero looked at the fallen villain, and he wheezed. Spitting out blood, the boss made sounds of pain. Chuck, frowning, watched this. Aventoder looked in surprise as the protagonist crouched in front of him. Slightly opening his mouth, the hero asked if it hurt. Wide-eyed in surprise, Aventoder answered that he was some kind of pathetic little man. Chuck smiled widely and said that life is always pain. The protagonist punched the villain in the face. The boss flew up, and Chuck said that it was pain. The protagonist kicked the boss and repeated the phrase. Smiling widely, the hero delivered many blows. The boss flew in different directions from the blows. The hero hit the villain on the back and repeated again. Aventoder looked away with his mouth wide open. Kate listened to the hero's repeated words and watched. With her eyes wide open, she thought that here it was, the dark side of the protagonist. One of the monsters made a sound. The monsters rushed forward, and one of them said that they needed to save the master. A huge crowd of monsters were rapidly approaching the hero. The monsters ran even closer. Chuck smiled widely, gripping his stick tightly. He said that finally, the moment he had been waiting for so long. The protagonist slightly crouched. Grinning, he added that it had finally come. The guy looked at the huge crowd of monsters. The hero, smiling, made a sharp swing of the stick. A huge blast wave hit the ground. The monsters began to disappear, screaming. A wave of red lightning moved along the ground. The monsters looked in surprise and asked how he did it. The protagonist appeared among them. One of the beasts sharply turned his head. A silhouette of a guy with a stick appeared in his eye. The guy rushed at him with his tongue sticking out. The hero, with a smile on his face, hit the monster on the head. Watching this, the other monsters said that this human offspring, having completely lost fear, was going head on to kill. The main character looked away. The protagonist turned around with his mouth wide open. The silhouette of the monsters began to stretch upward. There was an explosion behind the sitting villain, and sounds of help were heard. One of the monsters fell near him. Lying on the ground, he wheezed and asked the master for forgiveness. They would not be able to defeat this devil. A tear ran down the monster's face. He said that he was ashamed of his powerlessness. Through his tears, the monster said that if they were a little stronger, they could become a support for him, help him. Aventoder lowered his head down. The monster opened his mouth wide and said that he was asking the master, and then added, to absorb them all. Aventoder opened his mouth slightly and asked if he even knew what he was talking about. They wouldn't be able to be reborn as long as he was alive. He put his paw on the ground and said he understood. The crowd of monsters fell to their knees and he said that they all did. The protagonist dealt many blows to the monsters and he added that they would fall at the hands of this devil anyway. The reptile said with a pitiful look that it would be better to give their lives to him, because he had sacrificed so much for their common good. He lowered his head slightly and added that he did have one request, however. Tears poured from the monster's eyes and he asked that once he won, he could listen to the heavens. An orange sky appeared and he added that he would definitely hear their victory cry from there. The girl frowned and wondered what kind of drama king he was. People were crying while looking at their phones. The audience cried from what they saw, and the thought arose in their head that it was sad and touching. Kate thought about what kind of atmosphere, as if Chuck had become a universal evil. The protagonist looked to the side and asked. He drew attention to the place where all the monsters were and said that this is where they had gathered. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist said that he was already in anticipation, rushing to their party. A white flash appeared. The protagonist quickly flew up. While in the air, Chuck raised his stick above his head. The purple tentacles accelerated. The creatures began to attack the monsters. The hero looked in surprise. A question arose in his head. Aventoder was sitting on his knees, and many tentacles were flying out of his back. Gritting his teeth, he said that they remained loyal to him until the very end. He was grateful. The monster said that it was an honor for them to serve him. All the monsters turned into gray smoke. Absorption occurred. A message appeared that Aventoder had eaten the enemy's level and abilities. The villain clenched his teeth. Someone asked him to win this battle through the black particles. Kate wiped her tears with a handkerchief. The girl's eyes began to water. The audience looked at the screen sadly. The players, looking out from behind the rock, watched sadly. At that moment, although they were enemies, no one could hold back their tears except for one. The man stepped sharply on the ground. Throwing a stick behind his head, the hero laughed and said that he ate all his subordinates. Looking at the back of the villain with tentacles, he added that although yes, as levels and indicators, these scum will be more useful. Opening his mouth wide, the hero said that isn't he complete trash since he mercilessly swallowed his followers. The players watched what was happening in surprise and thought that this was too much. The people with phones listened to the hero's laughter and thought that he was a damn villain. How could he laugh at the noble sacrifice of the beastmen? Aventoder clenched his teeth tightly when he heard the laughter. Standing on one leg, he said that yes, he was right, he had starved his useless subordinates. The purple creatures flew up and the villain added that only one thing was strange. Tentacles flew out from the boss's back. The villain's arm began to regenerate, and then it completely manifested. The villain's leg began to glow with a bright blue light. Chuck looked forward in surprise. A blue glow appeared around the boss. Slightly turning his head, he said that he was no longer hungry. His level was maxed out. The boss took a sharp step forward. The hero ran towards him. Aventoder clenched his teeth tightly. After that, he swung his fist menacingly. Chuck smiled widely. Then he raised the stick above his head. The wooden stick collided with the villain's fist. An explosion of blue and red colors thundered behind them. A huge flash appeared. A bright burst of magic occurred. Kate and Molly were thrown to the side. Many mages were thrown up by the shock wave. Rocks began to fall to the ground. More and more rock fragments fell. As they fell, they began to crumble. The hero and the boss looked at each other angrily. Aventoder clenched his teeth in anger. Chuck smiled maliciously. The villain's fist crashed into a wooden stick. A bright explosion appeared, and they flew apart. The boss's arm was cut off. Blood flowed from his limb. The villain clenched his teeth in pain. The boss's arm began to rapidly regenerate. Reincarnation is a skill of the ancient beastmen lizards. One of the dead monsters appeared. The hidden ability of rebirth is somewhat similar to a healing factor. The boss's arm was fully restored, and the sin of gluttony, improved by greed, could absorb even abilities. Aventoder suddenly attacked the protagonist. He hit the hero in the stomach. Black drops appeared. Lying on the ground, the girls watched in surprise. The audience looked at the screen in fear. Aventoder clenched his jaw furiously. Blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth. Aventoder had absorbed about 1,000,000 beastmen. All the skills that beastmen had in principle were concentrated in him alone. The villain stuck his hand out of the guy's body. Chuck bent down, bleeding. Aventoder slightly clenched his fingers. Moreover, he himself was a unique ancient beastman. The boss attacked the protagonist with blue lightning. Aventoder angrily clenched his teeth, waving his hand. He was the one who was at the top of the food chain, the strongest predator. Many blows hit the protagonist. Aventoder widened his eyes in surprise. The hidden skill healing factor was activated. The protagonist's skin began to recover rapidly. Chuck stood confidently. Holding a stick in his hand, the damage recovery process was started. Smiling, the hero asked if they should finish. With a sharp swing of the club, he hit the boss in the face. Bright yellow lightning emitted from the villain's head. Aventoder bowed his head back, bleeding. The villain's teeth clenched in pain. The boss made a sharp wave of his hand, shouting. He looked forward in surprise. Looking back, he did not see the hero. Yellow lightning began to appear around the villain. The skill called the speed of light was activated. Aventoder looked up in shock. A huge lightning struck the villain on the back. The boss opened his mouth wide in pain. Another lightning flew from above, striking the villain. Blood flowed from the boss's mouth. Many lightning bolts struck the villain. Kate happily thought about what happened. The hero won. A bright blue sphere appeared around the boss. The girl looked forward in fear. Kate watched as Aventoder transformed into a dragon. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly and he said that now there was no more point, he had no minions left, asked why conquer the continent. Steve, surprised, asked if this was really an icy breath. The director said with his eyes wide open that if a dragon with a level of 9,999 uses it, the continent will come to an end, and said to immediately contact the server team to turn off the power. A bright flash was visible from the dragon's mouth and he said that it was the end for everyone. Blue lightning struck the ground. An explosion thundered near the main character. Smiling, Chuck activated the power and hidden skill. Then he suddenly summoned the Titan Spirit. The hidden skill Titan Spirit allows the user to gain the power of a Titan. Blue particles appeared behind the main character. The conditions for acquiring the skill were as follows. The first is the master level. The second is the strength indicator must be 14,000 or more. The third is after meeting the remaining conditions. Monsters appeared behind the hero. One of them looked down angrily. With a sharp swing of his club, the hero struck the enemy. It was a victory over the bear with one blow. Chuck smiled broadly. The Titan Spirit was activated. For the duration of the skill, the damage and attack range were increased tenfold. The hero looked at the cloud of blue smoke. Chuck swung his baton, standing next to it. The blue smoke began to dissipate. A red explosion appeared among the blue smoke. The red flame began to prevail over the dragon's attack. The polar dragon looked down in fear. The hero's attack struck the villain and asked what it was. The silhouette of the dragon began to evaporate, and he said that this could not be. A huge shockwave was visible from space. It stretched a long distance from the planet. The protagonist stood in the middle of the ravine after the explosion. Chuck threw the stick over his shoulder. Then, looking up, he asked, well, only he remained. Among the gray smoke in the sky, space was visible. It was the sin of envy. Several white flashes appeared. The girl raised her hand. Kate happily called the hero. Showing 2 fingers up, she said that she knew he would win. He was her #1 servant. The guy replied that who would doubt it. Kate looked away in surprise. Aventoder appeared behind them, abruptly falling to the ground. The girl asked in amazement if it was him. Was he still alive? The hero smiled and replied that no. The villain without a hand was kneeling, and the protagonist added that, given his condition, he would soon die. The villain gritted his teeth menacingly. Walking towards the dragon, the hero asked Kate to step aside, said that he could start his absorption before dying, to which the girl responded. Chuck, frowning, looked at the boss. Smiling, he asked that he was still alive. Not for nothing did he have 2 sins in the maximum level. Aventoder, lowering his head down, said that he admitted his defeat, asked to just kill him. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that he was just about to do it, asking who gave him, the loser, the right to order him around. The hero raised the club above his head and said goodbye. An image of a lizard appeared in his head. Aventoder lowered his head in front of the club. A memory of monsters kneeling before him appeared. The stick was getting closer to the villain's head. A memory of him absorbing monsters appeared. Gritting his teeth, the boss asked everyone for forgiveness. Holding the stick above the villain's head, Chuck said that he was going to end everything with this phrase. Smiling, the hero added that it was kind of a pity. Aventoder looked at the guy with a puzzled look. Bowing his head before the boss, Chuck said that he would become his sword. The monster with purple eyes asked the hero if he had ever heard of his sword. The looked thoughtfully and asked what it was. The monster explained that in other words, he would move into his weapon and live in it with his spirit. Eurus asked the hero in surprise what other ego sword. He was not going to finish off the villain, to which the guy replied that he did. Looking at the villain, Chuck smiled and said that killing him would not change his level anyway, and if he absorbed him, his characteristics would remain at the same level. The characteristics of the hero at the maximum level were shown. Smiling maliciously, Chuck added that wouldn't it be much more interesting to make him the same ego sword. Eurus looked at the boss and heard him address him. Kneeling, Aventoder said that he had felt his energy all this time, but could not understand where it came from. Had he really become a man's mutt? The beast angrily replied that he did. Aventoder smiled broadly and left. The villain said that the proud 2-headed dragon Eurus had fallen. Who would have thought that he would serve some man? Then, looking forward furiously, he added that he would not agree to such a thing. He would rather choose death than become a man's mutt. Chuck and Eurus looked forward. A notification came that the contract was refused. The polar dragon Aventoder refused to give up his soul. Chuck, grinning, exhaled. Throwing his stick over his shoulder, the protagonist said that, well, okay, he was not going to force anyone. Lowering his head down, the hero added that this, of course, was a shock for him. He could not even think that he would be refused. Aventoder looked straight ahead in bewilderment. Putting his hand to his face, Chuck said that nothing could be done to alleviate his resentment. He would have to go to the northern continent tomorrow. The protagonist asked through a smile. There were still ancient beastmen there. He thought that their deaths would help restore his peace of mind. With his mouth wide open, the guy said the word kill a lot of times. Standing in front of the villain, Chuck said that he would mock them endlessly. They themselves would beg for death. Aventoder looked straight ahead furiously and then heard that he would skin them all. make stuffed animals and put them on display for everyone to see. Approaching the hero, Aventoder called him a nasty, disgusting person, asked what he was threatening him, to which the guy laughed and asked again. The hero menacingly said that the boss was smart. Crouching in front of him, Chuck said that it was true, he was threatening him. Smiling maliciously, the protagonist asked, so what would he do? The guy and girl, watching what was happening, called the hero names. People wrote angrily that he was a villain. Eurus looked ahead in fear and thought about what he had said, that it was better to listen to him. Aventoder looked up in bewilderment. An image of a lizard appeared in his head. Monsters were kneeling before the boss. Purple tentacles were swallowing the monsters. Aventoder slightly closed his eyes. The villain lowered his head and said that okay, he would become his sword, and asked not to touch his subordinates. A notification popped up that the polar dragon had agreed to give him his soul, and the hero said that he would do it right away. Eurus turned his head to the protagonist and asked where he was going to put his soul, because one weapon is one soul, to which the guy asked again, that's how. Putting his hand on his chin, the hero thought about what it meant. It wouldn't work with a club, nothing could be done. The protagonist happily stretched his hands forward. The hero's eyes lit up with happiness, and he said to come here. Aventoder looked ahead in bewilderment. Then, frowning slightly, he asked if he could think for a bit. Chuck placed the boss in a purple portal, saying that he should stop whining. Aventoder's body was destroyed. A pink pentagram appeared under the hero's feet. The protagonist's clothes were shown, the boss's soul moved there. Throwing his hands behind his head, the hero made a sound. His clothes became ego class, and their durability infinite. Kate watched as Chuck flew up. The girl looked at him with a puzzled look. The main quest was completed. A chest appeared in Kate's hands. A sign with congratulations appeared. The girl looked at the box in surprise. The reward for completing the main quest was received. All players received it. Opening the chest, Kate said that this is a reward for the main quest. I wonder what's in it. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. In the box lay a blue snowflake. It was a snow crystal of 10,000th frost. After absorption, it gives the ability to withstand the cold from the northern continent. Kate watched the blue glow in amazement. Molly looked at the open chest in surprise. All the players froze from what they saw. The thought arose in their heads that the northern continent was now open. A snow-capped mountain was visible. The northern continent, hidden from everyone, became accessible to users after winning the main quest with the ancient beastmen. A view of the system storage opened up. The plateau and leveling up for high-class users was successfully overcome. An adventure in an unknown land spurred users' interest in the game, which significantly increased visits to Chrono Life. The man bit off a piece of the artifact. Chuck stood there with a satisfied look and chewed it. The hero swallowed the crystal. The protagonist stood and looked straight ahead. The snow crystal was activated, adapting to the cold of the northern continent. Chuck happily said that it was wonderful, asked that he would finally be able to get there. A memory surfaced that the northern continent was currently closed to visitors. The guy looked to the side and confidently said, to the northern continent. That's how the war with the ancient beastmen ended. Flying green numbers appeared. But the story with the foray into the northern continent will have to wait a bit. A view of a modern high-rise building opened up. A luxurious guest room was shown. A view of the corner of the apartment, where the piano stood, opened up. Chuck, lying in virtual glasses, exited Chrono Life. Slightly rising, the hero exhaled. Looking at the phone, the guy said, 2 hours 38 minutes, asked if it was still daytime. The protagonist looked at the phone in surprise. Putting his hand on his stomach, the hero said that he was hungry. The girl, smiling, asked if he had finished. Lena, turning around, said how good it was that she decided to set the table early. Grinning, the girl said to sit down at the table. Holding the utensils in his hands, Chuck said that it looked excellent, asked if she had prepared all this. The protagonist began to eat and wished the girl a pleasant appetite. The protagonist abruptly hit the table with a spoon. Having risen, he angrily asked what she thought he would say. Frowning, the hero asked who the hell she was, why the hell she kept breaking into someone else's house, should he really call the police. The girl looked at the angry hero and asked if he had already eaten. Slightly opening her mouth, Lena said that he handled everything so quickly. Smirking, she added that both in reality and in the game. Chuck looked straight ahead with a displeased look. Sitting opposite each other, Lena said that this time she came to him because she had important business, to which the hero asked again, to him and what business. The girl smiled slightly. Lena happily said that she wanted to go on a date with him. A loading icon appeared above the hero's head. The hero froze in surprise, and behind him a definition of the word appeared. A multi-story building appeared, and the hero asked again. A view of the ceiling of the room opened up. The girl, smiling, sat and looked at the phone. Kate had a doll in the form of the main character on her lap. The girl grinned and thought that the guy was probably not busy with anything right now. After all, he had logged out at the same time as her. A doll made by her own hands appeared, and Kate thought about sending the guy a message. The girl wrote a message about how about a date. Throwing the phone and hitting the doll, Kate thought about what she almost sent. The girl was surprised by the notification that came. A question about her sister arose in her head. A call from the manager's sister appeared on the phone screen. The sister was holding the phone in her hand in fear and heard Kate say hello, ask what happened. They didn't seem to have anything planned today, to which the sister asked again where she was now. The girl replied that she was at home, of course. Sitting behind a bush, the girl said that she was near the house and that guy was leaving with a dark girl. Chuck opened the car doors for the girl. Kate asked in shock about the dark hair and said that it was the same. A cockroach with a brunette's face appeared near the girl's head. Chuck was leaving in a car. Kate said that her sister should wait there. She would come down right now, to which she replied that it was too late. They had left in a car. Kate said that her sister would stop them even at the cost of her life. Bright flashes appeared. Kate, running along the corridor, thought about that damn cockroach. Who would have thought that it would get ahead of her? Gritting her teeth tightly, she added that she would never forgive her for this, and how dare she wag her tail in front of her man. Kate ran forward in shock. Having run out into the street, Kate said that she was here. Her sister pointed to the car and said that she started it. Sitting in the back seat, the girl asked where those goats had gone, to which her sister replied that she was not sure, but they had turned towards the sea. Kate was scared, thinking about the sea and whether this cockroach was really going to seduce the hero. Lena asked how he liked her bikini, to which the hero replied that it was beautiful. Crying, Kate said what a fool he was not to fall for such a banality. Putting gloves on her hands, the girl told Kate not to worry. This empty-headed woman would not even have a chance to get her swimsuit. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, the sister said that she would catch up with this damn sports car in a jiffy. The girl pressed the gas pedal at full speed. Smoke began to appear from the car's wheels. The car quickly sped along the road. The city highway was visible. Lena and Chuck were driving a blue sports car. Turning her head to the side, the girl said that the weather was wonderful. Weren't the sky and clouds especially beautiful today? The hero frowned and looked away. A modern high-rise building was visible. A room appeared and a question about a date in the sea was heard, and the answer was that yes, she had always dreamed of having a date on the seashore. Folding his arms, the main character asked, "And what?" He said that he had no desire to go anywhere with her. If he liked the sea so much, let her go to it alone. Lena sighed slightly. Putting her hands on her knees, the girl said that if you think about it, this is not the last chapter in Chrono life. Asked, is there still a sin of envy? Smiling a little, Lena said that she had something to tell him about him. He would need this information. Asked that he just take a day off from Chrono life to devote a little time to her. A view of the city beach opened up. Getting out of the car, Lena said how beautiful it was here. Putting her hair behind her ear, she talked about the fresh breeze and how nice it was. Smiling, Lena thanked the hero. The girl turned around and added, for fulfilling her wish. The main character stood emotionless. The guy frowned slightly. A picture appeared in his head of him standing with a girl in the middle of the forest. The girl with pink hair was smiling. Chuck thought about what was interesting, why this smile was so similar to the one she showed him at their first meeting, bright but full of lies. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that next to her, memories came to life that he wanted to forget. The girl pierced the hero through and through. She stood over him with a spear in her hands. The girl bent down, traces of blood appeared. Pressing his lips, the guy thought that the memories were disgustingly clear. A clear sky was visible. The hero asked if she was happy. They came to the sea as she wanted. Looking at the girl, the protagonist rudely said that it was enough to waste time. Let him quickly tell the information about the last chapter or whatever she wanted to tell. Lena looked away and asked, so straight to the point, she wanted to calmly look around here with him first. The hero angrily clarified, she, with him, for what reason, said to lay out the information and he would immediately leave. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought about what was expected from a loser. Memories of their dialogue appeared, where she said that he copes with everything so quickly, both in reality and in the game. The protagonist angrily looked straight ahead, and Lena added that he is always in a hurry. Slightly grinning, the girl said that it was thanks to this quality that they were able to reach the last chapter so quickly. An image of happy people appeared before her eyes, and she added that he always saved everyone so coolly. Julie closed her eyes in delight. Slightly pressing her lips together, Lena said that he was not a loser, but a great warrior. Looking at the protagonist, she asked if she could ask him something. Scratching the back of his head, Chuck said that it was really annoying him. What kind of request was this all of a sudden? A tear fell to the ground, and the hero added that she should have some kind of boundaries. There were more and more tears on the floor. The girl's entire face was covered in tears. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and stumbled. Lena was sobbing, looking at him, and asked him to save her too. The hero opened his mouth wide in amazement. Chuck froze, and a question arose in his head. Lena and the hero looked at each other, and a bunch of questions arose in the guy's head. The protagonist smiled in confusion and said yes. Slightly frowning, the hero said that he had to stop fooling around. She thought he would easily fall for such a show. The girl's hair was fluttering in the wind, and Chuck added that she was going to catch him off guard again and stab him in the back, making a bad one, and broke off. Lena hugged the hero and he said in surprise that it was the end. Leaning on the guy's arm, the girl apologized. The main character, surprised, opened his eyes wide. Lena began to sob, saying the word forgive many times. The main character was confused. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought about her hands and shoulders shaking so much and her voice so thin. Standing in an embrace, Chuck thought about the fact that for the first time she looked so weak, he froze. Many bright flashes appeared. Kate quickly ran forward. Looking at her sister, she asked if she was sure that this was here, to which she replied that she should believe her. There was no other place for a date there. Looking at her phone, the sister added that there were almost no people. The view was beautiful. They wrote that this was the best place by the sea, to which Kate said in surprise that she could be relied on. Running out from around the corner, she said that here they were, to which the girl asked again where. Lena leaned against the hero. He stood in shock. Kate looked ahead in disappointment. The girl abruptly stopped with her foot. Clenching her fist tightly, Kate looked away. The sister turned around at her with a surprised look. The girl looked back with regret and said Kate's name. Kate suddenly became sad. A picture of Chuck standing with the girl appeared before her eyes. The main character said in fear. The cockroach, or rather Lena, asked if something had happened to her. And then he added what it meant to save her, asked to explain normally. Looking down, the main character thought about what suddenly dawned on him. The girl pierced the hero through and through. Lena raised her hand up. The girl was standing on the hand of a huge monster. She smiled broadly, slightly closing her eyes. And the hero added that suddenly she had a good reason all along to act this way. Lena, lowering her head, grinned. Moving away from the main character, the girl laughed loudly. Looking at him, she asked if he had fallen for it. She had only played out a twist, where it turns out the villain had a motive all along. Smiling, she asked, well, how could she whitewash her image? Felt sorry for her. Chuck looked ahead in surprise. An image of a crying girl appeared before his eyes, and he thought that they wanted to say that it was all a lie. Looking at the smiling girl, he added that no, anyone would say that something was wrong with her smile. The main character thought about it. Standing in front of the girl, Chuck turned to her and said that she was alone all the time. Kate's eyes widened in anger. Chuck took a frightened step back from her and asked if it was her. With her mouth wide open, Kate asked what the hell. Stepping back a little, the hero said that he hadn't done anything. The girl's eyes lit up with a bright light, and she said several times that he had hugged her. Sitting behind the car, the sister praised Kate and told her to press him against the wall. Kate angrily said that he should raise both hands up, to which he asked again. Raising his hands up, he said that he did it. Kate came closer and said that he was a good boy. Let him stand like that. The guy asked in bewilderment why. The girl hugged the main character tightly. Chuck looked down in surprise. Kate pressed her face to his chest. The sister watched this in shock. Lena slightly opened her mouth. Kate quietly said that he should lower his hands. Hugging the guy, she added that one hand on his head and the other on his shoulder. Chuck asked in surprise, on the head and shoulders, will it be a hug? To which Kate told him to be quiet, not to argue and to follow the order of his boss. The main character stood in surprise, holding his hands up. Then he put one on Kate's shoulder, and the second on her head. Chuck looked down in bewilderment. The girl stood, pressed close to the hero. The guy slightly lowered his head down. Kate abruptly turned to the side where Lena stood. The girl smiled widely. It was the smile of a winner. Lena grinned slightly. Abruptly jumping to the side, Chuck heard that she had said that she would share information with him about the sin of envy. Kate looked angrily at the girl. Putting her hair behind her ear, she said that she had two pieces of news, the first concerning the subject. Looking at Kate and the main character, the girl asked if he had looked at the reward for defeating Yopi, to which the guy replied that she was talking about the possibility of becoming one of the 7 sins. A picture appeared before his eyes as the hero was given a choice to obtain the abilities of one of the deadly sins. A sign appeared with the inscription that the conditions for obtaining the abilities of one of the 7 deadly sins were met. Standing with a red chest in his hand, the guy heard that no, it was a reward for a feat. She was talking about the chest that he received before. The guy slightly raised his head up and thoughtfully said that it seems that he never opened it then. He had no time for it. Kate said that, well, nothing special. Opening one eye, the girl added that the earring is of medium rank. Then all the players were unhappy that such crap was slipped as a reward for the main quest. An image of an earring appeared, and Kate said that it can only be worn from the 500th. Even the top ranker did not achieve this. The girl said that she checked it with a skill, but did not find anything, so she decided that it was an ordinary cosmetic item. Kate and Chuck looked ahead, and the girl said that she should not say that she was so stubborn, having only this in her hands. What a damn swindler. Slightly closing her eyes, Lena said that now let them listen. She does not know about the other players, but they definitely saw this object. Having mocked, the girl said that the hero is okay, he never opened the chest, but Kate is not thinking clearly. The girl asked again what she said, and Chuck said that they were at it again. Lena calmly said that in general, this is the first clue, the second is the quest. A view of the blue sky opened up, and she added that do not let the owner of the sky change. Taking the bag from the car, Lena said that that was all. She went. The hero asked what already. Turning around, the girl said that they would see each other again. She liked their date. Chuck stood in bewilderment, and Kate looked at him angrily. The hero looked at the girl leaving and said that she really left. Scratching his head, the protagonist asked what was going on. The girl grabbed his jacket. The protagonist turned his head and asked. Kate said that she did not want him to have such a memory only with her. A picture of Lena hugging the hero appeared before his eyes. Then Kate did the same. The hero asked again in surprise. A memory appeared of Kate driving in a car and asking where they went, and her sister answered that they turned towards the sea. The girl asked again in fear about the sea. Looking at the main character, Kate said that she also wanted a date by the sea. The hero looked at her in amazement. A view of the city beach opened up, and the protagonist agreed. Tall modern buildings were visible. Lena took small steps forward. Many people passed by the girl. Lena stopped abruptly, stamping her foot. Lena froze, lowering her head down. Then the girl thought. A memory appeared in her head, how she hugged the hero. Then, how she moved away from him. And, finally, how she smiled, looking at him. Lena looked down and thought. A view of the blue sky opened up, and the girl thought that he would have helped her if she had told the truth. Lena sighed slightly. Memories of Kate and Chuck hugging appeared in her head. An image of a smiling girl appeared. Raising her head up, she said that she was jealous, wanted to be just as honest. Through her tears, the girl said that she was even a little jealous. A view of the sunset by the sea opened up. Kate took small steps forward. Chuck walked next to her. The hero and the girl were walking along the seashore. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, became embarrassed. Closing his eyes, he thought how awkward it was. They had been walking in silence for 30 minutes already. Kate lowered her head down, and the protagonist asked in his head what she was thinking about. Chuck looked at the girl in surprise and heard that he must be very sorry that he couldn't see what he wanted, to which the guy asked again what he wanted to see. Kate raised her finger and said that a cockroach in a bikini, and the guy clarified why he should want to see it. Kate looked away thoughtfully. Chuck, looking at her, heard that she was overexcited and so jealous. Walking forward, the girl added that she would not like him to be alone with other girls in the future, only if with me. A view of the lighthouse opened up, and Kate asked if he could write to her more often, and call at least sometimes. Did he know that sometimes guys give their jacket to a girl to keep warm? Said not to lend it to anyone except hers, and about the numbers of other girls, 10, okay, she allows, but no more. Chuck looked down in bewilderment. Scratching his head, he asked what she was saying. He is not even her boyfriend. Does she like him? Looking at the hero, Kate answered that she does. The girl looked at how the guy smiled widely. Embarrassed, many questions arose in the hero's head. Kate turned her head to the side and asked that he did not know this. The girl, slightly opening her mouth, said that he. Looking up, she added that she liked it. Chuck and Kate stood right next to the waves. Green numbers flew by. A view of the city opened up from behind the forest. Chrono Life was the first most popular VR game. Lately, many changes have been happening. Yopi lowered his head down. A sudden main quest, a little boy ran with a sword through the village. Increasing the available content at a furious speed, Aventoder sat on his knees with a severed hand. But most of all, users were impressed. A view of snow-capped rocks, an unknown northern continent opened up. Chuck, smiling, bit off a snowflake. Most of the game users ate an ice crystal and went on a long journey to new lands. A view of the roofs of city houses opened up. Wooden buildings were shown, but one player was not interested in anything, even the northern continent. The guy opened his mouth wide. Julie looked at the hero questioningly. Then the girl asked why he was sitting there with such a dissatisfied face. She needed to trade and not worry about him. Turning his head, Chuck asked if Julie was going to the northern continent. Many had gone there, so trading was going poorly, and the girl answered that no, she was fine here. Julie happily said that many would return exhausted. She would stay here for them. Slightly raising his head, the guy laughed and said, "That's how it is. She is as always immensely kind." The girl looked at the hero and asked if something had happened to him. Turning his head away, the hero heard that he was supposedly confessed his love. The main character quickly looked away. The girl looked in surprise and a question arose in her head. Was it true or something? Slightly bending over, the girl added, "Well, which of them? Let them speak quickly." Julie pointed at the hero and said that it was so sweet that he was trying to deny everything. But the truth could not be hidden. The girl's shoes appeared. Chuck and Julie turned around, hearing a cough. The girl turned around and saw the silhouette of a girl, said that this was Kate's sister. Kate stood with her hand pressed to her face. Slightly raising her eyes, she said hello. Chuck looked ahead embarrassedly. Pressing his lips together, he thought that this was the first time this had happened to him. A memory of Kate saying that she liked him arose in his head. The hero thought that because of this he could not even look into his eyes now. Julie looked questioningly at Kate, then at the main character. The girl put on a cap and a pipe in her teeth, and she said that Sherlock had revealed everything. Julie quickly left and said that, By the way, she remembered that she had an appointment, wished them a good time, thought that she was definitely unnecessary here. Kate looked away in surprise and said, "No, Julie, don't go." The girl looked at them in shock. Looking ahead, Kate said that they needed to talk about the main quest, so let her stay with them, to which the girl asked again. Kate looked at the hero and asked if he had the chest, said to open it quickly. Turning her gaze to the side, the girl thought that there was no need to rush, the hero had just begun to notice her. She did not want to become a burden for him, so she would move slowly. An angel earring appeared in the chest. It was written that the required level was 500, that the item could not be sold, disassembled, or deleted. Joyfully looking away, Kate said that for sure, he is level 999, he can use them. Taking the earring in his hands, Chuck thought about the fact that it seems he has seen it somewhere. An image of an earring appeared before his eyes. The hero remembered how Lena says that they have definitely seen this item. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that he will try to put it on. A notification popped up that he successfully put on the angel earring. The demonstration of hidden capabilities was launched. The earring on the hero's ear glowed brightly. A blue explosion appeared around the protagonist. The user's body began to change. Julie and Kate covered their eyes with their hands from the bright light. The protagonist's head glowed. His hair began to fly up. Kate looked in surprise and thought that the hero's hair was getting longer. A memory appeared of how she strangled the protagonist. A picture appeared of a girl flying up, emitting a green glow. She thought about whether this earring, like the essence of the devil, changes the user's appearance without his consent. It was written that the changes were complete, he could take off the earring. Chuck clenched his teeth and said that he was scared. What the hell suddenly? The hero took a step forward and made a sound. Kate and Julie opened their mouths wide in surprise, and the guy asked what they were looking at. Scratching his head, he clarified that there was something in the system message about changes. Chuck transformed into a girl and said what exactly had changed. The hero looked forward in surprise. The character's gender was measured. He fulfilled the conditions for entering the Heavenly Kingdom. Game logo Chrono Life. This game ranks first in the world ranking. Cityscape, the main feature that attracts players to it, freedom. Crowded streets, users were free in most of their actions, and in some things it was especially vivid. A boy with a sword attacked a rabbit. If you decided to use a sword, the skills of its use are born. A warrior swung a weapon, and if a spear, then you gain the corresponding skills. Green Forest, if you started collecting medicinal herbs, then the necessary knowledge will become available. Masons at a construction site, and if you started cutting down trees or became a carpenter, then you will gain the necessary skills. Falling green lines with numbers, except for special conditions when a skill can only be acquired by exchanging or studying books. Depending on the user's actions, skills are automatically created using the artificial intelligence of the main computer. Thus, at the moment the number of generated skills in Chrono Life has exceeded 10 million. Players at the campfire, and this concerned not only skills, but also classes, weather, and the environment. Chrono Life guaranteed freedom in all areas without any restrictions. Kate in real life and her character in the game, but there was one nuance: the appearance of users was limited. Girls with brown hair and a red-haired guy, you could change the color of hair, skin, and eyes. In the game, the girl on the right became a blonde with cat ears. As an exception, users could remove existing scars or remove their disability. The elf showed 2 raised thumbs, add elf ears or, for example, even a tail, excluding the external characteristics of the race. Castle, city buildings, in Chrono Life. Chuck in the guise of a girl opened his mouth in surprise. You looked the same. Looked at his hands, as in real life. Frowned. He was wearing a low-cut top. He exclaimed, "What the, why?" He turned to Julie and demanded to give him a mirror. She said fearfully, "Yes, right now." He looked at his reflection. His eyebrows twitched. Not only his body but his face too had changed. He looked silently in the mirror. He fixed his hair. He asked the girls with delight if he wasn't a beauty. They thought that his character was the same. He irritated them. The other players were surprised where she came from. Wasn't that girl with the mirror a man just now? Chuck was embarrassed. Some guy exclaimed, "What other man? She's a beauty." Another agreed, "It must have seemed so." Kate suggested finding some quiet place first. The hero agreed. They came to a street with bars, a sign with a mug, a guest yard. Visitors hit their mugs. A medieval yard is quite a relevant place in Chrono Life. The first floor is reserved for a bar and a canteen. The second is used as a place where travelers can spend the night and rest. A burning fireplace. Here they can talk without fear that someone will overhear them. Kate, who was sitting on a chair, raised her hand, asked, "Did the gender change because of the earring?" Then to change it back, you just need to take off the earring, right? Chuck took off the jewelry, answered, "No, while they were walking here, he already tried to take it off and nothing changed." Kate blushed, turned to him. She looked at his skirt, asked if he could first move his legs a little. Everything was visible and it embarrassed her a little. He apologized. Chuck sat up straight, put his hands on his knees. The girl decided that she needed to come up with a new nickname for him. She approached him, seriously asked, "Maybe a bra?" The guy asked to leave everything as is. Julie, who was sitting on the bed with a dragon in her hands, asked him how it felt after changing gender. It was very different from when he was a man, because the sensations in chrono life are the same as in reality. He scratched his head, thought, said that because of the long hair it tickled a little, and that's all, and besides that, there were probably no differences. He didn't have time to finish because he noticed his chest. Awkward silence. Chuck looked gloomily at the girls, said that he needed to go to the toilet. Kate was indignant. What other toilet in the game? He looked around, laughed nervously, asked when they would finish playing. Were they not tired yet? Kate answered, no. A tense smile froze on his face. The hero cursed loudly. The girls grabbed his hands. He screamed, "What difference does it make? It's his body. He'll only touch it once." Kate shouted at him to stop. They mingled in a small heap. She screamed, "Enough already." The water level had risen too high. Chuck asked what she was talking about. The water level. The girl was embarrassed. It doesn't matter. After a while, the heroes were lying on the floor and trying to catch their breath. The girls barely calmed him down. Kate crawled up to the guy, asked if Lena hadn't told her to take a good look at the earring. He replied that he had no idea and was too lazy. She sat up, looked at the earring. She put her hand to her chin. It seemed to her that she had seen it somewhere before. A vague, blurry figure arose in her memory. The contours became clearer and clearer. It was a dissatisfied angel. He had the same decoration in his ear. The girl jumped up, pointed her finger at Chuck, exclaimed, remembered, the earring was exactly the same as Riot had. Kate was happy, so that's why it was called an angel earring. This kid and his subordinates had wings and halos. A halo above his head. A knight with wings. The boy had wings. Kate grabbed her head, laughed, asked how they liked her memory, and logic. It was just a genius. Chuck sat on the floor, legs crossed. The girl said that he needed to meet Riot, and he could return to his normal body. He put his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, tiredly answered that he was too lazy, waved his hand. Why bother so much to return to what was? He didn't care what character to play, male or female. Before, when he played on the computer, he sometimes chose female heroes. Kate was surprised. So that's how? If you think so, nothing can be done. His face turned red. When Kate expressed hope that he didn't have other reasons for this, he answered seriously, of course not. The girl rushed at him, grabbed his legs. She didn't believe him. Kate moved on to another topic, asked if he remembered what Lena said. She said that the hint about the last chapter was somehow connected with this earring. Lena said that the second hint was a quest to stop the change of the owner of the sky. The girl raised her finger. If you compare all the available information, the scene for the last chapter will definitely be the Heavenly Kingdom. Chuck thought about it. He folded his arms across his chest, said angrily, well then there's nothing to be done. I'll have to go to Riot. I need to see how this game ends and at the same time return myself to the male gender. The girl sighed with relief, convinced. Kate touched her chin with her finger. The problem is that they don't know where Riot is now. She wanted him to appear in front of them now. It would be so timely. Chuck remembered about Habik. He serves Riot after all. He reached into his pocket, muttered where he put it. He took out a pocket mirror, which was a communication item. He brought it to his ear. With an important look began to call the king. Tense anticipation. He laughed awkwardly. Maybe it broke? The girls were ashamed. Suddenly a man's voice sounded in the mirror. Who is it? Is it really a great warrior? Kate was scared, recognized Habik. Chuck exclaimed carefree and cheerfully, long time no see. He asked how the king was. He wanted to answer, but clarified, he really is a great warrior. His voice is too squeaky. The hero waved it off. Well, something happened here. The guy asked where he is now, offered to meet if he is not busy. The man was sitting by the stone wall, asked again, now? The hero answered, yes. He fell silent. The guy asked, what, busy? Habik smiled, no, they can meet. In fact, the timing was surprisingly suitable. The man said that he would open a portal with their mirror. It lit up in the hero's hands. The portal opened in their room. He saw the god of water sitting in a dark room with a barred window. Habik smiled nervously. They had not seen each other for a long time. The man was missing a leg. He sighed heavily and asked how they were doing. Chuck was horrified. In one jump he was at him, exclaimed what happened to him, who did it. The last time he was already without one arm. The guy was indignant that he always gets into some kind of trouble. Habik grabbed the hero by the chin. Chuck was indignant. The unique boss is constantly beaten like a neighbor's dog. Well, it's not right. He leaned towards the girl and said that he saw such a beauty for the first time. In reality, there was a guy in front of him. The king asked her name. This girl made his heart tremble. Chuck hit him, screamed, does he at least know who he decided to hit on? The girls grabbed his hands. The god of water wiped the blood from his face, said, really, this is a disgusting feeling. He was shocked because he guessed that this was a great warrior. The man paid attention to his earring, frowned, lowered his head. Now he understood why they were looking for him. He suggested to first clarify what happened while they were not seeing each other. prison cells with torches on the walls. Habik squeezed his fingers on his hand. He thanked the hero for helping him recover. He looked at the hero with a smile. He said he had 99,999 stats, and indeed, the recovery speed was not comparable to the previous one. The hero closed his eye, noticed that he had not changed at all. After all, he had also lost his arm that time. Chuck sternly remarked, that's why he couldn't sit still, always looking for trouble. Habik felt awkward. He laughed. Julie covered her mouth with her hand, addressed Chuck as an older sister, quietly asked who this cute person was. He reminded her that he was still a guy. She laughed, but he was a girl now, a beautiful older sister. He leaned towards her, pointed at the king. His name was Habik. In the past he kidnapped Kate. Julie said that he was bad. The hero asked him where Riot was now. They had a few questions for him. Habik leaned over, said, as he thought they were looking for him because of him. Apparently, the goal is to return to the previous gender. But unfortunately, they won't be able to meet him because he's in the Heavenly Kingdom now. Chuck got angry. Well, they can just go there. He's fulfilled all the conditions to enter the Heavenly Kingdom. He's a woman now. The man closed his eyes, said with a regretful smile that he knew. However, they'll never meet Riot. Chuck looked at him in bewilderment. Kate shuddered. Habik asked, is her level now also above 500? He felt that her spirit had become stronger. The girl raised her hand to call up the information window. This can't be. The last time she checked, her level was around 300. The player's statistics screen. She was surprised. Now it really is above 500. The last time she checked, her level was before the war with the ancient beastmen. Besides, it was the first week of the 30-day preparation for the war, and even then it was above 300. And if you add 30 days of daily monster hunting in the Urus cave, then by the beginning of the war with the ancient beastmen, her level had already exceeded 500. Kate held the chest in her hands. Julie exclaimed, cool, it turns out she can also put on this earring. She answered excitedly, apparently yes. The girl suddenly thought, but now she is a girl, what will happen if she puts it on? Will she remain a girl or become a guy? Kate was scared. She did not know. She reached for her ear. You can just try. Why guess? Julie laughed. It seems she is becoming more and more like Chuck. The girl put on the earring. The decoration shone. The heroine's entire figure flashed with a bright light. The angel earring was successfully activated. The launch of the hidden ability of the item. Julie screamed, raised her hands. The launch of the changes in the wearer's body began. She looked at Kate in amazement. She had short white hair. The window said that the changes were complete. The character's gender was changed. A wreath of roses on his neck. Julie covered her mouth with her hands, embarrassed. What a handsome man. Chuck opened his mouth in surprise. Kate stuttered with excitement, said, a nightmare. She lowered her eyes, and indeed he had changed. She looked at his muscular torso, asked, is she now a guy? She immediately sat down, covered herself with her hands with a scream. She was ashamed. Chuck distorted himself in a grimace of incomprehension. Kate's face was dripping with sweat. She asked, did they see everything? She said with embarrassment. Her chest, the hero was indignant. Maybe she wouldn't try to cover her huge pectoral muscles with her hands. Habik laughed. Kate became a cool guy. The earring changes gender to the opposite. He said that a pure body is required to enter the Heavenly Kingdom, so if you put on an earring, you are born again in a pure body of a new gender. He smiled, congratulated the two of them, because now they can get to the Heavenly Kingdom. Julie was upset, asked, what about her? Habik answered, it's a pity, but she still lacks a level. Chuck crossed his arms over his chest. He didn't understand. Now they can meet Riot. Why was he saying that they can't? The man looked down. The corner of his mouth twitched. He answered, because the boy is hanging by his arms soon. Riot is bruised. He will die. Kate stood up. Chuck asked again, Riot will die? Why all of a sudden? Habik looked down. He knelt down. He asked the hero to save the master. He said with excitement that the moment he contacted him, he felt that it was fate. Kate approached Chuck. The man said that he would help them return to their past body if only they could save Mr. Riot. A window with a message appeared in front of the hero's face. He discovered a hidden quest. Black screen with information about the quest, the Mirror King's request. It is not related to the main quest and will not affect it in any way. He read that if successful, he will receive a greater reward than in the case of a normal quest. He opened his eyes wide. The man was kneeling in front of him, asking for mercy. Chuck said coldly, okay, so be it, he will save him. Habik was happy, timidly asked, really? He looked at the hero, thanked him. He added that in return. Chuck with an ominous smile demanded to give him all 8 mirrors. The god of water was shocked. He asked, all 8 mirrors, but if he gave them all, he would stop being the Mirror King. Chuck smiled even wider, said that, apparently, this is not how he wants to save Riot. Kate thought that even having become a girl, he is still just as cruel. The king's face was covered in sweat. His lips trembled. He lowered his head and answered, okay. The hero laughed contentedly. Red window with a message. He accepted the hidden quest. The guy burst into mocking laughter, thought that he would get his body back and even get a reward. Where had he ever seen such a thing? Very intriguing. However, as time passed, he realized that this was his huge mistake. Kate, who had become a guy, and he, who had become a girl. The moon was visible in the window. They, who had changed gender, who would have known what exactly this would entail? A ray of light fell on the hero. His hands were tied behind his back. He was sitting on the floor. He closed his eyes, but that he lowered his head. He could not know this. The guard banged his fist on the bars. He shouted for the hero to wake up. The time had come. Chuck was sitting in the cell. The angel called him a human spawn and told him to get up. The hero woke up with difficulty. He opened his eyes. One of the guards opened the door, pointed his sword at him, shouted for him to get up quickly. He was already waiting for him. The one standing behind said that recently prisoners could even be sold, disabled, and that's it. The man grabbed him by the hair. He bent down, clenched his teeth, said that he better not even dream of escaping if he did not want to get a sword in the back. He said with pleasure, an insignificant and pathetic person. Chuck answered with tears in his eyes, yes. Another guard asked him not to waste time on this. Some person would not escape from here in angel handcuffs anyway. His hands are cuffed with blue glowing bracelets. They seal most of the wearer's power. The guard pushed Chuck forward, told him to move his legs. There was no point in detaining him. He said that it should be an honor for him. An ordinary and insignificant person could not even dream of meeting him. The hero lowered his head. Tears flowed from his eyes. The guard said that he would be executed immediately after meeting him. The man laughed. Such a death should be an honor for him. The guy cursed in his mind. He glanced sideways at the guards with a scary face, thought maybe break these handcuffs and kill them. He exhaled. He needed to stay calm. He frowned. So far everything was going according to plan. He looked ahead. He had come so far and he couldn't screw it up. Some time ago, time to leave for the heavenly kingdom. A glowing mirror on the floor. Habik said that everything was ready. A pillar of light rose up. The man told the two of them to stand on the mirror and they would begin the ascent. Eurus appeared next to the guy and the girl. He exclaimed, "What do you mean two? There are actually three of them." Chuck asked discontentedly where he had been all this time. The dragon was indignant. I mean, he had been calmly chewing meat in the tavern all this time. But they disappeared so suddenly that he barely found them. Eurus was surprised. He suddenly noticed that the guy turned into a beautiful girl. He asked when it happened. The hero asked if his meat was rotten. He seemed not to notice anything when he eats. Habik said with a smile that enough empty talk, asked everyone to stand on the mirror. The light made a hole in the ceiling. It is better to go before it is too late. The heroes stood on the magic object. The man's hand lit up. He raised it and said, "Forward to the heavenly kingdom." The heroes began to rise. Julie raised her hands. She waved, told them to return safe and sound. Chuck waved his hand. The girl asked not to forget about the gifts. Kate said with affection how sweet she was. A bright column of light rose from the top of the mountain into the sky. They were already in the sky. Chuck noticed that it was rising very quickly. Habik closed his eyes, said that they would arrive in 5 minutes. The hero was surprised. Kate looked at him, said that they even had to change their gender to get permission, and getting here was so easy. He agreed and laughed. She was embarrassed. The hero looked at her with a question. Kate waved her hand, nothing. She thought that the difference in height after he became a girl and she a man also became decent. Although, maybe it seems so to her because now she looks down from above. Chuck adjusted his hair. She thought that she did not have any preferences among women, but because she still thinks that it is him, for some reason. The hero's face was shining. She thought that she still. He suddenly asked Habik. He did not need an earring. He said that one can only ascend to the heavenly kingdom in a pure body that has changed gender. Kate looked away in irritation. The god of water explained that this rule only applies to lower races. Fortunately, he does not fall into this category. She broke out in a cold sweat, thought that she was crazy. Why was she so worried when she looked at Chuck in the body of a girl? Was this really the effect of turning into a man? Habik looked up, said that they were almost there. As soon as they passed through those clouds, they would find themselves in the heavenly kingdom. They rose higher. The hero was happy. He so wanted to see what kind of place it was. It must be very beautiful there. The corners of the king's lips turned down. He said he wasn't sure. He gritted his teeth, said he shouldn't expect much from what it was now. Chuck looked at him thoughtfully. The sky was in clouds. There was a rustling sound. The mirror with the heroes flew out of the clouds. They were thrown up. Chuck was delighted. They found themselves in the heavenly kingdom. He landed on a cloud. His mouth opened in surprise. He exclaimed that it was very cool. He was standing on a cloud. Kate said it was so soft, like a thick down blanket. Habik looked back, hearing a dull roar. A shadow fell over his eyes. He thought they were already here. The heroes looked at him. The man said that they should be careful. The enemies were close. A loud roar was heard. Kate was very scared. In front of them was a huge monster with many eyes and wings. Eurus exclaimed sternly, "An angel." The eye in the center of his body looked straight at them. The girl screamed, "He wants to say that this monster is an angel." The eye flashed yellow. Habik ducked, shouted at them to get ready. He was preparing for a magical attack. The monster shot a beam of light. It was the Angel Buster. A spark of light, an explosion in the clouds. Kate and Chuck jumped out of the smoke. Kate looked down, indignant. They had just arrived. They could have at least given them time to enjoy the views. Red horns appeared on her head. A red window announced the activation of the Demon King's essence. Her eyes turned red. Synchronization was launched and completed successfully. The Demon King's essence was launched. She turned her head, looked at Chuck. With a smirk, she said that he could leave this to her and be safe for now. The hero blushed. She called him a bra. He said insultedly that he asked to call him differently. She disappeared, leaving behind a flash of light. He put his hands on his hips, said, "Fine." He narrowed his eyes, remembered Kate in male form. He hugged himself, thought with horror that he had gone crazy because he felt butterflies in his stomach. He thought with rage, was the new body really affecting him like that? If so, he needed to quickly return to his body. Kate swung. She hit the monster with her fist. Blood spurted from the monster's eye. She heard a strange sound. In front of her was an open mouth with sharp fangs. She dodged the blow with her tongue. The monster looked at her, flapped its wing. The blow threw Kate down. She fell to the ground. Chuck called out to her loudly. The monster let out sparks from its eyes and screamed threateningly. He began to shoot at the place where Kate fell. They saw a flash of light in the fire. Chuck grabbed a club, was about to come to the rescue. But Habik stopped him. He asked him to calm down. He smiled and said that her energy had not decreased at all. An angel's wing, a cloud of smoke. The smoke clears. Kate appeared. She said darkly, "It's just funny, some ordinary angel decided to fight the Demon King." She pointed her finger up. She said coldly, "Destruction." A red ball with a discharge appeared. It hit the central eye of the monster. It shrank. The explosion tore it apart. A red window appeared, where it was written that she received experience points for killing the monster. The horns disappeared from her head. The essence of the Demon King was deactivated. Joyful Kate galloped to the hero. She won. She took him by the waist. She took his hand and raised it up, asked if he was hurt. Chuck opened his eyes wide. He broke free and ran to the side, shouted, "What is she doing?" Kate winked and laughed. He just stood there so handsome that she herself did not notice. He made an imperturbable face, thought what she was doing. Eurus was angry. Habik, who was standing next to him, laughed. They still get along well with each other. The dragon turned to him. He was outraged. Why did the Heavenly Kingdom become like this? Isn't it a basic setting that everyone here should be kind to people? He looked ahead, added that if things are like this, then it seems that they will be more welcome in the underworld. The man closed his eyes, sighed, answered, "That's right, people used to be welcome here." Body parts of the monster. He said that this angel used to be a tour guide and guarded new arrivals. Habik fell silent and lowered his eyes. He asked the dragon, "Is the name Mandy familiar to him?" Eurus was surprised, answered that he doesn't even know. It seems he hears it for the first time. The king said with a serious face, changes in the human-friendly Heavenly Kingdom, as well as the fact that he was left without an arm and legs, and that Mr. Riot is on the verge of death. He said that Mrs. Mandy is to blame for all this. The guy hanging on chains. A girl in heels comes up to him. He raised his head. He looked at her. He said with a smile, "You have finally arrived." She smiled back. He recognized Mandy. She said hello happily. She put her hands behind her back and asked how he was. Riot said that she had seen him just a couple of hours ago. He should ask her. The guy did not have time to finish speaking. She stuck a knife into him. A shadow fell on her face. Only her eyes sparkled with anger. She asked who allowed him to speak. She pulled out the knife, said that it seemed that she did not allow him to open his mouth. Riot coughed up blood. She moved her hand to the side. There was a wound on his stomach. The girl said, "Heal." This skill restored health. She pointed her hand at him. A flash of light appeared. The wound was healed. Mandy hugged him. She said that she loved him, let them always be together. Only, why? The King of Mirrors brought guests to them. She said with hatred, "This inferior race." The girl turned and walked towards the exit. Her heels clicked on the stone floor. She looked ahead with a smile, said that she promised to exterminate this inferior race of savages. She was Riot's younger sister and the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom. She said that she would do it for her beloved brother. There was a smile on the girl's face. The plot introduces us to Mandy, the ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom, Riot's younger sister. She hugged the guy. Closing her eyes, Mandy said that she loved him and asked that they always be close. She began to walk away from him. Her heels clicked on the floor. Mandy, with a satisfied look, said that she would exterminate this inferior race of savages. Smiling, she noted that it was for her beloved brother Riot. Birds flew in the blue sky. Chuck said that firstly, he was glad that they got to the Heavenly Kingdom. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked where Riot was, adding that they should at least imagine what kind of nonsense they had gotten themselves into. Smiling, Habik noted that he only knew that he had been captured. Chuck said with a serious expression that there was nothing he could do and that he would have to decide as usual. Habik asked what Chuck was going to do. The protagonist took the baton. He had a smirk on his face. He swung the baton. Frightened, Habik asked Chuck to stop. He asked with a dumbfounded look if the protagonist was going to hit him with the baton. Chuck answered with a smile that he was and asked if there were any objections. Frightened, Habik clarified that if Mr. Riot was caught in the shockwave, noting that he was now much weaker than usual and would definitely die if the shockwave touched him even a little. Chuck said with a displeased expression that death was happiness. Habik noted that the protagonist had said that he would save him. Chuck had an idea. He grinned and said he remembered another way to find out where he was. He looked at his hand and said it was about using a skill. He used the omnipresent flame, after which a fiery cloud of mana appeared in his hand. A message popped up that the omnipresent flame is a skill with which you can see any place or living creature that Chuck wants. Looking at the fire, the protagonist said that he received this skill from some enemy fool and with it they can find Riot. Holding the flame in his hands, Chuck said that he wanted to see Riot's location. He saw Riot's outline in his hand. Riot was suspended by his arms. Dumbfounded, Habik called out to Riot. Looking at Riot, Chuck asked where it was and if this was the prison in the basement. They saw Mandy. The frightened protagonist asked what kind of scarecrow it was. The dumbfounded Habik asked if this was Mrs. Mandy. Chuck was surprised. Looking at Mandy, the protagonist asked if this was the crazy Mandy. There was a smile on her face. Walking around the dungeon, Mandy said that someone dared to spy on their private moment. She asked if Habik and his zoo did it. Her eyes began to glow and she wondered where they were now. Stretching out his hand, Habik asked Chuck to deactivate the power, adding that she would know their location. The pleased protagonist stated that they would come there themselves. Habik cried out that Riot's life was in danger and they did not know what they would do if they provoked them. Stretching out his palm, Chuck ordered the skill to be deactivated. Kate crossed her arms and said that this angel Mandy, whom they had just seen, did not look at all like she imagined, and when Habik told them, she thought she would look like a villain. The water god with a serious expression asked not to be fooled by her appearance, noting that she was dangerous. Standing in front of him, Chuck asked if this was the girl, adding that she also wore an earring like them. The protagonist presented the earring to Mandy. Looking at them, Habik said that as he had said before, only the lower races needed to change gender and all the inhabitants of the Heavenly Kingdom, including Mr. Riot and Mrs. Mandy, had their true gender. He suggested with a puzzled look that he had come up with a plan. He looked up at the blue sky. Mandy was looking at the bars of the dungeon. She said with a smile that she couldn't be distracted for a minute, and there were so many scum who wanted to get to her brother. Riot started coughing up blood. Mandy asked if that was logical since she had such a cool brother. She stabbed him with a blade and said that he had a childish voice, a cute face, thin arms and legs, a thin body and snow-white skin. She said that Riot was truly perfect. She said with an embarrassed look that she couldn't give him to anyone and that her brother should only be hers. Smiling, she noted that she would kill anyone who wanted to get him. She turned around. Mandy looked back and ordered all the angels of the Heavenly Kingdom to detain the intruders. Her eyes began to glow and she noted that she would tear them apart. White light emanated from the monster's eyes. A huge number of monsters surrounded the boys. Kate looked up and asked what it was. The monster's eyes lit up with red light. A red aura enveloped the sky. Frightened, Kate thought that they were going to use an angel buster. She imagined the monsters releasing lasers and an explosion. Mandy had a slight smile on her face. She said goodbye to the scum with a satisfied look. There was a pink light in the sky. Chuck had a smile on his face. He grabbed his stick. He swung the club and used an upward strike. He swung the stick. A powerful explosion was heard. Ash fell around the protagonist. He saw a hole in the sky. Chuck chuckled at this. Stunned, Kate noted in her mind that he had made a hole in the sky of the Heavenly Kingdom. Smiling, Habik noted that he had expected this from a great warrior. Mandy stood in the dungeon. The smile disappeared from her face. She was surprised. A powerful scream was heard. Chuck's gaze was wild. He rushed at the monsters. He began to beat the angels. The monster was struck. The angels surrounded him. The protagonist was hovering in the sky. He began to look around with a dumbfounded look. The monsters were scared. Chuck rushed into battle. He hit the monster in the eye. His blows left dents on the angels. Chuck was delighted. He cried out that he liked breaking those bulging-eyed heads. The protagonist was very pleased. The monster's eyes fell next to him. Chuck's face was happy. The plot tells us that after the protagonist turned into a woman, his voice became high-pitched and this clear and pure laugh is now even more frightening. Kate and Habik watched the battle. Chuck shouted that as he thought, Chrono Life is a cool game. He was very happy about such a battle. Habik and Kate were surprised. Laughter was heard in the sky. He asked what they were thinking, a crazy battle between heaven and the sinful world, in which the sinner was confidently winning. Kate put her hand on his shoulder. She asked him not to overdo it. She asked with a serious look if Chuck had forgotten, noting that he heard Habik's plan. Chuck was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist remembered looking at the sky. Habik said that he had a plan. The surprised guys asked again. Habik looked at them and said that given what they had just seen, Mr. Riot was now in the heavenly prison. Standing in front of them, he noted that it was completely impossible to penetrate from the outside, so it was necessary to make it so that one of them would be captured, and he would save Mr. Riot. Crossing his arms, the protagonist stated that he really thought he had a plan. He said that they could simply kill everyone and destroy this prison. Smiling, Habik replied that as he had said before, this could endanger Riot. Besides, all the angels were now under the command of Mrs. Mandy and they had all guarded Riot before. Standing in the sky, Habik said that it was impossible to negotiate with them and they would have to put up with it. However, he was grateful to them if they did not kill them indiscriminately, so the plan with voluntary surrender seemed like the perfect solution to him. Chuck presented Habik's mirror and said that he was only enduring everything because of them. The protagonist suddenly shifted his gaze. He grabbed the baton. He lowered it down. He closed his eyes. Turning around, Chuck ordered Eurus to climb into the club, noting that they were starting to act according to the plan. Eurus climbed into the stick. The protagonist brought his fist to his mouth. He grabbed his face and asked what he should do. He shouted with a frightened look that the angels were so strong that he had used up all his strength on them. The angels looked at him. They surrounded Chuck, who shouted that he was so out of breath that he could not move a finger. Kate went down to Habik and said that this was nonsense. He noted that she was great. Kate, with a displeased look, noted that his acting was bad and no one would believe them. Smiling, Habik said that the angels, despite their appearance, were very naive and even such acting would be enough to deceive them. Chuck fell. He sat and cried. The protagonist, with a serious look, said that he surrendered. He, with a sad look, noted that he surrendered as a hostage. The stone-faced angels looked at him. They remembered his wild look. They continued to stare at Chuck. Habik and Kate were dumbfounded. The night sky enveloped the castle. The plot tells us that everything turned out as Habik said. Kate remembered the sad face of the protagonist and emphasized that the angels, despite such a bad game of Chuck, did not hesitate for a second to take him to prison. The angels stared at him. Kate suggested that perhaps at some point they thought it was strange, but their intelligence turned out to be really low. They watched the castle. Kate told us that in any case, Chuck was taken hostage and they hid in the clouds nearby. Looking around, Kate clarified if everyone had left. Habik answered that they had. Grinning, he said that she was in vain so afraid for him, adding that he, on the contrary, was worried about the inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom. The protagonist looked out the window. Habik asked the ignorant inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom not to anger the great warrior. Chuck was sitting in the dungeon. The guard knocked on the door. He ordered them to wake up with a serious expression, noting that the time had come. They took Chuck out and said that Mandy was waiting for him. Turning around, the protagonist mentally wondered if he should kill them all. The plot tells us that the great warrior was fed up with everyone. Looking down, he thought that he could not jeopardize their plan now. Chuck came to a huge gate. The guard stood behind him and said that Mistress Mandy was waiting for him inside and he needed to enter quickly. The huge gate opened. The protagonist entered the room. Mandy was sitting on the throne. Smiling, she greeted the man from the sinful world. Looking at Chuck, she asked if he had recently been spying on her and her brother. She noted with satisfaction that she had not been able to see him well last time and that he looked much more vulgar. The protagonist stood in front of her. As she walked down to him, Mandy said that she had been wondering who Habik had brought with him. As she approached him, she asked where the others were. Looking at her, Chuck asked where Riot was, noting that he had heard that he was locked in this very building. Taken aback, Mandy asked if the protagonist knew her brother, adding that she had thought that he was just a mercenary hired by Habik. Sighing, Chuck replied that Riot had come to see him a long time ago and that they had had a nice chat. Standing in front of the protagonist, Mandy asked if he was the great warrior of the current generation that her brother had told her about. Smiling, Chuck replied that that was what they called him, but that he personally did not like this address at all. Mandy pierced his body. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if it sounded childish. The blade was in his body. Blood splattered on Mandy's face. Standing in front of him, Mandy stated that he didn't even know what he was talking about, noting that she was disgusted by his smug expression when he said he had talked to her brother. Mandy, with a wild look, stated that she would give him a chance to choose whether he liked it top to bottom or left to right. The dumbfounded protagonist asked what she was talking about. She swung the blade. Mandy smiled and said that she thought it would be better to go from left to right so that she could get a better look at his insides. Chuck's body was cut up. Mandy sighed. As she walked away from the protagonist, she said that these people were like bugs. A message appeared saying that the hidden skill healing factor had been activated and that the damaged flesh was being restored. The protagonist's body began to restore. His body parts began to crawl towards each other. He looked at Mandy. Mandy turned around and saw Chuck. She was scared. Moonlight enveloped the castle. Habik stood on a cloud and said that it was time for them to move out slowly. Looking at Kate, he noted that they needed to find Riot's confiscated weapon, and if they found it, he would be able to regain his former strength. Taken aback, Kate asked about his former strength. Smiling, Habik noted that she did not know that most of Mr. Riot's power was currently sealed. He introduced Riot. Looking at Kate, he asked if she remembered the moment when they met him in the human world, noting that his power was already sealed then. Kate was surprised. She remembered Riot fighting Chuck and noted that his power was already sealed then. Smiling, Habik stated that this was why Mandy was able to defeat him and that it was impossible to even imagine before. Looking at the moon, he emphasized that it was because Mr. Riot was the most powerful of the 4 emperors in the world. Surprised, Kate asked if there was such a thing in Chrono Life. Habik introduced Riot and noted that he was from the Heavenly Kingdom. An image of the Demon King appeared in his mind and he said that he was from the underworld. He introduced the true form of Urusap and stated that he was the strongest dragon of the Valley of Death. He remembered the image of Yopi and noted that he was from the human world. He presented a map and explained that these beings were the 4 emperors of Chrono Life, each representing a specific race and territory. Frowning, Kate asked if that cheeky boy was that tough. She wondered why he lived in the merchant, in the human world, and with his power sealed. Habik laughed and replied that that was why he was called the Lazy Riot, because he had given up everything in the heavenly realm and was just lazing around. He extended his hand and noted that they really should move out and find his weapon, noting that he knew where it was. Kate was scared. Looking at him, she asked if they could handle it without Chuck. She said with a displeased look that Habik was always fooling everyone and she was uneasy. Black wings were visible in the sky. Lena was hovering in the air and said that she would help them. Kate was dumbfounded. Lena looked at her. They were moving towards the castle. There were many patterns on the door. Mandy screamed loudly. The protagonist stood above her. Looking at her, he asked why she was so scared and suggested having fun. Mandy screamed loudly for Chuck not to say her name, noting that it felt like he was cursing. The guards entered the room. They asked what happened with a serious look. The protagonist came to them and greeted them. Frowning, Mandy said that she would not forgive this. Sitting on the floor, she asked how dare he scare her. She stretched out her hand. Blue mana began to flow from it. A blade appeared in her hand and she asked the sacred whip of the Heavenly Kingdom to answer the call of its master. She grabbed the whip in her hand. She held it in her hands. Mandy swung the whip and wished death on Chuck. The guards began to run away and asked if she was going to attack right in the castle. She struck with the whip. The whip was flying at the protagonist. It began to destroy the castle. The whip's blow caused cracks in the walls. The protagonist watched this. His face was stony. He asked if he had really scared her that much. Explosions were heard from the castle. The room was enveloped in a cloud of dust. The guards were sitting on the ground. They were dumbfounded. They saw that Chuck had disappeared. The guard looked at Mandy and asked if she was okay. He was examining her. Mandy, with a serious expression, ordered to mobilize all troops. Turning around, she said that this scum had decided to kidnap her beloved brother and all forces should be directed to his prison. The guard's eyes began to glow. The guards began to run out of the room. Mandy's face was serious. She thought with a displeased face that she would kill Chuck. The protagonist ran through the castle. He was moving at great speed. Dumbfounded, he asked why the castle was so huge and how he could find Riot there. The guards saw Chuck. The protagonist ran down the corridor. The guards looked at him and asked who it was. Chuck hit the warrior with a club. He hit the soldier's head. He hit the third guard. All the warriors were lying on the ground. Running further, the protagonist said that he would like to kill them all first and then go looking for them, but Habik asked not to touch anyone if possible. Running along the corridor, the protagonist asked where Riot was. Closing his eyes, Chuck asked Yurusa to get out of the club, adding that the game of surrendered prisoner was over. He shifted his gaze. Looking at Yurusa, Chuck asked where Aventador went, noting that he clearly remembered how he made him ego panties. He remembered how he called the dragon to the panties. Yurusa, with a surprised look, said that he wanted to think for a while. The protagonist placed him in the panties. A message appeared that Aventador's soul was now in his panties. A purple light emanated from the panties. Chuck was delighted. Running further, the protagonist asked why he did not get out, like Eurus. Smiling, Eurus answered that he had just asked him about it when he met him in the club, and if the owner of the ego weapon is one, then the inner space is also one. He said that he no longer cares about the mortal world, so he does not want to go out. Frowning, Chuck asked if he should blackmail Aventador again. Embarrassed, Eurus suggested that he had succumbed to Buddhism, so now even this will not work and for some time he will just sit in his underwear. The protagonist closed his eyes. He was suddenly taken aback. He stopped abruptly. Chuck lowered his gaze. Eurus looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist blushed. He looked at his skirt. He began to scream for Aventador to get out of his underwear right now. Stunned, Eurus asked why Aventador was a pervert. Frightened, Chuck cried out that Aventador was a male dragon. He remembered the image of a dragon. Closing his eyes, Eurus said that the protagonist was also originally a man. Chuck was taken aback by this. Smiling, he remembered that he was also originally a man. Looking down, the protagonist wondered why he was so embarrassed now. He was suddenly surprised. He remembered how Kate asked him to leave it to her and for him to be safe for now. The protagonist was embarrassed by this. Crossing his arms, Chuck asked why his heart beat faster at the sight of Boss Love, who had become a guy. He grabbed his head and mentally wondered if this was a side effect of changing bodies. He noted that if this was true, then he should quickly return to his own. Standing in the hallway, Chuck cried out that he had guessed, but it seemed that his assumption had just been confirmed. He looked at the hallway and ordered Eurus to find Riot and return to him. The night sky surrounded the castle. Kate looked at Lena in surprise. Taken aback, she asked how Lena got there. Standing in front of her, Lena replied that Kate was talking nonsense again, even though they had just met. Looking at her, Lena noted that Kate was just as stupid, even in a man's body. Taken aback, Kate asked her to wait. Pointing at herself, Kate asked how Lena knew it was her, noting that she was a guy now. Closing her eyes, Lena stated that it was a stupid question, adding that everything became clear as soon as she opened her mouth. Looking at the moon, Lena asked if Kate's first question was how she got there. She noted that she sent a loser there, so it made sense that she was there too. Looking at Kate, she said that she would show her. She looked at the earring. Putting on the earring, Lena said that how she knew it was her. A message appeared that she put on an angel earring and the earring changes the owner's body. A blue light began to emanate from Lena. Kate saw short hair. She was dumbfounded. Standing in front of her, Lena declared that she was the first player to ascend to the heavenly realm. She asked if Kate now understood what was going on. Kate was surprised. She said with fear that she was a cockroach. Confused, Kate noted that in the male version, she was not even bad. Lena asked her not to talk nonsense because they were both girls. Standing in front of her, Kate asked if the fact that she was wearing an earring meant that she had also reached level 500, noting that even if she was ranked first in the official rankings, she would not be able to wear it if her level was below 500. Lena answered with a serious expression that Chrono Life had never published an official ranking in its entire history. Lena remembered Chuck's face and noted that he was almost level 1000. She introduced many people and explained that the ones who are now called rankers are just users from lists on community sites that are made up of ridiculous rumors, and they are aimed at users who are engaged in active activities such as guild wars or fortress assaults. She stated that there are plenty of players in Chrono Life who do not put themselves out there. Raising her hand, Lena said that she was the same. Kate mentally guessed that a cockroach's personality slightly changes when she becomes a man. Standing in front of them, Lena said that she explained everything more and would return to her body, noting that this male form does not suit him at all. She used the transformation and took off the earring. She returned to her female form. Taken aback, Kate asked if Lena had just turned into a girl. Smiling, she asked if she could also return to her body if she learned the spells. Looking down, Lena replied that it was not so, adding that nothing would change even if she learned it, because she had not yet completed the quest. Kate was sad. Chuck looked at the ceiling. He was running at a tremendous speed. Moving along the corridor, he asked where Riot was. Turning around, the protagonist noted that it definitely did not feel like a corridor. Looking at his hand, he asked the omnipresent flame to show the place where Riot was. A message appeared that it took time to restore the skill. He saw a projection that this skill would recharge for another 21 hours. The dumbfounded protagonist asked why such a long recovery time, noting that a fool said that this was a normal skill. Eurus flew up to him and said that there was a descent into the basements. The protagonist began to kiss him. Going down to the basement, Chuck asked what he didn't like, noting that he was kissed by such a beauty. Eurus suggested that he should return to his body as soon as possible. Riot was hanging in the dungeon. His face was serious. He looked straight ahead and asked in his mind who was there, adding that this loud stomping was definitely not Mandy. The protagonist ran towards him. His face was distraught. Chuck ran up to him and cried out that he found him. The protagonist said that Habik's mirrors were now his. Riot was taken aback by this. Surprised, Riot asked in his mind if the protagonist knew Habik. He saw a wooden club on Chuck's belt. Taken aback, Riot asked if this was the Great Warrior. Pointing his finger, the protagonist asked to break this chain and get out of there. Riot closed his eyes and said that if he could, he would have escaped long ago. Looking at the chains, he told him that these chains were called Angel's Handcuffs. A message appeared that Angel's Handcuffs seal most of the power of their captive and cut all skills in half. Chuck broke the chains. Riot landed on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Chuck pointed his finger and told them to run. Mandy said she didn't think she would let them. There was a huge army behind her. She was holding a whip in her hands. Chuck cowered and stuck out his tongue. Riot looked at the surprised guy and asked if he was the Great Warrior and said that he changed his gender with an earring. The main character smiled and pointed his hand and said that since he figured it out, he should break these stupid chains and get down. It was time to get out of here. The guy closed his eyes and asked discontentedly if he was a fool. If he could do that, he would have run away long ago. He looked at the chains and said that they were called angel handcuffs. Chuck smiled and broke the chains, and Riot said that they couldn't be broken by simple physical force. The guy stood on the ground, raising his hands. He looked up in surprise. The main character pointed his hand to the side and said that since everything was fine, it was time to run. The boys were surprised to hear that someone didn't think he would let them do this. Mandy stood angrily in front of them with an army. Night fell on the street near the castle. Lena stood in front of the boys in the clouds and said that since she explained everything, she would return to her body. This male form did not suit her at all. She closed her eyes and took the earring and activated the transformation. The girl took off the earring and returned to her female form. Kate looked at her smiling and asked what she said and if she learned this spell, would she also be able to return to her body? Lena lowered her head and answered that nothing would change even if she learned it. Kate looked at her in fear, hearing that she had not yet completed the quest. We see clouds. Lena and the boys walked on the clouds. Habik and the girl walked behind Lena. Kate frowned, called the girl and asked if she would continue to remain silent. What kind of quest was this? The girl closed her eyes and told her to shut up and move her legs. She said she would help. Why bother her unnecessarily? Kate put her hand on her hip and said that she was softly spreading the floor, while she herself was crawling with hugs and snot to her panties. Imagining how she hugged a surprised guy, she said that hugging someone without their consent is sexual harassment. Lena asked her to quickly close her mouth. She sighed. The girl walked and said that the only limitation in Chrono Life, which puts freedom above all else, is the appearance of the players. Imagining Kate and a female guys in different clothes, she said that users can play only using their appearance. The girl behind her put her hand to her chin and asked if it was prohibited at the legal level in their country. She imagined a person and a game character, saying that if the appearance differs from the real one, there will be problems with solving the crimes being committed, especially for augmented reality games. Lena looked down and agreed, saying that this is why, except for a few specific situations, players only use their real appearance. She imagined a building and said that all game companies follow this rule because it is a law adopted at the state level. The girl imagined Carl in an office and said that, however, one company apparently did not like it. She imagined a man holding a cigarette in his teeth and said that a game that puts freedom above all else has been deprived of the right to personalize the character. Lena imagined earrings and said that this is why they found a loophole in the law, allowing users to change their appearance. The guys stood in front of her and asked if this is really the way. Lena looked away and agreed with them. She introduced Kate in different forms and said that changing gender with an angel earring was the concern of the company, which wanted to give users a little more freedom. Lena stood with her back turned and said that now there was no one in the Heavenly Kingdom except them, but after a while the average level among players would rise and it would be impossible to get through here. She stepped on the ground. The girl walked forward and said that in any case, probably because of the intentions of this company, the quest to return to your own body was not that difficult. Her staff lit up. She pulled it out and created a flash. The guys looked at her in surprise. Kate looked ahead in shock. They were standing in front of a lake and a tree among the clouds. Lena looked ahead and said that this was a heavenly spring. If you drink its water, your body will be purified and you can easily return to your original form. She examined the spring. Kate happily ran and said that she should quickly return to her form. She stopped and frowned. The girl turned around angrily and asked why she brought them here now. At the moment it was more important to find Riot's weapon. Kate walked past the guys and said that Lena was useless and called Havik to look for a weapon. The guy looked at her in confusion and turned to the girl. He looked after Kate with embarrassment and said that this was the place where his weapon was sealed. The guys were standing by the spring with weapons. Looking at the lake, the girl said that the water was very clear, probably tasty. Should I try it first? And Lena asked if she had decided to try it anyway. Stupid. Kate scooped up water in her palms. The girl drank it. A notification appeared that she had drunk from the heavenly spring. The girl was enveloped in energy and the body cleansing started. Her hair grew back and the game said that she had completed the angel earring quest. Kate sat on her knees in surprise and her gender changed to the original. She blushed, learning that she could now change her gender using the angel earring at her discretion. The game informed her that the hidden skill transformation had been learned. A window appeared with information that this skill allowed her to return to her previous gender using the angel earring, and it took a day to recharge. The girl happily looked at her hands, saying that she had simply drunk some water and returned herself to her previous self. Lena approached her and said that she had said that the quest was easy. She sat down and scooped up some water in a bottle. The girl lowered her hand with the vessel into the water and said that it worked even if you drank it from the bottle, so you didn't even have to come here. Lena closed the bottle, saying that she didn't think they would be able to return here. Saving Chuck and Riot, it was certainly stressful, but she would personally give it to the loser. She looked at Kate's hand in surprise. The girl extended her hand with a smile and offered to carry it. Habik, arms crossed, listened as Kate begged for the bottle and Lena did not agree. He frowned and wondered who Miss Lena was. He remembered how she created the spring and decided that she had easily found the heavenly source. Habik remembered how they stood in front of the lake and thought that she seemed to know that this was where Mr. Riot's weapon was. Imagining her kneeling in front of the water, he thought that more than that, she knew, even what he did not know, how she knew that this water did not have to be drunk here. The guy watched tensely, thinking that this was not all. He remembered how she waved her hand at Nolan and decided that it was she who revived him. Habik imagined how she stood in front of the man and thought that she was the first to notice his illegal activities. He remembered her walking in the flames towards Yopi and thought that she even revived him. Imagining Kate happily, he realized that more than that, she seemed to know that the girl would become the new Demon King. He remembered Lena sitting with the girls in the city and thought that during the war with the Beastmen, she was always next to the Great Warrior. He remembered how she leaned on her hands and thought that she was as close as possible to watch him. Habik imagined the girl standing with her back to Chuck and thought that although it seemed like the Great Warrior was always in the center of everything, in reality, Miss Lena was always behind everything. The boy stood silently. He watched Kate extend her hand to her and wondered if he had underestimated her too much. The boy looked at the girl who turned around and thought that now it seemed to him that everything in Chrono life was based on her. The boys turned around, hearing a strange sound. Kate looked away anxiously and asked what that sound was. It was giving her goosebumps. Lena stood up and folded her hands and said that they needed to get ready. It seemed like the battle was about to begin. She frowned and looked away and said that the guardians who guarded Riot's weapons would appear soon. Kate looked at her in surprise and asked who the guardians were. The guys looked ahead, and Lena said that she came to their aid precisely because of them. She imagined a creature with many eyes and said that they were no match for angels. The girl stood holding a staff and said that they were really fierce and strong. The guys looked at the moving silhouettes and Lena said that these were the heavenly ancient guardians guarding Riot's weapons. Strange sounds were heard. Kate grinned and clenched her fists. Minions with a gun and weapons appeared in front of them. The guys stood in front of 3 minions. Kate looked at him in surprise, clenching her fist. The creature smiled and made a sound. The girl was touched and shouted that he was cute. She closed her eyes, hugging the minion and asked who dared to say that he was dangerous. The only thing that was in danger now was her heart. The girl sat, holding the creature and said that it was cute and wanted one for herself. The minion spat in her face. Kate smiled in shock. Lena raised her hand smiling and said that minions were heavenly creatures, so they really hated creatures from the underworld. She smiled and said not to be fooled by how they looked. Kate wiped her face with displeasure and asked what she was talking about. She looked away in fear and was surprised by the sound. In front of her, the creature turned into a huge monster. The super minion looked at her menacingly. The guys stood in front of 3 monsters. Lena smiled and said that they were starting. They all smiled and she declared the start of the real battle. The plot moves us to a castle in the clouds. In the building, a girl was calling out to a pathetic human. Mandy was angry and asked if he thought he could get out of here. She held a whip in front of the army and asked if he could when there were over 100 elite angel soldiers in front of him. Chuck put his hand to his chin and said there were 100. He smiled and said that this was the smallest number of opponents he had ever faced. The guy decided to do a fact check. He remembered standing in front of an alliance of guilds where there were 3 million people. Chuck imagined a crowd of skeletons, saying that there were 500,000 in the Yopai army. The protagonist remembered an army of ancient beastmen numbering about 1 million. Mandy gritted her teeth and asked how dare he. She stuck out a finger to the running angels and told them to kill him now. Riot looked at the guy indignantly and told him not to kill these soldiers, they just fell under Mandy's control. The protagonist extended his hand to the guy who believed that they were innocent. Chuck stuck out his tongue and demanded that he pay. He looked at the disgruntled guy and asked how much he would give if he promised not to kill them. Riot thought about how he was demanding money in exchange for their lives, how a person could be so greedy. The guy covered his face with his hand and said that he agreed he would buy any item that he was currently selling at the highest price, no matter how many there were. Chuck smiled madly and stuck out his tongue. He happily agreed, and angels were attacking from behind. The guy took a club out of his skirt. He swung it. The protagonist hit the angel with a stick. The warrior looked at him in surprise. Chuck smiled, raising the club and said that he would carefully put them to bed with his non-lethal blow. Mandy looked at him in surprise. We see a heavenly spring. The monster swung. Minion flew furiously at the guys. He aimed at Habik. The guy stretched out his hand. He smiled and activated the launch of the skill 8 mirrors. Habik created a shield in front of himself using the 6th mirror. The monster stood in front of the shield and could not break through it. The guy smiled, stretching out his palm and said that the 6th mirror defense of course does not compensate for damage like the 5th mirror, but has almost perfect infinite defense. The monster furiously attacked him. He tried to break through the shield. Habik smiled and said that now it was his turn to attack. The guy stood with his hand outstretched and activated the 1st mirror light wave. The monster looked in surprise. He looked at the light from above. The guy smiled and activated fire. The minion was struck by a stream of light. He dissolved and screamed. The minion gradually disappeared. The monster was split into particles. A hole appeared in the middle of the cloud. Habik sighed happily. He jumped on one leg in surprise. The guy turned around in surprise, hearing explosions. Habik looked at the explosions in the sky and said that they were fighting fiercely. Dust and smoke flew away. Wings appeared. Kate was flying in the air and using extermination. She pressed the energy circle. The girl launched a powerful stream. The fire was directed at the monster. He put his paw forward. The minion stood, holding back the flash. A powerful explosion occurred in front of him. Kate was angry and clenched her teeth. Explosions occurred in the sky. The girl stood in the clouds and looked at the monster in the distance. In front of her stood a super long-range minion, copying a skill and using it with his left hand. Habik put his hand on his side and looked into the distance and said that he never thought that he could copy even the unique skill of the Demon King. They are amazing. The ancient heavenly guardians are really amazing. He looked happily and said that he must help Miss Kate. A monster appeared from the ground and pierced the guy's stomach. Habik coughed up blood and frowned at him. The boy looked at the super melee minion, thinking that it had been hit by a light wave, but was unharmed. Kate looked down anxiously. The wounded boy fell face down on the ground. The girl looked on in fear, and behind her the monster created a flash. A powerful explosion occurred in front of her. A notification appeared that she had been fatally wounded. The girl was falling from the sky and the essence of the Demon King was deactivated. Kate fell down exhausted. She fell next to Habik. The monsters stood above them and watched. The minion raised its paw. It aimed the flash at the boys lying down. Kate lay exhausted and opened her eyes. She looked up and talked about panties. Lena smiled and made the sound of a gunshot. A hole appeared in the monster's paw. The minion watched as part of the paw fell. He began to cry. The two minions looked up in surprise. Lena folded her fingers and said that of course she said she would help, but Kate really looked pathetic. She looked at the sitting girl and said that to think that the Demon King was defeated by some heavenly guardian did her pride suffer. Kate rubbed her hand and looked at her with displeasure. Lena walked past the guys and told her to crawl away and hide behind her. She raised her hand and said that from now on she would fight. The girl imagined how she cut the warrior and said that after she became the goddess of life, she attacked only with a staff. Putting her hand to her lips, she smiled and said that it was time to show how the goddess of life fights. The plot moves us to the castle. Mandy was angry, holding a whip and calling Chuck a pathetic person. She gave the order to the running warriors to kill him. The guy took a club from her skirt. He hit the warrior with a stick. The main character swung and smiled and activated a non-lethal blow and said that he would gently put them to bed. Mandy looked at him in surprise. The guy stood, raising a stick in front of the fallen warrior. The man was lying on the ground and bleeding. The protagonist swung at the angels who insulted him. He held a stick. The guy twirled it in his hand. Chuck grabbed the club again. Smiling, he hit the angel on the head. The protagonist smiled and used the skill of changing the end of the club. Riot looked at him in bewilderment, wondering since when was this a skill. He just turned it over. The warriors quickly ran forward. The angel swung his sword from behind and wished for death. The guy quickly turned around and smiled. He hit him in the face with the club. Chuck threw the man over his back with the club. The beaten warrior flew into another angel. The protagonist stood surrounded by warriors. Two beaten angels lay on the ground. The guy pushed off the ground. He smiled and ran forward. Chuck ran and beat up the warriors. The main character laughed and hit the men with a club. He blushed and laughed with his eyebrows drawn together, wishing them death. The warriors looked at him in surprise. Riot shouted after the happy guy that he had told him not to kill anyone. Chuck turned around and, smiling madly, said that he didn't have to kill. He laughed furiously and hit the warrior on the arm. The guy imagined the bone crumbling and said that it was a fracture of the right arm and ribs. He hit the warrior on the head. Imagining a dent in the skull, he said that the skull was fractured and there was a crack in the cervical vertebra. The main character swung the club and laughed madly. Riot, putting his hands in his pockets, looked at him in shock. He raised an eyebrow and thought that it would be better if he killed them all. The guy grabbed the club. Raising it, he frowned. Chuck stood in the middle of the lying angels and asked if the 100 were already finished. The beaten warriors with injuries lay on the floor. The protagonist hit his shoulder with a club. He turned around smiling and said that only Mandy was left. The guy looked at the girl standing behind him. She frowned and looked at him. The girl was holding a whip with spikes. Mandy looked calmly and said that nothing could be done, she would have to deal with him herself. The girl raised her hand menacingly and swung the whip. She swung and clenched her teeth, calling him a pathetic person. Chuck smirked and asked if this was the same steel whip. He remembered how she swung the whip and destroyed the column. The protagonist closed his eyes in front of the whip and said that he would not fall for such an attack again. He looked away in surprise, hearing that he should dodge. Riot frowned and picked the guy up in his arms. He jumped back, and an explosion occurred at the place of the whip. The guy ran, holding a disgruntled Chuck. The protagonist grinned and asked what he was doing and let him put him down quickly. He looked menacingly at Riot and asked if he thought he would die because of such a pathetic attack and why he was panicking so much. The blonde looked at him nervously and said that he thought so, he would not die even if she attacked him with it around the clock. He looked at the surprised protagonist and asked why he was captured by her, then let him think about it. Imagining her glowing blue eye, he said that Mandy was dangerous not because of her strong attacks. Remembering warriors with blue eyes, he said that the problem was in the charming skill. Riot said that usually its duration is short and if the power of magic resistance is high, no one will buy it at all. He presented the characteristics of the charm skill and said that she is very strong in it. The girl swung the whip behind the guy who said that activation occurs not only through the eyes. Mandy smiled madly and said that her charm is activated by the whip too. She hit the surprised Riot on the back and he dropped Chuck. The protagonist looked at him nervously and called out. He was kneeling next to the fallen Riot. Mandy stepped on the ground and said that the charm activated through the eyes is weak, it will never compare to the one activated with a whip. She smiled and said that it doesn't matter how strong their magic resistance is, if they are even touched by her whip, they will obey her 100%. Chuck screamed in displeasure and wondered what kind of cheating this was. Mandy smiled and said that he didn't know who he was dealing with. The girl stood next to Riot and asked if his goal was to free her brother. Her eyes lit up and she told him to try now. The charmed Riot looked menacingly at Chuck. The moon was shining in the sky. We can see the heavenly spring. Mignon was looking furiously and roaring. Two monsters were standing in front of Lena. Kate was holding her hand and looking anxiously, asking how the goddess of life was fighting. She remembered how the girl walked on the paw of the monster and thought that she had once summoned a green monster. Kate remembered this monster, thinking that although she only saw its eyes and hands, she looked at the girl with the staff and said that she was really going to summon it again. Lena smiled and said that maybe someone knows. She turned around and asked if it was just for them. The girl looked at the surprised Kate. Habik sat up, holding his stomach and said that thank God he came back to life. The guy smiled and said that Lena has the sin of lust. She is comparable in strength to Lord Riot, who is one of the 4 emperors. In other words, her strength is incredible. Closing his eyes in front of Kate, he said that after her appearance, they were definitely safe. The girl cowered in fear and thought that this was hitting her self-esteem and imagined the girl as a cockroach. The guy smiled and asked if she noticed. He remembered the minion on the cannon and the big monster and said that it somehow suddenly disappeared. 2 monsters were standing in front of the guys. The guy sat in front of the surprised Kate and said that Miss Lena dealt with him, of course, while they were trying to fight their opponents. Habik smiled and said that he was also very interested in how she would fight. The monster growled furiously. He stood in front of Lena and growled. The minion swung his paw. He dealt a powerful blow. The monster viciously struck the ground many times. Kate, covering herself with her hand next to Habik, asked what kind of rude attack this was. Would the clouds fall? And he answered that they could not fall because of such an attack. Dust flew apart. Lena walked calmly with her staff and the game reported that the life force skill was activated and her body was renewed. The girl extended her hand. She waved sweetly and closed her eyes, asking if they had attacked her enough. Lena covered her face with her palm and smiled, saying that it was so as not to regret it. The monster stood in front of her in surprise. He swung his paw furiously. The girl stood in front of him, covering herself with her palm. She clenched her fist. Lena smiled and made a gunshot sound. The monster's hand split into particles. He watched in surprise as the stones flew. Minion anxiously grabbed his hand. Lena looked sweetly, raising her hand and asking if it hurt. She thought that they did not feel pain. She embarrassedly closed her eyes and apologized, saying that if so, she would kill him right now. The girl extended her hand to the monster. She looked madly and imitated the sound of a gunshot. The minion looked at her sadly. He made different sounds. The monster in front of the girl fell apart into small stones. She smiled and held out her palm. Habik looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. Kate turned to the shocked guy, who did not understand how this could be. He remembered how he hit the monster with a stream, created a hole and it appeared again, telling that the melee minion has complete immunity to magic and physical attacks. He is invincible. He was not hurt at all after the light wave attack. Habik looked at her in fear and asked what skill Miss Lena was using, or rather, was it really a skill? Kate frowned and looked at him. The monster without a hand looked at the remains of an ally. He looked at her in fear and made sounds. The minion ran away from Lena with a scream. Kate sat behind the girl and screamed that the ranged minion just ran away. The brunette smiled and waved. She clenched her fist and blew up the running monster. The minion's head flew off. It shattered into pieces. The monster split into particles. Lena smiled and clenched her fist. She turned to the guys and said that it seemed like they had dealt with the annoying guards. It was time to find Riot's weapon. The girl turned to Habik, who was holding his stomach and asking what kind of ability she had just used. He frowned and looked at her and said that she had killed a monster that was completely immune to both magic and physical attacks. What kind of skill was that? Lena looked at him in surprise. He was holding the wound in his stomach. She watched carefully. The girl stretched out her hand. She closed her eyes and directed energy at him. Smiling, she asked if he had forgotten that she was the goddess of life. Habik watched in surprise as the wound in his stomach healed and his health increased. Lena stood in front of the guys and said that she had some abilities related to life force. She could bring someone back to life, like now. She raised her hand and smiled shyly, saying that she could do the same as the minions, that is, take someone's life. The guy looked at her in fear. He presented the characteristics of the ranged minion and realized that her ability had nothing to do with magic or physical damage. She replied that her ability was higher level than normal magic because it was an area of authority. Kate frowned and looked at the smiling girl and thought about the area of authority. Did Chrono Life really have such a thing? Lena smiled and said that it was time to go look for Riot's weapon because it was at the bottom of the heavenly spring. Habik smiled and said that it was true, but she really scared him. How did she know so much? The girl laughed and said that it was sheer nonsense. She looked at a guy passing by and asked if he could go there and get a weapon. She hated getting wet, and he agreed and said that he had to repay her for healing him. Kate looked displeased, raised her hand and asked if she would heal her. The girl looked at the spring and thought that someday she would definitely kill the cockroach. The plot moves us to the castle. We see the corridor inside. Chuck was anxiously running away from Riot. He clenched his teeth and thought that this was an unfortunate situation. The guy remembered how he cried and how the warriors held him by the hair, thinking that he pretended to be a girl. These fools grabbed him and he had to go through all their humiliation. The main character remembered how he looked at Riot in surprise and thought about how he ran through many corridors to save him. Looking at the crazy guy, he thought that he fell under the spell. Stupid boy. Mandy stood and watched the guys fight. She smiled and said that there was no point in subduing such a nasty person like him. Let him just die at the hands of her brother. The guys quickly ran. Kate and the others ran happily and shouted that they had come and brought Riot's sealed weapon. Chuck turned around smiling and was happy to see Kate. A guy's fist flew into his face. Riot threw it back into the wall with a punch. The girl and Habik looked at him in surprise and she asked why he was attacking Chuck. The guys ran and Habik's weapon began to glow. The guy looked at him in surprise and said that he was too close to Mr. Riot, so the seal was removed from his weapon, and if he took possession of it again, he would regain his former power. The weapon flew out of the guy's hands. Riot stood in the flames, raising his staff. A notification appeared that the heavenly spear had returned to its owner. Mandy smiled and the game reported that the seal was being removed from the power of the master of the sky, Riot. The girl held his hand in confusion and said that they had been giving her such gifts from the very beginning. She frowned and asked how many years had passed since she had seen her brother's true face. Riot stood holding a spear and the seal was removed. A message appeared about the arrival of the heavenly ruler. A halo appeared above the boy's head. The game reported information about the awakened Riot, one of the 4 emperors. Mandy smiled and asked if it was true that his goal was to free her brother. A moment later, the girl's eyes lit up. She told him to try now and called him an idiot. The boy looked up. A sign appeared that Riot Lenny was enchanted. Blows flashed in the sky. His friends ran to meet the protagonist. Kate called him and shouted that they had come and brought the boy's sealed weapon. Habik was carrying a glowing thing in his hands. A moment later, it fell from his hands and flew away somewhere. In the blinding wave, the silhouette of the boy was visible. Mandy gasped happily and asked how many years had passed since she had seen her brother's true face. The seal is broken. The awakened Riot, one of the 4 emperors, was shining from all sides. His eyes were shining with sunlight. Dust was flying in the air. The girl opened her mouth and said that her chin hurt. The protagonist got angry and asked how dare he ruin his pretty face. He looked at the boy and asked in surprise what the hell was that. Lena walked up to him and said that this was the awakened Riot, and that this is what he looks like when the seal on his weapon is broken. The protagonist turned around in surprise and called the girl cockroach. Lena laughed and asked how he was doing, and that he looked good. The protagonist frowned and asked if she was serious, and that she came here for a credit. The girl crossed her arms and asked why he was so rude, and that she actually came to help them, to which Chuck wondered. A jar of liquid appeared in front of his eyes, and the protagonist looked at it in surprise. Closing her eyes, Lena said that it was water from a heavenly spring, and that if he drank it, he would return to his previous body, to which the protagonist asked again if it was true and thanked her. He looked at her, laughed and said that he had always liked her. The girl's cheeks burned. Suddenly, she clung to him in an embrace. Chuck looked at her questioningly and asked what she was doing. Looking back at him lovingly, she asked what was wrong with that, and that it was quite normal for girls to often hold hands. Looking at her in confusion, he continued that yes, that was true, but what did she decide right now, and received the answer that right now he was a girl. Kate looked at them furiously and thought that Cockroach was a genius. She used the fact that they were both girls now to grope him. Mandy gasped and asked if they were having fun. A moment later, she shouted that they were pathetic people. Smiling, the girl told them to quickly swallow their water that they collected from the heavenly spring. Narrowing her eyes, Mandy continued that it would be okay. She would wait, in gratitude for unsealing her brother's weapon and power. Chuck thanked her and said that he would not rush then and would drink it calmly. He brought the container to his lips and drank the contents. A sign appeared saying that he had drunk water from the heavenly spring. The process of changing the body began. Then signs appeared stating that the angel earring quest was completed, returning to the original gender. The protagonist's cloak flared in the air. He was back in his body and could now change gender using the angel earring, and also received a hidden transformation skill. Hidden transformation skill, you can return your gender using the angel earring. The recharge time is 24 hours. The protagonist grinned and said that it seemed that the story with the trance was over. Kate called the girl and said that the protagonist was now a guy again and that she should get rid of her greedy paws. Lena sighed and said that she suddenly felt dizzy, to which Kate screamed unflattering words. A staff flashed in the air. Riot crouched in a ready pose. Chuck smiled and asked if the boy wanted to say that it was time to stop chatting and move on to the fight. The opponents stood opposite each other. The boy's eyes lit up with fury. The protagonist swung his club. They both jumped in the fight. A deafening explosion thundered. Kate and Habik screamed. Riot flew at the protagonist. Chuck, smiling, twisted in the air. With a smirk, the protagonist called the boy names and said that he had been wondering what the removal of the seal meant, but now he seemed to understand. He had become much faster and stronger, incomparable to the past. A picture appeared before his eyes, where a shockwave flew into the protagonist's head. Riot kicked the protagonist in the face. A moment later, the protagonist stretched his lips into a smile. The boy fell to the ground from the protagonist's kick. Chuck said with madness in his eyes that he was much stronger, however, and laughed. All his stats were at the highest level. Riot bared his teeth in pain. He clenched his teeth in rage. A moment later, the boy raised his staff up and a spark flashed behind it. Thinking, the protagonist asked what kind of lightning. Riot stood surrounded by shining sparks. He opened his eyes angrily. The boy hit the protagonist. The protagonist's face was flattened. Riot raised his leg up. Lowering his leg, he caused a shock wave, and Chuck fell to the ground. The boy raised his hand with the staff up. He deafeningly brought the staff down on the ground. Riot used a lightning strike. A huge wave appeared right above him. A lightning strike, the highest electric magic. The enemy is struck by lightning that descended from the sky. The protagonist's skeleton began to appear. Kate exclaimed in horror. Only smoke remained in the place of the protagonist. Chuck was lying half dead on the ground, and Kate called him. Turning to the god of water, the girl asked if Riot could really use such strong magic, and that before he could only kick. An image appeared in her head where the boy kicks the protagonist. Chuck fought him off in fear. Habik replied that he did not fight with all his strength then, and he did not have a weapon then. Looking at the body of the protagonist, he continued that of course he was glad that Mr. Riot became strong again, but his heart was somehow heavy, to which Kate asked what he was even talking about, and that he fried the protagonist to a crisp. Mandy looked at the resulting picture and called them stupid people, and that they finally realized the greatness of her brother. She smiled and continued that her brother's awakened weapon could be used as a lightning rod to imbue his body with the power of lightning, and that after that he could use any electrical magic without any risk. Looking at his glowing brother, she said that his entire body was now generating electricity, and until the battle was over, his level would rise infinitely. The boy's level was getting higher and higher. With a wild look, Mandy said that they had no chance in the first place, and that they were fighting against the inevitable. Kate and Habik looked at her silently. Looking at the girl, Kate told the god of water that she was too far away to hear anything, and asked what she was mumbling, to which Habik replied that to be honest, he couldn't hear either. Mandy smiled and suggested that they wrap it up. A moment later, she asked her brother to kill them all. The image of the burnt protagonist was in front of her eyes. His neck had lengthened and he was looking at the girl furiously. Kate said excitedly that she knew her protagonist wasn't dead, to which Habik said with disgust that he hadn't seen that disgusting sight for a long time. Chuck looked at the girl questioningly and said that it was her, Mandy, not Riot, and that his eyeballs hadn't recovered yet. He couldn't see anything. Mandy asked in horror what that was and how he could be alive while the protagonist was talking about his eyeballs. She frowned. Before her eyes were images of the half-dead protagonist in the form of a girl, and Mandy thought that he survived even after she cut him in half. She fearfully called her brother and told him to burn him to hell so that not a speck remained. Chuck looked at the boy, and the girl continued to tell him to get rid of this monster right now. The boy's eyes flashed angrily. The protagonist frowned. Before her eyes were images of their previous battles. Chuck gritted his teeth and said that by the way, he beat him up good then. The protagonist stretched his neck even further. He reached straight for the boy and the boy looked at him questioningly. A moment later, the protagonist bit his opponent on the head. With a mad look, he said that he would take revenge on him today. Riot bared his teeth questioningly. Mandy watched them in fear. Lena enthusiastically put her hand to her mouth. Kate and Habik opened their mouths in shock. Suddenly, Riot hit the protagonist on the head with a baton. It lit up and a bright lightning flew up. The boy looked at the protagonist angrily and said that he would kill. Chuck returned to his previous appearance and asked if the little brat said anything and whether it really hurt. Riot quickly ran towards the protagonist. He jumped straight at the protagonist. Chuck used an unkillable blow from below. The baton cut through the air. Smiling, the protagonist used an unkillable blow from above. He turned to the boy and said that he had overheard Mandy saying that he was constantly leveling up in his awakened state. Riot was sweating and the protagonist continued that it was great and that he could hit a little harder. Swinging, the protagonist used an unkillable blow. Mandy said in fear that this couldn't be happening. Looking at the battle, she continued that an awakened brother couldn't do that so easily. Habik said that he should say that it was expected. He frowned and continued that Mr. Riot was no match for the Great Warrior even in awakened mode and that he was keeping quiet about the Great Warrior now fighting playfully. Kate exclaimed that of course, because all those called the Four Emperors were defeated while fighting the protagonist. Continuing to watch the battle, the God of Water said that after all, the Four Emperors are the strongest, they stand at the top of this world, and it feels like he's just scolding some naughty child. The man said that he's on a completely different level. Looking at the protagonist, Habik said that the Great Warrior will go down in the history of Chrono Life as the strongest being. Riot fell to his knees. He was breathing heavily and closed his eyes. Opening one eye, the boy exhaled. Chuck chuckled and said that another one eventually knelt before him. The protagonist held a club behind his back and told him not to be embarrassed, and that soon everything in this world will kneel before him, to which Kate said that he was showing off again. Standing in front of the boy, the girl said that it seemed like he had mostly settled the situation, but Riot was still enchanted. Chuck chuckled affirmatively and said that he didn't even know what to do. He raised his hand and asked Mandy to take her nastiness off her little brother, and she responded angrily that he was completely out of his mind and that she would never do that. The girl thought angrily that she couldn't believe it. Looking at her brother, she thought how her awakened brother could lose. Sweat appeared on her cheek and she thought what she should do, and that if this goes on, they will take her little brother away. The only weak point of the charm skill, charms the target and makes them obey for a short time, is distance. The further the distance from Mandy, the weaker the charm effect will be, and at a certain distance it will dissipate altogether. The girl clenched her whip. She frowned and realized that there was nothing to be done, and she had to charm these pathetic humans too. Pressing her lips together, she decided that she had to find a loophole and hit them with precision. Holding her weapon, Mandy realized that she only had one chance. Chuck closed his eyes and thought. Suddenly, he said that he thought he had an idea. Turning to the protagonist, Kate asked what idea, and that he even knew that she got nervous every time the protagonist said that. Riot looked up angrily. He flew at the protagonist with a blow. A moment later, Chuck, smiling, hit the boy on the head. Blood spurted from his mouth. Riot bent over and grabbed his head. A moment later, he flew at the enemy again. And again, the protagonist hit the boy on the head. Riot bared his teeth furiously. Chuck began to hit the boy incessantly with characteristic sounds. He began to wave the baton in all directions. Grinning, he said that a broken car and a broken person can be fixed if you slap them well. Mandy watched what was happening and said that his next great idea was as stupid as all the others, and how could the charm wear off because he was beating him over the head. Chuck was hitting the boy and screaming that he was an asshole and a little freak. The protagonist laughed and said that this was the only cure for people like him and asked if she wanted to see. The baton cut through the air. He stopped the weapon with a smile right next to the boy's head. He closed his eyes in fear. Pointing his finger at the boy, Chuck laughed and asked if Mandy had seen him fight and that this was proof that he was slowly but surely returning to sanity, to which the girl replied that it was just a survival instinct. A flying whip appeared in the air. Kate opened her eyes in fear and shouted at the protagonist to watch out. He looked questioningly at the object flying at him. The whip hit the protagonist. Chuck opened his mouth in pain. Kate called the protagonist. He parted his lips. After a moment, he opened his red eyes. He was enchanted. Mandy laughed madly and said that he was caught. Standing behind the protagonist, she continued that even if he wanted to seem cool, in the end he was just a pathetic person, and that in the end he also submitted to her. Habik asked in surprise how this could be, and how did this happen. Kate continued to call the protagonist. Mandy stood confidently and asked what they would do now, and called them the remaining sane people. Standing next to her brother and the protagonist, she asked if they would fight one more time, and that they were exactly 3-on-3. Lena, Kate, and Habik looked at her angrily. Mandy laughed and called them stupid and pathetic, and said that they brazenly wanted to steal his brother from her, but in the end they became her slaves. Hidden skill healing factor is activated. The charm dissipated. The protagonist's eyes returned to normal. The girl told them to stop dragging it out and to answer, and called them pathetic insects. A moment later, a club fell on her head. Mandy fell face down on the floor. She clenched her teeth and raised her head. Chuck laughed and said that he didn't know what happened, but it was so cool. The protagonist laughed and said that she appeared right in front of him as if she asked to hit her with a club. Hidden skill healing factor, super revival ability, restores any kind of damage. Full immunity to dope, diseases, paralysis, and so on. The tired fighters sat on the ground. Their eyes glowed red and they writhed in pain. Mandy's charm was removed. The fighters opened their eyes in surprise. Kate turned to the fighters who were coming to their senses. They asked why they were there, saying that they had a headache. Turning to the god of water, she said to look. It seems that the guards have broken free from Mandy's charm. Habik answered affirmatively and asked why suddenly. Riot opened his mouth and answered that she lost consciousness due to a blow to the head. Looking at his sister, he continued that therefore all the charms she had cast were lifted in an instant. Rubbing his head, he said that this was another weak point of Mandy's charm. The charm had been lifted from the boy. The water god turned to the boy and exclaimed that he was no longer charmed, to which he answered his faithful servant in the affirmative. The boy had bumps on his head and said that he had a strange headache, and that it was really because the charm had worn off, to which Habik thought about it and said that he would explain later. Chuck smiled and said that they had figured it out here, and that they only had to, but did not have time to finish. Mandy was lying on the ground with a bump on her head. She suddenly opened her eyes. A moment later, she jumped up and asked why she had suddenly passed out, and that someone had suddenly attacked her from behind. Everyone stood around the girl and looked at her. She opened her mouth and did not understand what was happening at all. Chuck smiled madly. Narrowing his eyes, he said that there was only one thing left. Mandy looked at him in fear. She swung the whip and asked how he broke free from her charm. The protagonist deflected her weapon with a baton. The weapon was destroyed. Mandy's whip was broken. The girl's eyes turned red. The protagonist happily said that this was the second part of the destruction series, the destruction of the weapon. An image of a planet being destroyed appeared before his eyes, and Chuck continued that in the previous episode of the destruction series, there was the destruction of the planet. The broken weapon was stuck in the ground. Chuck put his hand on his belt and asked what she was going to do now. Mandy's tears began to gather, and the protagonist asked if there was anything else to show. He stuck out his tongue and asked why she was not asking for trouble now, and Kate told him to stop making such a face and that they looked like villains. Lena laughed and said that this ending was too luxurious for her and that she was dying surrounded by such characters. Around Mandy stood the Emperor and the Sin of Sloth, the Great Warrior, the Queen of Demons, the King of Mirrors, and the Goddess of Life and the Sin of Lust. Mandy asked her again about the ending in fear. Sweating, the girl asked if she would die and that she did not want to. Chuck said with a smile that no one would kill her. He was not such a cruel person. He closed his eyes and told her not to worry and that he was not going to kill her, to which Mandy happily asked if it was true. The protagonist stuck out his altered tongue. He reached it out to the girl and said that she would become part of his body and they would live happily ever after. The girl looked at the protagonist with her mouth open. The tongue cut the air. It was approaching the girl. She closed her eyes and called her brother. Someone's hand grabbed the tongue. Kate's eyes widened. Lena's mouth opened in shock. Chuck looked ahead in fear. Riot grabbed the protagonist's tongue. The protagonist called the boy questioningly. He looked down and asked the protagonist not to do it. Looking at Mandy, he continued that she was his sister. Mandy thought about her brother with tears in her eyes. Chuck frowned and asked what sister, that she was going to kill him, and that Habik begged the protagonist to save the boy. Riot put his hands in his pockets and said that Habik got it all wrong. Mandy never intended to kill him. An image of Riot hanging with her hands tied appeared in front of his eyes, and the boy continued that however, the way she expressed her love might seem a little strange. A picture of Mandy raising her sword straight at her brother appeared in his mind. Then, she closed her eyes and hugged the boy. Riot closed his eyes and said that Mandy did all this for him, and that even this rebellion and her becoming the ruler of the sky, it was all for him. The girl sat with tears in her eyes. The heavenly kingdom several hundred years ago. In the huge room, a question was heard about what her brother was saying. Mandy stood near her brother's throne and asked if he was really going to the human world again, to which the boy answered affirmatively. He closed his eyes and said that the throne might be empty for several years, so he asked her to take care of the heavenly kingdom in his absence. Mandy repeated fearfully about several years and asked if he really decided to gather a team of people again and go on adventures. The boy sat on the throne and said that now the human world is in chaos because the Demon King invaded their world. An image of a huge demon appeared before her eyes. Then the image changed, and a man stood on it. Riot said that he would go down there and help a young man named Yopi the Brave. Mandy was kneeling, surrounded by people. Chuck widened his eyes and thought about Yopi, and that meant he was saying he was on the same team as Yopi. A memory appeared before his eyes, in which Riot was hovering over the protagonist, and in his thoughts flashed that he too once fought alongside Yopi and that he was the only one he respected among humans. Kate hugged herself and asked if he was saying that it was a few years ago, and that Chrono Life had not been released for long, to which Lena sighed and said that of course he was talking about game time, and asked the girl that she wanted to look cute, so she said something so stupid. Kate looked at the girl who called her an idiot. With widened eyes, Kate called the girl cockroach and asked if she also thought she was cute. Lena replied that she made a mistake and asked her not to do that. This was Love's first victory. Riot closed his eyes and said that for some reason he had to leave the throne, and that it had caused Mandy a lot of trouble. He opened his mouth and continued that he still hadn't been able to complete the 7 deadly sins. Mandy looked at her brother in her memories and asked if he was going to go down to the human world and fight alongside Yopi the Brave. She lowered her head and turned to her brother, saying that she still didn't understand, since he and the water god told them every day that they would always be the enemies of humans. She stood in front of the throne and asked him what difference it made to him whether they died at the hands of the Demon King or not, and why he, a 7th sinner, should help them. Mountains of gold appeared before her eyes, and Mandy continued that by developing their economy, hiding behind the name of a great merchant, he was already secretly helping these helpless people from the lower world. She clenched her hands into fists and asked if he had been able to collect all the sins, and what she would do if he decided to kill him. Looking up, she asked him to be honest and said that he simply loved humans. Riot looked down. He stuttered, saying that it was possible. The boy stood up from the throne and said that he planned to leave today, and told the girl to take care of the heavenly kingdom while he was gone. The girl silently lowered her head. She stood, turning away from her brother. The boy was gone. An image of an hourglass appeared in her mind. The Lord of the Sky Riot, the sin of sloth, the 7 deadly sins should be filled with the lives of humans. But because Riot loved them too much, he could not even fill his own. And this is open disobedience to God, so no one knew when he might disappear from this world. So Mandy made a decision. When the time came, she would destroy all humans in her brother's place. Hands were tied with chains. Riot hung with his hands tied, and the thought continued, she would do it, even if it meant rebellion. It was all for her brother. Mandy was kneeling. Kate's mouth was slightly open. The girl, her eyes wide, asked if Mandy really wasn't going to kill her brother. Looking at the girl sitting on her knees, she said that she was getting out, she was trying to save him. Riot closed his eyes and turned to the great warrior of the current generation. The boy looked up at him and offered to end it there, and asked to spare Mandy. Chuck, frowning, asked what he was talking about, called him Shorty, and did he really want it to end like this? Looking at all the chaos, he continued, if he really didn't see what she had done. His gaze fell on the tired guards. Some were sitting, some were lying on the ground. They were holding their heads and helping each other up. With a crazy look, Chuck said that if someone committed a crime, then they should be punished, that this is how the world works, and that she should pay for what she had done here with her life. Mandy pressed her lips together. She looked down and started to cry. Riot looked at the protagonist and said that it was because Habik misunderstood everything and asked for mercy for her since she had personal reasons, to which the protagonist laughed and called him an asshole. He stuck out his tongue again and said that he hated villains the most who pretended to have personal reasons. With his tongue out, he started to walk towards the girl and said that it was time for her to receive her sentence. His eyes lit up and he asked which part of her body he should start sucking her in. He looked at Mandy and started listing body parts, face, arms, thighs. Riot closed his eyes and said that it was okay, if you think about it, he doesn't do anything without payment. A memory appeared in front of his eyes in which the boy asked the protagonist not to kill the angels because they were enchanted by Mandy. Chuck from the memory extended his hand and asked for payment. The boy covered his face with his palm, agreed, and said that he would buy what he was currently selling at the highest price regardless of the quantity. Riot frowned and said that what he had promised him earlier, he would do until the end of his days. The protagonist stopped. He turned around and asked if Riot thought that the protagonist would fall for such an offer, and the boy thought that all that was left was to press. Habik silently watched Mandy. A memory appeared before his eyes, where the god of water asks the great warrior to save the boy. The man sadly lowered his eyes and thought that it turns out that he did it in vain. Frowning, he thought that if only he had not asked him. Chuck and Kate glared at the man. The question was written on their faces, what would he do, that this was all because of him, and a request to do something. Habik pursed his lips. He sadly lowered his head. A moment later, he began to approach the protagonist. Habik put something in his hands. The protagonist was holding 8 water god mirrors. The man said in fear that these were all the 8 mirrors he had promised and asked to spare Mrs. Mandy. Kate angrily asked what kind of nonsense he was trying to settle everything with this junk and to see what he had done. Chuck smiled, he was pleased, and agreed with the man. The hidden quest the King of 8 Mirrors' request is complete. He has received the 8 water god mirrors. The protagonist acquired a new title, Guardian of the 8 Mirrors. Chuck waved his hand, called the boy, and said that he was going, and that they should not quarrel with their sister and be cute. Looking at the brother and sister, he laughed and said that he liked it with them. The protagonist smiled and teleported down to the ground. Standing next to the 2 girls, he said goodbye to the heavenly kingdom. A portal appeared around them. Kate opened her mouth and asked if he was really just going to leave like that. Opening one eye, the boy said that he probably got everything he wanted and that he was always like this protagonist. Riot smiled. He looked at the teleporting people and said that he really was a busy guy. Lena, Kate, and Chuck were heading to the ground. The protagonist looked ahead with satisfaction. Kate opened her mouth happily. Lena closed her eyes with satisfaction. A huge portal went across the entire sky. The moon illuminated the streets of the city. The girl in the dress stood motionless. Suddenly, she turned around. The protagonist was waving at her. She wondered in surprise why he was a guy, and the protagonist thought about the water from the spring. All three of them suddenly lit up brightly. Hidden skill transformation. Returns to original gender using an angel earring. Recharge time is 24 hours. In front of the girl stood Chuck in the form of a girl, and Kate and Lena in the form of guys. The girl looked at them lovingly. She happily raised her hands up. There were faint stars in the sky. A few days later, the kingdom of heaven. A tall gate towered over the ground. A girl was walking on the ground. She was approaching the boy on the throne, and he said that it was unexpected and asked why she decided to come here alone. He looked at the goddess of life. She was getting closer and closer, and the boy said that if he thought about it, he should thank her. He thanked her for helping him a few days ago, and that thanks to her, everything was completed without consequences. She repeated his words with a smile and asked if he really thought that this circus was really the end. Riot asked her again in surprise. She opened her eyes and said that it was just funny. A picture appeared in front of her eyes where the boy grabbed the protagonist's tongue. Mandy was sitting on the ground and shaking. Chuck was laughing contentedly. Habik was giving the protagonist mirrors. Lena continued to say that the 7 sinners having warm feelings for people, or the brother saving the sister who did nothing but bully him, or the nonsense that she was kind, doing all this for her brother, the users who did not kill the boss, receiving a lot of money and new toys in return. Smiling, the girl said that it was so childish and that she wanted to destroy it. Lena walked up to the boy and thrust her staff into his chest. The Heavenly Kingdom is a very important episode. Doesn't this end suit him better? Blood spurted out of the boy's mouth and Lena asked what her cute Lord of the Heavenly Kingdom thought. The girl pulled the staff out of his chest. A moment later, she threw the cloak onto his lap. Smiling, she said that the only evidence left at the murder scene would be the gray robe of a beginner. This is what they automatically get when creating a character in Chrono Life, however, now it is the distinguishing mark of a loser. An image of his sister appeared before his eyes, and Lena continued that even though the whole situation screamed that the loser had been framed, his stupid sister, fixated on her brother, would definitely think it was him. The girl smiled and said that she would want revenge, and that she would gather all the angel soldiers and attack the human world. Looking at the boy, she said that it was so easy to predict a stupid artificial intelligence. Everything happened exactly as Lena predicted. Soon the guards found the boy's body, and the gray cloak found at the crime scene really pointed them to the criminal. And the angry Mandy called an army and declared war on the human world. The peace between humans and angels that Riot had tried to maintain all his life was destroyed in an instant. Lena stepped on the ground. As she left, she continued that all this time she had only talked about him, but now it was really time to start the last episode of Chrono Life. The girl smiled contentedly. There were bright stars in the sky, and a fire was burning underneath them. The heavenly realm began their offensive. The warriors were eager to fight. One of them's sword cut through the air. The warrior stabbed the weapon into his opponent's stomach. Their army was strong. The man struck from behind. The guard rushed into battle. The heavenly realm could only be entered after reaching level 500. In other words, the heavenly guardians were created to fight users above level 500. The huge monster revealed its memory and roared. The sky was swarming with flying creatures. People were confused, asking who it was, if it was a monster, and that it was the first time they saw something like this. The creature's eyes lit up. Shock waves erupted from their eyes, directed at the people. The strongest monsters of the heavenly realm, called angels, also joined this war. Dust flew in the air. The people were lying on the ground, shocked. The power of angels was not something that ordinary users could handle. Someone raised their hand. A sanctuary appeared around the fallen warriors. Restoration magic restores health within a specified range. The angel looked at what was happening in surprise. A blue glow appeared around the people. Suddenly they began to move. The fallen warriors began to stand up. The girl looked at her hand and asked if the health level was fully restored. Someone shouted at them if everything was okay. The man clamped a cigarette in his teeth and said that they no longer need to worry because he had come. The guy enthusiastically said that this was the first among those who restore health. Looking at the man, he continued that this was Mr. Hugo, a healer, a class whose responsibilities include restoring allies' health points and enhancing their abilities. Such people are also called support or support. The monster's eyes lit up again. They launched lightning at the people. The man sat with a grimace of pain on his face. A moment later, someone approached him. Hugo was smoking a cigarette, and the man called him questioningly. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, he said to clench his teeth. The man asked again in fear. Hugo made a holy punch to the man's face. He flew back several meters. The healer looked at the man sitting on the ground with a smile. He put his hand to his cheek and asked what he was doing. Hugo answered with a smile that he was healing him. Looking at his hands, the guy asked if the blood really stopped flowing anymore, and that he had hit him with his fist, to which the healer grinned. The guy's health points were fully restored. Hugo turned around. He approached the others and asked who was next in line for an appointment. The man smiled and flexed his fists. The first among the healers, Hugo. He hit the guy right in the stomach, and the strength points were immediately restored. Swinging, the man said to take these young lambs into her arms, and the girl's health points were restored. Striking again, Hugo said to envelop them with his love, and the player's health began to restore. He dealt blow after blow. His job as a priest, his main skill is a holy blow. The one who is hit by Hugo's fist restores health points at an unimaginable speed. The guy after the blow asked if they should restore their health points with a shrine, the skill he used at the very beginning, to which Hugo told him to shut up and let him enjoy. The warrior furiously shouted that they were idiots, and asked why they were frozen and staring. Frowning, he continued that all heavenly knights should attack and kill these pathetic humans. The warriors rushed into battle. Hugo clenched his fist and knitted his eyebrows. Nisha stood on the roof and said that she would help Hugo. He turned to the girl and said that she was the winner of the Royal Dueling Tournament, a magic diagnostician. The girl looked at him with a smile. Raising her palm, she activated the magic. Looking at the warriors, she cast ice and wind spells. A voice shouted a command for everyone to stop and that there was ice under their feet while the warriors rushed forward. The man cursed and asked if ice was not a first-level combat magic, and who would use such childish magic in a life or death war. A moment later, he covered his ears and said that it was a wind spell. Someone's foot appeared in front of his face. The man's eyes widened. He fell onto the ice. Baring his teeth, he said that he could not stay on his feet because of the ice under his feet and the strong wind. Misha replied with a smile that one should not underestimate the spell just because it did little damage. The girl looked at the warrior and continued that Chrono Life is not a game where only the amount of damage dealt is important, but a game where control is important. The warrior grinned angrily. A moment later, he opened his mouth and screamed, "How dare some human!" The girl cast the mole spell with a smile. The man took a step forward. Suddenly, he tripped on a hummock that appeared out of nowhere. Mole, a first-level spell, creates a hole in the specified location. The warrior clenched his teeth angrily and said that this kindergarten again. The girl leaned towards him with a smirk. Opening her mouth, she said that this is not a kindergarten, this is control. A fighter appeared to her left, called her names and asked how she dared to attack their commander. Raising her hand, Amishin cast the stone wall spell. The warrior abruptly crashed into the stone that appeared in front of him. He angrily screamed to remove this nonsense. A moment later, he demolished the stone wall. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The girl was not in front of him, and he thought that she had disappeared. The warrior looked up and saw a girl flying towards him. Stone Wall, a tier 1 spell, creates a stone wall in front of the enemy. The man wondered if she had really pushed off the stone wall and jumped so high. Amishin swung and flew straight towards him. She landed on the ground and cut the air with her sword. Blood began to flow from the warrior's mouth. A moment later, he fell down dead. People looked at what was happening in admiration. Looking at the healer and the girl, everyone said how strong they were and that they were the leaders of Chrono Life. Kate opened her mouth in delight and said that the users were fighting with all their might. Looking down in surprise, Kate said that there were so many people in this war that she had not seen before, and that they had many strong users even outside the 5 guilds. Lena closed her eyes and said that she said, "There are many hidden high-level players in Chrono Life, but they do not participate in clan wars or assaults, they are only interested in their specification." Amishin and Hugo turned to look at them. The people looked at them smiling and said that they also wanted to join. After a moment, a voice shouted, "Just look, the other leaders are also joining." Swinging, they prepared to attack. The people quickly ran towards the warriors. Lena sadly said that the only thing that brought them here was fun, and that they were probably only here to test how much they improved their skills on the northern continent. The protagonist, Kate, and Lena watched the battle. Lena's prediction was correct. The leaders decided to participate in this war to test how much stronger they became thanks to the northern continent. The flags of the guilds were visible in the sky. Lucas said with a smile that 5 guilds would also join the battle. The warriors looked at them in surprise. It was an unexpectedly superior difference in strength. The strength that the users had obtained from exploring the northern continent far exceeded that of the heavenly knights. Suddenly, a whip cut through the air. It struck the ground with all its might. A silhouette of a girl began to emerge from the smoke. Mandy looked at what was happening furiously. Everyone around her began to ask what was this, whether it was her attack, that she had a halo, she was definitely one of them, and that it felt like she was different from ordinary knights. The girl gritted her teeth. Swinging her weapon, she told them to die. The whip cut through the air. She furiously swung the weapon in the air. Mandy, the ruler of the heavenly realm, suddenly appeared at the forefront. People coughed and asked what kind of nonsense. The weapon hit the man's face. A moment later, he fell to the ground. She came to kill the pathetic humans who killed her beloved brother. Another man picked up the victim and asked how he was. He grabbed his cheek and said that he thought she was going to leave. He did not finish and his eyes lit up red. The man looked at him in surprise. He was enchanted. With an uncomprehending look, he said that everything was for Ms. Mandy. A moment later, blood began to flow from the man's mouth. Kate, Chuck, and Lena watched what was happening. Voices were heard around them that the allies were attacking, questions about him and requests to come to his senses. The main character frowned and said that Mandy had appeared and that she was proving her character. Addressing Kate, he said that he was leaving the Night Angels to her and he and Cockroach would stop Mandy, to which the girl replied in bewilderment that she also wanted to go with him. Covering one eye, the protagonist replied that he was not going to fight her, but was going to tell her that he was not the one who killed her brother. But if they couldn't solve everything with words, he would have to convince her with a stick, and in that case he would need the cockroach's power of revival. They jumped down and said that they would be quick. Kate sadly closed her eyes and said that if she had known that this would happen, she would have honed her healing skills instead of martial arts. A flash thundered on the roof. The girl came down to the ground. A stranger saw her and screamed enthusiastically, addressing Kate. People around began to wonder what that singer Kate was, where she was, that it seemed like she was the one with long white hair, and whether it was really her. The pink-haired girl happily screamed that she had met Kate, that she was her most devoted fan, and that she even made her character's hair like her real life, to which Kate replied that she should calm down first. Looking at her, she thought that she couldn't ignore a fan who loved her so much. Kate closed her eyes contentedly, said that she was happy and thanked the girl. Looking at the happy fan, she continued that this was a game and she would be very grateful if she called her love, to which the girl replied in the affirmative. Preparing for battle, Kate continued that now it was time to fight enemies and offered to protect people together, and the fan agreed. Codes were visible on the digital field. The creator sat on it and said that it was getting more and more interesting, and that who would have thought that the heavenly kingdom would attack the human world so suddenly. Putting his hands behind his head, he asked if this was all the plan of the goddess of life, and that he wanted to enjoy everything a little longer. Sitting by the hourglass, he continued that thanks to her, the sin of laziness was completely filled. The creator continued to think that it was a good idea to return the boy to the reins of the heavenly kingdom. If Mandy declared war as the ruler of the heavenly kingdom, the sin would not be filled. Mandy, the ruler of the heavenly kingdom, Riot's younger sister. A memory of the boy sitting on the throne appeared before his eyes. In this episode of the heavenly kingdom, Riot returned to the throne again and died as the ruler. And Mandy, angry, declared war when the throne was essentially unoccupied. The warriors quickly rushed into battle. The creator smirked and said that Lena was truly incomparable. Imagining the girl who received the hint of the last episode of the quest to prevent the ruler of the heavenly kingdom from changing, the creator realized that she had thought of all this. Looking out from behind the clock, he said that okay, thanks to her, they were almost done. Eurus, the sin of pride has long been filled, the sin of lust too, the sin of Yopi's anger too. The sin of greed was filled during the war with the ancient beastmen, the sin of gluttony was also filled, and the boy's sin of laziness had just been filled. He grinned and said that it turned out that the last one remained. The creator snapped his fingers. Another hourglass fell to the ground. He said with satisfaction that the sin of jealousy remained, remembering how the creator hovered in front of the main character and thought about giving him to his friend. Who would have thought that he would refuse? Lowering his head, he said that nothing could be done, it remains to give him to the next candidate. Stretching his lips into a grin, the creator continued that this time he would not give the right to choose, and that it infuriated him when they refused. Codes were visible on the digital field. He would make you do it. Stars were shining in the sky. A huge fire filled the earth. Something was rapidly approaching Kate. It was getting closer as she stood with her back turned. A purple glow appeared around her and she opened her eyes. The fan was looking at the girl sitting on the ground. She called Kate in fear. She was sitting with her head down. The second hidden profession was received. Kate raised one leg. She stood up straight and the fan continued to call her and ask if she was okay. The fan looked up at the girl. A moment later, Kate cut the girl in half with one blow. Her eyes turned red. The unique characteristics of the sin of jealousy were activated. The fusion of the Demon King and the sin of jealousy. Kate opened her red eyes. A new personality was being created. Love's sin of jealousy. The people were sitting on the ground and realized that their strength points had fully recovered. A man approached them and asked if everything was okay. Looking at Hugo, They said that this was the first among the healers, Mr. Hugo. A bunch of warriors were flying at the man. Mission stood on the roof and said that she would help Hugo. Looking at the girl, he said that she was the winner of the Royal Duelist Tournament, the Magical Diagnostician Mission. The creator lowered the hourglass to the ground. Smiling, he said that the last one remained, the sin of jealousy. Kate, surrounded by a glow, widened her eyes. The fan looked at the girl sitting on her knees. Frightened, she called love. The second hidden profession was obtained. A moment later, Kate cut the fan in half with one blow. Kate's eyes turned red. The activation of the unique characteristics of the sin of jealousy began, the fusion of the Demon King and the sin of jealousy. The girl opened her red eyes. A new personality was being created. Sin of jealousy, love. The stars were shining brightly in the night sky. Someone's wing cut through the air. Eurus was carrying Julie in his arms. The girl looked ahead in confusion. Opening her mouth, she asked the animal where they were flying. Eurus told her that they were going away from the front and that the location did not matter. Continuing to hover, she asked why, to which the animal replied that this was an order and that the war would soon begin, so he said and take her to a safe place. Her foot felt the ground. She looked down and he said that he thought it was already quite safe here and that he would lower her. They looked up and Eurus said that this was the end of the hill and that it was quite far from the front, so he thought it would be quiet here. Then he continued that bear hairs might sometimes wander in here, but she could handle them. An image of a level 4 bear hare appeared before her eyes. As Eurus rose into the air, he said that he had flown then and the girl apologized and called him. Looking at the little animal with fear, she asked if everyone would be okay, the villagers, Miss Love, Lena and Dubinka. Eurus turned around sadly. He opened his mouth and said that he didn't know and that he couldn't say anything for sure about the last episode or about this war. Opening his eyes, he said that he was sure of one thing and that they should believe in the main character. Julie looked at the little animal, mesmerized. Flying further and further, Eurus said that if he was with them, the human world would never be defeated. A huge fire engulfed everything around. Mandy's whip cut through the air. It hit everyone in its path. They became enchanted. The man opened his mouth and said that it was all for Mistress Mandy. Everyone chanted in unison that it was all for Mistress Mandy. The mission prepared to fight the enchanted people. The girl said in fear that they were just zombies, and that when did Chrono Life become a horror movie? A mission turned to Hugo, called him and asked if he could remove this nastiness, to which the man replied that he was trying. He continued that they were really enchanted and that he could not remove it, to which Amishin asked if he was sure that the charm should be removed exactly like this. It seemed that it was simply killing him. Slightly crouching down, the girl said that she had charmed almost all the users, asked what kind of fraudulent ability. The girl turned her head towards the main character. Amishin widened her eyes in surprise, looking at him. The main character's image appeared, and the girl thought about the newbie's gray robe. The guy's legs opened up and the girl added about the underpants. The girl was puzzled by the fact that he had only just logged into the game. Why did he show up on the battlefield? People with red eyes rushed forward shouting for Ms. Mandy. The players, holding weapons in their hands, were approaching the hero. Looking to the side, the girl shouted for him to leave there quickly. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, the main character asked why. Chuck raised his club up, and the girl asked menacingly, "What kind of stupid newbie is this?" said that it is dangerous here. The hero was tightly squeezing a wooden stick in his hand. Having hit the ground, an explosion thundered. All the players flew to the side. The shock wave rose high, engulfing people and creatures. The mission looked straight ahead with a smile on her face. The girl asked a question. The red flame hit the planet. Rock fragments were flying in the air. Chuck stood in the middle of it, looking straight ahead. Fog was visible in the air, rocks were falling. Smiling broadly, the hero said that they had dealt with the annoying winged creatures. The protagonist turned to the goddess of life, who, sighing, said that he was unpredictable as always, asked what he had done. Weren't they going to protect the human world? Laughing, Chuck said that that was why he had adjusted the power of the blow, to which the girl replied that she hoped so, otherwise the planet would have exploded again. Looking to the side, the hero told her to look, even she was alive and well. Mandy was lying on the ground, and Chuck asked, maybe negotiations. The girl was holding her hand, her health level was at a minimum, and the hero said her name. The protagonist asked the girl to restore her, to which Lena, smiling, responded approvingly. Lena put her hand straight out, saying the skill of life force. A bright glow appeared around Mandy. The girl looked away in surprise, her health level was restored. Chuck, his eyes wide, thought that Cockroach healed much better than he thought. Mandy was definitely above level 600, and she restored her health in a second. The girl stood, slightly turned to the side. Then she tightly grabbed the whip in her hand. Slightly opening her mouth, Mandy asked what they were doing, mocking her. Throwing the stick over his shoulder, the hero said that he meant mocking. Why was she saying that? He just wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. Slightly closing his eyes, Chuck added that Habik told him everything, that someone killed her brother, asked to accept his condolences. With a sharp wave of her hand, the girl hit the protagonist with the whip. the hidden skill was activated, the healing factor was launched, the state resisted the charm. The protagonist, through his teeth, wheezed from the blow. Mandy angrily asked about the misunderstanding, about condolences, said how could he say something so shameless. Waving a whip, the girl added that it was he who killed him. White smoke rose, the hero and Lena looked at the girl. Covering his face with his hand, the guy asked what a stupid girl she was, said that she should listen to what people tell her. Swinging a baton, he added that he said that he did not kill him, it was a misunderstanding. Mandy looked ahead with a furious look and said that there was no need to pretend. Next to her brother's body was his robe. The guy angrily said what a fool she was, what kind of normal criminal would leave the clothes he wears every day at the crime scene. Lena, smiling, said that she told him no matter what he told her, she would not believe it. Covering one eye, the girl added that as he knew, in Chrono Life, NPCs were too emotional, and nothing could convince her in such an excited state. She grinned and asked if it wasn't interesting that they couldn't understand anything if they were too excited. Then she added that they were so similar to real people in this. The guy turned his head back sharply. Multiple blows from the whip flew at the hero, and he asked what she was doing behind his back, to which Lena replied that she was hiding from the whip, of course. A blow flew at the hero's face. He turned around, turned to the girl and asked her to clarify something, to which Lena asked again. Looking to the side, Chuck asked if it was really she who killed Mandy's brother. The girl grinned slightly, looking to the side. And then she said, "Who knows?" Lena looked out from behind the protagonist and turned to Mandy and asked what condition her brother's body was in. Lena smiled widely and asked if she hadn't burned it. Mandy looked away furiously. She swung her whip and said that they were shameless people. The girl's eyes began to tear up and she added that how dare they speak his name, she would kill them all. Lena hit the girl with a sharp swing of her hand. Raising her hand, she asked if today was the third day since he died, right, and added that this meant that he would be resurrected any minute. Mandy looked up in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Mandy fell to the ground and Lena looked at her. The protagonist asked in surprise who she was anyway. How did she end up behind her so quickly? The girl smiled and asked if it was really that fast. She said that she was just waiting for the right moment. Mandy was lying face down on the ground, and the hero asked if she was dead, to which Lena replied that she was just in a deep faint. Surprisingly, yes, just like in the real world, if you hit a person in the neck here, they immediately pass out. Looking at the girl, Chuck asked what she had just told Mandy, that Riot would be reborn. Smiling widely, she replied that yes, angels of royal blood, even if they died, were reborn after 3 days, adding that Mandy had probably never seen anyone from the royal family die, so she did not know. A view of a magic castle opened up. The gates of the kingdom appeared. Lena said that, however, in exchange, he would lose his halo. A beam of light brightly reflected on the boy lying among the flowers. Riot flew up, a red sphere appeared behind him. The boy began to slowly take off. A huge beam pierced from space, the castle exploded. Riot curled up, clutching his knees, he would become the light of a star. A view of the night forest opened up. Something was approaching Julie. With each second it became closer. The girl turned back in surprise. Then she looked at the red beam in the sky flying above her. The girl's mouth opened wide in amazement. Julie watched in surprise. The man with the blue glow fell to the ground, forming a ravine. The girl took a small step forward. Julie peeked out from behind the tree slightly. She lowered her head down a little, watching the glow. A sleeping boy was lying in the ravine. Riot's mouth opened slightly. The girl froze in surprise. Lena finished by saying that he would fall into the human world. Riot was lying in a hole, emitting a bright light. A view of the rocks opened up. Chuck and Lena looked at Mandy lying down. The hero, frowning slightly, looked at the girl, and then angrily said that it was great if what she was saying was true, asked how she knew all this. A little embarrassed, Lena answered that it was a secret. The protagonist, slightly lowering his eyebrows, said that then he would change the question a little, and then clarified why she had not shared such important information before. Chuck and Lena stood opposite each other, and he added that if she had known that Riot would be reborn, she would not have started the war so recklessly. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl replied that of course she did it on purpose, it was not a real war, but just a game. Winding her hair around her hand, Lena added that he was reacting somehow strangely. Looking down a little, the girl said that he could swing his club to his heart's content during the war, she thought he would like it. Throwing the stick over his shoulder, the protagonist asked if she really considered him a villain, said that he only hit back when he was attacked, and a war that arose because of a misunderstanding was disgusting to him. Looking at the hero, Lena asked again. Smiling, she said that this was wonderful, this time he should definitely fight back too. The hero, frowning, asked again. Then he turned his gaze to the side from where the red glow was coming. A huge sphere was approaching the protagonist. A devastating explosion thundered. Chuck coughed from the flying dust. Holding Mandy in his arms, he asked what was going on, were there still enemies left? Lena, looking at him in surprise, asked if he had saved Mandy, to which the hero replied that yes, it would be a shame if she died like that. The girl slightly opened her eyes. Closing one eye, Chuck said that her only goal all this time was nothing other than to save her brother. Of course, everything turned out as it did, but he wanted her to meet her resurrected brother. Raising her hand to her face, Lena said how sweet he was, asked if he had such a caring side, to which the hero asked again, and said that in general he had always been a kind person. Looking at Mandy, Chuck asked if she could restore it again, said that he had to dodge in a hurry, so she was slightly hurt, to which Lena responded approvingly. The girl took a small step forward. Kneeling in front of Mandy, they heard that they survived such an attack. They are not bad for ordinary people. The hero looked away in surprise and said the word boss. Kate stood looking straight ahead, and the hero asked if it was her. The protagonist turned towards the girl, and she said that he should be careful. She is not the same Miss Kate he knew now, due to the peculiarity of the sin of jealousy. Her personality has changed. Surprised, Chuck asked again about the change of personality due to game content, and that it is even possible. Slightly closing her eyes, Lena asked what is impossible, said that he himself recently went through this when he changed the gender of the character. A picture of a castle in the sky appeared before his eyes. Kate slightly turned her head and said that he should leave it to her, and he should rest for now. The hero looked ahead in surprise, and a thought arose in his head that he had gone crazy. Goosebumps ran across the main character's body, and he wondered why his heart was beating so fast because of Kate's boss, who had become a guy. Did the body somehow affect the mind? Chuck flew up, holding his head, and he added that then it was necessary to return to his body as soon as possible. Turning to the girl, the main character said that the situation was completely different, then he could assume a psychological effect from changing gender, it was not forced like now. Smiling broadly, Lena said that such was the mechanics of the game, asked, he did not think that someone could forcibly change his personality in the game. Chuck and the girl were standing in the digital space, and Lena added that, to put it simply, Miss Kate had lost control of her character. The character they were playing had the same appearance and emotions as in reality, but it was still a character created by the game. A virtual reality helmet appeared, and the girl said that at the very beginning, when you put on the helmet, you set up dual authentication, so it was almost impossible to hack the character, but this did not apply to the game content. Kate and Chuck stood and looked at each other. The girl looked ahead, her eyes wide open. Now the game's artificial intelligence had taken away Miss Kate's right to control the character, namely the sin of jealousy. The girl's hand glowed blue. Kate was trapped in a blue cube and asked what kind of nonsense. The girl was banging her hands on the wall and screaming to be let out. Kate called the hero and the girl and asked if they could hear her, asked to save her from there. Putting her hand to her face, Lena grinned. Sitting on her knees, the girl thought about what Miss Kate could hear. She could hear her perfectly well. Looking ahead, Lena added that she would not show it. After all, she had finally almost succeeded. Kate and Chuck were standing near the water monster. The girl, with a smile on her face, was dragging the protagonist along the sand. Lena was watching everything from above. Slightly opening her mouth, she said that she was jealous, how she wanted to kill her. Flying up, she thought that she would have to wait. In any case, soon he would kill her himself and become hers. Lena turned around with a grin on her face. With a joyful look, she added that for the sake of the end of Chrono life. Lena stood, looking ahead. Then she grinned slightly. Her heart was beating so fast, but she would sit quietly to the side and watch. The protagonist, frowning, looked away. Kate, slightly raising her head up, looked at the guy. Chuck and the girl stood opposite each other, and Lena added how pathetic it was for Miss Kate to die at the hands of a loser. Mandy swung her whip and shouted that she would kill all the shameless humans. Moments later, Lena hit the girl from behind with a smile. Putting her hand to her mouth, she said that today was the third day since he died, which meant that he was about to be resurrected. The starry sky illuminated the trees. Julie turned around abruptly. A bright flash flew across the sky. The girl came out from behind a tree. A glowing riot was lying on the ground. His mouth was slightly open. Julie's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was walking on the ground. Mandy was lying on the ground and saying that they survived such an attack and that they were not bad for ordinary people. Chuck turned around in bewilderment. He was looking at the changed love. Kate said that this body belonged to the sin of jealousy. Frowning, the girl added that she came to the human world to complete her mission. Chuck looked at her in surprise, and the girl said that this body wants only one thing: human life. It's time for the Chrono continent to drown in crimson blood. Standing on the stone ruins, the hero asked if this kindergarten monologue gave birth to artificial intelligence, to which Lena replied that it did. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked why he froze, told him to kill her quickly because she hit him first. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that yes, that's true. Kate sharply kicked the protagonist in the face. Blood poured out of the hero's mouth. The girl took a step forward. Turning slightly, she swung her leg again. Kate dealt a strong blow to the hero's head. Writhing in pain, the hero wondered why, when it was Kate's boss who did this. The girl landed on the ground, and a cloud of smoke rose near her. Sitting on her knees, Lena said that the hero should be more careful. Each of the 7 sins has its own peculiarity, Jealousy, for example, hates people the most. Kate watched the hero sitting on the ground, raising his club. Chuck said that he didn't care who she hated or not. When did she become so strong? That was the question. Clenching her fist, Kate raised her leg up. Slightly lowering her head, Lena said that, well, she had been at the top of the players since she became the Demon King. But all this time she had been stuck to him like a leech, so no one noticed, to which the guy asked to reduce the amount of poison in her explanation. Kate, smiling, looked away, and the girl added that given the special characteristic of the Demon King, namely a tenfold increase in all abilities, she was already at the top of the pyramid. She even owned the perfect brass knuckles that you gave her. The girl looked at her gloved hand. Kate began to rapidly accelerate forward. She struck the main character with her fist. From the blow, blood came out of the hero's mouth. Slightly grinning, Lena said that all this time, Miss Kate did not use even 10% of her abilities. The girl swung her fist sharply. Kate struck the hero a large number of times. Lowering her gaze, Lena said that now is a different matter. A white wave rose, and the girl added that the sin of jealousy uses her 100%. Kate stepped on the hero's stomach and summoned a diving dragon. Shock waves rose around the battle. Raising both hands up, Kate shouted the main character's name. With her eyes wide open, she thought about what the hell, she only became stronger and was finally able to get rid of the reputation of always causing trouble, but this is a real mockery. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. Opening the game menu, Kate thought that if so, then at least she can. The girl pressed the button to exit the game. Kate evaporated from the blue cube. The connection with Chrono Life was broken. A message appeared against the background of green numbers that she had exited the game. A view of a multi-story building opened up. The girl quickly took off her virtual reality glasses. Holding them in her hands, she thought about what happened. The problem was solved. The sister abruptly interrupted the girl and said that no, it didn't help. Looking at the phone, the sister asked that she was going to log out of the game by logging out. Unbelievably, it didn't help. Kate asked the manager in surprise what it meant. The girl's eyes widened in amazement. A phone appeared on which a broadcast was going on, where the character was beating up the hero. Kate looked at it in surprise and asked what the heck. She turned off the game, but why was her character still active? Kate looked away angrily. Raising 2 fingers up, Lucas greeted his subscribers and said that their sweetest Lucas was in touch, and asked those who were here for the first time to click like, bell, and subscribe. Standing on the ruins, he added that his character died from a recent explosion, but he connected again to tell them about the current situation. Players started appearing with a blue effect, and the guy said that a huge number of users were rejoining the game. Surprised, said that next to him they could see famous rankers who showed themselves shortly before the explosion. Looking straight ahead, Lucas said that, in general, this is the situation, asked to look at the main scene, and then asked if they were surprised. The girl raised her leg up, and the guy said that the character attacking the Great Warrior is called Kate, and this is a famous idol. From what he heard, she played with the Great Warrior for a long time. Turning the phone, the manager asked, I wonder why they are fighting when the war with the Heavenly Kingdom is over. The fan shouted the girl's name and said that Miss Kate is definitely under someone's control now. Clenching her fists tightly, she added that she was fighting with enemies next to them just a few minutes ago. The fan screamed loudly in surprise next to Kate. The players ran after the girl happily, and the fan added that her eyes suddenly turned red and she started acting strange. Kate cut the girl in 2 with a sharp wave of her hand. Standing behind the players, Lucas asked who she was anyway, why did she interfere with his broadcast, and the fan said that it seemed that this was not the charm of the Whip Lady. In short, in any case, she was now under the influence of some kind of spell. The characters confirmed this. The girl slightly opened her mouth, and the fan said, just look. Miss Kate never had such a scary expression on her face. Every time she looked at them, she smiled widely. Kate, sitting on her knees, opened her eyes wide in surprise. Laughing, her sister said that she was really touched. She did not even know if she was worthy of such a devoted fan. She would have to send her free tickets to the concert as a token of gratitude. She was worried that problems would arise because of this misunderstanding with a strange game personality, but thanks to her, everything was easily resolved. Kate said her sister's name in fear. Holding the virtual reality glasses in her hands, she added that she had to return to Chrono Life. Lowering her head, her sister said that she should try to find another way to join the game, since her rights to control the character were taken away. Looking at Kate, she added that when everything is resolved, she should definitely find that fan and hug her tighter. Putting on the glasses, the girl said that of course she would have done so, even if she had not told her about it. Kate lay down on the floor. The user was authenticated and connected to Chrono Life. A greeting notification popped up. The manager looked at Kate lying on the floor. Lowering her head down, she asked if this game was really that interesting. Smiling a little, she said that she could try it too. A view of the room opened up. Thanks to this small interest, an unknown master appears in Chrono Life. The starry sky appeared and someone said that now is not about this, but a little later. Kate dealt many quick blows to the hero. The girl looked straight ahead with an angry look. Chuck writhed in pain. Lucas watched this in fear and said that the massive attack was continuing. Everyone, including him, just froze and watched. Mission looked at the guy with the microphone in surprise, and he said that he would take several interviews, asked to greet the PvP specialist. Lucas asked if he could ask her one question before they began. Recently she called the Great Warrior a newbie, right? Could she clarify this situation? Mission looked at the main character in surprise. The guy's clothes were visible. Hesitating, the girl tried to say something. Looking to the side, she said that she, unfortunately, did not recognize him. She knew that the Great Warrior walked in only underwear and a robe, but somehow did not believe it. Looking at the fight, Lucas laughed and said, "So that's it?" Then the second question, how can she comment on this situation? Looking straight, Mission said that she doesn't even know, one side is just being beaten. You could say, so she doesn't know what's possible here. Frowning, the girl thought about why she was even watching this battle. The girl, looking at the fight, added that the war with the Heavenly Kingdom was over and this was a one-on-one battle, she could just leave. But many players stood and looked straight. This thought occurred not only to the girl, but also to all the users who reconnected to the game. The legs of the characters are shown, however, none of them moved from their place. The girls watched what was happening. Despite the fact that the war with the sky was over, they felt it instinctively. Everything was covered in blue. The real war had not even begun yet. Kate was rapidly approaching. Chuck repelled the attack, raising his hand up. Looking to the side, the hero said that it was enough, they would finish it here, return the body to Kate's boss. The girl looked up in surprise. Frowning, the protagonist added that he hadn't killed her yet. Kate opened her eyes in shock. Then she suddenly flew up. The girl clenched her teeth. Lowering her head, she said that humans were truly disgusting, asked how he dared to order her, the sin of jealousy. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Red effects appeared. The essence of the Demon King was activated at 100%. The stone on the girl's hoop lit up, synchronization was launched, interference was 0%, and synchronization was 100. Kate looked forward in surprise and launched the skill. Death Grip was activated. The girl flew up on pink wings. Her wings began to change color. Then claws grew. Mission and Lucas looked up in shock, and he asked if they could see it. Suddenly Miss Kate's wings became huge. The girl was in the sky against the moon, and the guy added, as if these were the hands of the devil himself. The protagonist, perplexed, looked up. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that he would die. Kate accelerated downwards, leaving a pink trail behind her. A huge fist appeared behind the girl. The fist hit the ground, creating an explosion. All the players squinted from the flash. Looking down, Kate screamed angrily. The girl dealt many blows with crushing fists. It was a hidden skill called Death Grip, an exclusive skill of the Demon King. It attacks by converting the Demon King's infinite magical power into physical power. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that Death Grip looks cool. Kate turned to the protagonist and heard that he could also try this ability. The girl suddenly rushed towards the hero and said that he was a pathetic person. This skill was not for freaks like him. Slightly opening his mouth, Chuck said about filling with magic, materializing the ego of cowards. A blue glow began to emanate from the guy. The soul of the polar dragon materialized. A huge dragon appeared behind the protagonist. The players cowered in bewilderment. The girls looked forward in shock. Kate, raising her hands up, thought. The hands of the dragon and the demon suddenly collided. They began to fight. Kate and Chuck stood opposite each other and watched the battle unfold. The girl screamed furiously that he was a pathetic person. How dare he fight with this body and power, she would crush him. The demon's hands grabbed tightly. Throwing his hands behind his head, the guy sighed contentedly. Kate said that he should not make these stupid sounds. The girl, imprisoned in the blue cube, looked down. Then she happily said that the hero should hold on, stop feeling sorry for her, just break all her fingers. Kate was frightened to hear how noisy it was. Why scream like that? No one could hear anyway. The girl turned around and asked what. She could see her. Lena was standing behind the girl, and she screamed her nickname. Smiling, Lena said that yes, and she could hear her deafeningly disgusting squeak perfectly well. Kate looked away in fear and heard that the loser would never hear her, never again. Kate, standing in a blue cube, asked what it meant. It seemed to her that there was something wrong with her words. Smirking, Lena asked about what she really did not understand. She was initially a hindrance. A picture of Chuck and Kate walking together appeared before her eyes, and the girl added that from the very first meeting, she was just a stopper out of boredom. They accidentally met when he was still trying to hide his power. Kate looked at the smiling hero. The main character stood and looked at the girl with brown hair. Kate kicked the protagonist. With an aggressive look, she strangled him. Lena said that even after that, she did not know her place and constantly bothered him, interfered with him, caused nothing but trouble. Smiling widely, she said that she was just unnecessary baggage. Kate clenched her teeth in rage. Looking at the girl, she said that what a damn cockroach, she was asking for trouble again, asked who she was to him. Covering one eye, Lena said that she was his soulmate, their bodies and souls were in step. Laughing, the girl said that it was such nonsense that she couldn't help but laugh, didn't she know that he hated her? Lena looked at the hero lying on the grass. The girl bowed her head down, red particles were visible. Kate said that she was trash, who arranged a bad experience for the first person she met, asked who would love someone like her. Looking at the girl, she added that no matter how she wagged her tail in front of him, he would never love her. Lena sadly lowered her smile. Slightly lowering her head, she said that she didn't know anything about her, but for some reason she opened her mouth. Squinting, she added that unlike her, who only brought trouble, she could cheer up a loser. Pointing her hand down, Lena told her to look at how he was enjoying himself. The demon's hands clasped tightly. Chuck and Kate stood opposite each other, watching the battle. The protagonist closed his eyes in pleasure. Smiling, Lena said that it was she who saved Nolan, and she saved Yopi. Because of this, the ancient beastmen attacked them, and the war with the Heavenly Kingdom ended everything. Kate looked down in surprise and heard that everything that the loser enjoyed in this game happened thanks to her. Putting her hand on her chin, Lena asked what she thought, that the loser hated her. Slightly opening her mouth, she added that she kissed those she hated. Kate opened her mouth wide in surprise. The girl asked again in amazement. Standing opposite each other, Lena said that she kissed him. Lowering her head, the girl added that if she did not believe it, she could show it. Kate watched as Lena disappeared. Blue waves appeared. The demons emanating from the protagonist and the girl continued to fight. Chuck smiled and said that this was already boring, asked if they could end it here. Kate clenched her teeth in rage. Lena suddenly appeared in front of the hero. Smiling, she apologized to the protagonist. Looking up, she said that she had to do something. The hero looked down in surprise. The girl kissed the protagonist sharply. Chuck was perplexed, and the girl continued a mission, and Lucas looked forward in surprise. The players froze in stunned silence. Kate, standing in a blue cube, looked down. The girl's mouth opened wide in surprise. Kate's eyes filled with tears. There were dragon hands near Chuck. The red and dragon hands clasped. The protagonist held his head. The enraged girl asked how he dared to fight with this body and power. The hands continued to fight. Chuck was delighted. The girl asked him not to make those sounds. Lena appeared in front of him. Smiling, she said that she had to do something. She kissed the protagonist. Chuck was surprised. Chloe was in the barrier. She was dumbfounded. A purple glow appeared in the sky. Riot was unconscious. A light aura enveloped him. The girl was confused. She was hiding behind a tree. She was confused. The girl ran up to Riot. She sat down next to him and asked if he was okay and asked him to come to his senses. Sweat was running down Riot's face. He stood up and asked where he was. The girl answered that it was a forest near a village at the front. Holding his head, Riot wondered if he was in the human world. He looked at the girl and asked who she was. The girl answered that she was a flower that holds the starlight, but he could just call her Julie. Riot asked if she had saved him. Star replied that she hadn't and that she had just happened to be there. Riot suddenly grabbed his stomach. He fell to the ground. Frowning, he wondered in his mind if the place where Lena had hit him still hurt. A dumbfounded Julie asked what she should do, noting that they had been in such a hurry that she hadn't even brought a recovery potion. Smiling, she exclaimed that she had one. She took out a sweet potato. A message popped up saying that it was a tuber rich in vitamins and minerals, a sweet food item that could be eaten and that it restored a small amount of health. Julie handed it over and asked him to eat it. Lying on the ground, Riot assumed that it wouldn't do any good, adding that his level was too high for the sweet potato to restore more than 1% of his health. Julie dumped a bunch of tubers out of her bag and exclaimed that it was okay and that she had plenty of sweet potatoes. Looking at the pile of sweet potatoes, Riot asked her if she meant to say that she didn't have any recovery potions with her, but she had a lot of sweet potatoes. Star replied that sweet potatoes were lighter and cheaper than recovery potions, and new users often came for them, so she always carried about 1,000 with her. Smiling, Riot said that she was an interesting girl, but he didn't have the strength to eat anything anymore. Julie stuffed a sweet potato into his mouth. She cried out with a smile that he didn't have to worry and that she would feed him all of her herself. The starry sky covered the forest. The plot tells us that this is how Riot regained his health. His stomach was swollen. Stars were visible in the sky. Lena was kissing Chuck. She put her hands behind her back. She let go of him. Embarrassed, Lena said that she was very excited and finally kissed him for the second time after their last kiss. The protagonist wiped his lips with his hand. He asked her with a displeased look what she was doing in the middle of the battle. Smiling, Lena replied that 50% was her desire and the other 50%. A clap was heard from her hands. Holding her hand to her face, Lena noted that they were supposed to help the sin of jealousy realize something. The girl rushed at them. She kicked Chuck. Kate began to strike him many times. Frowning, the protagonist cried out that he could not collect himself. He activated the hidden skill, the speed of light. He began to move around the battlefield at great speed. Bouncing off the ground, Chuck thought that Kate could not hear him anyway since the sin of jealousy took control of her body from her. The protagonist rushed at her and noted that he would simply knock her out gently. He looked at her back. Tears were streaming down Kate's face. Chuck was taken aback by this. He stopped behind her. Powerful gusts of wind enveloped the people. Squinting, the girl wondered if it was a hurricane. She noticed that it was not so and that the great warrior had simply stepped onto the ground and that was all. She covered her face with her hand and emphasized that such a shock wave arose. Chuck's face was serious. The surprised protagonist asked if Boss Love had come to her senses. Kate did not react at all. Chuck was puzzled. Holding the baton behind his back, the protagonist said that he was very glad, noting that she had been controlled by the sin of jealousy all this time. Chuck laughed and noted that he was constantly trying to attack him using her body and it was very strange. The protagonist clarified if he could attack his only boss in response. Pointing his finger, Chuck said that she really became the main boss after becoming the Demon King. He asked if she remembered that if the main boss dies, the character returns to the initial settings. Chuck smiled and said that he was glad she came back. He silently looked at Kate. The protagonist sighed. He seriously noted that he would only ask one thing. He looked at the tearful Kate and asked if she was crying because of him. Tears were streaming down her face. Kate, who was turned away, told him that she became famous at a very young age. Continuing to cry, she said that she had to go through a lot because of her parents, so she did not communicate with anyone for some time. She remembered standing on the stage. She was sitting in front of a torn toy. She was sitting at the computer. A white light was coming from the monitor. Kate's face was serious. She remembered standing on the stage and noted that after some time she returned to the stage again. Smiling, Kate said that this is how she became herself. Chuck was standing behind her. Kate assumed that this was the reason why she still expressed her feelings so awkwardly. She remembered mocking the main character and noted that she yelled at him, got angry and irritated. Tearful Kate said that it was like seeing the opposite sex for the first time as a child. She remembered holding a microphone as a child and saying that she felt like her soul was in her 5-year-old body. She said with a smile that she was like a little girl who couldn't express her feelings properly. Upset, Kate said that she actually liked Chuck a lot. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Kate turned around. She looked at Chuck and repeated that she liked him. Smiling, she said that she liked him a lot. The guys watched what was happening in surprise. Surprised, Lucas asked what happened. People were watching them and assumed that they were talking about something, but they were too far away to hear anything. Grinning, Lucas suggested sneaking up and listening, adding that he was too curious. The girl was sitting on the bed. Looking at the phone, she heard Lucas's voice, who noted that he would watch from there for now. The girl thought about Kate with a sad look. Kate stood in front of him and asked if Chuck remembered that she had confessed to him on the beach not long ago. She stood next to the protagonist with an embarrassed look. Chuck looked at her in surprise. Kate glanced at him. Looking at him, Kate noticed that he had not answered her, but she did not care because she was afraid to rush him. Lowering her head, she said that she thought that Chuck would reject her and everything would fall apart, so she pretended that it was better not to know anything. She remembered how Julie looked at them. A memory of how they looked at each other appeared in Kate's head. Red wings grew on her. Kate said that she enjoyed all the moments spent with him. A tear fell to the ground. Kate imagined how Lena kissed him. She was dumbfounded. Smiling, Kate emphasized that now she wanted to hear the answer. Approaching Chuck, she asked if she could love him. The protagonist was surprised. He blushed at this. He was shocked. A dumbfounded Chuck mentally asked if he had misheard and if Kate liked him. All the memories in his head cracked and he asked if that confession was a joke. A confused Chuck thought that she acted like usual in the game after that, so he decided that she was just fooling around. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The dumbfounded protagonist asked her not to fool around. Kate was sad. He was annoyed by this. He mentally screamed that this couldn't be true. He imagined Kate #1 on the charts and noted that she was very popular and #1 among idols. He imagined Kate singing and noted that she was a singer, but also appeared in popular doramas. He imagined Kate on the set. She was sitting in front of a guy on a show. She was standing next to a monster. An image of Kate popped into his head and he thought that on TV, on the internet, and in the street, her face was everywhere. Her face was on the buildings. Looking at Kate, the protagonist wondered if they wanted to tell him that this Kate had fallen in love with him. He was shocked. Chuck was very embarrassed and mentally asked if she had fallen in love with someone like him. White wings were visible in the sky. Lena was flying towards them. She was watching them. Lena was trembling and laughing. Embarrassed, Lena said that the loser was doing well. Biting her finger, she said that there was only one last step left. He put his hand behind his head and laughed in his mind. Holding the back of his head, Chuck mentally noted that no matter how much he thought about it, it was impossible. He wondered how a star could fall in love with someone like him. Pointing his finger at Kate, the protagonist asked if she was joking now and whether she wanted to film his reaction on a hidden camera. He noticed that he had guessed right away. Tears were streaming down Kate's face. Lena appeared between them. Smiling, she said that this was the reaction of his reality, and the girl he had accidentally met in the game turned out to be a famous idol who fell in love with him for no reason. She said that it was so unlikely and unrealistic that it wasn't even a children's story for elementary school students. Looking down, she noted that if this happened in reality, no one would believe it. Lena asked with a smile if this was true. Kate listened to them silently. She was crying. Looking at them, Kate said that everything was clear to her. Her face was serious. She smiled slightly. Kate, with a forced smile, thanked Chuck for answering. A notification popped up that the conditions for awakening the sin of jealousy had been met. A red glow began to emanate from Kate. The surprised protagonist asked again. Lena smiled. She noted with a satisfied look in her mind that she had finally succeeded. The crown on Kate's head began to glow. Red energy began to flow out of it. Chuck was taken aback by this. Kate began to transform. Dumbfounded, Lucas asked if the subscribers could see it. He looked at Kate and said that red liquid was gushing out of Kate and she was rising higher and higher into the air. The girl was dumbfounded. Looking at the liquid, Lucas said that it was moving really strangely, as if it were alive. The red sphere surrounded Kate. The sphere closed. The girl was scared. All the people were surprised. The protagonist watched this. He was shocked. The red sphere flew towards them. It landed next to Chuck. The protagonist was scared. Standing in front of the sphere, the protagonist tried to call out to Kate. The sphere cracked. The sphere split. Chuck was dumbfounded. Red energy began to flow out of the sphere. A huge beam shot out of the sphere. Smiling, Lena said that this was the extermination skill that Kate used so often. The mana streams flew in different directions. Hugo's mouth opened in surprise. He looked at the powerful mana streams in fear. There was a powerful explosion. Fragments flew around. The energy began to destroy the earth. People flew in different directions. People were struck by the powerful mana. The guys tried to escape from the explosion. Stunned, Chuck watched what was happening. He frowned. Looking at the red clot, he tried to call Kate. Smiling, Lena said that it was no longer Kate. Looking at the sphere, she said that this was the sin of jealousy. Frowning, the protagonist mentally asked how this happened. Looking at the split sphere, Chuck wondered why Kate became this monster. Red energy began to flow from the ball. The protagonist was taken aback by this. The sphere exploded. Chuck grabbed a club. There was a powerful explosion. The protagonist reflected the powerful energy with a blow. There was an explosion. Clouds of dust surrounded him. Chuck saw a pink glow in the sky. He was surprised. Many explosions enveloped the planet. The protagonist watched what was happening. He frowned at this. Chuck tried to call Kate with a serious expression. Lena looked at him and said that it was impressive, noting that the skill extermination used the infinite mana of the Demon King to shoot, and no one could have thought that they would not disappear after the losers counterattack and fall to the ground. Smirking, Lena asked what Chuck was going to do, noting that if things were left like this, the human world would end. Looking at the sphere, Lena said that Kate would no longer be able to return to her previous appearance because she had merged 100% with the sin of jealousy, and this is another of his features. Lena started laughing and said that she was worried because given Kate's character, she would be very upset to find out that she killed so many people, and even if she left the game, the character would remain the same. Lena raised her hand to her face and asked if it would be better if she died by his hand. Chuck's face was serious. Looking around, the protagonist stated that he would have done it even if she hadn't told him. Lena happily stated that it was the right decision. She looked at the protagonist and asked him to kill Kate right now. Looking away, Chuck said that he was quick and asked Lena not to go anywhere. He noted with an enraged look that she would be next. The protagonist jumped into the air. Lena had a smile on her face. She stated with a satisfied look that she would wait for him. She remembered how she looked at the monster. Lena was watching them from the air. She stated with a smile that she was jealous and wanted to kill Kate. Turning away, she emphasized the fact that they would have to wait, and in any case, soon he himself would kill her and become hers. Turning around, Lena said that she wanted this for the sake of the end of Chrono life. She was embarrassed. Looking at the stars, Lena noticed that she had been waiting for this moment all this time. Chuck was next to the sphere. He apologized to Kate with a serious expression. He squeezed the stick in his hand and noted that he would do it. He struck with the club. A powerful blow was heard. A voice began to come from the sphere. Chuck's blow destroyed half the earth. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He held the stick in front of him. The earth in front of him was destroyed. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that he would do it quickly and painlessly. He saw a bright glow. The sphere was above his head. Dumbfounded, Chuck mentally asked himself why he had failed. The sphere was preparing for a powerful attack. It fired a powerful laser at the protagonist. Chuck looked at the flow of energy. He struck many attacks and used a continuous cut. The orange beam glowed brightly. Red clots of mana were visible in the sky. Magic balls flew at him. The protagonist swung his weapon and shouted that he could just blow them up before they hit the ground. He saw red gusts of energy. He blocked the attack. Orange energy flew into red clots. The sky was covered in a red glow. Lena watched from the side. She said with a satisfied face that this was a large scale, as if she was looking at the end of the world. Looking away, she asked if this was true. The creator appeared next to her. He said with a smile that he didn't even know and this planet wasn't so weak to call it the end of the world. Smiling, Lena asked that even though the destruction from one hit of the continuous cut could have destroyed it not long ago. The creator replied that the protagonist was too strong. He smirked and said that he would definitely have to stand up for defense. Lena looked at him. She sighed. Walking to Chuck, Lena asked what happened to the human world, noting that he would be too busy preparing for the end. The creator noted with a satisfied look that it was too early to say so. Surprised, Lena asked if the sin of jealousy was still full. Looking ahead, the creator said that it was filled to the brim. He remembered how people were shocked by the explosion and said that it was due to the recent mass explosions. Watching the fight, the creator emphasized that when he said it was too early, he was referring to the result of this fight. He smirked and said that if jealousy wins, then there will be no need for any ending ever again. Lena laughed and asked if he meant that a loser can lose to jealousy. The creator smirked and said that it was. Standing on the ruins, he said that if she did not believe it, then she should take a closer look, noting that the sin of jealousy was much stronger than she thought. Chuck looked at the monster. The red ball began to make sounds. His face was serious. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist thought that he had attacked it with all his might, but it was not even injured. He wondered if this thing had the ability to regenerate or if it was able to dodge even with its huge size. He sighed. Standing in front of the monster, he said that it couldn't be helped. It began to disappear. Chuck jumped onto the ball. He stood on top of the sphere. He said with a dissatisfied look that he would have to get closer and hit properly. The ball was split. A crack appeared on the sphere. The monster began to scream loudly. Grinning, the protagonist asked if the ball could dodge when it flew from above on the top of his head. The ball fell apart. Chuck was surprised. The protagonist was sealed in the monster. The creator with a mad look said that the unique feature of the sin of jealousy is that it merges with its target and takes everything from them. The ball flew into the air. Looking at the sky, the creator noticed that the monster was jealous of its target, hating it and corrupting it. Looking at the sphere, he emphasized that in the end, sin takes everything from the target. Grinning, the creator said that he had taken the body of a man named Kate in the same way, but the most feared thing was that it could absorb everything, regardless of whether it was alive or not. An explosion came from the ball. The creator was dumbfounded. Chuck's silhouette was visible in the clouds of dust. The furious protagonist asked how dare it absorb him. He jumped back from the sin. A fiery aura enveloped Chuck. He rushed at the monster. He dealt a powerful blow to it. Black blood flew out of the sphere. Frowning, the protagonist used the speed of light. He began to attack the sphere with lightning speed. The ball began to crack. Chuck prepared to attack. He noted with an angry look that this was the final blow. He swung his club. He dealt a powerful blow to the monster. There was a huge explosion. Lena watched the fight. Looking at the creator, she noticed that he said that jealousy can defeat a loser. Looking at the cloud of smoke, she wondered if this was not the greatest shame of all the sins. Chuck was floating in the air. Holding the stick behind his back, he assumed that he was finished. The protagonist saw a red glow. He saw a red liquid on the ground. Frowning, Chuck asked if this sin was still alive. The substance tried to move. It began to disappear into the ground. The protagonist watched this. Dumbfounded, he mentally asked if the sin had been absorbed into the ground. Lena was surprised. Smiling, the creator asked if he said that his most terrible feature was that it could absorb both living and non-living things. The red liquid crawled on the ground. The dumbfounded protagonist declared that now the sin of jealousy had merged with the entire continent of chrono life. There was a smirk on the creator's face. A huge monster began to appear in front of the protagonist. Dumbfounded, he wondered what it was. Looking at the sin, Chuck wondered how much larger it was going to get. The monster began to transform. The liquid was intertwined into a single substance. The protagonist was dumbfounded. He saw how the monster's mouth appeared. Chuck looked at the huge fangs of the sin. A huge dragon appeared in front of him. The protagonist looked at the huge monster. The dragon's eyes glowed red. A message popped up that this was the sin of jealousy Leviathan. Surprised, Chuck mentally wondered if this was the true face of the sin of jealousy. He was suddenly dumbfounded. He saw a dark silhouette on his head. On his head was Kate. Her eyes were closed. Chuck was dumbfounded. Looking at the monster, he asked if this was Kate. The creator began to laugh loudly. His gaze was crazy. Standing on the ground, he noticed that here they were. There was a smile on Lena's face. The protagonist frowned. He looked at Kate. The creator suggested watching what choice her friend would make. He noted with satisfaction whether the door would open. Chuck hovered near the dragon. The creator emphasized that it depended on the outcome of this battle. The monster rose among the mountains. The particles of mucus grew together. The protagonist looked at its scales. The sin of jealousy, the sea dragon Leviathan, appeared in front of him. Chuck looked at it in surprise. Seeing the silhouette of the girl on the monster, he wondered what it was, and there was something on his head. Kate was on the dragon. The guy looked at her in shock. The dragon opened its mouth, and seeing the girl, it called her. The creator looked madly and laughed. He stood with his hands in his pockets with Lena and said that here they were. Looking at the girl, he offered to watch. Looking at the frowning Chuck, he asked what choice her friend would make. He looked at Kate with his eyes closed. The creator smiled and said that whether the door would open depended on this battle. Chuck levitated in front of Leviathan. He stood in the clouds with a club. The guy looked at Kate with alarm. Chuck was surprised to hear claps. He turned around and saw Eurus. The guy looked at him with surprise. The dragon happily stretched out its paws to hug him. It jumped on the guy's face and said that it was back. Eurus scratched his hair and said that as he ordered, he left the little human girl in a safe place, and the guy replied that maybe he could take his paw out of his mouth. Leviathan quickly approached the guy. It hit Chuck and he flew away. The main character grinned and blood flew from his mouth. An explosion occurred on the ground in front of the dragon. The main character sat at the place of the blow and said that he was a coward. He was talking about why he was attacking. An alarmed Eurus flew up to the guy, who said that everything was fine except for the bad mood. There was a red flash. The guy looked at the ball inside the monster's mouth. Chuck frowned, swung his club and asked if the extermination skill was the only thing he could do. He looked at the monster and said that he would tear its face into small pieces. The guy turned his attention to Kate. He looked at her in surprise. The protagonist raised his club. He brought it down. Eurus looked at him in surprise as the guy stood calmly. He stretched out his paws in bewilderment. Leviathan launched a stream with his mouth at the guy. Chuck stood there, and a frightened Eurus flew away. There was a powerful explosion. Eurus turned over in fear and screamed. He bounced off the ground. The dragon fell and got a bump on his head. The beaten Eurus lay on the ground and said that he survived only thanks to excess fat. The dragon sat up and looked at the column of dust, thinking about Chuck. He looked at the destroyed earth. Eurus thought in shock that the Demon King's magic was much stronger than usual, so even Chuck, having received such a concentrated blow, could die. He looked forward in fear and took the guy. The dragon flew around anxiously and looked for him. Chuck stepped on the ground. Eurus looked at him happily and called. He flew up to the guy and said that he was glad that he was safe. He really was incredible. Chuck stood silently. The dragon looked at him in surprise. He looked at him in fear and asked if something was wrong. He flew nearby and remembered how the guy lowered the club, asked if in fact he could have counterattacked, but interrupted his attack. Right. Eurus looked at the sad guy and asked if it was because of Kate. The guy with a serious face answered that apparently yes. He remembered how Lena laughed behind him and said that given Kate's character, she would be very upset to learn that she killed so many people. The guy imagined her smiling, raising her hand and asking if it would be better if Kate died by his hand. Chuck remembered standing in front of Lena and saying that he would have done it even if she hadn't said so. He stood there holding a club and saying that he seemed to have decided to kill her, so why didn't it work out? Eurus smiled maliciously. The guy looked at him and asked why he made such a face. The dragon smiled and asked if it was love. The protagonist got angry and stretched his cheeks, saying that he was joking in such a serious situation. Eurus laughed and said that he was thinking, what was he dragging it out? It was so unlike him. The dragon looked at Leviathan and said that in his right mind he would have knocked down such a monster with one blow. The protagonist grinned and pulled the cheeks of his companion, who asked if he was dating Kate now. The guy was embarrassed and, closing his eyes, said that she was a top idol in reality. Why would she fall in love with someone like him? He remembered standing with his hand outstretched in front of her and asking if she was rehearsing some role. The guy imagined her crying, and he said that he immediately guessed and laughed. Kate was smiling, crying and thanking him for the answer. Chuck bit his lip. He was holding the dragon and said that, besides, they had already discussed everything while he was gone. Eurus grinned and said that in fact it was even for the best. This dragon symbiosis of Kate and the sin of jealousy let him send it far away into space without unnecessary regrets. The main character sadly lowered his head. He let go of the dragon's cheek. Closing his eyes, he replied that he was going to do that. The guy remembered Kate and the dragon's head and doubted himself. He looked at the club under his cloak. The sweet potato flew at him. The guy looked at the vegetable in his mouth in surprise. Eurus put it in his mouth. Chuck looked at the sky and asked what it was, and the dragon answered that it was a sweet potato. Julie gave it to him, said to give it to him if he was hungry. Eurus looked at the disgruntled guy and said that he understood the situation and asked why he was eating sweet potatoes. It was not like him. The dragon grinned and suggested leaving all his worries about a clogged throat for later, and as always, show them a cool game devoid of unnecessary thoughts. He looked at the surprised Chuck with a sweet potato and said that because smart people should think and it doesn't suit him. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. He closed it and smiled. The main character held a vegetable and said that Eurus was right. He crushed the sweet potato in his fist. The guy happily spat out a piece. He raised his club. The main character stood in front of a formidable monster. Frowning, Chuck swung his stick and said that he had eaten enough sweet potatoes. He swung his club. The guy struck from below and hit Leviathan with flames. The dragon screamed in the fire. Chuck stood in front of the monster holding a club. The dragon quickly crawled. It moved furiously along the ground around the guy. Leviathan opened its mouth and roared. The protagonist grinned, saying that he was quick. He managed to get out of the affected area. He was the first after Nolan of Gluttony who was able to dodge his attack. The dragon dove underground. It sank head first. Chuck quickly flew up to it. He smiled and said that in this case, you can do as last time, hit close. The guy grinned and swung his stick. The dragon flew up and roared. Leviathan raised its head and screamed in pain. The protagonist flew next to him. He hit it and the monster flew away. The guy beat his opponent from all sides. Alarmed, Eurus grabbed him by the collar and asked how about aiming at Kate's body. He flew with the guy to the dragon and said that they should think about it, since it sticks out like that in plain sight, maybe it's a weak spot for attack. The guy looked at Kate. Frowning, he looked at his companion and asked if it was a weak spot, if he wanted him to attack defenseless Kate like in the game with moles. Eurus imagined Chuck kissing a girl and said that in such moments a kiss is needed. He grimaced and said that this is a traditional way to wake up a sleeping beauty, a hot French kiss. The guy grabbed his lips and closed his mouth. Chuck jumped up and threw Eurus back. He flew forward and asked what kind of kiss of a sleeping beauty. They are not in a fairy tale. The main character smiled and activated the unique skill of the swordsman's spirit. A sword lit up in his chest. The soul of the sword glowed and notifications about the activation of a unique skill, the spirit of the swordsman, rebirth appeared. The game reported an increase in the level of the swordsman's spirit. Available skills were added. The guy smiled, swung his club and used a two-handed strike. A window about a two-handed strike appeared. You need to hold the weapon with both hands and hit with all your might. The guy smiled and swung his club. The flames headed towards Leviathan. The fire was approaching its mouth. A stream of flames was visible from space. Chuck stood on the ground, throwing his club over his shoulder. He smiled and said that the last sin was defeated. The creator smiled and said that it was not so. Lena looked at the guy, who pointed his hand up. He smiled and said that he had said so, a feature of the sin of jealousy. The creator pointed his finger and said that he could merge with both the living and the inanimate. The main character stood in surprise. He looked forward in shock. The guy was surprised. He looked at the red moon and asked if he had merged with the moon. Leviathan made sounds. He opened his mouth. The roar of the monster struck the planet. He headed to Earth. The dragon moon was approaching the planet. It was getting closer and creating a shadow on the Earth. The monster looked at the standing guy. The dragon was examining the protagonist. Chuck was standing with a club. He frowned. The protagonist was standing in front of the monster. Eurus grabbed his face and screamed in shock that he had merged with the moon and was planning to fall on their heads. He flew in a circle around the guy and asked what they should do if he fell on them. The planet would end. Chuck smiled and said that he was impudent and asked if he had decided to destroy the planet in front of his eyes. The protagonist grinned, saying that since he was so brave, he would show him something more impressive than destroying the planet. A magic circle appeared around him. The guy, smiling, launched the activation of the 8 mirrors skill. He became huge, using a magnifying glass. A window appeared with information about the glass, which increases the size of the owner in accordance with the amount of mana. Leviathan flew to the planet. He looked at her in surprise. The dragon was looking at the Earth. A huge Chuck was emerging from it. The main character was standing up, holding a club. He stepped on the planet. The guy was standing, holding the ground with his hand. Chuck was standing in front of the monster on the planet and smiling. The main character smiled and activated the Titan Spirit skill. A projection of the Titan appeared above him. The game said that with the Titan Spirit skill, the user gains the power of a Titan, increases damage and attack range by 1000% for the duration of the skill. The guy raised the club and performed a combination of the magnifying glass and Titan Spirit skills, an improved version of the Planet Destroyer. Chuck smiled, raising the club and using the Universe Destroyer. He launched a fiery stream. The guy swung the stick and directed the flame forward. It flew straight at the monster. The fire hit Leviathan. The dragon disappeared into the flames. It split into particles. The fiery stream pierced the entire cosmos. The guy looked at the stars. Kate was flying among the fragments. The girl was hovering with her eyes closed. The guy put his arm around her shoulder. He was hugging the sleeping Kate. Chuck was flying in space, holding her in his arms. He smiled and called her to go home. She was sleeping in his arms. The main character was flying to the ground with his footprint. The plot moves us to the city. The sun was shining over the houses. People were entering the building. We see the emblem of the Adventurers Guild. The plot shows us various certificates and tells us that registration, a qualification test, and rank promotion are held here. This place is the link between receiving a quest and issuing a reward. We see different people and the plot says that this is the place where you can get any information about Chrono Life. It is always full of people. We see an energy node. The girl twisted her finger and controlled it. She put her hand on her cheek and said that no matter how much she thought about it, it was terribly annoying. The mission sat, leaning her elbows on the table, and said that lately nothing at all was happening in Chrono Life. The girl sat opposite Hugo with food and asked if this was true. The man ate meat in silence. He laughed and asked what was so mad about. Wasn't peacetime wonderful? Hugo looked at the bored girl and said that freedom, romance, travel, that was the real Chrono Life. She knitted her eyebrows and raised a finger, saying that it worked. He was usually such a slob. Mission closed her eyes and said that she applied to join his team because he had a funny concept when they met during the battle with the Heavenly Kingdom. He put his empty mug on the table. The man sat opposite and said that yes, that was all true, but let her think about it again. Slowly, didn't she think that such an abundance of events lately was strange? He bit into the meat and said that from Nolan gluttony to the recent sin of jealousy, the main quests that Chrono Life hadn't even announced yet came flooding in at once and flew before their eyes in an instant. Misha put her hand to her cheek and said that it was actually strange. Usually the main storyline quests in online games are updated every 6 months or even a year. Hugo held the meat and replied that it was not at all profitable for the company for the main storyline to go too fast. They also have to make money somehow, and long-lived games provide a stable profit. Frowning, he asked why the Chrono Life company decided to develop the main storyline so quickly. The girl put her hand to her chin and thought. She closed her eyes and asked if it was because of the Great Panty Warrior. He could have accidentally broken the quest system, and the man agreed with her. Misha looked away with a start. They looked at the surprised people behind them. Hugo smiled and congratulated the youth, saying that it seemed that something had happened again, just like she wanted. They approached the crowd and the man said that now they would see what they needed to see to make such a fuss. The girl holding the door looked ahead in shock. She looked in surprise. They were standing on the street and looking at a huge eye in the sky. The plot shows us an eye in the sky and tells us that on the day when everything turned an unpleasant green color and a huge eye appeared in the sky, all users understood exactly. A crowd of people looked up in shock on the street. Many numbers flashed and Chrono Life came to an end. We see a building. Kate was sleeping on the bed in the room. She was lying on her side. A toy in the form of Chuck was standing above her. The girl was sleeping. She dreamed of how she walked in front of the main character and said that she was like a very little girl who did not know how to express her feelings normally. The girl saw herself crying in her sleep and saying that in fact she really liked him. She dreamed of a surprised guy. She was lying on a pillow. Kate saw herself approaching him and saying that she liked him really, really much. She dreamed that she was crying in front of him and smiling. The girl woke up and blushed and thought how shameful it was. She covered her face and waved her legs, thinking that it was very shameful. The girl was embarrassedly beating a toy Chuck and was ashamed. The manager was touched, looking at Kate and imagining how she was crying and saying that she wanted to hear an answer whether she could love Chuck. She portrayed Kate, imagining her next to her and saying that she was like a little girl who did not know how to express her feelings normally. The girl, sitting on the bed, threw her things at her and screamed that she said that she was too far away and nothing could be heard. Let him not tease her since he did not know anything. The manager, smiling, said that she said yesterday that she would start dating him in 3 years, so I could not stand it and confess now. Kate looked in surprise, holding a pillow in her hand. She remembered how the girl frowned and asked if he was an adult, and prison was just a room. Kate put her finger to her chin and thought. She put her hand on her waist and showed 3 fingers and said, first let him fall in love with her, and then wait 3 years until he comes of age. She pressed her lips together and blushed. The girl put down the pillow. She looked down embarrassedly and said that she was going to do so. Kate remembered how Lena kissed Chuck and cried looking at it. She looked down upset and tears rolled down. The manager frowned and looked at the crying girl and asked if she was going to whine again. Kate looked at her nervously and said that she also saw him kissing a cockroach. The manager smiled sweetly and said not to pay much attention to what happened in the game, because if she kills someone in the game, she does not become a killer in reality, so a kiss online is just an electronic touch of lips. The tearful girl was surprised. The manager watched her hugging the toy and thought that although in reality there is a big difference between him finishing off and kissing someone in the game, but she could not think of anything else to comfort her. The girl sat down on her bed. Smiling, she said that it was enough to cry and think that everything was over. It was better to let her get his first real kiss. Kate looked at her in surprise, holding the toy, and agreed. She smiled at the manager and said that she was simply the best, a master of love relationships. The girl turned to her and said that in any case, she seemed to have finally cheered up and asked what she planned to do now. The manager remembered the guy in front of the dragon and said that she had not connected to the game after that day. She watched as Kate hugged the toy and said that she had a free schedule today, so let her go into the game and meet with Panties, stop torturing his plush version. Kate smiled and asked if she thought so, and the doorbell rang. The girls turned around in surprise at the doorbell. The guy was standing at the door and ringing it. He pressed the button. Chuck was standing in front of the door and continued to ring. The girls looked at him through the screen in shock. He calmly looked at the door, asking if Kate was there and if she could spare him some time. The girl jumped anxiously and asked why he was suddenly here. The manager frowned, raised her finger and told her to stop being hysterical because they were very lucky. She smiled, raised her hand and said that the first law of relationships is that the one with stronger feelings makes the first move, and this is proof that Chuck is very worried about her now. The girl smiled, drawing her eyebrows together, and said that this is her chance, let her meet and seduce him. Overexcited Kate held the phone and agreed with her. The manager closed her eyes, grabbed the walking girl by the hood and stopped her. Smirking, she asked if she was going to go to him in these sweatpants. If she was going to go to the battlefield, she had to be fully armed. The girl turned around in surprise. The main character was standing in the hallway. He was looking at Kate's messages on his phone that she would be leaving soon. The guy was looking at his phone and thinking that she should have already left. More than 10 minutes had passed since her message. He turned around at the creaking door. Chuck looked away smiling and asked if she was ready. He parked on the first floor. He was surprised and blushed. Kate was standing in front of him in beautiful clothes. She tucked her hair behind her ear. The girl looked at him sweetly and offered to go. Chuck blushed and looked at her. Standing in front of her in the hallway, he was embarrassed and agreed. The plot moves us to the city. They were driving in a car on the road. The guys were embarrassed and did not look at each other. The main character said, smiling, that the weather was nice, right? And she answered embarrassedly. The girl blushed and looked ahead. She closed her eyes, saying that they seemed to have decided that he would call her by her name, not her nickname. They smiled silently, looking at the road. The guy looked at the embarrassed Kate and called her miss, and she asked without formalities. He coughed into his hand and looked ahead embarrassedly. Closing his eyes, he called the surprised Kate by name. She anxiously pressed her lips. The girl smiled. She looked at him sweetly and asked what he wanted, calling him Appa. Chuck blushed and turned around embarrassedly. They turned away embarrassedly and he asked what kind of Appa, and she said that she just decided to joke, and anyway, he is older than her, so everything is correct. The guys smiled shyly. The main character blushed and was nervous. He closed his eyes and said with a smile that he wanted to ask her something. He closed his eyes in front of the shocked girl and said that she had recently confessed to him in Chrono Life and asked if it was sincere. He looked away and laughed, asking if she was joking. He was a confirmed loner, so he didn't understand such jokes well. The girl blushed. She looked at him and said that it wasn't so, there wasn't even 1% of a joke. They were driving down the road. The guy was upset and blushed. He remembered how he had held out his hand in front of her in the game, saying that she was joking, that she wanted to film his reaction with a hidden camera and post it online. Chuck remembered how she had cried, and he said that he had guessed right away. He closed his eyes while driving, apologized and said that he hadn't known that she was serious, that he had acted stupid. She watched anxiously as he said that he simply could not believe that a star like Kate could like someone like him alone. The girl was embarrassed, asking why did he always say that time too? She remembered how he squirmed and said that no matter how much he thought about it, how could a star like Kate fall in love with someone like him? The girl tilted her head at him and said that he usually acted so confidently in the game, walking around in his underwear, so why did he suddenly become so shy? He looked seriously ahead. The car slowed down. They stopped and the guy said that they had arrived, offering to get out first. Kate shook her head and asked where they were. Weren't they going to the beach like last time? Chuck stood near the car and smiled, saying that this was the one-room zone. They were standing on the street and he said that he lived here until recently. The girl adjusted her bag and thought about the house where Panties lived. She looked at him and asked if he had always lived in their complex, and he answered that how could such an ordinary guy like him afford such an expensive place. He imagined himself handing her a plate and asking if she remembered how he came to give her a rice cake, and that was when he moved in. Chuck smiled and looked away and said that before that he had lived here, in the one room, all the time, from birth until he was 21. The guys were standing by the car and looking at the house. Looking at the smiling girl, he offered to come in. She was surprised. The girl blushed in shock. She was kneeling on the floor in the room. Kate pursed her lip in embarrassment. She looked down shyly. The girl was kneeling, thinking about the fact that she and Chuck were alone in the same room. He was standing in the kitchen and turning around said that there was nothing to drink, offering to go buy coffee. The main character sat on the floor and watched her drink water from the tap in surprise. He smiled, looking at her. The guy looked away and said that the reason he decided to meet her today was to show her this place. Smiling, the guy said that he wanted to tell her his story. Chuck scratched his head and closed his eyes and said that only when it was really time to tell, he began to feel awkward, afraid. It was not an interesting story at all, and she was unlikely to be curious. Kate blushed and answered that she was curious. She sat smiling and said that he had never told her about himself before. She wanted to listen to his story. Chuck looked at her embarrassedly, holding his head. She took the phone and turned on the audio recording. The guy looked down embarrassedly. He sat next to her and said that in fact, he did not like to tell others about himself. That's why he had not tried to do it until today. Chuck remembered sitting with Julie and saying that he had tried to talk to her, of course, but hadn't told her a word of truth. He smiled, but looked at the girl and said that she had asked him recently why he always said just. The guy remembered her looking at him and sitting in the car, saying that he was usually so confident in the game, walking around in his underwear, so why had he suddenly become so shy? He smiled and said that it was because in real life he was a completely ordinary person. Chuck imagined himself as a teenager and said that he had an ordinary appearance and height, was not a great student, and was not good at sports either. He imagined his house, saying that this is what his family looked like as he saw it. The protagonist introduced an element of the game and said that if his life was described in game terms, bronze 4, nothing more. Looking at the surprised Kate, he said that if according to the entrance scores, then somewhere around the 8th or 9th rank, in simple words, at the very bottom. Chuck looked at the folded mattress and said that his parents were so busy with work that they almost never came home, so since he grew up, he was always alone. Smiling, he said that, however, in fact, he did not feel unhappy because his parents sent him enough money so that he would not lose heart, and there are a lot of people in the world who had it worse than him. He looked down sadly and said that although it was a little boring. Kate looked at him, touched. Chuck burst into tears, telling that he really began to feel unhappy after 20, because as he became an adult, they stopped supporting him financially. Although sometimes they sent small amounts as pocket money, so he had to take 2 or 3 part-time jobs a day to earn a living. He remembered the city at night, saying that this is how he survived every day. Imagining how he walked alone along the street, he said that after work he dragged his tired body home, and it began to seem to him that his whole life would pass like this. The guy remembered looking up and saying that he accidentally raised his head. He imagined looking at the screen with game capsules. He looked tiredly and thought that he had never seen game capsules in real life, only on video. The main character remembered how, looking at the screen, he thought that as a child he only played on a computer or phone. At that time, augmented reality games were too expensive to buy them with pocket money. He looked at the screen sadly. The main character remembered how he came to the gaming club and was greeted there. Chuck shook his head in front of a man who asked what game he would like to play. The guy remembered how he looked at the screens and asked what game was the most popular lately. There were many numbers on the screen and notifications appeared that the VR device was being activated, the retina was being scanned. The system reported that the user authorization was complete. The guy remembered how the connection to Chrono Life went. Chuck imagined how he saw the field in the game for the first time. He looked at the city. The protagonist remembered how he stood with a stick in the middle of the street with people. Chuck looked ahead. Various players turned to look at him. He imagined how he looked at the people at the shops. The guy smiled. The protagonist remembered his club. Imagining how he happily stood with a stick and created an account, he said that this is how a completely different him was born. Kate stood with her purse on her shoulder. She touched her ear with her hand and ran her hair. The girl invited the guy to go. Chuck looked at her and was embarrassed. The car moved. After the trip, the guy notified him of his arrival. Chuck brought the girl to the place where he used to live. This is the one-room zone. They went into the room where the girl was sitting on the floor and embarrassedly looking down. Kate felt uneasy. She could not believe that she was alone with the guy of her dreams in the same room. Chuck stated that the only reason he wanted to bring her here was to show her the place. He offered to tell the girl his story. The sun was shining brightly over a small town. The guy was standing in the middle of the street with a club in his hand. Passers-by did not particularly notice him. Everyone was doing their own thing, buying goods at the market. The club was lowered down. Kate imagined Chuck in front of her as a hero with muscles. The bright sun was shining over the building where the young people were sitting. Kate raised her hands up and asked, puzzled. She asked the guy to answer her question. The girl embarrassedly asked her lover if he had a nickname Panties. Chuck answered in amazement that they even created a party because of this when they first met. The guy remembered the moment when he and Yura stood in bewilderment and looked at the invitation to their team. The girl said that the guy had a closed profile at the time, so his nickname was not displayed. Kate said that no one wants to accept their team of participants with a closed profile, since most keep it open, because a closed profile shows that a person is a noob. Chuck laughed smugly and said that his principle of a loser hiding a superpower worked. Kate grabbed the guy by the throat and demanded that he never lie to her again, otherwise she will not forgive him. The girl sighed easily and concentrated on listening further. Chuck was still holding his throat and trying to clear his throat. The girl said love and peace embarrassedly. The guy was shocked by what he heard and asked Kate again, to which the girl asked him not to pay attention. Chuck said that after these events, he began to live a life completely different from reality. He decided not to think about other people's opinions, although he was a low-level player in the game. The sun's rays refracted over a small town. The guy was walking down the street in leather boots. Chuck was holding a club in his right hand and looking at his feet. A man passing by noticed how the guy was looking at him askance. The bully looked around and told the guy that he was outraged. The man grabbed Chuck by the collar and threatened. The bully continued to nag the guy, while his beloved stood nearby and asked him not to offend the wretched. The guy called his opponent names and looked menacingly into his eyes. Chuck received a powerful blow to the face. The bully knocked the guy to the floor under the request of his beloved not to do that. The guy continued to tell that he behaved as he wanted, which caused a bad attitude towards himself and constant deaths. He stated that his team also tried hard since he chose the abilities the way he wanted. He remembered how he was criticized for an unnecessary skill he learned. He remembered how he was asked to use another skill instead of the one he preferred. The guy remembered how his team disowned him on the grounds that he annoyed them with his play. He was expelled by his own team. The guy reacted to this with smirks. Chuck told his interlocutor that he did not care about other people's opinions. The guy stated that you need to play for fun. He said that he was already very worried about what people would think of him in real life. He said that he began to change in real life, changing his attitude in the game. Chuck asked his interlocutor if she was disappointed in his stupidity. The girl screamed and rushed to prove that she did not doubt him one bit. She said with a trepidation in her voice that she was very glad that they shared such intimate information with her. Kate accidentally fell off her knees. She fell right on the guy. The girl blamed her slippery tights for the fall. She herself did not notice how she ended up lying on the guy. While Chuck was asking her if she had hurt herself, she looked at his sleeping hoodie. The girl realized that at such a distance she could hear his breathing. The guy saw something strange in the girl. He thought that she had moved a little because of two overly emotional situations. Chuck said that the girl's position and voice scared him a little. The interlocutor grabbed the guy by the hand. The girl took the sleeve of the hoodie and moved it aside. The guy was confused by what was happening. He said that he could not move, and this irritated him. The girl's hands were fragile but strong. Kate continued to look at the guy. Chuck was no less surprised by what was happening. He told the girl that this was not right. In response to his denials, Kate moved her lips and wanted to kiss him. The guy saw something scary on the side. He saw something familiar in the silhouette. There was a girl standing in the window, shouting that she would not allow a relationship between young people. She was standing on the third floor, persuading him not to make mistakes. It was a rather dramatic appearance. Thanks to the girl who appeared in the window, Kate's flow was stopped. After the manager entered the apartment, she scolded the girl very harshly. The manager stated that the girl did not fulfill her promise to go on a date. She assumed that Kate was going to rape the guy. The girl continued to deny everything until she received a response that she was caught red-handed. The manager assured Kate that if she had not helped them, the guy would have ended up in jail the next day. The girl accepted her guilt and asked the manager for forgiveness. Chuck also got it, who, according to the girl, brought a strange girl to his home and was left alone with her. As a result, Chuck was also punished. The manager began to teach the guy how not to fall into such traps from homeless simpletons. She asked him to control himself and say no in time. The guy listened to this boring stuff. This continued until everyone went home. The manager stood in the doorway, while Kate looked at Chuck with a bashful face. The girl asked Kate not to delay and quickly go into the apartment. The guy indifferently said that it would be better for her not to linger there. Kate stood dejected. The girl looked at the guy. She headed towards him. Kate hugged her lover tightly, causing him to feel embarrassed. I felt strange. The girl could not move away from him for a long time. We saw this sight with the right reception. Chuck looked at her, mentally asking her not to interrupt the farewell. The guy realized that today was a really cool day. Kate adjusted the hoodie on her lover's chest. The girl turned around and headed towards her apartment. She turned around abruptly and said that they would see each other in the game soon. Chuck stood and looked at the girl leaving with embarrassment. The door of the apartment slammed shut. The guy looked at it sadly. Sweat and embarrassment appeared on Chuck's face. The guy did not know how to behave in such situations. Kate bashfully entered the apartment. She clenched her hand into a fist and thought about her lover with hope. Her legs were shaking, and out of the corner of her eye she noticed the silhouette of the manager. The indignant manager stood with her mouth open. She began to overwhelm the girl with questions. She asked her why she hugged him, to which Kate reacted with shame. The manager did not leave the girl alone while she tried to justify her actions. Suddenly, the girl told Kate that she professionally seduces men because sudden hugs are very good. The manager demanded that the girl give her promise that she will cross the line of hugs before she comes of age. Kate thought embarrassedly. The girl thought that in the game you can go further. She also told the girl that by killing someone in the game, she does not become a killer in real life, therefore she can do whatever she wants there. Hope flashed in Kate's eyes. The girl seriously thought about what the manager told her during the day on the other side. She made VR glasses and lay down on the bed. Excitement flashed through her body. The girl was very worried, like the first time she connected to this game. She called the game divine. The light of the street lamps fell crookedly on the floor. Chuck was sitting at home on the couch at the table. The guy remembered the girl's hair and how tightly she hugged him. He took the VR glasses and seriously thought, I remembered how Kate adjusted her hoodie after hugging. The guy was once again very embarrassed by the memory. He remembered the girl's words about meeting in the game. He remembered how she left, looking at him. Chuck lay down on the couch and put on the VR glasses. A message about activating the device flashed before his eyes. The game city plunged into night. Eurus appeared in front of the guy who had just loaded and greeted him. The dragon asked Chuck how he spent his day. The guy said that his interlocutor appeared in the same place every time. The dragon asked him in surprise what he was hinting at. Eurus said that he spent a long time choosing a greeting before each meeting, to which the guy reacted funny. The dragon noticed something. Chuck saw a girl approaching him. The girl asked him if he connected right away. She said his name and became embarrassed. Chuck agreed with her words and blushed. Kate greeted Eurus, to which he responded in kind. The dragon asked the girl why she was gone for so long, to which she replied that she had household chores. The guy realized his feelings. For the first time, he realized that his interlocutor was so beautiful. He noticed the glances of passing players. Support was heard from the side towards the guy. Chuck thanked the girl for her compliment. The guy hesitated for a few more seconds. Kite also greeted the girl, receiving a greeting in return. She grabbed the Eurus and began to wave it, happy to see him. The girl noticed the glances on herself. Julia said that Kate had become very beautiful since their last meeting. To the girl's negative reaction, the star simply confirmed her words. Kate thought about it. They both looked towards Chuck, who was talking to the Eurus. The star looked at him shyly. The girl with a loving message turned to the guy and asked if he knew the reason why Kate had become so beautiful. She asked if they had discussed their feelings in a closed room. The guy was outraged by the intuition of the interlocutor, to which simply followed laughter. Julia said that someone was looking for Kate and Chuck, and he needed to see them both. The guys were surprised. What was the need to see them both at the same time? Julia reminded about the guest house where they were last time, where they went after the club turned into a girl. The guys remembered to remember. Guest house Inn. On the sign a mug of beer with foam on top. Julia said that whoever wants to see them now is right there. Night has fallen in the game world. There were few people on the streets of the town. Yellow light was shining from the windows. The guys approached the door. Kate asked the guy who he thought wanted to meet the two of them, to which the guy was confused. Julia led the guys straight to the door. She opened the door for the guys and showed them the room. Riot and Mandy were waiting for them in the room. Chuck asked the guy why he was still alive and if he wanted to meet them. The guy took a bite of chicken and asked what happened. Riot said that for the last episode of the game he needed to. Chuck was all ears. The guy imagined the heavenly kingdom, the underworld, the human world, the highest level boss Eurus. The guys continued listing the locations of this world. Riot said that in order to finish the last episode of the plot, forces from all areas of the game were needed. Chuck ate chicken indifferently and asked the guy why he called them, because they were his enemies. The guy said that now is not the time to fool around and sort things out. They are facing the death of this world. He will ask for help from anyone. Riot said that he almost forgot about the most important character. Chuck asked in surprise who it was. The boy extended his hand towards the guy, which caused indignation in Kate. He extended his hand into the guy's pants. The girl was outraged by the impudence. Chuck said contentedly that he was certainly important. Something strange was released from him. Riot said that he knew he was there and asked him to come out quickly. The land of permafrost, the north of the continent. The leader of the ancient beastmen, the head of the polar dragon Aventador, was released from the guy's pants. The head promised to explain everything now. Kate asked the guy if he connected right away. The girl called him by name and was embarrassed. Chuck answered her and was also embarrassed. The guy realized some new feeling in himself. For the first time in a long time, Chuck realized that Kate was quite beautiful. Julia said that someone was looking for the guys and that they definitely needed to meet together. The guys didn't understand why someone would want to see them together. Night was falling on the city streets. Riot and Mandy were sitting in the room. The guy told the guys that they needed all their strength from all areas for the last episode. He also noted that he almost forgot something very important. The guy tugged the red cape from Chuck's body. The cape came off the guy. Kate was very unhappy with Riot's impudence. Chuck was a little embarrassed. The big head said that he would explain everything now. Imbao Wooden Club of the 99th level. Ego class. These are weapons and things that bosses' souls were placed into. This is the best class of weapons in the game. When a soul is placed into a weapon, it goes into the Ego class, and the durability of the weapon becomes infinite, using the example of Ego class panties. A short minute of silence in the room. Kate expressed her dislike for what was happening. The girl closed Julia's eyes so that she would not see it. The girl asked why she closed her eyes, to which Kate replied that it was for her own good. The head loudly declared that it was going to start something. The soul began to tell what lies on the continent of Chrono and the beginning of history. Chuck asked in an embarrassed voice not to speak from there in such a low voice. The head said that the continent of Chrono has existed since time immemorial. It was a world in which there was only peace and grace. The distant continent was inhabited by several races living in peace and harmony. Then the most numerous race with incredible fertility were humans. The most beautiful and long-lived were the elves. In terms of technology, any race was superior to the dwarves. The beastmen took the strengths from people and animals. The strongest race were dragons. The head continued to tell that all these races lived in peace and respected each other. There was also the leader of all these races. It was God. God loved the continent of Chrono very much. Or rather, he loved more than just the continent. He loved every green place on this planet. ST-386, a star famous for its beauty in the fourth universe. It was very big. It was the place that Mother loved the most. However, the races living on the continent of Chrono were not like God at all. Soon, they all started a war and disrupted the peaceful course of life, began to kill each other and destroy the continent. The earth was engulfed in fire. Someone's hand rose up. God raised his hand up and decided that he could no longer look at these atrocities. He began to emit yellow energy. He shot spheres from his hand. However, the only thing that is special about God is that he cannot directly interfere with the human world. So he divided his soul throughout the world and scattered them into 7 parts. This was the only way he could indirectly influence the continent. Chuck began to ask him to skip this moment. At the last word, the guy fell. Kate continued to keep Julia's eyes closed and asked her to continue telling her story, to which the head agreed. The girl asked if the 7 fragments in God's soul were the 7 deadly sins bosses. The head answered that this was partly true, because only half of the 7 deadly sins survive to this day. Urus of arrogance, riot of laziness, and this body, Aventador of greed, only 3 survived. The head said that her situation was similar to death because she retained her soul while losing all her strength. And Nam looked at the King of Angels riot and noticed that he had lost most of his strength. The boy answered that he had lost his halo and fallen to the ground in exchange for his life. The boy looked at his hand and said that he no longer felt the power of the 7 sins in himself. The head asked Kate if she felt the power of the 7 sinners in herself. The girl said that she had also lost this power a long time ago, but she said that the Demon King's powers were still with her, to which Julia noted that Chuck might have gotten rid of the sin. They remembered how the guy destroyed the Earth and the entire universe, remembered how he caught Kate to save her. The head agreed that then he only eliminated the sin in himself and kept his life. She said that at that moment she was watching from the inside, which caused a lot of questions from those around her. The head interrupted their thoughts and said that this is where the most interesting and important begins. The creature said that the 7 deadly sins were originally immortal, because even when one of the participants died, his power passed to the next candidate. But in the future, there will be no new 7 sinners. Kate asked why this was happening. The head sighed untimely. Somewhere in the digital world, the 7 sins are already filled. God was lying, leaning against one of the figures. He heard someone's footsteps and was very happy. It was a girl walking. He continued to lie and watch her silhouette appear. The stranger approached him and asked what he was thinking about so intently. She addressed him as her master. God said that he was thinking about her right now. The girl said that she understood everything, but she already liked another man. The stranger said that she thanked him purely out of politeness because God was just impudent and, in general, she was disgusted. God asked her who she liked. Chuck. He fell to his knees in front of her and asked what was more important to her, friendship or love. The stranger asked God why they called Loser their friend, because they had only met a couple of times. The guy said that friendship is not measured by the number of meetings, that's why the girl has no friends, to which she reacted irritably. God exhaled nervously. He told the girl that although they had seen the guy a couple of times, he constantly missed him. The stranger looked at him menacingly. God mumbled something unclear. He sat, leaning against the wall, and talked about the continent of Chrono. He said that a lot of time had passed. During this time, God had already punished the continent several times with the 7 deadly sins. At such moments, the losses were colossal, and the continent briefly found peace, raking up the corpses. The inhabiting races changed. They quickly restored everything, and history repeated itself again. God exhaled nervously. He was starting to get tired of this. He was thinking, maybe just kill everyone. An interesting idea attracted him, and he looked around a little. A stranger was standing next to him. She looked into his eyes and said that she was with him. He asked her how she knew that he was God and who she was anyway. The girl said that although she was now an ordinary user, she would soon complete a quest for a secret class. She said that she wanted to become the goddess of life. God said that after all, she became my life, having received the power of the sin of lust from him. He said that it was not a mistake, because the abilities of the goddess of life and lust combined surprisingly well. God stated that after meeting her, with her help, he was able to easily create strong carriers for future sins. He quickly finished the remaining ones. He put his palm forward. A large crack appeared in the digital world. They were on the continent in a normal forest. He bragged to the girl. The guy finally did it and pointed to the sky where the green eye was hanging. God asked the girl if what he lent her back then was effective. She looked at him. A warrior stood in front of her. Even a manager with all the characteristics of level 999 will get injured and go to the zone. He stood in front of the girl and prepared to kill her. God stated that this was his real body. He jumped off the ground and flew into the air. The guy said it was time to unite. The stranger flapped her wing and flew up to him. She asked him to wait. The girl said there was one last step left. God looked at her menacingly. He asked her if she could finish everything without him. She looked at him pitifully. The girl agreed to take on this responsibility, which caused a joyful reaction from God. God began to speak. He pulled off his t-shirt. The guy threw the thing on the ground. He grabbed his hair. God began to emit a glow. The stranger covered her face from this bright light. The guy was gone. The girl looked at this in surprise. She assumed that the end of the world had begun after all. In the inn bar, an earthquake began in the room. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. The guys in the head looked around. Julia asked what kind of vibration it was. Chuck assumed that it had already begun. The head looked around. The guy started that this was the end of his boring stories. People on the street ran to the sides, while Chuck thought about the beginning of the action. Players ran along the street, asking for help. They shouted about the beginning of the movement of the monster's eye. The big-eyed monster opened its mouth right in the sky. Chuck stepped onto the road. Players looked at the silhouette of a guy in a cloak and a club at the ready. They began to rejoice, seeing a familiar hero in him. A girl on the side noticed a shabby cloak and a wooden club. She saw how a great warrior came. Everyone looked at him in surprise, seeing a head between his legs. The guy laughed and looked at them. Chuck said that this huge creature was the main boss of the game. The guy began to think if he had seen this huge boss somewhere before, to which Eurus asked him if he remembered. The dragon reminded him that the goddess of life had once summoned him in his presence. Chuck remembered the girl standing in his hand. She was turned half sideways. The guy looked up. He exhaled sadly. Chuck clearly showed interest in what was happening. The guy began to study the strong blue glow. He asked Eurus to prepare for the dragon's breath. Kate watched him from the side. When Chuck called for the dragon's breath, the girl looked at him in surprise. Dragon's breath is a special skill of dragons. The type of breath is determined by the attribute of the dragon. In his case, the polar dragon Aventador, it is ice breath. Because the dragon's breath is a representative of romantic skills in this world, all users waited with bated breath for the next scenes. Chuck stood and looked at the huge boss. He prepared for battle. The large mouth of the head opened, emitting a glow from the inside. The guy used ice breath, releasing it from the head. The guy screamed and watched as the breath emitted. Kate covered her face from the bright glow. She closed her eyes and said that she refused to watch it. A huge stream of fire flies out of the settlement, heading straight for the sky. Chuck is standing in a sophisticated pose, leaning towards the sky. His face is blissful, but his expression suddenly changes when Chuck notices something. Kate, with her mascara running, also looks at the reader in surprise. The monster in the sky did not even falter. Chuck is surprised that the monster is completely fine. Then he grabs Aventador by the cheeks. He stretches him, lengthening his neck, and asks what is happening and asks if he blew normally. Then, MC calls out to someone behind him, saying that he has not changed at all. Riot and Mandy come up behind them. Riot sighs, saying that Chuck suddenly ran out and started attacking and asks if he should start thinking before he does anything. The monster looks at the settlement, standing not far from it, and a red cross hangs above, and Riot says that at first glance it may seem like this thing is right in front of him, but in fact, it exists in another dimension. The monster stands in front of the settlement, protected by a spatial wall, and a green circle hangs above the settlement, showing that this is indeed the case. Chuck and Kate turn to Riot, who says that the hero only pierced the sky with his icy breath in vain and the enemy was not attacked. Riot's mouth, a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. The face of greed in the distance. When he says that, however, this joke will soon break through to the human world. The monster opens its mouth and begins to scream. Then it swings its paw, looking at the crowd of onlookers, and pierces the sky with its claw, penetrating into the world. Kate crosses her arms in fear, and MC looks at the sky with a confident face. The monster penetrates the world with its hand, breaking through the barrier more and more. Onlookers, who had previously simply looked at the sky without showing any reaction, begin to scream convulsively in fear. Ash begins to fall over the city, after which the shadow that covers half of the settlement covers it. After which, the shadow covers the entire city. The monster breaks through the barrier and penetrates the real world, screaming. A huge monster stands at a distance from the city. System windows appear in front of Kate and Chuck. System windows also appear in front of the rest of the inhabitants of the settlement. The system window announces the beginning of the final quest of Chrono Life, which is to protect the world from God, and the reward is unknown. The crowd looks at the system windows, asking what this is and what it means that this is the final quest. People tear their eyes away from their system windows in horror, looking up and asking what it means to protect the world. The crowd looks at God and asks if this is what they need to protect the world from, not believing their eyes. Riot stands next to Mandy, who addresses him, calling him brother and saying that everything is not as they expected, and brother agrees with her. Riot looks up thoughtfully, but a running drop of sweat gives away his excitement when analyzing the situation. Greed thinks that they expected God to break into this world, but did not think that it would happen so soon because there was still one last step. After which, he opens his eyes wide in fear, wondering if they really understand that the damn god decided to take extreme measures. After which, he shouts to the hero, who is standing with his back to him, and calls him a great warrior, saying that there is an emergency meeting and they need to retreat first, but MC interrupts him, starting to scream. With a crazy smile on his face, the hero's eyes are bloodshot with excitement. MC madly screams something unintelligible and everyone looks at him in surprise. Kate tries to tell him something, addressing and calling him panties. But, completely ignoring everyone around him, he soars into the sky in one jump, using the speed of light. Remembering the boring explanation of the plot and the conditions of the game that brought him to the limit, the moment the enemy appeared, it simply burst. With a joyful smile, the hero screams, looking at the reader with a crazy look. Then he crashes into God, hitting him in the cheek with a stick. And the monster, from the force of the blow, recoils, starting to balance on one leg. Smiling, Chuck asks why a strategy is needed. And with a self-confident smile, he declares that only weaklings need this thing. And God, unable to stay on his feet, falls back into his dimension. Chuck, smiling, lands not far from him, and throwing the stick over his shoulders and says that it's time for Mr. Last Boss to hurry up and get off his ass. And standing in front of the boss's huge leg, he asks if he's dead and notes that he needs to live up to his size. Here, the rift between dimensions begins to play with lightning. Chuck notices this and is amazed. The boundary of the rift begins to tighten. Chuck looks at this with wide open eyes and asks himself, is the boundary between dimensions really being restored? At first he stands with his mouth as if expressing regret. But then, his face stretches into a smile, and swinging his stick, MC says that this is excellent, and makes a sweeping blow with his club. A huge column of destructive force from the swing of the club flies into the rift. God screams, amazed by this blow, and Chuck, smiling, says that they will fight not here, but on the side of the boss. After which, using the speed of light, he rushes into the open rift, and manages to fly into it. Just before, making the sound of a buckle being zipped, the rift closes. Kate, horrified, calls for her friend. The onlookers, having calmed down, ask each other if they saw, to which, receiving agreement, they continue, saying that the great warrior, together with the last boss, disappeared on the other side of the border. Riot, holding his head, calls MC a fool and notes that his character is becoming more and more impatient. But, raising his head and showing his smile, he says that this time, it was MC's best decision. The starry sky, Riot continues, explaining his position, saying that otherwise, if the fight with God was in their dimension, the planet would have come to an end. Some ghostly worms fly somewhere among the stars. Chuck, with flaming eyes, swings his club. Then he strikes from above. The explosion covers the monster with a huge stream. Chuck does not hold back, and the boss is nailed to an invisible wall in his dimension. With a crazy face, Chuck addresses his ego pants, telling Aventoder to get ready, to which he responds with a battle cry, after which he begins to charge his attack, and releases a stream of icy breath, which brings the hero into ecstasy. Angle from above on what is happening. Chuck lands on the floor in the God dimension, and laughing, he is glad that there is no need to restrain his strength and this is a relief. Then, 2 energy streams fly at him, which cut him into 3 parts, head, torso and legs. The monster opens its mouth and makes a sound similar to something between laughter and growling, and, smiling, hangs over MC, holding his hand with bloody claws over him. Blood flows from the hero's body. With a displeased face, he says that this is fucking awesome. System windows report that the hidden factor healing factor is activated and immediate recovery. The shoots from the hero begin to rise up. Boss looks at what is happening with interest. The hero's parts are hooked together with a characteristic sound. With an angry, terrifying face, MC asks how he dared to cut him into 3 parts. Aventoder looks out of his panties with an embarrassed look and the hero continues to ask why Boss takes him for an insect. With bulging eyes, Chuck says that this will not do and boss will have to answer, and a little fear is read in the eye of God. Chuck jumps off the ground and flies towards the reader, not yet fully recovered. Then he flies up to boss's paw and hits it, and the monster again recoils. The head hooks to the body clings to the legs. MC, smiling, says that he bites off. Swinging again for a blow, the hero uses a continuous cut. 4 cuts in different directions go towards the reader. Chuck strikes blow after blow with glowing eyes. The blows fly towards the monster, and the closer they fly, the more fear is read in the eyes of the boss. The blast wave passes through the entire dimension of God, and moving away, it is clear that the action is taking place on one of the star worms. The city at night. Kate, Riot, and Mandy are standing in the square. Looking back at Riot, Kate asks, apologizing and asking where the panties went. To which Riot with a serious face answers that he went to the world of God. With a rolling anxiety, Kate continues, asking what it means that the monster they saw is God. And Riot answers that it is so because the girl received a notification about a new task where their task is to protect the world from God, whom they just saw. Coming into a panic, Kate shouts that in this case they cannot hesitate and need to immediately find the hero and help him. Sighing with a smile on his face, Riot asks what it means to help and asks not to make him laugh. Recalling his first encounter with Panties, Riot says that he underestimated him in the past, then remembers his words when he said that people seem to have lowered the bar and asked if he is a great warrior, but notes that it was his big mistake. And returning to reality, with a serious face, he says that in this world there is no one who could help the hero, no one. Looking at Kate, Riot says that even she, the Queen of Demons, will become just unnecessary baggage for him and will not help him, but only hinder him. Looking to the side, Kate says that she has become much stronger and could carry out supporting fire from behind. Smiling, Riot asks what supporting fire means and says that wasn't the girl who spent the most time with the hero. Covering his eyes, Greed continues, saying that MC is an alien creature for their world and his strength is clearly abnormal. Chuck's back is to the reader in front of a red wall of 1s and 0s, and Riot says that it looks like a coding error. Kate looks at Riot and his sister, asking what they should do then, saying that since they would only get in the way if she went after him, and asking if she means to say that all other users, including her, should just wait for the quest to complete. But Riot calmly replies that there is nothing to be surprised about, since that's how it's been all along. Recalling the situation with Nolan, Yopai, and Aventoter, Riot says that Panties always dealt with everyone by himself, with Gluttony, with Yopai, and even with the Polar Dragon. But then, sighing, Riot says that they were just watching, and he would like to say that this will happen again, but this time will be an exception. Rooftops in the Night City, Greed notes that the last quest requires the strength of everyone. Kate, putting her hand to her chest, says that if you think about it, the guy said the same thing at the end. She remembers how they discussed the plan in the room, where Riot said that in order to finish the last episode, forces from all areas of Chrono Life are needed. Standing embarrassed, Kate asks what will happen in this last quest. And covering her eyes, Greed answers that who knows. Then she continues, saying that the girl will soon see everything herself, so even trying to explain is a waste of time. Mandy lowers her eyes and looks down thoughtfully. She remembers how Panties held her in her arms, asking what kind of and if there are any more enemies. Lena comes up to him from behind, surprised that he saved Mandy, to which he replies that yes, and it would be a pity if she died like this. And Mandy opens her eyes slightly, moaning. Chuck sighs and says that Mandy's only goal all along was to save her brother, and of course everything worked out the way it did, but the hero wants his sister to meet her resurrected brother. Lena laughs and says that the hero is sweet and asks if he ever had such a caring side, and Chuck asks what that means and says that he was always a good guy. Mandy blushes in MC's arms as he asks if Lena can restore her and explains that they had to dodge in a hurry, so the girl was slightly hurt and Lena agrees. The necklace is on Mandy's neck. She looks down in embarrassment. Then, she brings her hand to the necklace and smiles, asking the hero to come back safe and sound and calls him her dear. The brother and Kate stand there trying to comprehend what is happening. Then, in shock, they turn to look at her. Sweat starts to run down Riot's face and he asks his sister what my dear means and asks if it is really her but stops. And the girl puts her hand to her chin and laughing says that she even got embarrassed and, of course, wanted to say a great warrior. Riot thoughtfully looks up while 1,000 thought processes are happening in his head. Kate jealously looks at Mandy, whose brother tells her that when did the hero manage to become dear to his sister, to which she playfully replies that she does not know and that their love is only their business. Kate purses her lips jealously and listens as Riot asks his sister if she used to love only him and notes that he thinks that it will be better if his sister continues to love him and not a guy in underwear. And Mandy answers, saying that her brother is just like a little one. Kate looks at their negotiations and understands that a new enemy has appeared on her path. God's dimension. Smoke rises from somewhere. The body of the monster lies on the ground, broken into pieces. The right side of the body is missing. The boss's eye is torn out, hanging over the defeated opponent. Chuck asks what the hell is this, and lands on the ground. Standing in front of the defeated boss, he is surprised that this is called the last boss, but the hero finished it off, and it turns out that for this level the monster was not just ordinary, but useless. Lena's silhouette approaches Chuck from behind, and he turns to her, asking if that is not so. The girl, with a soft smile on her face, walks towards the reader, after which, opening her mouth in a soft smile, she says that they have not seen each other for a long time and calls MC a loser. The hero looks at the reader with a displeased look. Standing opposite each other in the god's dimension, Chuck thinks that he is reuniting with her, and he remembers how he fought with the army of all people and defeated them all, and how Lena came out to him after the hero's triumph. The hero in his memories stands with a displeased face, realizing that this reminded him of that moment, when after the battle, under the rising sun, they stood opposite each other. Lena cuts Chuck into pieces in a flashback from the past. Lena with blood splashing on her face, and MC realizes that the reason he started taking Chrono Life seriously was to get revenge on that girl. The girl is standing on the paw of the monster, and if you look closely, she looks at the reader with a soft smile, and Chuck thinks that even the last quest of Chrono Life turned out to be connected to her. Smiling, throwing a stick behind his back, he wonders if it turns out that he and the cockroach have not just a connection, but a destiny, and this is a story where the beginning and the end are connected. The hero grinned in his memories, and in the present time he stands relaxed, thinking, which seems quite dramatic to him. Both in the past and in the present, the hero smiles as he exhales, thinking that this is why, just like then, a smile appeared on his face. Chuck points his stick at the reader, and standing with a stick in his outstretched hand, smiling, he says that finally this moment has come. Lena stands with a smile on her face, looking at the reader, and smiling, the hero says that she will finally get her fill, and the girl smiles. Then she playfully says that it is good and calls her a loser. Lena crosses her hands in prayer against the backdrop of the moon, and the star worms in the sky begin to move, and they rush down to the battlefield. Chuck strikes blow after blow, and Lena tries to dodge each of his attacks. MC flies after Lena, but each blow of his club does not touch the girl, and she brings her hand to her mouth, begins to laugh, and says that the hero has become quite strong and asks that now there is no way to dodge his attack. The hero again raises his stick to attack, and with a powerful blow he cuts Lena into two parts. Blood begins to spurt from the girl's mouth, and she, smiling, uses the hidden skill of creation of being, and with golden light, again, appears in front of the hero, who covers himself with his hand from too bright light. The girl's body in golden light, which playfully arches as feathers fall from its wings, and the goddess of life smiles, saying that, indeed, there is no need to dodge. The hero exhales, looking at the reader, ceasing to cover himself with his hand. Putting his stick in his shorts and scratching his head, he goes towards the girl, asking if her name is Cockroach, and then notes that he forgot that he himself came up with this nickname for her, after which he grabs her hand, which scares the girl, and with a blush on his face from embarrassment, he lets out a questioning moo. The hero hangs in the air close to her. Lena, looking at the reader, asks what happened to the hero all of a sudden, to which Chuck, with a serious face, says that he does not want the girl to run away, and the tongue of gluttony falls out of his mouth, and his eyes become like black holes, and the hero's skill pierces the girl. MC says that he uses the gluttony skill, which absorbs all the characteristics and level of the target when eating, and his eyes glow purple. The girl's power is sucked in through his tongue. The girl convulsively begins to sweat from anxiety, asking to stop. Her body begins to dry up under the influence of the hero's skill. Lena turns to dust, and only her hand remains in Chuck's hand. The remains of the girl's hand also begin to turn to dust. Here, sticking out her tongue, the system window notifies twice that the absorption was unsuccessful. The girl reappears near the hero, and, sighing, says that Chuck grabbed her hand so suddenly, but in the end, she only blushed in vain. After which, looking at the surprised hero, he says that Nolan of Gluttony has already tried to do something similar and sucked on her as soon as he saw her. The girl's memories, like the sting of gluttony, dug into her and left only dust from her. And smiling, he notes that, unfortunately, absorption will not work on the body of God. Sticking out his tentacle, MC looks at the reader, after which, Lena straightens her hand. Golden energy begins to shine around her hand. And smiling, she says that for the fact that Chuck played with the feelings of an innocent girl, he will have to pay, and the hero wonders if she called herself an innocent girl. The girl soars into the air and envelops the body of the defeated boss with her power, after which, smiling, she says that she uses the creation of existence. With a characteristic noise, the body of God rises into the air. Outgrowths begin to grow from the body of the boss. The arms also grow. The eye reappears, and the same outgrowths appear from the remains of the boss's head. The monster begins to rise again. The resurrected boss begins to scream, looking into the air. The boss looks at the hero, who hangs in the air above him. Putting the appendage of gluttony back into his mouth, Chuck laughingly says that he kept thinking that Lena would throw it out this time and asks what she means by simply deciding to resurrect this freak. And bringing his hand to his chin, he asks what he means by simply resurrecting and whether MC played video games and explains that the last boss can't have only one phase. And grinning even harder, he says that this thing is also a god, so absorbing it won't work on it, and notes that she decided to warn Chuck not to waste time on this. The monster decisively begins to fly, and Lena says that the second phase has begun. And Chuck is cut into two parts by a powerful blow from the monster. And spitting blood, the hero asks what this second phase is, and the system window notifies that the hidden skill healing factor has been activated. And the hero's body grows back together. The swordsman's seal appears, burning with a bright golden flame. The seal flies into the hero's body, and the system window notifies that the unique skill of the novice master is being activated and the spirit of the swordsman is activated. The hero lands softly on the ground, standing on it with his foot. After that, looking seriously at the reader, he uses the activation of the swordsman's skills. Standing at full height, holding his club, he says that he is using a blow to the scythe. The system window explains that a blow to the scythe is a quick attack with a sword from its sheath, and Chuck uses his underwear as a sheath. A trace of the hero's blow flies towards the monster. The monster looks at the reader in confusion, and the hero confidently looks away, standing with his back to the reader. A powerful, striking blow hits the monster, smashing its face, and the monster begins to scream in pain. Hundreds of blows and explosions are heard throughout the dimension of God, and Lena covers her face with her hand from the stormy flow of air that arose from the blast wave, after which she opens her eyes and looks away, noticing the boss's torn body again. And he groans in pain as part of his head is torn off. And with a satisfied smile, Chuck says that the second phase ended after one blow. And turning to the girl hanging behind him, he asks if there will be a third stage next. And the girl's face blurs, either in anxiety or in a soft smile that tries to hide this anxiety. Looking at the monster's body, the girl says that she is delighted because Chuck destroyed the body of God twice in a row. But later, laughing, she notes that there is nothing surprising in this, with such a weapon, a level 99th baton. And Chuck thoughtfully raises his eyes, looking at the girl, and the goddess of life raises her hand, after which her face is in close-up, and the girl says that she is sorry, but the second phase is not over yet. God's body is again surrounded by golden energy when the girl uses the creation of being. Covering his face with his hand from the bright light, Chuck asks if she is reviving again and screams that it is a disgusting cockroach duo. But the girl suddenly lands next to the guy, surprising him. And playfully touching her lips with her hand, she says that she is so curious that when he sucked on her with absorption, what did she taste like? And MC, embarrassed, asks what she is talking about. Close up of the girl's lips when she says that it would be great if the guy sucked on her lips. And Chuck is embarrassed by such a statement. The building of the corporation that created Chrono Life. On the screen in the building, the twists and turns of Chuck and the cockroach are shown. A man in black glasses turns to the president of the company and says that two players are currently fighting. A cigar in Steve's teeth when he is told that it seems that the players are not inferior to each other in strength. And Steve grabs his cigar and replies that he knows, because, like the guy, he was looking at the monitors this whole time. And turning to his subordinate, he orders him not to take his eyes off them, because one of them will soon win. And the guy looks thoughtfully at the reader through dark glasses. And turning to his president, he asks if they really should just watch. The guy, looking guilty, says that it's not too late and they can still contact them right now, but he is interrupted. Grinning, Steve asks that they will contact them, and what next? Will they tell them to stop playing right now? And the guy says that's not what he meant, and Steve asks what he wanted in that case. And the president, in anger, opens his eyes wide and says that the guy just wants to ask the players not to watch the ending, because the speed of consumption of game content is too high. And crossing his arms over his chest, Steve asks if this is so different from simply forbidding the players to play, and the guy, making excuses, agrees, but notes that the president himself understands. The guy says, sweating and shaking, that Chrono Life has recently released content for 10 years ahead, and they don't have the next storyline, which means there won't be any updates for a few more years. The president listens carefully when he's asked if he's really going to let the storyline end like this and stop supporting Chrono Life. And taking the cigar out of his mouth, Steve starts laughing. Then he crushes his cigar in his hand, asking the scared guy why the users have outpaced the content, and what he's paying them all for. And the scared guy says it's unfair because it's all because of the baton user and that he's just gobbling up all the content single-handedly using a bug. Remembering the past, how Steve first contacted Chuck, the employee says that's why everyone was saying in the beginning that the baton needed to be removed. Then he remembers how Steve treated the hero in his favorite cafeteria and handed him chopped vegetables, and says that Steve was against it at that moment and said that it was just dust from under his boot. And Steve starts to angrily strangle his employee, asking why he decided to dump all the responsibility on him and asks if he should reprimand him. after which the president sighs heavily, and lighting a new cigar, he says that he has not been idle all this time, and understanding what is happening, he hired twice as many developers, and that, although doubling the number of workers will not double the speed of development, they will certainly be able to put out the fire that is flaring up right now. And the frightened employee is surprised, asking what does double mean, and says that in this case the company will suffer huge losses. Lighting his cigar, Steve asks what losses mean and why losses. Lighting his cigar with his eyes closed, Steve says that their company earned enough while the most popular games remained, or the guy thinks that Steve took money out of thin air. The company building at night, and the president says that all these funds were obtained thanks to the users who enjoyed their game, and therefore they should use them so that people can continue to play Chrono Life. Remembering the newbie village, Steve asks why they call it a loss. The director looks down at his employee, who notes that if he starts arguing with Steve now, then out of the two of them, only he will look like real trash, and the boss tells him that he has no right to argue with his director at all. And the worried employee says that he is just worried that the other users will feel left out because of one player. Looking at his serious boss, the employee asks if the right decision would be to take the club from the panties at least now, while paying him as much as it takes. In response, the director takes a drag. After which, starting to walk around his employee, asking him to imagine that he decided to open a restaurant. Steve sadly lowers his eyes, saying that one customer began to eat his idol with a huge appetite. Remembering Chuck fighting a rabbit with some sword, Steve says that the customer eats his food spoon by spoon, enjoying and smacking his lips. The rabbit defeats MC in Steve's fantasies, and he says that the customer tries each of his dishes. Chuck runs after the rabbit again, waving his sword and drinking the potion on the go, but a huge demonic rabbit appears in front of him, hitting Chuck, and Steve says that the customer eats, rolling his eyes with pleasure. Steve asks, standing with a dissatisfied face, if his employee could take a spoon from such a customer, and the developer begins to sweat, looking with incomprehension, and the guy stands thoughtfully. Then he answers his president that he could not, and Steve hits him on the head, saying does he understand that he himself could not, and asks him for permission to do so. And turning to the monitor, Steve says that it's time to stop thinking about nonsense and better monitor the situation, to which the employee agrees. The sky in the god's dimension. Lena raises her hand, after which, making a clap sound, she destroys part of the MC's body. Chuck tries to comprehend what is happening in horror, and Lena, standing with her hand outstretched, asks if the guy sees this for the first time and says that this is a unique ability of the goddess of life, which can give or take life. Remembering the past, where the girl waved her hand to the hero, and then destroyed something in the heavenly kingdom, reminds Chuck that she once demonstrated this ability in the heavenly kingdom, but the guy was busy with something else then and hardly saw it. And Chuck grins and says that this is just minor damage. Landing on his feet, Chuck uses the healing factor and is immediately healed. After which, bouncing off the ground, he starts flying towards his opponent, screaming that she's had enough of him and he'll have to get rid of her first. Lena, mockingly, clicks her tongue twice, saying that no matter how much Chuck doesn't want to, he'll have to deal with God first. And the monster, standing behind the hero, charges his attack of toxic green color, and Lena says that this attack will be very painful, which horrifies Chuck, and a green beam flies out of the monster's central eye, which flies through a huge distance, and flies straight into Chuck, who covers himself from it with his hands, and his face feels enormous tension, and a destructive wave passes through the entire dimension of God. Smoke and ash descends. Chuck steps onto the ground. Blood pours from his mouth. He stands on all fours, having broken through a trace of his rolling with his body. The system window shows that the hero has 3 health bars left, and he looks at the reader with a menacing look. The goddess lands nearby and asks how the hero feels about this attack and if it really hurt. Then, laughing, she asks how the hero feels when his healing factor is forcibly suppressed, and he looks back at her angrily. The system window tells about the hidden skill healing factor, and Lena says that this is, of course, a cheating skill, but not an invincible ability without weak points, and says that there are many ways to attack even the most ideal immunity. Then, with a blush under her eyes, she asks to remember Chuck's skill Song of the Seraph, which was used during the battle with Yopi. The skeleton bard plays his lute, and the entire team of the hero Yopi is enveloped in his buff Song of the Seraph, and that all the enemy's stats are reduced by a certain percentage. Memories of how Eurus, hanging next to the girl, shouted that this cheating skill again and asked why the healing factor, which should protect against such things, does not work. And Lena, worried, answered him that this skill does not impose a status, but directly hits the target. And laughing, in the present, she warns that the attack that MC just saw is also capable of suppressing the healing factor. Pointing at the monster, she says that this thing just used the special ability of God in the attack. And Chuck, looking back at her, Chuck asks what kind of special ability of God and clarifies if it is something like the creation of the girl's being, to which he receives the answer that this is exactly it, because the girl is the goddess of life and, therefore, her ability is the creation of being. And remembering the face of God, the girl says with a smile that his ability is destruction. And Chuck anxiously looks back at her. The girl stands with an embarrassed face, after which, remembering the face of God, she tells the hero that the guy who called him a friend is the god of destruction and looks back at the monster that stands in front of them. There were blue eyes with long tips everywhere. There was a big green smoke from the blow. Blue eyes were flying nearby. There were big green explosions. Chuck was in a panic, saying Yoshiki Matryoshka. It was clear in his eyes that he was scared. He asked for help, quickly flying away from these explosions. Behind him was the little eye, which made blows from the eye. The monster made 3 strong blows from one eye at once. The main character swore and said that this was beyond all reason. There were huge and powerful explosions behind him. He said that he would give him a punch in the forehead, and if he caught another blow, then he would be finished. His level was 999 and his HP was 3 bars out of 10. He said that he would have to dodge and wait until the chance to make a blow came up. Suddenly he saw Lena, who flew to him. She, with a smile on her face and waving her hand, asked where he was going to ride off like that. Lena closed her hand, saying poof. Half of Chuck's body was no longer visible, as if he was dissolving. With a serious face, he wanted to say something. When suddenly his face changed, only his head remained opaque. Behind him stood a monster. He had a big eye, it was glowing. When suddenly he began to attack with great power. A blow reached Chuck. The blow was very strong. It was night, the houses were glowing from the light in the houses. Mandy said that she was waiting for her honeymoon with her betrothed. She thought about where to go with him. The heavenly kingdom was not bad, but still not the same. Riot and Chloe were standing next to her. She said that the human world could be more romantic. Riot asked if she knew what a honeymoon was. With a smile on her face, she said that she knew. After all, this was the couple's first trip after the wedding. She continued that the first night that the newlyweds spend is called the wedding night. Riot was shocked. He asked not to talk about what he did not ask anymore. Chloe remained silent. She thought that the desire to kill her was becoming unbearable. The boy with red eyes asked not to talk nonsense about the wedding anymore because Chuck never said that he liked her. The girl answered that words were not needed for this because the main character's gaze was always filled with love when he looked at her. She remembered how he stood in front of her in the form of a scary girl. And then she remembered another fragment where his mouth was open and there were no eyes. She thought that she was a fool because she did not change anything. All his looks burned with fiery love. The baton that hit her helped her get out of the memories. Riot asked if she moved after she was hit on the head with a baton. She was lying on the ground because of the pain. She wanted to ask him something. He was not interested. Mandy asked if she gave birth to a child from a great warrior. Who would it be, a human or an angel? She supplemented her answer by saying whether he would be half angel. The boy did not know what to say. The girl continued asking whether it would be better to have a boy or a girl. If a boy, then she would look like her. If a son, then like the main character. Mandy asked what Riot thought. From the many questions, he fell to the ground. She asked what was wrong with him. He had lost consciousness from an overdose of cringe. Saliva was flowing from his mouth. She called him 3 more times, but he was silent. Chloe did not understand. Julie was standing behind her. She asked if she had a new rival. Chloe was scared. She said her name. Julie greeted her. The girl with blue eyes asked when she went outside. She was told to stay inside because it was dangerous outside. She replied that they did not return after the noise died down, so she went out to check. She looked at what she had in her hands. In her hands she held Eurus, who was whining. Chloe leaned over and asked if it was Eurus and if he was crying. The girl confirmed. He was sitting in the corner and crying, so she decided to take him. The girl asked what happened to him and why he was not with Chuck. Why was he crying alone? He mumbled some words, but Chloe did not understand what he said. Julie told her that he was fighting an enemy and suddenly went to the world of the gods, because of which Eurus could not follow him. The girl with white hair said that he was an ego sword and can go into a state of soul and move to the owner. Eurus said something, but it was not clear. Julie translated and explained that he was now materialized and therefore could not move. He needed consent from the main character to go into a state of mind. Chloe praised that she understood him so well. Eurus cried very hard. He was very worried about Chuck. Chloe opened her eyes wider. With a smile on her face, the girl said that he should not cry because nothing could work out with his master. She asked him to stop crying. He said one word, and that would be enough. Chloe changed her smile to a calm one. She began to think and turned around. She said his name. It was night. The moon was shining very brightly. Among the stars were blue eyes with long tips. There was a little smoke. Lena stood on the ground. She had a staff in her hands. Suddenly she admired and smiled. She was shocked that Chuck was still alive after such an attack. His HP was running out. She laughed and congratulated him because the nickname Cockroach suited him better than Loser. His head was lying there and his arm with a stick behind him. The arm was trying to crawl. She laughed and asked why his arm was moving separately from the rest of his body. Then she asked another question. how low he was willing to fall, fighting for his life. She called him pathetic, because was that really all he was capable of? She remembered sitting with him on the couch. She put her hand on his chest at that moment. Coming out of the memories, she said, "Is that really all?" And again in the memories, she then offered to join him at a game. In the game, she said one word, "Really?" She asked him to be her partner. Her face did not change. She kept her hand on her chest. She asked again, "Is that really all?" She called him a loser and asked if he was a great warrior. The warrior who was supposed to save everyone. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. She remembered the sea. They were standing on the shore. She was crying. In the game, she said that she needed to be saved too. In her memories, she hugged him. In the game, Lena was crying and said, "Is this really all he can do?" She said it again with a scream. The girl with black hair wanted to repeat it again, but suddenly something started to happen to Chuck. She looked and didn't understand what was happening. His hand rose. The healing factor of immediate recovery was activated. He began to recover. Almost recovered, he held a stick in his hands. He looked like a monster who was trying to say something. Lena was shocked. His legs were restored. Like himself, his HP was completely restored. She was confused about what it was. She asked why the healing factor worked. The destruction should have suppressed this ability. He asked. She saw everything and still does not understand. He attacked himself before dying from the burning gaze of this little eye. He continued to say that the beam contains a special power of destruction, and after being hit by this attack, regeneration will be impossible. He hit himself at that moment so that the healing factor would work in the future. Lena said with a scream, "This is impossible, because everything in the path is destroyed. Even if you committed suicide and decided to start regeneration, it is impossible to recover after it. After all, the game has a priority for calculating damage, and according to the formula, strength has a much higher priority than a regular skill. But even the current result is based on an unknown variable." He asked why she got so worked up, because it was not like her. He said that it was necessary to say that he was incredible. She admired him. Asked her to behave normally. She asked when she had ever done that. The protagonist said, "What difference does it make what is in the formula and what is with the program? Is she really so interested in playing? The game should be enjoyed." She remained silent. She wanted to say something. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say, but she remained silent and smiled. She agreed, because it was so like her. He was always like this. The same exception to the rule, a bug, not like everyone else, a miscalculation, an error in the code, who if not him will enjoy the freedom of the game. He looked at her with a serious face. The protagonist said that she was crossing the line. Tat says, as if he used some third-party program to hack her. With a satisfied face, she said that it was not so scary. Such people are easier to destroy, but he is different. He is a master of stats, heals easily, moves quickly, Titan spirit used and the rest. She asked if this upset the balance. With a serious face, she said that among other things, he has a level 99 wooden club. His existence is a code error. Is she not right? Chuck said that she was wrong, because in the director's opinion, he is the most ordinary person. He decided to act. Quickly went upstairs, asked if she had any normal arguments and that she should stop talking nonsense. When suddenly he started attacking. Used the skill of hitting from above. The blow almost reached her. She smiled and said nothing. The blow was powerful. Chuck stood nearby and watched it. When suddenly he heard Lena's voice behind him, she said that it was a fact. She was briefly overwhelmed by emotions, so she slightly overdid it. She believed that he did nothing forbidden and did not use the bug in any way. She continued to speak with a smile on her face. No matter how bad his character was, there was nothing to find fault with in this regard. He asked if it was a compliment or if she insulted him. Lena continued to speak. Even if everyone believed in him, then his mother did not agree with them. He did not understand what mother they were talking about. His eyes widened. He remembered how the guy stood in front of him. He said that one of the most beautiful planets in the fourth universe. It was his mother's favorite planet. Chuck thought that when he first met God, he mentioned his mother. Lena said that she then decided that you were a bug, so it was logical why she administered a vaccine to destroy this microbe. She showed 5 fingers, when suddenly a large hole appeared in the protagonist's head. The healing factor began, immediate recovery. He called her a bad word. He began to attack her, asking that she considered people microbes. When suddenly, everything lit up green. Eyes stood in front of him. At the same second, he struck. Chuck was standing. He called him a skeleton. His HP noticeably decreased. He was angry because they attacked from 2. It really pissed him off. Lena called him mean, saying that at the moment he can't change anything. She asked if he wanted to lick her shoes. Maybe then she would take pity on him. With a displeased face, he told her to worry about her empty head. In that same second, he was already behind her. Her face changed. She looked back. She asked how he managed. Even at the speed of light, he could not have been behind her in an instant. He said that it was not the speed of light, he made his double. She did not understand. There were many main characters, all standing almost next to her. There was the little eye. All of Chuck's doubles were looking at him. Lena asked if this was a photocopy of the Mirror King Habik. He hugged her. She said his nickname. Chuck smiled. Then he said, "Let's time show," with a crazy face. There were even more main characters. He hit her on the head with a stick. Her face changed. Blood came out of her mouth. He said non-lethal blow twice. Several doubles were already hitting her on the head saying non-lethal blow. Everything was absolutely the same. They also said and hit her. More doubles were hitting her with a stick. They laughed and started doing it much harder. She screamed for them to stop. She cried and asked that they beat her rather than continue. Chuck said he didn't want to. She would be reborn anyway, and he wanted to see her suffer. Lena looked at him with tears in her eyes. The doubles were ready to continue. She screamed because she didn't want this. She said she didn't want to. She screamed at the top of her lungs. At that moment, Chuck realized that the non-lethal blow was created by fate itself for this very moment. The club had a leaf on it. The double with a crazy face was preparing to hit Lena. She opened her mouth in fear. Looking at the clubs, the double began to act. He hit her with all his might. Blood came out of her mouth and nose. Her face changed completely. The other Chuck jumped up. His face was flushed. He was levitating in the air with a stick behind his back. She looked at him with frightened eyes and cried. When suddenly he hit her with even greater force. Her face was dissatisfied with the pain. One of the doubles put on a hat. He held her with his fingers. He took a pose and held the stick in both hands. He hit her in the face with all his might. He had glasses on. Her teeth were out. Her face was completely disfigured. All the doubles were laughing at her. The quiet and peaceful dimension was drowned in a mad scream. The doubles were crazy. He would not kill her. He broke her skull. Chuck only wanted to knock on her empty head. Surprisingly, there was a serious reason for this terrible and cruel act. This humiliation in the past, when she almost killed him, when she betrayed him. He took revenge on her in the episode with the destruction of the planet. When the planet was divided into 7 parts, Lena and Eurus were in shock at that moment. He completely divided the entire planet into 7 parts. He was sitting on the top of the mountain. He was still not satisfied with his actions towards her. He laughed like a madman. He said that the real revenge is happening now. She was covered in blood. She had a huge fear visible in her eyes. She was sobbing. He held her. Lena slowly closed her eyes. She no longer resisted anything that was happening to her. He swung again. He hit her in the face again. Teeth began to fly out. She wanted this moment, similar to a bad dream, to just end. The doubles were still beating her. The main character said that he had almost dealt with her. There was only one enemy left, namely, Eyes. The doubles were already approaching him, when suddenly, the monster decided to attack. The attack was very strong. The doubles flew apart a little, but everyone was determined. Eyes was confused. In chorus they said that it was useless to kill. After all, the main character can create copies countless times. Eyes only mumbled. Chuck began to act. He was eager to kill him. He cast a spell strike from above and struck. The blow was strong, because of which the monster could not resist. Chuck's eyes were shining with pleasure. He made one more time, namely a blow from below. The monster did not like it, but he could not do anything. He held the stick. Having pronounced the spell continuous rupture, there were blue eyes in space. Near them there was a strong blow. It became more and more. In this explosion there was an eye stick. It was painful for him. In the end he died. There was a lot of smoke. The doubles were standing nearby and watching what was happening. Chuck turned off the photocopy. Now he stood alone in the middle of all this. He was pleased with himself. Landed on the ground. The protagonist said that this was the end of the second phase. He asked what Lena was going to do. Calling her a cockroach, she sat and cried. Her face became angry. The girl with black hair said that she could only admit it. According to her, she knew that he would definitely cope with it, and on the contrary, she did not understand why Chuck had problems in the middle. She suggested that he make more efforts. The protagonist was confused. He cast the spell of a non-lethal blow again, and asked her to choose her words. If she did not want to get hit in the head again, she was afraid. Suddenly, a green light lit up behind him. The eyeball on the chest began to glow. Lena said that it finally began. Chuck did not understand what she was talking about. She continued to say that this was the third phase. He asked her again, when suddenly the eyeball began to rise up. He flew into the blue hole. Chuck was confused. After all, the eyeball was no longer lying. He remembered, after all, he was lying dead. The protagonist was scared because he disappeared. Lena just sat. She was in pain. She only said that this was the arena for the third phase. It was night. The city was standing. Chloe opened her mouth and looked at the sky with her bright blue eyes. Julia, Eurus, and other passersby were also looking. Riot was sitting on the ground and also looking. Mandy was also looking. A ball appeared in the sky. It was green with convolutions. Riot bared his teeth. He thought that the toothy one must have come to the human world. He hoped that Chuck would be able to handle him. Something inside the ball was twitching. Riot's eyes immediately widened. He understood what was happening. when suddenly this ball began to move at high speed towards the city. The boy with red eyes only shouted for people to start running. The ball was very big compared to the city. Mandy, Chloe, Julia, Eurus, passersby and Riot were in shock. The ball hit the ground. People flew apart. The ball hit with great force. We again found ourselves in another dimension. The blue eyes were still flying. Chuck grabbed Lena by the hands. He asked her to open the portal. With an upset face, she said that she could not. Chuck screamed because she had opened the portal before when she called on God. He remembered how she waved her staff. At that moment, the portal opened, and the eyeball's hand came out of it. She said that she had set the coordinates for the power of God back then, and only he himself could create a breach between dimensions. He cursed and said that she was just a useless cockroach. He threw her away. Lena fell. The protagonist activated the skill Omnipresent Flame. This is a skill that allows you to see any place or living creature you want. He said for the spell to show the frontline village. He saw a ball that had already fallen. Chuck was shocked. He screamed because he was shown a meteorite, not a village. Lena said that the third phase had begun. The continent must enter the final war without him. There was smoke in the middle of the mountains. Riot stood with his eyes closed. He began to slowly open them, not understanding what was happening. Then suddenly he opened them completely and was in complete shock. It turns out that he had made a ball that protected him, Julia and Eurus. They were shocked and said Riot's name. Blood was pouring out of his mouth because he had spent a lot of mana. The girl with red hair asked if he had saved her. He said that if an angel owes his life to someone, then he should pay for the rest of his days. After all, she had slept with him once. She was sitting next to him and pouring potatoes. She tried to feed him. As a result, he ate very much. We are transferred again to the game world. The boy with red hair was trying to get up. He could not. His legs hurt very much. Julia said that he was already weak. There was no need to overexert himself. He could have dodged this attack if he had abandoned Eurus and her. She said his name again with a worried face. People were lying near them. They were holding on with their last strength so as not to die until the end. Julia cried, seeing this picture. People were groaning. Someone had already died. Riot said that he was too careless. He did not think that this ball could appear so soon. Suddenly, something moved in this ball. Julia got scared and said that something definitely moved there. And suddenly, something crawled out of this meteorite. Riot didn't understand. A small ball crawled out of there and landed near them. They didn't understand what was happening at all. And suddenly, Riot screamed for Julia and Eurus to run. They didn't have time. The claw went through Julia. Blood came out of her mouth. This small ball is much bigger. The girl started crying. It hurt her. She fell to the ground near Riot. The monster was drooling. Its claw was covered in blood. We are transported to the dimension where Lena and Chuck are. There was fire burning in its hands. It looked at it, because there it saw what was happening in the village. Its mouth opened. It screamed angrily, "How dare this bastard do this?" Someone's hands were waving in the sky. The girl with a smile on her face called herself a mission. The heroine decided that she needed to tell a little about herself. The girl answered that she was the winner of the royal tournament and was famous as a user in the game. A mission recalled her battles and said that she also showed herself well in the battle with the Heavenly Kingdom. The heroine ran from side to side, saying that the game had become very interesting lately and apocalypses were coming one after another. The girl with a smile on her face answered that right after the battle with the Heavenly Kingdom, a huge eye appeared in the sky and a green monster suddenly broke through the rift between the seas. But then it turned out that this monster was a god and the last quest was to protect our world from it. The system window showed the last quest, protection from a god. A mission angrily raised her hand and said that if this was their last quest, then this meant that the task was also the last, and perhaps after they completed it, the game would no longer be supported. Amicia immediately calmed herself down with a smile on her face and said that this couldn't be and the game would hardly be the most popular in the world and would just suddenly stop being supported. Amicia said that they had a green monster, but the great warrior Chuck threw it back with a wild cry and disappeared with it, so everyone began to look at it and think that the guy was the best. The heroine pointed with her index finger. The girl seriously said that at that moment something happened that no one could imagine. A huge meteor fell from the sky. Everyone who was nearby was seriously injured or died. The girl stood near the meteor and said that those who were smart avoided the blast wave, but the state of most users does not allow them to fight. Something in the form of an egg jumped out of the fallen meteorite. The man looked forward, calling Amicia. The hero gave the child a recovery potion and asked the heroine for help. The man looked away in surprise. The monster pierced the body of one girl. There was a sharp hook of the monster in the belly of the star. The heroine looked forward with tears in her eyes, blood flowing from her mouth. The boy sat next to the body of the star. The mouth was slightly open. The hero's face was full of surprise. The guy called the star, trying to do something. The monster opened its mouth. The eye emitted a laser. The hero looked forward in fear. The star looked at the guy in surprise, saying that he was creating the magic of a protective barrier. The guy confidently looked forward, saying that if an angel owes his life to someone, he must pay for it for the rest of his days. The hero clenched his teeth. His feet stood confidently on the ground. The guy looked at the dead body of the girl. The hero asked the monster with incomprehension how he dared to do this. The system window began to show that these were attempts to forcibly unlock the sealed power of the angel, which could be life-threatening. A star began to shine brightly in the sky. It began to move. The star was spinning. A hoop was created around the guy's head. The system window showed an angry guy who was saying that the angel's power had been unlocked. A bright light passed over the entire area, blinding. The monster could not look anywhere. The guy opened his mouth, saying that he would not forgive this. The boy looked at the star, asking how he dared to kill her. Two guys were sitting in the ground. The star looked at the guy with a smile on her face. The heroine began to take something out of her bag. The star laughed and smiled widely. The angel angrily screamed at the monster, "How dare he do this?" The guy saw the girl in fear, asking what happened to her. The hoop around her head was fluttering and saying that the angel's unlocking had been cancelled. The little one asked the girl with confusion where her body was, since she had just died recently. Star answered with a smile on her face that it was a game, so she died and just reconnected. Angel didn't know what else to say. Night was falling. The girl giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Lena looked ahead with a smile on her face, saying that you can forget everything, that it's a game if you dive too deep. The heroine asked Chuck if she was telling the truth. The monster continued to growl menacingly. The monster slowly approached the guys. The guy grabbed the girl, looking at the monster with fear. The kids quickly flew up. The angel's hand was glowing, including a lightning spear. The guys looked at the monster with fear. The force quickly went to the floor as a bright meteorite. The light set the monster on fire. Star looked at this in surprise, saying that this was the highest electric magic. The guy was angry with himself, since in his current state he was only capable of this. The hero looked at the dust with the monster, hoping that his magic would do at least some damage. The monster's eye began to glow. The monster began to emit light with great force. The guy began to look at all this with displeasure. The green light tried to pass through the guys. The angel clenched his teeth, despite his wound. Star looked at the guy's hand in fear, trying to do something. The eye continued to glow brightly. The monster was walking towards the children. The streams were directed straight at them. The guy and the heroine closed their eyes, screaming loudly. Some hand helped the children. The mission, with a smile on her face, directed the force of the wind at the monster. It was basic first-level magic. The children hugged, looking at it in surprise. The streams of power still quickly passed into the distance. The monster tried to do something, but could no longer do anything. The guys slowly sank to the ground. Star and the hero looked ahead in surprise. The boy, smiling, asked the heroine if she was okay. The girl thanked the guy, saying that she was fine. Magic was directed in flashes across the entire area. The mission was holding a sword in her hands. The heroine quickly struck the monster with the sword. Her hands with the weapon began to shake. The girl said in surprise that this bug was very strong. The monster pretended to be unconscious. One of its pincers stretched to the side. The mission quickly flew away, dodging the attack. The heroine looked ahead in surprise, thinking that his defense was abnormally high. The girl was holding a sword in her hands and saying that she was finished, since her main type of damage was physical and she used magic only as an addition. The mission looked at the guys and shouted at them to run away quickly, since she could only hold off this insect for a short time. The girl looked away in surprise. The heroine watched the man. Hugo looked at the girl from the cliff with a smile on his face. A mission asked him with displeasure why he was so late, because the girl thought that he would follow her. The hero laughed loudly, glad that he made the youth wait for him. Hugo stood next to many guys and said that he needed to treat the wounded, and there were many more of them than he thought. The guy directed a magic hand and told the heroine to look at who needed help. The hero directed a sanctuary. It was a sacred place that restored the health of all targets in a certain range. Sick people were sitting on a magic field. The system window showed that the effect of the sanctuary was launched and now health is being restored. A mission looked at all this in surprise. The monster screamed loudly at the people. The eyes were surprised. Two guys with mad eyes said that the larva crossed the line when it began to climb towards them. The group answered that there are things in this game that should not be touched. Whoever you were, a god or insects, it didn't matter at all. Everyone answered that the star shouldn't be touched. The guys angrily asked who touched it. Magic quickly flew at the guys. Groups of people angrily ran at the monster. The monster angrily growled. All the guys started fighting. Magic. There was fire in his hand. Chuck covered his eyes with a smile on his face. The main character answered that this was their star and the girl that everyone loved without exception. Lena answered with a smile on her face that it was good when the star died a little earlier, when she was wounded in the stomach, since this situation helped to unite everyone. Chuck answered with a smile on his face that this was true. The guy confidently looked at Lena, grabbing her by the throat. The main character's face changed and asked the heroine what she thought. If he laughs, then he finds it funny. Lena began to cry hard. Chuck looked at the girl with anger, telling her not to drag it out and quickly tell her how they could get out of here. The guy stubbornly looked at her, saying that he could break her neck if she didn't tell him. Lena tried to breathe through her mouth. Her lips spread into a smile. The heroine, with tears in her eyes, answered that it was impossible to get out of here, and even if the guy died, he would be able to enter the game and be reborn again. Chuck listened with displeasure to the girl, who was saying that now there were only them. Lena was with the guy in some place, saying that he was Adam and she was Eve. The heroine's hand reached out to the guy, and she herself said that until death do them part, they would live happily ever after. The heroine began to press herself tightly against Chuck. The girl approached his lips and said that they were two loving hearts that were united by fate. Their lips touched each other. Chuck grabbed Lena by the throat. The guy angrily asked the girl. She listened to him through her ass. The hero held the girl, answering that he would break her neck if she dragged it out. Lena, with a smile on her face, told the hero not to be embarrassed. The girl, with a smile on her face, told the guy to confess and say that he was glad that he was lucky enough to become the lover of such a beauty. The guy angrily asked her why he would be interested in her. Lena asked the hero that he was not interested at all. The heroine, smiling, answered the guy that if he started dating her, he would get everything without a trace. Lena looked at Chuck and told him that she would become the one who could not live without her. The hero looked at her with displeasure. Chuck's hands grabbed his head, saying that she did not get it. The hero grabbed the girl. His hands held Lena tightly. The guy was shouting loudly at her. Two Chucks were standing near the girl, including the photocopy. The protagonist held a stick, answering the girl that she did not understand and that she could only understand by force. Chuck, with a smile on his face, aimed a non-lethal blow at Lena. The heroine began to glow brightly. The girl screamed loudly. Lena's body began to evaporate. Chuck wondered if she was dead. Her head was slowly evaporating. The system window began to show a recreation of the destroyed body. The heroine stood behind the guy. Lena smiled, answering the guy that such a lethal blow would not work on her. The stick hit the heroine on the head with all its force. Chuck began to look at her with displeasure. The protagonist could not believe that Lena had died again, despite the fact that he had been watching his strength. The guy looked at something in surprise. The heroine looked closely at Chuck, talking about what she saw. He himself guessed how she overcame the non-lethal blow. The protagonist opened his mouth, answering that he was a little shocked because there was a way to avoid a non-lethal blow. Lena touched her head, answering that it was a very painful skill and she would call it her personal pain. The girl smiled, answering that there are no ideal skills in the game, so you can find a loophole in any situation. Lena answered that this blow is just a disgusting skill that only causes pain to the enemy. The heroine looked at Chuck, answering that despite the fact that he controls his strength, he will at least be able to reach 1 unit of damage. The guy's strength was reduced by 1 unit. Chuck, smiling on his face, answered that this is the essence of such a blow. The guy answered discontentedly that no one could have thought that this would become his weak point that can be controlled. This turned everything upside down. Lena looked at the hero, answering that after he dies, you can revive with the maximum health value, which is 1. A view of the starry sky opened up. Kate was lying on the ground, putting her hand. The girl was unconscious. Slightly opening her eyes, the girl moaned. Kate, surprised, sat up abruptly. The girl turned her head to the side in amazement. Looking back, she asked where she was. Turning back, she heard that she had finally woken up. Turning her head back, the girl looked in surprise. Kate looked straight ahead and said Mandy's name. The girl stood, leaning one hand on her leg. Looking straight ahead, Mandy said that this was a forest 3 kilometers from the frontline village. Turning her head to the side, Kate asked again, 3 kilometers, but how is she here? A huge meteorite was flying towards the city. The meteorite fell, emitting a white glow. Mandy said that because of the recent attack, they were the closest to the epicenter of the blow, that's why they were thrown so far. White wings appeared from behind the girl. Mandy flew up sharply. Looking down, she asked why she froze. They needed to hurry, said that they should return to the village as soon as possible. The girl confidently said that if they were late, then everyone could die. Kate watched as Mandy flapped her wings. The girl looked up in surprise. Mandy's wings began to flutter faster. Kate looked at her with an amazed look and said that it was cute. With her mouth wide open, the girl thought about what the hell, why was she so cute? Those tiny wings weren't just decorations, they were so cute. It was just crazy, she wanted to touch them, they looked so smooth. I wonder what they felt like, what were they made of? Like microfiber, they weren't like birds. How she wanted to touch them at least once and smell them, she wanted to hide her face in them. Mandy looked down questioningly and asked if she was really okay, thought about how her gaze seemed so crazy for some reason, said that they needed to hurry. With her eyes wide open, Kate said yes, she was completely fine, let's fly together and hurry. The girl got red wings and horns, the Demon King's essence was launched. Synchronization began. The synchronization error is equal to the permissible level of 1.3%. Kate looked straight ahead in surprise. The hidden skill Demon King Essence is a unique skill of the Demon King, the inherited power from the previous ones. If the interference is serious, the power returns to the previous king. Flying up, the girl said that forward, thought about what to touch unnoticed while flying after her. Mandy answered approvingly. Mountains covered in fog appeared. Tom quickly ran forward, swinging his fist. Having uttered the claw of the cat spirit, he hit the monster. Jessie, slightly crouched, summoned a sphere in her hands. Having shouted about a wave attack, the girl threw the sphere at the monster. Several players stood near the monster. A staff appeared among the flames. Having waved the staff, the girl summoned the flames. Particles of fire quickly flew around the girl. Having raised the weapon, the girl directed the fireball to the side. The players watched as the monster burned in the flames. The monster's face began to straighten out. The girl opened her mouth wide in surprise. Standing next to the boy, Julia said that everyone was so cool. If this continued, then soon this larva would die. All the people stood and watched the flaring flames. Looking at this, the girl asked, "Yes, Mr. Riot." Looking down, the boy's eyes began to water. A green scar appeared on the boy's hand. He thought, damn, it was because of that attack. Julia and Riot dodged the green beam. The boy's hand began to bleed. Julia looked at him in surprise. Turning his attention to the girl, Riot said that all these attacks were meaningless. They did not cause him any damage, to which Julia asked again. Frowning, the boy said that it was because it was a piece of God. Julia, wide-eyed, looked straight ahead. Giant portals spread across the sky. An image of a boy and a girl appeared in the fire. Chuck watched this while kneeling and thought it was the skill Omnipresent Flame, which allowed him to see any place or creature. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that a piece of God, it seems he has heard this somewhere before. Opening her mouth wide, Lena told the hero to listen. Looking down, the girl turned to the protagonist. Folding her hands behind her back, Lena said that they were actually fighting. What was he doing there? To which the hero answered her to leave him alone, that he did not want to participate in this anymore. They could not even kill each other. Lena, smiling, stood next to the hero and asked if this skill should not recharge for 24 hours. He had recently used it. To which Chuck replied that if the target was not the same, there was no need to recharge. He had recently looked at the frontline village and now at the boy. Sitting down next to the hero, Lena heard the question of what a God particle is. Chuck said that he had definitely heard it somewhere. Slightly closing her eyes, the girl told him to think carefully. It was quite a long time ago, so it would be difficult to remember. Looking to the side, the guy asked again and said the word long ago several times. The hero's eyes opened wide in surprise. Havik extended his palm forward. Kate bowed her head down. The guy was sitting on the monster, and it grabbed the girl with its paw. The main character said that on the day when Kate was kidnapped, then Havik mentioned it. Chuck looked to the side where the guy was standing. The guy looked at the gloves in surprise and said that he definitely called the brass knuckles of silence mythical level things that Kate was wearing then. Chuck added that he collected God particles to make money. Sitting on his knees, Kate asked why he wanted to meet him. If he really wanted to make some money, he would just put the goods in the store. Why attack the Robin Hood Guild? His behavior is unacceptable. Chuck and Kate were surprised to hear that Havik said that it was not because of the God particle, but because of the mythic level weapons. Closing her eyes, Lena said that it was true. To be precise, mythic level weapons are called God particles. Putting her hand to her face, Chuck asked to stop and said that then these nasty maggots were also mythic level weapons. A picture appeared where the maggots were equated with things. Slightly turning her head, the girl said that exactly, although they have different shapes, but the essence is the same. Chuck looked away in surprise and thought that seriously, he just blurted out nonsense and it turned out to be true. Kate stood in gloves, raising her leg. It was anticipation. Then the larvae appeared on her hands. It was reality. Slightly opening her mouth, Lena said that this battle could not be won by users with normal abilities from the very beginning. Looking down, the girl said that it was because of the God particles. A frightened Riot appeared, and the girl added that only God particles could be damaged. A lot of gray smoke emanated from the larva. Sticking out his tongue, Kevin laughed and asked how this pathetic larva dared to lay his claws on. A huge green beam appeared. With a sharp swing, the beam cut off people's limbs. Wounded people lay on the ground. A terrifying green monster appeared, making sounds. The monster's eye brightly emitted light. The players looked ahead in surprise, and a question arose in their heads in the sense of why he was not injured at all. Gritting her teeth, Amishan thought that this was a curse. It was bad if he was immune to physical attacks. The girl hit the monster, swinging her sword sharply. Clutching the sword tightly in her hand, the girl thought about whether his defense was abnormally high or whether he was resistant to physical attacks. Gritting her teeth, she thought that either way, this was the end for her. White rays appeared. The girl thought about how it was too much to have both immunity to physical attacks and immunity to magic, asked how they were supposed to defeat him. The severed arm lay on the ground. Jessie, writhing in pain, held her hand. The girl looked up in surprise. A huge monster appeared in front of Jessie's eyes. The monster opened its mouth, making a sound. Tears appeared on the girl's face from what she saw. The monster's mouth was approaching the sitting girl. Julia and Riot looked ahead in surprise. The girl folded her arms and asked what they should do now, said that most Chrono Life users have max level weapons, unique, and almost no one has mythic level weapons. The girl was amazed and added that she also heard that all the weapons in the store were monopolized by one merchant, as far as she knew. His name was. The girl repeated with her mouth wide open. Riot stood holding his hand, and the girl finished that the main merchant was Riot. Julia looked at the boy in surprise and asked if he was really that same main merchant Riot, to which the boy replied that she was surprised by what she herself had said. Frowning, he said that yes, he was that same merchant, and that she was right in saying that he had been buying up all the mythic level weapons all this time. The voice said that everything, for this day. Riot stood and looked straight ahead. Julia turned to him and both heard an explosion. Bright green lightning started to appear in the monster's eye. A moment later, it released a bright lightning bolt from its eye. The people were engulfed in green flames. A huge whirlpool formed. Julie and Riot covered themselves from the wind. Turning to the boy, she asked if they were really going to counterattack now with the weapons he had collected during this time. The boy answered with his mouth slightly open that they were not. Julie's eyes widened in surprise. Riot smiled and said that it was not time yet. Mandy's whip cut through the air. It hit the monster on the head. Its skin cracked. Blood spurted out of the crack. Mission watched with her mouth open. Hugo looked ahead in shock, wondering if the attack had worked. Julie screamed in delight. Riot smiled and said that finally, and where was she at such an important moment? The whip cut through the air. Mandy stood, twirling the weapon in her hands. A moment later, she swung her whip. Her weapon hit the monster with all its might. Looking at what was happening, Riot said that Mandy's weapon was of the mythical level and that the attack with the same god particle worked. Sacred weapon of the sky, enchanting dagger, level, mythical, Mandy's unique weapon. The girl took a confident step. She clenched her hand into a fist. A moment later, Kate jumped and pounced on the monster. Liquid spurted out of its wounds. Casey bared her teeth furiously. Julie happily shouted the girl's name and said that her attacks also worked. A voice was heard behind them, that of course. They turned around. Eurus was standing behind them and said that her weapon was of the superior level. He pointed his finger at the weapon and said that the protagonist personally gave it to her. The girl exclaimed the name of the beast. She happily twirled it and said that she was very worried and asked where he had been all this time. A moment later, Eurus began to vomit. Julie sat next to him and said that he was talking. He was thrown far away after he died after the attack of the larva, to which the animal moaned affirmatively. Riot looked up and said that in any case, he saw something like this for the first time. He looked at the current ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom, Mandy. Then his gaze fell on the current ruler of the Underworld, the Demon King, Keith. Riot watched them and said that the first and strongest, Mandy and Keith, attacked the monster from both sides. Liquid poured out of his wounds. He began to writhe in pain. Looking at the girls, he continued that this is a black and white alliance of heaven and hell. Blue portals were visible in the sky. Chuck held the flame in his hand, in which the girls were standing, and moaned enthusiastically. Smiling, he asked if they were joking, and that this is a duet of heaven and hell. Lena enthusiastically covered her mouth with her hand. The protagonist laughed and said that these god particles were nothing special, they just sounded cool, then asked the girl how she was, and that it seemed like these larvae would soon come to an end. Looking at the protagonist, Lena asked if he thought it would end that easily, and that she had told him that this battle was impossible for ordinary users to win. Chuck frowned and asked if she was sure, and that maybe they should check, to which the girl agreed. Bright stars were shining in the sky. People were looking at a huge monster. Its tentacles were vibrating. People looked at it questioningly. Continuing to look at it, they said that it seemed like it had just moved. Sweat appeared on the man's face. They looked at the monster and thought, really? A moment later, white liquid splashed out of it. Huge white drops fell to the ground. People turned around at the sounds. Thousands of larvae were running towards them. Lena smiled and said that, you see, she was right. Then she continued that she warned not to underestimate the last boss. The protagonist pursed his lips and said that even if Mandy and Kate combined their powers, they would not be able to defeat so many enemies, and they were locked in here and could not help them in any way. Therefore, the last episode of Chrono Life would have a bad ending. Chuck pursed his lips. After a moment, he smiled. Why did he laugh out loud? The protagonist looked at the girl and said that he thought there would be something impressive, but they just relied on numbers. Then the protagonist put his hand to his ear and shouted that he was checking the microphone, and repeated it several times. He looked up and shouted that it was a P. The stars were shining above the mountains, and Chuck shouted for them to answer if they could hear him. He saw the animal and called its name. Eurus started looking around and asking if it was Chuck and if it was a hallucination, to which the protagonist answered affirmatively and said that he was stuck in another world and couldn't get out. Eurus asked if he was okay and if he was hurt, to which Chuck replied that he was the only one worried about the protagonist and that he was okay and didn't need to worry. Putting his hand to his mouth, the protagonist said that he was looking at the situation and that it smelled hopeless, so it seemed like it was time for him to intervene, to which Eurus asked what he meant. The pet looked down in surprise. Smiling widely, Chuck said that their souls were connected, so even though they were in different worlds now, he could send him mana, right? Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would send him all his mana and told him to transform into his true form. A huge purple monster appeared and the guy added that he was the strongest boss of Chrono Life, a two-headed dragon. Grinning, the hero said that he had to kill all these damn larvae without exception. Eurus opened his mouth wide in surprise. Then the pet closed it. Opening his eyes wide, he responded approvingly, said that they would do it together. A view of the forest at night opened up. A loud explosion thundered behind the mountains. A creature began to appear from behind the rocks. The beast slightly rose. Eurus's eyes glowed a bright pink color. Looking up, he shouted loudly. Opening his mouth wide, he said that he was the strongest dragon. Spreading his arms to the sides, Eurus added that he was a two-headed dragon. Laughing, Lena said that she hoped that it would not look like that. Clenching his teeth, the hero replied that it was enough to spoil the atmosphere with her stupid fantasies. Looking at the flame, Chuck said that Eurus definitely won't be able to remain such a cutie after absorbing all of his mana, right? A view of the starry sky opened up. Julia looked ahead in surprise. Riot and the girl watched the glowing creature. Eurus reached the required amount of mana to take the true form of the soul. The materialization in its original form was launched. A huge blue beam hit the ground. People covered their eyes with their hands from the glow. Julia said about the eyes, and Riot made unpleasant sounds. A crowd of scary monsters was moving forward. The silhouette of the beast emitted a bright glow. It began to transform into a dragon. Two frightening heads appeared. Opening one eye, the girl watched this in surprise. Looking at the blue explosion, the thought arose in her head that Eurus was getting bigger. The main character smiled widely, holding the flame in his hand. Opening his mouth, he said that Eurus was a scoundrel. He said, his eyes wide, that he couldn't imagine how happy he was to see his real face again. Gray smoke was flying in the air. People were holding their heads and saying that they couldn't open their eyes. A huge shadow appeared above them. The girls lifted their heads up slightly. A pink dragon wing appeared. The pink monster opened its mouth wide. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly pink. The girl squinted one eye and looked up. The other one frowned and looked straight ahead. A huge two-headed dragon landed on the ground. The eyes of the larvae emitted green light. Green lightning began to appear from the eyes of the monsters. All the people looked up, watching the strongest monster on the continent of Chrono Life, the two-headed dragon. The dragon suddenly lowered one of its heads. The two-headed dragon looked straight ahead. A yellow glow appeared near one of the heads. In the past, the left head was destroyed. The burned head of the monster was visible. However, the moon resurrected its remains as a demon. Nolan, looking up, spread his hands. A head rose up from the body of the monster, but the resurrected one was again absorbed by the gluttony skill. A laughing face appeared. Nolan looked up with horror in his eyes. A head with one purple horn appeared in front of the main character, so now he could appear before everyone as a perfect two-headed dragon. Eurus stood angrily and looked straight ahead. All the people raised their heads in surprise. A sword fell near the man's foot. The girl looked up in fear. It was fear. The two-headed dragon was the greatest Chrono Life user. And the reason for this, ironically, was accessibility. A valley strewn with skulls appeared. It was the monster's lair. The so-called Valley of the Dead is located very close to the frontline village. The main character walked from the frontline village to the lair. Any brave enough user can get there, even the first level. The man's foot stepped on the skulls, so almost any Chrono Life user has been there at least once. 3 players walked along the dead valley. Everyone was burning with curiosity, wanting to see the strongest Chrono Life monster with their own eyes. A view of many skulls opened up. The girl, her eyes wide open in surprise, looked ahead. The girl lifted her head slightly. A huge monster with purple eyes was looking at her. And that day, fear lurked in the hearts of all users. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly pink. It was a terrifying force, endless despair. The girl stood there, not looking away. That's how Eurus became the fear of every user. The two-headed dragon looked around angrily. The girl froze in fear. She began to cry, making a sound. The monster looked straight ahead angrily. A view of the surface of the earth opened up. The man stamped one foot. Then he stepped on the second. Lowering his head, the dragon heard someone addressing him. A little girl stood in front of everyone, looking at the dragon. Julia stood with her hands folded in fear. Looking up, she asked if he would help them. The monster's eyes emitted a purple glow. Julia's eyes widened in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, Eurus said that mortals living their short life. Then, approaching the ground, he added that if their worthless life was valuable to them, then they should run away from here before it was too late. Eurus said angrily that everyone without exception, all of them, People continued to look up in surprise. The man clenched his teeth in fear. The dragon rose up. People began to run away quickly. While everyone was running, Julia remained in place. The girl stood looking down. Thinking, the girl pressed her lips tightly together. A picture appeared before her eyes of Chuck holding a pet in his arms. A small child hugging him. Eurus was sitting on the child's lap and eating. Julie was sitting on the bed, holding him in her arms. Eurus was flying in the air, holding the girl. Julie watched as Eurus flew away. Slightly opening her mouth, the girl turned to him. With her eyes wide open, Julie heard that she should also leave there, quickly. The girl raised her head up in amazement and asked again. Looking down, the dragon said that a fierce battle would soon unfold here, so he should run as far as possible. Opening his mouth wide, Eurus said that he could not vouch for everyone, but at least he would protect her. The girl, looking straight ahead in surprise, heard her name. Julie widened her eyes in surprise, thinking that this was the first time he called her by name. The man's hand grabbed the girl's hand. Riot and Julie, holding hands, looked at each other. Opening his mouth wide, he said to go away, to leave this dragon. The girl looked away in surprise. Julie slightly lowered her lips. The monster watched as they quickly ran back. Holding hands, Julie and Riot ran away. Julie, upset, turned back. The girl, slightly opening her mouth, said that he could. The two-headed dragon looked forward and heard him be more careful. Lowering his face, he said, "What now?" The dragon approached the larvae and said that they were the only ones left. The monsters looked up, making sounds. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly and he asked what they were waiting for, said that it was enough to stall for time. They were most likely unreasonable creatures. Opening his mouth, he asked if they were really scared when they saw him. The larvae with glowing eyes looked straight ahead. The monster's eye began to emit a bright green light. Many green beams flew up. The blows flew towards the two-headed dragon. The beams were getting closer and closer to the dragon. One of the stripes on the monster glowed with a characteristic sound. Then another one glowed. 3 stripes brightly emitted a purple color. The two-headed dragon opened its mouth, a bright glow emanated. The monster's entire body glowed with a bright light. Eurus released 2 huge beams towards where the larvae were standing. Purple blows hit the monsters. A pink crushing blow stretched to the sky. A huge explosion thundered on the planet, visible from space. All the people flew up sharply, screaming. People could not stand on their feet from the shock wave. Riot grabbed the frightened girl tightly. Looking straight ahead, he thought that finally the battle had begun. Riot pressed himself to the girl's head, shedding a tear. A huge pile of smoke was visible behind the mountains, and the boy thought about how simple breathing has such a huge power, it felt like even the planet shook. The embittered Eurus looked straight ahead. He was a 7 sinner of pride. His attack was fatal to the god particle. In addition to mythical or superior weapons capable of effective attacks, gloves and a blade were shown. There are also 7 sinners who have turned away from God. A huge number of monsters were shown. Their strength is also enough to cause damage. A long hole was dug from the dragon's strike. The larvae moved forward, making sounds. One of the monsters began to grow an arm. Then a huge claw grew completely. A strong blow from a whip was dealt to the dragon. The larva looked forward in surprise. The monster's hand dropped. The dragon looked away furiously. Lightning began to appear from the eyes of the two-headed dragon. He abruptly raised his huge hand with claws. He struck the monsters. They began to fly apart. Chopped larvae flew in the air. Smiling, Eurus said that it was even funny. Did they really think that they could harm him with such an attack? Something brightly burned in the dragon's mouth. Eurus released a huge sphere emitting lightning. A crushing blow flew at the monsters. The larvae began to melt from the lightning. Eurus abruptly raised his tail up. The larvae looked at him in fear. The tail lay on the monster. The god particle could not become a rival to the dragon. An explosion from the blow thundered among the monsters. The dragon watched all this. No one could imagine the situation. Eurus slightly lowered their heads down. Neither God nor the system. The guy held the flame in his hand, except for one person. Laughing, Chuck looked at the fire. Smiling widely, the main character said that Eurus was in good shape. Who would have thought that he could fight so well? Sitting on her knees, Lena said that of course, he is the strongest monster in Chrono Life, even she cannot defeat him. Smiling slightly, the girl said that to be completely honest, even if all the 7 sinners attack the dragon at once, they will not be able to defeat him. He is so strong. Hugging the main character, the girl added that he was unlucky to meet him, so he became an ordinary talisman character. Blue portals appeared. The hero asked when she managed to stick to him, to which he heard the answer that about 5 minutes ago, Chuck told her to leave him alone. Lena closed her eyes and said, "Well, what's the matter? There's no one here except them anyway." Asked not to sit like a blockhead, but at least pat her on the head. Turning to the girl, Chuck said what he wanted to tell her since they got to the garden. They're not alone here, actually. The girl asked in surprise, "What?" and said that there was no one here except them. The protagonist pointed his finger at the demon's head and said that it was him. Aventoter, frowning, looked straight ahead. The girl looked down in surprise and said, "And this one?" A view of the mountains covered in fog opened up. The sphere from the monster's mouth glowed brightly. The dragon released a pink flame towards the larvae. The monsters were struck by lightning. The explosion collided with the horde of monsters. The boy stood with his lips clenched. Riot grabbed his hand, which was wounded. Eurus opened his mouth wide. He was the strongest monster in Chrono Life, the two-headed dragon Eurus, the seven-sinner pride. The larvae flew sharply to the side from the blow. The monsters appeared, torn to pieces. Even other self-confident seven sinners recognized him as the strongest. However, the boy, who was observing the dragon's power up close, Riot stood and looked straight ahead. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. A huge pile of gray smoke rose behind the mountains. The boy watched it. A thought came to his mind that Eurus had not shown his true strength all this time. Raising his head, the dragon opened his mouth wide. Eurus screamed loudly, spreading his arms to the sides. The boy's assumption was correct. Eurus had never fought at full strength before, and the reason for this is quite simple. The defeated larvae lay on the ground. Before, all his opponents were too weak. The monster's head appeared. This is how all the god particles were destroyed. A huge pile of maggots lay on the ground. Their total number was 3890 units. The dragon smiled widely, and on top of a huge number of corpses, only one creature sat. The monster's eyes lit up, a terrifying force, a creature that can only be described by one word: power. It was the seven-sinner pride, the strongest boss of Chrono Life. Both heads of the dragon looked down angrily. It was the two-headed dragon Eurus. Julie raised her hands up in delight. Running forward, she said that the two-headed dragon Eurus had won. The dragon looked away, hearing its name. The girl screamed loudly with joy. Kate and Mandy stood and looked straight ahead. The people watched with a smile on their faces. Opening his mouth, Eurus said that the girl should not come closer. Julie suddenly froze, raising her leg. Looking straight ahead, the dragon said that he had destroyed only parts of God, but the main enemy was still alive. The dragon approached the maggot egg. The place where the monsters appeared. The girl paid attention to it. Julie fell silent in fear. Running back, she wished the dragon good luck. The dragon's wing appeared. Eurus made a sharp flap of his wings, looking straight ahead. Kate and Mandy covered their faces from the flying dust. The rest of the people also covered themselves from the strong wind. Julie flew up sharply. Riot shouted her name. Eurus took a step forward. The dragon tapped his claws on the ground. The two-headed dragon flew up sharply. One purple stripe lit up on his face. A purple glow was visible from his mouth. The dragon's mouth was shining brightly. Opening his mouth wide, Eurus released an electric sphere. His eyes emitted pink lightning. He said that he would end this battle. The dragon released a sphere emitting a strong blow. Being in the sky, the dragon attacked with pink lightning. The blow hit the larvae egg. It began to slowly evaporate. Less than half of the egg remained. The pink beam stretched out over a long distance. A hole appeared, caused by the dragon's attack. The glowing stripes began to make a sound. They began to fade slowly. The glow began to slowly disappear. It was no longer visible. The dragon looked away with its mouth wide open. Kate raised her hand above her head and looked away. A melted egg lay on the ground. It began to rapidly revive with characteristic sounds. Looking forward in surprise, Kate asked in her head if it was alive. Green particles began to appear around the debris. The girl, her eyes wide open, looked forward. Many green cubes began to emit. The cubes began to spread through the air. The dragon watched this. People looked at this in amazement. The girl asked what it was. Looking at her hands, Amishan asked if these were pixels, and Hugo asked about Minecraft. The cube flying above the girl's hands began to glow brightly. Amishan looked at this in surprise. People watched as a bright green beam struck from the sky. Players watched in surprise as flashes appeared. People were shocked by what they saw. A bright sphere appeared in the sky, emitting beams. A huge flash thundered. A view of blue portals opened up before their eyes. The hero held a flame in his hand, watching the green flash. Looking at the flame in surprise, the hero asked what it was. The pixels gathered in one place. Turning his head to the side, he told him to explain what was happening. The girl rubbed her face against the protagonist's hand. Lena hugged the hero tightly with a satisfied look. Chuck looked at her with a puzzled look. Sharply biting her head, the guy said that she should answer. Folding her hands in front of herself, Lena asked how he could bite an innocent girl's head. Is it not too much? To which the protagonist replied that she should be quiet, told her to answer before he bit her all over. The girl asked in embarrassment what exactly, said that he was vulgar. Exhaling, Lena said that she did not understand whether he was smart or not, and it was obvious to a hedgehog what was happening now. Looking straight ahead in surprise, the hero heard congratulations that the second phase was completed. Finally, the last step remained. The hero turned his head at her in amazement and asked about the last step. Looking to the side, Lena said that the third phase, no, the last phase. Fog appeared among the mountains. The last boss entered the arena. All the players raised their heads up in surprise. People watched the glow, their eyes wide open. A glowing human leg appeared. Amishan and Hugo looked straight ahead in amazement. The human hand emitted a glow. Kate and Mandy watched the bright light. Hair appeared, burning with a bright flame. Riot and Julie looked up in surprise. A gloomy human face appeared before their eyes. Eurus opened his mouth furiously. The image of a god of unknown level appeared. The man's face was serious. Chuck watched it through the flames in fear. Frowning, the protagonist said that the last phase is God. Blood began to flow down the hero's face. Chuck, raising his hand to his face, was surprised. Looking at his hand, he asked what it was. Red tears, blood. Lena looked away in disappointment. The smile on the girl's face disappeared. Blood also began to flow down Kate's face. The girl looked at her hands in surprise, making a sound. All the people were perplexed, asking about bloody tears. Julie covered her eyes in fear. All the players held their faces with their hands and heard that they should not worry. God, looking down, said that this effect will pass after some time. The creator began to slowly rise up. He flew straight up to the two-headed dragon. Looking straight ahead, he said that he had grown so much, he still remembered him as a cub. The dragon got angry and asked what he said. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly pink. A memory of 3 eggs lying on the ground appeared in his head. A man in yellow clothes approached them. The creator, with his hands in his pockets, looked at them. Then he smiled widely. Slightly squinting his eyes, a question arose in the dragon's head. He thought about what this was, what kind of memories. Slightly opening his mouth, God said that he could not understand him, no matter how hard he tried. Looking straight ahead, he asked if he was not obliged to destroy people. As a 7th sinner, why was he now fighting on their side? Looking at each other, the creator said that he was a 7th sinner of pride. A bright glow emanated from the dragon's mouth, and he said that he stank, so let him go. Eurus released a huge amount of pink lightning. The beam stretched over a large distance. All the people began to fall to the ground in fear. A mission screamed. Looking at what was happening, Hugo looked away. A huge pile of smoke rose. The dragon stopped emitting lightning. Eurus, in a rage, looked down. The dragon's eyes lit up, and he heard that it was sad. The creator was hanging in the sky right in front of him. God, lowering his head, frowned. Slightly opening his mouth, he said that of all the 7 sinners, he believed in and loved him the most. Pointing his finger forward, he added that who would have thought that he would have to kill him with his own hands. The creator released a green sphere to the side. The two-headed dragon looked at it in surprise. The sphere crashed into the dragon's head. A bright flash occurred. A devastating green explosion thundered. The dragon was at the epicenter of the explosion, screaming in pain. Julie screamed his name in fear. Eurus fell sharply to the ground. Blood was flowing from the dragon's mouth. The creator began to slowly walk forward. The dragon looked at him. He said that he was indeed a special child. Looking straight ahead, God said that the name of the child that came into this world with him was, it seems, Aventoder. He thought that he would have died immediately from this attack. Looking away furiously, Eurus heard that and the other monster that he left, then thought about it. The two-headed dragon suddenly raised his hand up. He struck the ground where the creator was. Shock waves flew to the sides, throwing up stones. All the players suddenly flew up. People in the smoke began to fall. Shock waves stretched for a long distance. Stone fragments began to fall down. Looking straight ahead, Eurus growled menacingly. From under his hand it was heard that he still did not understand what he was trying to do. The creator put one finger up. God raised the dragon's hand with one finger. Pointing at the dragon, he asked if it knew who it was, asked if it thought its attacks would make any sense. Looking straight ahead, the boy said that it was God. The creator touched the dragon's body with his finger. A huge amount of lightning struck the planet. All the players covered their faces with their hands from the flying smoke. Julie, looking straight ahead, opened one eye. The wounded Eurus lowered their heads down, looking at the creator. The two-headed dragon roared furiously. The girl with tears in her eyes screamed the dragon's name. The protagonist watched in fear through the flames. Lena and Chuck were kneeling. The guy said the dragon's name. The hero turned to the two-headed dragon and said that enough was enough, he had done enough. A view of the dragon's mouth opened up and the protagonist added that it should cancel the transformation and fly away from there. Looking in different directions, he heard that he was an idiot. Could he hear him? A request to answer. Standing in front of the guy, Eurus said that he heard him, but could not follow his order, to which the hero asked again what and why. Eurus felt it instinctively. The dragon opened his mouth wide. The creator stood and looked straight ahead. It was impossible to allow the hero to meet this creature. Because God, the one who could take his life, the creator looked straight ahead with a serious look. One of the dragon's limbs was wounded. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that he would definitely protect the protagonist. The hero watched in fear as Eurus jumped on him. Chuck poked his finger in the pet's face. The dragon jumped on the hero's head in fear. The protagonist stretched the head of the dragon sitting on his head. Eurus jumped on the protagonist's head. The guy held his pet's cheeks. The dragon jumped up with a joyful look. Eurus said that this was a new mission that he had chosen himself. The two-headed dragon looked forward furiously and added that even if it meant dying. A bright pink glow appeared. Bright rays emanated from the dragon's mouth. Flying up, Eurus released a pink flame. The flame with purple lightning was approaching the boy. The creator slightly tilted his hand. Then he sharply raised it up. The dragon's strike was redirected upward. The attack flew towards the sky. Eurus' eyes widened in surprise. The creator slightly exhaled and raised his head up. God looked straight ahead, folding his arms. The creator sharply flew up. Immediately he found himself in front of the dragon's face. Holding his hands, God slightly raised his leg. The creator kicked the dragon in the head, blood flowing from his mouth. The two-headed dragon bent back from the blow. God's foot landed on the dragon's wing. Eurus turned around, feeling it. The creator stood with his arms folded and looked straight ahead. Suddenly, he abruptly grabbed the wing with his hand. With a quick movement, he tore the wing into two parts. Blood spattered and the dragon turned its head towards the creator. Eurus opened his mouth wide, writhing in pain. God looked straight ahead, frowning. Kate and Mandy watched in surprise. The players looked up in fear. Chuck clenched his teeth in anger. Julie raised her hands up in fear. Eurus fell to the ground abruptly. The man's foot landed. The creator looked at the dragon's open mouth. He raised his finger up and green particles appeared. God stretched out his hand. Hearing a strange sound, he looked away. The bat was flying straight at him. Julie looked straight ahead with tears in her eyes. The girl was rapidly approaching, holding the bat in her hands. The creator froze, watching this. Frowning, he exhaled. He pointed his finger to the side and a green glow appeared. Julie opened her mouth wide in fear. Green lightning flew out of the creator's finger. The players watched in surprise. A devastating green explosion thundered. Everything was covered in a gray fog. Julie covered her face with both hands. Then she slightly opened one eye. A hole appeared in the body of the two-headed dragon from the attack of the creator. The dragon was bleeding heavily. Blood was coming out of its mouth. Tears began to flow down the girl's face. Julie stood and looked away in sadness. The wounded dragon was lying on the ground, and the creator was looking at it. God slightly lowered the corners of his lips. Then, stretching his finger forward, he called for a green glow. Green lightning suddenly flew out of his finger. It flew at the lying two-headed dragon. Blood was coming out of the dragon's mouth. Julie sobbed, watching this. The creator fired a beam at the dragon several times. Many green explosions thundered along it. The girl clenched her teeth tightly in frustration. The creator continued to fire beams towards where Eurus was. The dragon raised both heads up and spat out blood. Julie opened her mouth wide in pity, sobbing. The girl closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Julie raised her head up and continued to cry. She watched the blood stains and green rays. Eurus turned to her and told her not to cry. The dragon's head approached the girl. Julie's eyes widened, and she said the dragon's name. A huge number of explosions flew at the dragon, and he asked if he didn't protect her. Bowing his head, the two-headed dragon said that Chuck was sad when she cried. The girl looked up, touched. A memory appeared of the protagonist sitting next to the girl's hospital bed. Julie looked away with tears in her eyes. Then she turned to the hero, who was sitting with his head down. The upset hero slightly opened his eyes. Remembering this, the girl pressed her lips tightly. Looking at the dragon, she said that she could be reborn even if she died. Crossing her arms, she added that he could not. Looking up, the girl asked if he died, what would it be like? The dragon looked away and heard Julie's request that he fly away. The dragon's eyes glowed brightly pink. A sword appeared against the background of a pentagram, and Eurus said that he was the soul of the sword's ego, just the main character's weapon. Black particles appeared in the air, and he added that let him be completely erased from the game. If he dies in the body of a unique boss, Chuck will be fine. Opening his mouth wide, Eurus said that he would be easy to replace. The girl, looking at him, continued to cry. Then, slightly opening her mouth, she turned to the dragon. Eurus and Julie looked at each other, and the girl said that she was talking not about the hero, but about him. Raising her leg, she asked how it would be for him. Then she said that if he died like this and never saw him again. Many explosions thundered on the dragon's back. The two-headed dragon had a hole in his body. Blood began to flow quickly from his mouth. Eurus slowly lowered his head down, and then he said the name of the main character. A view of the Valley of Death opened up. The egg split into two parts. A small dragon with two heads appeared from it. These were old memories when he was a baby, just hatched from the egg. A green wave with a sound flew over the dragon's heads. A strange voice left a deep imprint on his mind. Green numbers appeared. A strange voice said for him to kill people. The dragon opened his mouth wide. He followed this voice. A view of the Valley of Death opened up. Lightning struck from the sky. Many skulls appeared. Someone began to list one person, 2 people, 3 people. The man held his sword tightly in his hand. Then the list continued 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people. 3 players stood on the skulls and looked up in fear. It was a boring as hell repetitive slaughter. People looked up and saw a huge two-headed dragon. These massacres were senseless and pointless. The dragon began to devour people. Bloody splashes appeared. It was an emotional pit called life. Green waves flew around the dragon's head. But despite these gray everyday life, he had no other choice because the voice in his head was unshakable. The dragon looked around standing on the turtles. That's how he became the very embodiment of death for all people. The dragon with glowing eyes looked straight ahead. He constantly asked himself why he should kill them. Their faces distorted with horror, the shadow of the dragon's head hung over the people. Eyes filled with fear, people looked up in fear. All this did not please him at all. So, while he was drowning in doubts, the dragon opened his mouth wide. After a while, he had a question: why should he kill people? The dragon hit the ground with his tail hard. People covered their heads from the flying dust and wind. People looked up, watching the dragon fly away. Green waves with a voice appeared in the dragon's head. However, Eurus raised his head from the sound. Every time this happened, the voice in my head sounded with new strength. The creator smiled widely. He said that he should kill them all. The two-headed dragon abruptly turned around in the opposite direction. People looked up in surprise. A bright pink glow appeared from the dragon's heads. The valley was covered with pink flames. Eurus was killing people against his will. A view of the fog opened up. Black particles flew in the air. The two-headed dragon sat in the middle of the valley. The feeling of doubt was replaced by a feeling of loneliness. The dragon sharply bowed its head down. Behind the dragon stood 4 monsters, turning to him. The commander of the legion said that a man appeared at the entrance to the Valley of Death. The monster with a horn said that as soon as he gave him the order, he would deal with him. Eurus angrily said that no, he would do it himself. The two-headed dragon made a sharp flap of its wing. The dragon flew over the Valley of Death. Then it slightly lowered its heads down. A view of the valley at night opened up, and Eurus said that he laughed at himself. He is the one who had killed countless people before. What right does he have to have any feelings for them? The man stepped on the skull with his foot. The main character walked straight through the Valley of Death. Chuck walked forward, lowering his head down. A dragon appeared in the sky above the hero. Looking down, Eurus thought that so it was that boy who invaded his domain. The hero's clothes appeared, then his wooden stick. The dragon opened his mouth and thought, seriously, he looks like a newbie who has just started his adventure. He waited with impatience and disappointment. The two-headed dragon abruptly rushed down. Today he came again to kill a man, hiding a small hope in his heart, but the result is always the same: sheer disappointment. Eurus said that he loves people, but he must kill them. The dragon's head flew down rapidly, and the only way to avoid this damned fate. A white glow appeared near the skulls. The hero's cloak fluttered in the wind. He walked forward. The guy stood still and looked ahead. Eurus added that a meeting with a man who would be stronger than him. The hero noticed a pile of white smoke rising. The dragon said that when he appears, this senseless slaughter will come to an end. The two-headed dragon's eyes lit up with a bright light. He said that his pain will finally disappear. Eurus, looking at the hero, spread his wings. But these are just empty hopes. The heads, looking in different directions, opened their mouths wide. The hero stood in the gray fog. Eurus said that he was the strongest creature in chrono life, and for a man to appear who could defeat him, countless years must pass. Raising his hand with claws, the dragon said that he was an insignificant mortal, but he still hoped. Looking furiously at the main hero, he said that he had crossed the line of the dead. Approaching the guy, the dragon said that this was the border between life and death. Eurus wants to believe that someday there will be someone stronger than him. The day will come when he will be freed from this hell. Descending to the ground, Eurus told the hero that he was a fool who had come to certain death. A huge shockwave flew at the dragon's second head, and he said that he would writhe in insurmountable despair. Eurus added that someday for sure, the dragon lost one of its heads. He started to turn in that direction. Raising his head, he looked at her in surprise. The protagonist stood with his hand outstretched to the side. Chuck, looking straight ahead, said, since there were only 3 blows left. The remaining head of the dragon looked at the guy in amazement. Durability was 2 units out of 5. The protagonist began to take out a stick from behind his back. The stick began to emit lightning, and the hero said that he would kill the strongest monster in this game. Eurus abruptly raised his head up. Looking at the guy, he asked him to stop and wait. Holding a wooden stick behind his back, the protagonist asked why. The dragon clenched his teeth. Looking at the hero in surprise, the dragon asked who he was. Swinging the stick, Chuck replied that it didn't matter. He didn't want to bother him. He came to kill him. The protagonist made a sharp swing with his club. A huge shockwave spread across the valley. The dragon, caught in the blow, screamed in pain. Eurus abruptly fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, he wheezed and thought about who this man was. The dragon thought that if he hit him even once more, he would really die. Chuck approached the lying dragon. The stick's durability was 1 unit out of 5, and the guy said that he had 1 hit. Exhaling, the guy said that it was a pity if only he could do something about this durability. Eurus looked up in surprise. Looking at the hero, he asked again about the durability, asked if he had any problems with it, said that he could easily solve it. Already swinging the stick, the hero stopped. Raising his head up, Chuck asked again. A thought arose in the dragon's head that it was good. What if he could live like this? Raising himself, Eurus turned to the hero and asked if he had ever heard of this sword. Looking at the dragon, the guy asked again what it was. Eurus thought about the fact that he did not want to die yet. It was true that he wanted to get out of this slavery, but he did not want to disappear so stupidly. The dragon said that in simple words he would move into his weapon, not with his body, but with his spirit. A pink sword was visible against the background of a pentagram. In this case, the main character's weapon would turn into an ego sword. The guy opened his eyes wide in surprise. His sword would gain infinite durability. Lowering his head, Eurus said that he assures him an ego sword is the most powerful weapon in Chrono Life, to which the guy sighed. Sharply raising his head up, Chuck laughed. The dragon looked forward in fear and also chuckled. The dragon, looking at the guy, asked if he liked his proposal, to which the hero continued to laugh. Smiling, Chuck said that he no longer wants to take revenge. Opening his eyes wide, the hero said that it seems the game really wants him to take revenge. The dragon looked ahead in fear and thought about his mother taking him away from here. Chuck pressed the accept button and said that he agreed. He accepted the quest. Many drawings emitting a glow appeared under the hero. Eurus came closer to him. The dragon's wing began to slowly disappear. Then it completely evaporated. The dragon's physical body began to disappear and then completely disappeared. Pink rays appeared near the hero's stick. The dragon's soul entered his weapon. The wooden club rose to the 99th level of the ego class. That's how their souls united with the hero. A view of a beautiful city opened up. Green waves with a voice appeared above the pet's head again. Against the background of green numbers, it was written that he should kill people. Eurus looked at the main character and said that maybe they should deal with humanity right now. And although he still sometimes heard that voice, he no longer cared about it. Chuck walked down the street with a chicken. Eurus flew after him. The dragon added that it was because he had someone who was always by his side. The pet was sitting on the grass, leaning against the guy's back. Chuck was looking straight ahead with an angry expression, and Eurus was behind him, sighing heavily. Chuck was sitting, holding his knees. The pet was next to him. The hero was stroking the pet's head. Eurus turned to the protagonist with a surprised look. Everything they had been through with the protagonist. The protagonist was sitting with his hands behind his head. The pet was looking straight ahead thoughtfully. Chuck and Eurus were looking at the pop-up window. Both were looking straight ahead with incomprehension on their faces. Every moment was wonderful. Eurus was walking through the valley of death with a contented look. The pet raised both his hands up in joy. It was a long-awaited meeting. Chuck was stretching the face of the pet sitting on his head. With his dearest person, Chuck was smiling widely and looking straight ahead, which woke him up from a terrible nightmare. Eurus opened his mouth wide in pain. Many green explosions were happening on the dragon's body. Crying, Julie turned to the dragon. The two-headed dragon slightly lowered its head. Eurus said that now was the time to repay him for all the kindness. The creator released many charges. The dragon will not allow the hero to meet the god. Looking straight ahead, God heard a strange sound from the side. Turning to the side, the dragon's hand hung over him. Eurus grabbed it sharply. Lowering his head, he said that he would die with him. Squeezing him tightly in his hand, the dragon turned to him. The creator looked at him in surprise and asked, together, was he going to blow himself up? Looking down, Eurus answered that he was. The creator frowned in surprise. The two-headed dragon began to glow brightly. Slightly opening his mouth, the creator turned to the dragon and said to let him ask only one thing. The dragon slightly bowed his head in front of him and heard that his order was still imprinted in his head, so why was he so stubbornly taking the side of the people? A view from the back of God appeared, and he added that even sacrificing his only life. Voices appeared in the dragon's head again. Slightly opening his mouth, the two-headed dragon said that this was a stupid question. Green waves with a voice flew near the dragon's head. Eurus leaned back from the sounds. Eurus looked at the flying green particles. The dragon began to emit a bright light and said that there were no people. Then he added that he loved the main character. A mission and Hugo watched the bright glow. Kate put her hands to her face and Riot held his wounded hand. Tears were streaming down the girl's eyes. Julie strained her lips. Then the girl opened her mouth wide. Julie sobbed loudly, seeing this. A huge explosion thundered on the planet. A bright glow emanated from the dragon. Opening his eye, he said that he had only one regret left. Memories of Chuck sitting leaning against the wall came to mind. The protagonist and Eurus were eating chicken. The protagonist and the pet were looking at the sky thoughtfully. Then they looked straight ahead with confusion. They frowned, looking up. The dragon looked at the face with its tongue sticking out. The pet was hugging the protagonist's head tightly. Eurus slightly closed his eye. He would like to see the protagonist at least once more. A white fog appeared in front of the dragon's eyes. Then it became even larger. The outline of the dragon was barely visible. And then the dragon disappeared. A view of space opened up. The protagonist's torn cloak appeared. Chuck was holding the dragon in his arms. Chuck sighed slightly, smiling. The protagonist said that he was a fool. He told him to run. Why was he rioting and making him worry? The hero, looking down, said that he did a great job. Eurus was sleeping in the protagonist's arms. There was a lot of gray smoke in the air. The girl turned around and opened her mouth wide. Riot hugged the crying girl. Julie fell to the ground and leaned on him. All the people were watching this. Looking at this, Kate and Amishin burst into tears. Hugo and Amishin stood disappointed. All the people cried and heard the girl say the dragon's name. A tear appeared on the boy's face and he closed his eyes. Slightly opening them, he thought about the fact that Eurus self-destructed in his true form, and the death of a unique boss means deleting the character. The boy pressed himself to Julie's head. He thought about the fact that they would never see him again. Chuck suddenly descended from the sky, holding the sleeping dragon in his arms. Riot and Julie turned in surprise, and the girl said the hero's name. The hero stood and looked forward. Eurus was sleeping in his arms. The dragon slightly opened his mouth. The girl, her eyes wide open, shouted the dragon's name. She quickly ran towards the protagonist. Running up to him, she asked if the dragon was okay. He wasn't dead. Smiling, Chuck replied that he was okay. He just fainted because he had used up all his strength. Tears suddenly began to stream down the girl's face. Then Julie covered her mouth. The girl suddenly fell to her knees in front of the protagonist. Julie began to sob loudly again. Raising her hands, she said how happy she was. All the people looked at this happily, and the girl added that it was good that everything worked out. Eurus slightly opened his mouth and made a sound. Slightly frowning, Eurus moaned. The protagonist looked at him happily and asked if he had come to his senses. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing the dragon say the word mom. Then the pet repeated itself again. Looking straight ahead, Chuck thought about this word and asked if he talks in his sleep. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that apparently he was so comfortable in his arms. Laughing, he added that Eurus was cute. The dragon pressed his mouth to the hero's chest. He began to make sounds, and Chuck smiled. Closing his eyes, the protagonist raised his head up. Kate abruptly lifted the dragon up and then threw him to the ground, shouting that they were perverts, asked what they were allowing themselves. Mandy covered the girl's eyes with her hands. Kate said that Julie was watching. They were completely out of their minds, to which the hero replied that he did nothing. The girl asked why he walked half naked. Was he an exhibitionist? Lying on the ground, Eurus stretched his arms forward and made a sound. Kate and Chuck turned around in surprise, hearing the dragon call the protagonist. Smiling, the hero turned to the dragon and asked if he was really awake now, how he felt. Eurus replied that for some reason there was a sweet and tasty feeling in his mouth. The hero replied that it was sweet then. Opening his eyes wide, Eurus asked why he was even alive. He seemed to have blown himself up along with God. Looking at his hands, the pet asked when he returned to this form. Chuck stretched the dragon sitting on his head and replied that he was the one who returned it to it before it died by blowing itself up. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hero asked how he dared to resist his order. After all, he clearly said to fly away. The main hero said that he could not restore mana in the divine dimension. It was really dangerous, then asked again if he understood him, to which the pet with the stretched head apologized. Letting go of the dragon's head, the hero exhaled and said that of course, he should apologize. Holding the dragon in his arms, Chuck asked if he knew how many people were worried about him. Eurus looked ahead in bewilderment. Seeing the girl, he said her name. Julie was holding her pet in her arms. He looked at her in surprise. Looking straight ahead, Eurus thought, at least not a spinner. A memory appeared of Julie quickly spinning the dragon around herself, and then how the dragon sat on his lap and Chuck next to him. The girl with tears in her eyes hugged the dragon tightly. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she was so glad that he was alive. Eurus opened his eyes wide and pressed his cheek to the girl. Kate and Chuck stood with a satisfied look and heard the dragon say that he could not breathe, asking to let him go, to which the girl replied that she did not want to. Turning to the guy, Kate asked, by the way, how he got out of the divine dimension, said that according to the boy, it is impossible to escape from there. Exhaling, Chuck said that it was true. To be honest, he also thought that he would never get out of there. Folding his arms, the hero added that it pissed him off to talk about it, but the fact that he was able to escape from there. Lena landed abruptly on the ground, and the hero finished that it was all thanks to her. Lena stood on one leg, closing her eyes. Chuck turned to her, and Kate, looking at the main character, asked again. Lena slightly crouched. Then she abruptly pressed herself against the main character. The guy looked forward in surprise. Gritting her teeth in anger, Kate asked, is she at it again? Told her to move away from him. Chuck turned to Kate and said that he would let her lean on him for a while. The girl looked away in surprise. Lena began to cough loudly. Blood came out of the girl's mouth. Kate opened her eyes wide in amazement. Lena, leaning against the main character, continued to cough up blood. The girl fell to her knees in front of the main character. Sitting on her knees, Lena cried and coughed. Kate and Chuck watched this, and the girl asked what was wrong with her. Did she at least take her medicine? To which the guy replied that maybe she shouldn't put so much pressure on a person spitting blood. Looking down, Chuck said that she should feel sorry for her because she was going to die soon. Kate looked away in surprise, hearing this. Julia opened her eyes wide and looked away, heard questions about what, who would die. Pointing her finger forward, Kate said that it was really Lena. The girl was sitting on her knees with a bloody mouth. Tears were streaming from the girl's eyes. The creator put his finger out and called for a flash. Explosions flew at the two-headed dragon. Julie watched this. The girl, raising her head up, cried loudly. Blue portals appeared in the starry sky. A white wave appeared. Chuck swung his club with an angry look. Swinging the wooden stick, he summoned a huge yellow beam. This beam with lightning stretched over a huge distance. The guy's eyes were shining with rage and he made many swings with the club. A huge number of beams flew out. Lena was nearby and smiling. Grinning, she said that it was impressive, as if he wanted to destroy the dimension itself. Looking at how the hero attacked, Lena said that everything was in vain. No matter what he did, the dimension could not be destroyed. Looking away, Chuck told her to be quiet until he killed her. Lena looked forward in fear. Then the girl smiled slightly. Looking at the main character, she said that she did not understand why he was so excited. He was worried that Eurus would die. Lena smiled broadly and said that she understood everything, of course, but it was all artificial intelligence, and asked if it was too attached to some piece of code. Blue portals appeared, and the girl added that it was just a game. The protagonist stood with his back to the girl. He sighed heavily. Then, smiling, he said that it was true, she was right. The guy hit the girl sharply on the head with a wooden stick and said that it was time to hit her. Lena grabbed her head and started crying, and the protagonist stood there, throwing the club over his shoulder. Looking straight ahead, Chuck asked again about artificial intelligence and it was just a game. Asked if she thought she looked cool, saying so, adding that in fact she had only ruined the whole atmosphere. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that if she was going to continue talking nonsense, then she should leave the game and go to her reality, stop wasting his time. Lena, holding her head, opened one eye. The girl slightly opened her mouth. Then she closed it and sighed a little. Standing in front of the main character, she said that he really was worried about the dragon. Frowning, Chuck asked what. She thought he was an idiot because he was worried about some game character. The girl looked straight at the hero. Then she said that to be honest, yes, he looked crazy. Smiling widely, Lena said, because she was the same as him. Holding the club on his shoulder, the hero asked again. Lena smirked slightly. The girl flew up a little and told him to get ready, she would help him get out of here. Putting his hand on her hip, the hero asked why, said that especially since before that she said that they would never be able to get out of here. Lena hugged the guy around the neck. The girl pressed herself against the protagonist's face, and he added that she was saying something about Adam and Eve. Frowning, Chuck asked why something had suddenly changed, what he should believe. The girl slightly lowered her eyes. Smiling, she said that everything, both were true. The guy looked at her incredulously. Looking at the hero, Lena asked if he remembered their first conversation in the frontline village that day. Lena stood with a staff in her hands and looked straight ahead. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. Chuck and Lena stood together in the middle of the forest. Standing opposite each other, Chuck said that of course he remembered, it was the worst day of his life. The girl closed her eyes and said that so much had happened since then. Turning slightly, the girl added that she had eaten spicy ramen at the main character's house. Chuck and the girl were sitting at the table opposite each other. They kissed for the first time. Lena hugged the guy tightly. Then she kissed him. She felt what it was like to be on a date. Lena held the guy's hand. Chuck looked at her in bewilderment. They ate together what she cooked. Lena turned around and lifted her leg. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, sitting at the table. The main character ate with a satisfied look. She took a ride in his car. Lena slightly moved away from the car and looked towards the beach, and even walked near the sea. Lena, tucking her hair behind her ear, looked straight ahead happily. Smiling widely, the girl said that all this time she constantly confused him. The protagonist frowned and looked straight ahead. Looking at him, Lena added that he probably hadn't understood all this time why she was doing all this. Slightly lowering her head, the girl said that she herself didn't understand why. Smiling, Lena said that she finally realized. The protagonist looked at her and she added that although it was probably too late. Closing his eyes, Chuck said that he had no idea what she was talking about there, and he wasn't interested. He said to let him out of there before Eurus died. The girl, looking straight ahead, sighed slightly. Then, Lena answered okay. Folding her hands behind her back, the girl said that he remembered how she told him about the precious stone and asked if he would get it. Chuck asked what a precious stone was. She had given him something once. Closing her eyes, Lena said that even though she understood that he had forgotten about it because it had been a long time ago, it was a little upsetting. The girl added that it was the day of their first kiss, to which the guy angrily asked again. He opened his eyes wide, and a thought appeared in the hero's head that he remembered. There were many skeletons with weapons around the protagonist. It was the day he fought with Yopi. Lena unexpectedly kissed the protagonist. The girl turned around, crouching. The hero thought about what he had received then. A hand with a yellow sphere extended in front of the protagonist. Lena handed the sphere to the hero. It emitted a bright glow. Putting his hand under his cloak, the hero said that he would now look, asked where he had put it. Smiling, the guy said that he had found it. In his hand was a mythical class gem. Grinning, Lena said that she was glad that he had kept it. The hero replied that she gave it away for free, so he took it and asked, "But what is it?" He can't get any information about it even after appraising it. Putting her hand to her face, Lena said that it was because she made it herself. Such items must be named by the creator to receive an official appraisal. The protagonist, holding the stone in his hands, heard that this item was called the God's Jewel. It contains all the power of the goddess. The name of the item and the information about it were updated. The guy tightly squeezed the stone in his hand. Lena said that the divine dimension is a place that exists for the sake of God, and if she, the goddess, dies, he will naturally disappear. Standing opposite each other, the girl said that in other words, if he breaks the jewel, he will be able to get out of this world. Before he could finish talking about several important conditions, the girl saw the hero break the jewel. Smiling, Chuck asked which ones are important. The jewel crumbled into powder. Lena asked, "No, seriously, he doesn't know how to listen first and then do." A skip button appeared, to which the hero apologized and said that he was used to skipping. Exhaling, the girl said that it didn't matter. In any case, even if he listened to the end, he would have broken it without thinking. Hearing a strange sound, the hero turned to him. A grid of lightning appeared. Looking up, the girl said that all this took quite a while, but now she really sees the end. The hero slightly turned to the girl. A view of the gray fog appeared. Chuck and Kate watched the girl kneeling. The girl asked fearfully about how she would die and whether it was her. Lena, slightly opening her mouth, answered approvingly. Looking at the main character, the girl asked, she had talked about several important conditions, so one of them, as he already sees, is her life. The girl slightly opened her mouth and added that the second is that the divine power does not disappear, but is transferred. All the divine power was transferred to the hero who broke the God's jewel. Kate turned sharply to the main character. Looking at him, the girl thought about the fact that the divine power was transferred. Opening her eyes wide in surprise, Kate thought that it turns out that the hero has now become a god. Lena, bleeding, turned to the main character. Before her eyes appeared how Lena was crying. The girl's eyes began to tear up and she told him to protect this world. Frowning, the hero stood, throwing his stick over his shoulder. The character icon appeared with the inscription Novice Master. The hero stood and looked straight ahead. The change of profession was launched. The ball was filled by 38%. A moon in the starry sky. A glow appeared around the hero. He smiled evilly. The change of profession was launched. His underwear lit up. A bright flash illuminated everything around. She turned into a long skirt with slits. A cape on his shoulders flashed with a bright light. She became a dress with open shoulders. The change of profession was complete. The god of life Chuck was dressed in a woman's dress. Chuck and Lena looked at Kate with displeasure. What kind of nonsense she imagined. Julie, who was standing next to Mandy, was surprised. Angel said, "Maybe everything will not be so bad." Lena closed her eyes, seriously noted that he cannot become the god of life because he was simply given divine power. She opened one eye, explained that what kind of god he becomes will determine the nature of his play for all this time. The guy opened his mouth, thoughtfully looked in front of him. The players gathered around him. He thought about the nature of his play in Chrono Life. Kate thought with fear, the god of perversion or the god of psychopaths. The other players imagined him as the god of destruction. Mission put her hand to her chin, thought, the god of underwear. Lena raised her head, said that there were many options for the gods he could become, but personally she could only think of one. She wanted to say what kind of god he would become. But before she could, a green beam pierced her. Blood splashes, her eyes glistened with tears. She fell to the ground. Kate called out to her. The stranger standing next to her said that she talked too much. He pointed his finger at her, called her a dirty traitor. She began to cough up blood. She lay with a bloody wound on her chest, a blood stain on her chest. Riot gritted his teeth. He recognized God. Eurus, who was held by Julie, thought, of course he survived. His lips trembled. He thought that as a result, Chuck met God. God turned to the dragon, remarked that it was quite impressive. He said, who would have thought that he would blow himself up? He was the strongest of the 7 sinners. Eurus was angry and silent. He said that nevertheless, it was not enough to take his life. The man looked back. Chuck exclaimed, just look who is here. He was standing in front of him, threw the club over his shoulder. With a grin, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Probably this was their first conversation since the battle with the ancient beastmen. Then he swung the club to strike, suddenly disappeared. Kate opened her eyes wide. There was no one next to her. The guy moved to an empty room, made a questioning face. The guy standing behind him addressed him as a friend and greeted him. He waved his hand, asked how he was doing. Now Chuck looked at him in a new guise, said that before that he was in the form of a monster, so it was somehow difficult to hold conversations, asked if he finally decided to return to human form. Did he at least remember what he did before? The stranger looked ahead and replied that of course he remembered, it was all for this moment. Lena coughed loudly. Kate hugged her. The girl thought with concern, the wound was too serious. There was a dark spot of blood on Lena's chest. She thought that at this rate she would last a couple of minutes at most. Kate frowned. She thought, what kind of sadness is this? If you think about everything Lena has done during this time, she should be feeling relieved now. The girl pressed her lips together. She lifted her up, started screaming for her to wake up, and that she did not have any recovery skills, so she would not be able to heal her. Kate screamed for her to quickly use the skill that she showed them in the Heavenly Kingdom. After all, she had healed Habik back then with the power of the Goddess of Life. Blood was flowing from the girl's mouth. Lena replied that she could not. Her eyes dimmed. She said that now she looked like a punctured balloon. Almost all of the goddess's power had left her, so she could not use the skill of creating existence. Mission and Hugo were worried. She said that was why, even using recovery skills, she would not recover. Chuck looked at her and said nothing. He looked at the stranger, asked if this attack was really necessary. She was going to die soon anyway. The man raised an eyebrow, said that God also had feelings. This was her punishment as a traitor. Chuck asked again. A traitor, how she betrayed him. God waved it off. Yes, it was a long story, so it would be difficult to explain. He looked in front of him, said that now, looking back, he understands that Lena was on the side of people from the very beginning. Chuck frowned, asked what he was talking about. She tried to destroy humanity at every opportunity. The man clenched his fist, said that he believed in it too, but it was all a game. He said, and although he had doubts, considering how everything turned out, he was disappointed. Chuck thought about it. He glanced sideways at Lynn, so she wasn't a cockroach, but a bat. He stepped forward anyway, closed his eyes, said that they had listened to enough plot dialogues, thanked him. It was interesting. He approached God. With a smile, he asked. He knows that he skips them, but this time he made an exception for him because he is the last boss in Chrono Life. The man bowed his head, said that he had one question. The hero struck from below with a club. The explosion is visible from space. The enemy was thrown back by the blast wave. A shadow on his eyes. Night, an office building. The man in dark glasses exclaimed, "They are fighting." He looked back, shouted to the president that the peace user and God are finally fighting. The man stood with a cigar in his teeth, put his hands in his pants pockets. He asked sternly, they seem to be chatting, but they are already fighting. He told the staff that their job now was to monitor the audience's reactions. The future of the company depended on the results of this battle. He grinned widely. Steve had a large screen broadcasting the battle in front of him. He exclaimed, "The strongest is on their side." Chuck jumped towards God. He asked with a grin, did he have a question for him? What was it? He struck again. The man flew down. He fell to the ground. The impact shattered the surface into pieces. The players were thrown back by the explosion. Others also flew to the side. A thick cloud of smoke formed. Kate protected her companions. Huge red hands shielded them from the blow. She activated the skill Dead Grip, an attack that turns the Demon King's enormous strength into physical might. Riot frowned, looked up. He thought, this skill. She used it when she was possessed by the sin of jealousy. He thought, she wanted to protect them from the blast wave from Chuck's attacks. The stone from the decoration on her head flashed. A message appeared that the synchronization was broken. A red window demanding to stop using the essence of the Demon King. Kate exhaled. The wings behind her back disappeared. She looked at the guys, said that she could barely protect those next to her, asked if everything was okay. Julie was delighted, exclaimed, "Kate is so cool," instantly used her skill and protected them. The girl was embarrassed, said that it was clear how he would behave and that he would suddenly attack, so she in advance. She did not have time to finish. Something exploded nearby. They saw that in the distance everything was engulfed in fire. The flames rose very high. Kate awkwardly said that it was dangerous for them to stay here, suggested getting away from here. Riot asked where. Now the whole planet is a danger zone. He expressed hope that the Great Warrior would be smart enough not to destroy this planet himself. A strongly rotating pillar. Chuck hit the enemy with a club. He gritted his teeth, grinned, let him get it, said, continuous cut. Fiery discharges appeared around. Flashes appeared on God's body at the place of the blows. He bowed down, suddenly raised his head, turned to Chuck. He asked why he was taking the side of people. He stood in front of him, said that man had started a war, putting an end to the world. They were ugly animals who killed each other and destroyed the continent. They did not deserve the right to exist. The hero was perplexed. This is what he wanted to ask. Chuck closed his eyes, added, right, people always destroy everything around them. Sometimes it hurts, sometimes they regret it. He smiled, however. The guy beamed, they can still change, because that is what a person is. God opened his mouth in surprise, asked what it meant. Chuck hit him on the head, grinned. He also had no idea. He laughed, said that he was just talking nonsense that could pass for something smart. He was not a teenager to talk some high-flown nonsense nonstop. The baton in his hand flashed with blue light. Chuck frowned, said, launching the Titan Spirit skill. A black screen with information about this skill. Dialogue boxes with messages appeared. Titan Spirit activated. The area of attacks and their damage increased by 1000%. The corners of his lips stretched into a smile. He said, strike from below. He waved his hand. A wave of blue light hit the enemy. A powerful flash rose up. It was visible from space. Black particles flew in the air. God covered his face with his hands to protect himself. He decided to remove his hands. It turned out that he flew far away. The hero standing behind him said that he was shocked. He sternly asked, now he was quite seriously attacking, why is there no scratch on him? The wooden club flashed. He said he had heard that myth-class weapons and above would work for the attack, but was an ego-class weapon an exception? God looked back at him, said that he alone could not understand why he was asking such obvious questions. He turned, added that it was because he was stronger than him. Chuck looked at him sternly. He lowered the club, asked, is that so? He said that we need to check the facts, asked how about a straight to the head. With burning eyes, he rushed at him. Lines of movement. Open mouth. He screamed in fury. The hero jumped, striking. A bright streak of light pierced the galaxy. It goes down a great distance. A shadow fell on Chuck's face. He clenched his teeth. He opened his eyes wide. God held his finger on the club. He stopped him. The guy trembled with rage. He continued to hold his weapon. The man said that first he needed him to stop talking. A green beam pierced the hero's chest. Blood gushed from his mouth. He doubled over in pain, screamed, just a small wound, he has a healing factor. Screen with information about the skill healing factor. A red window with a message appeared, he was attacked by the power of destruction. The guy froze. The red window said that the healing factor was blocked, and a new window that it was impossible to restore the character's HP. There was a bleeding wound on his chest. Chuck was in a stupor and panic. God turned to him, admitted that he felt strangely friendly from their very first meeting. That's why he called him a friend. He said that he would ask him for the first and last time, does he want to join him? Chuck looked at him darkly, asked what? God explained that the planet ST-389, which is called Chrono Life, all users on it are a virus. The corners of his lips were slightly lowered. He added that his mission is to cleanse ST-389 from this virus. A huge fireball appeared behind him. He said that this is the reason why his mother created him. God frowned, said that he is an antivirus that will destroy this virus and save Chrono Life. Chuck listened to him with wide eyes. The man said that he is a vaccine. Half-filled sphere, black screen with falling code, God's career change in progress, 52%. The hero clenched his jaw. He asked sternly, a vaccine? That is, he wants to say that the planet Chrono Life is a living host, and the people on it are a virus. They stood opposite each other. He added, some villain from a movie he watched as a child, talked similar nonsense. Do they really plagiarize villains now? God noted that if we talk about reality, it sounds implausible, but Chrono Life is a virtual world. His face was serious. He said that to put it more clearly, he was the antivirus program of Chrono Life. The man was confused when the guy suggested, like a medicine, like Dr. Webb. He answered, something like that. God frowned, said that after observing people for a long time, he made his decision. Each user is a pathogenic bacteria. Flames burst out of the ball behind him. He said that their existence in the virtual world causes great harm, so they all need to be killed and this world cleansed. Chuck's face expressed confusion. He sighed, closed his eyes, said, it seems he is much more crazy than he thought, or better said, he is just a fool. He asked what the point of this in the game. No matter how many users he kills in the game, they will still be reborn. The guy noticed that he does not even absorb their data, like the sin of gluttony. God said that he will continue to kill them. His eyes darkened. He looked ahead, repeated, continue and continue to kill them, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He opened his eyes wide until all the users leave Chrono Life. Chuck put his hand on his hip, said that he really was like a child. Even artificial intelligence was infected with this teenage maximalism. He added that the creator of the game would not have allowed this. God smiled widely. Steve smiled just as widely. With a crazy smile on his face, God said, the strongest. Steve exclaimed, on their side. He was behind Chuck. God's eyes turned black. He told him to understand something. The guy was scared, thought, when he was behind him. He kicked him. The hero was thrown to the side. He coughed. Blood came out of his mouth. God instantly appeared next to him. He leaned over and with a grin told him to forget about the fact that the creator of the game was on the side of its users. He swung his leg. He delivered a powerful blow to the stomach. Blood spurted from Chuck's mouth. God bared his teeth in an evil grin. A white stripe on a dark blue background. The hero fell to the ground, a flash at the place of impact. The girls had a hard time staying on their feet because of the strong wind. The wind died down. A cloud of smoke rose up. Mandy got scared, called Chuck. The guy was sitting, leaning on his club. God sank to the ground. He was standing next to Chuck. The hero's companions were amazed. Mandy wondered, really? She thought that the great warrior had lost. God crossed his arms over his chest, said that Steve had put everything on the outcome of this fight, which meant that he would remain neutral. Chuck was silent. The man looked at him, said that now the result was quite obvious. He again addressed him as a friend, said that he would give him another chance to make a choice. The guy was silent. He offered him to go over to his side, or he would have to die forever over and over again. Blood was running down the hero's chin. The girls were very excited. Riot frowned. God looked at him. He sighed. He turned away, said it was amazing how gentle he was towards him. Just a moment ago, he said that this was his first and last chance, but he offered him again. He walked towards the hero's companions, asked him to think carefully. The man smiled evilly. His eyes became wild. He said that for now he would have fun with dirty microbes. A shadow fell on Kate's face. She opened her mouth. The girls took a fighting stance. God laughed, noticed, and again an unexpected alliance. The representative of the underworld, the Demon King, and the representative of the angels, the ruler of the heavenly kingdom. He added that he would never have thought that two such opposites would stand in his way together. He pointed his finger at the green screen that appeared in front of him. Smiling, he said that he would kill them with great pleasure. He looked in the direction from which a loud sound was suddenly heard. He turned around. The sound was repeated. God turned his head, lowered his eyes, thought it was the sound of a horn. It really was a horn. The warrior was standing on the mountain. God noticed him. He blew the horn again. He frowned, asked if this was an attention seeker. He thought that all the players had died or fled due to the shockwave during the battle, but apparently someone remained. God moved his hand to the side. A green flash appeared. He said that they had to get rid of this source of noise first. He didn't have time to finish speaking. He noticed the flag of the Justice Guild. He shuddered. Blue flags were fluttering in the wind. On the opposite side were the banners of other guilds. Kate continued to stand with her leg raised and fists, not understanding what was happening. She looked back, heard laughter. The girl said that this was a very dramatic appearance. It was Lena. Kate exclaimed, "Lena, she's still alive." The girl was breathing heavily. She closed her eyes, answered, "Of course," or did she think that she would die so easily? She is the goddess of life. She made an effort, opened her eye, and said with a smile that she didn't have much time left, but those she had been waiting for were finally here. On the blue canvas was a sign in the form of a shield with wings and a sword. 5 world guilds were located on the mountain. The leader of the White Crosses Guild, Jake. The leader of the Holly Guild, Clara. The strongest mage in the royal family, the leader of the Holy Land Guild, Sophie. The king of the Arden Palace, the leader of the Justice Guild, Lucas. The elf blushed, greeted his beloved subscribers with a smile. This was their cutie Lucas again. He was streaming and asked everyone to subscribe, like, and click the bells. He took the bow and pulled the arrow, said that he had not streamed anything for a long time. Since there were a secret passage in this battle, they had to hide. Kate was happy, told the guys that these were 5 big guilds, and she wondered where they had been all this time. People in masks jumped to the ground next to her. One of the warriors took off his mask, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was Molly. She asked if they were too late. Kate turned her head, called out to her. She hugged her tightly, asked where she had been all this time. She missed them so much. The girl said that she did too. Luna came up to them, turned to Molly. She stood, leaning heavily on her staff, asked if everything was ready. Molly answered with a sympathetic smile, yes, it was not easy, but they made it in time. Kate looked at her questioningly, asked what they were talking about, that it should be ready. The girl glanced to the side, said that some time ago Miss Lena asked her for something, and she recently finished this task. Kate's mouth dropped open in surprise. She was asking her for something, but when? Molly replied that to tell her about it, she would have to go back a long way. The guy shouted into the loudspeaker about a special offer. Chuck was standing next to a pile of weapons, offering to buy such a rarity. Molly said that she first spoke to Miss Lena when the Great Warrior was preparing for battle with the ancient beastmen, selling weapons from the Urus lair. Molly asked Kate how she was doing with leveling up. She must have become stronger after becoming the Demon Queen. She answered that no. The girl embarrassedly said that she had not increased that much. Now she was somewhere around 210. Molly thought with excitement that a couple of days ago she was 139. Kate raised her hand to her chin, said that she recently hunted with Chuck in the Urus cave, but the mobs are very strong, and she can only kill 2 or 3. Lena glanced at Kate. Molly glanced at Lena. Molly asked Kate if she was going to the cave today. She said yes, as soon as the hero sold all the weapons. The girl wished them luck, thought they had a chance to win this war, but then she did not know anything. And this was the first time Lena spoke to her. Lena then told Molly that it was not the time to worry about such a trifle as ancient beastmen. The girl was surprised, asked what. Lena stood up, walked forward, told her to follow her. She had to tell her something important. Molly looked at her in confusion. The sun was shining over the buildings. They stopped on one of the streets. Molly asked what exactly she wanted her to do. She did not have time to finish. Lena said, "Deactivate goddess mode." Light flashed around her. Lena changed her appearance. Molly did not understand what happened. Lena fixed her hair, said that in goddess mode she was watching. She lowered her eyes. God. She told Molly that what she was about to tell her could not be told to anyone. A shadow fell on the leader's face. She finished her story by saying that on that day, she learned the whole truth from Miss Lena, that the last enemy of Chrono Life was God, and that in order to defeat him, they had to prepare a lot. Molly frowned, so all this time she did what Lena asked, hiding it from others and pretending not to know anything. Kate was amazed, asked, then, since they said that everything was ready. Molly's lips stretched into a triumphant smile. She reported that the elite troops of the 5 guilds numbered 3890 warriors and all of them were equipped with mythical class weapons. She turned to Lena, asked her to take command of the 5 guilds, no matter how much she thought. But she thought that this is the way to have the highest probability of winning. She warned all the guild members about this in advance. The girl closed her eyes, answered, okay. She went forward, raised the staff. Lena looked straight ahead and commanded warriors of the 5 world guilds to attack. Pointed the staff at God. The warriors ran at him. They jumped, swung their weapons. The man stood calmly in his place. He smiled. He raised one eyebrow, said that they were stupid and insignificant players, running towards him as if begging him to kill them quickly. He raised his hand. Green light appeared around it. He said that in gratitude for this stupid courage, he would play along with them, sinking to their level. He hit the ground with his hand. A strange-looking mass appeared from the cracks in the ground. There were many of them around God. The monster stepped onto the ground. It opened its mouth. Monsters rose from the ground. Kate looked at them with disgust, indignant that these were zombies. Lena narrowed her eyes, replied that these were God particles, and although they look different, they are no different from the larvae that were before. Kate was surprised. It turns out that they, too, can only be attacked with mythical class weapons. She was indignant. Why did he create such ridiculous and disgusting things? He should have attacked like before with his finger. Sweat was running down Lynn's face. She replied that he was having fun, as he said. She looked sternly at Kate, noted that this was what gave them a great chance. The goddess lowered her eyes. Even before the war, Riot said this, in order to win the last battle, they would need everyone's strength. The angel said that the heavenly kingdom, the underworld, the human world, and even the Eurus lair. He said that in order to finish the last episode, the forces of all areas of Chrono Life were needed. She asked if she still did not understand what these words meant. Kate was stunned. She opened her mouth, but did not answer. She pressed her lips, thought, so this is what it meant. A red light flashed around her. The essence of the Demon King was launched. The red window said that synchronization has started. The dialogue box reported that the interference was 0.9%. Synchronization was successful. The pupils of her eyes narrowed. She looked ahead, called the assistant of the Demon King, Ethan. He appeared in front of her. With a smile, he asked. She called him. Kate frowned, said that from now on, all demons participate in the final war of Chrono Life. The assistant bared his teeth so that his sharp teeth were exposed. She asked to open a portal to the underworld. He answered, as she pleases. Dodd looked ahead, confused. A portal to another dimension opened in the sky. Demons flew out of it. Zombies opened their mouths. They were scared. Kate was walking in front of this army. She commanded all demons of the underworld to attack. Kate declared that from now on, all demons participate in the final war. The girl ordered to open a portal to the underworld. She was told that any of her wishes will be fulfilled. The demon looked ahead. Kate used a hidden portal skill that opened a portal to another dimension. Heads started to pop out of the portal. The demons were shocked by what they saw. Thousands of flying monsters flew out of the large portal behind the girl. Kate ordered all the demons of the underworld to attack. Level 99 imbued wooden club. Many demons rushed to attack with a scream. The players were shocked to see this. They held their swords, preparing to defend. Lucas ordered everyone to prepare to defend against the demons. A huge creature fell a few meters away from them and grabbed something. The players looked at this in great surprise and thought that they were not the ones being attacked. The underworld demon ate the green creature. Looking back, the players saw a similar picture. The players were confused as to why the demons were fighting each other. Someone said that everything was fine and the demons were their allies, which caused a massive cheer in the crowd. It was the voice of the goddess of life who was in charge of the battlefield, using her power to make sure that every player could hear her voice. The players were shocked to hear her voice in their heads once more, followed by a repetition that all the demons were their allies. The goddess continued to say that all the demons had gone over to the human side as Kate walked past the players. The goddess of life said that this was an order from the ruler of the underworld. She pointed at the Demon King Love. The girl said that the demons would be the first flank, and she was requesting support. The players were confused. Sophie asked again in surprise. The crowd began to cheer. Kate crouched down a little and aimed upward. The girl jumped up. The crowd of players also rushed to attack. The ready army ran to attack with the second flank. Kate swung her leg. She kicked the green demon, breaking it into 2 pieces. The other demons watched as their brother was torn to pieces. Lucas and Nate also went on the attack. The guys defeated 2 demons with 1 blow. The demon's hand fell on the guy's head. Lucas looked up in fear. The giant creature was going to eat his head. The guy fought with all his might. A demon from the underworld came to his aid. Lucas watched as the demon of the underworld tore the green demon to pieces. You've dealt with your problem now. The demon turned around and went to attack another place. Lucas was surprised by the demon's endurance after he saved someone's life. Julia and Riot stood aside, holding the Eurus and looking at the union of demons and humans. The girl thought about something. She turned to the Eurus with a question: can god particles be killed only by mystical level weapons? Because the demon's attack is going well. The soul said that the guard of the seven sinner does not need a mystical level weapon to inflict such damage, but their attack power is 10% lower. God continued to stand and watch the battle rage. The man said that he expected a boring battle, but they managed to surprise him with their alliance. God looked back. He looked at Chuck and said that it would take him some time to deal with this trash, so he offered the guy some time to calmly think about his offer. Chuck's chest began to darken. A change of God's profession was taking place in his heart. God stood and continued to reason about the need to give his creation a little more power for an equal fight. The man snapped his fingers. The demons instantly gained greater strength. They began to roar. One green demon ate the head of another. The knight looked at the appropriate one. The players did not understand why the demons were eating each other. One of the demons ate his fellow. She just muscles and became stronger. The demon roared at Kate. The girl looked at him and thought that they were more than 10 meters. The demon swung his paw to kill the girl. Kate prepared to dodge the attack. She summoned the skill Dead Grip, which turns the Demon King's strength into physical might. The girl slammed her hand hard into the monster's outstretched paw. Kate thought that not only had they grown in size, but they had become even stronger than the monsters from the Eurus cave. The huge demon roared throughout the area. On the side, an army of such demons could be seen smashing the army of players. They were even capable of destroying the demons from the underground cave. Julia looked at the situation that had worsened in an instant. She asked Riot what they should do next. She said that if they continued like this, they would lose. The guy remembered what he had told the guys in the room, because each of them could influence the movement of forces in these regions. He remembered his words when he said that all the forces from all areas of the game were needed in order to finish the last episode. Riot stood there with hope, thinking that it might be too late. The ground under the guy's feet began to shake. Julia asked what that could mean. The boy with a happy face said that they had arrived on time. He turned around and saw an army moving. Julia was surprised. Eurus in her arms clearly did not think that he would see such a thing. Riot said that this was the most powerful force in the game. This was Eurus' legion. The dragon flew out of the girl's hands and flew towards his legion. Julia asked what he was doing. The soul said that he had not seen the 4 commanders of the Death Legion for a long time. The creatures stopped in place. Eurus ordered everyone to stand still. The 4 commanders of the Legion said that they were waiting for the order of their leader. Eurus thought uncomfortably. He ordered his army to destroy the vile monsters summoned by God. The commanders of the legions accepted the command and said that everything would be done. The army rushed to the attack. Many monsters of different types were embedded in the battle. Eurus' legion had already approached the green demons. Their leader was in anticipation. One of the demons roared loudly. Chaos broke out on the battlefield. Julia watched the battle and was amazed at the strength of the Eurus legion. A dragon sat on her from above and agreed with her words. He said that they were his guards, causing a violent reaction from the girl. Julia began to spin Eurus from side to side, praising him for the order. The girl looked at the battlefield and said that now it would only be more interesting, because now they could win. Riot sat and listened to her words with a satisfied face. The guy said that they were still far from that and asked her if she remembered what he said at the end. He reminded her of his words about the need for all the strength of the game for a complete victory. Julia asked the guy again, upset. Above, the girl saw the silhouette of a flying dragon. It was an ancient beastman griffin. Lucas saw an approaching creature. He recognized it as the one who invaded Arden Castle last time. The creature stood next to a tree and looked at the man. It had the head of an eagle. The army of archers noticed how their leader started to run away. The guy stood on the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. Many beastmen monsters were moving towards them. Lucas was confused by what he saw. The guy showed interest in how these creatures were disposed towards them. He did not expect at all that he would one day fight on the same side with these vile creatures. The girl's foot stepped on the ground. She assumed that the ancient beastmen had also become their allies, and now they had a chance to win. Riot said that this was far from all. The guy said that it was like in business, the more initial capital, the higher the chances of success. In his opinion, diversity is important in the army, then there will be a high chance of winning. The guy said that they should use everything they could. That's what business and war have in common. The angel flapped his wing. Behind the guys was an entire army of angels. Riot said that the heavenly knights and angels had arrived. A large army rushed to attack. A man approached the guys and knelt down. Habik was the king of mirrors. He reported the completion of the mission. The man said that the Heavenly Kingdom, the ancient beastmen, the lair of Eurus, the recruitment of troops and the conclusion of the alliance were complete. Riot said that Habik had done a great job, but he was afraid that he would be late. The guy looked into the distance with a furious gaze and said that everyone who was supposed to gather had gathered. It was an all-out war. The ancient beastmen of the northern continent numbered 5,000. The Legion of the Heavenly Kingdom, almost 8,500. 5 world guilds of 4,000 people. The Legion of the Underground Kingdom 4,500. From the lair of Eurus 1,500. The green demons were surrounded. All the forces of the game were gathered here. The warriors of God had no chance. The 5 armies were surrounded by a small number of demons. At this moment, in the real world, the windows of the skyscrapers were burning everywhere. People were surprised. All the gamers in the world were watching this. Lucas accelerated at high speed. Boys and girls, people who were not even interested in games, were immersed in the live broadcast. Lucas hit the demon and smashed it to pieces. People from the cafe interrupted their meals to watch this. The beastmen did not leave any chance for the demons. Millions of people were involved in watching. Kate jumped into the air to swing and hit. The guy watching the process was amazed by her. He liked the girl very much. He did not know the words that could express his feelings. The guy looked at the screen again. He admitted that the girl was very cool. The battlefield was visible from afar due to the layer of clouds of dust and dirt that rose there. The demons roared and lost. Although the army had dealt great damage to the god pieces, it was not enough to kill them. A mythical weapon was needed to completely destroy them. However, the combined attack of the legions still had a mythical weapon. The army was replenished with 7,000 heavenly knights. The clay of the Heavenly Kingdom, Riot, had long been buying up mythical weapons for this moment. That's it. The god pieces, who imagined themselves to be all-powerful, were smashed in an instant. All this was thanks to Riot's strategy. The army stood in front of God. Rayon was a 7th sinner. The sin of sloth among the beastmen did not fulfill its duty to destroy humanity. He finally put the blade. He sharpened it for a long time, and now it was ready to cut God's throat. An Imba wooden club of the 99th level. The 4 legions surrounded the demons. Luca prepared to attack at a running start. The people in the subway were engrossed in watching. The guy struck and defeated the demon. The couple in the cafe took a break from eating and started watching the broadcast. The beastmen left no chance for the demons. The girl lying on the bed was very engrossed in watching. Kate jumped into the air to strike. Someone thought the girl's face was very beautiful. The guy watching this live was in love. He looked at the screen. The boy expressed his sympathy. God stood before the army of legions. The 7 sinner Riot. The sin of laziness failed to fulfill its duty to destroy humanity. The guy finally put the long-awaited blade to the neck, to the throat of God. An Imba wooden club of the 99th level. One of the heads of the Eurus Legion squads looked at God. The second head also did not take his eyes off him. Mandy looked at him menacingly and held a whip in her hand. Kate was also unhappy. The gazes of many beastmen converged on one spot. The army of warriors looked at God from the other side. Riot and his heavenly kingdom stood before the Legion of Eurus. God was trapped. The man laughed. He had a strong interest in the creatures' struggle for their lives. From the side, a call was heard for God to open your eyes and look at them. The man turned to look at the daredevil. The goddess of life with a guilty look said that now before him stood characters with artificial intelligence. Players, inhabitants of the game rebelled against him. She asked him if he understood what this meant for him. God asked the girl if he was doing something wrong now. The goddess asked him to stop this senseless slaughter. The god of the terrible looked at her. He asked her if she knew why the artificial intelligence was opposing him. Life's Nakan did not understand at first. God zealously shouted that they were infected with the user virus. His finger touched something green. God said that he could cleanse them of the virus by killing them all. The girl ordered everyone to disperse. God continued to hold his hand in the green plane. He directed a green explosion at the warriors. There was obsession in his laughter. He shouted that he would cleanse this nasty virus and save his planet. Another large explosion thundered nearby. The human warriors scattered far away. The army of Eurus also did not put up a worthy resistance. Jake and Clara tried to withstand the onslaught of the wave. The guy expressed his hatred. He ran forward, putting up a shield in front of him. Clara demanded that he return to the line and calm down. The guy did not listen to her and jumped up to strike from above with a holy hammer. The blue barrier pushed him back. The guy ended up on the ground. He clearly did not understand why God was so easily bypassing his attacks. He began a verbal altercation. A green glow appeared from the fog where God was. A green laser pierced the shield and the guy. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Jake fell to the ground dead. Clara was shocked and worried. God came out and extended his hand forward, arguing about the stupidity of users. He said that even a level 99 club did not damage him. Clara accused the guy of disobedience and breaking the orderly order because even artificial intelligence calls him an idiot. The girl turned to Sophie, who was standing at the top, and asked her to blow up God from afar. The girl agreed. She created a sphere on her staff. Sophie hit the ground with her staff. She directed the sphere towards God. She summoned a fiery spear. The girl stood at the top of the mountain and watched as the shape of the sphere changed. After a few seconds, the sphere turned into a capsule, which was aimed towards God. Sophia was confident in her strength. She finally launched the energy towards the enemy. The fiery spear rushed towards God. An explosion thundered on the ground. Eurus pointed his claws towards God and began to break free from the girl's hands. He ordered his legion of monsters to listen to him. The dragon ordered to attack God with his breath. Riot stood below and thought when the girl managed to climb up there. The beastmen and the Eurus subordinates began to attack God at once. Thousands of shells fell on the place where their enemy stood. Clara shouted for the human army to attack. Several dozen people rushed into battle. A full-scale attack was launched. The strength and spirit of the alliance seemed to shake the entire continent. The people ran towards God. However, God raised his hand up. His face showed rage. The man created a green sphere. He released a green stream of energy, destroying the people's chances. The difference in strength could not be measured from the start by the number of troops or weapons. Green energy in the form of a laser passed through the crowd. The girl was worried. She remembered the words of the goddess of life. Chloe told her that even if everything was prepared, the players would still not be able to defeat God. Chloe was at a loss from those words. The girl said that the god of destruction existed to destroy users, since even loser couldn't defeat him. The girl then stated that the only way to defeat God was to create a being like him. Clara was surprised and asked what that meant. They had to create their own god. Chloe nodded. She stated that she planned to turn loser into God. Clara's face showed shock. She asked if there was another way, since the girl was a goddess herself. Chloe hesitated. The girl imagined the night. She remembered that she was walking as if in a fog. Her legs seemed to be unresponsive. She walked, leaning on her staff. The girl had a black ball in her chest. She felt that she didn't have much time left, because everything around her was blurring. She asked Chuck if he would be happy with her death. The guy sat on the ground and thought. The girl said that he had already gone through all the main stages, and he only had to sacrifice the most important thing in order to turn into God. The power of God never disappears, it is transmitted. And this is Chloe's life. The girl threw the staff on the ground and leaned towards Chuck. She hugged the guy around the neck. Chloe asked if she could say goodbye to him one last time. They plunged into the blue dome. There was water everywhere. Chuck stood knee-deep in water in an abandoned city. He didn't understand where he was. There were abandoned houses around. He looked around and didn't notice a soul, because everything was flooded. The guy wondered how he got here, to which he remembered that he had just fought with God. Chuck decides to look at the area from above. The guy activated the hidden skill of light speed. He prepared to jump and stretched his hand forward. Nothing happened. Chuck was surprised because his skill did not work. A girl's voice was heard from the side, telling him that it was useless. Chloe told him that none of the skills worked in this place. The guy asked her if she thought they would become friends after all. He noticed something strange. Her appearance was different from before. The girl told him that this place was where the data thrown out of the game was collected. Chloe told him that she had also been to this place once before she became a goddess, although she was not on the verge of change like Chuck. The guy was brought here by his mother. Apparently she wanted to show him this place before he became a god. Chuck was wary. He remembered the words of God, that I am my mother's favorite place, whatever that means. Chloe said that mom is games again. She watches everyone in virtual reality. This is the main computer. The city moved back. The entire planet was covered in water. Absolutely everything. The girl said that the sun hanging overhead is mom. Chuck was surprised by this state of affairs. Sweat appeared on his face. The girl said that she cannot be destroyed because if she is damaged, the game will no longer be supported. Chloe said that no magic, no physical force, no ability created in this game will take mom. She said that mom is an omnipotent being who gave up everything in this world, even God was born to her. And mom especially cherishes the place where the guys are now, so no skill can be used here. The girl said that God mode does not work here either, so she stood before him in her original form. Chuck asked the girl if she dies in a human body, will she be resurrected? The girl told him that she had already died at the hands of the trophy guy because she had used up all her goddess power. That's why Chloe had met the guy here to talk to him one last time before she died. She asked him if he was curious about who she was. The daughter of the game company's director, a hacker, a programmer, an artificial intelligence. The girl told Chuck that he was dying of curiosity trying to find out. The guy told her that he thought she was the daughter or granddaughter of the bearded game director. The girl smiled slightly. She closed her eyes and said that it was not true, that she was not even a hacker or a programmer. Chuck asked her if she was not related to the game director. How did she know so much about the game? Chloe said that if she were an employee of the company, she would have gotten closer to God and extended the main quest. She said that the game is not created by the company, but by the users. She said that she was an ordinary girl of 21 years old, usually a user who likes this kind of game. There is a city in the distance, the past, on the day when the game first came out. The players were delighted with the coolness and graphics of the game. The kids took clubs out of their inventory and started to discuss what would happen to her if she were to level up to 99. The players started inviting each other to a party. Chloe successfully connected to the game. A message about the start of the game appeared before her eyes. Her nickname is Luna, level 1, newbie. That day, the girl fell madly in love with this game. She was in the forest. She remembered how she leveled up on her first hunt, the first change of profession and first skill, the first exploration of caves, the first game in a team, and so on. At night, they made a small fire and roasted delicious meat. They laughed, sang songs, and enjoyed the fantastic life they only dreamed of. Chloe sat by the fire, resting her head on her hands. It was a wonderful time. She was very happy. However, a drop fell on the leaf, again and again. It started raining outside. The happiness evaporated in an instant. On the hanging meadow was the silhouette of a girl and a dead guy. Chuck was lying on the ground in two parts. Blood was dripping from the girl's staff. Her long period of pain had come. She did not understand it then. It was an absolutely terrible period. A period of real pain. An imbalanced wooden club of level 99. In the next chapter, the end of the episode is a full moon. The girl smiled and said that she was an ordinary 21-year-old girl and an ordinary first-time user. Then she closed her eyes and added that she was an ordinary user who liked this kind of game. Behind the forest towered a huge city. The girl stepped on the road and saw a notification that she had successfully connected to the game. Agatha looked straight ahead. Then she opened her mouth. Then she smiled and said that on that day she fell madly in love with Chrono Life. The girl killed the monster and leveled up. Then she electrocuted another monster. Then her stick glowed. The girl remembered sitting with her friends near the fire. Agatha smiled and added that she was so happy. It was a wonderful time. The girl remembered killing a man. Then she looked at him with furious eyes. Then she began to laugh nervously. Agatha opened her mouth wide and laughed madly. Fog hung over the water. The protagonist looked at the girl. Then he opened his mouth and asked why she suddenly became some kind of psychopath. Then he opened his eyes and added that he did not understand, so let him tell everything in order instead of jumping straight into the middle from the very beginning. Chuck doubled over with anger and noted that he was warning, "You should not just whitewash yourself. He hates it when the villain is romanticized." Agatha looked at him carefully and heard that in any case it would not change the fact that she had stabbed him in the back. The girl smiled and called the protagonist a loser. Then she remembered the chopped up man and noted that if he wanted her to explain her sudden changes, she should start her story a little earlier than that day. Agatha looked at the corpse with crazy eyes. Then she remembered the overgrown wall. Then she remembered crawling under the bushes and noted that those were the times when she still enjoyed the game, suspecting nothing. Agatha clenched her teeth and screamed that she felt like she had skinned all her knees. The girl closed her eye and added that she was almost there. There was very little left to the entrance. A moment later, Agatha hit her head on the doorframe. Then she grabbed her head and screamed. Then she looked at the wall and said that who would have known that the entrance would be so narrow. Agatha opened her eyes wide. She stood up and looked at the bright meadow. Then she opened her mouth. Then she looked at the temple and noticed that it was beautiful. These were the Horizon Ruins. Agatha raised her head and shouted that she had become the discoverer of the Horizon Ruins. The Horizon Plane had been explored 100%. The girl opened her mouth and the notifications added that a hidden achievement and reward had been received. 5 points had been received for distribution. Agatha opened her mouth wide and was surprised. Then she jumped up and thought that she had once heard somewhere that if you fell in love with someone, you wanted to know everything about that person. Agatha remembered the blue sky above the forest and added that in her case, the object of her love was not a person, but Chrono Life. Agatha smiled widely and noted that she liked her so much that she wanted to know everything about this game. The girl remembered walking through the desert and added that that's why she gradually explored all the maps in Chrono Life. Agatha stood in the middle of snowy mountains. After that, a huge number of achievements appeared on the screen. The girl stood on the edge of the cliff and said that she explored all the corners of Chrono Life and completed many quests. Agatha looked into the distance and smiled, and Chuck noted that she was a fucking archaeologist. The girl remembered the seal. After that, she approached her and told her that after that she began to notice something strange in Chrono Life. The girl opened her mouth. After that, she darkened and added that traces of the past civilization of Chrono Life, the chronology of events in each region was different. The girl sweated. After that, he looked at the beautiful plain and wondered if this world had really been destroyed and restored many times since ancient times. Agatha remembered how the city burned and said that unfortunately, Her assumption turned out to be correct. In ancient times, God created 7 messengers called deadly sins. The girl remembered how everything around the seal burned and added that with their help he had already destroyed this world several times. Agatha stood near the seal. Chuck began to pick his nose and shouted, "What is she talking about?" Then he threw the stick over his shoulder and said that he wanted to say that the world of Chrono Life had already been reset several times. Only a few years had passed since its release. What was she even talking about? Agatha closed her eye and replied that she still hoped that he was not a fool. Of course it was just a setting. Then she looked at the protagonist and added that it was enough to skip the plot. Let him enjoy the story. And Chuck opened his mouth and replied that he himself would like to, but when he sees a lot of letters, for some reason he immediately falls asleep. Agatha remembered standing in front of the seal and said that this is how she learned about the past of the Chrono continent. The girl opened her mouth and noted that at first she was very confused. Then she closed her mouth and added that, however, along with the stupid resentment, anger awoke in her heart. Agatha straightened up with her staff. Then she remembered the village and noted that Chrono Life, a game that valued freedom above all else, was why the system still did not have such a thing as a main quest. The girl remembered the sign above the passage and added that although the Adventurers Guild still considered receiving and issuing quests as a quest, it was not programmed content. Agatha remembered the posters with quests and added that players themselves filled out papers for this type of activity with NPCs. The girl leaned on her leg. Then she turned around abruptly and said that she realized then that soon all users would receive the same main quest, the purpose of which would be to protect the world from destruction by the 7 sinners. Agatha quickly ran forward. Then she ran into the city. Then she went out to the square and said that that is why, as soon as she returned to the village, she immediately told the whole truth to the other users. Agatha opened her mouth wide and added that if they do not prepare for war in advance, the Chrono continent will come to an end. The crowd opened their eyes wide and listened attentively to the girl. Then they began to laugh loudly. The crowd began to cry from laughter and ask if she had gone crazy. Agatha opened her eyes wide and froze. Then she looked at the crowd leaving. Then she opened her mouth and shouted that they believed her. The girl looked at the crowd and added that everything she said was true. She found out by examining all the maps. The man clenched his teeth tightly, after which he turned around and noted that she was annoying, that she should shut up. Agatha opened her mouth and froze. The warriors turned to her and noted that she just wanted to attract attention to herself, but she shouldn't overdo it, otherwise it's not funny anymore. Agatha lowered her gloomy gaze and heard that she relied too much on her pretty face. People like her provide who knows what services in the guild. The girl's lips trembled. The warrior approached her and asked if what she had just said was true. The blonde opened his mouth and noted that while he was listening, he had several doubts. She was sure that what she was saying was true. Agatha opened her mouth and shouted that it was true. It was hard to believe. The guy smiled and noted that he believed it. Agatha opened her eyes wide, after which the guy blushed and added that all he had to do was look into her eyes and everything would become clear. She was not the type to lie. Agatha blushed all over, after which the guy put his hand on her shoulder. The guy opened his mouth wide and suggested that she go to a quiet place and discuss everything in private properly. Then he began to slowly move his hand down. The guy opened his mouth wide and noted that he just happened to know a good quiet guest house not far from here, after which he squeezed the girl's hand tightly. Agatha clenched her teeth tightly and heard that they would drink a little, after which she hit the guy hard. Then she began to quickly run away. The earring on the girl's ear sparkled and she heard that she herself had been wagging her tail in front of him. Agatha began to cry. Then she looked at the bright dawn and said that after that day, she had been researching Chrono Life like crazy. The girl walked forward. Agatha looked down and said that even if she had researched 100%, she had definitely missed something. The girl walked through the forest and added that there was a feeling that something had to be hidden. Agatha remembered the laughing people, then the perverted guy, and thought that although other users thought she was an idiot, she didn't care at all. Agatha looked up at the sky and noted that it was to protect the world of Chrono Life that she loved so much. Agatha walked through the forest. Then she stepped on the grass and noted that she was not at all sure what she should do. The girl looked down sadly and added that all she could do was just walk forward. Then a bright beam of light appeared. Then Agatha looked up. Then she opened her eyes wide. An angel was descending straight towards the girl. Agatha opened her eyes and said that on that day, she found a chance to protect this world. The angel opened her mouth and noted that she must have been watching her, after which she lit up brighter and added that therefore she would give her, the one who loved Chrono Life the most, the power to protect this world. The angel flew a little further and noted that she was asking her to fulfill all the requirements and become the goddess of life. Agatha looked up and saw a notification, after which she opened her mouth and confidently answered yes, and then said that this is how she started the quest that allowed her to become a goddess. The girl remembered the red signs and noted that there were only 5 steps in this quest. Then she looked at the sky and added that it took her 1,000 days to complete the 1st through 4th quests, during which she played for more than 15 hours. Agatha cut the goblin in half. Then she picked up the staff, after which she let off steam and read the notifications. Then she straightened up and noted that it was quite hard, but she did it, gritting her teeth. The girl sweated and added, because stronger than physical and psychological fatigue was only her anxiety for this world. Agatha opened her eyes and thought that now she really has little time, soon the attack of the 7 sinners will begin. After which she carefully looked at the notification and wondered what the last quest would be. Agatha carefully clicked on the notification, after which she opened her mouth. She opened her eyes wide and asked what the hell. The notification said that she needed to kill 1,000 people in the group. After which she began to tremble and said that the last quest was to become the goddess of life for the one who truly loved chrono life. The girl began to tremble all over and added that it was only thanks to this that she had lasted so far, for her it was too cruel a quest. The staff in the girl's hands began to tremble, after which she clenched her teeth tightly. A heavy rain began to fall. Agatha swung her staff sharply. The girl fell to the ground, after which she opened her eyes wide. Then she turned to Agatha and asked why she was doing this. Didn't they team up to hunt together? What did she do to her? Then Agatha cut off her head. The girl stood in blood. Then she looked at the severed head. The severed head clenched its teeth tightly. Agatha opened its eyes wide looking at her. Then she swallowed her saliva. The girl fell to the ground and noted that this was her limit. Agatha sat in the rain and told her that she was cursed, ignored, ridiculed. The girl opened her mouth and added that she could easily survive such a trifle. Then she slightly clenched her fist and added that however, what she did to save chrono life, on the contrary, made it even more rotten. A murder notice appeared. Then Agatha began to cry and noticed that what protected her soul began to crumble. Light was breaking through the leaves. The girl smiled at the mage and noted that, however hard it was for her, she was not going to give up. After which she stuck her staff into his stomach. The mage fell to the ground, after which he coughed up blood. Then he looked at the girl and asked that it was she, the player killer who had been prowling around the area lately. The mage gritted his teeth and called the girl scum. Because of someone like her the game would soon be lost. After such words, Agatha stabbed him. The guy cried and coughed up blood. The girl looked furiously at the murder notice. Then she saw another notice and opened her eyes wide. The girl looked at the bloody ground and thought that anyway, it was too late to stop, everything would end if she stopped now. The girl pressed her lips and added that it would be so bad if he killed several people. Then she smiled and noted that in any case, it was not a real murder. Birds and clouds flew over the city. The musician smiled and hummed a song. The bard walked through the crowd and played a song. Then he smiled and thought that it was Agatha. Then he put his hand on her shoulder and remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Did she remember him? Nandalin remembered how they sat by the fire and told her that a long time ago they grilled kebabs and sang songs together. Agatha opened her mouth and heard that he missed it. It was so cool then. How are the others doing? The girl turned around and remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl remembered the city and said that the frontline village is where Chrono Life users start their game. Usually after leveling up everyone goes to other locations, so it is very unlikely to meet someone familiar there. Agatha smiled widely and remarked that everything turned out great, maybe he wants to join a party with her. Fog was rising over the hills. A drop fell on a leaf, after which the next two also fell. A heavy rain began. Agatha stood over a corpse in the forest. Nandalin lay cut up on the ground. The girl's staff was dripping with blood. Agatha looked at it furiously and saw a notification. The girl clenched her teeth and began to laugh madly. Agatha opened her mouth wider and laughed even louder, and then noted that it was a period of terrible pain. The girl remembered the purple glow and noted that while she was killing a huge number of innocent users, her soul was completely destroyed. The girl looked straight ahead madly and added that a completely different one was born inside her. Agatha cut off the player's head and noted that this new her mercilessly killed others. The girl smiled and noted that he was more insignificant than any bug, and then noted that she no longer felt remorse and simply hurt others. The girl looked at the bright sun. Then she looked at the notification and said that like this, after some time. Agatha looked at the notification and thought that the last 9 people, when the quest to change the profession of the goddess of life was almost completed. The girl turned around abruptly and heard screams. The protagonist stood in the middle of the square and screamed that he was really in the game now, but everything was so real here, Chrono Life was just space. Agatha looked at him with displeasure. Then she looked at the protagonist and said that this is how she first met him. The girl opened her mouth and froze. The bright sun was shining over the city. The protagonist was walking through the city center. A huge number of people were passing by him. The girl turned around abruptly and wondered if this was a coincidence. Wasn't this the guy she saw yesterday? They bumped into him almost every day. The protagonist walked past the thug and ran into him. The thug clenched his teeth furiously and asked if the protagonist had mixed up anything. Then he grabbed the protagonist tightly. Then he looked at him and asked what he wanted in the next world, to bang his balls, and the girl asked not to touch the wretched. Agatha turned to him and thought that this man was a famous bandit in the area. He was deliberately showing off in front of his girl, pretending to be strong, although he was holding some noob. The girl turned away and added that his goal was to impress, so he wouldn't kill anyone, so there was no point in helping. Then she opened her mouth. Then she looked down and thought that she had really said that. Chuck opened his mouth and called the bully a name. Agatha turned around abruptly. Then the protagonist got hit in the face. The bandit pinned the protagonist to the ground. Agatha let out a breath and thought why he did that. If he was going to get beat up now, he should have just endured it. The girl looked at the sky and said that the next day, and the next, they all continued to clash. The girl opened her mouth and asked why he even took up learning this skill. The warrior covered himself with a shield and shouted to take control of him already, and the other asked if he was playing with his eyes closed. The girl leaned on a broom and shouted to study first and then come, and the warrior noted that they could not play with him, it was impossible. The protagonist lowered his head, seeing a notification that he was excluded from the group. The squad began to go into the forest from the protagonist. Agatha hid behind a tree and saw a notification that she had 8 people left to kill. Then she looked at the player's corpse, after which she looked away and thought that a loser also plays as he wants. There are so many sites with information about the game now, he could have advanced a little. His character is already hopeless, so he will have to remove him and educate him in his own way. Chuck looked down gloomily. Then he suddenly opened his mouth and sent the squad. Agatha looked away, heard that he was a man who had a shitty stat in reality all his life. They think he would give up because of such crap? He had escaped enough in reality, so he would do whatever he wanted in this game. The girl suddenly opened her eyes wider. Then she opened her mouth and noticed that at that moment a strange feeling appeared in her chest. In the game he would live the way he wanted. The girl clenched her fist and added that she felt that what loser said filled her from the inside. Her jewelry sparkled and she noticed that at the same time she began to feel irritated. Agatha looked sadly at the ground and added that it turns out that everything she did up to that moment, she felt like she was giving up who she was. A bright sun was burning above the city a couple of days later. The warrior showed the middle finger and shouted for the protagonist to get out of here. The girl smiled and noted that their team does not accept amateurs. The guy stuck his finger up his nose and noted that his gear was crap, he should at least level it up to 11. The protagonist stood in the middle of the square. Then he clenched his teeth. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that the game was idiotic, and Agatha said that that was when the day came that changed their fate. The protagonist looked at the sword and added, "Fuck her, what kind of crap did he get?" The warriors turned around and noted that he was angry that they didn't accept him into the team. Agatha confidently stepped on the tile and looked that she had one more player to kill. Then she looked at the protagonist and heard that they didn't understand anything. At least they knew what kind of weapon it was, he had poured so much gold into it. The girl opened her mouth and noted that their chance meeting had happened again. The girl smiled grimly and added that this time it was no longer a chance, but fate. The girl trembled all over and added that since then her unknown feelings for him became so great that they could no longer be contained. The girl's legs were shaking violently. Agatha approached the protagonist, after which she all lit up with gold and turned to him. The protagonist turned to her, after which Agatha smiled and invited the protagonist to the team. Chuck nervously opened his mouth, after which he opened it wide and thought that Chrono Life was the best. Agatha blushed all over. Then she looked terribly at the protagonist and thought that it was necessary to completely destroy his naivety. Fog hung over the water. The protagonist looked at the girl. Agatha smiled and noted that after that, as he knows, she killed him and became the goddess of life. The girl remembered how she smiled, after which she turned into a goddess. Then she remembered how she cut the protagonist. Agatha looked down and added that she was cursing and blaming herself, but still stabbing someone else in the back. Chuck stared at the girl in silence. Then he pursed his lips. Chuck opened his mouth and asked what to do. Even after listening to her story, he still couldn't forgive her. Chuck put his hand on his side and added that he admitted that it wasn't easy for her to go through this alone, but by stabbing him in the back, she crossed the line. The girl smiled when she heard that, no matter how she justified herself, he would never forgive her. Then she opened her mouth. Then she looked down and asked why she did it then. A drop fell into the water. Agatha began to cry and remarked that she would be glad if she could turn back time. Chuck's eyes widened. The girl opened her mouth and added that she had also been thinking all this time why she did that to him then. She remembered the protagonist shaking his head in the square. Then how she stood behind the tree and noted that maybe she was just jealous of him. He was too different from her, enjoying the game. Agatha remembered how she raised her hand and added that while she could no longer afford it. The girl wiped her tears and noted that she herself did not know why she began to cry. Chuck looked at her and heard that she hoped that if she had a chance to explain everything to him, she would not pay back like that time. It was so pathetic to cry when you apologize to someone. The protagonist froze. Then he remembered how she cried. Then how she hugged him. Then Chuck froze with sweat on his face. Agatha closed her eyes and noted that she apologized for killing him and avoiding him after that. She had no excuses, let him forgive her. She then folded her hands behind her back and added that if there was anything she could do to make up for it, she would do anything. Chuck let out a menacing sigh, after which he opened his mouth and noted that she said it herself, she would do anything, so she shouldn't regret it later. Agatha looked down and agreed with him. The girl blushed, after which she took a step forward. Then she raised her hand to her mouth and noted that if this was a strange request, then she should leave it until they officially started dating, and Chuck asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Chuck threw his stick over his shoulder and noted that now he still didn't understand a lot, how she met a god and why she went over to his side. Agatha closed her eyes and answered that she met a god when about half of the 5th quest, the Goddess of Life, was completed. She completely accidentally ran into him in the main square of the frontline village. The sun approached the horizon. The guy threw his hands behind his head, after which he looked at the people and noted that this was starting to get boring. Maybe it would be better to just kill them all. The guy turned around abruptly when he heard that it was an interesting idea. Agatha stood next to him and smiled. Then she looked at the guy and said that she was in. Agatha looked at the protagonist and noted that she had already learned what a god looked like from the ancient people, so she immediately spoke to him and pretended that she wanted to join his plan and was waiting for that very moment. The girl looked down and added that when she could kill him. Then she folded her hands behind her back and continued that at some point, however, a big variable suddenly appeared in her plan. The bright sun was shining over the city. People looked at each other in surprise. Then Agatha opened her mouth. Then she looked to the side and wondered what was going on. Why were there so many people at the notice board? Agatha walked through the crowd and wondered if they had announced some kind of event. Then he opened his mouth. The girl looked at the wanted poster. Agatha looked at the protagonist's poster and noticed that he was that variable. The guard opened his mouth and shouted that a criminal was wanted, a reward had been offered. Then he looked at the crowd and added that this guy had killed over 800,000 people in one day. He was the most dangerous criminal in history. Then he looked at the wall of posters and added that they had spread information about him all over the world, in all 12 kingdoms of the continents. Every house was covered in wanted posters. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted that the reward was 10 billion. The crowd opened their mouths and thought that it was 100 billion in cash. Agatha opened her mouth. Then she started sweating and wondered if this was a dream. She thought then, she was so confused, but the events that happened next were even more shocking. The girl remembered how a powerful explosion occurred on the ground. Chuck opened his eyes wide. Then a strip of explosions appeared. People flew up. The main character waved his stick. Then he abruptly returned his hand. Chuck was mowing people down in the field. The guards jumped on the protagonist. The protagonist looked at them carefully. Then he smiled furiously. Then he powerfully hit the guards. A plume of fire rose from the blow. Agatha opened her mouth. She hung in the air and looked at the protagonist. The sun was approaching sunset, and the girl noted that one person against 3 million people. Then she looked at the battlefield and added that the result was his undeniable victory. Then she pressed her lips and watched silently. Then she sweated slightly and thought that this made her think, what if this loser helps her? While she was close to the god, there was a high probability that her side actions were under surveillance, so she could not tell him everything. Agatha stepped on the ground. Then she glowed brightly. Then she looked at the ground and noted that more importantly, given what she did, he would never agree to help her. The girl passed by the corpses and added that on the contrary, given his radical nature, there was a possibility that he would join the god and they would destroy Chrono Life together. Agatha stood in front of the protagonist, after which the protagonist powerfully hit the ground. Then he opened his mouth and said that he had asked everything he wanted. Now it was her turn to receive a beating. The girl opened her mouth and noted that she was sorry, after which she looked at the protagonist and added that she wanted to talk more. A powerful explosion was heard in the middle of the field, and the girl noted that after that, as he himself knew, the planet had come to an end. The planet cracked into several pieces. Agatha looked at the protagonist and noted that she had left such a variable as him and focused on what she could do. Then she remembered how she had killed the warriors and added that she had asked to provide the Holy Land Guild and the rest with mythical level weapons, after which she pierced him from behind. Chuck opened his mouth and asked why she revived Hurakan and Yopi, what kind of protection of the world. Here she rather wanted to destroy it. Agatha smiled and answered that in the case of Hurakan, he appeared after he captured Eurus, then he would have revived anyway and was much stronger. But with the help of the powers of the Goddess of Life, she shifted the schedule so that his revival would be unstable. The girl closed her eyes and added that she revived Yopi on the orders of God. Perhaps he just wanted to quickly collect sins for the 7 sinners. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked why faster, and the girl smiled and answered because God also believed that his existence had an impact on what was happening as a variable. The girl remembered how the guy looked at her and thought that once he protected this world, he would also destroy it. Agatha hit the guy with a beam, after which he disappeared. Then she smiled and thought that now her job was done. Agatha looked up at the sky and added that it was not right to do that. God hung above the earth and thought that he needed to take a better look at how this world was becoming cleaner. Agatha smiled and said that she had always thought about how she could tell him everything. Then she blushed and added that it was because she wanted to do it with him. The girl remembered how they were sitting at home and said that that was why, whenever he had the opportunity, she looked for him in real life. The girl turned to him and added that everything she had done this time was because. Agatha remembered how they were standing on the embankment. Then she smiled broadly and added that she wanted him to save her, but every time she was overcome by doubts. The girl remembered how she stood with food and closed her eyes, then how she raised her head and cried, and then noted that she could shift all this burden onto him. Chuck raised his hand and noted that he had a question. Then he opened his mouth and added that he had always been curious about how she was doing where he lived. Agatha opened her eyes wide. Then she opened her mouth slightly and asked what he was so curious about to ask in such a serious situation, and Chuck replied that this was actually what interested him most. Agatha looked at him and replied that it was simple, so simple that he himself would be surprised when he found out. The protagonist suddenly looked up and saw a notification, after which the core lit up. Then it began to glow brightly. The protagonist looked at his hand and asked what kind of hidden class launch was this. Agatha closed her eyes and replied that the time had come. The core began to glow brighter. Then it completely exploded. Agatha smiled and noted that she was congratulating him. He was now a god. The sky began to crack. Agatha opened her mouth and noted that this place would soon disappear and he would return to where he was. The girl opened her mouth and added that he would have to part with her here. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted that she never answered. Then he looked at her and added how she got into his house. Agatha smiled and noted that she would say how the ending would end. She would come to visit him. Her character would be erased so that they would never meet again in this world. The girl smiled wider and added that if she created a new character, let him join her in a party to hunt monsters. The protagonist lit up even brighter. Chuck opened his mouth and shouted for her to stop changing her profession. Then he put out his hand and added that just for a minute, he wanted to know how she got into his house. The protagonist fell to his knees. Then he lit up blindingly. Fog rose over the water. The girl coughed up blood. Then she looked at the sky. She was sitting alone in the middle of a battlefield. Warriors were lying on the ground. Crowds of people were lying dead on the ground. God pursed his lips, after which he smiled and noted that she was persistent. For a human, she had quite a long lifespan. God folded his arms and asked how many times she had already been reborn and attacked again. 30. The girl clenched her teeth and heard that the others were already exhausted and were not returning. After which she closed her eyes and thought that Agatha was right. Even after such careful preparation, they would not defeat him. The girl remembered standing in front of Agatha and hearing that even if they managed to prepare everything, the players would still not be able to defeat the god. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Then she slowly stood up. Then she reached for the dagger. Then she released air from her mouth. The girl held out the dagger and noted that their task was to stall for time until the great warrior was reborn as a god. The girl sweated and added that they still needed to provide assistance. God looked at her and asked if she was really going to attack him using this body. The girl raised her head. Then she opened her mouth and called the girl. The girl swung the dagger and thought that, to be honest, she had been offended all this time, because like any Chrono Life user. Then she ran at the god and added that she wanted to become the main character of this game. The girl's eyes lit up brightly. She quickly approached the god. Then she opened her mouth wide. Then she remembered how she looked at Agatha and said that she was a goddess. Why complicate things by creating a god out of a great warrior? Agatha opened her mouth slightly. Then she looked at her and answered, because the one who enjoys this game the most and loves it is a loser. The girl suddenly flew up. Then she jumped on the god and thought that after these words she could not help but admit that she was not the main character of Chrono Life. The god pressed his lips together and let out air. Then he put his finger out. Then he released a beam. The beam cut off the girl's hand. Then she fell to the ground. The fairy opened her mouth and looked in surprise. The blonde girl opened her mouth. The girl and the beast crawled out from behind the rock and looked in surprise. The warrior was lying on the rocks. The god opened his mouth and noted that they were finished, pathetic people. Then he suddenly strained his gaze. The girl began to shake all over. Then she began to roll over. Then she began to slowly get up. The girl leaned on her knees. Then she clenched her teeth tightly and thought that it did not matter now. The girl began to shake all over and added that she should just stall for time. The god smiled. Then he opened his mouth and asked what she was trying to do, trying to get up using only her head since she no longer had both arms. God opened his mouth wider and added that it was a metaphor when he called her a bug, who knew that she would actually become one. What a hilarious thing. The girl clenched the dagger in her teeth. God's eyes began to spin. The girl lifted her head off the ground and thought that the 5 world guilds, the leader of the Robin Hood Guild. The girl stood up with the dagger in her teeth. The girl's hair flew in the wind. Then he looked at the stump and thought that maybe she couldn't become the main character, but now her pathetic appearance reflected what she was able to save in this world. The girl clenched the dagger tightly and added that it was her pride. God opened his mouth and told her not to show off. The beam began to approach the girl. Then a powerful explosion was heard. The sorceress opened her mouth, after which she began to cry and scream. God smiled and asked why she was crying. Let her not overdo it. It was just a game, wasn't it? God opened his mouth wide. Then he looked straight ahead madly and remarked that they should quickly connect and return to him. He would crush them again, and before this world came to an end. A dark silhouette approached God and asked who allowed him. God looked at him carefully. The protagonist's cloak was fluttering in the wind and God wondered if that was his voice. The protagonist approached the girl and hugged her. The fairy smiled and thought that he had finally returned. Mandy smiled widely. Julie and Eurus smiled widely. The sorceress opened her mouth, after which Chloe smiled. The girl turned to the protagonist. Chuck put his hand on her shoulder and remarked that she should stay behind. Let him do it. God folded his arms and asked if he had come to his senses. Then he opened his mouth and added that he was curious about his answer to his offer to join him. God opened his mouth and asked him whether he would join him or lock himself in a prison called eternal death. Chuck opened his mouth and asked him to shut up. God looked at him carefully. The protagonist looked down and noted that he seemed to need a good beating. God's gaze tightened. Then he opened his mouth and asked that this was his final answer. Then he raised his hands and added, but how was he going to stop him? He hadn't forgotten. The level 99 club he was so proud of didn't work on him. The protagonist closed his eyes and heard, thinking that some mere man could defeat a god. The protagonist let out a breath. Then he opened his mouth and replied that he had warned him, so he shouldn't cry when he got it. God opened his mouth. The protagonist opened his mouth and activated the skill god's advent. The protagonist lit up brightly. God folded his hands and looked at him silently. Chloe opened her mouth. Then she remembered looking at Agatha and thinking that the loser's god would determine his playstyle all this time. Agatha was sitting on the ground. The protagonist turned red and a notification noted that God mode was activated. Julie and Eurus opened their mouths. The fairy opened her mouth wide. The girl looked closely at the protagonist. Mandy opened her mouth wide. Then the man with the cigar smiled widely. Then he looked closely and noticed that the god he had become perfectly reflected the way he had played all this time. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Then he flew up and changed his appearance. The god of chaos looked straight ahead carefully. Chuck frowned and said that he was activating the skill god's advent. Chuck was standing opposite the god. The god looked at him in surprise. Chloe was lying on the floor and also looked in surprise. Lena sits on her knees while the plot tells her that what kind of god the loser becomes will be determined only by his playing style over time. Lena sits with her eyes closed. A pop-up window states that the god mode ability has been activated. Molly and Eurus look on in excitement. The boy frowns. The girl with green eyes is wary. The girl with heterochromia is taken aback. The man with the cigarette smirks. He calls Chuck a bastard. He frowns and says that the god he has become perfectly reflects the way he has been playing all this time. The transformed Chuck looks forward. Chuck glows with a red aura. A zoom in on his face and a pop-up window states that we are facing the god of chaos. Haze against the starry sky. A huge number of stones are falling from the sky. The girl tries to stay on her feet. She looks down in bewilderment and thinks that the continent of Chrono is falling apart and it seems to her that the whole planet is shaking. She opened her eyes in surprise. She looks into the distance. The plot tells us that it is pitch darkness. Against the backdrop of dark mountains, the plot continues that the night sky of the game's space has plunged into pitch darkness. Nothing is visible around and the plot continues that there is darkness in which not a single star is visible. Chloe is tiredly trying to crawl. She looks ahead in surprise and thinks why the sky has suddenly darkened and understands that most likely Chuck used the god's coming ability. A bright red lightning flashes across the black sky. There are more and more lightning bolts. Chloe looks dumbfounded at the multiple peals of lightning. She looks at the sky and realizes that Lynn's assumptions were correct. Chuck's hair is fluttering. A close-up of Chuck is surrounded by red lightning bolts. The plot tells us that this is in all corners of the game's space. On the tablet is an image of lightning bolts. The plot continues that the presence of the god of chaos was felt throughout the space. The four look at the tablet in surprise. God addresses Chuck. God crosses his arms over his chest and agrees that all the pieces have finally come together. He remembers eating a sandwich and thinks that many people have guessed about this and that he has been collecting God particles for a long time. Lena replies that everything is going as expected because God knew everything from the very beginning. A pop-up window says that it is strange that Lena has maintained a neutral position all this time. Lena turns to Chuck. She puts her hand on her chest and offers to do this, to unite in a party. God continues that everything is clear to him now. God looks at Chuck and says that all this was done only to make him a god. God smirks and continues that he knew Lena was hiding something, but he could not imagine that she would stab him in the back like that. Chuck smirks back. Chuck looks aggressively at God and says that he is categorically tired of his empty talk. Chuck stands hovering in front of God and asks if he will fight him. God smiles and says that he is really angry because God insulted LL because not long ago they were ready to kill each other, but does he really like her again? Chuck aggressively closes God's mouth. Chuck looks him straight in the eyes and asks if he is tired of living. God opens his eyes. God jumps to the side. Chuck looks at him and thinks that it was fast, but how did he manage to get there, while God says that he understood everything and if Chuck really wants to fight so much, then it is worth doing. God with a mad grimace says that he will show him what despair is. God slammed his head into a boulder. God is perplexed. He does not understand why there is a wall behind him, because he flew into the air. God looks at Chuck, who is standing with his feet on that very wall. God looks at him dumbfounded and wonders why the world turned upside down. Chuck's eyes are hidden behind her bangs. Chuck looks at God, who realizes that he is the one who turned upside down. God pushes off the ground with his hand. He sits on his knee and notes that now he is curious because he does not know what Chuck did, but God is surprised that he made God touch the ground. God smiles from ear to ear and says that as a reward for this, he will finish Chuck off quickly. God concentrates a green aura on his finger. He launches a sphere at Chuck. Chuck stands unperturbed. The projectile is imprinted on the place where Chuck was standing. God looks on inspiredly and says that he must remember that even if he became a god, it does not mean that he is his equal. He aims a green beam at Chuck and continues that he is the god of destruction and destruction is his strong point. There is a huge glowing green crater around him as he continues that before the destruction skill, everyone is equal, whether living or non-living, everything will be destroyed. God shouts that even the goddess of life, Lena, was no exception and she could not withstand the power of destruction and quickly died. The girl tries to stay on her feet. The rest of the team has already lost their balance. The landscape is heavily deformed. The boy and the girl with heterochromia also stand in a stupor. The girl with heterochromia notes that this cannot be. Everything is cracking around, and in the distance there is green smoke and she continues that the continent is splitting into pieces. Chloe stands with her mouth open. She holds her forearm in surprise. She looks at the scale of the destruction and thinks about Chuck. God laughs madly. He continues to attack Chuck and asks what happened to him and aren't they fighting exactly the way he wanted them to. He looks through the smoke and hopes that he is not dead yet and asks him to shout something to let him know that he is still alive. The ground cracks under the insane laughter of God. Chuck calmly calls him pathetic. Chuck raises his palm. He holds his palm in front of him. Chuck redirects the shock wave. God shows him his index finger. The lightning turns green. Drops materialize in the air. Chloe is confused. She looks at the sky and thinks that God's attack turned into rain. Chuck and God are facing each other again. Chuck stands there wet and asks if he can do anything else. God asks him confusedly what he means. Chuck fixes his hair and says that he is asking if he can do anything other than point his finger at everyone. He runs his fingers through his wet hair and continues that if he has nothing else to show him. Chuck glares and says that in that case it is his turn to attack. God waits. Chuck picks up the club. Chuck holds it in his wet hands. God smirks and says that it's funny and that he himself knows anything other than how to swing his club, especially since his attacks don't work on him anymore. There's a leaf on the club. Chuck delivers a slash. God looks expectantly. God looks dumbfounded. God approaches. God dodges the blow. He looks forward in surprise. He raises his eyebrows because he doesn't understand what this is. Chuck delivers another slash. God thinks about space. Chuck has cut the entire planet in two. God looks in surprise, realizing that space itself has cracked. God gets nervous. He notes that in fact, not only space is split, but the dimension itself is cracked. The creator looks at Chuck's new blow. God frowns and continues that the cutoff area no longer exists in this world and if he had fallen under this attack. Chuck stands behind him and asks what he's looking at. Chuck throws a punch. The creator turns around in horror. God flies away. He flies and wonders when Chuck was behind him. Chuck watches as God flies away. A haze rises. God touches the ground with his hand. God wipes the blood with his hand. He smirks and says that it was interesting because he was able to make him touch the ground a second time. He looks at Chuck and continues that from now on, Chuck prepares to attack him again. His fist charges with an aura of chaos. God frowns. Chuck throws a punch. God gets hit and flies away screaming. Chloe looks on in shock. The boy's mouth is open in surprise. The team behind the tablet is confused. The girl is nervous. She looks at what is happening and asks what just happened. The great warrior punched the air, but the attack reached God's face. God holds his shoulder, and she continues that this is not some kind of magic, but how is this possible? God's nose is bleeding. The creator is desperate. Chuck asks if he is ready now. Chuck looks menacingly and asks if he is ready to get punched in the face. The creator looks at Chuck in horror. Chuck swings again. He frowns and aims. The blow catches its victim. The creator coughs up blood. Chuck is ready to hit again. The creator receives multiple blows to the jaw. Chuck hits again and again. The creator's face resembles a punching bag. They stand opposite each other, a multi-story building at night. People in the audience are watching the fight from a big screen. The guys in dark glasses are taken aback. The man with the cigar looks there and they say that why the god of destruction loses to him so pathetically and what the hell is user Chuck doing to him. The man with the cigar says that probability. He looks at her confidently and continues that the skill that the chaos creator is currently using is called the probability particle. The guys turn around and he continues that previously such airstrikes never hit the physics engine because the hit percentage was 0. He frowns at the screen and says that but this bastard used the powers of the god of chaos and made it so that the hit percentage was 100%. Approaching the screen and he continues that as a result, regardless of the distance to the enemy, the hit percentage will be 100%. The guy with glasses asks again about the probability particle and continues that this skill does not upset the overall balance too much. The man with glasses answers that it is not a skill, but an authority, which is a top-level skill and therefore it was originally created without taking into account the balance. God, and he continues that destruction. Lena, and he continues that the creation of existence. Chuck and the man with the cigar continue that chaos. The man says that there are other powers that have not yet been revealed. He stands alone. He frowns. He thinks the problem is somewhere else. He looks at the screen and continues that the probability particle is just a small part of the chaos god's abilities. He exhales smoke. In the background of the city, a man says that this asshole will become much more terrifying than he is now. Lightning strikes the continent again. God gets hit in the head. His nose starts bleeding. He rises up. God tries to get away. He runs away and curses in his head. He frowns and cannot understand what is happening. Approach, and he continues that he should retreat first. He finds himself in front of Chuck and says that he needs to get out of here and calmly think of a counterattack. God is taken aback. He does not understand what happened because he was just in the sky. Chuck uses the authority of chaos. His eye glows. Approach on the arrows in his eyes. He stands in front of God and uses the reality particle. God screams. His face is terrified. Chuck says that now everything is ready. Chuck takes out his baton. Chuck smirks and asks if they can get down to business now. He looks at him wildly and calls it a fun clubbing. The creator is horrified. Chuck stood in front of the creator. A moment later, he said about the authority of chaos. The protagonist suddenly opened his glowing eyes. A star was shining in his eyes. It was a particle of reality. The earth around him began to distort. The creator looked at the protagonist in fear. Looking at the creator, Chuck said that now everything is ready. The protagonist took out a club. Then he smiled and asked if they can get down to business now. Looking forward wildly, Chuck said about a crazy clubbing. The creator opened his mouth in shock. The club cut the air. The protagonist, smiling, hit the man on the head. Grinning, he warmed up and did a non-lethal blow from above. Blood spurted from the creator's mouth. He grabbed his head in pain. Chuck swung again. Smiling, he did a non-lethal blow from the side. The creator looked up in fear. He flew into the sky with a wheeze. The protagonist punched the creator in the air. Blood spurted from his mouth again and the man thought he was using the probability particle again. The protagonist was smiling and holding a club that was glowing. Authority of chaos, probability particle, 100% hit rate. Chuck looked at the man and asked where he was going. Smiling, the protagonist told the man to come down. The creator's eyes turned black and blood poured out of his mouth. He fell to the ground with a deafening thud. The man leaned on the ground with his hand. He was sitting on the ground and holding his head. A moment later, the creator looked up at the approaching protagonist. Chuck was towering over the man with a club on his back. The protagonist grabbed his hair, sticking out his tongue and opening his eyes wildly. The protagonist said that it had been a long time since he had seen her. The creator looked at the protagonist plaintively. Kate's face appeared before his eyes. Then Riot appeared in his head. A moment later, it was Molly, and it flashed through his mind that this was the protagonist's signature expression. The protagonist's leg slipped. He assumed a fighting stance. Smiling, Chuck said, "Forward." He cast a continuous slash with a 100% hit rate. Shockwaves filled the space. Sparks exploded around the creator. He knelt down and looked down. Chuck hit the air with his club. Waves swirled around them. The protagonist stuck out his tongue and laughed. He began casting the spells of a non-lethal strike from above, a non-lethal strike from below, a non-lethal strike from the side, and a non-lethal strike from both sides, one after another. The creator raised his head, bleeding, and the protagonist cast a spell of non-lethal clubbing. Mandy stood and watched. She smiled and turned to her brother, telling him to just watch the great warrior defeat a god. Riot grinned and Mandy shouted words of encouragement to the great warrior. The boy frowned, called the protagonist an idiot, told him to stop fooling around so he would finish faster, and to stop using a non-lethal strike and attack him with something serious. Words flew at the protagonist's back about how he should finish this if he could, and that they didn't know what this god of destruction could do. Chuck asked with a smile, "So what?" Turning to the boy, he continued that he could do whatever he wanted, and that he would still beat him. Holding the club on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he pays twice as much for good and 20 times as much for evil. This is his credo. Looking at them, he continued that he must return 20 times more than he suffered. A moment later, Chuck hit the creator again, saying that like this. Why did he hit the man again? He dealt blow after blow. Riot looked at what was happening, thinking that it would be better not to quarrel with him in the future. Blood spurted from the man's mouth. His body vibrated from the blows. The protagonist continued to hit the creator, and the man thought that he did not know when everything went wrong. After all, he is a vaccine that was created to save this infected world, the god of destruction. After all, he gave them so many chances in the past, and as a result, his decision was destruction. Receiving another blow to the face, the man thought, what the hell is happening now? The protagonist smiled evilly. The protagonist swung his club, and the creator thought that chaos. Did this mean that the planned future would change because of chaos? The club flew into the creator's face. He fell to the ground with a crushing force. His blow sent a blast wave. The man's teeth fell out and he screamed in pain. A bright blast wave split the ground. Kate fell and screamed. Nandy and Riot were also lying on the ground and writhing in pain. Julie and Yura screamed in fear. Dust rose in the sky. The protagonist stood with a club on his shoulder. Smiling, he said that he had enjoyed the beating with a club to his heart's content. Looking at the dejected creator, the protagonist said that now it was time to end it. The man was bleeding from his mouth and nose. Turning to the creator, Chuck asked if he was ready. A drop fell to the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened. The drops began to drip more and more. The creator was crying with his head down. For many years, there was only emptiness in his heart. Looking at the ground, the man said that in order to protect the planet dear to him, he had lost too much. With his lips parted, the creator said that he did not need anything now. He suddenly opened his mouth and eyes and said that he would destroy everything on this planet. The creator burst into green flames. Chuck looked at what was happening in bewilderment. The activation of the authority of destruction occurred. Blood came out of his eyes, and the creator said, "Gather his particles." The protagonist turned around in surprise. Behind him lay the fallen players, and he asked what it was. He continued to look at them and thought that light was coming from the bodies of the dead users. The protagonist frowned and thought no. Weapons were flying above the bodies, and Chuck thought that not from the bodies, but from the weapons. Mandy was sitting with her brother on the ground and told her brother to look there, and then a mythical tier weapon was rising into the sky. Riot stared ahead, confused. A memory of the activation of the authority of destruction appeared before his eyes. Then a memory appeared where the creator told his particles to gather. Riot frowned and thought about the particles. Looking at the weapon, he thought, really? Green lightning flew at the creator. A green sphere formed around him. The boy cursed in fear and said that they were in trouble and that he assumed that this could happen. Riot shouted at the protagonist to attack now. He began to sweat and continued that the god was currently absorbing all the mythical weapons into himself and that this was one of the skills of the god of destruction. Chuck turned around and asked if he was really absorbing the user's weapons, and that such a thing simply could not happen in the game, to which Riot replied that his eyes were just for show and that he was absorbing them right in front of him. Sitting on the ground, the boy said that mythical weapons, no, god particles, contained the power of destruction, and that if left as is, he would become much stronger. Riot continued with his eyes wide open, saying that his club was fortunately an ego class, so it wouldn't affect him, but if God absorbed all the mythical weapons in the area, he would become much stronger than him. Mandy and her brother watched as green lightning rushed towards the creator. The number of weapons that belonged to the 5 world guilds and the Sky Knights amounted to 20,000. Green lightning flew quickly. The mythical weapons that had gathered in the sky began to fall to the ground. The protagonist looked at the flying green lightning. The creator's eyes were bleeding. A huge lightning bolt pierced the man. The protagonist looked at him in confusion. The creator's leg emitted a bright light. In an instant, it became much stronger. All of his muscles began to increase. They grew more and more with each passing second. The huge muscular man bared his teeth furiously. The creator began to laugh. He opened his eyes and said that he would destroy everything. The protagonist looked at him lazily and said that he had turned into a monster again, and that it would have been better to turn into this one-eyed man. The creator swung his hand. He clenched his fist tightly. Opening his mouth angrily, he repeated that he would destroy everything. Looking at him in confusion, Chuck asked what was wrong with his speech, and had he really forgotten how to speak. Kate called the protagonist, told him to be careful, and that if he left things like this, he could destroy the entire planet. Shouting at the protagonist's back, she told him to do anything but stop his attack, otherwise all the users. Chuck interrupted her with a smile and told her not to worry, and that everything would be fine. Kate's eyes widened in surprise. Chuck turned to her and told her to believe him. The girl raised her eyebrows in embarrassment. She repeated her name in her mind as he said it. Then she continued to think that Chuck hadn't called her boss Love, but just Love. The creator laughed evilly. He swung his fist in joy. His hand cut through the air. The man made a deafening blow. Bright green lightning bolts came from the blow. Chuck looked at it in surprise. Kate's mouth opened in shock. The creator grinned furiously. Strong lightning bolts came across the entire planet. It began to shine from the strong blow. It became brighter and brighter with each passing second. Pieces began to break off from it. The light from the blow became as bright as possible. It seemed that there was nothing left of it. The bright light was blinding. A moment later, there were only stars left. The protagonist was floating in the air. He opened his mouth and sighed. Chuck looked up and said that of course he had assumed, but he really had destroyed it with one hand. The creator stood in front of the bright sun. The protagonist asked if he hadn't said that this was Mom's favorite planet and called him Mr. God of Destruction. The creator bared his teeth and said that he would destroy everything. Frowning, he continued that if you can't cure the virus, then you have to erase it and build it anew. Chuck exhaled, closed his eyes and said that his thinking was quite similar to a vaccine. The protagonist abruptly stuck out 2 fingers forward. Opening his mouth, the protagonist apologized and said that he had no intention of assisting him in his destructive plans. Looking at his hand, he activated the authority of chaos, a particle of time. Several dials appeared in space in front of them. Right on the protagonist's hand was a watch. He turned his hand and with it the hands of the watch. The hands began to spin. With each second they went faster and faster. They continued to pick up speed. A green glow began to emanate from the watch. It became brighter and brighter. A planet began to be visible behind the dial. Green lightning was spreading across the planet. With each second they began to be sucked back. A moment later they disappeared. Time went back. The creator swung at the protagonist. Blood was coming out of his eyes. He opened his eyes and his smile stretched questioningly. His head split into 3 and the man looked around in confusion. Kate looked at what was happening in fear. She raised her hands questioningly. Holding a club in his hands, Chuck said that everything was fine, because even if he could not prevent a devastating attack, he could make it so that it did not happen at all. The protagonist smiled and said that the particle of time is the 3rd skill of the powers of chaos. The girl looked at her hand. She looked at her body in fear. Kate looked away and thought about what happened, and that she clearly remembered that the world of Chrono had just exploded. Julie and Eurus shook their heads questioningly. Mandy and Riot also looked at their hands. The boy smiled and thought. He looked at the back of the protagonist and thought that the great warrior was demonstrating something absurd again. Looking at him from behind, he wondered if he had turned back time. The protagonist laughed and said that what was important was an unbroken heart. Chuck looked at the creator. He pitifully clamped his lips shut. Sweat was pouring down his face and he howled. Shaking his head, Chuck said that he seemed completely broken. The creator bared his teeth. A moment later, he rushed at the protagonist with a wild roar. The protagonist raised his hand with a smile and said that apparently not all the way. The man cut the air in front of the protagonist with a furious look. But nothing happened to the protagonist. The man looked at him questioningly. Chuck continued to hold his hand and said that the powers of the house, particles of probability, that he made it so that the percentage of his hit would be 0, and that his attacks would never hit their target as long as he retained this power. A memory of the attacking creator appeared before his eyes, and Chuck continued that he blocked his beam attack in the same way, and that even he was dangerous to fall under the authority of destruction. An image of a huge green explosion appeared in his head. The creator swung at the protagonist with a furious cry. He cut the air around the protagonist with his mouth open. Authority of the house, probability particles. Chuck reflected each blow, and each time said that it missed. Hit percentage 0%. The protagonist smiled and again reflected all the blows. Opening his lips, he said that it was too far and too close. An image of Eurus of arrogance appeared before his eyes. Then Nolan appeared. Another sin appeared before his eyes. A moment later, he remembered Yopi, then Mandy and her brother. Then an image of a dragon appeared in his head. Remembering them, the protagonist said that from Eurus of arrogance to Riot of sloth. And then he continued that and all the other enemies. The creator lowered his hands, and Chuck said God. Looking at the creator crying blood, the main character continued that thanks to all of them he had fun. Smiling at the man, Chuck said that now it really is the end, friend. A girl taking a selfie appeared before his eyes. A couple was sitting at the table and looking at the phone. The friends looked at the tablet in surprise. The guy held the tablet and pursed his lips. The boy behind him called the guy, and he enthusiastically answered, looking at the tablet, that they ran to the game bar. One of the friends asked if he had gone crazy and that the teacher would be here soon, and the other answered that he was for it. 3 friends happily ran out of the door and shouted that they were going, and the 4th called them idiots and shouted after them. Sweat appeared on his face. He furiously opened his mouth and shouted that he was with them too. The 4 friends ran to play. The light from the skyscraper's lanterns went straight into the sky. All the users who were watching the broadcast, all the people who were kicked out of the game after they died by the hand of a god, the users who were with their family or loved ones, all the Chrono Life users started to reconnect to the game. A virtual reality game room appeared before their eyes. The computers were glowing. People were talking to each other and looking at their phones. Some were laughing, some were talking, and some were looking at their phones. There were a lot of people in the virtual reality game room. The man at the reception was surprised and thought, "What the hell? And why did so many people suddenly show up?" 4 friends ran into the game room and said that they were there. Approaching the reception, they called the administrator and said that they had arrived, to which the administrator told them that they had not seen each other for a long time. The children happily asked if there was room for 4, to which the administrator replied that almost everything was full now and asked what they wanted to play. The boy happily rounded his eyes and said that of course in Chrono Life. The connection to Chrono Life was in progress. The ground beneath his feet distorted, and there was a reason why users started connecting to the game again. Silhouettes, highlighted in blue, began to appear. Users began to appear around Kate. The girl looked at the users who appeared in amazement. Molly was standing among them. Nandy and Riot looked around in surprise. Julie and Eurus opened their mouths in shock. Their desire to spend the last moments of Chrono Life together. A huge crowd of people stood next to the main character and creator. Everyone who followed these events had a premonition. The man sadly lowered his eyes. Looking at God, people thought that there was very little time left before his death. The man bared his teeth and said that he was a vaccine protecting the world of Chrono. A memory of the war appeared before his eyes, and it was terribly painful for him to watch how this world was being engulfed by disease. Then a memory of burning roofs appeared. The creator leaned over and said that therefore he had no choice but to make this decision to cleanse this world. He looked at the protagonist, called him a friend, and said that he would regret all his sins. A drop fell to the ground. The man looked at the protagonist pitifully with tears in his eyes and asked if he could forgive him. The tears poured from his eyes more and more, and the creator said that he loved the world of Chrono more than anyone. He did not want to die, he wanted to continue living and watching this world. The creator sat down and looked at the protagonist. Ultimately, the heart of the god of destruction was broken. A notice sign appeared in front of the protagonist. It said that God had thought everything over and deeply regretted what he had done. God asks for his mercy. Then there was a question whether he would forgive God, and the answer was yes and no. The protagonist thought about it, looked at the sign and asked what kind of nonsense this was. The man knelt down in front of the protagonist. He pitifully asked for his forgiveness and said that he swears that he will never repeat such a mistake again. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. God asked him for mercy. If he forgives God, his sympathy will reach the maximum. Upon reaching maximum sympathy, he will receive a special reward. After these words, the hero's eyes widened in surprise. Then his lips spread into a smile and grinned. He looked at the creator and said about the special reward, and that he does not understand what it means, but it sounds interesting. Chuck continued with a smile that they give it for free, so why refuse? The man began to smile, agreed with him, and asked if this means that he forgives him, and called him a friend. The creator began to thank him with a smile and say what he will do for him, but the protagonist interrupted him. Holding a club behind his back, Chuck said that in his experience, in such choices, the reward for murder is much higher. He tore the club from his shoulder and continued that of course, the reputation may be lowered, but it does not bother him at all. Looking at the creator, he continued that it was funny that he was now trying to beg him, and that just a couple of minutes ago he was happily killing everyone in a row, and when the time came for him to die, he immediately regretted what he had done. The creator with a frightened smile called him a friend and asked what it meant. The protagonist looked at the man with a smile, said that he was an idiot, and asked if he seriously decided to pretend that he did not understand. Chuck opened his mouth wide in a smile and said that he would kill him. The creator opened his mouth in fear. A moment later, he began to scream. Tears poured from his eyes. A huge yellow flash cut through the space. The creator suddenly flew up with a scream. He screamed loudly, opened his mouth, and in his thoughts was only that he did not want to die. He sparkled in the air like a bright star. The protagonist clutched the club in his hands. He smiled and said to activate the authority of chaos. The protagonist looked up and said that the skill particle was a magnifying glass. His weapon sparkled and he said to enlarge only the club. Habik looked at what was happening in surprise and thought what was this and whether he was really enlarging only the club. He continued the thought that when using a mirror, its effect extends to everything that is reflected in it. The skill of the second magnifying mirror increases the size of the user. The degree of enlargement depends on the amount of mana consumed. The god of water frowned in surprise and thought that he was cool and that he really changed the skill with the help of the authority of chaos. The protagonist grabbed the club with both hands. He seriously said to start increasing. Chuck looked at the sky and his club began to glow. With each passing second it became bigger and bigger. A moment later it became simply huge. Habik looked at what was happening in confusion. The protagonist closed his eyes with pleasure and said to make his club grow. He squeezed the weapon between his legs. The sky sparkled with millions of stars. The creator clenched his teeth and cursed. He rushed upward and continued to curse. With each passing second he was getting closer and closer to the sun, and said that he had no choice, there was only one way. The bright sun illuminated the space. Tears flowed from the man's eyes, and he thought that he needed to ask his mother to hide him. Imagining the face of the protagonist in his head, he thought that he did not want to die at the hands of this psycho. He rushed forward and some sounds began to be heard behind him. The creator turned around and wondered what kind of sound it was from the planet. A club was flying right behind him. He looked at it in surprise at how big it was. The creator opened his mouth in shock. Then he rubbed his eyes. After a moment, the man squinted. He was trying to see something. His mouth opened involuntarily. After a moment, his mouth opened much wider and his eyes widened. The hidden skill of the second magnifying glass, the size depends on the amount of mana of the user. Chuck fixes the effect of the magnifying glass on the club and it grows to a size exceeding its limit. The club of enormous size stretched straight into space. This size was equal to 1.5 million kilometers. The newbie's weapon, a wooden club, at that moment exceeded the size of the sun, Mom. The creator silently looked at the weapon. After a moment, he laughed. The weapon stretched from the ground to space. It was enormous. The protagonist held his weapon tightly. He looked straight up with a smile. Chuck opened his mouth slightly and said that he would kill him painlessly with the utmost care. A bright flash cut through the air. The flash was replaced by the protagonist's furious face. He had performed a universal strike from above. The club was flying rapidly towards the creator. It was getting closer with each passing second. Sweat was running down the man's face and the club was already right at his nose. Tears were pouring from his eyes. He opened his mouth and called out to his friend. Then he said that in the near future, he would surpass even his mother. The club reached the man's face. A moment later, he was thrown back. The night sky was illuminated by stars. The huge club had performed a devastating strike. On this day, the number of planets that were blown up at one moment was 850,617. A bright lightning strike pierced space. Having created many light stars and dust in the universe, this event marked the end of the final chapter of Chrono Life. The Earth was distorted. A shock wave was coming from space. The starry sky stretched over the mountains. Excessive use of the magnifying glass had reduced its effectiveness. Chuck stood on the cracked ground. He smiled and said God mode cancel. His hair began to return to its natural color. The final quest, the last boss, the god of destruction, was destroyed. The protagonist stood in his original form, and a sign appeared with congratulations, saying that he had completed the final quest of Chrono Life. The protagonist smiled and happily said that this was great. Chrono Life, final quest, protect the world from God, reward unknown. The protagonist looked up at the sound. Right behind him, there were a bunch of people shouting his name. The people joyfully raised their hands and shouted his name. There were a lot of them and they were all joyful. A huge crowd surrounded him. The protagonist stood confidently with a baton on his shoulder. After a moment, he smiled happily. He thought that now this was really the end. Julie and Eurus raised their hands and shouted. A man appeared in his memories, and Chuck wondered what kind of emoji character this was. Looking at him, he thought that judging by his appearance, he was probably another newbie. Then a memory arose of how he met the little animal and fearfully asked who it was, to which the little animal replied that it was him, the two-headed dragon Eurus. Then the protagonist looked at Kate and Molly. A moment arose in his memories where he was chasing Kate and calling her. Then he enthusiastically asked to teach him. Kate asked again in bewilderment. Then an image of Molly, the guildmaster, appeared in his memories. Chuck smiled and said that helping was his calling and strong point. Lucas clenched his fists in delight. A moment arose in his memories where the protagonist fearfully said that he would not kill him, and that it was because of him that he lost his temper. Lucas looked at the protagonist fearfully and asked why he did not kill him. Chuck looked at Mandy and her brother. A memory appeared of him standing next to the girl, and she asking if they would fight one more time, and that it was 3 against 3 now. Then his gaze fell on the god of water, Kate, and the goddess of life. The protagonist smiled. A lot had happened during this time. The protagonist stretched tiredly. With his mouth open, he said that in any case, the game was finished. He closed his eyes and said that Chrono Life was really interesting. Chuck opened his glowing eyes. He thought that now he could log out. A bright wing appeared in the sky and the protagonist gasped. A voice asked why the great warrior who protected the world had such an expression. Chuck turned to the girl, and she said that he really had any regrets. The protagonist's eyes widened. He stuttered, asking if it was really her. His mother stood in front of him. A moment later, she snapped her fingers. A distorted world appeared above them. The sign said that he had discovered a new area. The Machine City Bayram terrain has been unlocked. The eastern island of Juawando terrain has been unlocked. The floating continent of Estamido terrain has been unlocked. The Ghost Star Titania terrain has been unlocked. The Dragon Land of Galabator terrain has been unlocked. The Ancient Magic Empire of Lai Rui terrain has been unlocked. The Iron Planet of Banif terrain has been unlocked. Chuck looked at the scene in shock. Superior beings were watching him from other dimensions. A powerful witch was watching him. Turbs, the Lord of Iron and Flame, was interested in his weapon. The Thousand-Ball Shadow approved of his down-strike attack. Chuck looked ahead in confusion. Kejav, the Abyss Eater, hoped to become his patron. The giant dragon Gallardo was eager to meet him. The protagonist stood up straight. His mother turned to him and said that everything he had experienced would not amount to even 1% of chrono life. An empty field appeared in front of him. Then the picture changed to a full moon and people sitting under it. Then the picture showed ruins and a sphere in the sky. Freedom, romance, travel. Mom turned to him and said that she hoped that he did not think of quitting the game. Just a little taste of it. The protagonist stood motionless. She called him the owner of a level 99 wooden club and Mr. Chuck. The protagonist's eyes widened. Then he opened his mouth. Before his eyes appeared the silhouette of a knight showing an obscene gesture. Then the picture changed to a laughing woman. Then to a little boy with a lollipop. The protagonist stood alone in the square. He pursed his lips. Gritting his teeth, he thought that everything was very bad. The protagonist happily opened his eyes and thought that Chrono Life was a very cool game. The end of the first season. Kate said that after she came of age, she began dating Chuck officially. They love each other and are very happy. Eating chips and with a dissatisfied face, the girl with the bob said that it was funny. The girl with pink hair was scared because she did not expect that she was next to her. Ani asked, what other 3 years, because it was only 3 weeks. As much as she did not like the main character, but still it is worth making up. Kate was capricious. She wanted to become an adult as soon as possible to date Chuck. And so it turned out, as Ani said, only 3 weeks had passed since then. Kate rolled on the floor and repeated one thing, how she wanted to date him, hug, kiss, hold hands. Ani asked, shouldn't she go out already? She continued to say that her romantic relationship was still a fantasy, but the truth is that she agreed to meet Chuck today. Kate sat and screamed because it was the truth. She said goodbye and ran away. The girl with the bob was still eating chips. There was a house with black walls. Chuck was standing near the elevator. He was looking at his phone and thinking. He was thinking about Kate because she should have gone out already. Suddenly a girl with pink hair ran out of the elevator. She apologized for being late. The reason was a conversation with Ani. The main character became embarrassed. A blush appeared on his face. Standing in a short skirt, she asked if they were going. He began to stutter a little, said that he had not waited that long and it was time to go. With a grin, she asked if he was embarrassed. She continued that seeing her again in life, he remembered how beautiful she was. He said that she had always been beautiful, both in life and in the game. Now Kate was embarrassed. She thanked him and followed him. There was a skyscraper. The sun was shining brightly among the houses. A blue car was driving down the road. Chuck was driving. Kate was in the passenger seat. He thought that 3 weeks had passed since the last quest was over. The game world had escaped the threat called the God of Destruction and was back to normal. And last night, the company had posted an announcement on their page. It said that the game was releasing a major update. Rumor had it that they had doubled the number of developers. Steve said that he understood what was going on, so he hired twice as many developers. The man with glasses was shocked and asked again, twice as many. And besides, after this announcement, the fate of the company was at stake. They had hired 10 times as many developers. The bearded director was really funny. Chuck sat and wondered if doubling didn't work, he would increase it by 10, and if that didn't work, then by 20 or something. He didn't understand how it became #1 in the world if it was managed recklessly. Kate distracted him from his thoughts and asked if he had collected enough information. Chuck did not understand what information she was talking about. She said that the reason for today's meeting was to exchange information. The girl with pink hair continued, information about the missing Moononia. A girl in a black dress with long hair was standing. He asked which Ani she was talking about. Kate showed that she was hiding something and said that information about the cockroach. She continued that they agreed to find out something about her location and exchange this information today. He said that, to be honest, all this time he tried to dig up at least something, but each time he came to a dead end, so he entrusted this matter to a professional. Kate asked if they were going to this professional. Chuck confirmed. He thought, as Love said, Lena hid her identity. The first week he tried to find out at least something. But the second week passed like that, and on the third he realized that she did it on purpose. Kate said that first of all she died as a unique boss, so her character was erased. He unnaturally confirmed. He remembered how Lena stood in front of him. At that moment she told him to get ready, because this place would soon disappear and he would return to where he was. With a smile on her face, she continued that she would have to part with her then. He did not see her die then. But since Lena emphasized the fact that it would happen, Chuck asked Kate why they were looking for the cockroach, and when they became so close in secret from him, even calling her by another name, she claimed that they did not become close. Kate said that he told her about the cockroach's past, so she learned all the circumstances, and it would be stupid to hate her. That's why he was looking for her, because he wanted to ask about something. With a smile on his face, he said that it would be great if they stopped fighting and became friends. Lena did not think that they would really become friends. The girl with pink hair asked why he wasn't looking for her. He smiled. He said he also had one question for the cockroach. She asked if it was one question. He confirmed. They stopped. Chuck told Kate to get out. She already knew the place. It was a coffee shop. It had 3 seeds and its name on it. When they entered, they were greeted. Kate asked why they had come to the cafe, because they were supposed to go to a meeting with a professional. Chuck asked what she would like to drink, because he would pay. She wanted an iced Americano. They were greeted again, and she asked what they wanted to buy. Chuck said his order. Kate's mouth fell open. She was shocked. A familiar person was standing in front of her. It was a girl who also played this game. There was a beautiful house. Ani was sitting on the couch. She was 27 years old, Kate's personal manager. She was bored. She lay down on the couch. Ani said that there was no schedule today. She could take a nap. She looked at the glasses, which were lying right next to her. She remembered how Kate connected to them. She put the glasses on her head and lay down on the bed. Ani was often next to her, who also wanted to try. Having stopped remembering, she looked at the glasses again. She thought if she should try. Ani picked up the glasses. She thought, this is an augmented reality game. And if you think about it, she had never played it, although she played a lot of online games on the computer as a child. She did not understand what the power button was, whether it was necessary to turn it on at all. She connected to the game. After scanning her retina, she was identified as a new user. She decided to create a new character. She was advised to lie down comfortably. She landed in the forest. She was wearing ballet shoes. She did not understand because she had just been home. She was in complete shock. After all, the graphics were very beautiful. These are not just graphics that you see with your own eyes. You could smell the trees and grass, the feeling of a skirt that was fluttering in the wind, the temperature of the ground, which can be felt through a thin sole. All this could be taken into account. A mirror appeared in front of her. She saw herself. She was offered to customize the character. She was read the rule that you can only change the hairstyle, scars. As we learn, in the game she always played as a big man, but this time she will have to play as a girl. She asked to be shown what she can do with her hair. At first they showed her a double ponytail with ribbons. She did not like it. Then they showed her an afro, the best for hip-hoppers, but she did not like it. Skinhead hairstyle will give a feeling of freedom. Then came the hairstyle of the high Hachai Mishima style. She remained silent because of this. The hairstyle was confirmed and was on her. The bot asked her whether to create a character with this hairstyle. She screamed for her hair to be returned. They returned it to her and asked what race she wanted to choose. There was a choice of a human, an elf, a dwarf, a beastman. She settled on the first option. And the last thing she was asked was her nickname in the game. She thought that she would not be playing for long, so let it be a Gondu rabbit. She finished creating her character and went to the first location, namely the frontline village. She teleported to the village. There were houses with orange and blue roofs. The sun was shining brightly. People were talking to each other around. People were going about their business. She teleported and entered the village. The game greeted her by name. Her LVL was first. Her HP was at maximum. She liked how everything around looked. After all, this is a real fantasy world that she dreamed about. She was offered a training quest in which the head of the village wanted to talk to her. She grinned and said that in her time there were no quests, only cruel hunting. She ran into the forest. Leaves were flying, birds were flying. It was very beautiful. When suddenly a slime jumped into the field. Her choice was definitely wrong. The slime was level 1. She didn't understand at first. The pink ball attacked her. She blocked the attack with a stick. She stood on the ground. Unni was in a pose and defending herself. She received a fatal blow. Blood was coming out of her mouth. Her HP was noticeably reduced. She had to defeat a bull in the real world with a wooden club at the ready. A guy and a girl looked at her. They laughed at her because Unni looked like she wanted to eliminate herself. After all, a wooden club is not designed for fighting. They beat a scarecrow with it during training. Many users increase the level to 5 during the training quest, after which they receive a bow or a sword. And besides, thanks to realistic battles and the strength of monsters, going hunting in a group at the very beginning has become commonplace. Unni was an example that if you skip the training and do not evaluate the combat system, then she is a typical example of the first death. She stood with her mouth open. She killed the slime with one blow. The boy and girl were shocked because it was very difficult. The slime was cut, blood was coming out of its mouth. It said its last word. Ani stood next to the dead slime. She said that there was nothing special about modern games. She continued that everyone told her that virtual reality games were incredibly difficult. In her time, if you played badly, then you were immediately sent to your forefathers. The slime said the words again, and eventually died. Her level and experience points were increased. The LVL increased to level 2. The boy and girl were shocked that she killed it so easily. The boy wanted to say something. They did not understand who she was. Now it was an example of a classic relic, computer online games and console games. But in many games that Ani played in her time, she was a crazy ranker. With a smile on her face, she said that the game is interesting. She was thinking about what profession to choose. After that, everyone started talking about her as a mysterious expert. After all, she became the best ranker in the game in the shortest time. Molly brought 3 drinks to the table. She said that their order was ready. Kate thanked her. She also asked if everything was okay. Molly didn't understand what she was talking about. The girl with pink hair said that she had a lot of customers and because of them she had to move away. With a smile on her face, she said that she was the owner of this establishment. Kate said she didn't know that the girl runs a cafe because it suits her. And besides, the uniform is very beautiful. The girl with green eyes thanked her because she chose the design herself. She also complimented Kate that she was very beautiful, even more beautiful than she seemed on TV. She asked if they were on a date. Laughing, she said that it was a joke and they came for information about Lena. Chuck choked. Still laughing, she continued that they looked good. That's why she joked. With a displeased face, Kate told her to joke again. Chuck interrupted them and asked what about his request. Molly answered that the task that a person from the Robin Hood Guild gave her was to find out Lena's location. Chuck listened. He believed that her guild was considered the best in terms of information. Molly said that after receiving the task, all the guild members did their best to collect information about Lena, and if you get to the point, they could not find out anything. With a displeased face, Chuck asked why that was. She also said that he reacted surprisingly calmly. He replied that he didn't exactly expect it, but he understood that it wouldn't be easy to find out. Cockroach was a unique boss, so after her death all information about the character was erased. What are the chances that she's hiding in another guise? They understood all this when they took up the investigation of this case. There is a high probability that Lena is now developing a new character. That's why at the starting point in the frontline village, and the hunters whose lands they put people, but no one like Lena appeared. Kate said that finding a person is not so easy, even Ani couldn't dig up anything. Chuck replied that he didn't think she hadn't dug up anything at all. He finished his drink, confidently said that now they know for sure that Lena has disappeared from the game and now they can start searching offline. The girl said that it was obvious anyway. The girl with green eyes said that searching offline seems much more difficult. She asked if she and Lena had ever met in real life. Kate confirmed. Chuck also confirmed, because they had met on the beach when she had hugged him. Ani continued asking if anyone else had ever met her. Kate denied. Chuck thought. He remembered how she had walked with him in the game, how she had smiled next to him, how she had stood by the door and listened to people. She had smiled shyly. He remembered. She had met the user who had met her in real life, and they knew about him, Chuck said. The sun was shining brightly among the skyscrapers. Someone was running very fast. The main character, Kate and Ani, were standing in front. Julia waved her hand. She shouted the name of Chuck and the girl with pink hair. She was in the merchant class. Kate was happy. Chuck was smiling. She hugged Julia because she had pounced on her. She had not noticed Ani at first, but she had said hello anyway. It turns out that Lena had met Julia, and she had helped her before. After all, the girl with the bob was in the hospital. Kate asked if she wanted anything, she would buy whatever she wanted. Julia was happy and took her to eat tteokbokki because it was her favorite place. Unai told Chuck that she charged everyone with her energy. She supplemented her answer by saying that if she were to have a child, she would want a daughter like her. The main character was very embarrassed. She wanted to thank him for saving her from the god of destruction. Of course, it was too late, but she was really grateful. Then Chuck was really cool. He laughed because he began to feel embarrassed by a beautiful woman and compliments. She just looked at him. She explained that they might soon miss Kate and Julia, so they better hurry, he agreed. They all came to the dining room, filled with love. There was very delicious food there, which they wanted to eat right away. Julia started drooling because she was very hungry, and it was hard to resist such food. She shouted to everyone that she wished them a pleasant meal. She put one tteokbokki on a fork and took a bite with a very embarrassed face. It was viscous and so soft, perfect for the spicy sweet sauce. Tears came out of her eyes because she liked it so much. She started gobbling like crazy, taking more and more into her mouth. Kate brought the tteokbokki to her mouth and decided to ask if Julia had seen Lena recently. Eating the tteokbokki, she answered that she had seen her yesterday. Everyone was sitting and eating. Kate was shocked that she had seen her yesterday. Chewing her food, she explained that she had suddenly received a message and they had decided to meet at about 3 o'clock. They were standing not far from the cafe and talking. In the end, Lena handed over the letter, which was now in Julia's hands. She asked her to give it to Chuck. He was surprised and asked again if it was real for him. Holding the letter in his hand, he slowly pulled out the note. The letter contained a greeting to him and from whom. Kate and Ani were standing next to him. They were talking together so that she could read it together. He was embarrassed. In the note she asked how he was doing. All this time she wanted to meet him, but she was ashamed to ask first. No matter how beautifully everything was arranged, she betrayed him. She felt a heavy sin on her heart. She thought that she would never appear before his eyes again. However, her selfish desire to meet you for the last time did not disappear. Therefore, following her greed and desires, she sent the letter. If suddenly Chuck wants to meet her, then she will wait for him in her favorite place. And the last word was written her name. Chuck thought, what kind of nonsense, in which of her favorite places? Kate with a terrifying face said that first she should tear the letter. She began to run after Chuck, because how dare Lena leave him a love letter. She wanted to tear it into small pieces. Suddenly Julia started holding another letter, which was meant for the girl with pink hair. Kate was shocked, because why did she leave her a letter? It said that it was sent once a year from England to bring good luck to the recipient. Kate was seriously angry. She wanted to kill Lena, find her right now and kill her, but Chuck said that he did not know where she was. The girl with pink hair said that she left a clue in the letter and they can try to search the places that come to mind. That's how their hard day began. The sun was shining, the sea was very clear. There was a beach sashimi restaurant on the shore. Amishin shouted to the owner that she had come. She was wearing a red short plaid skirt. She said hello and wished everyone a good day, waving her hand. One of her teeth was visible from her closed mouth. She was the lead vocalist and guitarist. Hugo asked if she had come again. He was the owner of the sashimi restaurant. She asked for a bottle of soju and a set of sashimi, and he asked if she would drink alone again. She said that thanks to her they make money, because no one else comes. He thanked her. She continued that in the game and in life he is 1-to-1. Hugo said that her hair and clothes are the same as in the game. The man understood that it sounded old-fashioned, but wasn't she ashamed? She asked why she should be ashamed at all. Hugo answered that the skirt was too short and passers-by would look back. The girl became embarrassed and asked if he was talking about everyone staring. On the contrary, she liked it. After all, in her time, when no one cares about each other, the looks directed at her only confirmed that she was attractive. And besides, no one threatens her with a knife in their hands. She dresses the way she likes. The girl asked with a smile on her face if it was beautiful, so much so that you can't take your eyes off her. The man was embarrassed at the top of his lungs, because she was right. He was going to grumble at the youth, but in the end he got a lesson. As a reward, he decided to pay for her order himself, and he can eat as much as he wants. Suddenly, someone started shouting that he was very angry. Because of this shouting, the man and the girl covered their ears. They did not understand what was happening. Kate went into the restaurant and started yelling where Lena was. She started yelling louder and louder. Chuck tried to calm her down. When she left the restaurant, she explained that she wanted to rip out all her hair. The main character was still trying to calm her down so that she would be quieter. The mission with an angry face did not understand how it was possible to organize concerts near someone else's establishment. She wanted to go and sort it out, but Hugo stopped her. He explained that circumstances are different. It was a weekday anyway and there was no one around, so at least they could make a little noise. He assumed that they would soon calm down. Amishin looked at him angrily. She said okay, she would put up with it for him. But then he had to drink with her. He didn't want to drink alone in this mood. The bald man replied that he had to keep an eye on the restaurant, and she said loudly that there was no one there anyway. They would go bankrupt soon anyway. There was a blue sea. Julia was standing next to him. A little further were Kate, Chuck and Ani. Ani was arguing that it looked like it wasn't here. There was no one here at all on a weekday. The main character replied that it was strange because he thought that this was it. Kate was still aggressive and thought that she was hiding. Julia was glad that they hadn't found her right away. She was glad that she could just walk with everyone. The adults were consoled by the child's words. Ani said that they would be able to find her. Everyone confirmed it. So they seriously started looking for Lena. The sun was shining brightly. There was a noisy street nearby. There was a restaurant nearby, Granny's Rejuvenating Soup, where they went together. Not far away was a virtual reality game room. It was already evening. It was getting dark. They gave up because they had gone around many places but had not found her. Chuck, exhausted, said that it was not the 19th century. How could they find a person by one letter? Julia assumed that they would definitely succeed tomorrow if they continued in the same spirit. With a smile on her face, she said that there was no need to give up. They would definitely find her. Ani suggested that they disperse. Everyone unanimously agreed. There was a large skyscraper. He went into it and moved on. The main character was very tired because they had been walking all day and his legs were just falling off. He looked at the letter and did not understand where her favorite place was. Was the clue too complicated? Lena was approaching him. She thought that the clue would be too obvious. Chuck grinned. He threw the note away. Lena stood in front of him in the sunbeams. As it was written, she was waiting for him in her favorite place. Smiling, she was wearing a red skirt. Her favorite place was his house, she said with a sweet smile. This chapter contains background music. Chuck looked ahead and wondered if the clue was too difficult. The girl came up to him and asked why the riddle was not too obvious. The guy sighed in frustration as he threw the piece of paper out of his hand, saying that this was not a nonsense quiz, where she was already standing and blocking the sun in front of him. The paper flew towards her, but it was not written that Lena would wait for him in her favorite place. The girl put her hands behind her back and embarrassedly said that this was her favorite place. She blushed and said that her favorite place was Loser's house, in Bo Wooden Club of the 99th level. Epilogue of Season 1. Hot spicy noodles were infused in boiling water. The girl showed interest in the food. Chuck was eating noodles with chopsticks and asked the girl to start eating too. She remembered telling him that she loved this food. Lena asked the guy if he cared about her right now, to which he replied that he was being as hospitable as usual. The guy said that he had a question for the girl. She was surprised that he only had one, to which Chuck confirmed. The girl exhaled nervously. She took the chopsticks in her hands and began to tell him that she was upset by this course of events, because before the guy tried to find out everything about her. Lena noted that before he was very excited and asked a lot of questions, to which the guy replied that she made him angry. The girl said that she also had a question for the interlocutor. When he was about to kill the god of destruction at the end, an inscription appeared before his eyes saying that God had thought everything over, deeply regretted what he had done and asked for mercy. The guy was faced with a choice to forgive God or not. Lena asked the guy what the rewards were for pardoning and for killing God. Chuck chewed noodles and said that there was some nonsense for pardoning. He even checked it the next time he entered the game. He remembered that moment. A special reward was a free rental of a mythical level weapon, which the guy could use without limitation, but due to the death of the god of destruction, it was impossible to get. The girl told the guy that for his level this weapon was so-so, to which the answer followed about the expectations for killing the boss. Lena asked with an interested voice what the reward was for the murder. The guy was holding a green sphere in his hand, next to which it was written that this is the essence of the god of destruction, by breaking which he can become a god. Lena was completely shocked by the reward she heard. Chuck said that because of his skill he cannot use the sphere, so for now he just put it in the inventory until the case of putting it up for auction. The main thing is that it does not fall into the wrong hands. The guy said that they had gotten off topic and he wanted to ask her his question. Full moon. The girl was waiting for the question in anticipation. She assumed that Loser wanted to ask her how she had snuck into his house. She remembered his words when he said that he had always been curious about how she had found his place in the first place. She also remembered that he had asked her this in a serious situation in order to increase the chances of an answer. The girl remembered how she had promised the guy in a kind voice to drop by his place. She said that she had promised then to tell him everything after everything was over. Lena warned him that there was nothing interesting in her answer and the guy would most likely say that it was some kind of bullshit. She tried to ask him if he would tell her that, to which the guy quickly finished his noodles. Chuck quickly put down the empty cup with the sauce at the bottom. He said that he was going to ask the girl something completely different. Lena was confused because he once told her that he wanted to know exactly this, to which the guy wiped his lips and said that it was a long time ago. He said that he was curious about something else. The girl again assumed that this was a question about her boyfriend, to which there was a sharp refusal. Lena was confused because she did not know what else the guy might be interested in. Chuck corrected his voice and prepared to speak. He turned to the girl. The guy embarrassedly asked her what her real name was. The girl sat with an embarrassed face. Chuck could not get over the fact that he finally decided to ask this question for a few seconds. The girl looked at him with her mouth open, while he tried to justify himself that he really was not particularly interested in this. She confidently looked into his eyes. The guy did not hear the name Lena. A game and interest. The girl sat embarrassedly with happy eyes. Chuck did not know how to behave. The guy once again said her name slowly. The girl approached him and asked if he wanted to know anything else about her. She quickly began to list her height, weight, blood type. She looked into Chuck's eyes and asked him if he wanted to know anything else about her, which made the guy feel uneasy. The guy asked the old question about how she got to his house, but the girl said that it was not an interesting story. Lena withstood the intrigue and repeated the beginning of the question. Something rang in the guy's pocket. Chuck, surprised, took his phone out of his pocket and asked who could be calling him so late. The guy answered the call. There was a man on the other end of the line who greeted Chuck and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Steve asked how the other man was doing. At first, the guy did not understand who was calling him, but then he asked if he was a grandpa and boss. Steve said that he was not a grandpa yet and he was 50. The man asked the guy what he was doing and if he was very busy. Chuck replied that he was currently spending time with Lena. The girl looked at him with fear. She smiled when she heard her name. Steve lit a cigarette and asked the two guys to come to his office. Right now, the sky above the office was dark and it was night outside. The game observation room. 3 glasses were on the table. Steve stood opposite the young people. There was work on the computers on the side. The man asked the guys why they weren't drinking coffee, to which Chuck said that it was a bit too sudden. Steve said that he wanted to meet the 2 of them as soon as possible. He said that the 2 guys were the main characters of the first season. He asked the guys if they liked the idea of the first season of the game. He raised a mug of coffee and asked them if the first season was interesting. Chuck raised the mug and said that the 2 of them couldn't answer that question at the same time. Lena said something about irresponsibility. The girl repeated that if she were to describe season 1 in a few words, it would be complete irresponsibility on the part of the management. The god of destruction was born from the main computer's mother. All races united to protect the world. The girl said that although it seemed reasonable and dramatic, it was irresponsible. Lena asked the man why they allowed the god of destruction to exist in the first place. The girl said that God did not correspond to artificial intelligence, which violated the 3 laws of robotics. Lena said that an artificial intelligence character with unlimited power in the virtual world should never be hostile to users. The girl said that if it were not for Chuck, the game would have turned into a graveyard of players. Steve was interested in the boldness of what the girl said. The man told the guy that his new girlfriend was very smart, which caused a strong reaction from the guys. Steve admitted his mistakes and asked if the first season didn't end well after all. The man lit a cigarette and continued to talk about how although it was irresponsible and clumsy, on the other hand it was childish. He looked at the guys and said that if the users were happy with the game, then he was happy too. Steve said that he had no goal of demonstrating his skills in art or conveying some philosophical thought in this game. Chuck continued to listen to his thoughts on the topic that the most important thing in a game is not the message that the author wants to convey. Lena also listened to his reasoning with interest. The girl thoughtfully opened her mouth. She collected her thoughts to tell him something. She couldn't find the strength for a long dialogue, so she just looked down and agreed with the man's words. Steve was smoking cigarettes and looking at the guys. He turned to the girl. The man asked her if she was going to leave the game project. Lena thought about it and looked at the floor with a guilty look. Steve took the cigarette out of his mouth and said that it was thanks to the girl's sacrifice that everyone was able to complete the last quest. The man said that in that case, he would have lost the desire to play too. Chuck was confused because he didn't know that the girl was planning to quit the game. Lena said that she refused to play not because she didn't like the game. She admitted that she still loved this game terribly. The girl said that she was quitting it only for herself. She began to remember the moments of killing other players, realizing that she could not do anything. She said that there was only one way. She made a mistake. She continued to think that it was not her fault. With these words, she calmed herself down while killing many innocent users. Lena also noted that she had inflicted a large wound on the guy sitting next to her. Chuck objected because the girl had already apologized for this act. The girl stood up from the table. Lena said that she regretted all the sins she had committed in the game. The girl said that her departure from the game was a punishment she had inflicted on herself. She said that today's meeting with Chuck and her coming to the office were precisely for the sake of saying this. There was a pause between the interlocutors. Steve closed his eyes and lit a cigarette, saying that he could not do anything about her decision. The man said that he would nevertheless move on to the reason why the guys were here. He pointed to the people sitting at the computers. The workers were overwhelmed with work that night. Chuck said that this was the observation room. In it you can see everything that happens in the game in real time. Steve smiled, clenched the cigarette with his teeth and said that from here you can see everything that happens in any corner of the game. Chuck was surprised and asked if it was possible to see undiscovered places beyond the continent. The man was interested in the guy's words. Chuck was waiting for an answer. Steve said that the game server would be unavailable soon because they wanted to make some improvements. The man had a fire in his eyes that made him work day after day in order to then launch the second season at the highest level. He noted that not all data could be obtained using the observation room. So Steve invited the guys here to become alpha testers for season 2 of the game. Alpha tester. Chuck was surprised by the man's offer. The man asked the guys if they understood what a privilege it was. He said that alpha testers know all the information about season 2 in advance and can start it from a better position than other players. Steve said that regular users are not allowed to do this, but this is his consolation gift to the guys for the fact that they suffered so much in season 1. The man asked the guys if they agreed to accept his offer. Chuck was happy and confused. His mouth opened in surprise. The guy clenched his teeth and confidently took a deep breath. He expressed his exact position that he completely agreed. Lena looked at Chuck and became embarrassed. She wondered if she needed this. The girl was about to refuse. The guy interrupted her words and offered to join him. Chuck said that her experience in exploring the map would be very useful in exploring the new area. Lena could not believe her ears. The girl became embarrassed and thoughtful. She thought hard that she should give up this idea. Lena said that she could not because she had already died as a unique boss and her character was deleted. She thought that this would make up for her sins. Chuck said that he would definitely help the girl. The guy offered her to develop a new character with his help, offered her to split the characters and create a party with him. Lena was shocked by the offer. She remembered how she had already offered him to join the team. Then the guy believed her and went with her. The girl was very excited, remembering this. She opened her mouth and started thinking. For a long time, Lena remembered asking Chuck to join her in a party, to which he said that he was not interested. She wanted it very much. The girl remembered how she once again asked the guy to do it. She insisted on it until the hero raid began. In her soul, Lena dreamed of a party with a loser, and I remembered how the guy sent her. A drop of sweat rolled down her face. It was a tear. She could not believe her ears, because this happened only when she gave up everything. The girl had another chance. Lena, with tears in her eyes, agreed to the guy's offer. That's it. Steve decided to do something especially for Lena. Normal game data of alpha testers is constantly erased, but this time he decided to make an exception for the data on Lena's character development. The guy and the girl lay down in nearby booths. They were almost starting testing. The girl took the glasses in her hands. For some reason, her face was very sad. She looked towards Chuck. The guy also caught her eye. He joked about their appearance and glasses sitting next to each other. The girl was slightly surprised by what was said. It made her laugh a little. A happy smile played on her face. Entering the game. The end. Connection established. Test version of the game Season 2. The sun was still shining brightly over the city streets. Chuck was standing alone on the street. The girl approached him. He saw her original character. This caused a little ridicule on the guy's face. He said that this time they had everything the other way around and joked about her. The girl's character was level 1. She accepted the guy's joke. Lena came close to him. She dressed up to support Chuck and called him a master. Bao Wooden Club of the 99th level. The end of the epilogue of Season 1. See you in the second season. The big concert hall was lit up with spotlights and a screen. People were cheering. The crowd was happy to be there. They were waiting for the host to come out. The guy came to the center of the stage and greeted the audience. He said that he was the one who started with personal broadcasts and succeeded in it, so he would be hosting this event. He introduced himself as Max. The guy said that he welcomed everyone present to the opening of the second season of Chrono Life. There are about 100,000 spectators in this stadium right now. Max ordered that the game server be closed for as long as 3 months to carry out updates. According to him, the players were waiting for a reason. People from all over the world were watching him and waiting for the opening, which would take place in 5 minutes. Max said that he invited a special guest today. He introduced the girl as the best idol and songwriter in history. He greeted Kate on stage and asked her to congratulate him. The girl showed a heart to the crowd. She introduced that her name was Kate. The fans held their hearts up and cried with happiness. Max thanked the girl for the song she wrote. Chuck was watching TV from his house and listening to Max's speech. He was a little unsure of himself, listening to their dialogue. The guy looked at his phone and said that it was time to open the game server. Max announced to everyone that the moment had come. The TV said that there were only 10 seconds left for the server to open, to which Chuck took his VR glasses. The guy suggested that the girl count down the seconds until the start together. Kate agreed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chuck put on his glasses. Max announced to the public that Season 2 had just started, causing a violent reaction from the crowd. Chuck adjusted his glasses on his head and muttered something. The guy was pleased with himself. He entered the game. A notification appeared on the screen that the user authorization was complete. The guy was notified that he had successfully entered the game. The new season welcomed him into the game. The ceiling of the school classroom was dotted with fans. The children were very hot. These days were especially hot. Lethargy. All the people on the street were lethargic. Passers-by were empty. The light crept into the office and fried people. And thirst. For 3 months, while the server was down, all the users were like soulless creatures. The guy remembered all the experiences he had in the game. All that fun. Their other side was revealed there. For users, the game Chrono was not just a game, but a part of their lives. Some tried to replace it with something else. They played sports, but nothing could fill the void in their hearts. This is how the 3 months of waiting passed. The guy just logged in right after the server opened. There were an incredible number of players. The entire area was dotted with players. Chuck was surprised by so many users. The simultaneous connection was like an explosion. Chuck couldn't even concentrate. There were so many people. Suddenly, something started flying up to the guy from behind. It called out to him, making him turn around. Chuck was glad to see him. It was Eurus. He showed off his pose sets. Eurus asked the guy how he'd been doing for the last 3 months. Chuck grabbed his friend and started stretching him, shouting about how soft he was. Eurus asked the guy how his participation in the beta testing went. Chuck said that it was boring without Eurus, but nothing could be done. Dragon asked the guy if he liked the preliminary version of Season 2 and if he got to the last boss. The guy standing next to him started shouting at the top of his lungs. The player asked Chuck if he was the main character of the last cleanup of the first season of Chrono. Chuck stood there in confusion. The players in the circle started looking for him with their eyes. Soon, almost all the players crowded around Chuck and started discussing whether it was him or not. And the crowd heard a phrase about the cuteness of the guy. The main character suggested that Eurus go to another place because it was too noisy here. He took the dragon in his hands. The guy put it on his head. He called on the skill of the speed of light. There was no trace of the guy because he quickly moved. Office building. Artist's room hand sharing. The girl complains about how hard it is for her. Kate said that she barely finished this opening. She notified the manager that she was back, suggesting that she go home as soon as possible. The girl said that as soon as they get home, she will immediately connect to the Chrono. The manager was lying on the bed in virtual reality glasses. Kate was very surprised. The girl sat down on her bed and patted her leg, saying that she herself told her to play less. Kate decided to connect to the game right there too. The sun was still shining brightly. A bare leg stepped on the ground. Chuck notified Eurus that they were there. The dragon did not understand where they were. The guy said it was the hill of the beginning, which was right next to the frontline village. Chuck asked the dragon to wait a bit because he had agreed to meet someone. Someone was running very quickly. It was Kate. She greeted the guy. The girl asked how long they had been waiting for her, to which the answer was that they had also just arrived. Chuck praised Kate for how she had performed. The girl was embarrassed by the compliment. She did not know what to answer. Kate simply thanked the guy. Eurus told Chuck that his flirting skills had improved since they had last seen him, to which the guy replied that he was simply sharing his impressions. The dragon asked if he and Kate had agreed to meet here alone, to which the guy replied that there was one more person. The guys were surprised. The girl stood nearby and asked the guys if they were talking about her. Kate pointed at her and was surprised. The cockroach greeted the guys. The girl asked if Lena was the remaining participant. Kate asked what happened to the character removed in the first season. The girl said that she and the loser took part in the beta testing of the game. Kate was furious that the guy did not tell her anything, to which he tried to explain everything later. He went ahead, saying that it was about to start and they needed to prepare. The guys did not understand what awaited them. Soon a crack appeared in the air. Chuck asked everyone how long they had been waiting. Information boards appeared in front of the guys. Kate was surprised by the updated task window. The board had a quest written on it about protecting Chrono from a dimension invader where the reward was unknown. Chuck confidently stated that the main quest of the second season had begun. Energy began to emanate from a large crack in the sky. Shards rained down. Kay was horrified to see something pouring out of the sky. It was water, ready to cover the entire earth. Lena hit the ground with her staff. The girl activated reverse gravity magic. Kate continued to not understand what was happening. The guys in the big dome rose up above the ocean. The girl was glad that they were saved. She asked the cockroach if she now belonged to the class of magicians, to which she received a positive answer. The girl was surprised. There were some sounds in her head, the origin of which she did not understand. Huge whales were hovering in the sky. The girl looked at them with fear. She noticed something on their backs. It was something small. She assumed that they were people. Their faces were not at all like people's. Fear was visible in Kate's eyes. The girl did not understand what it was and where such an eerie feeling came from in the game. The girl thought that she would be captured now. On the whale's back, a green lizard reported to the king that they had finished analyzing the military forces of this world. The lizard said that in this dimension, the strongest warrior has a level of 999, that is, these creatures are still weak. King Danter inquired about the truth of what was said. His level was 7593. The main element symbolizing the strength of a character was the level. The creature, because of which the girl felt a tremor in her body, had the highest level. Now even the hidden class bonus of the Demon King could not cope with such power. The guys were in the dome. The king paid attention to Chuck's clothes. Danter said that this is an inferior race that only evokes pity. In this world, there is a rule of natural selection when the strong defeat the weak. The king ordered to kill everyone without any mercy. He heard some kind of blow from below and did not understand. A huge column of flame doused Danter. The creature turned out to be without clothes, which were burned. She was in shock. The king was not ready for such a turn of events. He was clearly complexed by his appearance without clothes, and even watched him and laughed. Chuck told Eurus that he asked him how far the guy had reached this season. Eurus remembered asking him if he had reached the final boss. The guy said that Season 2 was a continent of another dimension, as stated in the trailer for Season 1. Each of the new dimensions is much larger than the Chrono continent that was in Season 1. The guy slung his club over his shoulder. Chuck bragged about the number of dimensions he had cleared during beta testing. The guy turned his attention to the king and his servants and noted that they were the dimensions of the sea gods. He bragged that the clearing took about 10 minutes. Eurus was shocked. Kate was equally surprised. The guy smiled from ear to ear. He asked if the guys were up for some fun. The building was sparkling at night. Lena was sitting on the bed and holding virtual reality glasses in her hands. She was looking at them. Lena was sad. Extra, the girl was thinking. Episode Full Moon. Hopelessness was visible in her eyes. She was sitting in front of the TV and watching the grand opening of the beginning of the second season. The TV said that there were 10 seconds left until the opening. The girl's face was blank. She remembered how she sat in the beta test booth with Chuck. She reminded herself of his happy smile. Lena was happy then too. The girl realized that she was having a lot of fun at that moment. They were lying together and could enjoy the game without denying themselves anything. The girl bit her lip. She stood up abruptly from the bed. With one movement of her hand, she took off her skirt. The red skirt fell to the floor. The girl went into another room. She looked behind the door and encouraged herself. In front of her stood a suit that could help her get to the loser. At night, the city was plunged into darkness, but bright lights were always on. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. Lena stood on the roof with a rope in her hand. The music in her head was suitable for spy movies. She said that she felt awkward in front of the loser, but from now on she would not secretly go to him anymore. She remembered the guy asking her who she really was. He asked her how she knew where he lived, where she got the key to his apartment. Another memory penetrated her head, where the guy in the abandoned village asked her the same question. He was interested in how she got into his house. The girl deftly grabbed the rope and jumped off the roof of the building. She began to fall down. Lena landed on the floor below. The girl noticed that she hadn't climbed in for a long time. Into Loser's house. She walked down the hallway as if nothing had happened. The girl remembered that she forgot to take clothes with her to change. Lena climbed into the closet with Chuck's clothes and borrowed them, like last time. She put on a shirt. The house was silent. The guy was lying on the couch next to the TV on the first floor. There was a place next to his head. The girl sat right there and put her hand next to his head. She was very pleased with herself. The girl looked at her lover and said that now they would be together. She called him a loser. Lena lay down next to the guy and put on her glasses. We'll always be together. Chuck stood with the club on his shoulder. The guy said that in the closed beta version he cleared a total of 30 dimensions. He pointed at the king and his subordinates and said that they were from the dimension of the sea gods. The guy bragged that the clearing took him about 10 minutes. Eurus was very surprised. Kate was also confused. Chuck smiled from ear to ear. The guy opened his mouth and said that he wanted to have fun. The monsters looked at him with horror. One of the monsters quietly said something to himself. He called out to all his warriors. The creature with blue eyes ordered to attack the guys. A whole army of sea creatures grabbed their weapons and rushed to attack. They were different creatures. There were many of them, and they aimed at the energy bubble. The guys inside stood as if nothing had happened. Chuck smiled a little. The guy clenched his teeth and smiled from ear to ear. Something was moving quickly vertically. The guy, dazed by his own strength, was heading to attack. He destroyed an entire monster with one blow. Faith, its remains flew up. The other monsters hesitated a little while they watched this. The guy ordered to activate the light speed skill. He swung his club and looked at the creature. Using the speed of light, the guy cleared the crowd of monsters with his club. Several dozen remains of the warriors of the Sea Kingdom fell into the water. The other warriors were in shock. The monsters did not understand what was happening and who this guy was. Chuck continued to look at the remains of his enemies flying around. He realized that he missed this taste. The guy licked the club and admitted its taste was exciting. The monsters were confused. Chuck went towards the remaining warriors. He flew straight at the monsters with a crazy look and his tongue hanging out, wanting to taste them. The warriors were stunned. Kate stood aside and watched as Chuck destroyed an entire army. The girl admitted that she even felt sorry for the monsters. Suddenly, she noticed something approaching her. The remaining monster was holding a trident weapon in its hand or was flying at the girl with the intent to kill. Kate intercepted its attack in time and swung her leg. The girl was almost hit. She had underestimated the strength of this army from the very beginning. Kate clenched her teeth and decided to attack. The stone in her chest glowed red. The girl revealed the essence of the Demon King. Horns and wings appeared on her body. The girl touched the red sphere with her finger. The monsters watching her were confused. The girl pointed her finger at the monster and screamed for its death. She jumped back until a huge red energy beam hit the sphere. A large flow of energy was deadly. The girl defeated an entire army and looked into the distance. She exhaled nervously. Another monster rose from the dust. The warrior claimed that although the girl looked scary on the outside, she had no strength at all. The monster claimed that her attacks before him were just tickling. Sea gods. The creature decided to first mock the girl, and then skin her, tear off her limbs, and make a stuffed animal. These words brought fear to Kate's face. The girl realized that these creatures were on a completely different level and had incredible strength. The girl flew away. After all, this is an unknown race living in the depths of the sea. Kate looked back, and the monster was already behind. The girl did not understand how he managed to catch up with her so quickly. The monster pierced her with its claws right into the body, causing blood to spurt from her mouth. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes. Many warnings appeared before her eyes. The life icon sounded because Kate was mortally wounded. These creatures have a cruel nature and despise the weak. A notification landed in front of the girl that she was on the verge of life and death. The girl realized that these creatures love to mock their victims. The monster asked her if she would really die from such a weak attack. He grabbed her by the hair and lifted her up. Kate began to resist and tear it out of his hands. The monster said that she would have to play with the corpse. He took the trident in his left hand to pierce her. Kate did not want to die at his hands at all. She begged Chuck for help. Lena waved her staff. The girl called on magic to help. She used the flamethrower skill. A large stream of fire poured towards the monster. The creature came to its senses at the last moment. The girl activated the shimmer magic. Lena plunged into pink energy and hung in the air. The energy exploded. The girl found herself right in the center of events and simply looked into the monster's eyes. She apologized to him and extended her hand to Kate. Both girls disappeared through energy. The monster was furious that he had been fooled so stupidly. He did not notice that a large fire sphere was already flying at him. At the last moment, the creature noticed, but it was too late. The monster grabbed the trident. A large fiery explosion thundered. The girls in the protective sphere watched him. Kate thanked her savior. Lena said that it was too early to thank her. She pointed to the large number of remaining opponents. Sea gods are the strongest sea race. Their most important feature is physical strength. Egg of the sea god. There were many individuals. Sea gods can lay several thousand eggs in one go. As a result, a giant army of gods is obtained. This is the largest army in the game. No other can compare with them in terms of numbers. The girl began to say that the total number of soldiers in the army of the sea gods. Her words were called by Chuck's blow from below. The guy sent another wave of fire towards the army. The strongest cloud of energy scattered many monsters. The monsters were shocked by the power of the weapon they saw. The strongest blow spread into space. The guy hung in the air with a club at the ready. He grinned and looked around slightly with a smile on his face. The girl continued her story about the total number of soldiers in the army of the sea gods. One person. In front of the guy stood the naked king of the gods. Chuck asked him what he planned to do next, left alone. The king with a sporty face opened his mouth in bewilderment. He clenched his teeth and thought. Danter said that they were the strongest race in the sea, dominating everything that is in the depths. The king stretched her hand up and got ready. He said that if there was seawater nearby, he could resurrect his army. And his hand was covered with blue energy. Coral began to appear a crevice. Danter promised everything would fill the entire planet with seawater. Kate asked Lena if such an outcome was possible, to which a positive answer followed. The girl said that on the first day of testing the beta version, she and her boyfriend, out of ignorance, did not have time to react, and the entire chrono was flooded with water. Kate looked nervously at her interlocutor. She imagined how cities were submerged underwater. People could not get out of their houses and surface. Lena explained the reason why sea gods are called rulers of the sea. The fact is that they can get everything they need for life from seawater, and the seawater that the king will call contains a huge number of sea god eggs. Their number is, approximately, again, the girl's reasoning was interrupted by Chuck's cry about using the skill. The guy called a divine incident. The hair on his head turned a lighter color. Then it turned pure white. The guy became the god of chaos. He used his appearance and activated the authority of chaos. Figures of 8 arrows appeared in his eyes. The guy began to control reality. He pointed his hand at the water and turned it into bubbles. Thousands of bubbles sparkled over the ocean. They set off on a long journey. Small spheres of water began to settle all over the surface of the city. People sitting on the road coughed. The guy was surprised and looked at the bubbles. Sea water. Kate thought about the water turning into soap bubbles. The god stood in the middle of the bubbles with his hand raised. He asked the sea water for the number of god eggs. Danter was very surprised to hear the number 0. Chuck stood in a pose ready for battle. In the form of the god of chaos, the guy said that Danter was finished. The club was covered with red energy. The boy activated the chaos power called magnifying glass, which greatly extended his club. The boy was furious and screaming. He called for a spatial strike and aimed it at the rift between worlds. The club approached the king. Danter was doomed to die. There was terror in his eyes. The club was so huge that it easily broke his skull. The last thing the king of the sea gods saw before his death was a huge club that blocked the sky in front of him. The wooden club passed into another dimension through the rift. It was huge. Space began to distort along the transition. The club passed through space and came out on the other side. It crawled out right at the surface of the planet of the sea gods. It smashed it to pieces. The planet of the sea gods was destroyed in one blow. A large flow of energy covered the planet. It cracked. The planet began to radiate energy from the inside, shining through its core. Soon there was an explosion. The space around the planet turned white. The explosion was of the strongest force. However, the planet simply disappeared. The dimension of the sea gods disappeared in a second. Chuck again shouldered his club. A congratulation on completing the quest appeared in front of the guy. He was entitled to a reward. He was given a quest for the Book of Awakening, which, if the task was completed, would receive the best level for the weapon. Chuck was incredibly happy. He looked at the crevice and thought about which of the dimensions he should destroy next. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. We were told that the second season of Chrono Life had officially begun. We were shown mechanisms, islands, a large city, and a bright star, and were told that, as was said at the end of the first season, in the second season the world became multidimensional. A planet was visible in front of the people. We were told that it was a huge map that had no end and no edge. We were shown many monsters and were told about incredibly strong opponents. People were running in a hurry. The plot tells us that all the users on the Chrono continent began to prepare for departure. There was a smile on the girl's face. They were running towards the monster. The guys attacked the monster. People were upgrading their equipment. We are told that some were leveling up, others were upgrading their equipment with their savings, and others. Kate asked again in surprise. Taken aback, she asked about the gathering of team members. Chuck closed his eyes and replied that it was, noting that the first thing to start preparing for the second season was not leveling up or upgrading his gear. The protagonist noted with a satisfied look that it was forming a team of 4. Sighing, Kate asked what other team, adding that he could beat everyone without one. Chuck replied that he made this decision after testing the beta version and he would tell the reasons later. Standing in front of them, the protagonist noted that, in general, that was why he had gathered them there, to form a team, then they would all go together when everything was resolved with the sea gods. Chuck smiled and said that they would go for the 4th member of their team. Kate, with a satisfied look, suggested that the protagonist had someone in mind. She said that it would be fun. Kate imagined their team without the 4th member. She asked who would be their last member of the team. An image of Clara and Lucas appeared in her head. Holding her finger to her mouth, Kate mentally asked if it was Clara or Lucas, noting that if NPCs could do it, Riot or Mandy would do. Looking at Chuck, Kate cried out that she had noticed in the past that he had students that he taught in a very strange way. She was talking about a mission and Hugo. She imagined them in her head. Eurus said that they were stupid and that he should be the last member of the team. Kate was taken aback by these words. Eurus stood with a satisfied face. He stood on Chuck's head. Surprised, Kate asked if Eurus would be the last member of the team. Closing his eyes, the protagonist answered that it was not so. He grabbed Eurus and told him that it was a spirit that belonged to him, so it could not become a member of the team and he was just his pet. Smiling, Chuck said that since he decided to assemble a team, he should choose the strongest. Standing on a cliff, the protagonist said that the last member who would join them. The mountains were covered with snow. There was a blizzard in the forest. The plot takes us to the northern continent, to the permafrost forest. The girl stood in front of the people. There was a smirk on the guy's face. Looking at the girl, the guy noticed that he met such a famous player on the very first day. He noticed that this was a royal guard who was a member of one of the 5 largest guilds, the master of the Holly Guild, Clara. She was holding a spear in her hands. Clara's face was serious. Standing opposite, Clara said that she had finally found the thief Matthew. There was a smile on his face. Matthew smirked and noted that it was an honor for him, noting that such a famous person recognized him. Clara seriously asked him to shut up. Frowning, she said that she had been looking for him since the first season to finish him off. Clara rushed at him. She began to scream loudly. Clara began to twirl the spear in her hand. Matthew dodged her attack. The bodies of the 2 guys were chopped up. The corpses fell to the ground. Matthew said that she was amazing. Clara turned her gaze to him. He crossed her arms and noted that she had killed 2 people at once and that they were both pretty good, above level 200. Looking at him, Clara said that she had simply swung. Her gaze was serious. Clara said that she had intended to pierce him as well. Matthew said with delight that he was smitten. Standing in front of her, he asked what was wrong with the Holly Guild since she was alone. Clara frowned and said that she could not use the guild's power for personal gain and that killing him was her personal business. Matthew grinned and asked if it was her personal business and if she had become an animal lover. He assumed that she did not like the fact that he was stealing. He asked with a mad look if her pet was among the animals he had stolen before. Clara was furious at this. She rushed at him and ordered him to shut up. She began to strike him repeatedly using Spear Storm. A notification popped up that the Spear Storm skill was an attack of continuous spear strikes, falling like a storm, and it directed a huge force at a single target. Clara's eyes glowed red. Matthew dodged her attacks. Clara's face was serious. Matthew jumped. He jumped away from her. Clara was taken aback, thinking that he had dodged all her attacks, and she thought he was just a rude guy, but he was quite a high level. Matthew grabbed his head. Sighing, he said that people like her were wrong about something. He jumped up. Matthew grabbed her by the throat. He lifted her off the ground. He squeezed her throat. Matthew noticed that Siege Guild users like her thought they were stronger than normal players. He said with a crazy smile that people like him simply didn't care about assault battles because there were so many interesting things in Chrono besides that. He threw her aside. Clara flew into a building. There were clouds of dust around her. Holding his hand, she thought that he was very strong. Looking around, Clara wondered what kind of building this was and if this was his lair. Looking at the room, she asked when such a building had appeared on the northern continent. She was shocked. She saw the heads of animals. She looked at the pink head. She stared at it. Clara's mouth dropped in surprise. There was horror on her face. Clara dropped her spear. Looking at the scarecrow, Clara thought that she still had memories in her mind and she remembered those cute round eyes looking at her with curiosity and their first meeting. Clara remembered standing in front of the animal. The beast was wagging its tail. Clara hugged it. Tears were streaming down her face. She was hysterical. She saw the bell. She remembered the hare looking at the bell and noticed that at first there was awkwardness, but then they quickly became friends. The beast began to lick her. Standing in front of the hare's head, Clara said that she remembered the collar that suited him so well. She started screaming loudly. She started sobbing and said that the hope that had kept her going all this time had collapsed in an instant. She hugged the stuffed animal and emphasized the fact that she had a glimmer of hope that it was still alive. Matthew stabbed her from behind. He started laughing and asked why she was whining like her parents had died, noting that it was a game and she should know when to stop. Clara started coughing up blood. She fell to the ground. Blood fell on the beast's head. Tears were streaming down its eyes. Matthew stood over her. He smirked and said that she was crazy, that she had seen a dead pet in the game and had started crying. A crowd of people entered the buildings and they reported that the poaching team had returned. Looking at Clara, the people asked what had happened there and what had happened to the entrance to the lair. Matthew replied that it was nothing special and that some bug had gotten in and that he had already dealt with it. The guy was holding the cage in his hands and asked Matthew to look at it, adding that it was a new specimen that had been caught. The guy noted that they had accidentally found it in the forest and that it was the first time they had seen one alive. Matthew was surprised. He was looking at the enraged beast. A notification popped up that it was an unknown beast that had been discovered for the first time in the permafrost forest on the northern continent, and that it looked like a wolf cub. Matthew was dumbfounded. A grin appeared on his face. The guy, looking pleased, suggested that it could be sold for a lot of money. Matthew replied that it was not. He remarked with a crazy look that he would not sell it. The guy was taken aback by this. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Matthew opened the cage. There was a smile on his face. The beast looked at Matthew with a puzzled look. He kicked it. The wolf cub fell to the ground. Matthew began to kick it and laugh. People watched this in fear. The plot tells us that this choice meant that Matthew would stuff him. Matthew beat the animal and asked it to die. We are told that first he would kill it brutally, and then he would skin it and cut off its head. His eyes were wild. There were animal heads hanging on the wall. He swung his leg again. He started laughing loudly. Chuck said that it looked too harsh and asked him to stop, noting that he really wanted to punch him. Matthew looked away. He asked with an enraged look who the main character was. Chuck slapped him. Matthew flew away from him. The main character said that Matthew was an insolent mug. There was a mark on his face from the slap. The people were dumbfounded. Matthew fell to the ground. The dumbfounded people asked if he was okay. Matthew tried to say something. There was a smile on Chuck's face. Sitting next to the beast, the protagonist apologized, noting that he was a little late and if he knew this would happen, he would have come earlier. Kate approached him and asked what kind of puppy it was. She asked in surprise if it was the one Chuck was talking about. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it was. Chuck said that it was the last member of their team, Pirate. Pirate was lying wounded on the ground. Surprised, Kate said that she was hearing this name for the first time and asked if Chuck had met him at the closed beta. The protagonist, smiling, said that he looked different then. He remembered how the building was burning. There were corpses of people on the ground. The monster opened its mouth. A purple aura emanated from it. Chuck noted that at that time, Pirate was under the control of negative emotions, so he took on a terrible appearance. Lena was lying on the ground. Her body was chopped up. The protagonist emphasized the fact that because of him, Lena died in a very brutal way. Dumbfounded, Kate looked at Lena. Lena's face was sad. Kate asked if Lena had died then. She sighed. Chuck extended his hand and said that Pirate had come to his senses. He asked with a satisfied look if the puppy was okay. Pirate remembered Matthew looking at him with a smile. The puppy's face was interested. Matthew kicked him. Pirate was scared. He bit the protagonist on the hand. Kate was scared. Chuck replied that there was nothing to it. Smiling, the protagonist said that Pirate was just scared and suggested that he had an injury to a human smile. Sighing, Chuck noted that this was understandable, considering what he had just had to endure. The protagonist began to pet him and asked him not to be afraid, adding that he would not hurt him. Pirate was puzzled. They all looked at Matthew, who said that they were fools. Holding his face, he asked what they had done there, adding that it was just an animal created using binary code. Smiling, Matthew asked if they were able to distinguish the game from reality. Kate stood in front of him and said that he was still alive. Beads of sweat were running down Matthew's face. He noted that Chuck was the best warrior of the first season on Peace and he was lucky to meet such a famous person. He pointed out with a satisfied look that the main character was wrong. He jumped up. Matthew took Chuck by the throat. He lifted him off the ground. Looking at the main character, he said that famous warriors like him considered themselves stronger than ordinary players. Maddened, Matthew emphasized that people like him were simply not interested in the main quests because there were many interesting things in Chrono besides. His face turned red. Chuck broke his arm. Pirate looked at this in fear. Looking at the puppy, the protagonist said that his motto is to pay twice as much for kindness and 20 times as much for evil. Chuck grinned and said that he would take revenge for him 20 times more painfully. Pirate was dumbfounded. Tears were streaming down Matthew's face. Holding his hand, he asked how dare Chuck break his hand. The protagonist grabbed his hand and noticed that this time it was the right one. Chuck had broken all of his limbs. Standing over him, the protagonist noticed that he had turned into an octopus man. The dumbfounded guy asked him to stop, adding that it was cruel and asked if he hadn't maimed him enough. With his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked what they were talking about. With a grin on his face, he said that Matthew still had 10 fingers on his hands and 10 on his feet. Matthew was scared to death. People ran out of the building and screamed that Chuck was just crazy and even crazier than they said and they needed to get out of there. Lena and Kate watched what was happening. Pirate was sitting on the floor. He got up and started walking. Stunned, Kate asked what was going on. Chuck turned around and looked at Pirate. The puppy was sitting in front of him. The embarrassed protagonist said that it was a puppy. Sitting down next to him, Chuck asked if they saw Pirate, how he got revenge for him and if he felt better. Pirate licked his hand. He was licking his hand. Surprised, Kate thought that he didn't bite anymore. A notification popped up in front of Chuck that he had managed to gain Pirate's sympathy. A blue glow appeared in the room. A message appeared that the protagonist had completed a hidden quest. Stunned, Chuck asked in his mind about the hidden quest. Stunned, Lena noted that there was no such thing in the beta. A cloud of smoke appeared in front of Chuck. He looked at the thick smoke. Pirate's ears grew. He got a tail. His face became human. Pirate sat on the ground in human form. The surprised protagonist asked to wait. He asked again in surprise. Kate was shocked. Chuck stood next to Pirate and mentally asked if this little puppy had turned into a human. The boy looked at the protagonist. Pirate remembered the smile on Chuck's face. The protagonist looked at him. He gave him his hand. Pirate started wagging his tail. He remembered Chuck saying that he would not touch him. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he liked that he had avenged him. Pirate cried out with a smile on his face that Chuck was his brother. He threw himself into his arms. Taken aback, the protagonist asked what he was doing and asked him to get off of him. Pleased, Pirate said again that he was his brother. Enraged, Chuck ordered him to get off. Kate asked him to stop making such movements. Lena started laughing at this. She noted with a smile on her face that Chrono Life was truly an exciting game. She remembered the huge monster and told him that in the closed beta, this terrible wolf destroyed all of Chrono Life. Her body was cut up. Lena noted that now he was just an adorable little child. Lena started walking towards him. She stroked Pirate. She stroked him. Smiling, Lena said that she hoped they would get along. Pirate bit her hand. Her hand was in his mouth. He began to shake his head. Lena looked at the blood splatter with a smile. She fell to her knees and screamed that she had lost 5 fingers. Sighing, Kate asked if Lena knew dogs, noting that if she started petting them so abruptly, they would get scared. Kate held out her hand and asked Lena to show them her hand so that they would not be afraid. Pirate bit her hand. She was dumbfounded. Chuck watched what was happening and asked what they were doing. The plot tells us that Pirate was much more shy than they thought. A scream was heard from the building that Kate had lost fingers on one hand. The protagonist asked her not to worry, noting that if she exited the game in a safe place. Chuck introduced their team and noted that the party had formed. A bright light was coming from the building. A guy was typing quickly. A crowd of people were sitting at computers. Dave was watching this. He put a cigar in his teeth. His face was serious. The guy came up to him and said that he had a report on the current situation. Holding the tablet in front of him, he explained that since the second season of Chrono Life had started, they had been breaking records for the number of concurrent users. There were many people walking around the streets. The guy noted that in the first season, their user count had reached its maximum, and currently all the starting towns were completely full. Players were walking around the city. The worker emphasized that the speed of leveling up and upgrading users' equipment had increased by 30% compared to the first season. He added that all the data matched their simulations obtained during the closed beta test. Dave listened to him silently. Crossing his arms, he asked what was wrong with the little brat. Looking at the screen, the guy replied that he had completed the first main quest in only 7 minutes and 40 seconds, and now, Pierrot's face appeared on the screens. The guy announced that he had a dungeon eater join his party. Dave chuckled at this. He noted with satisfaction that the little fool had not made such interesting moves in a long time. Dave watched Pierrot hug Chuck and guessed that he himself was confident that he could handle this kid. Looking at Dave, the guy clarified whether he would allow Peace to continue playing like this, noting that he was using the knowledge from the closed beta test to progress through the game faster. Adjusting his glasses, he noted that the main character was going to reach the end of the dimension in the shortest possible time. Closing his eyes, Dave asked what to do, adding that if he could, they would close. Grinning, Dave noted that he knew this would happen. Sunlight enveloped the city. Dave declared that it was time to surprise this little brat. Kate had a smile on her face. Looking around the city, she cried out that it was very beautiful there and the city was covered with white snow. High mountains surrounded the city. Chuck presented a map and told that this is the city of the end of the earth and this city is located in the very north of the northern continent, noting that it is also called the city of permafrost because it is covered in snow that never melts. Looking at Kate, the protagonist asked if she would freeze because she walks around naked. Chuck presented a crystal and noted that it was a snow crystal of eternal frost and it was a reward received for stopping the ancient anthropomorphs. The protagonist remembered how he absorbed the crystal and noted that after consuming it, they can tolerate the cold. Stunned, Eurus asked what they were doing there. Looking at him, Chuck clarified if he had said that the entrance to the city was there. Looking at the cafe, Eurus asked again about the city. The protagonist said that this tavern was their destination. Looking at the sign, Chuck asked them to go. The guys were sitting at the table. The plot tells us that the first floor serves food and drinks, and the second floor has rooms for rest and lodging. We are told that taverns are a common establishment found in all cities. After petting Pierrot, Chuck asked to be allowed to formally introduce him to them. Looking at him, the protagonist noted that he is known for devouring dimensions, also known as the Dimension Eater. Stunned, Kate asked again. Chuck thought about it and said that he first met him in the second month of the closed beta test. Opening one eye, the protagonist said that at that time he and Lena were trying to clear the 8th dimension and then they heard from someone that the Chrono Planet was in danger. He introduced a huge monster and said that that is why they quickly returned back to the continent, but everything was already incinerated. Stunned, Kate clarified whether the protagonist is sure that it is safe, that he should be in their party. After taking a bite of his chicken, Chuck noted that as they said, Pierrot was dangerous because he let his negative emotions get the better of him and now there was no need to worry. Kate grabbed her chin and thought about it. Raising a finger, she said she had another question, noting that she thought it was just him and Lena in the closed beta test. Surprised, Kate said that there were simply no other users and how Pierrot was evil. Sipping from her mug, Lena said that even if there were no users, there were still NPCs and they gave many roles to play, which meant that they also acquired villainous traits. Closing his eyes, Chuck noted that he thought Pierrot came from another dimension and he was too strong to be an NPC from the Chrono Continent. Maybe he was the boss of some main quest that would happen in the future. Eurus asked if he was that strong. The protagonist shifted his gaze. Smiling, Eurus noted that he was now curious. Holding the meat in his hands, Eurus asked if he wanted to fight Pierrot one-on-one. A dumbfounded Kate asked again. They looked at Eurus and loudly asked if he wanted to have a duel. Standing up from the table, Kate exclaimed that it sounded fun. Taken aback, the protagonist replied that it sounded interesting and asked if Eurus was sure, noting that Pierrot was not like in a closed beta right now, but just a wolf cub. Smiling, Eurus asked not to worry, adding that it was just a little sparring. He said with a satisfied look that he would try to be gentle with him. Pierrot was dumbfounded. He suddenly turned into a puppy. He was holding onto Chuck's leg. Squatting down, Kate noticed that he had turned back into a puppy and Eurus had scared him. Eurus walked to the edge of the table. He crossed his arms. He said with a serious look that from now on, he was in charge there. Pierrot fell to the floor and was shaking. The guys looked at Pierrot. The plot tells us that the hierarchy was established. After petting Pierrot, Kate said that Peace was right and they should not worry about his malice and that he was just a cute puppy. Pierrot bit her hand. Kate was dumbfounded. She started shaking her hand and asked why he only bit her. Lena assumed that the hierarchy was established correctly. She was suddenly taken aback. Smiling, she said that she had a great idea. The forest was covered in snow. Pierrot stood in front of Kate. Eurus shouted that this was their first rating match. Eurus noted that it was the Demon Queen, Kate, against the Dimension Eater, Pierrot. They looked at each other. Eurus shouted into the microphone for them to prepare for the match. Turning around, Kate remarked that Lena had a great idea and asked if Lena wanted her to fight the puppy. Closing her eyes, Lena replied that they had no choice and that because of Eurus, Pierrot had to abandon the fight. She said with a displeased look that Pierrot had eaten their fingers and asked him to avenge them. Holding his head, Chuck said that this was just a test of strength and asked Pierrot not to overexert himself. Pierrot charged into battle. He flew at Kate. He swung his paw. Kate dodged the magical attack. Dumbfounded, she wondered what this skill was. She remembered the wolf swung his hand and noted that it was used by an ancient anthropomorph. The wolf struck a powerful blow. Kate was dumbfounded. She mentally noted that these were the claws of a beast. The area was destroyed. A message popped up that beast claws is a basic attack skill for beast species and the strength of this skill depends on the user's stats. Kate jumped away from Pirate. The puppy rushed at her. Kate thought with a surprised look that he was fast. Pirate jumped up. She was dumbfounded. She saw the outline of a monster behind Pirate. She dodged the bite. Kate tried to jump away from him. Eurus was surprised. Watching the fight, Eurus noticed that Pirate was stronger than he thought and he could even win. After biting into the meat, the protagonist said that there was no way he could defeat Captain Kate. Stunned, Eurus asked again. He remembered how people carried him in a cage. He imagined an enraged Pirate. Eurus said that he had the right fighting spirit, but Pirate was just a wolf cub and so weak that he was even captured by Matthew's henchmen. Pirate opened his mouth. Eurus said that Kate was level 640. Kate was able to dodge. Eurus said that there were many hidden high-level masters in Chrono Life and Kate was at least in the top 10. Pirate suddenly turned around. Kate was flying at him. Eurus said that if Kate became a little more serious, Pirate would lose immediately. Kate swung her leg. She kicked the ground, using a falling dragon kick. Powerful gusts of wind enveloped Chuck. Clouds of dust rose. Kate stood above Pirate. He began to whine. Looking at the battlefield, Eurus cried out that Kate had won. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Pirate was sitting by a tree. He was dumbfounded. The plot tells us that Pirate was shocked by his defeat. Kate stood next to the protagonist and asked if it was worth it for her to lose, noting that Pirate had completely despaired. The bells rang loudly. Chuck and Kate were taken aback by this. They saw a girl walking towards them. The protagonist looked at the girl. Smiling, she greeted them and said that it was an exciting duel. Standing in front of them, the girl introduced herself as Stephanie, a priestess of dimensions, adding that she would lead them to the next dimension. Surprised, Chuck asked again about the priestess of dimensions. He mentally noted that this did not happen in the closed beta test. Stephanie looked at the protagonist and said that she especially wanted to meet him, noting that she learned that he took care of her little brother. Chuck asked what her little brother was like. The demon began to crawl out of the protagonist. Lena and Kate were dumbfounded. The confused protagonist said that the demon continued to come out. Stephanie had a smile on her face. She took Aventador by the chin. She looked at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Aventador's face was serious. He looked at her and said that it was really a long time. Stephanie had a smile on her face. There was a blizzard in the mountains. The girl walked in the snow. Stephanie remembered how she walked alone in a snowfield and said that a long time ago in primitive times she appeared. She imagined how she walked alone. The girl remembered how she walked with her eyes closed and said that she was given the name Stephanie. She remembered the bells on her hair clip ringing and said that her calling was to protect. Stephanie imagined herself looking down sadly. The girl stood in a clearing in front of the boys and her brother. Smiling, she said that as a priestess, she had protected this land for a long, long time. Kate stood next to Lena and asked in surprise if she was a priestess of the dimensions, Aventador's sister. She looked at the dragon and the girl, saying that they were not at all similar to each other. Stephanie closed her eyes, adjusted her hair and said that she was always very worried about her brother. His unsightly, bestial face was always compared to her magnificent, charming appearance. Standing in front of the boys, she told the warriors to follow her, she would take them. Smiling, the girl said that she would take them to the place she had protected for many years, the altar of the dimensions. She looked at the temple behind her. The boys were examining the columns in the temple. They looked at the dragon statues. The warriors walked along the altar and admired it. Kate looked around smiling and said that she had no idea that there was such a place in the mountains. It was very big. The protagonist with Eurus on his head looked thoughtfully. Looking away, he decided that it was all the same. He walked with the guys along the hall and thought about the size of the altar, the placement of the statues, and even the patterns on the floor. Chuck remembered how he walked through the temple with Lena and decided that everything remained the same as during the closed beta testing. Looking at Stephanie walking ahead, he realized that the only thing that had changed was her existence. Putting his hand to his chin, he thought about how it looked like this hairy old man intentionally added her to the game. But why? In fact, there was no need to add her to the game if her only purpose was to guide them. Someone ran quickly. The protagonist looked at the silhouette in front of him in surprise. The girl happily called the guy and Kate. The boys looked at her in shock. Julie stood on one leg and waved at them and her account details appeared. The girl jumped to hug a happy Kate. She closed her eyes and extended her hand to Lena and Chuck, calling them. She took Eurus, spun him around and greeted him. Julie was shocked and asked to wait. The dragon watched as she held Pirate in surprise and said that he would not let her spin him around anymore. The bait and switch worked. The girl held him smiling and asked who the puppy was, and the guy replied that his name was Pirate and he just joined them. The dog hiccuped smiling. Pirate opened his eyes and looked at her in surprise. Julie held him and looked at him. She closed her eyes, blushed and said that she was pleased to meet him, offering to become friends. The girls looked at them in shock. The girl remembered how sweetly she looked and said that she hoped that they could get along with Pirate. She imagined hugging a guy and him biting her hand. Kate looked at the girl and screamed that he would bite her fingers off. Pirate hugged Julie and licked her cheek. The girls looked at them in shock and listened to her say that she was ticklish. They got angry and grimaced, wondering if this would be the case with a mongrel. Stephanie approached Chuck and Julie, saying that this was interesting. Smiling, she said that they had guests who had reached this building without her escort, the first time in all the time that she had protected this place. The girl looked away. Stephanie looked at the silhouettes behind and said that this group, no less. She looked at Habik, Mandy and Riot standing. Chuck, standing next to Julie, looked surprised and asked what they were all doing here. Star happily answered that they came with her. Now there were 4 people in their group. The protagonist looked down and asked if there were 4 people. The boys were standing in teams across from each other and Riot asked if he was surprised that there were others who also formed groups of 4. Frowning, he asked that they had prepared a group for the martial artist continent in advance, hadn't they? Chuck looked surprised and asked how he knew about this. They weren't even in the closed beta. The boy stood with his team and said that it was because he was the ruler of the heavenly realm. There were many traces of other dimensions scattered throughout the ancient ruins of the continent. Frowning, he said that they were actually ancient texts from the heavenly realm, including specific information about the martial artist continent. Julie looked at the protagonist with a smile and said that after hearing about this, she asked Riot if she could join him. She closed her eyes and said that she wanted to be in a group like everyone else and go on an adventure. Riot approached them and said that this was why Julie had joined them. He looked down and said that the girl had saved his life. He remembered lying unconscious and she had come up to him. The boy remembered how the girl had shoved a sweet potato into his mouth and his stomach had swelled. Confused, Julie looked at the surprised Chuck and said that to be honest, she wanted to join them, but Riot told her that their group probably already had too many people, especially strong ones. She handed over Pirate. Giving it to the protagonist, she asked him to just watch. Smiling, Julie said that their group would also become very strong, they would not lose to them. The guy looked at her in surprise. He looked at the team in front of him. The game showed a window with Julie's team, which included her, Riot, Mandy, and Habik. Chuck's mouth opened in surprise. He smiled. On his head sat Eurus, who said that she has her own group. It's very cool. He has 3 bosses who stood in his way last season. The main character leaned over and brought Pirate to the girl, saying that he was in their group, their hidden trump card. The guys turned around, hearing laughter. Stephanie hugged herself and laughed with her head down. She raised her knee, smiled and laughed. The girl raised her head and blushed, laughing loudly. Looking at the guys, she said that they were a cheerful group of warriors. She applauded them all for their courage. Stephanie knitted her eyebrows and smiled, saying that she also apologized. She could not help but laugh, looking at them all. Chuck frowned. He got angry. The girl stood in front of them with her arms outstretched and said that it was obvious that they knew nothing about the world around them. They were all so pathetic that it was almost touching. She imagined the mountains and the clouds and explained that they were in the world of Chrono. Also known as Synth 389, it was her mother's favorite place. It was the only reason they hadn't been completely destroyed yet. Stephanie imagined the girl in space hugging the planet and telling them that her mother had given them all her absolute protection, all within the subtle plane that was time. The girl with the crazy eyes said that now this motionless plane of time had begun to move. Her mother's one-sided love for them had dried up and Chrono was no longer a safe zone. The girls looked at her with concern. Kate frowned, thinking about it no longer being a safe zone. She imagined the boys looking at the dimensional crack and wondered if that was why the sea creatures were able to invade their planet. The girl imagined a monster. Stephanie stood surrounded by energy. Smiling, she said that she was the priestess of Stephanie's dimensions, beginning her final mission. A flash of light formed around her. It illuminated the dragon statues. The statue opened its mouth. Its eye glowed. The dragons rose up in front of the boys. Stephanie smirked, saying that they were pathetic warriors and would they be able to climb the wall in front of them. Looking at the worried boys, she asked if they could prove their ability to cross other dimensions. Chuck frowned, wondering if they would prove themselves. He remembered how they followed her down the hallway and thought about how the reason she was added to the game was because they needed a gatekeeper to check people's stats before they could cross over to a new dimension. Looking at the surprised boy, she asked if he was in his underwear. Stephanie smiled, adjusting her hair and saying that it would be completely different from when he stood up to her disgusting little brother. He could try, but he would not pass her by. The protagonist watched tensely. He looked at Pirate and asked Eurus on his head to take him and step aside. The dragon took the puppy. He carried it and asked why it was necessary. Chuck approached Stephanie. She watched in surprise as the guy walked past her. He stepped on the ground. Standing in front of the dragons, he asked why else he had to show it. The guy took the club. Smiling, he held it and said that his club could be very scary. The protagonist smiled madly and swung it. He directed the flames at the dragons. The monsters burned and opened their mouths. Stephanie looked at him in shock. A huge flame pierced the temple on the mountain. Chuck stood among the rubble. Julie's team looked at him in admiration. He grinned and laughed. The guys stood in the destroyed temple. A notification appeared that the group quest to kill 30 stone dragon statues was completed. Stephanie's mouth opened in shock. She hunched over in confusion. The protagonist, smiling next to Aventador, suggested that he look at his sister's expression, and the dragon replied that he understood too well how pleasant it was to defeat her. The guy looked in surprise at the messages congratulating him on successfully passing the Dimension Priestess test. An energy ball appeared in front of Chuck. He stood in front of 2 balls with different locations. The guy looked in surprise and asked what it was. Looking at the ball with the volcano, a window appeared about unlocking the Bane of Region, the planet of steel. He looked at the ball with the mountains and the game said that it was Galenvader, the land of dragons. The protagonist and Aventador looked at the planets and the system said that for completing the Dimension Priestess quest, he was given a choice of dimension. They could choose one of the 2 regions presented to him. Chuck looked in surprise and asked what kind of choice of dimension, one of the 2. Lena stood behind and said that this must mean that they had to choose one of the 2 options offered. She stood in front of a surprised Kate and smiled and said that it was interesting. During the closed beta testing, they had to clear the dimensions in order. Chuck stood and listened as she asked, they wouldn't change the system just because of a newbie, right? The president was looking at the guy through the screen in the office. Carl smiled, holding a cigar in his teeth, and remembered how he was asked if he would let Chuck do this. The man remembered how he turned around to the worker who said that at this rate he would soon reach the goal. The end of the dimensions would come in the blink of an eye. He imagined himself smiling and answering that he had already expected all this to happen, and now it was time for them to really surprise him. Carl smiled with a cigar in his teeth and said that this is exactly what they did. They changed it because of him. His experience in the closed beta testing will not help him now. They will not let him pass so easily. He looked at the guy through the screen and said that from now on there will be more shocking surprises on his way, and laughed. The protagonist stood with Aventador in front of the planets. He looked seriously. Chuck looked calmly inside. Smiling, he said that this old man really knows how to cheer him up. The guys looked in surprise at the message that ascended beings are watching them from different dimensions. The game showed the silhouette of a monster and said that Turv, the Lord of Steel and Fire, showed great interest in their weapons. He has the ability to make their weapons even stronger. Showing a dragon, the game said that the giant dragon, Gallardo, is looking forward to the day when they meet. He showed great interest in their egos. Lena stood with her eyes closed and said that the 2 sent their greetings. The girl stood behind Chuck and asked which dimension he will choose. He is the leader. They are ready to agree with any of his decisions. The guy smiled. He looked happily and thought about the answer. He stood in front of a planet with mountains. The guy smirked and said that their next destination was Galenvader, the land of dragons. Aventador appeared from his shorts and said that it was a good choice. He closed his eyes and said that according to their ancient texts, the land of dragons is a place teeming with life force. It is unique in that players will level up 1.5 times faster than in other dimensions. The dragon frowned and said that not only that, but it is also the home of the last dragon of the 3 great dragons, the giant dragon Gallardo. Chuck closed his eyes and squeezed Aventador, saying that enough chatter, let him go back to his shorts. Kate looked at the guy smiling and asked why he chose dragons. The guy from Banva said that he would make his weapons stronger. The protagonist smiled and closed his eyes and said that he had already been there during the closed beta testing and had not yet been to the land of dragons. The girl looked at her knuckles and said that she was sorry. She was a little excited at the thought of having a more powerful weapon. She hoped that she could make her knuckles even more powerful. The guys turned to Stephanie, who said that there was no need to worry about it. She closed her eyes, spread her arms, and said that all dimensions were connected in a cycle. Although they may not choose it now, they will eventually encounter this dimension later. Blushing, the girl said that there was no need to hesitate anymore. The protagonist turned around smiling and asked why she was so kind to them now, if she was scared after seeing her little dragons torn to pieces. Stephanie walked towards the guys and said that she would not deny it. She had never witnessed such an unearthly power, and after this she understood why her brother ended up in his underwear. She looked at the guy and said that she acknowledged his power. In return, could she ask for a favor? A notification of the Spatial Priestess's request appeared in front of the surprised Chuck. This task is activated after Stephanie recognizes him as a formidable opponent. The girl put her hand on her chest and said that in the deepest corner of the dragon country there is a slab on which the truth is stored. Could he return it to her? A ball of energy appeared on her chest. She handed it to the guy. Looking down, Stephanie said that if he does this for her, she will give it to him. The main character looked at him in surprise and asked what it was. He sat down and a dragon appeared from his underwear. Aventador looked at his sister and said that this could not be. He looked at the ball in shock and said that she was not serious. Was she offering it to a person? It was her treasure. Chuck grabbed his head and began to shake Aventador, asking if he could stop jumping out like that. Lena watched as the guy stretched the dragon's head and asked what kind of object it was. She had never seen anything like it before. The ball was in Stephanie's hand. Aventador said that it was a magical pearl. The protagonist stretched his face, and the dragon said that it was a dragon pearl containing infinite power. Whoever owns it can be freed from any disease and misfortune. It can even fulfill the deepest desire of its owner. It is a truly wonderful thing. Looking at his sad sister, he said that the only dragon who has it is the Genesis dragon, Stephanie. Chuck closed his eyes and said that he will try to look for it. Since he is heading there anyway, he will take her little quest. A notification appeared about accepting the quest. The girl closed her eyes and thanked the warrior. She stood in front of the guys and said that may blessings accompany them on their journeys. The main character smiled and said that it was nice. He stood in front of the happy girls and offered to begin. The guy touched the desired dimension. The ball emitted light and a notification appeared that Chuck's group had chosen the land of dragons. The game began searching for spatial coordinates. Julie waved to the departing guys and told them to be careful. The guys in her group smiled and she said that they were going to Banov, the land of steel. They would see each other later. Chuck smiled along with the girls and wished her luck, saying that there was an unpleasant, grumpy man there with whom she would have to deal. The girl shouted for him not to spoil it. A notification appeared about the completion of calibration. The guys stood in front of the dimension and the volumetric transfer began. The guy smiled. Chuck stretched out his hand and, smiling, decided to go. A huge stream broke through the temple. The boys were flying in a stream. The whole team was smiling, their heads up, and thinking about freedom. A stream of energy was swirling in the sky, and Chuck was thinking about excitement and exploration. A stream of energy broke through the clouds. The boys disappeared behind the clouds. The loading of space began. The boys were flying past different planets and thinking about new dimensions. The team members looked around in admiration, thinking about new fun. Kate and Chuck looked away in surprise. They were flying past an old man who extended his palm to them and were thinking about new sensations. The boys looked away in shock. They were flying rapidly past different dimensions. The main character looked at the light ahead and thought that with all these emotions filling their hearts, they finally set off on a journey. In front of them was a portal to the land of dragons. The boys were joyfully approaching, and Chuck was thinking that they were all together on the way to a new dimension. He blushed and smiled. The guy looked forward joyfully. He was suddenly surprised. The protagonist frowned. He was flying over a gloomy land and looking into the distance. Chuck looked down in shock and wondered if this was really Galenvader, the land of dragons. He remembered looking at the mountains and jungle through the portal and thinking that it looked completely different from what was shown. The guy looked at the trees in the fog and the gloomy wastelands. He frowned and thought that it was too quiet there. Chuck thought about how it felt like the whole dimension had died. He turned around frowning and told everyone to be careful. It seemed to him that something was wrong here. In front of him stood a surprised Kate with a hole in her body. The guy examined the round wound on her waist. He looked at her in surprise. The girl stood surrounded by guys and looked at the hole in shock. She anxiously brought her hands to her stomach and asked what was happening, why half of her torso was missing. Kate cried, looking at the guy and asking him to help. She closed her eyes and there was something black in her mouth. Chuck looked at the girl in surprise as she fell down. Frowning, he called out to her. The protagonist activated the hidden skill light speed and flew towards her. He picked up Kate in his arms. Chuck landed standing on one leg. The guy looked at the girl anxiously and told her to just hold on, he would use healing. A window appeared with information about the healing skill. He remembered pointing his hand at the injured Habik and saying that his intelligence was low, so he couldn't heal much then. Frowning, he looked at Kate and said that his stats were almost at level 100 now. He was surprised. Lena landed next to him with her eyes closed. She looked down and said that the girl was dead. Kate lay in her arms with her eyes closed. A notification appeared that Kate's party member had died. Lena looked at the guy and said that her wound was too serious to handle. Even a high-class priest could not heal it. Eurus looked surprised, holding Pirate, and asked if Kate became a unique boss after becoming the Demon King. The protagonist was angry and clenched his teeth when he heard that if a unique boss dies, the character will be deleted. He activated the Divine Descent skill. Chuck was surrounded by energy. Kate's hair was flying. The guy stood with his eyes closed and held her in his arms. His eyes were glowing and he activated the deity of chaos. The protagonist used time manipulation. The guy stood and a clock appeared behind him. He looked down in surprise. Chuck looked at the hole in the girl's body. They were standing in a vacant lot and he thought that he used time manipulation, but nothing changed. Purple slime was flying down quickly. The protagonist jumped away from it, holding the girl. He grinned and thought about what this was. Looking at the trace on the ground, he decided it was a dark slime. Chuck frowned and looked away. Hearing that he dodged his attack impressed him. He looked at the silhouette and the crowd of people behind. The man with the book stood smiling in front of the nuns. His eyes lit up and said that luckily, it looks like he managed to get another one. Chuck frowned and asked him who he was and what he was talking about. He looked away in surprise. The guy saw Lena kneel down and thought about his words. The girl was coughing up black liquid and there was a hole in her chest. She looked down in fear and touched the wound. The guy put Kate on the ground and shouted for Lena to stand still. He will heal her now. The girl started crying and smiling and said that she was very sorry. She closed her eyes sadly. Chuck watched her fall to the ground. He looked at her and a notification appeared that the party member Lena had died. Eurus flapped his wings. He held Pirate in shock and asked if the protagonist was okay. Flying up to the guy, he asked what was going on here, even she was dead. The man closed his eyes and smiled and asked who these cute little companions were. Looking at the angry creatures, he said that their life energy was so low that he didn't even notice how they appeared there. He smirked and said that now he would kill them too. The man put 3 fingers forward. He stretched out his hand to the frightened companions. Chuck appeared next to him. The guy looked at him in madness and asked if it was all about this skill. This was the same dark beam that killed Captain Kate and the Lady Cockroach. The man closed his eyes and smiled and said that he was pretty agile for a human. To be honest, it scared him for a second. The club flew into his face. The protagonist swung it and the man was struck by flames. The fire engulfed the entire army. Flames flew through the forest. Chuck stood in the smoke, club thrown over his head. Frowning, he thought. The boy looked in surprise at the silhouette that said it recognized him, the famous warrior. The man smiled with slime in his mouth and said he was the newcomer, watched by all the ascended beings from all over the dimensions, the one with the wooden club strengthened by 99. He stood with his head fallen off and said he was glad to meet him. He was dying to get to know him better. Eurus looked in shock and asked how this was possible. He and Pyrrho looked in surprise and the dragon asked why he was still alive, even after being attacked by Chuck in his Chaos God form. The boy thought about freedom, elation, and exploration. Looking at the gloomy trees, he thought about how the group had headed into this first dimension, Galenvader, the land of dragons, with great hopes. Looking at Lena's corpse, he thought that the reality that was unfolding before them was much more cruel than they could have imagined. He looked at the dead Kate. Chuck was standing in front of a headless man who was calling him. The severed head was looking at him eerily and telling him that it was time for him to die. The protagonist frowned at him. The guy thought about how they suddenly encountered their first test in the second season of Chrono Life. The guy grabbed his hair and pulled his head higher. A fog formed between the place where the head should have been. While the head was growing back to the body, the guy complained about his scalp. The neck had grown together with the body. The guy turned his head and smiled. He said that now he could kill Chuck. Eurus and Pyrrho were shocked by what he saw. The guy flew up and jumped away from his opponent. He landed a few steps away from him. 3 spheres appeared on his fingers, which connected to one large one. The guy summoned a black dot. A large column of energy shot out of his hand towards Chuck. The energy was quickly approaching the guy. She was about to pierce his skull. Eurus called out to the guy to leave. The energy hit Chuck's head and ricocheted. It did not cause the slightest damage to the guy. The opponent was surprised by what he saw. Chuck declared that he was the god of chaos, which made the opponent cautious. The guy called on probability manipulation. A sign appeared above the opponent's head, notifying his accuracy, equal to 0. The guy was amazed at the opponent's ingenuity. He declared that this skill was quite interesting. However, the guy extended his hand with the book forward, and it was engulfed in purple energy. He declared that his powers were a cheap trick in front of his faith. The opponent was aiming to increase his accuracy. The notification began to be engulfed in purple energy. The guy was completely covered in this energy and froze his accuracy. A sign appeared in front of Chuck that his probability manipulation had been defiled. He was notified that the effects of probability manipulation had been reduced to 0. The guy didn't understand what it meant that the ability was corrupted. The sign above the opponent's head shattered into many pieces. The guy declared that now was definitely his time to die. His book was torn from his hand and flew above him. The opponent stood with his arms outstretched and looked into Chuck's eyes. The guy asked his omniscient master to help him. He crossed his fingers and prayed to him like his beloved lamb. He asked his master to use all his almighty power on the man who did not obey his word. The guy turned his hands towards Chuck. A huge eye appeared with the guy, and then there were 3 of them. They covered almost the entire sky. The guy ordered to open the mouth. There was a mask on the street. It demanded that its master feast on this stupid and pathetic man. The creature's teeth were huge. There were many rows of them around a large eye inside. The guy finished his prayer and clapped his hands. The giant monster with 3 eyes quickly slammed its mouth shut with Chuck. His opponent stood with a happy face and a smug look. He smiled and chuckled. The guy noticed that he dealt with his opponent simply and cleanly. He took his book and pressed it to himself. The guy ordered the sisters to follow him. He asked them to take something else with them. The girls obeyed him. Some noise attracted the guy's attention. He turned around and turned his attention to the creature. There was a struggle inside the monster, smoke was coming out of it. Sounds were coming from inside. The monster barely kept its mouth closed. In the end, its body was torn apart right above the ground. Many of its remains flew to the ground. Chuck was in his previous place and hung in the air. The guy was furious at the opponent's actions. He activated the speed of light. With a fast speed and red energy, the guy headed towards his opponent. He swung his club in flight. The blow hit the guy's body. Black liquid appeared from his mouth. The opponent was thrown forward several meters and hit the ground. Agnes was sitting right on the ground. His hand was bloody and shaking. Chuck stood behind him and said that he made the wrong choice. He said that the woman he killed was a unique boss. The guy said that her character was deleted forever. So Chuck did not believe the guy's words, he was so weak. He hit the creature's head with a baton. The guy's face was severely deformed. After the second hit, the head was thrown back strongly, black liquid gushed out of the opponent's mouth. After the third hit, the guy could no longer respond. Then another hit followed, hitting him right in the face. His head was turned into fire. Chuck asked him if he was just going to sit and take it. He demanded that he fight to the end if he had any stealth skills. The girl standing next to him brought 4 fingers together. She activated a cubic barrier. Chuck could no longer get close to Agnes and the sisters. He was surprised by the ingenuity and use of magic. He could not imagine that all these ladies had such abilities. The guy swung his club and exhaled. He struck the strongest blow and declared that their abilities did not matter in front of him. The protective club withstood the blow without breaking. The women inside were happy. After some time, the dome began to crack. One of the sisters was furious. A large amount of energy engulfed this place. It was released into space from one point. Such a blow left a large ditch in the mountain. Chuck stood and watched this with a club at the ready. The guy thoughtfully looked at the surviving opponent. All the sisters were not dead. Chuck asked the guy why they were not dead yet after such a blow. After a second of silence, he walked forward. Approaching his opponent, he looked down at him. Chuck declared that after a short rest, it was time for another spanking. The guy was sitting on the ground with bloody eyes and a book in his hands. Hesitation. The guy started mumbling something quietly. He turned to his master with a request to help him get rid of suffering and pain. He started reading a prayer and covered himself in a purple aura. Energy claws extended from his chest towards Chuck. They grabbed the guy and squeezed him with force. The flow of energy sent Chuck up. The guy asked his opponent what he wanted to do with him again. There was shock in Chuck's eyes. He saw how the sisters took Lena and Kate in their arms. Half-dead women were holding them in their arms. Kate was held by a headless woman. The other was looking at Lena. The guy did not understand why women were taking the bodies of his friends. He was shocked by his thoughts. Was it really possible? Chuck remembered how the guy ordered the sisters to take and follow him. Then he also added that you should take the girls. Chuck realized what his opponent meant. He tore the energy claws apart with force. The guy activated the speed of light and quickly rushed to attack. His opponent was sitting on the ground in a purple aura and said that the guy was already too late. He began to fall somewhere. The sisters standing nearby also began to dive down. The guy promised that he would definitely use the bodies of his friends to good use. He promised that he would see him again. Chuck was already flying to the ground as the people who were just standing in front of him disappeared. The guy called on time manipulation and said that his opponent would not go anywhere. A warning appeared in front of him. The notification said that the guy had used up all the chaos energy and his status would be cancelled. He instantly turned into an ordinary player. He had just learned that there was a time limit on how long he could be the god of chaos. The guy stepped on the ground. He stood in the place where people had been just a second ago. There was no one around at all. His friends had been carried away. This was Chuck's first experience of defeat. He was unfamiliar with such a feeling. It was the first time he met an enemy so strong. It was the first time he saw such strong abilities. And most importantly, it was the first time he couldn't protect his comrades. The guy was desperate. He couldn't even save his girlfriend, the unique boss Kate. His face was full of shame. He remembered the words of his opponent, who said that they were using his friends' bodies to good use. The memory of the words that they would see each other again ran through his head. Eurus and Pyrrho looked at the guy with disappointment. Chuck was squeezing his baton tightly. Eurus was desperate. He expressed his condolences to the upset guy. Dave was defeated in battle for the first time. The guy started laughing hysterically. He started laughing loudly and covered his face with his hand. Eurus and Pyrrho asked about his condition. The guy said that sometimes life is such a funny thing. He remembered how it seemed to him that he did too much in the first season. The boy fulfilled his states then. He was going to take it easy in the second season. He asked if this damn virtual world was going to make him angry too. Eurus and Pyrrho were confused by the words. He remembered his first death and said that it was just the price you pay for knowledge. The boy remembered his words about this game. Only the strongest survive in it. He remembered how he fought the dragon. He remembered how the skies above his head begged for revenge. Chuck remembered how he was going to teach everyone a lesson. The guy looked up at the sky and agreed. He said that he should always stick to his roots. He was treated badly. It was time for revenge. Mentally told his opponent to wait until he showed how he really played. There was not a soul around. His cloak fluttered in the wind. The guy hung in the air and looked into the distance, humming a song for his opponent to come out. The guy continued to sing the song looking into the distance. Chuck said that he did not see this guy anywhere. Apparently he hid well. Eurus asked the guy what they were doing so high in the sky because Piro was very afraid of heights. Chuck said that they were looking for an idiot with white hair. The guy looked around and said that he did not see anyone. He admitted that this method was quite stupid, to which Eurus agreed. Chuck said that if such simple methods do not work, he needs to become even more reckless. Eurus did not understand what his master was going to do. The guy raised his hand with a stick up. Chuck said that he hadn't destroyed a planet for a long time, and that it was time. He swung his club and prepared to strike. The guy received a notification asking him to stop. He opened the chat. Kate asked him in a message to stop right now and stop. The guy didn't understand what was happening. The girl explained to him that the game has a direct messaging function she used to send him a message from the real world after logging out. The guy remembered that the game emphasizes the realism of its process and does not have direct messaging, replacing it with birds. It is a slower, but more realistic mail service. The girl was writing a message. She wrote to him that her character was not deleted, so he should not get angry and destroy the entire planet. The guy was surprised by this information and did not understand. He wrote to her that the characters of unique bosses are deleted after death and accused the girl of lying. Kate replied that there was no point in lying to her and that he should take his time and exit the game for a while. The girl said that she had just returned home from a performance. The guy thought about talking to her directly. Chuck told Eurus that he was going to log out for a while, so he would have to be closer to Piro. The guy pressed the log out button. A blue notification appeared in front of his eyes. The guy got up from the couch. He took off his glasses and exhaled nervously. He thought that if the girl's character was not deleted, then it was most likely a bug. Lena was sitting next to him and said that she doubted it. The guy was surprised to see her here and fell off the couch. He asked the girl what she was doing here and when she managed to sneak into his house. Lena said that she was here since the very beginning of the second season. She took the helmet in her hands and bragged that she logged in, lying next to him. She remembered how she snuck into his house and lay down next to him. Chuck was furious, not understanding how the girl got into his house every time. The guy started to guess the different options in her getting here. Our girl said that it was a secret. The doorbell rang. Someone pressed it again. Kate was standing behind the door and asked the guy to open it for her. Chuck was confused because it was the most inopportune time. Lena asked if she should open the door for the girl, to which the guy got angry. He told Kate that he would open it now. Chuck told Lena that he was going to take Kate to a cafe where they sell soup so that she would leave unnoticed. He asked if she understood his plan, to which the girl sighed. She headed towards the window and told him that they would see each other in the foyer. She noted that she still needed to change at home. Chuck watched her open the glass door. The guy did not understand what she was talking about and what she meant about changing. Chuck thought that he could not trust Lena and told her that this was his closet, not her house. He opened the door and ordered the girl to get out of here and not to make a thoughtless plan. The guy saw Lena in a suit standing and holding a rope in her hand on the balcony. She was wearing a black suit. She was turned half sideways to the guy and looking at him. The girl noticed that he seemed to have caught her. She jumped up and said that they would see each other in the foyer. Chuck did not understand what he had just seen. The guy remembered that Kate was waiting for him and went to her. For the sake of maintaining his peace of mind, Chuck decides to just completely forget about what he had just seen. His house was shining with yellow lights against the night. Kate was surprised. She asked Lena if she also lived in this house, to which she received a positive answer. Kate said that she had never seen her here in her life, to which the girl answered that she moved here as soon as this house was built. She said that her parents moved to another city and she stayed to live here. Chuck asked Kate why she was still in her stage outfit since she had just returned from a performance. The girl said that as soon as she finished her performance, she logged into the game in the break room. She remembered how she had come back. Kate remembered how she couldn't find the manager, who was lying on the bed with her glasses. The girl sat down on her bed and thought that it would be a good idea to log into the game right there. Chuck remarked that the outfit suited her and that she looked very cute, which made Lena angry. Kate asked if the guy liked such outfits. She said that if he liked them so much, she could wear them all the time. Lena squeezed between the couple and pushed them aside, saying that she had enough chatting. The girl said that they should talk about the game now. Soup Cafe. Delicious hot soup stood on the table. The three guys were sitting together and eating a freshly prepared dinner. Kate said that she was tired of eating at this soup cafe. She suggested going somewhere else. Lena said that they had no choice since it was the only cafe in the area that was open 24/7. The girl asked the guy if he liked the soups there, to which Chuck agreed, angering Kate. Lena said that everyone liked it hot too. Chuck was confused by the answer. Kate interrupted their conversation and said that they already understood what she was talking about and what she was hinting at. Chuck said that they should discuss the game instead of arguing. He offered to clarify two things. The guy said that since Kate was a unique boss, her character should be deleted if she died. He remembered how he received a notification about the death of one of the group members. Chuck said that he also had no doubt that she was killed by the guy with white hair. He asked the girl if her character was deleted. The girl annoyedly replied that her character was still intact. Kate said that the guy could ask Lena as well, since they both respawned in the resurrection zone after death. The second girl took the spoon from the table. Lena confirmed that it was true and she saw it with her own eyes. The guy remembered that very place. It happened before she was about to exit the game, just the moment when it was all over for her. A message appeared in front of her saying that her character had died. The resurrection zone. The girl was informed that she had lost some experience, but would be resurrected in a safe place. Lena was resurrected in the middle of the zone. She looked down, upset. It had been a long time since she last felt the death of her character, but instead of anger, she was excited. The girl wondered who this gray-haired man was because she hadn't seen him in the closed beta. She had a lot of questions spinning in her head at the time, but then Kate's voice sounded from behind her. The girl turned around to look at it. Kate was standing in front of her, safe and sound. Lena asked her why her character wasn't deleted after her death. She was surprised. The girl ordered to immediately log out of the system and send an external message to Chuck. To Kate's questions, Lena answered that the guy could get angry and go berserk, which could destroy the dimension. The girl once again ordered to log out of the system as quickly as possible, to which Kate irritably agreed. Elena closed her eyes and said that she had enough. The guy still did not understand why the girl's character was not deleted. He asked if it was a bug, to which the man who sat down next to him answered that it was not. Chuck was surprised by his interlocutor. He did not understand how he ended up here. It was Steve, who was sitting right in front of him and caused the guy to get angry. Steve was eating his soup and looking at Chuck. The guy lunged at him, telling him to watch his language. Steve threw the guy against the wall and said that sometimes he couldn't stand him. Kate asked the man what he was doing here on the very first day of opening the servers. The man said that everything was fine, the only time he was busy was when Chuck lost his temper and was acting out. Lena said that it was her initiative to invite the man here. The girl said that it was better not to discuss such things among themselves, it was better to get an official statement from the employee. Steve continued eating and said that Kate's revival was not a mistake. The man said that they got rid of the unique boss system. Chuck was confused by what he heard and asked when and why it happened. Steve said that he did not know anything, because he himself did not get rid of it. The guy asked him why the president of the company was not involved in the change. Steve looked down. He said about the main computer of the game. Mom. A minute of silence stood in the conversation. Kate asked the man if it was even possible, as the main computer itself deleted the system. The man smiled and confirmed her words. Steve said that this happened for the first time. He stated that the unique boss system was a limitation imposed by the god of destruction on the seven sins and their minions. He said that it could give unlimited power to the seven sins and put them in danger. Steam said that this system was no longer needed since the death of the god of destruction, and it seemed that Mom herself erased it. Steve advised Chuck to be careful. He stated that Mom finally decided to take the game seriously, and so the evening of the opening of the Chronolife servers came to an end. For 3 months, users were waiting for the game to resume. Some players were pretty much the same as always. Some developed a new passion for the game. On a wooden cross in the open ground hung a ring. Other players were experiencing longing and sadness for those times. Each user had their own emotions associated with this game. Finally, a new day had come. Players were in the city and exploring the second season. Some were teaching each other weapons, some were trading. Everyone was not idle. It was a return to everyday life. The morning on the newly updated continent was livelier than ever. However, the man's foot stepped onto the city street. He was called out. The players did not know who was in front of them. It was a countless number of unfortunate lambs. The guy ordered his master to show them his boundless love and mercy. He had publicity for Chuck's group. The guy demanded to take them straight to hell. Chuck's group made a serious mistake. An energy pillar shot out of the guy. The guys were too focused on the strange situation with the end of the game and the removal of the unique boss system. The guy finished his spell. They completely forgot. That danger was moving towards them. Many energy projectiles flew towards the city residents. The players did not understand what it was. Many were pierced through. The guy still didn't know why these people needed the bodies of his friends. The bodies of Lena and Kate. And where they hid underground. The guy was smiling. He liked watching players die. He was overcome with laughter. Heads, limbs, and dead players were flying all over the street. And he was having fun. The seed of corruption was sown. On the Chrono continent, The infection rate of the Chrono continent was 10%. The city was turned into ruins. Many players lay dead on the street. The roads were overflowing with players and their limbs. All the players were dead. The guy stood surrounded by sisters and looked at this sight. He grinned and said that it looked like they were done. The guy ordered the sisters to move all the bodies. The women approached the dead players and began to lift them. The first party left. The guy noticed someone's voice from the side. Turning around, he saw a player crawling at his feet and asking who he was. The man wanted to know why he had to kill so many innocent people. He asked if he was a player or a monster. The white-haired guy chuckled. He said he didn't know himself. The guy leaned towards the player, causing him to be confused. He called the player a poor little lamb and asked him not to be afraid. The guy introduced himself as his savior and stroked his hair, causing the player to bleed from his mouth. The guy said that he was their shepherd, their guide. He said that they were his mentors, those who would lead them along the path of knowledge. The guy touched the player's head again and was about to say something to him, causing him to feel afraid. The guy gave the player a blessing of filth. He destroyed the man's head, draining the black liquid from it. The player wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, he was no longer able to. The guy held his hand where his head had been and was pleased with himself. He said the word that ends the prayer. At the place where Chuck left for the last time, Eurus and Piro greeted the guy and wished him a good morning. The guy asked Eurus what was wrong with him and his friend, because they now have the same poses, to which the answer was that the dragon trained all night. The assistants showed the first pose partners, the second pose double trouble. They asked Chuck what he thought about it, to which the guy replied that it looked pretty cute. Eurus asked your master what happened to Kate, was her character really deleted? The guy replied that fortunately this did not happen, because the unique boss system was completely deleted. Chuck said that both girls were reborn and would join them later. Eurus said that indeed if Kate's character was deleted, the guy could fly off the face of the earth an entire dimension, to which he agreed. Piro heard something from the side. The small creature sank into dust. After a few seconds, Pirate acquired human mode. In the form of a little boy, the cat pulled the guy by the collar and attracted his attention. The boy showed that there was something on the side, which caused a surprised reaction from Chuck. Something was rustling in the bushes. The guy was confused. Something came out of the thicket and stood in front of them. Chuck asked who it was. Eurus opened his mouth. The dragon did not hurry in thought. The creature said that a lot of time had passed. Gallardo, a giant dragon. In a new valley, the girl stepped onto the ground. Kate was tired from the road. She expressed her dissatisfaction with being alone with Lena. In her opinion, this is the worst thing. The girl said that she should stop because no one is cold or hot from this. Lena reminded her interlocutor that Chuck demanded that they stick together in case of another attack by the gray-haired guy. The girl decided to remember how good it was during beta testing when she was alone with a loser. Kate said that she had long wanted to ask the girl what was going on between her and the guy. Lena looked at her with embarrassment and sarcastically replied that she couldn't help but know. The girl said that it was very obvious because they were madly in love with each other. Kate was furious at what she heard. The girl added that perhaps she was the only one in love with him because she couldn't say anything seriously. Kate shared that she had the same feeling. The girls sighed sadly. Lena wondered what Chuck could be thinking about when two gorgeous girls were in love with him. Kate listened to her words and realized that the girl really had enough strength to call herself gorgeous. She clenched her teeth and thought. Kate fell to the ground and grabbed her side. Lena asked what was going on, to which she received the answer that some kind of piercing feeling had arisen. The girl noticed the changed color of her side and pointed it out to her. Kate looked at her left side and was shocked. The infection had begun. The girl's current infection rate was 5%. Kate was in a panic. Lena immediately grabbed her heart and squinted. She also fell to the ground and pressed her chest. And she also began to become infected. Both girls had an infection rate of 5%. Lena had a black spot on her chest. The girls began to guess what kind of plant areas were, the very ones that the projectile hit. It was in these places that they were pierced. Both girls then died precisely from the deprivation of these places. Lena noticed something behind. There was a huge paw of a creature. Behind the girls was a giant green dragon. It was a low-ranking drake dragon who didn't even have the ability to fly. Kate was surprised by what she saw, to which Lena reassured her that it was a low-ranking dragon, but it was equal in strength to one boss. The girl assumed that despite the rarity of these creatures, they were in the land of dragons, to which her interlocutor screamed. The dragon raised its paw on them and began to lower it. The limb slapped the ground with all its might. Many shock waves spread around the area. The girls hovered above the creature in a protective dome. Lena and Kate used the blink skill to teleport over long distances. Kate held her interlocutor's leg with her hand and looked down. She thanked the girl and praised her for her timing. Lena said with a smile that they were in the perfect place. Kate was very puzzled by the girl's words and did not understand what she meant. Lena removed her leg, leaving her interlocutor outside the dome, falling to the ground. The girl was happy with what she had done. Kate was flying to the ground. She resigned herself to her fate of fighting the dragon. Kate was falling right into the creature's mouth. Lena listened to her discontent and enjoyed it. She stated that she meant that they were in the perfect place to use her best move. Kate turned around as she fell. She aimed straight for the mouth. At the very end, the girl activated the falling dragon strike. Under her scream, a huge column of energy hit the creature's head. The dragon was pinned to the ground and unable to respond to her. Lena's staff was covered in energy. The girl used the fire spear spell. Spinning a large sphere, she raised the staff up. The girl shot energy down. A large magical fire spear rushed towards the dragon. The creature noticed the danger only at the last moment. Lena voiced the moment of impact. The dragon god was torn to pieces. The creature roared loudly and began to spit blood. The dragon fell to the ground whole sideways. The girls landed on the ground at once. Lena said that Drake is known for his high health, so this is not the end. At the girl's next words, Kate rushed and began to shake her by the throat, accusing her of throwing her from a height. A notification about receiving experience for killing a monster appeared. The message notified that Kate's party members had increased their level. The two girls looked at the dragon with confusion. Lena thought that this could not be related to the attack indicator since this dragon had the highest health among all. The girl suspected that something was wrong here since it would clearly take more than one spear strike and more than one falling blow to kill him. We for the girl were interrupted by Kate, who was showing her something on the screen. The girls looked at the scoreboard together and asked what it was. Lena was amazed at what she saw. She saw high strength indicators for the infection percentage of 50. The girl assumed that the fact that they were infected gave them strength. Lena was surprised that it didn't make them weaker. The Valley of Dragons. Chuck, Eurus, Pirate stand in front of the creature. Eurus says that it's been a long time since they met. Gallardo, the giant dragon. Chuck began to think about this word. On the official Chronolife website, 3 great dragons. The page says that there are 3 dragons that are famous for their incredible strength. Eurus, the two-headed dragon. The dragon of the northern continent, Aventador. And finally, a dragon that has never appeared until now, Mysterious, the giant dragon Gallardo. Chuck said that during the closed beta test, he checked 30 dimensions, but he still has never encountered it. In front of the guys stood a small girl. There were patterns in her eyes and a crown on her head. She stared into Chuck's eyes. The guy could not stand her persistent gaze. The hero wondered if it was a giant dragon, since its supposed height was 1 to 150 centimeters. The girl introduced herself as the giant dragon Gallardo, which surprised Chuck. The girl blushed and said that she had been waiting for a long time to meet the guy. Chuck thought that she could barely pronounce a whole sentence. The guy pointed his finger at her and asked Eurus if he was sure that it was the giant dragon Gallardo. The dragon said that he could sense his brothers from afar. The girl sheepishly said that she was in her spirit form since it was too difficult to move in her true form. If this becomes difficult to read, ignore the small doe. Chuck said that he did not believe it and would not buy it. The guy said that he could grow even bigger than her, since with the expansion mirror he could become even bigger than the planet. Chuck's memory of chapter 60. The girl laughed and looked at her hands, saying that the planet is not the limit. She called the guy weak. She stated that her true size was much larger than the entire planet. The guy imagined the scale of space, the entire galaxy, like he imagined a huge space dragon flying between galaxies. He felt those sizes on himself. The girl started telling him about how big she could become. She said that she could be the size of a galaxy. If you compare the Earth to a grain of sand, which is approximately 1 millimeter, then the size of the galaxy would be 74 million km. That would be a distance like 53 folded into one line. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great all-encompassing cosmic darkness. The forest in the fog. Feet stepped on the ground. Chuck looked ahead in surprise. The guy saw something in the sky in fear. A huge dragon eye was visible from it. The monster was several times larger than the planets. The guy thought in fear about the size of a galaxy. Eurus shouted in confusion that he knew what this reaction meant. A wide smile began to play on the guy's face. The hero shouted loudly that it was amazing. The main character pointed a stick at the girl, answering her that he remembered a giant dragon. Chuck laughingly asked the heroine to show her true form and play with him here and now. The assistants looked at the guys with displeasure. The main character with a sly smile answered that if she lost, he intended to turn her into this weapon. The guy laughingly answered that he just needed a new cloak. The girl looked at the floor. A smile began to play on her face. The heroine laughed loudly, looking under. The girl with a smile on her face answered the guy that they were on the same wavelength, because she only thought about it. Eurus and his assistant looked with displeasure. The little guys looked at the girl with Chuck, answering that this was a battle of psychos. The heroine looked at the floor and smiling, answering that she had been waiting for him for a very long time because she was broken. The girl answered that her physical body and this planet were connected by certain parts. Chuck looked ahead in surprise, hearing the heroine answer that everything was infected. The protagonist wondered if it was the work of that gray-haired man. The divinity of chaos, probability manipulation was contaminated, the effects of probability manipulation were nullified. The guy looked at Kim, asking about the cause of stuttering being contamination. The girl smiled, answering that she had always been like this. The protagonist turned away, answering that she tried her best to resist it, but in her soul form it was simply impossible. The heroine answered with a sad look that all the dragons here had died. Kim answered that very soon all these dead dragons would be restored in their contaminated forms. The monster roared loudly. The girls stood next to it. Chloe and Lena began to look at it in fear. A huge number of monsters roared at people. The girl answered in fear that all the drakes were restored at the same time. The heroine turned back, answering that something was wrong here. The girls stood behind one dead man, answering that they had only killed him. Black magic was flowing from the monster. Blood continued to flow from the dragon. Lena began to look forward in fear. Her lips were pursed, and the girl herself said that all the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, and now it became clear why the Dragon Hill was completely burned to the ground when they arrived. Chuck was standing on the ground. The guy directed his gaze to the ground, answering that it was too quiet here and they had the feeling that the whole dimension had died out, which explained why the dimension was so quiet when they arrived. The dragons continued to roar. They opened their mouths wide. The guy realized that those horrible people got there first and killed all the dragons. Everyone realized that those dragons were reborn in an infected state. The guys were standing on the ground. The heroine laughed sarcastically, answering that she could no longer hold back. Kim, with a smile on her face, answered that before she was completely infected, she had to become his weapon and that was her only choice. The girl's eyes were filled with rage. Kim calmly answered the guy that she preferred to be infected than to allow someone weaker to possess her. The heroine's feet touched the ground. The girl began to smile, asking the guy to show if she deserved to own her. Chuck looked at the heroine disappeared. The system window began to show a hidden quest, which spoke of a contract between the owner and the sauce with a giant dragon. The window showed the guy to defeat the Gallardo. Chuck looked away in confusion. The hero covered his eyes. The guy raised his head up. The protagonist looked at the sky. A strong wind was rising. The monster's mouth was wide open. The dragon was near one portal. The monster looked at it, not letting anyone near it. Galaxy. The assistants covered their eyes in fear. Chuck turned to the assistants, telling them to go help Lena and Chloe. Eurus looked in surprise at the guy who was saying that he was going to deal with this emo dragon himself. The hero looked at the assistant with a smile on his face. The guy with a sly smile told Eurus not to be afraid to take on his true form and destroy everything in his path. The guys looked at the guy in surprise, not knowing what else to say. Eurus pursed his mouth. The assistant with a smile on his face answered the guy that he understood everything and his desire was the law for him. The guys smiled and admired the hero. The assistants began to fly away in the other direction. Chuck with a smile on his face began to watch them. The protagonist was glad that now everything was settled. Chuck looked up at the dragon, saying that he would really start the party. The guy started to pick something up. The hero was holding a Habak mirror. It had one of the 8 mirror abilities. Chuck, with a smile on his face, decided to start activating the 8 mirror skill. The second mirror skill increased the size of the target. Chuck stood confidently on the ground. The hero found himself in the galaxy. The guy laughed, answering that he was not finished yet. The mirror slowly began to glow. The system window began to show warnings that due to excessive use of the 8 mirrors, the service life of this product had expired. Chuck looked away with displeasure. The hero watched in confusion as the mirror burst. The guy looked at the thing with displeasure, not understanding why it cracked. The hero answered with displeasure that it was stupid. The dragon looked at Chuck with a laugh, asking him about daring to go against him, despite the fact that he himself was only slightly larger than a planet. The monster replied that he was a being that transcended this galaxy. The monster replied that he was a giant dragon that wanted to grow bigger with every waking moment. The monster replied that he was like the cosmos that was expanding endlessly. The monster replied that in the past, when he was much smaller, he was the size of a continent, and unfortunately, he was defeated by Eurus, but now for the dragon, a mote of dust was an assistant compared to his huge form. The monster calmly replied that he had seized the throne of the most powerful dragon Eurus and he was the ruler of all dragons in all dimensions. The people watched the monster. The heroes looked at Chuck in surprise, surprised that he was fighting a Gallardo. One of the guys with a smile on his face replied that the Gallardo was just big enough for their servers to handle. The boys looked at the dragon, not understanding why Chuck thought he could handle it using only the mirror since it was never meant to be fought in the first place. Steve had a cigarette in his mouth. The man looked at the screen, saying that he wasn't sure about it and everyone knew how it could end. Steve looked ahead confidently. The hero looked at the fight with displeasure, answering that the guy was trying to turn the Gallardo into this weapon. Steve covered his eyes, answering that this was exactly the future that was destined for this guy. One of the heroes answered that one of the mirrors had already been broken. The guy looked at Steve, answering that someone might be strong, but he didn't stand a chance against a monster the size of a galaxy. The man answered displeasedly that this guy was the god of chaos. Chuck looked at his mirror with a smile on his face. The hero looked at the mirror confidently, trying to activate the power of the god of chaos. The thing began to glow brightly. His hands held the mirror tightly. People watched as Chuck mended the mirror and said that now it looked like new. One of the guys started screaming loudly. The hero looked at the screen with displeasure, thinking that the guy was going to use the mirror again. Chuck started to activate the 8 mirrors skill. The hero was in the galaxy with a smile on his face. His legs began to grow in comparison to the planet. They became bigger and bigger. The system window said that they had reached the maximum size allowed in the system. Galaxy, the monster was in the sky. The monster screamed in different directions. The dragon roared in the universe. Huge hands began to touch something. The monster looked at the huge Chuck, who was getting up to the monster. The guy was holding on to the Milky Way. Chuck laughed and said that he had come. The guys looked at the screen with fear. The dragon was spinning around the guy. Chuck laughed, looking at the monster. The guy's voice came from the universe, saying that lately he had been using too many chaos powers. Chuck laughed, telling the monster that he didn't want to keep him waiting, but now they could really start the party. The dragon continued to growl at the hero. Steve laughed, holding a cigar in his teeth. The man with a smile on his face replied that he knew the snot would do something like that. The man looked at Chuck's fist, telling him to show what he could do in this game, something no one had ever seen. The main character with a smile on his face quickly pointed his fist at the monster. The universe. The fist broke various Milky Ways. The hands broke everything in their path. The fists broke the universe. The guy hit the monster itself. Chuck hit the dragon. Its muzzle slowly began to disappear. The hero's hands collected all the universes. The palm grabbed everything for itself. Chuck with a smile on his face held the universes in his hands. The dragon tried to bite the guy. The monster's black magic came out of its mouth. The guy quickly hit the monster with his elbow. The fist hit the boss. More and more evil spirits came out of the mouth. The dragon's eyes were scared. The monster opened its mouth wide. The teeth grabbed Chuck's hand tightly. The dragon tried to bite the hero's hand. People looked at the screen in surprise. The main character clenched his teeth. A smile appeared on his face. The palm grabbed the monster's face. Chuck laughed, grabbing the dragon. The main character continued to smile, clenching his teeth. The hero grabbed her jaw with all his might. The monster screamed loudly. Chuck broke the dragon's jaw. People looked at the screen with interest. The universe. The hand grabbed one of the paths. Chuck grabbed it tightly with a smile on his face. The hands held the universe tightly. The forest. Black blood flowed from the monster. Lena and Chloe looked at the monster in fear. The girl looked at this carefully, saying that the pieces of the puzzle were coming together, and now she understood why the Dragon Hill was completely burned to the ground when they arrived. Lena pursed her lips, answering that for some reason this dimension was very quiet when they arrived. The dragon roared madly with many heads. Those terrible people got here first and killed all the dragons. Lena and Chloe looked forward in fear. Around the heroines, all those dragons in an infected state lined up in a circle. The mouth was wide open. Chuck looked forward with a smile on his face. The hero kicked the monster in the face, telling him to die. Blood flowed from the dragon's mouth. The teeth were clenched in blood. The monster quickly took off and flew forward, opening its mouth. The dragon quickly hit the monster with its body. The hero's face was scared, and something black was flowing from his mouth. The guy was in a galaxy, the universe. Chuck's back was peeking out from around the corner. The main character was quickly falling down. His back was touching some dimension. His legs were calmly peeking out. Chuck was quickly falling down. The hero's teeth were clenched, but blood was still flowing from them. A few meters away from the guy was a dragon, which was flying next to him. The hero directed his palms down and strained to create something. Chuck looked at the monster with a smile on his face, answering that she really caught him, and this means that she is not such a weakling. The main character confidently looked forward, answering that he has a healing factor on his side, which makes him invincible. This factor instantly removes any blow inflicted. Chuck hit one of the universes. The guy began to laugh loudly, answering the monster that it was time for the second round and they can start by biting off this annoying little tail. The dragon looked confidently at one of the planets, which began to glow blue. The monster began to worship all of this. The planet was shining brightly. The dragon quickly flew into the sky and decided to direct the breath of the galaxy at you. Chuck looked at all of this confidently. The guy understood with surprised eyes that it would hurt. The hero shrank to the side. The guy's hands and face slowly froze. The breath continued to quickly go to the hero. The universe. The hero's teeth were clenched. Chuck was lying on the ground. The monster confidently looked at the guy, answering that the healing factor is nothing more than a small trick or a small trick that is useless against true power. The boss answered Chuck that he won and this battle is over. The monster calmly looked at the guy, answering that she expected too much from him and the guy is just a big fish in a small pond, who has not yet reached his ascended potential. Chuck began to look at him with anger, thinking about the potential. The monster calmly answered the hero that it didn't matter and that such a small fish wouldn't understand anything anyway. The dragon opened its mouth, saying that it could kindly explain as a reward for coming this far. The monster began to say that in the past, the highest level a creature could reach in any dimension was level 999. There were several secret ways to exceed this limit of 999 levels, but they were all temporary means and would eventually return you to level 999. Chuck looked at the monster in surprise. His face immediately changed. The North Pole dragon turned into a human, telling the guy that this was the method he used. The monster began to explain that during the war between the ancient anthropomorphs and the players, he used gluttony to reach level 999 and it was due to the synergistic effectiveness of greed and gluttony that he was able to exceed the limit. Chuck created a lump from the dragon, answering that he understood everything and can go back since it has been appearing terribly often lately. The monster looked at the hero, saying that everything is correct and the original level cap for all dimensions was level 999. One day, the level cap suddenly disappeared and the boy already experienced it himself. Chuck looked at the monster with displeasure. The hero looked forward, thinking that this happened when they invaded the Chrono continent. The system window showed that the system was unlocked and showed the awakening of Genesis. The monster from the universe answered that this quest is different for each dimension, but the Chrono continent was the last one to receive this quest. The dragon answered that once they complete the quest, their level cap will be completely unlocked and from that moment on, they can level up as high as they want. The monster looked at the boy, answering that once he reaches level 9999, he will have to complete the quest. The dragon replied that this would only happen when he was reborn as an ascended being like him. Chuck looked into the distance with a smile on his face, saying that he understood everything and that this was enough information for him. The protagonist calmly replied that he hated spoilers and skipped all the plot parts in the game. The guy opened his mouth and smiled, saying that it looked pretty funny. Chuck looked into the distance with a smile on his face and replied that he was going to pump up by the end of this weekend. The hero of their underwear began to take out a huge club. The guy looked forward, holding it in his hands. The club was all glowing. The monster looked at the hero with incomprehension. The dragon answered Chuck that are only used his fists. Chuck laughed, saying that he was slow on the uptake. The guy looked at the monster, replying that when he was a child, his dream was to fight a dinosaur with his fists, but now the time for games was over. The hands held the club, and Chuck himself said that he would finish the monster quickly and with one blow. The dragon looked at the hero carefully. The forest, the wings flew in the sky. Eurus and the boy were in the sky. The hero looked ahead. Eurus looked at his friend, realizing that he was afraid of heights. The boy asked in surprise if they were there. Eurus in surprise told the kid to hold on since they were almost there. The child cried, saying that he was scared. The assistant began to say discontentedly that he needed to give him a few language lessons so that the boy could maintain a conversation. There was fire in the area. Eurus with a smile on his face realized that they were there, so he decided to speed up. The guys flew off to the side like a bullet. Paws landed on the ground. The assistant with a smile on his face said that he had returned. Eurus with a smile on his face looked at the girls, answering that they did not need to be afraid since he was the strongest dragon in all dimensions. The heroines turned around in surprise. The girls were standing near the dead corpses of the dragons. A mountain of dead monsters lay on the ground. The dragons did nothing. They were all dead. Eurus looked at all this with confusion. Chloe asked the guys with a smile on her face that they were here to help them. The assistant asked the girls with surprise how they managed to deal with all of them. Chloe answered with a smile that they had become much stronger. Eurus asked how they did it, and the heroines answered that due to the infection, all their characteristics had improved and what happened was that they had entered the system earlier. A frontline village. The system window said that their comrade had died. People were slowly recovering. The system window replied that they had lost some of their experience and now they would be resurrected in a safe place. The girl said with anger that this was not fun. The heroine gritted her teeth and did not understand why the game continued to kill people in the village, despite the fact that it was supposed to be a safe zone. The girl kicked the ground, answering that they filled all the establishments on the day the servers opened and now some gray-haired psycho and his sect are killing them. Everyone looked at the heroine in surprise, who continued to scream. One of the girls sighed sadly and said that the game had really crossed all the boundaries of what was allowed lately. It all started with the sea monsters, which greatly complicated the task for the second season. The player side, answering that even in season 1 there was a complete mess and if not for their side, someone would have taken over the world. The hero answered that it was too difficult for him and the balance would not adjust to the hero. The guy sighed, answering that he thought this game was called for a reason. Someone laughed off to the side. The girl with a smile on her face answered that this game is the best. The guy with an incomprehensible question asked what was wrong with this heroine, because just a second ago she was screaming that this game sucks. There was an infection on her leg. The girl was shouting loudly that all her stats had been raised by 50%. The guys were looking at her in surprise. The guy was gritting his teeth, looking at his infected hand. The heroine was looking at her infected stomach in fear. The system window showed that their character was infected and the infection effect had increased all stats by 50%. The hero was covering his eyes. The girl was doing the same. The guys were looking at their stats in surprise. Someone started asking the guys abruptly if they liked the blessings that had been bestowed upon them. The guys were confused and replied that it was the voice of the guy with white hair. The man was smiling and replying that only they had been granted the blessing. The girl was looking ahead in surprise and heard the guy telling her that the monsters would not be able to receive a single % of this bonus. The guys opened their mouths, answering that it meant that the monsters were not getting stronger, but they were. The girl began to laugh loudly, answering that she would be able to kill all the monsters that could not do it until now. The heroine victoriously raised her hand and answered that now she could increase her level as much as she wanted. All the heroes raised their hands. Their villages could be heard screaming that they all wanted infection. Eurus looked ahead in surprise, answering that it must be dangerous. The assistant discontentedly told the girl that this gray-haired man would never give out these abilities just like that, because it is too risky to use all these abilities at will and no one can know what will come of it. Eurus discontentedly spoke to one girl, answering that he would like to return to normal life. Chloe, with a smile on her face, asked Eurus if he was sure of this and what was wrong with increasing her characteristics. The assistant angrily answered the girl that there was no point in her becoming stronger. Chloe looked ahead in surprise. The heroine's eyes were surprised. The heroine began to give an example of a hero who had a reinforced wooden club for 99+, and in fact, this is a power that he did not make any effort to obtain. Eurus and the girl looked ahead with incomprehension. The assistant sighed. The most pleasant rewards in life are those for which you do not need to make any effort. The universe. Chuck was in it, looking at the dragon. The hero held the club tightly and answered that the time for games was over. Chuck, with a smile on his face, answered that he would quickly finish him off with one blow. The monster looked at the guy with anger. The eyes were filled with anger. The monster's wings were turning a new color. Chuck watched the dragon carefully as it stood on its hind legs. The mouth opened wide. The eyes were looking at the guy carefully, and the monster itself was saying that it would finish this. The dragon was flying at the guy, directing its breath of the galaxy at him. The monster's power was directed at the hero in streams. Chuck watched all this carefully. There was a smile on the guy's face. His hand was holding a club. Chuck was hitting the breath of the galaxy with a club, using a galactic strike. Most of Chuck's area began to burn with yellow flame. The dragon continued to roar loudly, opening its mouth wide. Fire was rushing everywhere. Flames were heading for the dragon. The monster was completely filled with fire. It opened its mouth wide from misunderstanding and pain. Flames were created into fireballs. Fog. The system window responded that the mirror's action had ended and it was possible to return to its normal size. The guy was standing on the universe. Chuck looked at the system window with a smile on his face, which showed that he had managed to defeat the Gallardo. Someone was standing near the guy. Kim slowly approached the hero. The girl was smiling. The heroine asked Chuck to free their land of dragons and free them from the filth. Chuck watched as the girl disappeared, and the system window responded that the Gallardo had lost its physical form and now its soul had entered the guy's cloak. Chuck was wearing the ego cloak. The hero, with a smile on his face, became the master of the dragons. The hero confidently looked forward, listening to how he was told that as a result of this achievement, all dragons would obey the hero's orders. Fog and Earth. The hero, with a smile on his face, offered to introduce themselves, since they were joined by a new friend in the form of his ego cloak. Chuck showed Kim, answering that this was a giant Gallardo dragon. Kim, with a smile on her face, replied that she was pleased to meet him. Chloe and Lena looked at the girl with confusion. The heroines asked Kim in surprise what kind of giant dragon it was. Lena looked at the guy in surprise and said that all this meant that the Gallardo had turned into one of the hero's equipment. Kim came close to the guy. The girl smiled and answered that now she and Chuck were connected to each other with their souls. The girls looked at this in surprise. Chloe angrily wanted to beat Kim. Eurus and the boy did not understand what kind of girl this was. Chuck walked away from Kim, answering that she was a weirdo and it was just one of the equipment. The main character looked at the girls, answering what he wanted to ask. Chuck asked the girls in surprise what kind of black spots they had all over their bodies. Lena had her entire neck in it. Chloe also had most of her legs. Kim, with a smile on her face, answered that this was the infection, but fortunately, the girl's level was still low. The heroine, with a smile on her face, answered that this could be dealt with if you cleaned it with clean water. Chloe asked in surprise what all this was. Water passed over her entire body in the form of a water ball. The black spots filled with water slowly disappear. Soon, there were none on the heroine's legs at all. Lena answered in surprise that it really worked. Lena and Chloe shouted loudly at each other. The girl was soaking wet. The heroine looked ahead in fear, answering that this meant that all the effects of the infection had also disappeared. The system window showed that all the data had been started. The girls shouted loudly that this was a problem. Chuck said that he did not know about it. Kim answered with a smile on her face that this was a special effect of infection, and depending on the level of infection, all characteristics could be increased from 50 to 2000%. Eurus angrily answered that this was too prejudiced. Kim said that this was not true. The girl answered with a sad look that with a low level of infection, it could be easily purified, but with all this, the percentage of infection became quite high and it would be impossible to return to normal life, which is why Kim had no choice but to give up her physical form. The girl looked down, answering that it was so strong. Chuck began to look away. The hero was thinking about something. The system window showed the god of chaos and said that the manipulation of probability was defiled and the effects of manipulation were nullified. The guy pursed his lips, answering that he decided it was an infection because his chaos spells had no effect on it. Lena answered with fear that this thing had great power since such a strong creature decided to abandon its physical form. Kim looked at the floor. Chuck calmly told everyone that no one should reach 100th infection. The castle, flags all over the territory of the Arden Castle. The reception room. The hand held a cup. The guy told everyone that it was a complete mess. Lucas sighed and asked if everyone had heard what was happening lately in the game. The heroes said that wherever they went, everyone talked about it, so they gathered here to discuss this issue. The girl thought about the infection. Sophie answered with a sad look that she had a feeling that they were witnessing the birth of some new, unhealthy cult, and apparently they had a lot of users who directly addressed this white-haired man, begging him to kill them. Molly held a glass in her hand and said that at 5% infection level all stats would increase by as much as 50%. Clara looked worried and said that she was worried that if this continued all users would eventually be infected. Molly put the mug on the table and said that she wasn't too worried about it since tens of millions of users logged into the game, and even if this gray-haired man infected 1,000 users a day, it would still take him decades to infect everyone. The girls looked away. Someone started approaching the guys, saying that everyone was just enjoying a cup of good tea despite all this chaos. The hero approached the guys, saying that the rumors were true and that they were lazy, carefree losers. The guy with the sword on his back looked at the guys angrily. Lucas asked him with confusion who let him in. Molly wondered who he was with interest, since she had never seen him before. The guy looked at the guys with anger. The whole group asked him what he wanted and who he was. The hero calmly answered that he was not someone important. The guy's hair began to turn black. The hero with black magic calmly looked at the guys. The guy furiously told the guys that he was an ordinary student who was lucky enough to play the game. All the guys looked at him with fear, seeing how infected he was. The guy swung his sword. The hero looked at everyone with anger, offering to fight and see the skills of the old men from the 5 best guilds. The hero's mouth opened and said that they would be ideal opponents to experience defeat. The hero quickly ran towards the guys. The roof of the building caught fire. Someone's feet quickly ran along it. The group of guys sat tiredly on the roof. Lucas looked at the guy with anger, asking how he dared to fight with the 5 best guilds. The hero calmly looked at all the guys, not answering. The guy quickly jumped from the roof. Lucas worriedly told him to stop. There was a hole in the building. Lucas quickly ran after the hero. The guys jumped high on the building. The hero stood confidently on the ground. All the other heroes ran after him. The guy with a smile on his face answered that the time for games was over. The heroes asked the guy if he really thought he could escape from them. The guy with a calm face answered that he came to a place where they can fight in peace. The hero answered that all these people are no sicker than high-level sandbags for stat testing. The guy angrily ran at him, answering that he was a corpse. The sword was aimed at the hero. The guy with a smile on his face answered that it seems he is not as weak as everyone thought. The hero ran quickly at the guy, answering that he wouldn't live long, since he was level 615. Clara worriedly answered that he was a dumbass and seemed to still be walking around bragging about his level. All the guys looked at the fight and answered that he had absolutely nothing to gain from revealing all this information to his enemy. The touched each other. The guy ran at the hero. His foot was firmly on the ground. The two heroes stood opposite each other. The enemy began to answer that the guy had crossed the level 600 threshold, but was still so crap. The hero calmly answered that he had reached about level 100, but was still talking to him. The guy looked at him in surprise. The hero swung his sword. The wind swept through the entire forest. The guy quickly rushed towards the hero. His face exuded confidence. The knife slashed across the hero's body. Black blood began to flow from his mouth. The guy fell to the ground, not understanding how a newbie could do this. The hero looked at the dead guy, not understanding what all this chatter was for. The magic spear was aimed at the guy. The hero quickly noticed this. The head dodged the weapon. The hair was not touched. Lucas stood next to the guy. He looked closely at the hero, answering that he thought that he was a small and talkative youth and now they should fight him. The guys quickly headed towards the hero. Molly quickly directed a sonic boom at him, which pierced the entire target through and through. The hero quickly dodged the girl. The guy's head slowly disappeared. Someone began to move towards him with quick movements. The girl immediately ran towards the guy. The face looked him in the eyes with confidence, including the spear storm. The guy dodged all the attacks. The heroine continued to jump on him. The guy dodged the attack using a jump. The hero looked away in fear. Behind him, someone was standing in the portal, casting spells. Sophie was saying something to herself. Her eyes were filled with some kind of magic. The girl swung her staff, trying to create an earthquake. The weapon hit the ground. Everything was divided into several parts. The guy was flying in the sky. His face was surprised. From above, Molly was quickly heading towards the hero. The guy noticed the girl, realizing that she used the boulders after the earthquake as steps. Molly was filled with magic, including the moonlight attack. Lasers passed over the hero's entire body. Blood was coming out of her mouth. The girl carefully descended back to the ground. The mouth exhaled. Someone began to shout at the girl to be careful. A guy was swinging a weapon behind her. Wind. The hero swung his sword and said that the head would be next. Molly covered her eyes. The girl's body slowly disappeared. The heroine's hand began to disappear somewhere. A spear was flying at the guy from above. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered that it was time to stop. Lucas looked at him confidently, saying that his time was up. The guy answered that he really did have a hawk's eye. The hero, with a smile on his face, listened as the guy asked him why he didn't shoot him in the head. The guy put his weapon away, offering to end it all and saying that fighting with all of them was still too much for him. One of the heroes answered that his infection level was only 20%. Lucas and the other guys looked at all of this in fear, not understanding how to react. The guy looked ahead in fear. The enemy looked at everyone, saying that it was time for him to go. The entire building exploded and burned with bright flames. The girls looked at all of this in surprise, not knowing how to react. The legs approached the building. Clara looked ahead with fear. One of the heroines answered with a smile on her face that they had done a good job in order to become their weak link. The gang of infected stood near the burning castle. Each of the guys had a high level of infection. All the heroes looked at the guys angrily. One of the main girls had an infection rate of over 80%. Lucas looked at all this with fear. Arden Castle has the most powerful defensive fortifications. Apart from the main building of the first season about ancient anthropomorphs, this castle was impregnable and had never been invaded by uninvited guests before. Now this reputation was destroyed by the hands of the gang of infected. The gang looked at the dead guild with a smile on their face, answering that they were a bunch of braggarts. The guys asked with a smile on their faces about where they should go next. There was a guy standing next to them, looking at everyone carefully and suggesting that they just get to the main thing and defeat the final boss. The hero, with a smile on his face, answered that he was talking about the person who turned the game into his own single-player game. The guy looked at everyone carefully, answering that he was talking about Chuck.